Chapter 1. Rebirth in the Apocalypse. When Shiji's despondent gaze was filled with a desire for survival as he swung a kitchen knife without hesitation towards Mu Xian's arm. When Shiji, Mu Xian shouted, suddenly waking up from her dream, in that instant. As she opened her eyes, her tense body gradually relaxed, releasing her grip on the bedsheet, rubbing her forehead, and then getting up to enter the kitchen to pour herself a glass of red wine. Looking at the red wine in her hand, she took a sudden gulp, her eyes gradually becoming cold. This was the second day of her rebirth. After her rebirth, she kept dreaming of the scene from her past life, where she was dismembered by Wen Shiji and Xuan, a vivid and real pain she would never forget in this life.at this moment, Mu Xian was wide awake. She made herself breakfast, and after eating, she took the house blueprint and went out. After the apocalypse, energy supplies were cut off, heating equipment and electricity could not be used, and many people began to seize resources to survive. They broke into others' homes with tools, stealing food, warm clothing, and so on. In her previous life, Mu Xian's home was also broken into. To survive, she had to drag her exhausted body to fight back. After several encounters, her condition worsened, and she was severely injured during the struggle, leading to her loss of combat capability, ultimately resulting in her dismemberment by Wen Shiji and Xuan. This event made her realize how important a solid house was. So the first thing she did after her rebirth was to build a safe house before the apocalypse. At 9 in the morning, she appeared downstairs at the Longhua security group. After explaining her purpose to the front desk, they immediately contacted the business department manager and took her to the reception room. The walls of the reception room were filled with various project images. Mu Xian silently observed, analyzing the pros and cons of these works, her mind racing as she imagined how to build her house. At that moment, the door opened, and a sturdy man walked in with a smile. He approached Mu Xian, extending his hand. "Miss Mu, hello, I am Su Yao, the business department manager." Mu Xian nodded and got straight to the point. "Manager Su, I want to build a safe house, the highest level of safe house." Su Yao's expression turned serious upon hearing this. Although building safe houses was rare in this era, it wasn't unheard of. After all, there had been numerous natural disasters in recent years, and the powerful and influential were the ones most afraid of death. So many sought their help in building houses. "Miss Mu, since you found us, you must understand our company's strength. Rest assured, we will help you build the safe house you want." Su Yao said confidently, then sat across from Mu Xian and refilled her coffee. "My house is on the 30th floor. Are you sure you can build it?" Mu Xian raised an eyebrow, her tone serious, her gaze scrutinizing. 30th floor? "Miss Mu, are you sure you want to build a safe house on such a high floor?" Su Yao looked at Mu Xian, his expression one of surprise. Most of the safe houses they had built for others were standalone villas or underground shelters. He had never encountered someone wanting to modify a high-rise apartment like this. "Definitely. I have brought the house blueprint. As for how to build it," Mu Xian paused and continued. "You are the experts, feel free to use your creativity. I only have one requirement. The house must be built to the highest level of sturdiness and completed within this month." She picked up the coffee on the table, took a small sip, her eyes revealing a hint of indifference. Upon hearing this, Su Yao glanced at the house blueprint Mu Xian handed him. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Miss Mu, thank you for your trust. Our company is a top-tier security company, and building a safe house is no problem for us. However, your house is on a high floor, which makes transporting materials somewhat difficult, so the price will be higher. If you can accept that, we can conduct an on-site measurement tomorrow and immediately draft the renovation plan. If you confirm it, we can start work right away. As long as you can meet my requirements, the price is not an issue." Mu Xian took another sip of coffee, her calm demeanor easing Su Yao's tension. Although Longhua Security Group had a good reputation, they seldom received such large orders in a year. If they could reach a cooperation, it would significantly boost their performance, benefiting both him and the company. "Miss Mu, our company specializes in custom solutions. We have corresponding material introductions and service descriptions on our computers. You can select what you want, and after you finalize your choices, we will provide a quote. Before the renovation, you will need to pay half as a deposit and the other half upon completion." Su Yao took out a tablet from his drawer and handed it to Mu Xian. She took the tablet and began to select the materials and services she needed at IT. It must be said that Longhua Security Group was indeed powerful. They could source aerospace-grade materials, which was why their company stood out among many security companies, even attracting the nation's richest man, Meng Fanchao, to ask for their help in building a fortress. After leaving Longhua Security Group, she looked up at the sky, the glaring light causing her to instinctively raise her hand to shield her forehead. The sunlight filtered through her fingers, casting a faint silver glow on her already fair skin. She found a bench to sit on, watching people leisurely strolling by, all with friendly expressions, as if there were no bad people in this world. But in reality, thinking of what happened after the apocalypse, she showed a hint of disdain. Having experienced the apocalypse, she found the scene to be incredibly ironic. "Miss, your phone is ringing. Mu Xian, what did you buy? You actually spent 5 million at once." The voice of Wen Shiji came through the phone, questioning her. Hearing his voice again, Mu Xian felt a chill run through her, her expression darkening as if ink could drip from her face. The woman next to her, seeing her expression, took a few steps back in fear, shouldered her bag, and hurriedly left. "Why aren't you speaking?" Not hearing Mu Xian's response, when Shiji spoke again, Mu Xian took a deep breath, steadying her emotions before calmly saying, "I invested in a project. This project will yield results in a month, and it's definitely a guaranteed profit. I was planning to surprise you with the profits in a month, but I didn't expect you to find out." Upon hearing this, when Shiji, who had been somewhat angry, suddenly softened his tone. "Oh, I see. You've never made a mistake in your investments. I want pride in what you invested in, but if it's a guaranteed profit, wouldn't 5 million be a bit too little?" After becoming Wen Shiji's girlfriend, Mu Xian had invested quite a bit for him over 3 years, and all those investments have been successful, yielding considerable profits, making him a fortune in return. In this regard, he had no doubts about Mu Xian, however. Since her previous investments were all in the tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, he was somewhat surprised that she only invested 5 million this time. Chapter 2. Purchasing supplies. It is indeed a smaller amount. I thought you wouldn't be short on money. Even if this investment can yield great returns for you, this amount is just pocket change. However, if you want to earn more, you could invest a bit more. Mu Xian spoke sincerely, but a cunning smile appeared on her face. Having been by Wen Shiji's side for 3 years, she understood his love for money. Even a few 100,000 wouldn't be considered a small amount to him. By saying this, Mu Xian was merely trying to stir his desire, hoping to get him to invest a bit more. What's the proportion? From the current perspective, with an investment of 5 million, the expected returns a month later should be between 3 to 4 million. Are you sure? What about the loss ratio? Hearing Mu Xian's words, Wen Shiji became a bit excited, his tone carrying a hint of enthusiasm. Seeing the fish on the hook, Mu Xian did not reveal her joy and calmly replied, "If there are losses, at most it would just be a loss. But in the past few years, have any of the projects I've invested in for you lost money? Since that's the case, I'll give you another 20 million, adding to the 5 million left in the card, and invest it all." His eagerness was apparent, and Mu Xian naturally wouldn't go against his wishes, immediately nodding in agreement. The moment she received the money, she quickly transferred it to her own account. Looking at the extra zeros in her account, Mu Xian smiled and immediately took out her phone to contact Chen Mingsheng, the person in charge of Xingda's supermarket, planning to use this money to purchase the supplies she needed. Mu Xian and Chen Mingsheng had met a few years ago at a gathering. As the manager of the marketing department of the Wen Group, Mu Xian occasionally had to meet with people from various malls and supermarkets under the Wen Group, so naturally, they became familiar with each other. Through their long-term interaction, Mu Xian learned that he was very smooth in handling matters, often speaking straightforwardly. But one thing was certain, he was very tight-lipped. When Mu Xian wanted to buy supplies, the first person she thought of was him. After returning home, she made a shopping list and then sent it to him. When Chen Mingsheng saw the list, he was dumbfounded. The items Mu Xian wanted to buy totaled nearly a ton, and most were consumables. Spending so much money on such a large quantity of supplies was unbelievable to anyone. So he joked, "Manager Mu, are you planning to donate supplies for a good cause? Preparing to open a store and stock up." Mu Xian casually typed a few words and sent them. She knew this reason sounded ridiculous. Who would go grocery shopping if they were opening a store? That would be no different from a fool. However, she understood Chen Mingsheng's character. He was afraid of offending people. So unless it was a special situation, he wouldn't speak out. Manager Mu, the quantity of items you requested is quite large, and the supermarket stock is insufficient. We need to transfer goods from the Southwest warehouse. Therefore, today we can only deliver a portion. What do you think? The Southwest warehouse. Mu Xian, who had been lazily lying on the sofa, suddenly sat up when she heard those words. Right? How could she have forgotten about the Southwest warehouse? The Southwest warehouse is a large warehouse under the one group, where all the goods needed by large supermarkets and malls in the Southwest region are transported from. The warehouse covers an area of 5,000 square kilometers, with 1/3 designated for food, 1/3 for daily necessities, and 1/3 for electronic equipment, storing a total of over 100 billion items. According to the warehouse manager's report, the food inside alone is enough for the entire population of Yangshui City to eat for about 10 years. Although Mu Xian was the marketing department manager, she had never dealt with the Southwest warehouse, so she hadn't thought of it. Chen Mingxing's unexpected reminder instantly sparked an idea in her mind. Originally, she had been giving Wen Shiji a good face to swindle him for money to buy what she needed, but now, when Shiji's usefulness had increased, he could help her access the Southwest warehouse and obtain supplies from there. After her rebirth, she unexpectedly gained a space that existed in her mind, which was quite large. So far, she had only discovered its storage capability and various storage functions, which is why she planned to buy a large amount of supplies from the supermarket, intending to store everything in the space as the foundation for survival in a post-apocalyptic world. First, she had felt distressed about spending a significant amount of money on supplies, but now, that concern was gone. In the afternoon, while Mu Xian was planning for the next few days, she suddenly received a call from Chen Mingxing, asking if it was convenient for her to receive the supplies. After confirming with Mu Xian, 3 trucks loaded with supplies arrived promptly at Qingyang Community. When the trucks arrived at the building, the driver shouted for the unloading workers to begin offloading the goods. When the surrounding people saw the supplies being unloaded from the trucks, they curiously gathered to watch and began whispering, someone in our community opening a store? They bought so much stuff. That's impossible. Who would open a store in a residential area? If it's not for a store, aren't they afraid of these items going bad? Who knows? What if the buyer is a foodie? This is no foodie, it's probably an elephant. Only an elephant could eat this much at once. The discussing crowd burst into laughter, completely unaware that a crisis was about to unfold. Mu Xian stood by the window, coldly observing the expressions of the people below, imagining how these individuals would react if they knew that she was the one who had purchased these supplies. She thought about it, and her eyes flashed with a sharp glint. The supplies in safe house have been settled next. It's time for weapons and transportation tools. It seems I need to contact an old friend. After turning back into her bedroom, Mu Xian took out an old mobile phone from safe by her bedside, powered it on, and dialed a number. Soon, a middle-aged man's voice came from the other end. Oh, it's you. Brother Xuan, long time no see. It really has been a while. Do you need something? I do, but it's hard to explain over the phone. Let's meet and talk. Wang Xingquan had worked with Mu Xian for 7 years and was quite familiar with her. If there was something that needed to be discussed in person, it was certainly not a trivial matter. He became serious. I'll send you an address. When can you come? Tomorrow. Okay, I'll be waiting at home. After hanging up the phone, the delivery personnel happened to knock on Mu Xian's door. She opened the door, and the staff politely greeted her before starting to bring the supplies into the house one by one. After 3 hours of continuous moving, all the supplies were placed in Mu Xian's living room. She took a quick glance, not caring whether it was enough or not, and directly used her mind to store everything in the space. Then she opened up a separate storage room in the space and categorized the items. Chapter 3. Purchasing Weapons. The next day, Mu Xian got up early and headed to Yuanshan City. Following the navigation route, she drove for 3 hours and arrived at a farm on the outskirts of Yuanshan City. Just as she parked her car, a young man walked over from a distance with a faint smile on his face. Are you Miss Mu? The boss has been waiting for you. I'll take you there. Okay. The young man led Mu Xian straight to the innermost part of the farm, finally stopping in front of a 2-story wooden house. Miss Mu, the boss is on the 2nd floor. I won't go. Yu Xian nodded and walked up the external stairs to the 2nd floor. Pushing open the door on the 2nd floor, a burly middle-aged man was standing by the window with his back to her, smoking. The pungent smell in the room made her frown. She waved her hand to fan away the smoke, sat down on the nearby sofa, poured herself a cup of tea, and sipped it slowly. I didn't expect you to contact me again. It's quite rare. Wang Xinquan threw the cigarette, but on the ground, and extinguished it with his foot before turning around, his sharp gaze carrying a hint of meaning. After all, we've worked together before. Although it's been a long time since we collaborated, there's still some friendship there. Emu Xian looked directly into his eyes, speaking calmly without a hint of expression, her delicate and long white hands gently swaying the teacup. Then she drank the tea in one. Go. You're not afraid it'll poison your tea? Wang Shanquan, seeing her calm demeanor, spoke with a half-smile as he took a seat opposite her. If you wanted to get rid of me, you would have done it back then, Mu Xian replied with a light laugh, maintaining her composed appearance. Ha ha, you're still so confident. So what do you want from me? Wang Shanquan stopped teasing her and asked directly. Mu Xian set down her teacup and played with the bracelet on her wrist. I need some weapons. Can you get them for me? As she spoke, she handed a piece of paper to Wang Shanquan. The paper listed various weapons, crossbows, handguns, sniper rifles, etc., and the quantity was considerable, which surprised Wang Shanquan. Well, it's not that simple. I've just run into a bit of trouble and need some weapons for self-defense. What do you think? Can you get them? Crossbows are easy enough, but firearms, these are strictly prohibited for private ownership. If caught, it's inevitable that you'll go in. Brother Quan, let's skip the formalities between us. Even though we're not in that line of work anymore, I believe you have your ways. Give me a week to get some over, and don't worry about the money that I can only say you'll try. Whether I can get them depends on the situation. No problem. Once you have them, contact me immediately, and I'll come and pick them up. Hearing Mu Xian's words, Wang Shanquan's expression grew serious. I understand. He'll take care of the weapons. If there's anything major on your end, I hope you can let me know. Looking at Mu Xian's expression, Wang Shanquan felt puzzled, but he knew her well enough to see the seriousness and intensity in her eyes, sensing an unusual undertone. After Mu Xian left, Wang Shanquan stared at her departing figure, lost in thought. A moment later, he picked up his phone and dialed a number. In her past life, when Shiji had intended to deal with her directly, but Chen Man insisted it was too cold and worried the meat would be too tough to eat, so she gruesomely sliced her flesh piece by piece. She endured this pain repeatedly, caught between consciousness and dizziness, wanting to kill them countless times. Mu Xian thought she could control her emotions when she saw them. But at that moment, the desire to swallow Chen Man alive gradually overtook her rationality. She gripped the steering wheel tightly, pressed the accelerator, ready to crash into them, but was interrupted by a sudden voice. Sister Mu Xian, are you okay? Hearing the voice, Mu Xian snapped back to reality and saw a young man knocking on her car window. Gasping for breath, she composed herself and rolled down the window, only to find a long line of cars behind her. Sister Mu Xian, you don't look so good. Do you want me to take you to the hospital? The man speaking was Xuan Yu, who lived on the same floor and occasionally ran into her. Mu Xian glanced up at him and replied flatly, I'm fine. Thank you for earlier. Without waiting for him to respond, she turned the steering wheel and entered the community. After parking in the underground garage, Mu Xian took a deep breath, grabbed her bag, and was about to head to the elevator when Chun Man's voice rang out behind her. Xian, what a coincidence. Mu Xian radiated an aura that warned others to keep their distance, clenching her fists tightly, her eyes filled with murderous intent. The moment she turned, a cold energy emanated from her. Strange, why does it feel a bit chilly? Chin Man, dressed in a pure white spaghetti-strap dress, rubbed her arms unconsciously, frowning slightly. Xian, since we've run into each other, why don't I come over to your house for a bit? She didn't notice Mu Xian's abnormality and walked up to her, wrapping her arms around Mu Xian's. Mu Xian narrowed her eyes, pulled her arm away from Chun Man's grasp, stepped back 2 paces, and coldly replied, Sorry, my home isn't a place just anyone can enter, especially not. Dirty things that I am afraid they'll dirty my floor and ruin my feng shui. What do you mean, Mu Xian? Chun Man said, displeased, with anger in her tone, that I mean exactly what I said. What? Can't you understand? If you can't understand, you should have paid better attention in school, so you wouldn't be unable to comprehend simple words now, right? Mu Xian crossed her arms, squinting as she looked Chin Man up and down. Sure enough, she was already involved with Wen Shiji. The dress she wore was the latest model from a luxury brand, worth 6 figures, something Mu Xian couldn't afford with her current income. If it wasn't bought for her by Wen Shiji, she couldn't think of anyone else who would. Having experienced her past life, Mu Xian felt no emotional ties to these two anymore. She didn't care how much Wen Shiji spent on Chen Man, but they absolutely should not have laid a hand on her. When it came to matters concerning her life, she would never forgive them. Chapter 4: Building a Safe House. Mu Xian, what are you going crazy about? How could you say that to me? Chen Man was provoked by Mu Xian's words, her lips trembling slightly as she struggled to squeeze out a response. Do you have a problem with what I said? Since you dare to do those things, are you afraid of what others say? Xian, do you have some misunderstanding about me? Chen Man was initially filled with anger, but upon seeing Mu Xian's seemingly all-knowing gaze, she panicked and softened her tone. She thought Mu Xian was acting this way because she knew about her affair with Wen Shiji, and she was eager to defend herself. However, Mu Xian took a step back. Are you sure you want to touch me with your dirty hands? Mu Xian suppressed her anger and spoke in a deep voice. If it weren't for not wanting to make it too easy for her die, she would have already acted. After taking a deep breath, she continued, Chun Man, I've not been in a good mood lately, so it's best if I don't see you. Otherwise, I don't know what I might do. After saying this, Mu Xian turned to leave. After taking a few steps, she stopped in her tracks, turned her head, and sneered, by the way. I remember that I also paid half the down payment for this house. Please transfer the money to my account by the end of today, or else. Mu Xian didn't finish her words. After adjusting her sleeves, she stepped into the elevator in her high heels. In the parking lot, Chun Man leaned against the wall, her eyes filled with resentment. However, she didn't dare to do anything to Mu Xian at the moment and could only grit her teeth and endure it. After calming down, she took out her phone and dialed Wen Shiji's number, intending to tell him about the situation. After all, they were in the same boat now, and it was best to discuss matters together. On the other end, Wen Shiji had just finished a meeting. Seeing the incoming call, he answered with a smile. Baby, did you miss me as soon as we parted? Yeah, it seems that Mu Xian knows about us. What? I just ran into her. She was very cold towards me and full of hostility. I think she might know about our affair. What should we do? Wen Shiji's expression darkened. Although the Wen Group was founded by their family, without Mu Xian, the company would still be just a small firm that had just gone public and wouldn't have reached its current scale. If Mu Xian really wanted to mess with the company, it would be easy for her since most of the partnerships were negotiated by her alone. He was just a figurehead. Furthermore, the project leaders for the investments Mu Xian was involved in only recognized her. If she turned against them, even if the company didn't collapse, the stock would plummet. Has she produced any evidence? Wen Shiji asked seriously after calming down. Not that I know of. I see. But how long do we have to keep hiding? I want to stand by your side openly. I don't want to live in the shadows every day. Don't worry. I've already started building good relationships with those partners. Once we get familiar, Mu Xian will have no value left. By then, you'll be my girlfriend or even my wife. Okay, I'll wait for your good news. At this point, the two of them were still scheming against Mu Xian, but little did they know, they no longer had that opportunity. Back at home, Mu Xian stored all the valuable items in her space. She had arranged with the Longhua security group to measure and renovate the house. To avoid losing valuable items and having furniture collect dust, Mu Xian planned to tidy everything up before they arrived. Fortunately, with her space system, she could store many things just by using her mind or waving her hand, so it didn't take much time. The Longhua security group staff worked quickly. Just as she finished storing her things, they arrived. After measuring, they reported the data to the company, which quickly devised a plan. After obtaining Mu Xian's consent, they decided to start the work immediately. Miss Mu, we can begin the work now. Shall we start now? The lead foreman asked as he approached Mu Xian. After receiving an affirmative answer, he instructed his team to go downstairs to transport materials. After Mu Xian told them the door lock password, she went downstairs and saw the workers moving materials, letting out a long breath. With this safe house, her safety would be guaranteed during the apocalypse. Hey, Mu Xian, are you planning to renovate the house? At that moment, a middle-aged man walked up to Mu Xian with a grin. The moment she saw him, her expression turned cold again. This man was Xuan, the captain of the security team in the community. Mu Xian hadn't forgotten that it was he who led people to pry open her doors and windows. He used his identity to bully others, leading the security personnel in the community to commit robbery and murder, sparing neither women nor children. In just a week since the apocalypse began, he had already taken the lives of 20 or 30 people. Looking at his face, Mu Xian didn't want to say a word. In her opinion, such a person was not worthy of speaking to her. Seeing that Mu Xian was ignoring him, he snorted coldly, brandishing an electric baton and shouting at the workers moving materials, "You all better be careful. This is a high-end community, and the elevators and floors are custom-made. If you damage anything belonging to the residents inside, you won't be able to pay for it with all your wealth." Listening to his words, Mu Xian's lips curled up with a hint of sarcasm. Just a community security guard who thought that being a captain meant he could dominate the entire community. He was the one treating a feather as a command. You don't need to pay attention to him. Just do your job. If there's anything, I'll take responsibility. Mu Xian shot him a glance and said to the workers before leaving the community. Due to her status, the hotel didn't charge her and directly gave her the key card to the high-end presidential suite. After entering the room, Mu Xian rested for a while and was just about to take a shower when Shiji's voice rang out at the door. She frowned, her face full of displeasure, but thinking of her plan, she had no choice but to walk to the door and open it for him. Xian, I've missed you so much after such a long time. As soon as Shiji entered, he opened his arms wanting to hug Mu Xian, but she dodged him. He stood there stunned, looking at Mu Xian's face, and recalled Chun Man's words, suddenly feeling a bit flustered. At the moment, he hadn't become familiar with his partners yet and couldn't afford to kick Mu Xian out, but her current demeanor made him think too much. What's wrong? Have you forgotten your boyfriend after a few days? To reassure Mu Xian, he approached her and jokingly said. However, Mu Xian couldn't be bothered to respond to him, her anger rising sharply. She worried that she might actually kill him, so she turned and went back into the room. He was unsure if Mu Xian really knew about his relationship with Chun Man, so he tentatively asked a question. Mu Xian suppressed her anger, turned to look at him, and said, "No, it's just that I've been feeling unwell these past few days and have been feeling very tired." To prevent Shiji from noticing anything, Mu Xian found an excuse. After saying that, she sat down on the sofa by herself, seeing that Mu Xian didn't seem much different from before. Shiji breathed a sigh of relief. Hearing this, Mu Xian scoffed inwardly. Shiji's words were not out of concern for her. He clearly just wanted to undermine her power in the company. Mu Xian was well aware, but she had other things to do and was too lazy to expose him, so she just nodded along with his words. Chapter 5. Entering the Southwest Warehouse. What is the big deal? It's just a small matter. You are my girlfriend and the person I will spend my life with in the future. How can I let you be so tired? Shiji said as he leaned closer to Mu Xian. Mu Xian suppressed her nausea and softly said, "By the way, I want to visit the Southwest Warehouse in a couple of days. I wonder if that would be okay." Upon hearing this, Shiji's brows furrowed. All along, Mu Xian had never mentioned the Southwest Warehouse, and everything related to it had nothing to do with her. Now that she brought it up, it inevitably made Shiji somewhat suspicious. What made you think of going to the warehouse? It's nothing. It's just that when I was on a business trip before, I found some new imported products in the Ling Group's mall, and I think these products are good. I was considering introducing some of them. However, before that, I want to remove some underperforming product from the company's list, so I want to go to the warehouse to confirm. I also know this will impact the company, so I want to understand the specific situation before making plans. Seeing that Shiji was unwilling, Mu Xian had to speak again. Shiji was silent for a while, then nodded. All right, I will have Zhou Jie take my identification card and accompany you. Zhou Jie was Shiji's assistant, and by sending him along, Shiji actually wanted to monitor Mu Xian's every move. Mu Xian saw through it, but said nothing. To make him relax his guard, she could only nod in agreement. After their conversation, Mu Xian pretended to be very tired and prepared to rest. Shiji looked at her curvaceous figure and directly pressed her down, leaning down to kiss her luscious lips. Mu Xian's gaze was slightly cold as she raised her leg and kicked him right in the heart. He was about to curse, but Mu Xian sat up with tears in her eyes and said, "Shiji, I'm so sorry. I'm really not feeling well these past few days. My mood isn't great. How about we reschedule?" Facing Mu Xian, who had never spoken softly to him before, Shiji's anger dissipated instantly. He endured the intense pain and said tremblingly, "You should rest well. I'll leave first." Seeing him hurriedly escape the room, Mu Xian sneered and went into the bathroom. In the following days, Mu Xian focused on stockpiling supplies and inspecting the progress of the house renovation. Because she had changed her attitude towards Shiji, He believed that Mu Xian did not suspect his relationship with Chen Man, so he naturally mingled with Chen Man again, only occasionally calling her to check in, without bothering Mu Xian further. 5 days later, he was going on a business trip. Mu Xian learned of this and took the opportunity to propose going to the warehouse. Since a beautiful companion was with him, Wen Shiji seemed very happy and immediately asked Zhou Jie to accompany Mu Xian. At 9 in the morning, Zhou Jie appeared promptly downstairs at the hotel. When Mu Xian came out and got into the car, the two headed straight for the southwestern warehouse. The southwestern warehouse was about 2 hours away from the city. Throughout the journey, Mu Xian did not speak to Zhou Jie, but carefully looked at the documents in her hands. When they arrived at the warehouse entrance, Zhou Jie reminded her, and she put away the documents, grabbed her bag, and got out of the car. Standing inside the warehouse gate, Mu Xian was shocked by the vast buildings before her. Aside from the initial square, the entire southwestern warehouse was completely enclosed. The building had 3 floors in total, each storing different supplies. Mu Xian could hardly imagine how much manpower, resources, and time were needed to construct such a warehouse. One could only say that the Wen Group was indeed very wealthy, willing to spend so much money to build such a warehouse. Manager Mu, the warehouse is too large. We need to take the patrol car over. Which floor would you like to start inspecting? Zhou Jie, still in shock, pointed to a patrol car not far away and asked softly, "Let's start with the first floor." "All right." Warehouse manager Lu Jihao is already waiting in the lobby on the first floor. "Let's go over there." Mu Xian nodded and followed Zhou Jie onto the patrol car. As she looked out at the fleeting scenes outside, her pupils shrank sharply. This was no warehouse. It was clearly a garden. The square was covered with large lawns, and various precious flower species were planted on the lawns. Just these alone were worth over 100 million. She couldn't imagine what kind of mentality the Wen family had in building this warehouse. "Manager Mu, we've arrived." After a few minutes, the two reached the bottom of the warehouse. Zhou Jie quietly reminded her, getting out of the car first and opening the door for her. Not far away, Lu Jihao was waiting for them at the entrance of the hall with a few people. Seeing them get out of the car, he hurried over. "Manager Mu, Assistant Zhou, you must have had a hard journey. I heard you were coming, so we've been waiting here since early morning. We finally waited for you. I've had people prepare breakfast. Why don't you two go eat first?" "No need. Let us go to the office for a meeting first." Mu Xian rejected his invitation and walked past him directly into the hall. To clarify, the personnel configuration and surveillance equipment information inside the warehouse. Mu Xian subtly asked Lu Jihao a few questions during the meeting. After hearing his responses, she also inquired about the recent volume of goods being shipped out. Although she was not concerned about the survival of the Wen Group at this point, she had told Wen Shiji that she was there to check the product shipment situation. So she had to maintain appearances to avoid arousing Zhou Jie's suspicions, which could jeopardize her plans. Afterward, Mu Xian proposed to check the various inventories in the warehouse. Lu Jihao did not refuse and invited her onto the patrol car, heading towards the interior of the warehouse. During the patrol, Mu Xian kept an eye on the locations of the surveillance equipment, while the miniature camera on her sunglasses silently recorded everything. The southwestern warehouse was quite large, and by the time Mu Xian and the others finished exploring, it was already past 9 in the evening. After glancing at the time, Lu Jihao suggested treating them to dinner. Mu Xian's eyes lit up with a hint of interest. After considering it for a moment, she nodded in agreement. Seeing his chubby face, Mu Xian guessed that he had not missed out on any benefits. Such a person could become an ally as long as he was given enough incentives. It wouldn't be easy for her to empty the southwestern warehouse alone, but it would be much more convenient with his assistance. At the dinner table, everyone praised each other. Zhou Jie watched with displeasure, but seeing that they hadn't done anything out of line, he turned a blind eye. When Lu Jihao saw Zhou Jie leave, he raised his glass to Mu Xian. "Manager Mu, I heard you and President Wen are engaged. Your relationship is very good. Maybe you'll soon become the future lady of the Wen Group. Congratulations." Manager Lu seems to be quite well informed. Mu Xian glanced at him with a half smile, instantly understanding what kind of person he was. "After all, I am considered a middle manager in the company. Such things are hard not to hear. If you ever need help in the future, manager, no, I should say, future lady, feel free to speak up." Mu Xian sneered, knowing that this guy was quite slick in his usual dealings. Since Manager Lu has said so, I hope you won't hold back when I need your help in the future. Of course not. I would love for the young lady to ask me for help. Then, thank you. Manager Liu, shall we have a toast? Mu Xian picked up her glass, took a sip of wine, and a glint of sharpness flashed in her eyes. I'll finish this glass, and you can drink as you please, young lady. If there are opportunities in the future, please say some good words for me in front of General Wen. That's a given. After they finished their drinks, Zhou Jia happened to walk in from outside. Seeing Mu Xian and Lu Zhihao engaged in a lively conversation, he unconsciously glanced at the glass in front of Mu Xian. Manager Mu, drinking too much is harmful to your health. Perhaps you should stop. Don't worry. This little wine is no problem for me. Haha. Manager Mu has a great capacity for alcohol. Assistant Zhou, come, I'll toast your glass. Lu Zhihao was indeed a cunning old fox. He didn't refer to Mu Xian as the young lady in front of Zhou Jia, skillfully assessing the situation. The meal lasted almost 2 hours, and seeing that it was getting late, Lu Zhihao suggested that Mu Xian and Zhou Jia stay in the residential area of the warehouse. Mu Xian glanced at Zhou Jia and, regardless of his thoughts, agreed immediately. He initially thought that Mu Xian and her team were here to investigate him, but to his surprise, they didn't mention it at all, which relieved him. As long as they weren't investigating him, everything else was irrelevant. After returning to her room, Mu Xian carefully checked the space, and after confirming there were no surveillance or listening devices, she took down the miniature camera to view the recorded content. The camera had clearly captured all scenes from the entrance to the entire warehouse. Upon careful observation, Mu Xian discovered that there were at least 30 cameras visible from the entrance to the lobby, and it was uncertain how many more were not captured. Indeed, it wouldn't be so easy to enter the warehouse alone. Just these surveillance cameras were enough to give me a headache. With this thought, Mu Xian furrowed her brows, tapping on the table, and then burst into laughter. Lu Zhihao had officially become her target. After checking the footage from the first floor of the warehouse, Mu Xian did not continue to look at the footage from the second and third floors. She took a shower and went straight to bed. Mu Xian and the others did not have breakfast and left after bidding farewell to Lu Zhihao. Watching the car drive away, Mu Xian hurried into the parking lot, started her car, and headed straight to the farm. At this time, there was no one at the farm, and she drove all the way to the back and directly went up to the second floor. Wang Xuan was waiting for her in the office, as usual. After exchanging a few words, they went to a nearby mountain. Looking at the hidden cave in front of her, Mu Xian couldn't help but admire his caution. If he hadn't brought her here, she wouldn't have been able to find this entrance. The two entered the cave, and 2 wooden boxes came into view. Mu Xian walked over to the box, opened it, and saw it was filled with many weapons she needed. It would be easy to take the ordinary crossbow arrows and knives, but firearms. Wang Xuan looked at her with concern, hesitating to speak. I have a way. Don't worry. Saying this, Mu Xian took out several firearms, knives, and crossbow arrows, placing them aside. Keep these for self-defense, and help me transport the rest down. Okay. Seeing Mu Xian's confidence, Wang Xuan no longer thought too much. He closed the box, then used a trailer to pull it to a hanging track at the back. After securing it, he unhooked it, and the box began to move down the mountain along the track. Watching this operation left Mu Xian in awe, and she couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. This was originally meant for escape, but unexpectedly, it's being used to transport weapons for you first, he said with a smile, then walked towards the cave entrance. Mu Xian followed him as they left together, stopping in front of a building after descending the mountain. He then sent someone to help Mu Xian load her things into the car and invited her to sit in the office for a while. What exactly are you planning to do with all these items? Also, why did you ask me to purchase supplies? Based on his investigation, he found that Mu Xian had been living quite steadily in recent years, without any enemies seeking revenge, making it hard to understand why she needed to buy so many weapons. Seeing his puzzled expression, Mu Xian decided not to hide anymore. What if I told you that the apocalypse will arrive in just over 10 days and the world will be thrown into chaos? Would you believe me? Wang Xuan squinted his eyes, staring intently at Mu Xian, and soon burst into laughter. Haha, Miss Mu, have you watched too many disaster films or sci-fi movies? Although Wang Xuan didn't fully believe Mu Xian's words, he knew her well enough to understand that she wouldn't make such strange moves without reason. After thinking it over, he decided to have someone buy 50,000 worth of supplies. After getting back in the car, Mu Xian started the engine and drove away. After traveling a kilometer, she parked in an area without surveillance, opened a trunk, and stored all the weapons in her space before getting back on the highway. It had been several years since she had handled firearms, and to ensure she could accurately shoot enemies during the apocalypse, she had to pick up her airgun again. During repeated shooting practice, she noticed that her marksmanship had declined a bit. She only hit 7 out of 10 shots, which left her feeling somewhat discouraged. Years ago, she had been called a sharpshooter, and no one could escape her aim when she took action. Seeing her miss 3 shots, a few people around her assumed her shooting skills were poor and approached her, offering to help. Mu Xian glanced at them and saw a certain desire in their eyes, sneering coldly. When she was using a gun back in the day, they were probably still playing in the mud. Chapter 7 Threatening Lu Zhihao. No need. Your shooting skills don't seem that great either. Mu Xian dropped a sentence, packed her things, and was ready to leave, but these people just had to be a nuisance, blocking her way and not wanting her to leave. Mu Xian originally didn't want to cause trouble, but the few people in front of her were simply annoying. She felt it would be disrespectful not to deal with them. She put down her things, did a stretch, and without giving them a chance to react, she struck. The shooting range was soon filled with screams. Those who heard the commotion all rushed over. When they saw the few people rolling on the ground in such a sorry state, they gasped in surprise and silently made way for Mu Xian. While taking a bath, a slight pain from her injuries surfaced, but there was no expression on her face. She only felt that her boxing and fighting skills had regressed. In this situation, if she encountered a strong enemy in the apocalypse, she would be at a disadvantage. Thinking of this, she decided to practice her boxing and fighting skills for the next few days to prepare for the future. After a comfortable sleep, Mu Xian got up, had breakfast, and went to the company. The company was as busy as ever, but in her words, it was none of her business. No matter how big the company was or how much money it made, it would soon turn to dust. So she decisively took a few days off and went back to the club. Perhaps because the apocalypse was approaching, her body received the signal, and she unexpectedly became unbeatable in the club, filled with a sense of achievement. Mu Xian, you made great progress recently. Those who were originally stronger than you are now being beaten to the ground by you. I didn't expect that a young girl like you could reach the level of a world-class boxing champion and fighter. Are you thinking of entering boxing and fighting competitions? During a break, the club owner, Xuan, walked over from a distance and teased Mu Xian. Mu Xian smiled and scoffed internally. Martial arts and fighting competitions are child's play compared to the apocalypse. In these two competitions, the number of opponents is limited, but in the apocalypse, she could be facing tens of millions. Seeing that Mu Xian didn't respond, he spoke again. Do you have time tonight? Let's grab a meal together. Miss Mu? Hello, I'm Zhang Peng, an employee at the 4S store. The 5 snowmobiles you ordered have arrived. Would you like to come take a look? The snowmobiles are the most important means of transportation after the apocalypse, and Mu Xian had already planned to order them. However, she was in the southwestern region, where there were no stores selling them, so she had to rely on the 4S store staff for help. The owner of the 4S store had a wide network, and the day Mu Xian talked to him, he immediately contacted his friends and promised to get them for her by the end of the month. Today happened to be June 27th, just before the end of the month. Sorry, I have something to do today, so I can't join you for dinner. Let's do it another day. After rejecting Xuan, Mu Xian left the club. Instead of going to the 4S store, she arranged to have dinner with Lu Zhihao. At the dinner table, Mu Xian chatted happily with him, and after finishing dinner, she invited him to her hotel. Lu Zhihao had always liked beautiful women and was particularly infatuated with Mu Xian. However, due to her relationship with Xuan Shiji, he didn't dare to cross the line. But since Mu Xian took the initiative to invite him, how could he refuse? He eagerly followed her. Once they arrived at the hotel room, he, emboldened by alcohol, tried to pounce on Mu Xian, but she quickly slapped him a few times, leaving him stunned. Her fierce demeanor instantly sobered him up, and he sat there like a frightened little rabbit, not daring to move. And Miss Mu, what do you mean by this? He stammered, the clear marks of her slaps on his face shaking as he spoke, looking quite comical. Manager Lu, I want to make a deal with you, Mu Xian said directly, sitting across from him. I'll give you 5 million, and you help me with something. What? 5 million? Although Lu Zhihao had made quite a bit of money from the southwestern warehouse, 5 million was still not a small sum for him. While he was shocked, he was also curious about what Mu Xian wanted. I need you to shut down all the surveillance equipment in the southwestern warehouse at 11 o'clock on the 30th and evacuate all the staff. Mu Xian chose the 30th because the apocalypse would arrive at midnight. If she emptied the warehouse at that time, neither Wen Shiji nor the Public Security Bureau would have time to investigate the matter, which would save her a lot of trouble. As for why she didn't choose to go after the apocalypse, there was only one reason. It was cold, and she didn't want to go outside. What does Miss Mu want to do? You have to understand that even as the warehouse manager, such things are not allowed. If something goes wrong with the warehouse, I could face an investigation or even the risk of losing my job. Lu Zhihao was very shrewd. He guessed a bit about why Mu Xian wanted him to do this. He had done such things before and was quite familiar with this behavior. Otherwise, how could he afford a luxury house and luxury cars on his salary? However, his guess was not entirely correct. Mu Xian wanted not just a little, but everything. Manager Lu, do you think I don't know anything about your matters? I have quite a few exciting videos of you in my hands. Miss Mu, please don't slander me. I am innocent and have never done anything to harm the company's interests. Is that so? Since you refuse to admit it, I guess I have no choice but to send this video to the email addresses of all the board members and my fiancé. Mu Xian shook a USB drive in her hand, and the confident expression on her face made Lu Zhihao feel uneasy. He wasn't sure if the USB drive in Mu Xian's hand contained evidence of him stealing items from the warehouse, but the fact that she dared to threaten him meant that his actions had been exposed. Thinking of this, he began to panic. The items he took were worth at least tens of millions. If this were pursued, he would not only face a long prison sentence, but would also end up losing everything. Manager Lu, if you're willing to cooperate with me, we are in the same boat. We share honor and disgrace. I have leverage over you, and similarly, you have leverage over me. In this situation, do you think I would hand over the evidence to someone else? Moreover, I am only asking you to turn off all the surveillance cameras. As for what happens after the cameras are turned off, who would know? Mu Xian calmly poured herself a glass of water, her tone neither hurried nor slow. She clearly saw Lu Zhihao's guilt and accurately pinpointed a sensitive spot, so she was naturally not worried that he would refuse. Sure enough, after thinking for a few minutes, Lu Zhihao spoke seriously. If I help you, the video you have, after this matter is resolved, I will give you the stuff. We won't interfere with each other, and in fact, I can even act as a guarantor for you. This deal won't cost you anything. Chapter 8. Remind Xinyu, how can I trust you? After all, I don't have any leverage over you right now, do I? Lu Zhihao's rise from a low-level employee to his current position shows that he has some brains. His ability to ask this question also reflects his caution. Mu Xian scoffed inwardly, lazily propping her chin on her hand and casting him a disdainful glance. Isn't it just 3 days away? Anyway, I didn't ask you to do this today, did I? I understand now. I hope Miss Mu keeps her word. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind running into you in prison. Mu Xian smiled and made a gesture inviting him in. Lu Zhihao snorted lightly and left the room. Watching his departing figure, Mu Xian narrowed her eyes, got up, and walked to the window, looking at the starry night, sneering coldly, her eyes filled with killing intent. On the other side, Chen Man had just finished a tender moment with Wen Shiji when her phone suddenly rang. She picked up her phone, glanced at the message, and hurriedly went to sit on Wen Shiji's lap. Darling, we have a great opportunity to kick Mu Xian out of the game. After saying this, she handed her phone to Wen Shiji. Good. What a Mu Xian, daring to be with another man behind my back. Does she really think that without her, the company can't operate normally? Has she forgotten that the Wen family owns the Wen Corporation? Although Wen Shiji no longer had feelings for Mu Xian, they were still in a nominal boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. How could he not be angry about Mu Xian secretly meeting someone else at midnight? The thought of the two of them doing something indecent in his hotel made his anger soar, and he smashed a wine glass to the floor. His sudden action startled Chen Man, who quickly stood up and stepped back in panic. She had initially thought this news would make Wen Shiji happy. After all, once they exposed this matter, Mu Xian's status would plummet. Without Mu Xian, both the company and Wen Shiji would be firmly in her grasp, and her future would be bright. But now, Wen Shiji's reaction made her feel uneasy. If Wen Shiji truly didn't love Mu Xian and didn't care about her, he wouldn't be this furious or want to confront her. It was clear he still had lingering feelings. Thinking about this, she panicked. Chunman's words did not calm Wen Shiji. Instead, they made him even angrier. His eyes gleamed with sharpness as he grabbed Chunman and pushed her down onto the bed. This time, he showed no tenderness, violently venting his dissatisfaction on Chunman. Chunman clutched the bedsheet tightly, blaming everything on Mu Xian, and her hatred for Mu Xian grew stronger. Mu Xian was unaware of their thoughts. After taking a shower, she reviewed the footage captured by the miniature camera in the warehouse, studied it for a while, and then fell into a deep sleep. The morning sunlight was a bit glaring. The light streamed through the curtains and onto the bed, and the comfortable temperature made Mu Xian unable to help but let out a soft moan. She opened her eyes, grabbed her phone to take a look, and then got up to wash up. An hour later, she appeared in the Qingyang community wearing high heels. Her house was already completed, and the final cleaning was underway. It couldn't be better for her to finish before the apocalypse arrived. Thinking about how she would die at the hands of those beastly neighbors not long after the apocalypse began, a hint of pity flashed in Mu Xian's eyes. Why is Sister Mu looking at me like that? The fleeting pity in Mu Xian was caught by Shunyu, who asked in confusion, "Your name is Shunyu, right?" It was rare for Mu Xian to speak to Shunyu, which surprised him. Since he moved here, Mu Xian had only nodded at him, and their conversations were few and far between. "Yes, my name is Shunyu. I live diagonally opposite Sister Mu's house." "I know. That's great. I can see you again." "Huh, it's not even winter yet. Is that necessary?" Mu Xian's sudden words left him stunned. He reflexively asked back without thinking. But after seeing Mu Xian's serious expression, he awkwardly scratched his head. Thank you, Sister Mu. I will go by it tomorrow. I won't harm you. If you want to survive, it's best to listen to me." Mu Xian's reminder was just a hint. Whether he listened or not was his business. However, Mu Xian was very clear about one thing. If he had any wicked thoughts about her, she would definitely not hold back. "Sister Mu, Shunyu wanted to say something, but the elevator door just opened, and Mu Xian stepped out first. He sighed and followed her out of the elevator. After that, she began to inspect various places in the house. First was the ventilation and filtration system. Since the apocalypse had arrived, the outdoor temperature was very low, and she wouldn't open the windows for ventilation unless necessary. Therefore, she needed to install such a system on the outer wall, which could ventilate while preventing cold air from entering and filtering out harmful gases. Next was the bulletproof glass. She didn't forget that in her previous life, her so-called good neighbors had broken into her home not only by breaking the door, but also by smashing the windows. After installing bulletproof glass this time, it would be very difficult to break the windows with bullets or other tools. Chapter 9. House inspection, then came the surveillance equipment. Mu Xian installed miniature surveillance devices inside the house, on the balcony, and outside the door, allowing her to observe the surroundings at any time and prevent any accidents. Next were the materials used throughout the house. The walls, main door, floor, and ceiling were all reinforced with the latest aerospace nano-aluminum composite materials. This aerospace-grade material not only had soundproofing capabilities, but was also very hard, even if someone tried to smash through the walls. This layer inside would be impossible to break open with small explosives without using powerful weapons. After checking all the items in the house, Mu Xian nodded in satisfaction. It was exactly as she had envisioned. It was no wonder it was a top security group. Her money was well spent. In addition to these renovations, Mu Xian also had them create a fireplace for heating. Although she had several generators, they were ultimately too noisy, and she couldn't stand a constant sound. Additionally, the generators required oil and diesel or gasoline for energy, and she didn't have much stocked up, only enough to last 2 weeks, so she couldn't waste it. She had originally planned to buy more energy supplies, but after buying so much already, purchasing more would require spending too much money and would attract too much attention. Therefore, she decided to wait until the apocalypse came and take the opportunity to clear things out. After all, by then, no one would know how much she took, making it very convenient. After the inspection, Mu Xian walked to the living room, took out the sofa from her space, and rearranged the house. Looking at the familiar arrangement, she nodded in satisfaction and half lay on the sofa to rest. An hour later, she stretched and got up to go out for dinner, just in time to receive a call from Wen Shiji. He invited her to dinner, and since she was in a good mood today, She thought for a moment and agreed. After all, he wouldn't be alive for many more days. Mu Xian planned to be a good person and give him this opportunity. After going downstairs, his car was already parked below, and Mu Xian got into the car with a blank expression. Wen Shiji was used to her cold demeanor and didn't say much, directly taking her to a hotel under the Wen family. On the way, Wen Shiji chatted with her casually, and when he mentioned the southwestern warehouse, Mu Xian's heart skipped a beat. She turned to look at him and frowned. There are several groups whose products are not selling well. I will compile a list, and you can decide whether to terminate cooperation with them. I will give it to you by the day after tomorrow at the latest. The day after tomorrow would see heavy snowfall, covering the roads with snow. The time Mu Xian gave him was merely to drag things out. After all, she had no intention of helping Wen Shiji with his work anymore. To better send him and Chunman to hell in the future, she needed to endure a little longer. By the way, I heard that you're quite close to Lu Jihao and even invited him to your room. Hearing this, Mu Xian was not surprised. The entire hotel belonged to the Wen family, so it was normal for someone to report to him. We are indeed close. When I went to the warehouse, I found his behavior inappropriate. There are countless items in the warehouse, and if a few go missing, no one would care. But these things are still Wen's, and I absolutely won't allow anyone to secretly take them. This matter cannot be made public yet. I haven't found any solid evidence, so I can't alert the snake. Mu Xian cleverly framed her time alone with Lu Jihao as an investigation, which took Wen Shiji by surprise. Compared to Lu Jihao stealing company products, he was happier that Mu Xian hadn't been fooling around with others behind his back, and the anger inside him inexplicably dissipated. So that's how it is. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I can send someone to investigate this matter. If you send someone to investigate, it's highly likely to alert the snake in the grass. When Zhou Jie and I went before, he was already on guard. However, we didn't mention it, which allowed him to let his guard down. You don't need to get involved in this for now. Once I have enough evidence, I'll hand it over to the police directly. All right, you really are thoughtful. I can't imagine how many loopholes the company would have without you. Wen Shiji greatly admired Mu Xian's abilities, but her brilliance made him, the general manager, feel almost invisible. He absolutely would not allow this to happen and would not permit Mu Xian to continue being so outstanding. As they talked, they had already arrived at the restaurant downstairs. And after getting out of the car, they went directly upstairs. Before Mu Xian met Wen Shiji, he often brought her here for meals, so she was very familiar with the restaurant's dishes. Without looking at the menu, she ordered a few of the most expensive and best-tasting items. Seeing this, a sudden wave of guilt surged in Wen Shiji's heart. He realized that he hadn't had a proper meal with Mu Xian in a long time. Since he got involved with Chunman a year ago, he rarely invited Mu Xian out for meals and seldom bought her gifts. Despite his behavior, Mu Xian had never complained or blamed him. In fact, Mu Xian could be considered a qualified girlfriend. She was impeccable both in life and work. Unfortunately, her personality was too cold and not as gentle and considerate as Chunman's. Her higher standing in the company also made him feel a sense of crisis, which led him to want to push her out of the picture. Xian, I remember you used to really like these dishes. We haven't had a meal together in so long today. Wen Shiji stood up and poured a glass of red wine for Mu Xian. Just as he set the wine down, he caught sight of Chunman chatting happily with a man not far away. The atmosphere between them was very ambiguous, making him furious and his expression darkened. Mu Xian followed his gaze and happened to see this scene, feeling a bit happy inside. She had wanted to see Wen Shiji in this state for a long time, but unfortunately, she never had the chance. Seeing him today, she felt thrilled. Oh, it turns out to be Chunman? Is that person her boyfriend? They seem to get along well. In this situation, while Mu Xian was happy, she didn't forget to add fuel to the fire. She wanted to see how long Wen Shiji could keep up the act. Shiji, call them over to eat together. Seeing that Wen Shiji didn't speak, Mu Xian spoke again. No, it's fine. They're probably discussing something. Let's not disturb them. Looking at Wen Shiji's clenched fist, Mu Xian raised her cup of coffee with a half smile and took a sip. She loved things that poked at people's hearts. It's okay. She's my best friend. Since she has a boyfriend, I should congratulate her, right? Mu Xian emphasized the words best friend, not caring whether Wen Shiji agreed or not, and directly walked up to the two of them. Long time no see, Chunman was visibly taken aback upon seeing Mu Xian. Remembering how Wen Shiji had been so harsh on her because of Chun Man, resentment surged within her. What are you doing here? Of course I'm here to eat. What do you think? Am I here for a bath? Upon hearing this, the man beside her burst out laughing, looking at Mu Xian with a hint of scrutiny. Sorry, this young lady's words are too interesting. I couldn't help it. What is interesting about what she said? Upon hearing the man praise Mu Xian, Chun Man's expression darkened. Just as she was about to speak again, she felt a gaze filled with anger. Looking up, she saw Wen Shiji not far away with a face as dark as a pot bottom. Wen Shiji slowly walked over. With each step, Chun Man felt an immense weight on her head. Sifi, no. Manager Wen, you're here too? She glanced at Wen Shiji, nervously asking, then pointed to the man beside her. This is the general manager of the Qin Group. We just finished a meeting and happened to come over for dinner. Chapter 10. Straight to the warehouse, seeing that Wen Shiji remained silent, Mu Xian raised the corners of her mouth and actively extended her hand, looking at Qin Rui. Hello, I'm Mu Xian, the marketing manager of the One Group. After saying that, she glanced at Wen Shiji. This is manager 1 of the One Group, Wen Shiji. Shiji, say hello. After Mu Xian introduced them, she looked at Wen Shiji. Seeing his expression change from black to red and then back to black, Mu Xian felt delighted inside. Although she couldn't act against him and Chun Man now, it was still very enjoyable to see them unable to express their anger. Oh, so it's manager 1 of the One Group and manager Mu? A pleasure to meet you. I've heard that Miss Mu is an important asset to the One Group. Meeting you today is truly surprising. I didn't expect Miss Mu to be so young. Seeing that when Shiji didn't speak, Qin Rui took the initiative to speak. Not at all. Compared to Manager Qin, my abilities are nothing. Although the Qin Group ranks 10th in the entire Southwest region, Qin Rui's capabilities are considerable. He single-handedly brought the nearly bankrupt Qin Group to its current scale, and his strength should not be underestimated. Watching the two complement each other, when Shiji's anger grew stronger, he coldly interrupted their conversation. Manager Qin, why aren't you staying in your own territory? What are you doing here? Do you have some good project? To be honest, Manager 1, there's indeed a project here, but it's just a small project that Manager 1 probably wouldn't be interested in. Is that so? I didn't expect it to be a project that even required Manager Qin to come in person. The atmosphere between the two grew increasingly tense. Mu Xian crossed her arms and stood by, watching the show, looking as if she was eager for the two to fight. What? Is Manager 1 also interested in a small project? Whether I'm interested or not depends on what the project is, doesn't it? This is my territory. I know best which projects can be touched and which cannot. Manager Qin, why don't you tell me about it? Seeing that the atmosphere was getting worse, Chun Man hurriedly stepped in, worried about causing trouble. Manager 1, Manager Qin, it's getting late. If we continue to talk, the food will get cold. How about we eat first and talk after? Shiji, what Chun Man said makes sense. Why don't we eat together? Mu Xian enjoyed the excitement and casually pushed Wen Shiji to the side. Chun Man's original intention was for both parties to eat separately. But Mu Xian actually sat beside Wen Shiji, which infuriated Chun Man. Her face changed from red to pale, showing a range of emotions. This isn't good. Chun Man looked awkwardly at Wen Shiji, feeling extremely angry but not daring to scold Mu Xian. Is it inconvenient for you, man? Do we interrupt you and Manager Qin? Mu Xian wrapped her arm around Wen Shiji's, casting a slightly ambiguous glance at the two. No, we. Chun Man bit her lower lip, unsure of how to respond, and her pitiful appearance made Wen Shiji feel a pang of pity. Then it settled. What does President Qin think? Without waiting for Wen Shiji to speak, Mu Xian turned to Qin Rui. Qin Rui also noticed the subtle atmosphere between them and nodded with a smile. Although he didn't want to join the fun, he was somewhat interested in this good show. He had to admit he was a bit scheming himself. Thus, what was supposed to be a dinner for two turned into a dinner for four. During the meal, Mu Xian and Qin Rui enjoyed themselves, while Chun Man and Wen Shiji found the food tasteless. One remained cold-faced the entire time, while the other fidgeted restlessly. The scene was quite comical. Sure enough, as soon as Mu Xian left, Wen Shiji pulled Chun Man away without a care for Qin Rui still being there. After they left, Qin Rui walked slowly to the corner nearby and asked, Manager Mu, is what I use still convenient for you? Yeah, not bad, Mu Xian admitted generously, a smile appearing on her face. Seeing her like this, Qin Rui shook his head and said with a smile, "Aren't you sad that your fiancé is with your good friend? Sad? Why should I be sad? It's the perfect match for scum men and cheap women to be together. Isn't it? Haha, you really surprise me. It's rare to encounter this, and I want to try the feeling of being in the midst of it." Mu Xian glanced at him and didn't speak again, lifting her feet to prepare to leave. Mu Xian turned her head and glanced at him, a playful glint in her eyes. She waved her hand and walked away. After returning home, she tossed her high heels aside and walked barefoot to the sofa, laughing at the expressions of Wen Shiji and Chunman from earlier that day. She rested on the sofa for a few minutes, and, after checking the time, she called Lu Zhihao. Upon seeing the call, Lu Zhihao's heart skipped a beat. After hesitating for a moment, he answered, "Miss Mu." "Manager Lu, are you all prepared? Everything has been arranged." "Good. I don't want anyone else to know about this." "I understand." The next day, Mu Xian got up early. Looking at the overcast sky, her gaze became resolute. "Come on, I'm ready." She stayed home all day, quietly waiting for nightfall. As the time approached, she changed into a tight black outfit and drove straight to the warehouse, taking back roads to avoid trouble. After parking her car in the woods behind the warehouse, she walked to a large tree at the back and contacted Lu Zhihao. Afterward, she used binoculars to observe her surroundings. Once everything seemed normal, she entered the warehouse through the back door. A patrol car was already parked to the right of the back door. After getting into the car, Mu Xian started the engine and headed straight for the first floor of the hall. As the hall drew nearer, a murderous intent filled Mu Xian. To ensure that what she was about to do wouldn't leak, she decided to deal with Lu Zhihao first. After all, what she was planning must not be known by anyone, and Lu Zhihao was a ticking time bomb for her. She absolutely could not allow such a hidden danger to exist. On the other side, Lu Zhihao had been secretly observing from a monitor since Mu Xian entered the warehouse. He didn't fully trust her words and planned to use hidden surveillance equipment to record her actions as leverage to threaten her in the future. Chapter 11. The End Times. As Mu Xian parked the patrol car at the entrance of the hall, Lu Zhihao felt a surge of anxiety. His eyes fixed on her every move until her figure disappeared around the corner. After detecting 2 hidden cameras, Mu Xian's killing intent intensified. Indeed, Lu Zhihao could not be spared. She took a deep breath, avoided the cameras, and walked step by step toward the monitoring room. Lu Zhihao, seeing that Mu Xian had not appeared on the monitor again, grew increasingly panicked, his body drenched in cold sweat. He fiddled with the camera, trying to find her, unaware that Mu Xian had already arrived outside the monitoring room. With a bang, the door was kicked open, and he jumped up, turning around to see Mu Xian leaning against the wall next to the door, arms crossed, a smile on her face. "Manager Lu, still checking the monitors this late?" "Mu. Miss Mu, how did you get here? Aren't you supposed to be going to the warehouse?" "Yes, I'm supposed to go to the warehouse. But before going to the warehouse, I had to check if anyone was up to no good behind the scenes." "That's not what you said. I've already turned off all monitoring devices." As he spoke, his right hand quickly closed the monitoring screen, but unfortunately, Mu Xian had already seen everything she needed to see. She walked toward Lu Zhihao with a lazy stride, standing in front of him and gently patting his shoulder. "Wow, why is Manager Lu sweating so much? Could it be feeling guilty? How could that be? It's just too hot. Is that so? In that case, let me help you cool down a bit." Mu Xian quickly drew a gun from her waist, and the moment she pulled the trigger, Lu Zhihao fell to the ground with a thud. He never imagined that Mu Xian would have a gun, let alone that she would dare to kill. At that moment, he regretted not following Mu Xian's instructions and regretted agreeing to help her. Unfortunately, what he didn't know was that even if he hadn't helped Mu Xian or complied with her demands, he wouldn't have lived much longer. After dealing with Lu Zhihao, Mu Xian fired again to destroy the surveillance equipment, then threw his body into her space and strode away, driving towards the first layer of the warehouse. She had been to the warehouse before and was well aware of its layout. As she gripped the steering wheel tightly, she used her mind to loot all the food, and upon reaching the end, she entered the second layer. The second layer was the daily necessities area. Although she might not use everything, Mu Xian had no intention of letting anything go and stuffed everything into her space. Looking at the empty shelves, a slight smile appeared on her lips as she started the car and entered the third layer. The third layer was the electronics area. Well, the prices of these devices easily reached thousands or tens of thousands. Although they would be useless after the apocalypse, since she was there, she couldn't leave without taking them. So she collected everything on that layer as well. All set, next it was time to get my snowmobile. Looking at the time on her phone, she murmured to herself, "It's time." As soon as she finished speaking, a bright light appeared on the horizon. In just a few seconds, the light suddenly vanished, followed by a wave of cold air accompanied by heavy snow. Wen Shiji, Chunman, and my good neighbors. The show is about to begin. She smiled slightly, speeding through the streets, looting every gas station she passed. At that moment, the tail lights of her car flickered incessantly, as if resonating with her current mood. After returning home, Muxian glanced at the time, 2:20 a.m. The cold wind howled outside, sounding terrifying like wild beasts tearing each other apart. She calmly poured herself a glass of red wine and softly said to the heavy snow outside, "Cheers." That night, everyone was awakened by the noise. When they got up to close the windows, they were shocked by the scene before them. Snow fell in June, something they had never seen before, and they had no idea what this snow meant. After waking up, Muxian walked to the window and looked downstairs, discovering that the roads were already covered in snow. Surprisingly, there were people playing in the snow with their children below. One had to admit they were quite bold. However, this wasn't too strange, as the southwestern region was different from the north and rarely saw snow. Muxian had hardly seen it herself growing up, so it was normal for these people to be so joyful. What they didn't know was that this heavy snowfall could cost lives. Muxian stretched lazily, turned around, and walked to the sofa, opening her phone. The internet was flooded with news about the sudden drop in temperature and heavy snowfall. This heavy snow brought joy to some and worry to others. Those happy were the ordinary office workers, as the snow blocked the roads and they couldn't go out, finally able to sleep in at home. The worried ones were the ordinary farmers and entrepreneurs who earn millions in a minute. Farmers rely on grains and fruits for a living throughout the year, and with this heavy snow, everything is gone. As for those entrepreneurs, their projects were forced to stop, and every day brought huge expenses. How could they not be worried? Looking at the various comments online, Muxian shook her head, realizing this was just the beginning. Whether happy or worried now, in the future they would all have one thought: to survive. After turning off her phone, Muxian shivered and hurriedly turned on the air conditioning. The power supply system was still functioning normally, and the air conditioning could still be used, but eventually it would all break down, and by then people would have to rely on primitive methods to keep warm, like starting a fire. Muxian glanced at the fireplace not far away and had to admit that going through it once had its benefits. After all, this time, she would live better than anyone else. Watching the continuous snowfall, Muxian got up to make herself some lunch. While enjoying her meal, her phone suddenly rang. She picked up her phone and found that the residents in the community group were chatting. Muxian coldly shook her head with a sneer, not bothering to remind them. After all, these people were not good people, and whether they lived or died had nothing to do with her. Moreover, some of them could be considered connected to the people who harmed her. Watching their boring chatter, Muxian felt only disinterest. She put her phone aside, enjoyed her delicious meal, and watched a TV drama, focusing on her own enjoyment. After eating and drinking to her fill, she stretched, took out her yoga mat, did a set of yoga, and practiced boxing and fighting, sweating profusely. Outside, it was freezing cold with heavy snow falling, but the indoor temperature was comfortable and the environment cozy, allowing her to quickly fall into a deep sleep. Chapter 12. Power Outage in the Community. Muxian slept until after 10 o'clock at night. If it weren't for her phone ringing, she could have slept until the next morning. She picked up her phone and saw the caller ID, then answered the call. "Brother Xuan, what's up?" "Muxian, is what you said about the apocalypse true?" Muxian had already told Wang Xuan about it before, and he had bought some necessary supplies just in case. He initially thought that even if it was fake, it wouldn't hurt to stock up a bit, but now with the sudden drop in temperature and such unusual weather, he had to reach out to Muxian to understand the situation. "Brother Xuan, you know I don't like to lie." Muxian picked up a cup and walked to the water dispenser to pour a cup of water and drank it in one gulp. "How long will this heavy snow last?" "I'm not sure, but at least it won't stop this month." Muxian is right. When she died, it was exactly 1 month after the apocalypse began. She couldn't predict how long it would last, which is why she stockpiled so much food. "I understand now. Anyway, Thank you for the reminder. You're being polite. You've helped me too, haven't you? Mu Xian whispered something, then hung up the phone, touching her rumbling stomach. She cooked herself a steak. Luckily, she occasionally cooked for herself, so at times like this, she wasn't flustered. Otherwise, she didn't know how much food would go to waste. It would be great if there was a chef at home, then I wouldn't have to cook myself. Eating her steak, Mu Xian sighed and casually turned on the TV. The cold air had just arrived, and there was still no water or power outage, so the TV could broadcast as usual. She checked various channels, and they were mostly reporting on the situation outside. All the anchors were reminding citizens to keep warm, not to hoard supplies, not to panic, and advising everyone not to believe various rumors online. Mu Xian sighed. This no disaster was not a natural occurrence at all. In this situation, once someone labeled it as a disaster, everyone would inevitably follow suit. Moreover, this was indeed a disaster, no matter how much this news was concealed. It couldn't be hidden for long. Then, the weather forecast was broadcasted again on the television. The lowest global temperature had already reached -90 degrees, while the highest was -60 degrees. Yangshui City, located in the southwest, had also reached -62 degrees, and temperatures would continue to drop, which was no different from the previous life. Mu Xian waved her hand, unfazed by the news, as she had already made all the necessary preparations. She had a solid house, heating tools, enough food to last for decades, and the weapons and energy needed for self-defense. What she needed to do was not to fight with her neighbors over resources, but to seek revenge. After finishing her meal, she leisurely lay on the sofa, ready to find a TV series to pass the time when her phone rang again. Does anyone have vegetables at home? I can buy some. I have some. Do you have meat? Let's trade. Yes. Where do you live? I'll deliver it to you right away. Watching their conversation, Mu Xian snorted coldly. It seemed quite harmonious at the moment, but in a few days, things would start to get ugly, and they might even resort to violence. Mu Xian put down her phone, too lazy to continue reading. She was well aware of what would happen next, and there was no point in looking further. Feeling a bit angry, she picked up her phone and found messages in the group chat. Neighbors, did your power go out? Mine just suddenly cut off. Mine is out too. I thought it was an issue with my wiring and was planning to fix it. Oh my gosh, if the power is out, we can't use the air conditioning. It's so cold, we'll freeze soon. Yeah, property management, say something. When will the power come back? Everyone, don't panic. We've sent someone to check, and the power will be restored once it's fixed. It's just that the snow is too heavy, making repairs difficult. Please keep warm and be patient. Be patient? How long do we have to wait? We'll freeze to death without power, and I use an induction cooker, so I can't even cook. Exactly, property management must give us an accurate time. We adults can go without food, but the kids need to eat. Yes, the kids are crying from hunger. If something happens to their health, can you take responsibility? Just as everyone was angrily cursing the property management, Xuan started to yell in the group. Everyone, shut up. What's all the noise about? The property management is trying to solve the problem. Calm down and don't cause trouble. Xuan was the head of the security team and usually showed great respect to the residents of the community, but at this moment, he couldn't be bothered to keep up the act. After all, he was a small leader himself, and if he didn't assert his authority now, when would he? However, his words did not calm the people in the group. Instead, they raised more questions. When will this snow stop? I have no vegetables at home. Are we supposed to eat plain rice? How about we go out and buy some vegetables? Look downstairs. The snow is piled up almost as high as a person. How can we go out? So what should we do? We can't just wait around. Does anyone have any vegetables at home? Sell some to me. I don't mind paying extra. I want some too. I need meat and vegetables. I want some as well, no matter the price. What are you all doing? Hoarding supplies? I advise everyone to be rational and not cause us more trouble. Do you know you are disturbing public order? At this moment, Wang Linxiang spoke up in the group, but the homeowners completely ignored him, adding each other as friends and buying food from one another. Mu Xian watched the good show with a cold smile at the corner of her mouth. This was just the beginning. The main event was yet to come. After they finished arguing, Mu Xian felt a chill sweep through her body. She put on a thick coat and walked into the living room, took out the generator from the storage space, and started it. Then she went to the fireplace to start a fire. Before long, the flames drove away the cold from her body, and the temperature in the room began to rise. She comfortably took a hot shower and then cooked a few small dishes for herself, enjoying her meal. After eating and drinking enough, she was about to find something to pass the time when her phone rang. She picked it up and saw that it was Wen Shiji. In her previous life, when the apocalypse came, Wen Shiji happened to be at Chun Man's house. At that time, Mu Xian's relationship with Chun Man had not broken down. So when she knew there was no food at Chun Man's home, she unhesitatingly invited her to her house. When she saw Chun Man bringing Wen Shiji over, Mu Xian was initially a bit puzzled, but was soon deceived by them. Looking back now, Mu Xian felt utterly foolish. These two were clearly involved with each other, yet she naively believed they had just run into each other. Chapter 13. When Shiji's plea for help the apocalypse had arrived, and Mu Xian no longer needed to treat Wen Shiji politely. She picked up her phone and impatiently spoke, "Young Master One, it's early in the morning. If you're not going to sleep, please don't disturb my sleep, okay?" Hearing Mu Xian's words, Wen Shiji was stunned for a moment before responding, "Sorry, Xian. I just wanted to ask if you have any food over there." "Food? Of course." A mocking smile appeared on Mu Xian's lips as she hung up the phone, walked around the living room, and casually recorded a video of her fridge full of food to send to his phone. In less than 2 minutes, Mu Xian's phone rang again, and she answered it generously. "What is up? Worried I don't have food and want to bring me some?" Xian, the entire community is out of power. How come you still have electricity? And there is so much food in your fridge. How do you know the whole community is out of power? Could it be you're in Qingyang community? Mu Xian took out an apple, eating it while asking questions, occasionally smacking her lips, which made Wen Shiji drool. She knew he was at Chun Man's place and was intentionally saying this just to have some fun, as she was really bored. "No, that's not it. I just arrived at Qingyang community, and I originally planned to find you, but now I'm stuck at Chun Man's house. There's nothing at her place, and we've been hungry for a day and a night. I was planning to come find you." His words were full of holes, making Mu Xian laugh. Sure enough, someone who feels guilty for doing something wrong speaks without thinking. "Are you sure you want to come over? The snow outside is almost 2 meters deep, and the temperature is so low. Are you sure you won't freeze to death on the way?" "Well, let me think of a way." "Sure, do as you like." Hearing Mu Xian's words, Wen Shiji was overjoyed. After a pause, he continued, Xian, you and Chun Man are best friends. Why not let her come over to your place too?" Upon hearing this, Mu Xian's gaze sharpened. Even at this point, he still wanted to bring Chun Man along. Did these two think she was foolish? Mu Xian didn't say anything, directly hung up the phone, and walked to the balcony to take a look outside. The heavy snow showed no signs of stopping. If it continued like this, it would soon flood the first floor of the community. Thinking of this, Mu Xian sneered and walked over to the sofa, opened her laptop, and started watching a drama. At that moment, her phone rang again. She answered the call and put it on speaker. "What do you want to say now?" Xian, why did you hang up on me?" "What? Do I need to report to you before hanging up?" Xian, do you have some misunderstanding about me? I'm at Chun Man's place. Really just because I got stuck in the heavy snow when I came to look for you. Chun Man can vouch for me. Mu Xian's lips curled slightly. These two were planning to perform a duet for her. Unfortunately, she was well aware of their little tricks. Now, she felt no sympathy for them, only a desire to toy with them before watching them meet a miserable end. At Chun Man's home, when Shiji and she were fixated on their phones, hoping Mu Xian would say something, but after waiting for a long time, there was still no news. In a fit of anger, he threw his phone onto the bed, rubbing his head with an angry expression. Chun Man, wrapped in a thick blanket, shivered as she picked up his phone. She trembled all over, feeling the cold air seeping into the blanket, making her bones ache from the chill. Looking at the warm house and food in the fridge on her phone, her anger and jealousy filled her chest. Taking a deep breath, she said coldly, "We're clearly in the same community, suffering from the cold and hunger, while she's living comfortably. Why is that fair? No, we must go to her place. Otherwise, in this environment, we will soon freeze or starve to death. Do you think I don't want to go? But look at the weather outside. Look at the temperature, over minus 60 degrees. Usually, it takes 5 or 6 minutes to get to her place, but with this thick snow, it would take at least 20 minutes. Can you guarantee you won't freeze solid in that 20 minutes? When Shiji glanced at Chun Man, doubting her intelligence at that moment. Then what do you suggest we do? I can't stay in this house for another minute. I want hot food too, and I want to watch TV comfortably. Xuan shouted in frustration, like a mad dog. Shut up. Use your brain and think about how to survive and get to her place. Inside the room, when Shiji and Xuan argued, their voices loud enough for even the neighbors to hear. Xuan stopped pretending to be a lady, and when Shiji didn't speak softly to coax her either. Their true selves began to reveal at this moment. Muxian should have some doubts about us now. To get into her house, you need to explain our relationship to her immediately and apologize properly. After calming down, when Shiji glared at Xuan, took her phone from the nightstand, and threw it in front of her. What? You want me to apologize to her? Why should I? Don't forget, you had a part in this too. Even if we need to apologize, I can't do it alone. Besides, does she even know about our relationship? If I apologize rashly, isn't that just telling her we are together? Think about it. With her personality, if she knows about us, would she still be willing to open the door for us? I say we just go over and pry the door open, and as for her, we can just kick her out. You really do surprise me. When Shiji squinted at her, he had never seen this side of Xuan before. He hadn't expected her to be ruthless enough to want to occupy Mu Xian's house, even suggesting kicking Mu Xian outside. He had to admit, his understanding of her had been too superficial. What? Do you want to live in her house and be lovey-dovey with me? Do you think she would allow that? When it comes to that, she won't go easy on us. Don't forget, she's quite capable. Xuan shot a cold glance at when Shiji took a pack of cigarettes from the nearby drawer and lit one up, trembling as she took a puff. When Shiji thought for a moment, remaining silent, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Forget it. Let's first think about how to get over there. As for the rest, we'll figure it out when we arrive. Xuan snorted coldly, her mind racing, completely disregarding whether Mu Xian was still her best friend. Mu Xian was bored watching TV when her phone buzzed with notifications. She opened it to see messages flooding the owner group. Is anyone going out to buy groceries? Can you bring me some? I'm willing to pay a runner fee of 500. I'll pay 1,000. I'll offer 2,000. It must be said that the people in the group were really wealthy. They were willing to pay so much just to get food. Unfortunately, in this weather, not many were willing to go out. Chapter 14. Collecting supplies, by the way. Do you remember that someone in the community bought a lot of food before? We laughed at that person back then, but now that I think about it, could it be that person knew it would get colder and stocked up on supplies in advance? At this moment, someone brought up Mu Xian's purchase of supplies, and the group instantly erupted. Yeah, who bought the supplies? Come forward and say something. I'm willing to pay double. I'm willing too. It's a tough time. Sharing a bit with us shouldn't be a problem. Exactly. We're willing to pay. After all, your family can't eat that much, so let us share. Staring at the chat records on the screen, Mu Xian narrowed her eyes. Is it here yet? Unfortunately, this lady isn't selling. At that moment, Mu Xian received a friend request on WeChat. She opened it, frowned, thought for a moment, and accepted the request. Mu Xian, y. Did you see the group messages? I did. What is up? Did you know it would snow heavily early on, which is why you reminded me? What do you think? Thank you. Thanks to you, my family still has quite a bit of food. You'd better keep this to yourself. If it gets out, your life could be at stake. I understand. I won't say anything. After closing the chat window, a trace of coldness flashed in Mu Xian's eyes. The reason she reminded him was that in her previous life, he had brought her medicine. Although the medicine didn't help her injury much. The fact that he could provide it at that time proved he was a good person. Of course, that was in her past life. In this life, if he dared to betray her, Mu Xian wouldn't show mercy. As for these mad dogs, Mu Xian couldn't be bothered. After all, their insults didn't hurt her, and she didn't care. Moreover, these people would eventually die at her hands. The more they cursed, the worse their deaths would be later on. So why not let them vent their frustrations now? Who exactly hoarded the supplies? It's best for them to share now, or else I'll find out. And then it won't be so easy to deal with. Just as the crowd was arguing endlessly, Xuan spoke up in the group. For him, whether the people in the community lived or died was none of his concern, but he had to survive. There wasn't much food left at home. At most one more day, and he was originally thinking about where to get more food when the group reminded him. As the captain of the community security team, he believed he had a bit of authority, so he stepped up, intending to use his power to pressure those who hoarded supplies. Everyone, don't panic. Our property management has discussed this. In order to ensure everyone has food to eat, we will send people to collect supplies from your homes and then distribute them uniformly. Just as Xuan finished speaking, the property manager Wang Linxiang sent a notification in the group. Once the notification was sent, the group erupted again, dividing into two factions. One group had supplies at home, while the other did not. Those without supplies were all smiles. Being able to get food in such a time made them happy. Meanwhile, those with supplies were in a bad mood. They originally didn't have much food, and to survive a few more days, they had been eating 3 meals as one. Now, they were being asked to share. Who could accept that? In an instant, the group started arguing again. Xuan can imagine how furious both sides are right now. Probably each of them is red-faced and even itching to fight. She is delighted to watch the drama unfold. The lives of the people in the group have nothing to do with her. Once she deals with those who have harmed her, she will just hide in her safe house. By then, all she has to do is live happily until she's 80. Mu Xian was wearing pajamas, half lying on the sofa, and she had fallen asleep just from watching them argue. In her dazed state, she heard a knock on the door. Opened her eyes to take a look at the surveillance, and saw Wang Linxiang along with Xuan and 2 people from the security room collecting supplies. She stretched lazily, walked to the door, crossed her arms, and leaned against it. "Manager Wang, what are you doing?" Mu Xian opened the door. "We need to check the supplies in your home. If there are any excesses, they must be handed over for unified distribution." Hearing this, Mu Xian smiled. Others might not know the bad intentions they harbored, but she was aware. This had happened in her previous life as well, where everyone was fooled into handing over their food, but in the end, they didn't distribute the supplies to everyone. They kept it for themselves, causing a riot in the community. Afterwards, Xuan and his men dealt with those who caused trouble, even breaking into their homes to take everything they could. Mu Xian lazily yawned. Her original intention of building a safe house was to deal with situations like this after the apocalypse, so she directly confronted them. "Sorry, if you want to beg for food, go elsewhere. We don't have any here." "Mu Xian, what do you mean? Are you trying to openly defy orders?" Upon hearing Mu Xian's words, the faces of the few people outside instantly turned ugly, and Xuan scolded loudly. The meaning of her words was clear. "Anyway, we don't have any, and if you manage to get something from someone else's house, remember to bring some back for me. I'll thank you in advance." "Mu Xian, what is your attitude? At times like this, everyone should unite and work together to overcome difficulties. As long as you're from this community, no matter who you are, you must obey the command, and you are no exception." "That's hilarious. Obey the command? Who do you think you are? You think you can make me obey? You really think too highly of yourselves. Mu Xian, don't be ungrateful. We're doing this to ensure everyone can survive better. If you refuse to hand over your supplies, when it comes to distribution, there won't be any for you. Let me be honest. I've long planned to starve or freeze to death. People, whether you die early or late, you have to die. So when you get your supplies, you don't need to give me any. Just give it to others." Mu Xian's words angered the few people outside the door, as they did not expect her to be so unyielding and to leave them speechless. They could only leave grumbling. After they left, Mu Xian walked to the sofa and picked up her phone, glancing at the group messages. Many people were still unwilling to hand over their supplies, but Wang Linxiang was threatening and enticing them in the group. Although the property management had little power, in this situation, they had become a small force to maintain order. And with the security team having some strength, people were angry but dared not speak out or provoke them. Among these people, many were dissatisfied but did not want to stick their necks out, as they were worried that after the snow disaster, the property management would make things difficult for them. Therefore, they all hoped someone would confront the property management and vent their frustrations. Mu Xian was well aware of their thoughts and couldn't help but show a hint of disdain. This group of ostriches, too angry to speak up, were nothing but useless. Although being the one to stick out is indeed not a good thing, Mu Xian had already torn her face with the property management, and even if she didn't trouble them in the future, they would still find trouble for her. She might as well find some fun to play with. Chapter 15. Deliberately provoking trouble, following the principle of enjoying the spectacle without being bothered by the chaos. She typed a few sentences on the screen and sent them to the group. "Dear neighbors, the property management just told me that in order for everyone to have enough to eat, they will take all the supplies from their homes to contribute to everyone. Please don't be shy and take as much as you can. This no disaster could last for an unknown period, so those with supplies should contribute more, especially the wealthy families in our group. If anyone dares not to give, the property management will come directly to seize it. Mu Xian sent a message, and the people in the group started talking again. What do you mean by saying that wealthy families should contribute more? We have nothing. How can we take anything out? Take out more? How? If we don't contribute, are you planning to kill us? Does the property management dare to do that? For those of you who don't have supplies at home, figure out yourselves. We don't have enough to eat, and you want us to share with you. What are you thinking? Why don't you share some of your supplies? The property management has said so. Do you want to hide them? Exactly. The property management said to take it out and share equally. It's not like they're not giving you anything. Why are you so agitated? Mu Xian's words sparked another round of arguments among the crowd, and within minutes, the group chat was flooded with over 100 messages. Shut the hell up. What are you barking about in this group? If you want to argue, take it outside. And as for the property, who dares to lay a finger on my supplies? I will kill you all. If you had any brains, you wouldn't have your eyes on my house, or else I won't hesitate to send you to hell. You bunch of idiots. At that moment, someone in the group directly spoke up. This person, named Lu Yidao, worked in collections. To put simply, he was a small-time thug. He directly tagged Wang Linxiang and Zhou Quan, giving them a harsh scolding. Wang Linxiang and Zhou Quan thought they had some power now. But in the eyes of society, they were nothing. They shouted about collecting supplies, but in reality, they were only targeting ordinary homeowners. And they didn't dare to provoke these troublemakers at all. Seeing Wang Linxiang and Zhou Quan being scolded, Mu Xian started cracking sunflower seeds. Her words had turned the group into a chaotic mess, and her goal had been achieved. As for how things would develop afterward, she was just an onlooker and didn't care much. Wang Linxiang and the others were collecting supplies well when they suddenly found themselves being scolded, and more than 10 families afterward also refused to hand over supplies. After seeing the messages in the group, they were extremely angry. He directly confronted Mu Xian, furious, and asked Mu Xian, what do you want? It's one thing for you not to contribute supplies, but you're also inciting others not to contribute. If you want to die, that's your business, but do you want to drag everyone down with you? Mu Xuan smiled, thinking it was the first time she had seen someone eager to be scolded. All right, everyone can see through your little schemes. Stop pretending. You're just trying to pocket all the supplies for yourselves, and you dare to shamelessly say it's for everyone's good. You cowardly dogs who bully the weak and fear the strong, after being humiliated by others. You come here to seek a sense of presence. Let me tell you, don't mess with me, or you won't be able to handle the consequences. Seeing Mu Xuan's words, Wang Linxiang felt his blood pressure spike. How dare a little girl scold him? Where would he put his face? Thinking of this, he was instantly furious. He glanced at Zhou Quan beside him, and with a dark face, he growled, this bitch actually dares to go against me. Zhou Quan, gather a few people tonight, and let us take care of this damn woman. All right, I've long found this bitch unpleasant. She really thinks she's some kind of fairy, always wearing a cold face, as if everyone owes her 100 or 80,000. Tonight, we'll make her look good. As he spoke, Zhou Quan's eyes gleamed with a lewd expression, rubbing his hands together. His face was just disgusting. Mu Xian finished watching the play and was thinking about getting something to eat when trouble unexpectedly knocked on her door. She glanced at her phone, unsure of who was calling. Upon answering, she heard a deep voice on the other end. Is this Mu Xian? You intentionally stirred up trouble in the group, just now, didn't you? Let me tell you, I hate it when someone plays tricks behind my back. You better know your place and not provoke me, or I have hundreds of ways to make you suffer. Louis Dao was a notorious local thug, often seen wandering around with a group of small-time hoodlums to collect debts. If he took a dislike to someone, he would have his men beat them half to death. Many residents in the community avoided him, fearing that a careless mistake could lead to broken bones. Those who crossed him, regardless of the issue's size, would have to pay the price. As a gang leader, he was truly fearless. Mu Xian didn't mention him in the group, but he couldn't tolerate any disrespect. Even in this situation, he still believed Mu Xian was provoking him. So after asking for a number, he immediately called her. Remember, don't mess with me, or I'll deal with you first. Damn it, you filthy bitch. Hearing his words, Mu Xian let out a cold laugh. A small character like him wouldn't have caught her attention in the past. Although she hadn't fought in a long time, it didn't mean she was no longer strong. If Lu Yidao dared to come looking for trouble, she had plenty of ways to deal with him. Who do you think you are? Don't talk nonsense in front of me, you social failure. Do you really think you're something special? Be careful you don't end up dead in my hands one day. Mu Xian cursed loudly, feeling very relieved in her heart. In such a boring day, having someone come to cause trouble was somewhat interesting. Mu Xian saw him in a fit of rage and continued to laugh. Oh, you garbage! If you have the guts, come and hit me. Just talking without action. Who are you trying to scare? Go wash up and sleep. After saying that, Mu Xian directly hung up the phone and blacklisted him. On Lu Yidao's side, after being hung up on by Mu Xian, he shouted that he would kill her. His face darkened, and he smashed everything in the house. After cursing Lu Yidao, Mu Xian felt refreshed, humming a little tune while cooking for herself, feeling absolutely joyful. What else should she stir-fry? Looking at the washed vegetables on the cabinet, Mu Xian stroked her chin. In the past few days, she had made all the dishes she could cook and was no longer interested in eating those few types. However, apart from these, she really didn't know how to make anything else. Forget it. Let's search online for other recipes. Mu Xian was researching dishes, while Lu Yidao was getting angrier by the minute. Holding an electric baton, he planned to go out and settle the score with Mu Xian. Dressed in a thick down jacket and holding a metal rod, he opened the door and stepped outside. Damn this weather. It's freezing me to death. To assert his presence, he deliberately exposed the tattoos on his arm, but just a few seconds outside left the hair on his arm frozen stiff, even forming ice. Chapter 16. Ruining Lu Yidao's arm due to a power outage. The elevator in the apartment complex was out of service. Lu Yidao had to crawl from the 18th floor to the 30th floor. By the time he stood breathlessly at Mu Xian's door, his earlier bravado had been worn down by the cold. Looking at the door number on the wall, he took out the metal rod, swung it forcefully, and broke Mu Xian's password lock, then kicked the door. A scream rang out. He felt a sharp pain in his entire leg and dropped the metal rod, hopping on one foot at the door as if doing the electric boogie. Inside, Mu Xian heard the noise and immediately opened the surveillance. Seeing Lu Yidao's figure, she sneered and leisurely took out a crossbow from her space. Although crossbows were rarely used nowadays, it didn't mean they weren't powerful. Mu Xian had previously practiced shooting at fruits from a distance, with arrows embedding themselves halfway into the fruits. Now, at such a close range, she could directly penetrate a person's body. It was rare for the crossbow bolts to be put to use so quickly, and Mu Xian couldn't wait to see its power. She dragged a stool from beside the table to the door, humming a little tune while loading the arrows. Then she opened the 20-centimeter shooting hole in the door and aimed the crossbow bolt at Lu Yidao outside. Damn it! Is this door made of steel? My leg almost broke. Since the shooting hole was 2 meters high on the door, Lu Yidao didn't notice. He was just cursing while holding his little leg at the door. You bastard, if you have the guts, come out. Don't hide inside. Do you believe that when I break this damn door, I'll take care of you right away? Lu Yidao kept banging on the door with an iron rod while cursing, looking extremely fierce and terrifying. Mu Xian saw through the surveillance that his arm was trembling slightly, and a cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He was quite vigorous in his knocking, unaware that her house had 2 doors. Even if the first door was dismantled, there was still a second one. The second door was made of special materials with top-notch defensive capabilities. Even if he smashed the iron rod in his hand, it wouldn't budge the door even a little. Mu Xian narrowed her eyes slightly, aiming the crossbow bolt at the top of his head. Although she wanted to kill him with one shot, she felt it would be too easy for him. So she adjusted her angle and aimed for his shoulder. Whoosh! Faint whistling sound pierced the air as the sharp arrowhead pierced Lu Yidao's shoulder blade, and his piercing scream instantly echoed throughout the corridor. Through the surveillance monitor, Mu Xian saw him collapse to the ground, his right hand tightly clutching the wound, blood flowing between his fingers and dripping onto the ground like blooming flowers. She had no intention of shooting again. After all, she was a kind-hearted beauty. How could she commit such inhumane acts? Being shot in this weather would double the pain and accelerate infection. With such an injury, his arm was definitely ruined. Mu Xian, you better wait for me. I will make you wish you were dead. Lu Yidao glared at Mu Xian's house, gnashing his teeth. He had originally thought Mu Xian was just a little girl trying to show off, but now he realized she was a ruthless person. After painfully getting to his feet, He shot a vicious glare at Mu Xian's door and stumbled toward the stairwell, his hatred for her boiling over. In the stairwell, the blood on his body froze at an alarming rate, the cold air seeping into the wound, making him feel colder and colder inside. From Mu Xian's earlier performance, he clearly sensed her momentum and murderous intent. Although he didn't understand why she hadn't killed him directly, he knew Mu Xian was extremely dangerous. If she wasn't eliminated, his life would be in constant peril. With that thought, he quickly made his way downstairs while dialing his subordinates' numbers. Back in his room, he used scissors to cut open his clothes and looked at his wound in the mirror. Although the pain had diminished in the low temperature, the depth of the arrowhead sent chills down his spine. His entire arm had lost sensation, and it was hard to tell if the surrounding discoloration was due to the cold or the depth of the injury. At this moment, he finally felt a twinge of fear. Good Mu Xian, just wait. Once I'm healed, I will kill you. He swallowed hard and picked up his phone again, dialing 120. He knew very well that without surgery, he wouldn't be able to save his arm in this situation. After several unsuccessful calls, his anger grew as the line remained busy or unanswered. Thinking about the heavy snow sealing the city, his heart sank completely. Looking at the arrowhead in his shoulder, he closed his eyes, hesitating for a moment before taking out a knife and alcohol, preparing to remove the arrowhead himself. Just as he was about to bite down on a cloth, his subordinates knocked on the door, and he hurriedly got up to let them in. Boss, what happened? Who the hell did this? Stop the small talk, and come help me pull this arrowhead out. But we haven't learned medicine. We're scared. Hearing the lead guy with yellow hair say that, Lu Yidao slapped him on the head. I told you to do it. Stop talking nonsense. I'm not afraid. So why should you be? Hurry up. Don't make me do it myself. Yes. Guys, quickly help the boss pull out the arrowhead. Worried about accidentally hurting Lu Yidao, the yellow-haired guy didn't dare to act and threw the hot potato to the other subordinates who had come along. While he looked around nervously, Lu Yidao shot him a glare, too lazy to reprimand him. After all, his life was more important at that moment. Since there was no anesthetic at home, they had to go for it. Lu Yidao instructed his subordinates to heat the knife with alcohol and began the process. Several times during it, he nearly fainted from the pain. Luckily, he was able to endure, and his subordinates finally managed to pull out the arrowhead, but unfortunately, his entire arm was still ruined. Sitting on the sofa, he gasped for breath, letting his subordinates bandage his wound, his hatred reaching a peak. Mu Xian, you bitch. If I don't kill you, I swear I won't be human. At this moment, a terrifying killing intent radiated from him, startling the nearby subordinates into silence as they stood beside him. He picked up his phone, his face dark as a pot bottom, typed a few words, and sent them to the group. Mu Xian, you better wait for me. Once I catch you, I will make you wish you were dead. The homeowners in the group were unaware of what had happened. They only knew that Mu Xian had offended Lu Yidao, and they couldn't help but feel anxious for her. After all, everyone knew Lu Yidao was a thug who acted ruthlessly. A delicate beauty like Mu Xian would surely suffer if she fell into his hands. Although everyone felt anxious for Mu Xian, they had no idea that she had crippled Lu Yidao's arm. If they knew, they would surely be shocked. Chapter 17. Whoever comes will die. Some people in the group were worried, some indifferent, and some delighted. Xuan and Wang Linxiang couldn't help but laugh when they saw the messages in the group. They had originally planned to deal with Mu Xian that evening, but upon seeing Lu Yidao specifically name her for death, they decided to watch the show first. In their view, neither Lu Yidao nor Mu Xian were good people, and if they could both suffer, that would be best. This way, they could benefit from the situation and take some supplies from them. Mu Xian sat at the dining table eating, feeling very happy when she saw the message. Anyway, her home was like a fortress, and she wasn't afraid of him at all. As long as she didn't go out, this group of trash couldn't do anything to her. I said, what's your dog's name? Is your arm better now? Do you believe that if you come again, I can break your other arm? Upon seeing Mu Xian's message, the people in the group were shocked. They couldn't believe that a woman like Mu Xian dared to openly challenge Lu Yidao, and from her words, even threatened to break Lu Yidao's arm. Lu Yidao clenched his phone, wishing he could kill Mu Xian right then and there. Damn it, just wait for me. All right, I want to see what you can do to me. I have to say, Mu Xian was very confident now. She had a safe house, weapons, food, heating equipment, and so on. If someone annoyed her, she would confront them directly. After all, At times like this, no law could restrain her. Louis Dao was furious. But now he could do nothing. Even the slightest movement caused his wound to hurt badly. Boss, this Mu Xian is too arrogant. Let's help you kill her. Huang Mao, seeing Lu Yidao unable to act, wanted to perform well in front of him and shouted to help Lu Yidao deal with Mu Xian. Norus, this bitch is cunning and vicious, and she has a crossbow. We need to be prepared to prevent her from launching another sneak attack. Also, although I broke the lock on her door, I didn't open it. After I recover for a couple of days, we'll go together to pry open her door and kill her. All right, we'll listen to you, big brother. Huang Mao and the others have been following Lu Yidao for so long and were also desperate characters. Hearing that Mu Xian had a crossbow, instead of being afraid, they were excited to experience the thrill of killing. Before the blizzard came, due to police control, they could at most beat someone half to death, but now, at this time, the police couldn't even respond. They were incredibly eager to try what it felt like to kill someone. Mu Xian knew they wouldn't give up easily. After finishing the meal, she took out a lot of equipment from her space. Looking at the gear spread out on the table, she picked a few suitable items and placed them on the shoe cabinet next to the door. As long as those little punks dared to come, she wouldn't mind letting them all have a taste. Just as Mu Xian finished arranging everything, her phone rang. She opened it to take a look. It was Xuan Yu. Sister Mu, are you okay? I've been having a fever these past couple of days, feeling groggy, and didn't know what was happening. I just saw the messages in the group and found out you had a falling out with Lu Yidao. This person is no good. Why don't you come to my house to hide? Hide? The ones who should hide are them. Why should I hide? Mu Xian thought to herself, unable to help but smile. No need, I can handle it. Instead of worrying about me, you might as well worry about your own illness. Getting sick in this kind of weather is not a good thing. Mu Xian sent a message and then closed the chat interface. She walked to the fireplace, added some firewood, and lay down on the sofa to turn on the TV. Currently, many TV channels are no longer broadcasting, and only a few provincial channels and CCTV are still watchable. However, the broadcasts mainly focus on the topic of the snow disaster, with most of the discussions being encouraging words. Mu Xian glanced at the time, her eyes feeling a bit sore. After turning down the volume of the TV, she covered herself with a blanket and fell asleep. Time passed quickly, and when she woke up, it was already past 11 at night. She picked up her phone and saw more than 10 missed calls, 10 of which were from Wenshiji and Shunman. As for these two, Mu Xian wasn't planning to deal with them just yet. After all, it wasn't the time of desperation. She wanted to wait until they were half dead before having some fun with them before resolving the issue. Rubbing her slightly hungry stomach, she took out the steak she had bought earlier from her space, heated it up, and poured herself a glass of red wine, creating a full sense of ritual and atmosphere. Suddenly, she thought of something, took a photo, and posted it on her moments. With the visibility limited to Wenshiji and Chunman, sure enough, when the two saw the photo Mu Xian posted, their eyes turned red with jealousy. Without saying a word, Wenshiji grabbed his phone and called Mu Xian. Hey, what is going on? I'm eating. If you have something to say, wait until I finish. Xian, you're being too much, right? Your boyfriend has been starving for 2 days, and you didn't even offer to bring me something? Now you're eating by yourself? What? Are you trying to starve me to death? Wenshiji said this in a somewhat spoiled tone, and after hearing it, Mu Xian almost choked on her food. If you can't speak normally, just hang up. You're making me want to throw up. Mu Xian said bluntly before hanging up the phone. This guy really affected her appetite. Just as she was about to continue eating, her phone rang again. This time it was Chunman calling. Mu Xian squinted her eyes. What are you planning to do? Xian, we plan to go to your place. My home has nothing left, and I see you seem to be doing quite well. Can you let us in later? Haha, it's really like a little knife poking but did I agree to let you come to my house? Mu Xian teased. And there was suddenly silence on the other end. A few seconds later, Chunman spoke again. Mu Xian, one of us is your best friend, and the other is your boyfriend. Are you really not going to show any compassion? At a time like this, shouldn't we unite to get through the tough times? Given the current situation, the snow disaster won't pass anytime soon, and your supplies will eventually run out. When that time comes, the three of us can figure something out together, right? So, are you willing to let us come over? We'll find a way to get there. Don't worry, we'll be there soon. Chunman excitedly glanced at Wenshiji. signaling him to pack a few warm clothes, but just as she was happy for a few seconds, Mu Xian spoke up. Did I say to let you come over? I just said, what you said makes sense. Mu Xian was not afraid of her food being exposed at all. Now, she was not afraid of any threats, nor was she worried about people from the community coming to rob her. After all, she had plenty of equipment. Anyone who came would die. Chapter 18. Driving away the cold for Chun Man and Wen Shiji. Mu Xian, are you even human? Can you bear to see us suffer from the cold and hunger? Not to mention me, but Shiji is your fiancé. Do you not care about him at all? You're really too selfish. So what? When you two were messing around behind my back, didn't you think about how selfish you were? I see you two are quite affectionate, and now you're living under the same roof. Why not huddle together for warmth? If you're too hungry to bear it, you can always cut a bit of flesh from each other to last a few days. I'm very busy right now, so I won't chat aimlessly with you. After Mu Xian finished speaking, she didn't forget to take a few more photos for them. Seeing the photos, Chun Man abruptly threw her phone onto the bed, trembling with anger. This Mu Xian actually dared to treat us like this. We can't wait any longer. Tonight, we'll go over, break down her door, and I refuse to believe that we can't handle her. It has to be this way. Since she is unkind, we can't be blamed for being unjust. At this moment, a hint of determination flashed in Wen Shiji's eyes. He instructed Chun Man to find tools in the room while he planned how to quickly reach Building 30. Time quickly passed, and it was soon midnight. The two of them, dressed in thick clothes, crossed through several buildings. At each building, they would light up clothing to keep warm, and after warming up their bodies, they set off again. Around 1:30 a.m., they finally arrived at Building 30. By this time, everyone in the entire building was asleep. The only sounds in the hallway were their heavy breathing and footsteps. They relied on the light from the heavy snow to feel their way up to the 30th floor. When they reached Mu Xian's door, they exchanged a glance and picked up a baseball bat to knock on the door. The knocking startled Mu Xian awake. She yawned and calmly took out her phone to check the surveillance. Upon realizing it was them, she slowly got up. Well, I didn't plan to deal with you so quickly, but since you've come knocking, I want to be polite. You two managed to come all this way without freezing. It seems the temperature isn't low enough. How about I give you something more stimulating? As soon as she finished speaking, water gushed out of the shooting port and doused the two of them. Mu Xian, open the door for me, or don't blame us for being rude. You don't need to be polite, just knock harder. Mu Xian smiled and said to the two, not forgetting to shake the water pipe. The two glared fiercely at the shooting port on the door, gritting their teeth in anger, but were somewhat greedily enjoying the warmth brought by the hot water. Seeing their expressions, Mu Xian shook her head, thinking to herself, I'm really kind, still driving away the cold for you at this time. Mu Xian intentionally turned on the hot water, but she didn't do it out of sympathy for them. She just wanted them to experience what despair truly felt like. At that moment, the hot water was indeed comfortable on their bodies, but the weather was too cold. As soon as they turned off the faucet, the cold air would quickly envelop them. By then, they would be soaked, and their clothes would soon freeze into ice blocks. Just imagine, on such a cold day, who could bear to wear clothes as hard as ice? Moreover, the two of them did not live on this floor, so even if they wanted to change clothes, they had none to change into. Outside the door, the two looked like drowned rats, having not fully enjoyed the warmth before their clothes instantly became stiff. And soon their whole bodies felt like they were trapped in a millennium of ice, turning purple from the cold. Mu Xian, you bitch, how dare you play us? At this moment, Chun Man could no longer tolerate it. She screamed and pounded on Mu Xian's door, but after a few minutes, only a few dents appeared on the door, which still wouldn't budge. Move aside, let me try. When Shiji couldn't stand it any longer, he pulled Chun Man aside and began to pound on the keypad lock again and again. Half an hour later, the lock finally fell off. The two excitedly opened the door, only to find there was another door inside, and this door was made of metal. How could this be? Why? Why is there another door? Chun Man looked at the metal door in shock, with emotions of astonishment, anger, and disappointment flooding her heart. She slumped to the ground in despair, but the next second, she sprang back up. Her clothes were too cold, and when they touched her skin, it hurt from the freezing. We underestimated Mu Xian. The reason she kept provoking us is that she knows we can't get into her house at all. What a vicious mind. I finally understand. She knew about our relationship from the beginning, so after taking my money, she used it to install this door. I was blind to believe she was going to invest. When Shiji glared fiercely at the metal door, his hands clenched tightly. At that moment, his desire to kill Mu Xian reached its peak. What do we do now? I feel like I can't move anymore. At this time, Chen Man, feeling the extreme cold, had lost her previous arrogance and was trembling all over, on the verge of fainting. Glancing to the side, when Shiji squinted, shivering as he picked up a baseball bat and aimed it at the lock of room 3003, striking it. He was also quickly freezing, and his strength was dwindling. It took him a full hour to smash the lock before he staggered inside. Once inside, he searched for something to warm himself with. Fortunately, the family had left some clothes and blankets at home. Seeing them, he disregarded everything and took off his ice clothes, directly changing into the owner's clothes. Shiji, do you have any more clothes? Get me. Give me something too. My hands are frozen. At this moment, Chen Man followed him in and saw that when Shiji had already changed clothes. With red eyes, she spoke softly. When Shiji, seeing her current state, impatiently tossed her a pair of pants and a few pieces of clothing. She stiffly picked them up and slowly changed. Burn these few pieces of clothing for warmth. We can dismantle some of this furniture and burn it all together. When Shiji tossed Chen Man a lighter, then wrapped himself in the blanket and sat down on the bed. When Shiji, what do you mean? You want me to do all this myself? Letting you in was already generous enough. Do you expect me to do the work too? Don't forget, if it weren't for you seducing me, I wouldn't have fallen to this point. If I were with Mu Xian, I'd be enjoying life in her house right now. Thinking about his current situation, when Shiji blamed all the mistakes on Chen Man. He did hate Mu Xian, but he hated Chen Man even more. In his heart, if it weren't for her, he wouldn't have betrayed Mu Xian. Chapter 19. Chen Man and when Shiji have a dispute. Human nature is like this. Even at such a time, when Shiji still felt he was not in the wrong, even blaming everything on Chen Man, unaware that they were both equally guilty. What do you mean I seduced you? When Shiji, you should ask your conscience when you speak. Did I actively seek you out at first? Wasn't it you who sent me gifts and took me out to eat? Clearly, you were the one who made the first move. After being told this by Wen Shiji, Chen Man also got angry and loudly accused him of everything he had done to her, and the two began to argue about this matter. After all, Wen Shiji was the heir of the Wen group. He had never been scolded like this before, and his anger flared up. He stood up and directly grabbed Chen Man by the neck. Bitch, if you dare to say another word, I'll kill you. His eyes turned bloodshot, and his entire aura surged with fury, his fierce gaze sending chills down Chen Man's spine. She struggled to pry his hand away and nodded weakly, saying in a hoarse voice, I'm sorry, I was wrong, I won't. Do it again, please let me go. Quickly start a fire and look for something to eat in this house. I understand. Chen Man covered her neck, slowly stood up, took a few pieces of clothing nearby, lit them on fire, and then went to the living room to bring over a few lightweight wooden stools to burn as well. The fibers of the clothes helped with the burning, and since the stools were not damp, they quickly ignited, raising the temperature in the room. She extended her hands, unable to stop marveling. So this is how wonderful it is to warm up by the fire. Seeing that Chen Man had warmed up, when Shiji closed his eyes and gave a command. Thinking about when Shiji's earlier actions, Chen Man dared not argue further and wrapped herself tightly in her clothes, obediently leaving the bedroom. That night, they did not have a good time, but Mu Xian, on the other hand, slept comfortably until dawn. After waking up, Mu Xian put on her pajamas and went to add firewood to the fireplace. After washing up, she made herself a hearty breakfast. While eating breakfast, she watched TV and kept an eye on the group messages. When she saw the pinned message, she snorted coldly. Wang Linxiang had sent a group message early in the morning. Today we will distribute supplies, but since some people have not submitted their contributions, we will not distribute to those individuals. As soon as the message was sent, the group erupted in cheers, while those who had not submitted their contributions remained silent. However, soon someone voiced their complaints in the group. Why do we only get one portion? My family has 3 people. How can one portion be divided? Yeah, my family has 4 members. This little food is nowhere near enough. Brother Wang, my family has submitted all the food. There are 2 of us. Why do we only get one portion? Everyone, food is scarce right now. To accommodate everyone, we can only distribute one portion. You'll have to figure out how to share it. Seeing that some were expressing their dissatisfaction in the group, Wang Linxiang sent another message. But this one drew even more complaints. As the situation began to spiral out of control, Xuan sent a voice message scolding them. "You lot, don't be ungrateful. We're giving you supplies, and if you keep whining, don't expect to get any food tomorrow." As soon as these words were spoken, the group fell silent. Compared to going without food, they were more willing to endure a little. "Everyone, we don't have much food, so let's hold on for a bit. The snow disaster will soon pass, and we must believe in our country. During this time, we need to unite, and we will definitely get through this tough period." Wang Linxiang and Zhou Quan are playing their parts, one being the good cop and the other the bad cop, stirring up emotions in the group. However, Mu Xian knows that they just want those who haven't contributed supplies to step up. Sure enough, Wang Linxiang spoke again. "If there are any good activities later, the community won't notify you anymore. If you're troubled by the residents in the group in the future, don't come to us for help. This is your own doing, and we in property management can't help you." Wang Linxiang knows how to manipulate people's feelings. As soon as he finished speaking, those who hadn't submitted supplies started to respond. "I still have some food at home, Brother Wang. You can come pick it up later." "I have some too, but not much." "I have some as well. Come take it later." As more and more owners were willing to give up their food, Wang Linxiang, Zhou Quan, and a few from the security room were all beaming with joy. "Now we have enough food. Brother Chong is amazing, knowing how to fish with a small bait to catch a big fish. As long as we get all the food, we won't care about these people's lives." Zhou Quan sat next to Wang Linxiang, constantly flattering him, his smile almost reaching the back of his head. These people have expressed their willingness. But that despicable Mu Xian hasn't said anything yet. She should have food at home, but she isn't willing to share, and there's nothing we can do about it. Wang Linxiang, wrapped in a thick quilt, stared at the messages in the group, his sharp gaze making Zhou Quan's heart skip a beat. "Leave this matter to us. If she doesn't contribute, we'll come down hard on her. All right, let's see how it goes. If she really doesn't give, you guys take action. Also, check who originally purchased the supplies. This person bought so many things. They must have known there would be a snow disaster. If we can seize all their supplies, will we still be afraid of going hungry? Brother Chong is right. I'll check it out right away." Mu Xian looked at the messages in the group, feeling very happy inside. These foolish neighbors would soon realize they had been deceived. She felt like an outsider, quietly watching this drama unfold, waiting for the chaos to erupt. On Lu Yidao's side, he also saw the messages in the group, but he didn't say much. This was because Wang Linxiang had sent him a private message, saying that he didn't need to contribute anything in terms of supplies and would actually receive more. Since he could get food without doing anything, he had nothing to say. Wang Linxiang and Zhou Quan were also the type to bully the weak and fear the strong. They would scam ordinary owners as much as they could. But for someone like Lu Yidao, who was involved in the underworld, they naturally wanted to curry favor. After all, the people under Lu Yidao were not to be trifled with, and if they really provoked him, their lives could be in danger. Mu Xian was bored looking at the group messages. Seeing that no one was talking anymore, she had no choice but to open a mobile game to pass the time. Chapter 20. When Shiji's scheme today is the third day since the apocalypse began. Although the entire city has started to experience power and water outages, the internet is still up, though the signal isn't very good. Due to the heavy snowfall, not many people are online for mobile games. After logging into the game, Mu Xian had to wait several minutes just to find a match. After finally matching up, she found herself unable to move for a long time due to the poor network. Although she usually presents herself as a cold beauty and rarely raises her voice to curse, that was under the premise of a normal world. In times like these, she didn't care about her image and let herself go. What a piece of trash, can't move at all. After fiddling with it for a long time, when she finally could kill normally, she got stuck at the timing for releasing skills. Meanwhile, outside, Lu Yidao's little brothers had already found their way to her door. They saw that the lock on Mu Xian's door had been broken and thought they could rush in to deal with her directly. But when they opened the door, they were met with a solid metal gate right in front of them. Damn it, there's actually a door. Brothers, grab your weapons and smash this door down. I want to see how long it can hold up. As Huang Mao finished speaking, the little brothers picked up hammers, iron rods, shovels, and other tools to relentlessly strike the metal door. Mu Xian was feeling frustrated due to the online situation. Hearing the noise outside, she instantly became furious. She grabbed her phone and walked to the door, listening to the commotion outside, cursing loudly Damn it, put some effort into it. Are you all just freeloaders? The group of guys outside, including the blonde, heard her voice and became even angrier, hitting the door harder. Bitch, just wait for us. We'll break this door and kill you. They had said this many times before. Show some real skills, don't just talk big. Damn it, this is driving me crazy. Just smash it. If you can't break the door, then smash the wall. I don't believe we can't get in. The blonde guy was getting angrier by the minute and picked up a tool to smash the nearby wall. In room 3002, Xinyu heard the noise and quietly opened a door, peeking through the crack to see 4 or 5 people smashing Mu Xian's door and wall, feeling worried. She answered the phone irritably, asking what's going on. Sister Mu Xian, there are people outside smashing your wall. You must not open the door, hide well. I'll go talk to them. Are you bored and have nothing to do? What are you going out for? They can't break in, you don't need to worry. Just take care of yourself, and I'll let you see a good show later. Mu Xian finished speaking, hung up the phone, threw her phone aside, took out a few tear gas grenades and thermobaric bombs from her space, stood on a stool, and opened the shooting port. I said to them, if it really comes to that, just hide in my place, one by one coming here to seek a sense of presence. Do you want to go down early to drink tea with the King of Hell? She said something to the people outside the door, then turned around and threw 2 tear gas grenades outside. Brother Huang, it's a bomb. Seeing the ammunition land at their feet, the little brother of the yellow-haired guy was startled, shouted loudly, and rushed to the side, crouching down and covering his head. Although they were gangsters, they usually only saw knives and had no idea about the difference between tear gas grenades and bombs. Seeing this latest model of tear gas grenade, they immediately concluded it was a bomb. 1 minute passed after the tear gas grenade hit the ground, and there was still no movement. Huang felt a surge of anger and punched his little brother. Damn it, this is just a toy. It hasn't gone off for so long. It must be this woman trying to scare us. Look at how scared you all are, really useless. The little brother was scolded and beaten, looking down aggrieved, not daring to retort. He secretly glanced at Mu Xian's door, feeling resentful in his heart. Aren't you also lying on the ground in fear? What are you pretending to be a big shot for? I'll keep smashing it. Today, if we don't kill this bitch, none of you will have it easy. But at that moment, the tear gas grenade suddenly emitted smoke. A pungent smell spread out, and before Huang and the others could retreat, tears and mucus streamed down their faces, accompanied by vomiting and coughing. Mu Xian sneered and threw out a thermobaric bomb. The temperature was already low, and in this environment, the power of the thermobaric bomb was well demonstrated. After a few detonations, several people's body temperatures rapidly dropped, and the cold air seeped through their clothes and into their skin, making them shiver uncontrollably. Listening to their howls, Mu Xian snorted coldly from inside the door. This was the price for provoking her. Mu Xian didn't intend to kill them right now. After all, she hadn't had enough fun yet. If these people all died, where'd she find her amusement? Boring days needed a bit of fun. Brother Huang, it's so cold. What on earth did this woman do? One of Huang Mao's younger brothers stuttered as he spoke, tightly hugging his body and asking in a low voice. In room 3003, when Shiji and Chunman had been cautiously observing since Huang Mao and his group started banging on the door. He wished this group would fight Mu Xian to a standstill so he could benefit as a bystander. Unfortunately, after all their efforts, not only did they fail to open the door, but they also got beaten up by Mu Xian, which completely dampened his spirits. He never expected that so many people with so many tools couldn't open Mu Xian's house, and with just him and Shin Man, it was even less likely they could enter. Shiji, what should we do? Not only can we not open Mu Xian's door, but there are also so many messy weapons. If we force our way in, we might not gain anything good. After closing the door, Chun Man looked at Wen Shiji in panic, feeling utterly deflated. Don't worry. From the behavior of that group, just now, it seems Mu Xian has offended them. If we tell them there are a lot of supplies in Mu Xian's house, do you think they will easily give up attacking her? What do you mean? Chun Man looked surprised, her gaze towards Wen Shiji filled with a hint of excitement. I heard them say they live in 1801. You should go down, act pitiful to gain their trust, and then casually reveal that there are supplies in Mu Xian's house. I don't believe they want to be tempted. You want me to go? They are dangerous people. What if they have ulterior motives towards me? If they have ulterior motives, isn't that better? They're not good people. It's clear they won't stop until they achieve their goals. Staying close to them should help us get some supplies. Once they have what they want, we can work together and take them out. At that point, whether it's the supplies in Mu Xian's house or those in the hands of others, they all be ours. Chapter 21. Chun Man enters Lu Yidao's room after being hungry for 2 days, when Shiji no longer had deep feelings for Chun Man. For him now, being warm and well-fed was the most important thing. Everyone else was expendable. Extreme environments are the best test of human nature, and at such times, the ugliness of humanity is laid bare. No matter how much when Shiji liked Chun Man before, now she was just a pawn. Once he got what he wanted, he could discard her just like he did with Mu Xian. Shiji, can we go together? I'm scared. Chun Man looked at Wen Shiji with tearful eyes, tightly clutching his sleeve. Her pitiful appearance evoked a hint of pity in Wen Shiji, but the next second, reason overcame emotion. He held her hand, a hint of cruelty flashing in his eyes. Man, you know how difficult it is for us to survive now, with no water, no electricity, no food, and no drink. If we don't find a way, no one will survive. You're a woman, and a beautiful one at that. If you go, your chances of being accepted are higher. Don't worry, as long as we get the supplies and deal with them, you will still be my most important treasure. I won't despise you or abandon you. We will definitely survive until this snow disaster passes. When Shiji appealed to her emotions and reason, looking at Chun Man with deep affection, like a husband who loved his wife dearly, reluctantly pushing her into another man's arms for survival. Chun Man was not a foolish woman, but she loved Wen Shiji, and in such circumstances, her romantic feelings clouded her judgment. For their future, she had no choice but to nod and walk toward the door. As they bid a reluctant farewell, Wen Shiji shed 2 tears, turning away to signal her to leave. But once Chun Man was gone, he quickly wiped away his tears, revealing a chilling smile. Boss, that woman is too powerful. She has not only crossbows but also bombs. Huang Mao was the first to change his clothes and walked in front of Lu Yidao, speaking through tears and snot. The effect of the tear gas had not yet worn off, and their expressions were quite comical. A bomb? How could that be? If it were a bomb, the whole building would shake. Lu Yidao was furious. He couldn't believe Mu Xian had a bomb. Given the country's management, let alone bombs, firearms were not even in circulation. But that really was a bomb. I saw it on TV, round and black. The way we look now is because of the bomb. Are you an idiot? A bunch of ignorant fools. That was a tear gas canister. Lu Yidao slapped Huang Mao on the head. In this weather, any bump hurt terribly, and this slap almost broke his hand. Huang Mao covered his head, and his already swollen eyes shed tears uncontrollably. His head had endured too much. Brother Lu, that woman not only has weapons, but the door to her house is made of metal. We tried to smash it for a long time, but only made a small dent. We couldn't break it at all. At this time, another younger brother approached Lu Yidao and whispered. Hearing this, Lu Yidao's expression darkened even more. Good. So this bitch is playing us for fools. A metal door is hard to break. She must be deliberately leading us there while she hides inside to watch the fun. Good, very good. Boss, what should we do now? What to do? If the door is made of metal, is the wall also? Let us rest a bit and go up later. Let's smash the wall. We were thinking of doing that too, but we were ambushed by her bomb. No, it was the tear gas and whatever other gas. Are you all idiots? When I said to smash the wall, I didn't say we had to smash it from right next to her door. What does the boss mean? A few younger brothers looked at Lu Yidao in confusion. I told you to eat more walnuts to boost your brains, but you insisted on eating all kinds of nonsense. Your minds are not sharp, and your ability to act is weak. What can you still do? How can we compare to you, boss? You're the smartest person in the world. Huang Mao rubbed his nose, flattering while grinning foolishly. Lu Yidao knew they were just flattering him, but he couldn't resist liking to hear it. Isn't there an old lady living in 3004? Tonight, we'll go directly into 3004 and smash from the old lady's side. 3001 and 3004 are adjacent. I want to see how she can throw tear gas. What if the old lady doesn't allow it? If she doesn't allow it, just do it anyway. At this time, the police can't do anything. Yes. Brother Huang is right. As the group was discussing, there was a sudden knock on the door. Lu Yidao squinted and signaled Huang Mao to take a look. Huang Mao nodded, walked to the door, and peered through the peephole. Boss, it's a woman. Could it be that bitch Mu Xian has come to our door? Good. I was worried she wouldn't come out. Now she is walking right into the tiger's mouth. Mu Xian usually leaves early and returns late, and she doesn't really greet the people in the building, so everyone hasn't seen her much. Therefore, when Chun Man arrived, Lu Yidao mistook her for Mu Xian. He had his subordinates stand on either side of the door and signaled for Huang Mao to open it. As soon as the door opened, a group of people directly pinned her down without any consideration for her feelings. Hey, what are you doing? You're hurting me. Woo woo woo. Chun Man felt wronged and immediately started crying after being held down. Lu Yidao leaned closer to her, lifted her face, squinted his eyes, and asked, "Are you that bitch Mu Xian?" No. I'm Chun Man from Building 20. How could someone from Building 20 come to Building 30? I heard that there are supplies in Building 30, so I wanted to come and buy some. Upon hearing this, Lu Yidao's expression darkened. Who did you hear that from? After a pause, he continued to ask, do you know who bought that batch of supplies? At this point, Chun Man felt a glimmer of hope. I heard it was someone from your Building 30, but I'm not sure who, so I wanted to ask. You were supposed to go to Building 30, but you ended up on the 18th floor? Tell me, what exactly are you here for? Hearing Chun Man's words, Lu Yidao sensed something was off and grabbed her by the neck. Chun Man's hands and feet were pinned down, unable to resist. She could only shed tears and hoarsely say, I just wanted to borrow a piece of clothing. Chapter 22. Supplies were swallowed borrow clothes? Lu Yidao glanced at Chun Man's body and noticed she was only wearing a few thin outer garments and couldn't help but burst out laughing. In this weather, he was shivering even with several sweaters and a down jacket. Yet Chun Man, a delicate woman, was only wearing a few thin jackets. I just moved to this community and didn't bring any thick clothes, but it's too cold, so I was planning to buy some food to get through a few days, but I really couldn't stand the cold. I just happened to hear some noise on this floor and wanted to borrow a few pieces of clothing. After Lu Yidao released his grip on Chun Man's neck, she coughed a few times and hurriedly explained, We're not familiar with you. Why should we lend you clothes? Besides, my brothers are also cold. Huang Mao stared at Chun Man's beautiful face, revealing a mischievous smile, and reached out to wrap his arm around her shoulder. Upon seeing this, the others' gazes immediately turned ambiguous. You guys shouldn't do this. I won't borrow anymore. I'll leave now. Chun Man was frightened, although she had prepared herself mentally before coming. Seeing the desire in these people's eyes at that moment was something she couldn't accept. Leave? What do you think this place is? You can come and go as you please. Lu Yidao spoke, and his subordinates understood his meaning, quickly tearing Chun Man's clothes into shreds and throwing them into Lu Yidao's arms. Please, let me go. She tightly hugged her body, not knowing if it was fear or the cold that made her shiver violently. You came to us willingly, and you want us to let you go? Woman, do you think too highly of yourself? No, that's not it. I'm begging you, don't touch me. Ha, don't touch you? I want to touch you. What are you going to do about it? After Lu Yidao finished speaking, he pounced on Chun Man without caring. The surrounding subordinates laughed and turned around, walking into one of the bedrooms, occasionally peeking through the door crack at the living room. Chun Man screamed, trying to push Lu Yidao away. But after all, she was just a woman and couldn't match Lu Yidao's strength. She was quickly pinned down. Just then, she slapped Lu Yidao's face. Lu Yidao was stunned for a few seconds, and after realizing it, he fiercely slapped Chun Man a few times, causing blood to immediately ooze from the corner of her mouth. You little bitch, dare to touch me? I'll kill you. The living room echoed with Chun Man's screams, while the few younger brothers in the bedroom chatted happily. This woman has a nice figure. I wonder what she tastes like. Why not wait for the boss to finish and let him satisfy the brothers' cravings? I think that's a good idea. Huang Ge, why don't you tell Lu Ge? You little brats, you dare to covet the boss's woman? Do you want to die? Huang Mao glared at a few of them, his tone stern. Although he also wanted to taste what Chun Man was like, he didn't dare to snatch a woman from Lu Yidao. After all, someone like Lu Yidao was ruthless and would not spare anyone. In the living room, Chun Man's voice grew fainter, and just as the younger brothers were curiously preparing to open the door, Lu Yidao pushed the door open and walked in. She's for you guys. Once these words were said, everyone in the room could no longer hold back and rushed out like crazy. Chun Man lay hopelessly on the sofa, unable to make a sound, The coldness of her body was far less than the coldness in her heart. She closed her eyes, not wanting to see the beasts that were messing with her, with only one thought in her mind. She wanted revenge. She wouldn't spare any of these people, nor Mu Xian. She would make them all experience the same despair as her before letting them die in extreme pain. A few hours later, everyone sat contentedly on the sofa smoking, with no one willing to care about Chunman's life or death. Chunman slowly got up, her hair disheveled, her body covered in bruises. She glared at everyone with indifference and said coldly, "Give me some clothes." "Oh, you're still alive." Huang Mao arrogantly raised his head, revealing a mocking expression, licking his lips and then letting out a helpless sigh. "Since you've been somewhat cooperative, I'll give you some." He tossed a piece of clothing to Chunman, who didn't mind, picked it up and put it on, walking barefoot into the bathroom. The next day, the heavy snow still hadn't stopped, and the entire community was blanketed in white. The first floor was already covered by heavy snow, with the snow accumulation reaching 3 meters, making travel increasingly difficult. Mu Xian was drinking red wine, enjoying delicious food, and watching the TV series she had downloaded long ago, sitting on a balcony while admiring the snow scene. It must be said that the snow scene is beautiful, but such a beautiful snow scene can be deadly. Ding Dong. Mu Xian was engrossed in watching a drama when her phone suddenly buzzed a few times. She opened it to find messages flooding in the group chat. "Manager Wang, it's almost noon. Why haven't you distributed the supplies yet?" "Yeah, Manager Wang, we barely ate anything yesterday. We're already hungry. Hurry and send food. My child is crying from hunger. When are you coming?" "Manager Wang, at least say something. We're already without water and electricity. We can't be out of food too." As more and more people asked questions, Mu Xian couldn't help but smile, thinking, the real disaster has begun. "Food? Supplies? You've all been fooled. Idiots." She chuckled and continued to read the chat messages. "Neighbors, does anyone have fever medicine? My wife has a fever. If it doesn't go down, she might get brain damage. I have a cold too. Does anyone have medicine? Could you spare me some? Or I can buy some." The messages in the group kept increasing, with requests for food and medicine totaling over 100. Yet Wang Linxiang said nothing. Seeing the messages tagging Wang Linxiang and Zhou Quan lined up neatly, Mu Xian quickly typed on her keyboard. "Manager Wang, you said you would distribute supplies every day, and it's already this late without any. Are you planning to hoard everyone's supplies?" The group members already suspected that Wang Linxiang didn't want to distribute the supplies, but they didn't dare to say it directly. With Mu Xian's question, their hearts started to race. Wang Linxiang glanced at the group messages, snorted coldly, and directly closed the chat interface. He had worked hard with Zhou Quan and a few others to deceive everyone into getting these supplies and had no intention of handing them out. If others had the ability, they could come and take them. If one came, he would fight one. If two came, he would fight two. Everyone in the group saw Mu Xian's message and realized they had been deceived, instantly losing their composure, flooding the chat with curses towards Wang Linxiang's ancestors. Watching the flood of messages, Mu Xian couldn't contain her laughter. Chapter 23. Qin Rue contacts Mu Xian in room 1801. Chunman's heart felt like ashes. She knew there was no turning back once she chose this path. To take revenge on everyone, she swallowed her humiliation and catered to Lu Yidao and his lackeys. Although she hadn't gained Lu Yidao's trust yet, she was added to the group and learned that Wang Linxiang had hoarded the food. That night, while Lu Yidao and his men were asleep, she secretly informed Wen Shiji of this news. Upon receiving the information, Wen Shiji's mind began to form a plan. Man, good job. Now add me to the group and also incite Lu Yidao a bit. Find a way to make them go and seize the supplies from Wang Linxiang. With Lu Yidao's strength, Wang Linxiang shouldn't dare to stop him, and they will probably share a lot of supplies with us. And as you are one of Wang Linxiang's group, you should be able to get something to eat. When they're all asleep, send me a message, and I will sneak down. You can give me some of the supplies. Only when I am well fed and full will I have the energy to plan the next steps. Don't worry, I won't make you wait too long. As long as we use them to break down Mu Xian's door, we can be together forever." When Shiji sent a message to Chunman, and when she saw it, her cold heart finally warmed a little. Although it was Wen Shiji who had sent her to Lu Yidao's bed, she still believed that he loved her and was full of confidence about their future. "Okay, I'll wait for you. You must be quick. I'm afraid I can't hold on much longer. I will find a way as soon as possible. First add me to the group. Around 1 o'clock in the morning, Mu Xian had just finished her shower when she heard her phone ring. Picking it up, she saw that when Shiji had been added to the group. She couldn't help but snort coldly and chose to ignore it. No matter what Wen Shiji and Shinman planned to do, she wasn't afraid. After all, her home was like a copper wall and iron bastion. They couldn't break in. For now, she just needed to stay at home, relax, and when that group attacked her, she would just take action. When the time was right, she would go out and deal with all of them. On the 5th day of the apocalypse, Mu Xian slept until noon. After getting up and washing up, she took some vegetables from the fridge and cooked herself a meal. As she was about to eat, she noticed a friend request on her phone. When she opened it, it was actually from Qin Rue. She narrowed her eyes, feeling a bit puzzled. She had only met Qin Rue once, and they hadn't exchanged contact information. Since the apocalypse began, they hadn't been in touch. So why was he reaching out now? Was it for supplies? Mu Xian thought for a moment and accepted the friend request. As soon as they were connected, Qin Rue sent her a message. Manager Mu, long time no see. We haven't seen each other now, have we? Qin Rue looked at the conversation, his eyebrows raised. I just wanted to check if you're doing well. Seeing that you're still alive puts me at ease. Really? It's surprising that Mr. Qin cares so much about me. I just think it's a pity for such an interesting person like you to be frozen to death. At a time like this, when there's nothing to do, having someone to chat with can help pass the time. It seems Mr. Qin is doing quite well to even have the mood to find someone to chat with. Qin Rue glanced at the weather outside and typed a few words on the keyboard. Fortunately, I haven't frozen to death. Then congratulations, Mr. Qin. I have things to attend to, so I won't keep you chatting aimlessly. If you can't get by, feel free to come to me for support. I believe I can make your life a bit more comfortable. Sure, when I really have nowhere to go, I'll come to you for support. Mu Xian jokingly said something and then closed the chat box. Qin Rue held his phone. The corners of his mouth lifted, but his eyes revealed a hint of worry. Although his home was not as comfortable as Mu Xian's, they had plenty of supplies. On the day the temperature dropped, he sent someone out overnight to buy a lot of food and prepared some charcoal. When he was 5 years old, his family sent him to a farm under the pretext of experiencing life, and that family was very poor. In winter, they lacked clothing and food, relying solely on their integrity to stay warm. For the past few days, heavy snow had been falling continuously, and the extreme cold of -60 to 70 degrees made him realize something was wrong. Staying at home every day made him very bored, which is why he thought of Mu Xian. The reason he had Mu Xian's contact information was that he had someone investigate her before, simply because she was different from the women he knew. A woman, if her fiancé cheated, would either cause a scene immediately or calmly propose a breakup. But Mu Xian seemed completely unconcerned and even dragged him into a performance together, which was very different from the information he had gathered. He was sure that having Mu Xian around at this time would definitely be interesting. Mu Xian didn't know what Qin Rue's intentions were in seeking her out, but since they had no interaction in her previous life, she didn't want any connection with him in this one. They were not in the same city, and the chances of meeting were minimal, so Mu Xian treated him as a stranger that didn't care about his words. Not to mention whether his home was more comfortable than hers. Even if it was, Mu Xian would never risk going over during a snowstorm, as anyone could become an enemy in these special times. After lunch, Mu Xian began playing games again. Although the internet was still intermittent, it was a good way to pass the time. Everyone knew that those two had obtained supplies and were in a state of being unafraid of consequences. Although everyone had been hungry for a few days, it hadn't escalated to the point of fighting each other, and everyone still retained a bit of rationality. However, if this situation continued, it wouldn't be long before a fierce competition for resources would unfold. Wang Linxiang and his group had a significant amount of supplies, making them the primary targets for everyone else. Mu Xian was a bit impatient for the performance of the grand play. After thinking for a moment, she closed the game and said in the group, "Dear neighbors, that damn old man Wang has no intention of handing over the goods. Why don't we just go and take it? After all, he deceived everyone first, so it's only normal for us to take it back." Chapter 24. Lu Yidao steals the food. Mu Xian was stuffing grapes in her mouth with one hand while typing with the other, expressing her grievances on behalf of everyone. It was moving to see everyone so touched. Zhang Jingguang was right. We can't just sit and wait. If we go, count me in. Count me in too. After Mu Xian said this, the group became excited and began organizing people to go to Wang Linxiang's house to get supplies. The reason they were willing to go was partly because they were starving and couldn't take it anymore, and partly because they felt braver going together, no longer afraid of the few security guards. Moreover, if they went, they might be able to grab more supplies. In this situation, everyone wanted to get as much as they could. Xuan was also in the group. After seeing the messages, she swayed her waist and walked over to Lu Yidao, sitting on his lap and wrapping her arms around his neck. Lu Ge, the group is saying they're going to raid the property management for food. Although Wang Linxiang sent us food, who knows if he will continue to do so for some reason. At this moment, Huang Mao also chimed in, throwing a flirtatious glance at Xuan. Then it settled. Huang Mao, take your brothers and go. If that old man Wang Linxiang dares not to open the door, just break it down. All right, boss. Brothers, grab your stuff. Let's get to work. Huang Mao and his crew clanked their weapons as they walked down the hallway, quickly arriving outside room 301 on the third floor. He gave a signal, and one of his younger brothers shouted loudly at the door, "Old Wang, open up." Inside, Wang Linxiang and Zhou Quan had seen the group messages and were pondering what to do. Before they could come to a conclusion, they heard a knock at the door. "Brother Wang, they're here. What should we do?" Zhou Quan looked anxiously at the food on the sofa, his worried face wrinkled with concern. The food they had collected from various homes wasn't too much. If they were careful, it would barely last a few people for 2 weeks. If they shared it, they wouldn't even last a week. What to do? Don't you have any ideas? Is there nothing in your heads? A few security guards inside were scolded harshly by Wang Linxiang and immediately fell silent. The situation had escalated to this point, whether they shared the food or not. They would become eyesores to those bastards. Old Wang, distribute the food to the brothers. We'll jump out the window and leave. After we leave, let us gather at room 504 in building 28. No one lives there. We can hide there for a few days. But remember, if anyone dares to run off with the food, don't blame me for turning against you. Hurry up and grab your things. Let us go. As soon as Wang Linxiang finished speaking, the security guards began packing their things, preparing to flee. They were secretly calculating how to grab more food, thinking that once they left, they could easily find someone else's home to crash at as long as there was food. They weren't worried about not getting into someone else's house. As for what to do afterward, they would think about it then. Seeing several people frantically grabbing things, Wang Linxiang directly struck 2 of them. "What are you grabbing? Calm down or else." Before he could finish, the door was kicked open by Huang Mao. He walked in, playing with the iron rod in his hand, a smirk on his face. "Oh, old Wang, where are you planning to go?" The people inside looked at the aggressive Huang Mao and his group, swallowing hard. Although the security guards had some training, they were not professionals. Faced with Huang Mao and his fearless crew, they were already losing in terms of morale. Moreover, they usually only managed the community order and had never really fought, so they didn't dare to confront Huang Mao and were trembling behind Wang Linxiang. "Huang, Brother Huang, why are you here? Didn't we already distribute your supplies?" Wang Linxiang was usually a bully to the weak and afraid of the strong. Naturally, he was cautious in front of someone like Huang Mao. "Yes, but we've already eaten it all. We were afraid you wouldn't distribute more. So here we are. You all ate too quickly. We don't have much supplies left to give you. Stop talking nonsense. Hand over the supplies, or else you'll get a taste of this iron rod." Huang Mao didn't want to hear his whining and directly threatened him with the iron rod. Wang Linxiang was furious but didn't dare to say anything. He glanced at Zhou Quan and the security guards and slowly took a step back. As Huang Mao slowly approached, he decisively grabbed 2 large bags of snacks, kicked one of the security guards, and turned to jump out the window. "Brother Huang, that bastard ran away. Damn it, beat them up. Don't let any of these guys get away." As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Mao's younger brothers rushed up and began beating the security guards and Zhou Quan mercilessly. The 2 groups were in a fierce scuffle, and screams echoed throughout the 3rd floor. The homeowners in the group had just arrived and saw this scene. The room was in chaos. Zhou Quan and the others were knocked to the ground, and although Huang Mao's group was also injured, their injuries were not severe, and all the food was in their hands. "What? Do you also want to come and rob? Come on. If you dare to steal, I'll kill you." Huang Mao shouted at the people outside. The people outside had never seen such a scene. They swallowed hard and quietly turned to leave. Seeing them leave, Huang Mao spat at Zhou Quan and the others and swaggered out with his crew. Half an hour later, Mu Xian was doing her nails when she heard her phone ring. She opened it and saw that the residents of the community had created a new group, and there were no longer any messages from Wang Linxiang or Lu Yidao. What to do? All the supplies are in Lu Yidao's hands. Now we're really going to starve. Don't mention it. The people who went to get supplies recounted what happened, and everyone sighed. It's over, completely over. In this weather, with no electricity, no water, and no food, are we going to die? Suddenly, everyone was in a panic, feeling a wave of fear wash over them. Chapter 25. When Shiji sends a message. Besides snacks and canned food, there are also a few boxes of instant noodles and some vegetables and meat. These bastards collected quite a lot. We can eat for a few days now. Lu Yidao looked at the items on the table and sneered. Hey, the supplies that our neighbors worked hard to buy, and they actually dare to swallow them privately. Taking them back is also a way of serving justice. After Huang Mao finished speaking, the group burst into laughter. All right, everyone, save some of this food. Next, we need to get down to business. Lu Yidao called Chun Man over to his side, his rough hands roaming around her body. Chun Man closed her eyes. A wave of fear swept over her. Just when she thought she would be ravaged by Lu Yidao, he simply wrapped his arms around her waist. Shenmun, did you say someone on the 30th floor has hoarded a large stock of supplies? Hearing this, Chunman immediately perked up. Yes, I don't know exactly which family it is, but I heard that the person is a woman and very beautiful. She intentionally directed the information towards Mu Xian, hoping to get Lu Yidao and the others to break into Mu Xian's house. As long as they fight with Mu Xian, she and Wen Shiji can reap the benefits. At that time, she will skin everyone alive. The woman is very beautiful. Could it be? That be TCH Mu Xian? Lu Yijiao touched his chin and said softly, Boss, it must be her. She turned her door into metal, definitely to prevent others from coming in to steal supplies. Huang Mao said, looking at Lu Yijiao, slapping his thigh and speaking loudly. Great. This BTCH can't be let go. Huang Mao, get ready. Tonight, we will break into 3004, smash the wall of the old lady's house. And after entering the BTCH's home, we will steal everything. As for that woman, strip her naked and hang her on the window, then torture her severely. If she dares to hurt me, this is the price. Okay, boss. Brothers, did you all hear that? Get ready. We're going to kill that woman. All right. The crowd cheered, grabbing the food Lu Yijiao had given them, eating while searching for the most suitable weapons. A fierce light flashed in Chun Man's eyes. She could finally take revenge. The suffering she endured over the past 2 days would be repaid to this group and Mu Xian. Due to Mu Xian's instigation, the social relationships in the group have been destroyed. Once this paper is pierced, the cracks will quickly widen, and next, everyone will reveal their ruthless side. The dog-eat-dog drama has already begun. The outside will soon be in chaos, while I can only stay at home, roasting by the fire, enjoying delicious food, and watching TV. It's really boring. Mu Xian sat in the rocking chair, looking at the group messages, and sighed. After 10 o'clock at night, she practiced shooting with a crossbow. In the apocalypse, she had to remain vigilant and ensure her own strength. Although her home was impregnable, she couldn't rule out the possibility of going outside for fresh air, and at such times, her shooting had to hit the target every time. After shooting at more than 20 watermelons, she shook her slightly sore arms and then walked over to the side of the watermelons, throwing the watermelon into the trash bag. Right now, most people were going hungry. If they knew Mu Xian had wasted more than 20 watermelons, they wouldn't know how to curse her. Back on the sofa, just as Mu Xian was about to take a shower, a hurried, ringing sound broke out. She glanced at her phone and saw that it was actually a call from Wen Shiji. Mu Xian answered the phone but didn't speak. On the other end, she heard the anxious voice of Wen Shiji. Xian, you need to be careful. Chun Man has already told Lu Yidao and the others about you. They are planning to attack your house tonight. Hearing this, Mu Xian was a bit surprised. How could Chun Man get mixed up with Lu Yidao and the others? Chun Man is with Lu Yidao and them? Yes. After leaving your house that day, Chun Man had a fight with me and then left. I later found out she has been living with Lu Yidao and the others. Even became their plaything. They said they were coming to deal with you tonight as revenge. Since Chin Man isn't with you, how do you know they are coming? To be honest, I'm currently living in 1804. They talk very loudly, and I can hear them. They also said that you have a batch of supplies at home. So their target is not just you, but also those supplies. Why are you telling me all this? Mu Xian believed his words, but not the person himself. For her, even if when Shiji blocked a knife for her, she wouldn't feel a shred of heartache. The memories of her past life were too painful. So in this life, she wouldn't act out of kindness. Xian, I really have nothing to do with Chin Man. From beginning to end, the only person I love is you. You have to believe me. Is that so? If you love me so much, then. At this point, Mu Xian suddenly stopped. 3003. When Shiji thought Mu Xian would invite him into the house, feeling a bit excited inside. But after waiting for a long time, he heard Mu Xian say, "Then go die. Prove your love for me with your death." Xian, what are you saying? Let me die? Yes. You heard me right. Mu Xian, how could you become like this? If I die, would you be that happy? Of course. If it weren't for the fact that there are no firecrackers right now, I would celebrate it with firecrackers. Mu Xian, when Shiji wanted to say something, but Mu Xian directly hung up the phone and happily went to take a bath. Damn it, you bitch, I must kill you. When Shiji was extremely angry at Mu Xian, shouting in the room, his forehead veins bulging like a mad beast. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Mu Xian lay on the sofa, counting the time waiting for Lu Yidao and the others to come. But when it reached 2 o'clock and they still hadn't appeared, she couldn't help but curse. These trash, why haven't they come yet? Hurry up and get here. Do you have to make me wait so long? With such slow movements, even eating shit wouldn't be your turn. Mu Xian was anxiously waiting here, while Lu Yidao and the others were just getting ready to leave. Finally, at 2:40, they arrived at the door of 3004, smashed it open, and walked in. Although the room was dark, it appeared bright due to the snow outside. They groped their way into the bedroom and saw a figure lying on the bed. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that the old woman in 3004 had frozen to death. Damn, we were so cautious, and this old woman is already dead, Huang Mao muttered, then began to inspect the room. This should connect to that woman's side. If we smash through here, we can rush in and take her down directly. Chapter 26. Lu Yidao's men die. A series of wall-smashing sounds echoed, and Mu Xian stood up in surprise, walking to the door, only to find that the noise was coming from the side. She frowned and walked over to the wall, listening closely to the commotion. Oh, they've gotten clever, not smashing through the front door. Too bad. Even if you break all the walls, you still can't get in. Huang Mao and his group were working hard, and in half an hour, they had smashed a hole in the wall. The younger brothers cheered excitedly, but the next second, they could no longer laugh. Brother Huang, this woman's wall is actually made of metal. Huang Mao leaned over to take a look and cursed. They had put in so much effort in this cold weather, only to find that the wall was made of the same material as the door. If Lu Yidao found out, they would definitely be scolded. What to do now? Brother Lu will surely be angry. The expression of the younger brother nearby turned grim. Holding the iron hammer felt awkward, and putting it down felt even worse. This dead woman, I don't believe the other parts of her house are as sturdy. Let's smash the windows. The balcony of 3004 was 2 meters away from 3001. It wasn't too difficult to get across, but it wasn't exactly easy either. Huang Mao opened the window, and a cold wind instantly seeped into the room, turning his face red and sending a bone-chilling pain through him, making him even angrier. Go find tools, ropes, boards, whatever, bring them all to me. I don't believe we can't get across. The younger brothers listened to him and began rummaging through the house, and before long, they actually found a rope. You, hold one end of the rope and swing over, then tie it tight while we smash the window. Huang Mao pointed to one of the younger brothers and shouted, then threw the rope out. The younger brother looked down from the building, his legs felt weak, and he trembled in fear. Brother Huang, it's too high. If I don't hold on tight, I could fall to my death. Are you going or not? If not, I'll send you straight to hell right now. Huang Mao kicked him in anger. With a miserable expression, the younger brother had no choice but to grit his teeth and walk to the balcony, grabbing the rope and swinging hard towards Mu Xian's balcony. Mu Xian saw their actions from the surveillance and smiled as she walked to the balcony, opened a glass sliding door, and leaned out to look at them. What are you guys busy with? She greeted them cheerfully. then pulled out a handgun and pulled the trigger. They completely forgot that one of their members was hanging in midair, with no one holding the rope. The little brother fell along with it. A loud crash was heard from below, and the little brother's blood scattered on the snow, resembling red rose petals falling in summer. Brother Huang, Lao Wu. Lao Wu is dead. One of the little brothers peeked down and saw that the one called Lao Wu was motionless on the snow, collapsing in terror. Why, yeah, Brother Huang, let's discuss other solutions. In this situation, it's a question of whether we can even survive, let alone find trouble with her. The blond guy felt fear as well, and upon hearing the others, he numbly nodded and turned to leave room 3004 with the little brothers. Mu Xian did not fire her gun. At this moment, she didn't want to waste any bullets, although Wang Shanquan had provided her with quite a few weapons. The ammunition was limited, and she had to use these resources wisely. It was really boring that they were so easily intimidated. After they scared him, Lu Yidao's previously high spirits vanished without a trace. After cursing a few times, he tossed Chenman aside, pulled up his pants, and sat down on the sofa. Is that woman dead? Hearing the question, Huang Mao and the others turned around slowly and walked up to him. Boss, that woman's house has metal walls. We can't break in at all. We originally planned to attack from the balcony, but she has a gun, and old Five is dead. What? Old Five is dead. Chen Man had just put on her clothes when she heard this news, and her already pale face became even more terrifying. She didn't expect Mu Xian, a woman, to be so strong that she could easily kill Lu Yidao's underling, and she instantly lost her composure. Liu Ye, this bitch actually dared to kill old Five. She might even dare to kill you. We must deal with her quickly. Chaman thought for a moment, walked up to Lu Yidao, and whispered in his ear. For her, Mu Xian was someone who had to be eliminated. She didn't have the ability to do it herself, and could only rely on Lu Yidao's power. No matter what, she could not allow Mu Xian to live. Do I even need to say that? Get out of the way. Lu Yidao was in a bad mood after his men were killed, and Shen Man's actions only made him more annoyed, showing her no pity. It seems we need to think of other ways. Since we can't get in, let's lure her out. You guys think about how to make her come out on her own these days. As long as she comes out, we will ensure she has no place to be buried. Around 5 in the morning, Chen Man saw that Lu Yidao and the others were asleep and took out her phone to send a message to Wen Shiji. Mu Xian felt no attachment to him now, and even wished he would die sooner. The only path he could take was to kill Mu Xian and seize everything she had. He sat on the bed, wrapped in a blanket, dark light flashing in his eyes. As time passed, the food for everyone in the building ran out completely, and more people came down with colds and fevers. Without any medicine, the crowd began to riot. At first, everyone still held a glimmer of hope. But as time went on, they gradually saw the reality. The chances of rescue were now nearly zero. This catastrophic snow disaster had left the entire world paralyzed. Everyone's hearts turned cold as they looked out at the miles of frozen snow, waiting for death to approach. In the homeowners group, there had been no activity for an entire day. Just when Mu Xian thought they would quietly wait to die, a message popped up. Everyone, is there really no medicine? I've had a fever for 3 days straight, and if I don't take medicine, I'll die. This message caused a small stir. In this weather, being sick was deadly. Although everyone knew that under the current circumstances, no one would survive, some still wanted to live a few more days and see this world a little longer. Mu Xian looked at the messages, feeling not a shred of sympathy. Who knows if these people would stab her in the back? Chapter 27. Resources Exposed. She stared quietly at her phone screen, and not long after, Xinyu sent a message in the group. I still have some fever-reducing medicine. If you want it, come to 3002 to get it. As soon as the message was sent, the group erupted in chaos. Why didn't you say you had medicine earlier? Don't you know my son has already died? Xinyu, you heartless bastard, my father died too. If you had taken it out earlier, he might have survived. Why didn't you take it out sooner? Yeah, my wife can't hold on much longer. She's just clinging to life. You're so selfish. Don't you know that if you had shared the medicine earlier, everyone's family could have lived a few more days? The group was filled with shouts and accusations towards Xinyu, and Mu Xian cursed silently, calling them fools. Standing out at this time was undoubtedly seeking death. He said he had medicine, so now everyone would suspect he had other supplies at home. When things got really bad, his home would definitely become the target of everyone's greed. How could he withstand the attacks of these people alone? Sorry, I really didn't mean to. I only have one box of ibuprofen, and this is what I had left over from a couple of days ago. My fever has already gone down. If you need it, let Aisha take it down to distribute it to everyone later. Xinyu was still explaining, but no one was willing to listen to his explanations. In their minds, Xinyu was a selfish person, an executioner who indirectly caused the death of their loved ones. Aisha, the girl who had asked about the medicine in the group, heard Xinyu's words and, noticing the excited tone of the neighbors, hesitated about whether she should go to get the medicine. Her body was too weak right now. If she went down to get the medicine and was robbed, she wouldn't survive either. After thinking for a moment, she directly added Xinyu on WeChat and immediately sent him a message. Shen Igreku, Aisha. Can I discuss something with you? I'd like to stay at your house. Is that okay? You've seen the messages in the group. Many people are sick, and this box of medicine is definitely not enough to share. If they come to rob it, how can I, a sick woman, compete? So, can I stay at your house? Don't worry. I will leave as soon as I recover and won't cause you any trouble. Xinyu received Aisha's message and hesitated. Although he was kind-hearted, he also knew how dangerous it could be to let a stranger into his home, even if she was a woman. When pushed to the brink, even a child could unleash terrifying power, let alone an adult woman. Moreover, Mu Xian had warned him before not to trust anyone. Thinking of Mu Xian, Xinyu quickly sent her a message. Sister Mu Xian, Aisha said she wants to come to my house to live with me, and I'm a bit worried. Upon seeing the message, Mu Xian narrowed her eyes. In her memory, Aisha was a skilled surgeon. In her previous life, she survived for a month and a half. It wasn't easy for someone to live that long under these conditions. However, one thing was certain. This woman was not a bad person. If you're worried, you can give her the medicine and send her away. Of course, you can keep in touch with her. If this person is reliable, it wouldn't be a bad thing for you. If you get injured later, Aisha is a doctor and can help with your wounds, which is also good for Xinyu. Closing the chat window, another message popped up in the group. Mu Xian took a glance and saw it was that bastard Wen Shiji. Dear neighbors, do you know who bought a large amount of supplies at that time? I'll tell you, it was Mu Xian. Not only does she have a lot of supplies at home, but she also has a generator. If you don't believe it, you can check if there's electricity at her house. When Shiji completely tore his face off with Mu Xian, he knew very well that Mu Xian wouldn't help him and understood that she wanted him dead, so he didn't hesitate to sell her out. He wanted to see if Mu Xian would still be so arrogant after becoming the target of everyone's attacks, and how badly she would suffer. Staring at the phone screen, Mu Xian felt very calm. This day would come sooner or later. There was no difference between coming early or late. She had long been prepared. If these people dared to provoke her, she wouldn't mind taking care of all of them. What? The supplies were bought by you? Mu Xian, what time is it? Why don't you share the supplies? Do you want to watch us all starve to death? Mu Xian, since you have supplies, you should share them. We're all neighbors, no need to hide. Yeah, you bought so much, you can't possibly eat it all. Don't be so stingy. Looking at these messages directed at her, Mu Xian laughed in anger. Want to morally bind her? They were thinking too much. The food in her hands. Even if she threw it away, she wouldn't give them a single bit. Mu Xian, you selfish and despicable woman. If you don't hand out the food, we'll come to your door to take it. Don't blame us for being rude then. You sons of bitches, we're about to starve to death. And she is still eating well without sharing. What a small-minded person. Foolish thing. Hand over the food, or I'll curse your ancestors. Mu Xian, everyone is about to starve to death. If you have supplies, just hand them out or sell some to us. Don't be so selfish. Looking at these indignant messages, Mu Xian sneered. You people, all your false righteousness is just laughable. Why should I give you the supplies I bought? What benefit do I get from giving them to you? Don't waste your breath trying to talk me into it, and don't try to morally bind me. It's useless. Today, I'll make it clear. Whoever dares to have designs on my supplies will only have one end, death. If you don't believe it, feel free to come and try. I'm always ready to welcome you. Mu Xian sent a series of messages in the group chat, and then turned off the message notifications for some peace and quiet. Sitting in the rocking chair, she opened Wen Shiji's WeChat profile picture, squinting her eyes. Very good. It seems you've had enough of life. Since you want to die, I'll help you with that. Wen Shiji, don't you need supplies? I'll give them to you. Just come to my door later, and I'll throw them out to you. Wen Shiji was curled up in bed, reading the group messages, fantasizing about Mu Xian being attacked by 100 people. and couldn't help but chuckle. At that moment, the low temperature, hunger, and Mu Xian's indifference had driven him to madness, and he felt he had lost the last bit of feelings he had for her. Mu Xian, oh Mu Xian, this is the price you pay for treating me this way. I want to see how long your house can protect you. Chapter 28. When Shiji gets beaten, he fiddled with his phone, eyes closed, waiting for good news when Mu Xian's message arrived on his phone. Ha ha ha, Mu Xian. Are you scared now? If I had known it would come to this, why did you act like that in the first place? You were unwilling to give me anything before, and Wu Ti let me in your house. Now that you see you're about to be attacked. You think of me, what a pity. All right, I'm coming to your door now. Although he had already torn his relationship with Mu Xian apart, Food had no grudge against him, so he certainly Wu Ti let it go. After sending the message, he wrapped himself tightly in his clothes, crawled out from under the blanket, and walked to Mu Xian's door to knock. Mu Xian stood behind the door, let out a cold snort, and opened a shooting slot. You got here quite fast. Xian, since you're already thinking about giving me food, why not let me in? I promise I will definitely cut off all ties with Chun Man in the future. When Shiji, don't take it too far. My willingness to give you food is already my biggest concession. I understand. So, can you hand me the stuff? Although, when Shiji knew that Mu Xian Wu Ti opened the door for him, he still asked tentatively. Unfortunately, Mu Xian did not agree, and instead responded to him in a sarcastic tone. He felt a surge of anger inside, but he couldn't let it out now. What if Mu Xian didn't give him the supplies? Mu Xian finished speaking and threw the snacks out one by one, while also sending a message in the group. Dear neighbors, if you want something to eat, come to my door immediately, or the stuff will be taken by the people from 3003. After sending the message, Mu Xian continued to throw out the food. These were things she didn't like to eat and were of average taste. Although it benefited these people, being able to watch a good show wasn't a loss either. When Shiji was completely focused on the food and didn't bring his phone when he went out, so he was unaware of Mu Xian's move. He lay on the ground, using both hands to put the snacks into his arms, feeling a rush of excitement inside. With this food, he could survive for a long time. At that moment, he no longer looked like the aloof figure he used to be. Things he never ate before had now become his lifeline. Xian, how much more do you have? Give me some more. I have some left, don't worry. I'll give you more. Looking at the mountain of snacks piled next to her, Mu Xian sighed. When she emptied the warehouse, she hadn't noticed there were so many unappetizing foods. Now that she was bringing them out, it was also a way of doing good. In the hallway, a commotion broke out, and the next second, a group of people rushed out. When they saw Shiji picking up food, they ran straight to him and snatched the food from his hands. Get away, these things are mine. What's yours? They are mine. All you get away from me. These things are all mine, and none of you can take them. Outside the door, a fight broke out over this little bit of unappetizing food. When Shiji, who was originally a young master, usually idle and not very capable in his career, was even less able to fight others. He was quickly pushed to the ground and occasionally stepped on. He crawled out of the crowd, and when he got to a wider area, he shot a fierce glance at Mu Xian's door. Mu Xian, you scheming bitch. How dare you set me up? Just wait. I will not let this go easily. Mu Xian watched the movements outside through the surveillance camera, feeling very pleased. These people deserved to die, even if they did. As she saw the food on the ground being snatched away, Mu Xian reminded everyone. After hearing this, everyone rushed to the door of room 3003, kicked it open, and charged in. The door of room 3003 had been damaged by Shiji and Chun Man, and couldn't be locked at all, so this group easily opened the door. Shiji, if you want to plot against me, you're still too naive. I'll show you what it means to lift a rock only to drop it on your own foot. Shiji was surrounded and attacked by the crowd. Not only was his food taken away, but he also broke a leg, and the pain made his face pale in a terrifying way. After everyone left his house, he looked at the empty room and let out a loud roar, a sound so loud that Mu Xian could hear it. Listening to his cries was quite tragic. Should I go out and add some color to his misery? Mu Xian rested her chin on one hand, lazily eating watermelon while pondering how to torment Shiji. After thinking for a moment, she decided not to go out. Although she had a weapon in hand, what if someone was hiding somewhere to ambush her? It was better to be cautious in such situations. Furthermore, when Shiji was already injured, if he didn't receive timely treatment, He wouldn't survive for long in this cold weather. Forget it. I just want to be the king of survival. I won't joke about my life. I'd rather let him suffer in silence. With that thought, Mu Xian calmly continued watching her show, wrapping herself in a blanket, indifferent to what was happening outside. Mu Xian's guess was correct. Just now, that group of neighbors rushed to grab food, and Huang Mao and his crew also came along. However, their goal was not the food but Mu Xian. They originally thought that since Mu Xian was so kind to deliver supplies to everyone, she would open the door for them. Who would have thought that Mu Xian only threw the supplies out from the shooting port and closed it immediately after, giving no one a chance to enter? Considering this, they felt a surge of anger but were helpless, so they could only walk down the stairs dejectedly and look for another opportunity. Back on the 18th floor, he informed Lu Yidao of the news. Lu Yidao had already gotten used to it. He didn't scold them, but remained silent as if nothing had happened. A few minutes later, he glanced at the food beside him and then spoke. Mu Xian distributed a lot of food, right? Yes, boss. We saw that each of those neighbors had quite a bit in their hands. How much did Mu Xian buy? Listen, although we have supplies, the snow won't stop anytime soon. To ensure our future living, we must seize all the supplies they have. Brother Lu, do you mean? Huang Mao asked quietly. It's always good to prepare more of these things. Tomorrow, you all go door to door and seize everything, whether it's food or clothing, just take it all. Got it. We will follow your orders. Chapter 29. Someone died on the 4th floor. Another day passed. Mu Xian was having lunch when suddenly someone in the group sent a few messages. When she opened them, her pupils constricted sharply at the sight. In the images, 3 people lay in a pool of blood, their eyes wide open in death, the ground stained a vivid red, looking particularly horrifying. Everyone, Lu Yidao's people came to grab supplies. They had knives, and if you don't give them, they will kill. The family in 401 was killed just because they didn't want to give them anything. I and 2 other families gave them our supplies. What? Lu Yidao is going too far. He actually dares to kill. Oh my God, what should we do? Our family doesn't have much supplies left. We gave it all to him. What are we going to eat? He must be a demon. Is he trying to make us all starve to death? What should I do? I'm the only one at home. I can't resist if they come to rob. The occurrence of this incident cast a shadow over everyone in the group. Fear and terror surged in their hearts. Dear neighbors, you all know what we've done, right? If you're sensible, just bring the food to me voluntarily, and I can let you off the hook. If you don't hand it over or dare to hide it, if I find out, I'll send my men to your homes to have a chat. Upon seeing the message, the group fell silent. At that moment, they were shocked by the bloody scene. No one dared to refute. The country had protected everyone too well. Few had seen such scenes, and even fewer could imagine them. Now, with murder laid out before them, they knew that hell was about to greet them. Mu Xian tilted her head, staring at the screen with deep thoughts. Lu Yidao and his little thugs were indeed hardened criminals. They could kill without even blinking, and even killed 3 at once. Such people cannot be left alive. Everyone in the group was afraid of death. They knew very well that if Lu Yidao and his gang dared to kill the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, they would dare to kill the 4th, 5th, and perhaps even them tomorrow or the day after. Faced with this situation, everyone began to feel fearful. Mu Xian shrugged calmly. These matters had nothing to do with her, and she wasn't afraid of Lu Yidao taking action against her. Not to mention that her home was like an impenetrable fortress. Even if he managed to break in, the weapons she had were enough to handle them all. As for those neighbors, their lives or deaths were irrelevant to her. She wasn't a saint and had no so-called spirit of sacrifice to save them. At times like this, her own life was far more precious than theirs. In the new group chat, everyone expressed their fear and unease. Faced with Lu Yidao's threats, they began to discuss strategies. Mu Xian read a few messages and understood that this group was starting to band together for warmth. Everyone, Lu Yidao is too ruthless. We must unite to fight against him. But how do we fight back? They're all desperate people. How can we possibly win? Even if we can't win, we have to fight. Didn't you hear him say we have to hand over all our supplies? Supplies are our lives. If we give them up, are we just going to wait to starve? That's right. We need to unite. If they dare to come, we'll fight back. Exactly. There are so many of us. Why should we be afraid of them? That's right. Let's go together. We won't be afraid of them. Everyone in the group was filled with righteous indignation and excitement when it came to dealing with Lu Yidao, but when someone asked about the timing of taking action, the group fell silent again. They were all law-abiding citizens, and while they might argue occasionally, they wouldn't dare actually take action. At this moment, they were just venting their frustrations. I think if we just rush in like that, there will definitely be casualties. It's better to think of a way to seriously injure them without hurting ourselves. At this time, someone in the group proposed a suggestion. What do we do? They robbed the 5th floor today. Who knows if they'll come for us tomorrow? Everyone, I think we can have a few people stay together. When they come, we can all attack together. That would be safer. What do you think? At this moment, Xinyu spoke up in the group. He was a programmer and had a good grasp of cybersecurity and computer repair, having helped many people. Although there had been some unpleasantness over the issue with the drugs, most people didn't harbor much dissatisfaction towards him. I think it's feasible. I think so too. Since we all agree, let's assign some people. Lu Yidao had robbed the food from the 5th floor, and he would definitely target the 6th and 7th floors next. The strong men should first send a few to the 6th floor, with 6 or 7 people from each family. Lu Yidao and his group only had 6 people in total. If each family sent 6 or 7 people, that would be more than 20 of us, and we could take them down together. The speaker was Li Liangbing, a fitness coach with a strong physique. After his words, everyone started to feel eager. But when it came to who would go down, everyone fell silent again. The people in the group were afraid of death, although this plan was feasible. Very few were willing to take the risk, hiding in their shells. You men should say something. You're strong and definitely have confidence in dealing with them. We women have no strength and can only rely on you. Exactly, you all talk tough, but when it comes to this, you act like ostriches. Are you still men? I'm not a man. Don't call me that. If you're not a man, then are you a woman? Yeah, I can become a woman right now. That's disgusting. I say, don't you women always talk about gender equality? Why don't you bring it up now? Exactly, you tell us to go. Why don't you go yourself? Come on. Do you want us women to take the lead at a time like this? Have you no shame? No shame, take it. Mu Xian looked at the chat records in the group with a speechless expression. Originally, they were discussing how to deal with Lu Yidao, but it had turned into a chaotic battle between men and women. The group was still cursing at each other, and Mu Xian took out a few bags of sunflower seeds, cracking them open while watching. In the apocalypse, entertainment options were limited, and watching them argue was quite a good choice. It seemed they had found an outlet to release all their emotions. Chapter 30. One move into Mu Xian's house. Stop arguing. If you want to live, listen to me. If you don't want to live, do as you please. What's the use of rambling on here? Li Liangbing looked at the constantly arguing group and sent a voice message, causing the group to fall silent. Since none of you are willing to step up, I'll call out names myself. If your name is called and you don't show up, then it's not our concern if you or your family members suffer the consequences. Don't come looking for us when you die. Everyone in the group felt a bit anxious upon hearing Li Liangbing's words. They were afraid of being called out and also worried that if they didn't go, no one would help them when Lu Yidao came knocking. Conflicted, they didn't know what to do. Li Liangbing didn't care about their thoughts and directly named 25 people, assigning them living quarters and instructing them to be ready to move into the 6th floor at any time. The named individuals looked unwilling, but at this point, they had no choice but to obediently wait for further instructions. 4 days passed, and for the past 2 days, Lu Yidao and his group had not robbed anyone else's food, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief and start to relax. Just when they thought they could live peacefully for a few days, Huang Mao showed up with his people again. This time, however, they did not go to the 6th floor, but instead headed to the 19th floor. The group erupted in chaos again. See, I told you he couldn't possibly be so kind as to let everyone go. Someone else has been killed by them. Li Liangbing looked at the messages in the group. Furious. I told you before not to let your guard down, but none of you listened. Now you see how ruthless they are, right? Brotherly, we understand this time. Please help everyone. This matter can't be solved by me alone. It requires everyone's cooperation. I'm still saying the same thing. Everyone needs to organize and unite. When they come knocking next time, we will wipe them out together. Should we move in together then? At this moment, a girl named Lu Sha in the group raised a question, and everyone started discussing again. Half an hour passed, and the group had divided themselves into teams. For safety's sake, 6 people would share one room, 3 men and 3 women, and they all moved to the 20th floor or higher. At that moment, Mu Xian was added to a small group created by a person named Sun Yongping on the 29th floor. Besides Mu Xian, there were also Xunyu, Aisha, and 6 other people. Sun Yongping spoke up in the group. Everyone has already formed groups. I looked around, and the few of us are still not assigned. It's too dangerous outside now, and if we live separately, it's not safe. Why don't we all live together? I agree. Mu Xian, we already know you have a generator and food. For everyone's safety, why don't we move to your place? Not a chance. I'm used to living alone. It's too dangerous for you to live alone. What if Louis Dao and his gang come looking for trouble? You, a weak woman, can't defend yourself. No. You're overthinking it. My place is very safe. If anyone's going to live there, it should be just a few of you. I'll pass. After saying that, Mu Xian exited the group chat, but not long after, she was pulled back in. What? Do you have something else to say? Mu Xian, we are all neighbors. Isn't it safer to live together than for you to be alone? Please don't be willful at this time. This statement made Mu Xian laugh, and she shook her head, typing out a few lines. Do you all really think living together is safer? Of course. If we have more people, they won't dare to mess with us. If they really do come, we can join forces with the others. Is that so? But Mu Xian paused and continued. Even if I don't live with you, you can still call the other families to join, right? But before that, we need a safe place to live. Your home is on the 30th floor, has supplies, and electricity. If we go to your place, we can live better and eat better. Once we gather our strength, we can confront them. They all understood clearly that if Mu Xian could hurt Louis Dao, it proved she had some skills. Moreover, for so long, Mu Xian had been living the most comfortably, so they naturally wanted to move into her home. Mu Xian understood that this group of people had no real ability to resist. They were merely seeking refuge in her home. They talked about huddling together for warmth, but it was just a form of psychological comfort. She couldn't tell if these people were alive or dead, and Mu Xian wasn't about to put herself in danger. She wasn't foolish enough to agree. Sorry, what you choose to do is your business. I don't need it, nor do I want to join you. Mu Xian, they say saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. You've saved 9 lives. Who knows how many pagodas that amounts to? You'll have good karma in the future. Upon hearing this, Mu Xian smiled. She didn't believe in such things now, nor did she trust them. After going through one experience, she had long discarded her naive compassion. No matter what happened in the future, she just wanted to live well in the present. Don't try to persuade me with such words. It's useless. You have no value to me other than wasting my resources and occupying space in my home. Don't waste your effort. Mu Xian, do you have any moral conscience? Mu Xian's refusal made the others in the group lose their composure. They started cursing at her. But Mu Xian couldn't be bothered to listen and left the group again. This time, she directly deleted the WeChat contacts of everyone in the community who had added her, cutting off any chance for them to contact her. What is conscience in this day and age? Can it be eaten? As for morals, sorry, she doesn't have any. On the balcony, Mu Xian sat in a rocking chair, enjoying the snowy scenery outside, feeling quite happy. Since Mu Xian disagreed, Sun Yongping had no choice but to discuss with the others, and they all moved into his house. However, Xunyu and Aisha did not join them and decided to stay at their own home. Sun Yongping had no objection to their decision. After all, there was nothing in Xunyu's house that they coveted. Xunyu informed Mu Xian that he had not joined them, and Mu Xian didn't say much, simply giving them 2 tear gas canisters, telling them to take care of themselves. In room 3003, when Shiji lay sprawled on the bed, now nothing but skin and bones. Since that day, his body had become increasingly weak. High fever accompanied by hunger and thirst made it difficult for him to survive in this apocalypse. If it weren't for Chun Man secretly supporting him, he would have died long ago. In the early morning, Chun Man took advantage of Lu Yidao and the others being asleep, sneaking out with several bags of food. When she arrived at 3003, the foul smell inside made her frown. Chapter 31. Chun Man caught delivering food. She walked in front of Wen Shiji, using her phone's flashlight to illuminate his face. Seeing his condition, she couldn't help but gasp and took a few steps back. She had only been gone for 3 days, and when Shiji had become like this, one could imagine how miserable he had been. Man, you finally came. Do you have food? Give me. The domineering demeanor of Wen Shiji was gone, and his once handsome face had become terrifying. Chen Man swallowed hard, suddenly realizing that following Lu Yidao wasn't so bad after all. Aside from being tormented by them, she didn't have to worry about food and drink, which was much better than Wen Shiji's situation. She had initially been attracted to Wen Shiji because of his looks and family background. But now, at such a time, family status was of no use, and that once enviable face had turned into this ghastly sight. After some thought, she coldly said, "Shiji, starting today, I won't deliver any more food to you. My life isn't easy either. You take care of yourself." After saying this, she threw the food onto the bed and turned to leave. When Shiji grabbed her sleeve, panic and disbelief flashing in his eyes. At this moment, Chun Man was his lifeline. He absolutely could not let her go. Man, you can't just leave like this. If you go, I cough, cough, cough." He coughed a few times, blood spraying from the corner of his mouth, staining Chun Man's sleeve. Seeing this, Chun Man shook off his hand, not bothering to hide the disgust on her face as she vigorously wiped the bloodstains off her sleeve. Man, you can't leave me. If you go, I will. I will just wait to die, cough, cough, cough. You have to help me. As long as I get better and kill Mu Xian, we can be together forever. Shiji, can't you understand by now? Lu Yidao and the others can't do anything to Mu Xian. Do you think you can? Just look at you now. You can barely eat. How can you kill Mu Xian? I'm sorry. I can't help you. Don't blame me for being heartless. I have no choice. If you want to hate someone, hate that bitch Mu Xian. Taking a deep breath, Chun Man quickly left the room without any hesitation. Where have you been in the middle of the night? She was startled, trembling all over as fear surged in her heart. I just felt a bit stuffy and went out to get some fresh air. Stuffy? On such a cold day, you feel stuffy? Chun Man, have I been too indulgent with you? You actually dared to sneak out to deliver food to someone else. Lu Yidao swung a hammer, smashing it into the wall beside him, creating a large hole instantly. Chun Man was so frightened that she fell to the ground, kneeling and continuously bowing her head in a plea for mercy, looking pitiful. I hate being betrayed the most, yet you just had to touch that line. Tell me, what should I do? He pulled a strand of Chun Man's hair, leaning in front of her with a cold smile, looking as terrifying as a man-eating ghost. Lu Ge, please let me go this time. I swear I won't dare again. If there's a next time, I will let you handle it. Next time? No. There won't be a next time. Lu Ge, please. Chun Man kept bowing her head, her forehead bleeding profusely, the warm blood dripping onto Lu Yidao's hand, making him somewhat excited. When Chun Man noticed Lu Yidao had stopped moving, she raised her head and just happened to see his bloodthirsty eyes, causing her to step back in fear. Lu Ge, you, she stammered, unsure of what to say. Just then Huang Mao and the others walked out, and she seemed to see his savior crawling towards them. Huang Ge, please save me, I don't want to die. Can you help me plead with Lu Ge? Huang Mao looked confused at Lu Yidao, and when he saw a flash of red light in Lu Yidao's eyes, he was shocked. However, that red light quickly disappeared, and Lu Yidao returned to his previous demeanor. To be honest, even though Chun Man looked very ugly now, it couldn't be denied that she was good in bed, making them all feel comfortable every time. If he just killed her like this, he would still feel a bit reluctant. Lu Ge, no matter what Chun Man did wrong, she is our sex slave. We brothers haven't had enough fun with her yet. Why not? Let her go this time. Letting her go is not impossible. Lu Yidao revealed a cold smile and continued, Chun Man, you know we have killed before. If you want to let you go, then go take care of that wild man you helped. What? What? Didn't you hear me clearly? And no, Lu Ge, I've never killed anyone. I'm too afraid. Afraid? Fine. Then you can only go die in his place. And no, please, I'll go. As long as Lu Ge doesn't kill me, I will do anything. Very well. Huang Mao, you go with her. You must watch her dismember that man and send me a video. Got it, Lu Ge. Chun Man, let's go. Huang Mao grabbed the kneeling and confused Chun Man and walked straight out the door. Huang Ge, you have to help me. I'm too scared. Chun Man, this is Lu Ji's order. I can't help you. Besides, we will be doing this kind of thing more often in the future, so you need to get used to it. Huang Mao didn't like Chun Man as a person. He only liked her body, so he didn't agree to her request. His task was just to film the video, and nothing else was within his responsibilities. In room 3001, Mu Xian was opening the surveillance to check the surroundings when she suddenly saw the two of them appear in the hallway. With a cold smile, she turned the volume of the surveillance to the maximum. On the surveillance, Chen Man was holding a kitchen knife, while Huang Mao had an axe in hand. They reached the door of 3003, pushed it open, and walked inside. Not long after, Mu Xian heard Wen Shiji's terrified screams, and then saw him crawling to the door. Behind her, Chun Man and the yellow-haired guy came out together. The yellow-haired guy was recording with his phone while laughing wildly, occasionally kicking him a couple of times, as if he were playing with a monkey. Then he looked at Chun Man and teased, "Aren't you going to make a move? Brother Huang, I. Don't forget, if he doesn't die, you will." Hearing the yellow-haired guy's words, a glimmer of determination flashed in Chun Man's eyes. She slowly raised the kitchen knife, closed her eyes, and shouted loudly as she swung it down at Wen Shiji. A scream echoed through the hallway. And when Shan Yu and Aisha heard the commotion, they cautiously opened the door, only to be frightened and hurriedly close it again. Chapter 32. When Shiji is dead. Mu Xian crossed her legs, sipped her red wine, and watched the footage on the monitor, shaking her head. Wen Shiji, oh Wen Shiji, how does it feel to be tortured to death by the person you like? You treated me the same way in your last life. Truly, heaven has eyes. You should savor the suffering I endured. As for Chun Man, don't worry, I'll send her down to accompany you soon. The screams outside grew quieter, and Mu Xian knew that when Shiji was close to death. She glanced at the monitor and saw Chun Man swinging a kitchen knife like a mad lion, relentlessly attacking. When Shiji's limbs had been chopped to pieces, and even the knife had several missing chunks. Well, it's my turn to take the stage. Mu Xian calmly took out her gun and walked to the door with an easy stride. With a whoosh, her metal door opened for the first time. Hearing the noise, Huang Mao turned his head in surprise to look over. Hi. Mu Xian waved her hand and then took out a handgun. 2 gunshots rang out, and the yellow-haired man was shot in both legs, falling to the ground. Chen Man looked at Mu Xian, who was full of spirit and had an exquisite makeup, feeling a surge of jealousy in her heart. At this moment, she wished she could rush up and tear Mu Xian's face apart, but Mu Xian had a gun, and she didn't dare. Xian Yu, please save me, please, I was wrong to seduce Wen Shiji, but now Wen Shiji has already. I beg you, for the sake of us being together since university, let me go to your house, okay? Chen Man, you want to live in my house? Upon hearing this, Chen Man was obviously a bit excited. Are you willing to let me live in your house? Of course, but I need you to help me with something. As long as you do it well, I'll let you in. What is it? Chun Man felt a bad premonition rising in her heart, and she asked softly, trembling uncontrollably inside. I want you to keep an eye on Louis Dao for me. If he makes any moves, you tell me. Once I deal with him, you can live in my house. How about that? But Louis Dao is already suspicious of me because I delivered food to Wen Shiji. I don't want to hear any nonsense. If you don't agree. Mu Xian raised her handgun and aimed it at her head. Xian, don't be impulsive, I'll go. But the yellow-haired guy. Chen Man glanced at the yellow-haired man on the ground, who was crying out in pain, worriedly. That's easy. Just deal with it directly. After saying that, Mu Xian shot the yellow-haired man in the head, and his screams abruptly stopped. I understand. Chen Man nodded, picked up the phone from the yellow-haired man's hand, and quickly left. After she left, Mu Xian walked in front of Wen Shiji, waved her hand in front of him, and seeing that he was still alive, the corners of her mouth slightly lifted. In room 3002, Shen Yu and the others saw Mu Xian outside through the crack in the door and opened the door to come out. Hearing the footsteps, Mu Xian turned around, raised her handgun, and aimed it at the two of them. They were startled and stood frozen in place. Sister Mu Xian. Shen Yu wanted to say something, but Mu Xian shot beside them directly. Mu Xian narrowed her eyes, turned around, and dragged the broken body of Wen Shiji to the doorstep. Then she said, Wen Shiji, take a good look at my warm and cozy home. After all, you won't be able to see it again. By the way, I forgot to tell you. Mu Xian leaned close to his ear and told him about her rebirth, how she used his money to build a safe house, and how she emptied the 100 billion warehouse in the southwest. He held his breath, widened his eyes, and looked at Mu Xian in disbelief. The next moment, overwhelmed with anger, he spat out blood. If you die just like this, I really won't feel satisfied. However, I am too kind-hearted, so I'll give you a free ride. Mu Xian smiled, took out her pistol, aimed at his head, and pulled the trigger. After Wen Shiji took his last breath, the hatred that had been suppressed in Mu Xian's heart for a long time was finally released a little. She laughed loudly, a tear streaming from the corner of her eye. This person she had loved for 3 years. In the end, he still died at her hands. She took out her phone, glanced at the photo of the two of them, then pressed delete. From now on, there would be no connection between her and him. But before she could observe properly, time returned to normal. Could it be that besides the spatial system, I also possess some other superpower? Thinking of this, her mood instantly became excited. According to the phenomenon just now, the superpower I possess should be time pause, but Mu Xian tried to relax her mind and waved her arms. But time did not pause. It seemed she needed to study this. If she really had the ability to pause time, it would be a huge gain. She didn't know what the future held, but she knew that this sudden ability that had appeared in her could provide her with an extra guarantee of survival in this apocalyptic world. After angrily kicking all the furniture in the living room, Lu Yidao grabbed Chen Man by the neck and asked, "Did you collude with that bitch to kill Huang Mao?" Chen Man struggled to breathe, her face visibly reddening. She clawed at Lu Yidao, desperately trying to break free, but his strength was overwhelming. Just when she was about to lose consciousness, Lu Yidao suddenly released his grip. What else did that bitch say? He threw Chen Man aside, his eyes glowing red. An animal fur suddenly sprouted from his body, but this state lasted only a few seconds before returning to normal. Chen Man looked at his transformation, somewhat shocked. But since it came and went so quickly, she thought she must have been imagining it. She said, "Don't provoke her. If you anger her, she'll kill you." Oof. Such a big mouth for just a filthy whore. How dare she threaten me? Once I deal with everyone in this building, I'll take care of her slowly. Chapter 33. The lower floor is empty, boss. What should we do next? Lu Yidao's men were all experienced killers, and Huang Mao's death had stimulated their nerves. Now, they were itching to rush into every room and take care of everyone. Get ready. Let's loot the supplies on the 6th and 7th floors. As before, if they dare to resist, kill them all. Boss, if we do this, we might provoke public outrage. If they unite, it will be hard for us to withstand. What are you afraid of? They're just a bunch of ordinary people who have never killed anyone. As long as we intimidate them a bit and kill a few, shatter their psychological defenses, what big waves can they create? What the boss said makes sense. Then let's start preparing, brothers. After they spoke, they each went to make preparations. Chen Man stood by, keeping her head down and silent, calculating in her mind. Although Mu Xian had asked her to be an undercover agent, she felt that Mu Xian wouldn't be so kind as to let her into the house. Rather than putting all her bets on Mu Xian alone, it would be better to hedge her bets on both sides. Just as she was thinking about how to pit Lu Yidao against Mu Xian, Lu Yidao suddenly spoke. "You, hand over your phone and go into the kitchen." After giving his orders, Lu Yidao turned to Chen Man hearing this. She was startled and, as she looked up at him, she couldn't help but swallow hard. She reached into her pocket, took out her phone, and handed it to him. Back in the kitchen, she curled up in a small corner, glanced outside, and then took out the backup phone that Mu Xian had given her. The phone only had Mu Xian's WeChat and contact information. After hesitating for a moment, she sent her a message. "Xian, Lu Yidao is about to make a move on the people on the 6th and 7th floors. Are you going to act?" "Not yet. Let them fight it out first. But this is the best opportunity. Lu Yidao's men have all gone over. He's the only one at home. If you act now, we can take him out together. I don't want to kill him yet. He's a demon. I don't want to spend another minute with him. So let's just take action." Chen Man's words weren't wrong. Lu Yidao's arm was already injured. Even in close combat, Mu Xian could handle him. But she didn't want to do that. After all, she was a kind-hearted person. Moreover, the neighbors who had harmed her in her previous life were still alive. With so many people, if she took action herself, wouldn't she exhaust herself? Therefore, Lu Yidao couldn't die yet. Otherwise, who would help her clear the obstacles? "Chen Man, I don't like others defying me. Just because I give you a chance doesn't mean you have the right to dictate my decisions. Understand?" After all, she needed Mu Xian's permission to enter Mu Xian's house. "I understand. I'll do as you say, but don't forget what you promised me." In the dead of night, Lu Yidao's little minions began to move out collectively. They carefully made their way from the stairwell to the sixth floor and, upon reaching the door of room 601, smashed the lock and rushed in. But once they entered, they were all dumbfounded. There was no one inside, not even any supplies. The one called Chonggu was confused. After thinking for a moment, he pointed outside and said, "Go to the second house." The group turned and headed straight for the second house, but once inside, they were stunned again. Just like the first house, there was no food or supplies to be found. To report back to Lu Yidao, they continued to the third and fourth houses, but still found no one. "Chonggu, where did these people go?" One of the younger subordinates asked quietly. Wang Chong glared at him and coldly replied, "How would I know? Let's check the seventh floor." Upon reaching the seventh floor, they found it was still empty, and their anger flared. These bastards, could they have run away with the supplies? Wang Chong reported the situation to Lu Yidao, who remained silent, eyes closed, lost in thought. After a long pause, Wang Chong mustered the courage to ask, "Boss, what should we do? Are you sure the floors below the 17th are all empty?" "We are sure. We pried open every door and checked inside. There's no one." "Oomph. It seems these people have started to band together for warmth. In this cold weather, with heavy snow outside, they couldn't have left. They must have moved upstairs. Then, tonight, we'll start looting from the upper floors. These people can't escape. I'll see where they can hide." Wang Chong looked up at the floor above, a bloodthirsty smile creeping onto his lips. The people on the upper floors had no idea that Wang Chong and his crew had already searched downstairs. They thought they could live in peace for a few days and relax their spirits. During this difficult time, they even joked in their group chat. On June 15th, after more than 10 days of continuous snowfall, the snow finally stopped and everyone cheered in the group. In their eyes, the snow stopping meant that the disaster was about to end. Many fantasized about what they would do once the snow melted, passionately discussing it, but not long after, the sky began to snow again. "Oh, what a bunch of fools." Mu Xian glanced at the group messages and then out the window, letting out a low hum. In her previous life, when Mu Xian died, the snow had been falling continuously for 2 months, so it wouldn't stop before that. In room 2903, Sun Yongping sat on the sofa in a thick coat, sighing. Their supplies were running low, and, at this rate, they would have to face starvation. Thinking of Mu Xian, a hint of displeasure rose in his heart. Everyone lived in the same world, in the same neighborhood. Why was it that Mu Xian could comfortably enjoy life while they had to endure hunger and cold? The more he thought about it, the more upset he became. Chapter 34, Sulfuric Acid Murder Everyone. Our food is about to run out. Do you have any ideas about this? The others, who had been chatting, became serious upon hearing his words. "Yeah, we are eating 1 loaf of bread for 3 days. When will this end? Should we ask others for some?" In this situation, no one has much food, so it's impossible to get any. Even if we do get some, it won't last long. After the others spoke, they silently sat aside and sighed. Seeing this, Sun Yongping coughed and said, "Doesn't Mu Xian have a lot of things at home? She was generous last time. Why don't we ask her for some more?" "Yeah, let's go upstairs and ask her. If she refuses, we can just take it." "That wouldn't be good, would it? She has weapons." "What if she has weapons? We're a group of strong men. Why should we be afraid of one woman?" "Brother Sun is right. Let's go. A group of people chatted and laughed as they searched for tools to break in, wrapping themselves up tightly as they headed upstairs. When they reached the stairway on the 30th floor, the scene in front of them startled a few. On the ground, the bodies of Huang Mao and Wen Shiji had not been dealt with, and large patches of blood had frozen into ice, looking particularly eerie. The group exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and stepped over the bodies. Sun Yongping knocked hard on Mu Xian's door, waking her from her sleep, and she was quite displeased. She checked the surveillance and saw that they were holding tools, revealing a hint of murderous intent. These people really are like an old man hanging himself, asking for death. She had planned to let them live a few more days, but since they were seeking their own demise, she didn't mind helping them along. She took out 2 special small buckets from her space, filled with sulfuric acid. If this acid were to be poured, it would definitely be thrilling. After thinking for a moment, she walked to the door and asked, "What do you want?" "Mu Xian, we have no food at home. How much do you have left? If you have more, give us some." Their tone was not one of pleading, but rather commanding. "What if I don't give it? If you don't give it, don't blame us for being rude. Everyone, let's make a move." After Sun Yongping's words, A few people grabbed their tools and began to smash Mu Xian's door without another word. But after a few minutes, the door showed no damage apart from some paint chipping, while their hands felt sore from the impact. At that moment, she directly poured out the sulfuric acid. The corrosiveness of sulfuric acid is extremely strong, acting in seconds. Upon contact with the skin, it releases a large amount of heat, causing irreversible corrosive damage. Meanwhile, the burning effect of sulfuric acid penetrates through all layers of skin, starting from the surface and directly reaching the muscles and bones, which is truly terrifying. Mu Xian poured out these 2 buckets of sulfuric acid. Even if they don't die now, they won't survive for many days in this environment. Mu Xian looked at them, their faces twisted in pain as they fell to the ground, covering their wounds and crying for help. She said lightly, "It doesn't hurt," before closing the shooting port. "Mu Xian, you heartless bitch, aren't you afraid of retribution for being so cruel?" When they were smashing the door, Sun Yongping stood the farthest away, and the acid in Mu Xian's hand did not splash on him. Seeing the pain of the people on the ground, he felt an unprecedented fear. Witnessing so many people getting hurt, even dying, right in front of him was an enormous shock. Retribution? If there really is retribution, I am willing to accept it. Mu Xian, we just wanted to discuss with you to get some food, but you were so heavy-handed, it's really too much. Your behavior is no different from Louis Dao's. Hey, don't compare me to that scum, he doesn't deserve it. Also, don't portray your group as so innocent. You barged in uninvited, trying to pry open my door, occupy my home, and steal my food. Do you call that a discussion? You came without invitation, destroyed recklessly, and you don't deserve sympathy even if you die. You. What about me? Sun Yongping, don't think I don't know the bad intentions you have. Today is a warning for you. If you dare to have any thoughts about me again, you will end up like these people. Mu Xian, don't go too far. We really wanted to enter your home, but we never intended to harm you. We just wanted to get through this difficult time together. Once the snow disaster is over, everyone will be grateful to you. Do you believe what you just said? Sun Yongping, I don't want to kill you right now. If you know what's good for you, get lost quickly, or I might change my mind, and you'll end up like them. Mu Xian scoffed at his words. Did he really think she was brainless? She couldn't believe he would buy such nonsense. Sun Yongping realized through this incident that Mu Xian was not to be trifled with, and that she was someone who followed through on her words. He didn't dare to linger any longer, glanced at the few people who were already cold, sighed, and turned to leave the building. In shock, he quickly knocked on the door of room 2901. The person inside heard the knocking, looked through the peephole, and relaxed upon seeing him, opening the door. Brother Sun, what brings you here? Everyone, we just tried to get some supplies from Mu Xian, but she went on a killing spree, and besides me, everyone else is dead. Sun Yongping exaggeratedly recounted Mu Xian's actions, and everyone listened, filled with fear. They never expected that a woman like Mu Xian could be so ruthless, and for a moment, they didn't know what to say. Have you noticed? Mu Xian has hardly left her house from the beginning until now, and her behaviors like buying supplies and renovating her home are all very strange, as if she had foreseen that such a disaster would occur. Now that you mention it, I find it strange too. A couple of days ago, there was gunfire from upstairs. I don't know if you heard it, but I think it must have been Mu Xian who fired the gun. Moreover, she previously injured Lu Yidao. Just think, if she didn't know that disaster was coming, how could she have made such ample preparations? Oh my, hearing you say this gives me goosebumps. Could it be that she really has some kind of precognition ability? If that's the case, this person is truly despicable. Knowing this would happen and not informing everyone is just selfish. Chapter 35. Mu Xian's selection not just despicable, she isn't even human. Just look at her calm demeanor when she kills. Is that how a normal person should behave? Everyone knew that Mu Xian had food at home. But ever since she threw out a large amount of food that day, no one had anything to say. This time, when we went to get supplies from Mu Xian, she didn't give any, and even attacked us, which means she has no intention of sharing food with everyone anymore. Many families are now out of food. If Mu Xian doesn't give us any, how long can we survive? After thinking it over, I felt it was necessary to notify everyone in the group. You're right. I'll tell everyone. The speaker was a girl named Zhang Qianyi, who had just graduated from university this year. She was assigned to room 2901 during the group allocation, and because she was very beautiful, several men took care of her. She took out her phone and quickly typed a few lines of text, sending it to the group. Upon seeing the news that Mu Xian had killed someone, everyone began to denounce her, increasingly harsh in their words, even demanding that she distribute food to everyone. Mu Xian was sleeping comfortably at the moment and did not see the group messages. The number of people mentioning her was increasing, and the messages quickly piled up to several hundred. Mu Xian slept for over 2 hours. When she woke up and saw the messages on her phone, she was startled. She opened WeChat and started reading from the top, finding it increasingly amusing. In the group chat, the moral kidnappers and those begging for mercy all showed their ugly faces. After experiencing so much, Mu Xian knew that reasoning with them was useless, so she decided to lay it all out. Sure enough, as soon as everyone saw her words, they became agitated again. Mu Xian, don't you have the most basic moral bottom line? Mu Xian, we are neighbors after all. How could you do this? We all know your secret. You must have known this disaster was coming, so you stocked up on supplies in advance, right? Mentioning this matter visibly stirred the people in the group. Mu Xian, you are truly selfish. You clearly knew this would happen. Why didn't you tell us? Exactly. We could have all survived together. Why did you hide it from us? What benefit do you get from all of us dying? It's all your fault that we've ended up like this. As the messages piled up, Mu Xian didn't care about what they said at all. She simply replied lightly, I'm going to eat, you all do as you please. After saying that, she didn't forget to take a few photos to send to the group. In the photos, there was red wine paired with foie gras, a plate of pasta, and 7 or 8 kinds of fruit. She thought for a moment and felt it was a bit lacking, so she sent another photo of herself in a spaghetti-strapped nightgown, holding a glass of red wine. As soon as the photo was posted, the group erupted into insults once more. Mu Xian stared at the screen, feeling quite pleased as she watched them break down. Since her stockpiling of supplies had already been exposed, she didn't want to hide it anymore. She openly displayed it, letting them see but not touch, which was kind of fun. Among these people, while some cursed her, others wanted to rely on her. After all, who wouldn't want to live a life as good as hers, enjoying delicious food and drinks? Right now, they couldn't achieve that on their own. But if Mu Xian was willing to accept them, they could enjoy it alongside her. As a result, many people started adding Mu Xian on WeChat. Mu Xian finished her meal, opened WeChat, and took a glance. The number of people who added her had exceeded 100, most of whom were young people, both male and female. Mu Xian opened the messages one by one and couldn't help but laugh. Mu Xian, I am handsome, 180 centimeters tall, muscular, and have abs. If you let me come to your house, I am willing to serve you every day. Mu Xian, although I am a man, I am a chef. If you let me come to your house, I can cook delicious food for you every day. Mu Xian, I could be your boyfriend. No, your slave. I just asked you to let me come to your house. Sister Mu Xian, although I am a woman, I am a lesbian. If you don't mind, we could be a couple. Beautiful lady, I am a little puppy. As long as you let me in, you can do whatever you want with me. Mu Xian, although I am older, I could be your sugar daddy and treat you like my daughter. Please let me come to your house. Those who sent friend requests knew that besides using their bodies to exchange for a chance to enter, nothing else would work. So most of what they said was basically the same. Unfortunately, Mu Xian was not interested in their behavior. Moreover, she would not let strangers into her home without any prior acquaintance. However, even though Mu Xian didn't plan to bring them to her house, she added a few profiles that looked decent. After being added as friends, these people all tried to flatter her with kind words. Mu Xian pouted, feeling quite annoyed by these brainless words, but she was curious to see their faces and bodies. After all, she considered herself a visual person, and these days were just too boring. Looking at handsome guys could help pass the time. She sent a message to each person, and upon receiving her request, they all stripped down in the cold weather, continuously taking pictures in front of the camera. Though they were shivering from the cold, they forced themselves to flash charming smiles, which was quite a struggle. After taking the photos, they sent them to Mu Xian. At that moment, Mu Xian looked like an emperor selecting a concubine, shaking her head uncontrollably as she viewed the pictures. After enduring the cold and hunger for so long, these people no longer had their handsome faces. Their eyes and cheeks were sunken in from starvation. If one and two looked closely, they might think they were zombies. As for their bodies, what shape could they still have? They had all become skin and bones. When she saw the last one, Mu Xian spat out a mouthful of water. This guy even had the energy to edit his photos. He was really going all out to get into her good graces. Mu Xian imagined the scene of him shivering while editing photos and couldn't help but laugh out loud. After looking through the photos of these people, she deleted a few without a second thought. It's better for these people not to get involved. She feared that seeing their current appearances would give her nightmares. After these so-called handsome guys sent their pictures, they waited for Mu Xian's response, but after a long time with no news, they realized they had been deleted. In an instant, anger surged in their hearts. Chapter 36. Planning to escape Lu Yidao. 20 days had passed, and due to Mu Xian's unwillingness to share food, nearly 15 people had died in the entire building. Apart from those killed by Lu Yidao, the rest had died from starvation or illness caused by the cold. By this time, everyone was almost out of food, and many had already gone 2 or 3 days without eating. During this prolonged standoff, they had realized that Mu Xian would not save them, and a terrifying thought suddenly emerged in their minds. One day, while practicing her time-stopping ability at home, Mu Xian suddenly heard a rustling sound outside. She opened the surveillance and discovered that someone was dragging away the bodies of Huang Mao and the others. Remembering her past life, Mu Xian closed her eyes. Once someone begins such behavior, the rest will follow suit. After consuming these rations, the next step would be to turn on each other. With the snow having fallen for so long, everyone wanted to survive. But they knew that the situation was the same all over the world. There was no way to survive anywhere. Moreover, the snow outside had already covered the second floor, making it impossible to go out. Even if they did go out, it would be a dead end. It was better to stay inside the building and live for a few more days if possible. Mu Xian quietly admired the snow scene, enjoying a leisurely yet boring day without anyone coming to cause trouble. Just then, her phone received a message, and she opened it to see it was from Chun Man. For the past few days, Chun Man had been reporting on Lu Yidao and his group's situation. Previously, they hadn't restrained their eating since they had stolen a lot of food. As the food supply dwindled, they became increasingly reckless, barging into everyone's homes to seize the little food left. During the looting process, 2 of Lu Yidao's men died, and several neighbors also perished, but in the end, they only managed to get enough food for one person to eat a meal. Eventually, they realized that neither they nor the neighbors had much food left. So today, they had started eating human flesh. Watching a few people chop off the flesh of the dead and eat it raw, Chun Man couldn't accept it at all. She crazily begged Mu Xian to let her into the house, but Mu Xian directly ignored her message. After such a long time of survival, Lu Yidao's interest in women had gradually faded, and he no longer had any attachment to Chun Man. The only reason he scolded her was that she was their next source of food. The current Lu Yidao was like a different person compared to before. For some unknown reason, his body had become increasingly robust, hair had grown on his face and body, his nails had become sharp, and even his facial structure was gradually becoming beast-like. Although his arms still couldn't move, his combat power had doubled compared to before. The reason they didn't die at the hands of the neighbors while robbing food was all because of him. Thus, to Wang Chong and the others, Lu Yidao had become one of the people they feared the most. The current living conditions were already difficult, and people had begun to resort to cannibalism. They were very worried that if everyone in the building was completely consumed, they would be next. Logically speaking, with hundreds of people in the entire building, even if they were to eat each other, it could last for a long time. But now Lu Yidao could eat 3 or 4 people in one sitting. With such a huge appetite, it wouldn't take long before he finished off everyone in the building. Wang Chong and the others had thought about escaping Lu Yidao, but they had already offended everyone in the building, and the neighbors would never accept them. Faced with such a situation, they could only grit their teeth and continue following Lu Yidao. Chun Man desperately pleaded. She was like an abandoned dog, without dignity or human rights. As she was dragged from the 22nd floor to the 21st floor, fear grew in her eyes. She hugged Wang Chong's leg and looked up, revealing a hint of determination in her eyes. Wang Gu, are you really planning to follow Lu Yidao forever? You don't know what he's become? Let's escape. Before he eats us, let's go to another building. I don't want to die, and I believe you don't want to either, right? It must be said that Chun Man was somewhat clever. Since she couldn't escape herself, she thought of persuading Wang Chong. Having been with them for so long, she knew very well that although these people were fierce, they were also afraid of death. At this moment, She was gambling on Wang Chong's determination to survive. Escape? Where can we go? It's freezing outside, and these neighbors are unlikely to accept us. We have nowhere to go. Let's go find Mu Xian. I used to be best friends with Mu Xian. I can plead with her. As long as we can get into her house, we won't have to worry anymore. What did you say? You're best friends with Mu Xian? Why didn't you say so earlier? Wang Chong was extremely angry upon hearing this. However, they had already offended Mu Xian, not to mention whether she would let them in, just based on how they had treated her before. It would already be good enough if she didn't kill them. Wang Gu, it's not that I didn't want to say it, it's just that I had a conflict with Mu Xian before, and she has a misunderstanding about me. Otherwise, how could I have stayed with you for so long? Although she didn't know if Mu Xian could forgive her now, they had no other options left, so it was better to give it a try. Are you sure? Let's go take a look first. If it doesn't work, we can force our way in. Have you lost your mind? If we could force our way in, we would have done so long ago. Wang Chong rolled his eyes at Chun Man and leaned against the nearby wall with his eyes closed. Wang Yi, how about we escape to a few other buildings? At this moment, the little Zatsa who had followed Wang Chong out said softly. He was very afraid of dying, extremely afraid, and if there was a chance to survive, he was very willing to take it. Escape to a few other buildings? Wang Chong glanced outside, thought for a moment, and made a decision. All right, let's go to building 29 first, and then find a chance to go to other buildings. For now, staying in building 30 is too dangerous. We can't stay here. Wang Ge, take me with you. Chun Man knew that Mu Xian wouldn't open the door for her. She originally planned to take the axe and directly chop down the door, but after hearing Wang Chong's words, she gave up. Now that Wang Chong and the others wanted to escape, she certainly wouldn't miss this opportunity. After all, this was her last lifeline. If she gave up, she would truly be left with only a dead end. Chapter 37. Killing Chun Man? Forget it. I don't want to carry a burden. A burden? Wang Yi, how can you say that? I have at least given you suggestions, right? Who you bring along doesn't matter. Besides, bringing me along might be useful in the future. Useful? What can someone who can't even carry a shoulder or lift a hand do? I can help you keep warm. At the very least, I can help you check the surroundings and alert you. Your body, I don't need it right now. Go wherever you want. Don't follow us. Wang Chong had no feelings for Chun Man and didn't want to bring along someone useless when discussing escape. Survival was already difficult. Bringing her along could cause him trouble. Wang Chong, if you don't take me away, I will call Louis Dao right now. Seeing Wang Chong and his little brother about to leave, Chun Man hurriedly blocked his path and threatened him with her phone. Originally, Wang Chong didn't want to pay attention to her or lay a hand on her, but her threat instantly ignited his killing intent. He snatched the axe from Chun Man's hand and was about to act, but the next second, he was stabbed in the back by his little brother. Wang Chong didn't like Chun Man, but that didn't mean he didn't like women. When everyone was enjoying themselves with Chun Man, he could only stand by and watch, waiting until they were done before he could go. It was incredibly frustrating. If he left with Chun Man, he could enjoy her every day. In the apocalypse, with no food, no water, and no entertainment, all he could do was play with women. He hadn't enjoyed it properly before, but now he had to savor it. His actions stunned Chun Man, who looked in disbelief at the fallen Wang Chong, covering her mouth as she stepped back 2 paces. What? Are you scared? Scared I'll kill you? And no, it's just that I didn't expect you to act. All right, let's hurry up and leave. We've been out too long. If Louis Dao finds out, none of us will survive. Okay, now Chun Man no longer had so many scruples. Whoever could protect her, she would follow. The 2 people sneaked downstairs and, upon reaching the 2nd floor, saw that the heavy snow had blocked the hallway, so they climbed out of the window of room 201. Due to the thick snow, once they went outside, they were immediately submerged, and during the day, all that could be seen were 2 small moving black dots. Mu Xian stood by the window, intending to practice her ability to pause time, when she unexpectedly spotted them. Confused, she took out her binoculars to look at the 2, only to find that it was Chun Man and an unknown man. Were they trying to escape? She squinted her eyes, a hint of disdain appearing in her gaze, and then pulled out a sniper rifle from her space and opened the window to take aim. The loud gunshot startled the residents of Building 30 and several nearby buildings. They all rushed to the windows to see the source of the sound and immediately spotted 2 black figures huddled together in a panic. Mu Xian didn't intend to kill them with a single shot. Instead, She wanted to play a game of cat and mouse with them. Since there was some distance between the two buildings and the snow was very thick, they weren't running very fast, and it took them a long time to reach the 29th floor. Mu Xian cornered them within that range, leaving the two of them desperately searching for places to hide from the bullets. The neighbors downstairs watched the two of them frantically fleeing in the snow and were momentarily unsure whether to laugh or worry for their own lives. Who are those two? Why are they in the snow? The man looks like Lu Yidao's subordinate, but I've never seen the woman before. Who do you think wants to kill them? I heard the gunfire was coming from our building, and it was from a high floor. We don't have any weapons, so it can only be Mu Xian shooting. Where did she get a gun? I heard the gun sound quite loud. It must be a sniper rifle, right? I guess so. Mu Xian is ruthless. She and Lu Yidao are cut from the same cloth. Neither of them is a good person. If we had known she was this kind of person from the beginning, we should have kicked her out of the community. Kicking her out is nothing. We should just kill her. I agree with that. You all know how ruthless she is. Just driving her away is too lenient. I don't know how those two provoked this crazy woman, but it seems their lives are pretty much over. However, I feel like Mu Xian doesn't intend to kill them. It seems more like she's toying with them. Yes, I feel the same way. Otherwise, they wouldn't be moving so slowly. With Mu Xian using a sniper rifle, even a fool could hit them. The people in the group were discussing heatedly, all waiting to see when the two would be shot dead, while Chun Man and Xiao Zatza were painfully moving. In the temperature of minus 68 degrees, they were completely submerged in snow. In such conditions, the melting snow would seep into their clothes, making the cold unbearable. Chun Man, being a woman, didn't have the physical resilience of a man, and after only a few steps running in the snow, she was already frozen stiff. Her hair and eyelashes were coated in ice, her body was completely cold, and every step took all her strength. She knew she wouldn't last much longer. Perhaps realizing she was close to death, she suddenly lifted her head, laughed, and shouted towards Mu Xian with all her might. Mu Xian, even as a ghost. I want let you off. Do you know why Wen Shiji was attracted to me? Because I'm gentler than you. I know better how to please men, and I understand men more than you do. Everything is good about you, but you are just too dominant. Wen Shiji is the president of the company. How could he let you ride on his head? You are destined to be a discarded pawn. The people in the building heard Chun Man's words, and they didn't expect that even at this moment, they would get such juicy gossip, which instantly piqued their interest. They thought about listening a little longer when Mu Xian's bullet directly pierced through her shoulder. You really talk too much. Chun Man, I'm not willing to let you die so easily, but Mu Xian let out a soft snort and continued, you've lived for so long, being tormented by someone who's neither human nor ghost. I suppose that's your retribution. After saying that, she fired 3 more shots in quick succession, but none of them hit the vital spots. Mu Xian just wanted her to personally experience the feeling of waiting for death, just like in her previous life. Putting away the sniper rifle, Mu Xian closed the window and quietly watched Chun Man struggle in the snow, waiting to die. At this moment, she had waited for a long time. The heavy snow in the sky showed no signs of stopping, and the snow fell on Chun Man's head, slowly beginning to bury her. Just when Mu Xian thought this matter was coming to an end, a shadow suddenly rushed out from the building. Mu Xian focused her gaze through the telescope and discovered that the person was actually Lu Yidao. Upon seeing this, Mu Xian's heart sank, and her expression became serious. Chapter 38. Collaborating with Chao Ziwen. Could it be that, for some reason, Lu Yidao had undergone a mutation? Or perhaps he had acquired some kind of supernatural ability? If that were the case, this person could not be left alive. Mu Xian was unclear about what abilities Lu Yidao's changes would bring him, but the existence of such a person posed a huge threat to her. She absolutely would not allow such powerful individuals to exist around her. After all, she only wanted to lie low after dealing with those who had harmed her, with no interest in constant fighting and killing. Now that Chun Man was dead, no one could provide her with information, and she was also unsure of Lu Yidao's true strength. So the most urgent thing was to find someone to help her gather information. She looked around at everyone in the group, and one person named Chao Ziwen caught her attention. This person had not insulted Mu Xian from the beginning until now, nor had he begged for food. Mu Xian remembered that in his previous life, he had repelled wave after wave of attacks from the neighbors at his home with his own strength. During this period, he did not engage in any fights, nor did he actively attack others. He was only focused on self-preservation. On the day before Mu Xian died, he was on the verge of starving to death. Although he did not know what happened afterward, he could guess that he did not survive. Those bastard neighbors who huddled together for warmth would never let him, a walking food source, go. After some thought, Mu Xian took the initiative to add him on WeChat and wrote in the verification message, "Mr. Chow, I want to make a deal with you. Please approve." As soon as the message was sent, he quickly added her back. Seeing his speed, Mu Xian could somewhat guess his current situation. "Miss Mu, what kind of deal do you want to make with me?" "Very simple. The whole building has started to become chaotic, and unexpected situations have arisen on Louis Dao's side. I hope you can help me monitor everyone, including Louis Dao. If anything happens, inform me immediately. In return, I will provide you with food and water as compensation for the deal. What do you think?" "You mean, besides monitoring the neighbors in the building, I also need to keep an eye on Louis Dao and report on his situation?" "Exactly. I believe you saw that person earlier, who looked neither human nor ghost." "I saw his face. It was Louis Dao. Although I don't know what happened to him, he is very dangerous. I am currently unclear about his situation, so I need someone to monitor him for me to make quick judgments." "Why did you choose me? On what basis do you think I will agree?" "Because only you would dare to do this for me, and being alive is definitely more appealing than waiting to die. You must be someone who wants to live. As a soldier, his sense of mission was stronger than that of ordinary people. He could accept dying on the battlefield, could accept dying in fights with evildoers, but he absolutely could not accept dying without reason in this kind of environment. If he could survive, he would definitely strive to live, to protect those innocent people, and to defend the country he loved. I know you won't kill the people in the building to survive, so I will provide you with food to ensure you won't starve to death. But at the same time, you have to help me. This deal is not a loss for you. What do you think?" The next second, his message came back with just a simple okay. "Mr. Chow, I look forward to our cooperation. To express my sincerity, I can give you food right now. You can come to 3001 to pick it up." "Thanks." After putting down the phone, Mu Xian took out 3 days' worth of food, packed it up, and waited for Chao Ziwen to come. An hour later, her door was knocked on. She held the food and opened the shooting port, throwing it out. "Mr. Chow, be careful when you go down. These neighbors are the kind that would eat people without spitting out bones. If they see you, they will rush at you like starving dogs." "I understand. Thank you for the reminder. By the way, I forgot to tell you that Xin Yu is a computer expert. If you want to check the situation on each floor, you can ask him for help. As long as you hack into the surveillance system, you'll have a clear grasp of the situation on every floor." Upon hearing this, a look of surprise appeared on Mu Xian's face. When she previously asked Longhua Security Group to build a safe house, she overlooked this matter, making it very difficult for her to know the situation on each floor now. Plus, she had already left the group, making it even more helpless. If she could indeed monitor the situation on each floor through surveillance, it would ease her worries a lot. "Thanks. I will also need your help with the neighbor situation." "It's nothing. We are just cooperating." "True." After the conversation, Chao Ziwen left the 30th floor, and Mu Xian contacted Xin Yu. Due to Mu Xian's earlier reminder, he had bought a lot of supplies, and about half remained. Although the power was out now, the internet was still usable, albeit a bit laggy. Using his superb hacking skills, he directly hacked into the community's internal surveillance system. After a series of operations, he connected Mu Xian's phone and television. In order to ensure the safety of the community's residents, the property management had installed surveillance cameras at the entrance of every elevator on each floor, which was now coming in handy. Mu Xian stared at the surveillance footage on the TV, feeling a deep admiration for Xin Yu. "Sister Mu, how is it? Can you see anything?" Thinking of something, Mu Xian spoke again. "By the way, the woman who moved into your house, she hasn't been acting strangely, has she?" "Sister Mu, don't worry. If she has any ill intentions, I'll kick her out." "That's good. Just be careful. Things are getting more and more unstable now." "Sister Mu, what do you plan to do next?" "What can I do? Anyone who dares to come here to cause trouble, I'll make sure to deal with them. At this time, self-preservation is the most important." "That's true. Can I ask Sister Mu for a favor?" "Go ahead. If one day I get killed by them, could you please burn my body? I don't want to become their food." Mu Xian stared at his words, stunned for a few seconds. She thought Xin Yu would ask her to protect them, or let them into her home since he had helped her. Unexpectedly, he asked her to help burn his own corpse, leaving Mu Xian with mixed feelings. Chapter 39. Discussing offensive plans. As for Xun Yu and Aisha, Mu Xian actually didn't want them to die, especially since Xun Yu's computer skills and Aisha's medical expertise were both impressive. The more difficult the times became, the more she needed skilled and valuable people. Although she didn't know when the apocalypse would end, she knew that new problems would certainly arise over time. Furthermore, with her ability to pause time and space, and having seen Lu Yidao's mutation, an idea unconsciously surfaced in her mind. Perhaps in such a dire environment, a new batch of special ability users would gradually emerge. If that were the case, she had to be fully prepared, making the recruitment of talent very important. Currently, the only way to understand the situation outside was through the internet, which spanned across the country. Without a hacker expert, it would be difficult for Mu Xian to know what was happening in other regions, making Xun Yu an important figure. As for Aisha, she was also a crucial presence at this time. Although she had quite a few medicines in her space, she believed she wasn't strong enough to handle all diseases. If someone were seriously injured and needed surgery, she would need an authoritative surgeon to help. So Aisha also became a talent Mu Xian wanted to recruit. However, blindly bringing them into her home made Mu Xian uneasy. After all, her best friend and her beloved fiancé had betrayed her at a critical moment. How could she trust two strangers? So Mu Xian decided to observe them. She would watch to see if they were upright and whether they were worth taking in. The apocalypse had already descended for 26 days, which was the limit for her neighbors. Although many had begun to resort to cannibalism, some still lacked the courage to take that step, so their eyes were set on Mu Xian's supplies. Even though many had died at her hands before, to survive, they couldn't care less. Around 9 in the evening, after finishing her bath, Mu Xian saw several messages on her phone. She opened it to find chat screenshots sent by Xuan. In the images, 60 to 70 people were discussing attacking her home, and their excitement made Mu Xian feel a twinge of nervous excitement. Most of these people had attacked her in her previous life and were not good people. Now they were coming for her again, and of course, she couldn't let them go. She had been waiting for this day for a long time. The blood in her veins was boiling in anticipation of the upcoming battle. She knew her weapons would finally come into play. Taking a deep breath, she pulled out her weapons from her space and laid them all out on the living room carpet. As soon as they arrived, she would use every single weapon. Looking at the weapons before her, she chuckled softly. Come on, let me see just how strong your combat power really is. Mu Xian sat on the sofa, lazily sipping red wine while waiting for their arrival. At that moment, her phone rang again. She opened it to take a look. It was still Xuan, and in his screenshot, a figure appeared prominently. Lu Yidao. She did not expect Lu Yidao to also be pulled into the group. Were these people really not afraid of him killing? The answer was yes, they were afraid. However, this group was created by Lu Yidao. After so long, he had grown tired of raw meat and wanted to change his taste, and the supplies in Mu Xian's home had become his target. Although he had beastified, he still maintained human rationality. His only purpose for pulling these people into the group was to use them as cannon fodder. He was well aware of Mu Xian's strength. If he went alone, Mu Xian's target would be just him, but if dozens or hundreds of people went together, then Mu Xian's target would be everyone. At that point, he could take advantage of Mu Xian's distraction and directly attack her home. As long as he dealt with Mu Xian, the others were no threat to him. Everyone, the only purpose of bringing you into this group is one. You all know that right now, only Mu Xian's family has a large amount of food, but this little bitch is unwilling to share it with everyone. If we want to obtain it, we can only unite and attack together. Don't worry, this time I won't lay a hand on you. As long as you are willing to join me in attacking Mu Xian's home, I am willing to share the supplies with you. Many people were somewhat skeptical upon seeing Lu Yidao's message. After all, neither he nor Mu Xian were good people, and he was even more ruthless than Mu Xian. Joining him would be like seeking skin from a tiger. If they broke into Mu Xian's home and he later went back on his word, refusing to give them the supplies, wouldn't they have worked for nothing? Lu Yidao, are you sure you will share some with us? Of course, this is a very special time. No matter how ruthless I am, I can't just watch you starve to death. You and Mu Xian are two sides of the same coin. Can we trust you? Besides trusting me, do you have any other options? Moreover, I am much stronger now than before. Whether we can break into Mu Xian's home depends on me. If you want to get the supplies, come with me. If not, I won't force you. But if those who come with me get the supplies, don't be jealous. I will join. I'm willing to go to Mu Xian's home with you. I'm willing to, Lu Yidao. Can you give me a bit more later? I'll go too. I want supplies as well. Lu Yidao took the lead in the group, and others, for the sake of survival, responded to him one after another. Mu Xian watched the conversation in the group with a bit of anxiety. The others seemed fine, but she was somewhat worried about Lu Yidao after his beast transformation. They were already prepared to go up. Could he handle it alone? If there were no heavy weapons, it should be fine. What do you need me to do? What? You want to rely on me? I'm worried you won't be able to handle it. And then I'll lose my food source. You're quite honest. Normal people would be concerned. In that case, just wait by the side. After I make my move, if someone is seriously injured and tries to escape, please take care of them. This, Gao Juwen has Dita. Throughout his life and during his time in the army, he had been educated to protect the people. However, the request made by Mu Xian was to kill, something he could not do. He simply couldn't get past this mental barrier. Mr. Chow, don't forget, this is the apocalypse now. The so-called people and good neighbors you speak of are gradually turning to crime. As a soldier of the people, isn't it your mission to eliminate evil and promote good? You need to understand that the ones you have to deal with are people who want to kill and loot. They're not innocent. Mu Xian kept brainwashing him, wanting him to see the current situation clearly. After all, these people could deal with her now, and in the future, they could also deal with him. The world had already fallen into chaos, and laws, ethics, and morals were gradually disappearing. Keeping such a loyal and upright heart would be of no benefit to him. Chapter 40, Failed Attack. Furthermore, Mu Xian had a relatively good impression of him. If he could become her ally, it would be a good thing for her. Chao Zhuang was originally a bit hesitant, but Mu Xian's words awakened him. I understand. That's good. Be careful. If they break down the door, just shout for help. Don't worry, I can handle it. I'll leave the cleanup to you. Don't let any of them get away. Understood. Putting down her phone, Mu Xian stood by the door preparing. Soon, the floor began to shake. She knew that the group had arrived. As the sounds grew closer, a large number of people suddenly poured out from the stairwell nearby, wielding kitchen knives, iron rods, and other weapons, their eyes flashing with a determined look. Mu Xian, open the door and hand over the food, and we might spare your life. Mu Xian, we know you have a lot of food. Here's another chance. If you are willing to hand it over, we won't continue to harm you. If you're unwilling, we won't be polite. Mu Xian, you should cherish this opportunity, otherwise once we break in, it will be too late. Mu Xian stared at the surveillance, checking their situation while playing with the lighter in her hand. Watching as everyone crowded at her doorstep, she sneered coldly, opened a shooting port, and poured gasoline out with a hose. The acrid smell filled the entire corridor, and everyone immediately went into chaos. At this moment, they probably guessed what Mu Xian intended to do. To avoid being harmed, everyone began to retreat, but gasoline is slippery. When one person fell, several others immediately went down as well. At that moment, Mu Xian threw out a windproof lighter. Splash! As the lighter hit the ground, flames quickly ignited along the gasoline. In an instant, screams and cries filled the air. Those who ran slowly were engulfed by the fire in just a few seconds, while others rushed down the stairs, wanting to escape the inferno. Chao Zuan, waiting at the stairway, watched people rush down, brandishing an axe at the top of the stairs. The first person down didn't realize what was happening before a slash marked their chest. Chao Ziwen, what are you doing? Seeing Chao Ziwen kill someone, many people froze in place. Behind them, the fire roared, and those engulfed in flames rushed towards them. Once the flames ignited the gasoline on their bodies, they would also be set ablaze. Chao Ziwen, get out of the way. I'm sorry, everyone. Today you will stay here. Although Chao Ziwen felt a bit reluctant, he gradually understood that if he didn't kill them, one day they would kill him. In such times, people are selfish and cruel. He did this merely to survive. Moreover, Mu Xian had promised to provide him with food and supplies. For those supplies, he had to do something to satisfy her. Chao Ziwen will fight you. Seeing that Chao Ziwen refused to yield, the person at the front brandished a kitchen knife and charged down. Chao Ziwen helplessly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his gaze had turned cold. He swung the axe in his hand, chopping down at the incoming person, who fell in an instant. The screams from upstairs continued, and in a struggle to survive, everyone in the stairwell rushed towards him without regard for anything. In just a few seconds, the stairwell was stained red with blood. The people at the front used their lives to open a path for those behind them. Seeing that the front people were engaged in a struggle with Xuan, the others showed no signs of helping and only rushed towards the exit on the 29th floor. In the stairwell, Xuan knelt on one knee after killing the last person. On the 30th floor, the screams were not as loud as before, indicating they had lost their lives. After resting for a moment, he was about to leave when Mu Xian's figure appeared at the stairway. "I'll put out the fire. You're injured. Go to Xinyu and let Aisha treat you." I left the medicine at his door. The moment Xuan saw Mu Xian, he was stunned by her beauty, followed by disbelief. He never expected Mu Xian to be so beautiful yet so decisive in her actions. Truly, it confirmed that saying, the more beautiful the woman, the more dangerous she is. He sighed, stood up, and walked up to the 30th floor, just as he was about to knock on Shen Yu's door when he heard the sound of the door opening. "Ziwang, coming quickly." Shen Yu pulled him into the room with one hand while using the other to grab the medicine from the floor, glanced around, and suddenly shut the door. On the 29th floor, after everyone returned, still shaken, they patted their chests, exchanging glances before all emotions of regret, shock, anger, and resentment erupted. They initially thought that with so many people together, they could dismantle Mu Xian's door and grab some food. But in the end, not only did they fail to break into Mu Xian's house, but she also managed to kill 2 or 3 dozen people with her actions. These were living beings. They had lost their breath in just a few minutes, and they couldn't even preserve the corpses intact. At that moment, they fully realized how terrifying Mu Xian was and understood that she was a demon. Mu Xian is truly a beast. She actually killed so many people in one go. Isn't that so? How could she be so cruel as a woman? These people were her neighbors. I never expected her to be such a person, venomous and despicable. They frantically discussed Mu Xian's actions in the group, but never considered that they had attacked her first. If they hadn't taken the initiative to confront her, her fire wound have reached them. They could only say that what they faced now was self-inflicted, and that damned Xuan actually blocking us from leaving. He must have been bought by Mu Xian. I think so too. He killed several people, definitely in cahoots with Mu Xian. Everyone, if we can't kill Mu Xian, let's kill him. I think that's feasible, but we don't know where he is now. If we want to kill him, we first have to find out where he is. I saw him injured when I went downstairs. Without medicine, he shouldn't last long. Now, let us split up and search. He must be hiding in some house. Let's go. Let's take down that dog of Mu Xian. The people in the group said as they grabbed their weapons and went out, unaware that outside, Lu Yidao was already waiting for them. Chapter 41. Mu Xian's scheme. Lu Yidao originally planned for these cannon fodder to block Mu Xian's attacks, so he could take advantage of the chaos to invade her home. Who would have thought these useless rookies ended up dying in droves? With food now in short supply, he had to kill a few more people to fill his stomach. He waited at the stairway, watching as a dozen people emerged from the tightly locked door, charging at him in a frenzy. In just 1 minute, none survived, all with wide-open eyes, unable to close them. What a bunch of useless trash. So many people can't handle a little woman, forcing me to eat raw meat. If they don't show some skill soon, don't blame me for taking them all out. While chewing the meat in his hand, he spoke fiercely, scaring his lackeys into kneeling beside him, afraid to move. Mu Xian saw the scene of his attack, and her expression grew increasingly serious. She noticed that Lu Yidao's physique and skills had improved significantly compared to before. He was much stronger and faster. If she didn't eliminate him quickly, her safe house might really be breached by him. It seemed she had to lure him out and kill him, but what method could she use to entice him? This was indeed a bit tricky. Mu Xian took a bite of watermelon, resting her chin on one hand, lazily sitting in a rocking chair, her eyes rolling around. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she snapped her fingers, then sent the surveillance footage of Lu Yidao killing someone to Xinyu, asking him to share in the group. Xinyu received the message, and although he didn't know what Mu Xian was planning, he followed her instructions and posted the footage in the group. Guys, Lu Yidao has killed someone. Take a look. Is he still considered human? Compared to Mu Xian, he is even more terrifying. Think about it. If we don't attack Mu Xian, she won't strike at us. But Lu Yidao, is someone who has actually attacked us. He is far more frightening than Mu Xian. After Xuan Yu's statement, the group immediately flooded with fearful emojis. Oh my god, Lu Yidao wouldn't kill us, would he? What should we do? I'm so scared. Lu Yidao, like Mu Xian, is a monster, but I fear Lu Yidao more than Mu Xian. After all, he can come out at any time to wipe us out. Yes, we have no food, no water, and we have to face his and Mu Xian's attacks. We can't go on like this. Is there any way to escape? I don't want to stay here any longer. Me too. Xuan Yu took a screenshot of everyone's reactions and sent it to Mu Xian. She glanced at it, feeling a surge of pleasure. Then she had Xuan Yu send a few more messages to them. Everyone, wouldn't it be beneficial for us if both Mu Xian and Lu Yidao died? As soon as Xuan Yu said this, everyone immediately tagged him. Xuan Yu, do you have a plan? There's a plan, but I don't know if Lu Yidao will fall for it. Let's hear it. Upon hearing that Xuan Yu had a plan, the group felt a glimmer of hope amidst their despair. They were eager to know what Xuan Yu's plan was. Seeing the atmosphere was just right, Xuan Yu spoke up. We can't attack Mu Xian's house through the front door. But that doesn't mean we can't go in through the balcony, right? Why didn't we think of that? Yes, the balcony is all glass. If we break the glass, maybe we can get into Mu Xian's house. One person raised a doubt, and everyone suddenly thought of the people who had been killed by Mu Xian, their hearts sinking. Yes, we can escape at the door, but we can't escape from the balcony. Who said you had to go there? I was talking about Lu Yidao. Xuan Yu said directly. He continued, Lu Yidao hates Mu Xian to the core. If he knew there was a way in, he would definitely go for it. Moreover, he is no longer an ordinary person. He would think that with his strength, he can enter Mu Xian's house. So we just need to fool him into going through the balcony. If they both end up harming each other, it would be good for us. On one hand, our enemies would be out of combat, and on the other hand, our threat would be eliminated, allowing everyone to live more comfortably. This plan is great. Xuan Yu, you really are something. Haha, if both of them die, it will be even better for us. But how do we get Lu Yidao to attack Mu Xian's house from the balcony? That's simple. We can choose a few people to create a group, pull him in, and tell him that Mu Xian's balcony can be accessed. Then we can concoct a lie saying that we attacked Mu Xian's balcony and injured her with weapons. I don't believe he won't take the bait. I think we can give it a try. If it doesn't work, we can think of something else. Okay, let's do it. But who will create the group? Anyone can do it, but whoever manages to trick Lu Yidao into coming over, once they both harm each other, that person will be our leader. When we enter Mu Xian's house, they will get to choose the supplies first and distribute them. Xuan Yu's words undoubtedly left a huge allure in everyone's hearts. At this moment, food was the most important thing, and if they could get more, they would certainly be willing. So everyone in the group actively volunteered to create the group. One night passed, and everyone was arguing about setting up the new group and choosing the group leader. But in the end, they chose one person. This person was named Chui Mingho, chosen because he was clever and could tell any lie without a hint of embarrassment. Most importantly, he had quick reflexes, so if anything happened, he could quickly come up with a solution. By the afternoon of the next day, around 2 o'clock, he created the new group and added more than 10 people he trusted, as well as Xuan Yu. After Lu Yidao woke up, he found himself added to the new group and looked quite impatient. Just as he was about to leave, he saw Chui Mingho tagging him in the group. Brother Lu, we injured Mu Xian this morning. If we go to her house now, we should be able to deal with her. I wonder if you would like to join us? What? You injured Mu Xian? Ha ha, with you bunch of fools. Brother Lu, you can't say that. We were actually looking for a way to get into Mu Xian's house this morning, and we happened to see her standing on the balcony. You know, every household's balcony isn't completely sealed, so while she wasn't paying attention, we threw a fruit knife at her and hit her right in the shoulder. She is already injured, so her movements will be a bit difficult. To increase our chances of success, we would like to invite you to join us, because you are the strongest among us. With you, we can definitely enter Mu Xian's house. Chapter 42. Killing Lu Yidao Hehe. Are you guys serious? Mu Xian is injured? Lu Yidao had long wanted to deal with Mu Xian, but had never had the chance. Now hearing this news, he was very excited. But he also knew that Mu Xian was not an easy opponent, and he was half skeptical of what these people said. Of course, we also have a video of her being injured. After saying that, a video appeared on the screen. This video was sent to Xuan Yu by Mu Xian, but Xuan Yu told the others that he had synthesized it. He was known as a computer whiz, so no one suspected it. After Lu Yidao opened the video and carefully observed it, not finding anything suspicious, he immediately smiled with joy. He thought for a moment and said in the group, "What are you planning to act? Aren't we waiting for your orders? As soon as you give the word, we'll set off. Then let's wait another 2 days. I'll send someone to observe first." Although Lu Yidao wanted to resolve the issue with Mu Xian quickly and seize her supplies, he would not act impulsively. He preferred to enjoy the spoils all to himself rather than share them with them. If Mu Xian was really injured, he didn't need the help of these people in the group. He could handle it alone. Closing the chat interface, he glanced at the 2 little brothers beside him and sent them to room 3004 to keep an eye on Mu Xian's movements. Mu Xian had long been prepared. After he sent someone over, she deliberately exposed herself applying medicine, and then acted as if everything was very difficult for her, making his little brother believe the news was true, and subsequently reported it to him. Watching the videos and photos sent by his little brother, he laughed wildly, convinced that Mu Xian was indeed injured. Then, around 2 in the morning, he headed straight to 3004, intending to enter Mu Xian's house directly from a balcony. "Boss, the wooden planks are set up, guaranteed to be stable." 2 little brothers dismantled the bedboard of 3004 and directly placed it on the balconies of both houses, hoping Lu Yidao could walk across the planks. They thought they would be able to capture Mu Xian and the food in her hands this time, not knowing that Mu Xian had been waiting for them all along. She stood behind the curtain, looking at Lu Yidao, who was stepping on the wooden plank, and focused her mind. In the next second, the time on her phone stopped, and the heavy snow outside froze in midair. Looks like these past few days of practice weren't in vain. As long as I control it well, I can activate this ability anytime and anywhere. It's just that the time is too short. In order to extend the stop time, it seems I need a certain condition. Mu Xian muttered to herself as she opened the sliding door, took out the sniper rifle, and aimed at Lu Yidao's head before pulling the trigger. After a loud bang, the snowflakes in the air began to fall, accompanied by the blood spraying from Lu Yidao's head, drifting downwards. The little brothers on the opposite side, not yet reacting, saw Lu Yidao's body topple to the side and fall to the ground below. They shouted in panic and quickly sought refuge inside the house, their faces showing a trace of shock. They couldn't understand how this Mu Xian was so eerie. They hadn't even seen how she moved her hand. Not only had they not seen it, but they hadn't even heard the gunshot. It was too terrifying. What should we do next? The boss is dead, and we have no food. The people in this building won't show us any kindness. Even if we go to them, it would just be seeking our own death. It seems we can only rely on Mu Xian now. Rely on her? Don't dream. As soon as we show our heads, she might just eliminate us. So what should we do? The two once again witnessed Mu Xian's extraordinary abilities, terrified and at a loss, daring not to have any thoughts about her, and could only leave in frustration. After they left, Mu Xian picked up the sniper rifle and fired again, leaving several more holes in Lu Yidao's body. This time, Mu Xian didn't use her abilities. All the neighbors heard the gunshots. They leaned out of the windows, and upon seeing Lu Yidao's corpse, gasped in shock. "Everyone, did you see that? It seems Lu Yidao was killed by Mu Xian." "Of course we saw it. We're not blind. It's over. If he wasn't a match for Mu Xian, we definitely can't take her on." "That's true, but Lu Yidao wasn't a good person either. He's dead, and our threat is temporarily lifted." "That's right. Although Mu Xian is despicable, at least she didn't actively kill anyone. Lu Yidao came at her directly, and now that he's dead, we don't have to worry anymore. So, do we continue to attack Mu Xian's house?" While everyone was discussing Lu Yidao's death, a neighbor quietly asked in the group. Everyone fell silent immediately. After a long pause, someone finally spoke up. "We can't get into Mu Xian's house anyway, and if we attack, she will retaliate. I don't want to die." "Me neither. Mu Xian is too powerful. If we go, it's like asking for death." "Then, what do we do? We've been hungry for several days. I'm almost out of energy." Everyone in the group had been hungry for days, but they had no idea where to find food. The only option was to eat human flesh. At this point, they didn't care about morality anymore. As long as they could fill their stomachs, they would go to any lengths. Time passed, and it was the next morning. The building erupted in chaos again as several weak and sick people were killed, and the killers were none other than those starving neighbors. Xinyu informed Mu Xian of the news, and she simply responded with an "oh" before asking him to pull her into the group chat. "Hello, neighbors, good morning. Have you eaten?" After saying this, she didn't forget to share a video of her couch and table piled high with snacks, drinks, and fruits. She wanted them to see but not eat, making them feel even more desperate. "Wuxian, you bitch, how can you? You have so much food. What's wrong with sharing some with us? You're inhuman. You don't deserve to be a person. Wuxian, are you happy watching us starve to death? Don't you feel a bit guilty or uneasy?" The people in the group knew Wuxian was doing it on purpose, and after being unable to get what they wanted, they could only verbally attack her for some psychological comfort. But the more they cursed, the happier Wuxian became, even bringing out the hard dishes. Roast duck, whole roasted lamb, roasted suckling pig, steak, and so on, making everyone's mouths water. "Everyone, with so much delicious food, I'll taste it for you first." After saying that, she started eating and even played a game of eating one piece and tossing another. "Wuxian, you're wasting food. If you're not going to eat, you could give some to us. Wuxian, please, give me a piece. Wuxian, no, I call you ancestor, give me a piece, just one. You can't finish it anyway, right? Grandma, I don't even want fresh food. Just give me what you throw on the ground. Ancestor, I haven't tasted meat in so long. I'm begging you, just give me a bone a lick." Facing their various demands, Wuxian acted as if she didn't see them and enjoyed her meal. Half an hour later, she was full and even made herself a glass of homemade watermelon juice. So delicious. After saying this, she rubbed her chin, glanced at the remaining food on the table, smiled at the camera, gave a yay, and then threw the food into the trash can. Her actions offended everyone in the group again. They erupted in sharp shouts and accusations, but none of that affected her. "It's such a cold day. I'm really too lazy to go down and throw out the trash." Wuxian tied the garbage bag tightly and sent a message in the group. Instantly, the insults and accusations in the group turned into pleas. "Wuxian, I can help you take out the trash." No, he can't do it. Let me do it. I will definitely make sure it's clean. All of you get away from me. I am the one who takes out the garbage. Auntie, just throw the trash at the door. I can go pick it up." Wuxian was amused by their words. These people were now extremely hungry, so they wanted to try anything edible, no matter what. But Wuxian just wouldn't let them eat. These people were not worth her sympathy at all. In the following days, aside from sharing food pictures in the group, Wuxian played video games, practiced her abilities, and exercised, enjoying a leisurely and comfortable life. Seeing that they couldn't get any charity from Wuxian, the people in the group no longer had any expectations. To survive, they could only continue to consume human flesh. Wuxian saw several neighbors dragging a recently deceased person into the middle of the corridor to dismember him through the surveillance cameras. The stairwell was covered in blood, with bits of flesh flying everywhere. It seems they're desperate enough to resort to anything. Just as Wuxian was interested in watching other people, Xuan sent her a message. "Wuxian, do you still have medicine over there? Aisha has a high fever and my wound is inflamed. I need some anti-inflammatory medicine." As for Xuan and the other two, Wuxian didn't plan to eliminate them. In her view, the three of them could be quite useful to her. If used well, they could bring unexpected surprises. Although she didn't fully trust them yet, it was still acceptable to give them some benefits. Come to the door to get it. After receiving the medicine, Xuan's resolute face showed signs of fatigue, and his dark circles under his eyes were much heavier. "What's wrong? Haven't slept well these past few days? How could I sleep well? Our situation is not like your stronghold. If someone really wants to attack, they can easily pry the door open. I've offended them, and although they don't know where I am yet, who knows when they might suddenly attack. If it were just me, it wouldn't be so bad. I could just die. But there are still Xuan Yu and Aisha in the house. I can't drag them down with me, so I have to stay alert every day. I had given Xuan Yu some weapons before, and, if necessary, they can be used. Besides, you've seen the behavior of those neighbors, so be careful." "Got it, thanks." She took out her binoculars to take a look, and sure enough, there was a person. It seemed that other floors were also starting to riot. She quietly observed, and indeed, not long after, 2 more people fell from the building, and a familiar figure appeared in that room. Wang Linxiang? I was wondering why this guy has been missing for so long. Turns out he's gone to building 29. However, it doesn't seem to be going well over there either. The situation in building 29 had become chaotic, with many people fighting over a little bit of food. The food Wang Linxiang took from Building 30 had only lasted him just over 2 weeks. To survive, he used the same tricks again to deceive the residents of Building 29 into giving him their food. After that, he intended to leave, but Building 29 was somewhat far from Building 28, and he feared he would freeze to death on the way, so he had to hide. Today, he had completely run out of food, and just as he was thinking of robbing supplies from another household, he ran into several residents of Building 29 who were robbing. When they saw him, thinking of the supplies they had been deceived out of, they rushed at him without saying a word and gave him a beating. "You bastard! We've caught you, huh? Why aren't you hiding? You tricked us out of so much stuff. You should hand it over. What are you wasting time talking to this bastard for? After such a long time, the stuff is probably all gone. I say just kill him." "I agree. I feel very uncomfortable if this guy doesn't die." As they spoke, they picked up tools to smash him, and he curled up, trembling and shouting, "Guys, don't hit me. I know someone who has countless supplies. If you spare me, I'll tell you who she is." Although Wang Linxiang had ended up in Building 29, several members of the security team had stayed in Building 30. They still had contact, so he knew all about Mu Xian having supplies. He even knew she had weapons. Originally, he didn't intend to reveal this information, but now he had no choice but to speak up to save his life. "Are you trying to deceive us again? Seeking death? Wang Linxiang, don't think that just because you say a few lies, we'll let you go. Let me tell you, you're dead today." "No, I'm really not lying. Do you remember when someone bought a large batch of supplies in the community? I know who has that batch." The others exchanged glances, suddenly recalling seeing several large trucks transporting supplies, their eyes lighting up. "Who has it?" Hearing them ask this, Wang Linxiang breathed a sigh of relief. "I told you, you can't lay a hand on me, because only I know the current situation in Building 30. Chapter 44. The people from Building 29 come knocking. The group had initially planned to kill Wang Linxiang right after he finished speaking, but his words made them hesitate. They moved aside and discussed for a few minutes before speaking again. "How do you prove that those supplies are in the hands of the people from Building 30? Knowing they wouldn't believe him, Wang Linxiang took out his phone and opened a video sent to him by 2 security guards. In the video, various foods were laid out in front of Mu Xian, and the house was warm and cozy. Looking at themselves bundled up tightly and then seeing Mu Xian in a thin nightgown drinking red wine at home drove them crazy. They never expected that someone could live so comfortably under such circumstances. Their jealousy peaked. Wang Linxiang, since she has so many supplies and her home is so comfortable, why haven't the people from Building 30 attacked her? Exactly, since someone sent out her video, the people from Building 30 wouldn't let her off so easily. It's so calm now. It must be a trap. Speak up. Did something happen in Building 30? They had previously heard gunfire and knew that someone in Building 30 had guns. Mu Xian is living so well without being robbed. So there can only be one answer. The person with a gun is Mu Xian. The reason why the people from Building 30 don't dare to rob her is simply because they are afraid of being killed by her. They already know that Mu Xian has a gun, but they don't know what exactly happened that led to such a quiet situation in Building 30. To obtain the supplies in her house, they need to understand what has transpired during this time. Wang Linxiang's eyes were spinning. He had already learned a lot from the 2 security guards, but he didn't plan to reveal everything at once. After filtering through his thoughts, he briefly recounted Mu Xian's situation, mixing in a lot of truth and falsehoods. It turns out that Mu Xian had known about the weather change in advance, so she started stockpiling supplies and decorating her house early. However, she didn't inform everyone after finding out, which is indeed deserving of punishment. Everyone, based on the description. This woman is not easy to deal with. Shouldn't we inform others about this news? What is the point of telling others? The people from Building 30 are useless. Which doesn't mean we are. What if we pry open her door and her things only belong to us? Liangzi is right. I think we should check it out ourselves first. If it really doesn't work, then we can tell others. I think that's fine. What should we act? The sooner, the better. I think tonight. The leader is Hu Zhenghua, who was originally the owner of a nearby supermarket. His wife and child have been hungry for 2 days, so he has no choice but to lead the strong people in the building to rob for supplies. Due to his tall and stout build and his irritable temper, not many people in the building dare to move against him. They can only obediently hand over their meager food supplies. However, these supplies are not enough for even a day. He thought about it. and remembered Wang Linxiang. So he led his group to search room by room until they finally found Wang Linxiang hiding on the 5th floor. Now, they also have an idea of the situation. They know that no one will come to rescue them and can only rely on themselves. Now that they know Mu Xian has enough supplies, they are determined not to miss this opportunity, thinking of quickly dealing with Mu Xian to get the food. After all, this news is a huge temptation for anyone. After returning home, the group started to prepare, gathering various prying tools and warm clothing, wearing everything they could. Soon it was around 11 at night, and Mu Xian was watching a show when she suddenly saw several figures appear on the surveillance screen. She zoomed in on the image and realized that these people did not belong to her building, and an ominous feeling rose in her heart. Upon closer inspection, she saw that the person at the front was Wang Linxiang, and she instantly understood what was happening. They were coming to rob supplies. From their demeanor, it seemed they were targeting her. After thinking for a moment, Mu Xian said something in the group. "Everyone, don't you want food? I can give it to you." "What? You're willing to give us food?" "Mu Xian, when we begged you before, you didn't give us anything. Why are you suddenly willing to give us now? What is your scheme?" "Exactly. I think you have ulterior motives." "Auntie, no matter what others say, as long as you're willing to give me food, I'm willing to do anything." "Me too. As long as you give me food from now on, I'll be your dog. Whatever you want me to do, I'll do it. I will absolutely obey." "Yes, me too. I only ask that you can give me something to eat." A sentence from Mu Xian divided the group into 2 factions. One faction worried that Mu Xian had a hidden agenda, while the other faction didn't care about any schemes as long as there was food. Regarding their behavior, Mu Xian made a judgment in her heart. She sent a message to Xuan, asking him to pull those who only wanted food into a separate group, and then she spoke in that group. "I'm actually not such a selfish person, but your actions have truly pained me. You say, if you were a bit nicer to me, how could I not give you anything? But you either lecture me or curse at me, so of course, I'm unwilling to provide you with food. Furthermore, I don't have much food left, but I can still support you for a few days. However, I've discovered something very serious. People from Building 29 have come over, and they seem to want to seize the food I have. The supplies I have are meant for you, so aren't they clearly trying to oppose you? Therefore, in order for you to be well fed, would you consider working together to eliminate the other side?" Mu Xian sent several messages in the group, expressing herself passionately, almost to the point of tears. She could easily deal with these few people, but she didn't want to take action herself. After all, committing too many killings wasn't good. If she could make use of the people in the building, she would be even happier. "What? Someone actually wants to come and steal our food? How audacious! Those from Building 29 are truly asking for trouble. Don't worry. We will definitely protect the food and you with our lives." "Right, where are they now? Let us go together and make sure to take them down." "Exactly. Anyone who dares to touch Our Lady and our food must not be spared." These people actually know that Mu Xian is using them, but what can they do? After all, Mu Xian has food in her hands. She is now their provider. As long as she can give them food, they will do anything for her. Chapter 45. Dealing with the people from Building 29. This group has a pretty high awareness. Giving them some food isn't a loss. Mu Xian threw a grape in her mouth, leisurely watching the surveillance. Soon, she saw a group of people taking various tools upstairs. They had already reached the 22nd floor, and you could ambush them at the stair entrances of the 30th and 29th floors. Remember, don't let any of them from Building 29 get away. More than 10 people in the group split into 2 teams and stood at the stair entrance, eager to go. Soon, a few from Building 29 reached the 28th floor, and just as they were about to reach the 29th floor, several shadows rushed down and immediately began to beat them up. Hu Zhenghua was the last to walk. When he saw the people in front being beaten, he hurriedly retreated and ran downstairs without saying a word. In the stairwell, screams mixed with laughter, and the situation was one-sided. The more than 10 people from Building 30 were now red-eyed and didn't care whether the others were alive or dead. They beat them for more than 20 minutes, only stopping when the people from Building 29 fell silent. "Grandma, these bastards have already been beaten to death by us." In the group chat, a young man sent a voice message that instructed someone to drag the dead Wang Linxiang and others directly to the 30th floor. "Grandma, look, they're not breathing anymore." Mu Xian held her phone and let out a cold laugh. "Very well, but..." She paused and continued. I said not to let even one escape. Yet you all let a fish slip through the net. After saying this, she sent the surveillance video to the group. Grandma, we didn't pay attention at the time. Don't worry. If he dares to come again, we'll take care of him and make you feel better. Yes, yes. We did overlook it this time, but we promise it won't happen again. Grandma, although we let one go, we have dealt with the others as you requested. You won't go back on your word, will you? The reason these people obeyed was simply because of the little food in Mu Xian's hands. So after everything was done, they were all thinking about food. Mu Xian is a trustworthy person. Although they didn't kill everyone, she still threw them some food, as she had said before. But wait a minute, why is there only this little bit? Yeah, this isn't enough for the 16 of us. Exactly. We're all men and usually eat more. And you. They have 16 people. But Mu Xian only gave them enough for 9, which is nowhere near enough for them. But Mu Xian did this on purpose. You have to know that some people are never satisfied. Giving them too much will only make them more and more demanding. Are you complaining about the amount? Mu Xian directly sent a voice message, her tone carrying a hint of impatience. If they found it too little, they could simply not take it. After all, there were plenty of people who wanted these things. Hearing the anger in Mu Xian's voice, more than a dozen people didn't dare to say much. Quickly picked up the food on the ground and turned to run, scattering in all directions as if afraid Mu Xian would change her mind. Mu Xian sighed, not expecting these soon-to-expire items to be so popular at this time. She couldn't help but feel a bit regretful about the expired bread she had thrown away last week. With this in mind, Mu Xian didn't hesitate at all. She took out several garbage bags from her space and, wearing gloves, pulled out the expired items inside. It doesn't seem too dirty. It's still fine to feed the dogs. She packed the items into a black garbage bag and casually tossed it by the door, waiting for the next opportunity to feed her good neighbors. Hey, Grandma, let us make a deal. If something like this happens again, you must call us. We promise. If you tell us to go east, we definitely want to go west. We will be your loyal supporters for life. Right, as long as you give us food. We guarantee to remain loyal to you. Grandma, don't say we should take care of those in other buildings. Even in our own building, if anyone dares to say a word against you, we could take care of them. That's right. Just give the word, and we'll take action. As the saying goes, when one eats from someone's hand, one is soft-hearted. Having received benefits from Mu Xian, they subconsciously regarded themselves as her people and held her in high esteem. Mu Xian didn't say much in response. After all, at such a time, having a few pawns in front of her to block trouble was still beneficial. He never expected that so many people would be waiting for them at the stairwell of Building 30. If he hadn't run fast, his life would have been at stake. So what about Liangzi and the others? Hu Zhenghua's wife came out of the room. Her originally delicate and round face had become sunken, making her look quite ugly. They were most likely dead. As soon as those people in Building 30 saw us, they attacked directly. We didn't even have time to react. Husband, you must think of a way. Little Ji, he is only 5 years old. If there is no food, he will starve to death. I certainly know we need food, but now the people in the building are almost out of supplies. Even if I went to rob, I wouldn't be able to get much. Then go rob from Building 30. Wang Linxiang said that a large batch of supplies was bought by the people in Building 30, so they should have food. Just take a few people and go get it. It's easy for you to say. We've already lost a few people on this trip. To go over and rob, I need to find a few more people, but we've already offended everyone in the group. Who will be willing to go with me? Besides, do you really think the people in Building 30 are that foolish and unprepared? You haven't seen how spirited they are. They are completely different from us. Moreover, there are so many of them. If I don't bring more people, it's only a dead end for us. I don't care. Our son is almost starving to death. What will he do if he can't find food? He is still so young. Can you bear to see him starve to death? Enough. Do you think I don't want to? I have no choice. Don't make a fuss here. I'm already stressed. Over the issue of food, Hu Zhenghua and his wife had a big argument, each holding their ground, but in the end, they couldn't resolve anything and had to call a truce. Chapter 46. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. Most parents in this world love their children. So even in such difficult times, they can sacrifice for their children. Hu Zhenghua didn't know that his wife had done such a thing for their son. In the current situation, his mind was focused on how to rally the people from Building 29 to attack Mu Xian's home. Dear neighbors, I received news today that there are many food supplies in Building 30. I wonder if anyone wants to join me to go get some. The word rob rolled off his tongue so smoothly that anyone would think he had great relations in Building 30. Hey, Hu Zhanghua, is it not enough that you robbed our food before? Now you want to trick us again? Do you think we're fools? Hu Zhanghua, one must have a conscience. We all know what you're up to. Don't think you could deceive us. Exactly. Who knows what you're planning against us? Let me tell you, we don't have a good impression of you. Now, every household is out of food, and if you're still thinking of playing tricks, don't blame us for being rude. That's right. If you dare to touch us, just try it. We're not afraid of you. Everyone in Building 29 was now huddling together, just like those in Building 30. Although they didn't live together, they had a common enemy, Hu Zhanghua and his group. After being robbed by Hu Zhanghua, the other residents of Building 29 were quite unfriendly towards them and had even attempted to take action against them. Unfortunately, none of them dared to truly seek trouble with Hu Zhanghua. They could only express their discontent verbally. Hu Zhanghua certainly knew they wouldn't believe him. So he shared the photo Wang Linxiang had sent him in the group. In the photo, Mu Xian was wearing pajamas, eating roast duck, and drinking red wine. Outside, heavy snow was falling, and it was freezing cold. At a glance, everyone in the group knew that this was happening now. No way. How could anyone be living so well during such a time? The roast duck inside looked delicious, with crispy skin and tender meat. Look, she even has electricity and a fireplace. What kind of paradise is this? Exactly. We've been without power for almost a month. If it weren't for the power banks, our phones would have run out of battery long ago. Hu Zhanghua, where did you get this photo? Seeing the reactions in the group, Hu Zhanghua's eyes sparkled. He wanted them to see what kind of life Mu Xian was living. When people find themselves in dire straits and see others living well, feelings of resentment and jealousy can arise. Once these emotions explode, it can be quite terrifying. Hu Zhanghua wanted to provoke them, pushing them to join him in attacking Mu Xian's home. Once they captured her home, he had plenty of ways to deal with them. He didn't know Mu Xian's combat strength, but after being attacked by the people from Building 30, he viewed them as the biggest obstacle, believing that to enter Mu Xian's home, they must eliminate all of them first. Do you all remember that before the snow disaster hit, someone in our community hoarded a lot of supplies? The family that hoarded supplies is from 3001 in Building 30. Wang Linxiang's family lives in Building 30. Although he ran to Building 29, he has an insider in Building 30 who said that that family is living quite comfortably, without worries about food or drink, and the environment is warm. Because of her, the entire Building 30 is living better than us. Although I robbed your things before, now I'm just like you, with no food at all. To survive, we can only unite and cooperate to go to Building 30 and get some food from them. How can it be that the people in Building 30 are living so comfortably while we're living like pigs and dogs? This is unacceptable. We are all in the same community. At this time, supplies should be shared with everyone. Don't you agree? He passionately brainwashed everyone in the group. Although they didn't believe him, their hunger had reached unprecedented heights, so they began to echo his words. I think it's very reasonable. We are all in the same community. Why can't they share some with us? Yes, we in Building 29 are the closest to Building 30. Even if they don't share with the other buildings, they should share with our building. You're right, we should get their help. Everyone, let's go together. No matter what, we must get food. We are so hungry we could eat ice and snow. Right, when are we going? If everyone trusts me, let's have a meeting in my house tonight to discuss and make a plan before we take action. The atmosphere in the group about Building 30 is gradually rising, which is exactly what Hu Zhanghua wants. With so many cannon fodder, is he still afraid of getting hurt? The people in Building 30 still don't know they have become the target of Building 29. They're currently frustrated because those 16 people helped Mu Xian get food. If they had known helping Mu Xian would lead to food, they wouldn't have refused anything. In the group, those who previously spoke ill of Mu Xian are now calling out. Mu Xian, is there anything we can do for you? Just say it, and I'll make sure it gets done. Me too. I promise I will never say anything bad about you again. And me, Mu Xian, we're not asking you to give us food directly. As long as you are willing, we can exchange food for labor or other things. Yes, let us do anything. The messages mentioning Mu Xian are increasing, and Mu Xian glances at them, a smirk appearing on her lips. Really do anything? Yes, as long as we can do it. Anything is fine. Okay, then I want you to take care of all the people who are not combat capable. Can you do that? As soon as these words are spoken, the group erupts in chaos. Moreover, many of those without combat capability are their own family members. Muxian, don't go too far. Muxian, we are sincere. Yet you want us to do something so detestable. Are you even human? Exactly. We are different from you. These people without combat capability are our family. And you want us to turn against our own family? Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Muxian, we women may not have much combat capability, but we are not livestock. Are you asking those with combat capability to kill us? Doesn't that hurt your heart? Muxian knew that her words would definitely lead to this result, but so what? She didn't care. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures must be taken. The supplies in her hands did not fall from the sky, and the quantity available was limited. Furthermore, if you have no value to me, why should I support you? Chapter 47. Fighting for food. Muxian had said enough. She wasn't interested in knowing what others thought. Anyway, she had expressed her demands, and whether they chose to comply was their business. Muxian, do you keep your word? If we do as you say, will you give us food? Of course. I'm very honest. If you don't believe me, you can ask the others who have received food. Understand. I will give you a response later. After he finished speaking, no one in the group said anything. Muxian knew they were making their final decision. If they were truly willing to kill their closest ones, it only showed their selfishness. In fact, they didn't have to agree to Muxian's demands. They could go to the underworld with their families, but now they hesitated. They care more about food than their relatives. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, the group became lively again, starting with someone from 2501 posting a photo in the group. In the photo, a man lay on the ground covered in blood, next to a blood-stained kitchen knife that emitted a chilling glow. Muxian, I killed my husband. Can you give me food now? The woman speaking was Zhang Mei. After the apocalypse began, her husband had given her all the food, allowing her to survive until now. The couple had originally had a good relationship, and if it weren't for the sudden snow disaster, they would have been preparing to have a child. Unfortunately, the snow disaster shattered everything. After Muxian made her request in the morning, her husband urged her to kill him in exchange for food. Zhang Mei didn't want to do this, but her husband had committed suicide to ensure her survival. After crying her heart out, she began to stage the scene to make it look like she had killed him and took photos to post in the group. She hated Muxian to the core, but she had no choice but to submit. This feeling of frustration was something she would never forget in her life. Although Muxian didn't know what their situation was, she had already promised them, so she had to follow through. Okay, come and get the food. When the people in the group saw that Muxian was truly keeping her word, they all took action, resolving their relatives, friends, or anyone around them who couldn't fight, and then sent the pictures to the group. For a moment, the group chat was no longer just messages, but a large execution ground. Those who posted pictures could come and get food. And for those who didn't, sorry. Muxian sent a message in the group, and these people rushed out of their homes like crazy, desperately running to the 30th floor. After organizing the food, Muxian opened a shooting port and threw the items out. The first arrivals frantically lay on the ground to pick them up. The scene was so beautiful that Muxian felt a bit scared to look. Muxian, dear, is there any left? We who came later didn't get anything. Yeah, they took everything. Can you throw out a little more? The latecomers pounded on Muxian's door, and she got a bit angry, shooting a crossbow bolt from the shooting port. Don't push your luck. I've already thrown out the items. If you can't get them, it has nothing to do with me. If you dare to knock on my door again, don't blame me for being rude. Muxian, we were just asking. Please don't be angry. If you want something, you can go get it from others. I've given what I should have. If you continue to cause trouble, I'll deal with each of you. All right. Please don't get angry. We'll leave right away. They were very dissatisfied with Muxian, but she had a weapon, and they didn't dare confront her. Moreover, they would still need Muxian to provide food in the future, so they could only endure it for now. In the corridor, those who didn't get food were mumbling curses under their breath, using harsh language. They felt no gratitude, only that since Muxian had food, it was only right that she should share it with them. Okay, enough talk. There's so many who got food. Let's go take some from them. If they don't give it, we'll just take it by force. Exactly. Rather than criticizing Muxian, we should hurry to get some from them. If we wait too long, we might end up hungry. After saying this, the group quickly rushed downstairs. They first went to the 27th floor, then to the 28th floor. Unfortunately, These neighbors had been hungry for so long that by the time they got food, it had already been eaten, and all that was left were the wrappers. Damn it, couldn't you leave us some? Eating so much. Aren't you afraid of choking? Exactly, no matter what, you must take some out for us. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. What a joke. We didn't get any, and now you want to rob us. Is there no justice? What justice? Mu Xian's food was meant to be shared, and you all took it. What are we supposed to eat? What you eat is none of our concern. Anyway, everything is already in our stomachs. Do you really want to kill us? Damn it, what if we kill you? Everyone, beat them up. Downstairs, those who got food and those who didn't started to fight fiercely over the food. The originally harmonious neighbors split into two factions over this incident, and the fighting was brutal. Mu Xian looked at the surveillance footage and smiled coldly. There were still nearly 100 people left in the building, and most of them had attacked her in her previous life, so she couldn't help but hope they would kill a few in the fight. An hour later, the battle ceased, and Mu Xian almost burst into laughter as she watched a few people walk out of the corridor. Each of them was bruised and battered, their swollen faces clearly visible on the surveillance camera, making it easy to imagine how intense the brawl had been. In the middle of the night, silver snow fell to the ground, accompanied by an endless sense of desolation. Mu Xian glanced at the fireplace and yawned. Being cooped up in a house for so many days was really boring. Unfortunately, she couldn't go out yet. After all, there were some neighbors outside who would eat people without spitting out bones. Once she left, who knew if they would rush in to deal with her? Although she had several weapons and was skilled in hand-to-hand combat, one person couldn't stand against over 100. Forget it, I'll wait a little longer. After a fierce fight broke out among the people from Building 30, both factions ended up worse for wear and had to return home to rest. Meanwhile, the people from Building 29 were already discussing how to attack Building 30. They had gathered in Hu Zhenghua's house, armed with various tools and showing excited expressions. That's right, they had already thought of a way to force Mu Xian to hand over food. Chapter 48. Exposing Mu Xian's information at 2 in the morning. The people from Building 29 crept out, one after another, heading straight for Building 30. Once they arrived, they ascended the stairs to the 5th floor, intending to take some food from the occupants. However, upon entering the house, they found it completely empty. Those who had come with Hu Zhenghua turned around in confusion upon seeing the vacant rooms. This way, the journey to get food was shortened, and they wouldn't need to stay out in the cold for too long. The others found this reasoning somewhat valid, so they nodded and continued upward. The cold wind blew through the stairwell, and aside from their footsteps, there was no other sound. Due to the frigid weather and the icy stairs, they were very cautious with each step, worried that any misstep might cause them to fall and make noise, waking the people in Building 30. Time slowly passed, and they reached the 22nd floor at 3:30 a.m. To confirm if anyone was there, they sent a few people to take a look. After a quick glance, they realized that the rooms were indeed occupied. The doors were all locked tight, indicating that someone lived there. All right, since there are people living here, send 10 people to search this floor, while the rest continue up, assigning 10 people per floor. We must gather all their food. Hu Zhenghua instructed as he assigned the personnel, then walked to the back. His original intention was to use these people as cannon fodder. At times like this, he was still quite afraid of dying. Move quickly, let us go up. Tonight, we must catch them off guard and get the food. Whether we can survive a few more days depends on this. Brothers, don't drop the ball. A strong man whispered as he walked, laughing a couple of times, as if they were sure to succeed this time. They marched in unison to the 29th floor, and seeing that there was only one more floor to the 30th. Everyone stopped. Everyone, let us rob this floor first. Once we have control of these people, we can force the folks in 30 to hand over their supplies. The strong man said, stepping out of the stairwell first. He held a crowbar in one hand and struck the lock of room 2901. The noise startled the occupants inside, who looked around in confusion. Inside the room, a young woman stared in terror at the door, asking in a low voice. The others also looked bewildered. They had been sleeping soundly and had no idea what was happening. Is it Mu Xian come to deal with us? Another young man stared at the door, picking up a wooden stick, his frail body trembling. Although he had never harmed Mu Xian, he had often spoken ill of her in the group chat, and he was quite afraid of her retaliation. What are you panicking about? Even if it is Mu Xian, what can she do? We're so many. Are we afraid of a woman Who couldn't he even crush a chicken? Sun Yongping quietly scolded a few people and picked up a kitchen knife, slowly moving toward the door. What are you looking at me for? Let us all go together. Hearing his voice, the other 6 in the room also began to move cautiously behind him. They carefully positioned themselves on either side of the door, intending to ambush Mu Xian. But as soon as the door opened, they were stunned. This wasn't Mu Xian, it was a group of strongmen. The people from Building 29 kicked open the door and rushed in, quickly realizing the room was empty. They soon turned around and faced Sun Yongping and his group. So this is where you are. Brothers, surround them. The leading strong man shouted, and the people from Building 29 quickly encircled Sun Yongping and the others. Who are you? What are you doing here? Sun Yongping, despite feeling extremely panicked inside, maintained a calm facade. Are you their leader? The strong man played with the tool in his hand, asking with a half-smile. I'm not, but I'm the oldest here. Do you have business with us? The oldest? Good. We are from Building 29. I heard you have food here, so we came to borrow some. From Building 29? Borrow food? Don't joke around. We don't have any food. Sun Yongping found it somewhat amusing. If they had food, they wouldn't be living like this. None. But I heard that someone in this building bought a lot of supplies, and that person even shared supplies with you. Upon hearing this, Sun Yongping immediately understood. They were looking for Mu Xian. Remembering all the things Mu Xian had done to them, an idea suddenly popped into his mind. Everyone, let us talk it out. No need to fight. We're all family here. Bah, who has family with you? I advise you to hand over the food quickly and notify your leader to bring food to save us. Otherwise, our knives won't be merciful. What nonsense are you talking about? We don't have any food, and we don't know Mu Xian well. She doesn't even give us food. So how could she possibly save us? The young woman was frightened by them and cried out. But the people from Building 29 didn't believe her at all. It's already this late, and you still want to trick us? Seeking death? What she said is true. We do have someone hoarding a lot of supplies in this building. This person is called Mu Xian, living in room 300. Unfortunately, this person is extremely selfish and cruel. She kills without mercy when she says so. Moreover, she never intended to share the food she has. We've been hungry for a long time. As Sun Yongping spoke, his voice was a bit shaky. The clothes that had just fit him now looked much larger, which was enough to indicate that what he said was true. Ridiculous. I've heard people say that aside from not being warm, you can eat to your fill every meal. How long do you intend to keep fooling us? Brother, do we look like we can afford to eat anything? Let me tell you the truth. Mu Xian is a ruthless character. She has guns, crossbows, and various weapons. She never intended for us to survive. If she knew there would be a snow disaster, why didn't she tell us? Sun Yongping was calculating in his heart. Since they couldn't deal with Mu Xian, he would let others handle her. In his mind, Mu Xian deserved to die, and if he could use someone else's hand to solve her, he would be even happier. Chapter 49. Bombing Mu Xian's front door. When the people from Building 29 heard that Mu Xian had guns and other weapons, they were instantly shocked. These things were not something ordinary people could possess in the country. It could only be said that Mu Xian was quite extraordinary. Yanga, what should we do? A middle-aged man, next to the strong man, asked quietly. The strong man shot him a glance and coldly replied, "Let's first check the situation." After saying that, they moved step by step to the door of Mu Xian's house on the 30th floor. Damn, this woman's door is actually made of metal. After surveying Mu Xian's door, the strong man, named Yang Gu, spat on the ground. He was still a bit worried after hearing Sun Yongping and the others' words earlier. But thinking about how many of them there were, and that it was the middle of the night, Mu Xian must have already gone to sleep. As long as they were quiet and pried open Mu Xian's door, they could hold her down once inside, and they would be able to get the food she had. If they were lucky, they might even get her weapon. However, upon reaching the door, he realized he was mistaken. The door of Mu Xian's house can't be opened with ordinary tools at all. Brother Yang, does that mean we can't get in? The person next to him looked anxiously at Brother Yang. What? Use explosives? Brother Yang, that's too risky, right? What if we blow up this floor? Not to mention the food, we might end up buried in there. Are you stupid? Can't you adjust the amount? In order to get the food from Mu Xian's house, they have really invested a lot. As the sky gradually brightened, the few of them became increasingly anxious. As soon as Mu Xian woke up, they had already prepared for the response. Otherwise, their efforts would be in vain. Why haven't they come yet? Old Wang rubbed his hands together, shivering in the temperature of minus 60 or 70 degrees. Just bear with it. As long as the detonators arrive, we can start. They had quite a few detonators in hand, and even some gunpowder. Brother Yang, we found some gunpowder at Lei Zi's place, thinking it might come in handy. Well done. Hurry up and take action. Let's try to blow the door open in one go. The group fiddled outside Mu Xian's door for a while, then hid in the hallway. Before long, the sound of the explosion echoed throughout the entire building. Mu Xian was still sound asleep when a loud noise startled her awake. She covered her ears, feeling a ringing in her ears as if her eardrums were about to burst. Who the hell dares to disturb my sleep? She rolled over, dressed in a camisole nightgown, took out her handgun and walked to the door, then opened the surveillance monitor. When she saw several strangers emerging from the smoke, a bloodthirsty killing intent flashed in her eyes. Good. They actually dare to come after me. They must be tired of living. Looking at the intact front door, Mu Xian breathed a sigh of relief, then stood on a stool and carefully opened the shooting port. The people outside were crouched beside Mu Xian's door, trying to force it open, but after a few pushes, they found that the door wouldn't budge at all. How is that possible? We used detonators and gunpowder. The power should be considerable. Why didn't it blow the door open? Brother Yang, did we use too little? Old Wang rubbed his head and whispered. Brother Yang thought about it and felt it made sense, so he spoke again. How much detonator and gunpowder do we have left? Bring it all over and use it. Ah, that won't work. If we bring it over, this whole floor will probably be destroyed. Why are you talking so much? Do you still want to get the food? Of course I do. Then go get it. Hearing their conversation, Mu Xian's gaze turned cold. This group of people is really courting death. She took out her gun, intending to shoot directly, but suddenly thought of something, smiled slightly, and sent a message in the group. Everyone, you heard the explosion just now, right? This group actually wants to rob me of my supplies. They are really audacious. Although my supplies are running low, there is still enough for you to eat for a few days, but they actually want to claim them as their own. What do you say? Should we let them succeed? Just like before, if anyone can deal with them, I will give them more supplies. The people in Building 30 were surrounded by those from Building 29, but the previous explosion had also attracted the attention of those in Building 29. How could they just give their food to others? If this group of dogs really took it away, they would be doomed. Everyone, let us fight them and ensure we protect Mu Xian's food. Right, let us go together. We have plenty of people. Are we still afraid of them? One person spoke, and the others naturally followed suit, quickly reaching a consensus to stealthily ambush the people from Building 29 from behind. In just a few minutes, screams echoed through the floors. Through the surveillance, Mu Xian saw the chaotic battle in the building. Both sides were fighting fiercely, beating anyone they caught to death. In room 3003, Xuan Yu, Aisha, and Chao Ziwen also saw the situation outside through the surveillance, and the three were somewhat surprised. These people aren't from our floor. What are they doing here? It looks like they came to rob food. With the fighting downstairs, it seems many people will die. Chao, look at the door of Mu Xian's house. Don't those people have something in their hands? At this time, Aisha's gaze shifted to Brother Yang and the others in the surveillance monitor, noticing they were holding something, and asked worriedly, "That's gunpowder and detonators." Chao Ziwen, seeing what they had, anxiously focused on the door of Mu Xian's house. Although they didn't have direct contact with Mu Xian, she had helped them, and they remembered that kindness. Seeing Mu Xian in danger, they couldn't remain indifferent. You two stay at home. I'll go deal with them. No way. There are too many of them. I'm going with you. Although Xuan Yu looked weak, he had practiced Taekwondo for a few years. While not too strong, he could still hold his own. I understand. You all be careful. Chapter 50. Rallying neighbors Chao Ziwen and Xuan Yu quietly opened the door and quickly rushed out while the smoke hadn't completely dissipated, attacking the few people. The screams coming from the corridor clearly reached Mu Xian's ears. She glanced at the situation outside and saw it was Xuan Yu and Chao Ziwen. Mu Xian, how do you want to deal with these people? Chao Ziwen asked at Mu Xian's door. Mu Xian stroked her chin and said calmly, "Let us kill them." Mu Xian's reminder was good. This world has already changed. Those who dared to act against Mu Xian would dare to act against them as well. It's best to eliminate the threat completely whenever possible. After dealing with this group, Mu Xian took another look at the situation on the other floors. Currently, The strength of both sides was not much different, but this was Building 30, which had more people than Building 29. So, 2 hours later, all the people from Building 29 were killed. This battle also left more than half of the people from Building 30 injured. After counting the numbers, Mu Xian found that only 89 people survived in the entire building. The fact that these people could survive indicated that they had some skills, which made Mu Xian even more determined to eliminate them. Everyone, we were able to defeat the people from Building 29 thanks to all of you. So, according to our previous agreement, I will provide you with the food you deserve. However, we are now facing a new problem. The news about our food supply will likely spread throughout the entire community, and many people will come to fight us for food. What does everyone think about this? Mu Xian was actually not worried about the people from the other buildings causing trouble. If they really came, she had plenty of ways to deal with them. She just thought it would be too troublesome to do it herself. After these 2 rounds of feeding, although the people from Building 30 still had a lot of complaints about her, it was somewhat better than before. If she could win them over, she wouldn't need to step in personally to deal with others later on. She didn't know how the people from Building 29 found out that she had food, but it was undeniable that if this news reached them, it would also reach the ears of the people from other buildings. To reduce some trouble, she felt it was necessary to win over these pawns. Mu Xian, you've provided us with food, so of course, we will protect your safety and the safety of the food. Don't worry, we won't let anyone from the other buildings touch you. Right, everyone? It had to be said that Xuan was quite adept at handling situations. After his speech, the people in the group also started to chime in. Don't worry. As long as you continue to provide us with food, we will ensure your safety and the safety of the food. Yes, food is the hope for our survival. If anyone dares to come and steal it, we will take them down. That's right. As long as we unite, no one else can get our food. If they really come, you won't even need to say anything. We can handle it ourselves. Well said. By then, we'll beat them so badly that their parents won't recognize them. Let's see who dares to cause trouble. With everyone saying this, Mu Xian felt relieved. She could count on them from now on. However, Mu Xian thought to herself, why did this sound so awkward? Are you saying we should risk our lives while you stay at home watching? As soon as this was said, Sun Yongping also spoke up. Mu Xian, that's not fair. We can protect you, but you should also contribute a bit, right? You have so many weapons in your hands. If you act, you can definitely take them down one by one. We only have some ordinary knives and iron rods. Asking us to fight with those is a bit inhumane, isn't it? Mu Xian stared at the words on her phone screen, a hint of coldness in her eyes. These 2 were the troublemakers in the group. With them around, others would be affected to some extent. It seemed it was time to get rid of them. What? Do you think I should provide you with food while also eliminating threats for you? Don't forget, I'm a woman. Not to mention whether I can survive going out to fight, just the fact that I provide you with food is already good enough for you. Besides, I'm quite comfortable at home. If I don't provide you with food, I have enough to eat for a long time. You now want me to exert effort and resources for you? Things aren't that cheap. I can tell you that I can ignore you. Anyway, the door to my house, even with explosives, can't be blown open, let alone others. When the time comes, if they can't deal with me, they'll definitely come after you. With the likes of you, can you handle so many people? Mu Xian threw her phone aside after speaking, fully aware of her neighbor's thoughts. Currently, they were all relying on her food to survive. If Mu Xian really decided to stop, they would starve. Auntie, don't. What they said is nonsense. I'm on your side. Don't worry, I will definitely protect your safety. Yes. Yes, me too. Me too. Sun Yongping, what do you mean? You want to starve? We don't want to. We're sticking with Mu Xian. If you still want to stir up trouble, get out of Building 30. At this moment, Xinyu also spoke up. Although he didn't know what Mu Xian was up to, he understood that she must have her reasons for acting this way. Since he was also on Mu Xian's side, he had to speak for her. Right? You don't want to eat, but we do. If you dare to affect our ability to get food, we will take action against you. Auntie, I want to report Sun Yongping. After the people from Building 29 arrived, Sun Yongping told them about your situation, which is why they bombarded your house. Yes, I can also testify. We live in the same room as Sun Yongping, and we all heard it. Yes, and he even told the people from Building 29 about your weapons. He just doesn't want you to have it easy. To please Mu Xian, people living with Sun Yongping suddenly revealed this information, and the group was filled with curses. Sun Yongping looked at the 5 people in the room with a fierce expression. He never expected they would betray him. He grabbed the tools in his hand and swung them at the few people. But he couldn't handle so many alone and was quickly subdued by them. Muxian, we've caught Sun Yongping. How do you want to deal with him? Chapter 51. Demanding an explanation before long, the people living with Sun Yongping sent out a photo. Muxian looked at the picture. The corners of her mouth slightly lifted as she casually sent a head-chopping emoji. Soon, Sun Yongping saw the image of the king of hell being sent out. After such a long battle, many people had gradually become bloodthirsty, and killing had become a daily occurrence. Regardless of gender, everyone rolled up their sleeves and picked up tools to hack away in order to survive. This world had gone completely chaotic. Well done. Also Li Liangbing. I don't like this person either. So those living with him, you know what to do, right? After dealing with Sun Yongping, Mu Xian specifically mentioned Li Liangbing. Realizing he was about to be killed, Li Liangbing hurriedly fled from the room. But now he had become a target in Mu Xian's eyes, and the people in the group were chasing him down to earn more food from her. To save his life, he quickened his pace. Running all the way to the 10th floor, randomly entered a room and locked the door. Mu Xian was monitoring everyone's movements in front of the surveillance camera. When she saw him enter room 1003, she immediately sent a message in the group chat. A few people in the group quickly rushed to 1003, using the tools in their hands to knock on the door. Before long, they smashed the door lock. Once they entered the room, they found Li Liangbing holding a kitchen knife, looking terrified and uneasy. You guys, don't be fooled by Mu Xian. Have you forgotten how many people she has killed? She just wants to use us as cannon fodder. Wake up, brotherly. Although what you said is not wrong, in the face of disaster, we can't afford to think too much. Whoever can give us food, we will stick with them. Yeah, at times like this, we just want to survive. Brotherly, why do you have to go against Mu Xian? What dissatisfaction do you have with her? There's no need to voice it. She is indeed using us. But we are also using her. Once she loses her value, we can act then, can't we? Do you really think you can kill her? Right now, it's definitely impossible. But once we get familiar and she trusts us, we can stab her in the back later, right? You really, sigh. Several people shook their heads, looking at Li Liangbing with sympathy, then slowly approached him. Brotherly, I'm sorry, but we have to give Mu Xian an explanation. For our future, we can only sacrifice you. One of the men glanced at the others, nodded, and then they rushed forward, striking hard and immediately sending Li Liangbing to his end. They then took a photo and sent it in the group chat. With 2 mice taken care of, Mu Xian praised a few people in the group and then threw the supplies outside the door. This time, everyone scrambled for the supplies, but they didn't fight as fiercely as before. The people from Building 30 are devils. We can't just let them go like this. Is there anyone willing to go with me to seek justice? In the group, a woman around 25 years old spoke up. She had been married to her husband for just over 2 months, and they had always had a good relationship. After the apocalypse began, he had always protected her. Everyone said that in times of crisis, people would abandon each other, but her husband had taken good care of her, making her believe that even in the apocalypse, they could survive together. But now, that belief was shattered. Her husband had died in Building 30. In my opinion, the people from Building 30 are not to be trifled with. It's better not to provoke them. That's funny. Your husband didn't go, so of course, you can talk freely. If your husband had also died in Building 30, I wonder if you'd still say that. Hey, I'm just trying to kindly advise you not to seek your own death. What's with your attitude? Forget it. Just consider me talking nonsense. It's really thankless to be kind. If you all want to go seek death, then hurry up. The group divided into 2 factions. One faction did not want to cause trouble. Life was already so difficult. If they got into more trouble, how could they survive? Although they had run out of food, there were still a few corpses, and they could rely on those to last a little longer. So they didn't plan to follow the other faction to seek death. The other faction mostly consisted of the families of those who had gone to Building 30. Most of them aimed to morally pressure the people from Building 30 into giving up some supplies as compensation. Around 4 in the afternoon, Mu Xian had just woken up from her nap when she saw a large group of people from Building 29 marching towards them. Moreover, most of the people coming were women. Interesting. Were they coming to avenge their men, or were they trying to join us? Mu Xian watched the group of people with great interest, then sent a message in the group chat. Everyone, the people from Building 29 are here again. Stop them and ask what they want to do. If their intentions aren't pure, after leaving their homes, The group rushed directly to the 5th floor, quickly blocking it completely. When the residents of Building 30 saw that most of the newcomers were women, they were stunned. Could it be that this time they were a women's army? This was serious. Although they had killed before, it was hard for them to act against women. Hey, what are you doing here? The leader of Building 30, Chun Fengjun, one of the first to bow to Mu Xian, stood at the staircase with an iron rod in hand, wearing a half-smile expression. The people from Building 29 felt intimidated by their fierce looks. But thinking of their family members who had gone missing in Building 30, they steeled themselves and met their gazes. Chapter 52. Demanding compensation, looking for them? Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Chun Fengjun and the others burst into laughter. What do you mean? Did you really kill them? A woman from Building 29 covered her mouth, trembling as she questioned, tears streaming down her face. If they hadn't attacked us, they wouldn't have died. They brought this upon themselves. You, how could you? That's 8 or 90 lives. Are you people from Building 30 even human? Give me back my husband. Confirming that their family members were dead, many from Building 29 burst into tears. They pointed their tools at Chun Fengjun and the others, as if they were ready to fight them at any moment. Chun Fengjun narrowed his eyes and coldly said, "Don't make a scene here. Otherwise, we won't hesitate to send you to reunite with your families." Seeing Chun Fengjun and his group brandish their weapons, the people from Building 29 stepped back in fear. "I'll tell you, don't mess around, or we won't be polite." "Oh, what do you want to talk about?" At that moment, Xuan stepped out from the crowd, his presence overwhelming everyone around him. Although it was very cold, he stood rigidly in the middle of the crowd, exuding a military aura. "You are the leader here?" "No, our leader is not someone you can meet just because you want to." As he spoke, Xuan recalled Mu Xian's face. In his eyes, Mu Xian was the boss of Building 30. Although he didn't know how strong she was, her ruthlessness and weapons had already made her dominant in the entire building. "Can I talk to your leader?" A petite woman from Building 29 stepped forward. She was around 30 years old, but her eyes held a hint of resilience. Standing in front of Xuan, she showed no signs of panic or fear. Xuan felt a sense of admiration for her. When he descended, he was in a voice chat with Mu Xian, and she naturally heard their conversation. She instructed Xuan to turn on the speaker, then said, "I'm Mu Xian. What do you want? Just speak directly." Mu Xian's voice came from Xuan's phone, and the woman on the other side showed a look of surprise. She had thought that the fierce leader of Building 30 would be a man, but unexpectedly, the voice belonged to a young woman. "Hello, I'm from Building 29, and I'd like to talk to you. We came here because you killed our people. As their relatives, we want to seek an explanation from you." Of course, most of us are women. Seeking an explanation doesn't mean we want to fight with you. We just want compensation for our losses. We don't want anything else. Just food. "Oh, just food? I want to know how much you want." Mu Xian tapped the table with one hand, a cold smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. The leading woman thought Mu Xian had agreed, a smile appearing on her lips. "We don't ask for much. There are about 80 or 90 of us here in total. We hope you can provide food for everyone for a week. Also, we are not without our bottom line in asking you for this. It's just that you killed our family members, so this compensation is still necessary." "Huh." Mu Xian listened to the woman's words while sneering. "What if I don't give it?" "You." The woman didn't expect Mu Xian to say such a thing directly, and for a moment she didn't know how to respond, feeling a surge of anger. "You better understand, it was you who killed our family. This is unforgivable, whether before or after the snow disaster. We haven't demanded your lives, only compensation, and you actually refuse? Don't you fear that when we reveal this matter, everyone will condemn you and you'll be vilified by all?" She continued, "Besides, this snow disaster might stop any day now. If you're willing to give us food, we can guarantee that we won't hold you accountable after the disaster. If you refuse, we will make sure this spreads throughout the entire community. By the time the snow disaster ends, you will be murderers, and that could lead to execution." The woman poured out everything she wanted to say. It must be said that her mind was sharp, knowing how to incite emotions with her words. But who was Mu Xian? Would she be afraid? "Are you threatening me?" Mu Xian chuckled lightly, not taking the words of the woman to heart at all. "Let's not talk about what will happen in the future, right now. It's hard for them to survive. We are not a threat. We just want to negotiate terms with you. You provide us with food as compensation, and we won't disclose this matter. Isn't it a mutually beneficial arrangement? It sounds good, but I am not willing to do it. When the time comes, everyone will come to fight you for food. Are you sure you can withstand wave after wave of attacks? The woman still wanted to fight for it. After all, this was their last chance to obtain food. Chao Xuan and the people from Building 30 shivered at the woman's words. In fact, what the woman said was not wrong. If everyone in the community knew that Mu Xian had food, they would indeed attack without hesitation. They only had about 80 or 90 people left and could not possibly confront everyone in the community. If it came to that, they would probably be doomed. Miss, I think she has a point. Why don't we give them some? The person standing next to Chun Fengjun felt a chill at the thought of the whole building being besieged by others in the community. He was very afraid of death. So after thinking for a moment, he quietly said to Chao Ziwen's phone, Chapter 53 Wang, Shun Quan contacts Mu Xian. Shut up. Mu Xian has her own considerations for what she wants to do. If you don't want to die, it's best to keep your mouth shut. Chao Ziwen shot a glare at Chen Fengjun, and the serious expression on his face made Chen Fengjun swallow hard. Chao Ziwen's aura was too strong. He didn't dare to go against him. I have always been kind, dislike violence, and never liked to bully the weak. As soon as Mu Xian finished speaking, the group of people behind Chao Ziwen couldn't help but roll their eyes. Since the apocalypse began, Mu Xian not only hoarded resources, but also killed dozens of people. And every time she attacked, she left no survivors. If this could be called kindness, then what should they be called? However, if someone keeps pressing me, I won't hold back either. Brother Chao, you know what to do. Don't let me down. Mu Xian warned Chao Ziwen, who understood and looked towards Chun Fengjun and the others beside him. Let's make a move. What do you want to do? Do you want to kill us too? It seems you have some awareness. Since Our Lady doesn't want to keep you, we can only comply. Why did you have to offend her? You really don't know when to quit. After Chen Fengjun finished speaking, he led the charge towards the people from Building 29. The people from Building 29 didn't expect those from Building 30 to be so unreasonable, not even sparing them, and immediately panicked, rushing crazily downstairs. However, there were too many of them, all women, and the stairs were already slippery. When one person fell, others followed suit. Before Chen Fengjun and his group could make a move, the people from Building 29 had already trampled over each other, with dozens of them piled on top of one another. Watching their ridiculous appearance, Chen Fengjun and his group couldn't help but laugh. All right, brothers, let's get to work. Seeing that the people from Building 29 hadn't gotten up for a long time, Chen Fengjun stopped laughing, and his eyes turned fierce. They swung their weapons and brutally attacked the fallen people from Building 29. Before long, the stairwell on the 10th floor turned into a river of blood, with bodies piling up like small hills. The first few people who managed to escape desperately ran back and forth on the snowy path between Buildings 29 and 30. At this moment, they weren't thinking about revenge or food. They just wanted to survive. Mu Xian was on the balcony, watching a few people, when she took out her sniper rifle and aimed it at them. The gunfire rang out, and they instantly fell into the snow. This time, she made a grand display of dealing with the people from Building 29, intending to let the remaining individuals know that she was not to be trifled with. If the others from the other buildings really wanted to take action, they better weigh their own strength. Mu Xian had already dealt with all the intruders, but it was not a good idea to leave their bodies piled up here. What should be done? In the group chat, Chen Fengjun sent a message along with the video. Huh, are we really going to burn them? Why not? Does it look better piled in the stairwell? True. Then let's go burn them for warmth. Hearing the word warmth, everyone in the group inexplicably became excited. They marched out, dragging the bodies they had just killed along with them, laying them in front of Building 30. They arranged the bodies in 2 rows, then used the windproof lighters and gasoline given by Mu Xian to douse the bodies with gasoline. After igniting the lighters, a huge fire blazed up instantly. Let's go. Let's warm ourselves. It's been so long that I've almost forgotten what warmth feels like. Isn't that right? With so many bodies, we can keep this fire going for a long time. Why not tell Mu Xian that we shouldn't burn them all at once, but rather a few each day? I think that's a good idea. All the residents from the 29th to the 10th floor saw the flames shooting up from downstairs and excitedly rushed down. They gathered around the fire, enjoying this rare warmth. After more than 10 minutes, a smell of roasting meat wafted through the air. The crowd exchanged glances. Seeing the deep desire in each other's eyes, and they unconsciously swallowed. At that moment, the craving for meat reached its peak. Everyone, it's been a month since you last ate cooked meat, right? Someone in the crowd suddenly asked, and the others nodded in agreement. How about we give it a try? As soon as the words were spoken, several people stood up, moving closer to a body that was almost charred, their hands busying themselves. At that moment, they no longer cared what kind of meat it was. They only thought about satisfying their hunger. Muxian stood upstairs, looking at the people below, feeling a moment of disgust. Even the chicken on the table was hard to swallow, so she had to drink a bowl of plain porridge. After dinner, her phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, she smiled and answered, "Brother Xuan, you're still alive. You little brat. Can't you wish for me to be better?" "Of course I do. But since you haven't contacted me for so long, I thought you were gone." "All right, let's not talk about that now. There's something I need your help with." "Go ahead." Because of this snow disaster, people from several villages nearby have set their eyes on the livestock on my farm. They've attacked several times, trying to seize food. The weather is too cold, and most of my livestock have died. Every time they come, they want to take the bodies from my farm. I don't know how long this snow disaster will last, and of course, I don't want to give it to them. So I joined forces with a few of my farm hands and fought them off a few times. But there are too many of them, and even with firearms, we still got injured. I wanted to ask if you have any way to send me some medicine. Hearing this, Muxian's expression became serious. "Brother Xuan, with this snow lasting so long, you know how thick the snow is. I do have medicine, but I really don't know how to get it to you." Muxian's relationship with Wang Shanquan was not ordinary, but the more it was like this, the less she wanted to take risks. She knew that people's hearts were hard to read, and now, apart from herself, she didn't dare to trust anyone. "I thought your previous reminder to buy supplies was because you knew there would be such a disaster, so you were prepared. Since you can't do anything, then forget it. By the way, how's it going on your side? What can it be? Every day is a fight for survival. It's really nerve-wracking. Is it that serious? The community is crowded, and everyone wants to survive. People are fighting over supplies, even to the point of killing. I'm really exhausted. Well, looking at it this way, I'm a bit better off than you. If it doesn't work out for you, think of a way to come and find me. Although my place isn't a golden nest or a silver nest, the people from the nearby villages are already scared of me and don't dare to cause trouble for now." Chapter 54. Preparing to go out for food, listening to his words, Muxian suddenly felt a warmth in her heart. Although she didn't trust anyone, it was undeniable that Wang Shanquan had indeed moved her a bit. "Thank you, Brother Xuan. If one day I can't hold on anymore, I'll find a way to come to you. But the premise is that you're still alive. Hey, you little girl, don't worry. Although I'm older, I'm still sharp as ever. Dealing with those little minions outside is a piece of cake for me." "That's good. Just make sure to take care of yourself and pay attention to your wounds. Once they get infected, it won't be easy to heal, and it could even be fatal. I've lived through so many years of dangerous days. These little injuries won't take my life. It's just that they haven't healed well, and it's frustrating to look at. Take good care of yourself. If there's a chance, I'll send you some medicine." "Good. You take care of yourself too. If anything happens, just contact me. Although I might not be able to help you, I could still give you some advice." "Thank you, Brother Xuan." After hanging up the phone, Muxian took another look at the messages in the group. The people in the group had indeed received the food she provided, but most of the food had already expired, and they couldn't fill their stomachs. So many people still complained. However, they only complained a bit, not as harshly as before. Thinking of Wang Shanquan, Muxian felt a bit soft-hearted. If she used the excuse of going out to look for food to visit Wang Shinchuan's farm, this group of neighbors shouldn't resort to violence against her. After all, no one would be foolish enough to harm their source of livelihood at such a time. With this in mind, Muxian immediately sent a message in the group. "Dear neighbors, I know you are unhappy with the food. To be honest, my supplies are running low, and I may not be able to provide for you for long." As soon as the message was sent, the people in the group became uneasy. "Muxian, what do you mean by this? Grandma, you aren't trying to let us starve, are you? Muxian, don't play with us. We risked our lives to help you deal with the people from Building 29. You said you would provide us with food. You wouldn't go back on your word now, would you?" "Exactly. Muxian, you can't do this. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have offended the people from Building 29. Yes, if you hadn't let us take action, we absolutely wouldn't have killed anyone from Building 29. The messages in the group quickly exceeded 100. Muxian didn't rush to respond, just watching the messages scroll by. Once they finished speaking, she slowly opened her mouth. Did I say I wouldn't give you food? I just said the food is gone. So I consider that it's necessary to go out and find some for you. However, during this time, you must guard our building well. If I find out that anyone is doing something behind my back, I won't let you off easily. So that's how it is. I thought something serious was happening. Mu Xian, don't worry. We will definitely guard our building and not let anyone attack. Grandma, I didn't expect you to be such a kind person. In this cold weather, it's so difficult to go out, and you still want to find food for us. I really don't know how to thank you. Mu Xian, I'm sorry. We misunderstood you. I didn't expect you to risk your life for us. Don't worry. I will definitely protect the safety of the entire building. Yes, us too. We said so many harsh words to you before. I didn't expect you would still be willing to go out in the heavy snow to find food for us. I'm so touched. Grandma, you just go. We're your strong support. If anyone dares to harm you, I'll be the first to take them down. Mu Xian's words completely relieved the dissatisfaction of everyone in the building. They knew how difficult it was to go out in the current environment. But Mu Xian still decided to go out for them, which touched them deeply. Seeing that her goal had been achieved, Mu Xian smiled and continued, All right, we are now in the same boat. As long as you are loyal, I will not treat you unfairly. However, I must say this up front. The heavy snow has sealed off the city, and many shops are already covered in snow, so it will be quite difficult to find food. Therefore, I will be out for a longer time. Mu Xian and Wei's charm left the people in the group stunned. Everyone raised their flags and cheered for her. Looking at the messages flooding the group, Mu Xian shook her head. A bunch of fools, so easy to deceive. Mu Xian, have you really decided to go out and find food for them? This disaster could stop at any moment. It's always better to be prepared. I see. We don't have much left here either. When do you plan to go out? I'll go with you. What if you encounter danger alone? Mu Xian furrowed her brows slightly. She was going to the farm this time, and if Chao Xuan followed her, there would be many things she couldn't do. Moreover, she couldn't expose her space ability. So she directly refused him. No need, I can go by myself. You, Shun Yu, and Aisha stay in the building and keep an eye on the people inside, to prevent them from causing trouble while I'm out. Chao Xuan initially thought it was too dangerous for a girl like Mu Xian to go out in such cold weather. But after hearing her words, he felt they made a lot of sense. She was the boss of the building. If she wasn't there, those people would definitely take the opportunity to cause chaos, which would be very troublesome. I understand. So be careful when you go out alone. I know. That night, Mu Xian went to bed early and only got up when the sky began to brighten with dawn. To ensure her safety, she wore 3 bulletproof vests and put on a set of the latest thermal clothing. This outfit maintained a constant temperature, ensuring that even in such cold weather, her body temperature could reach 37 degrees. Additionally, she wore a sweater and a down jacket outside, so she wouldn't feel too cold when going out. After getting dressed, she tied 2 sleeve arrows on her sleeves. The arrows were exactly 10 centimeters long, which made them convenient to use. After several days of heavy snow, she wasn't sure if she would encounter anyone with abilities outside. If she did run into an enemy, she could use the sleeve arrows and her time pause ability to quickly deal with them. Chapter 55, Delivering Medicine to the Farm Once Ready. Mu Xian checked her gear one more time. After confirming everything was in order, she took her handgun and walked to the door. After stepping outside, she quickly closed the door, glanced at Chao Xuan and Shun Yu, who had already opened their door, nodded, and entered the stairwell. She cautiously walked down from the 30th floor to the 4th floor, looking at the already accumulated snow. Taking a deep breath, she entered room 501 and jumped out of the window. Stepping onto the soft snow, she paused for a moment. Due to the prolonged, heavy snowfall, the snow had become somewhat compact, so it only reached her knees. Lowering her head, she took a few steps. The snow's firmness was just right for a snowmobile. After surveying the surroundings, she took out the snowmobile from her space, opened the door, and sat inside. She had test-driven the snowmobile when it first arrived, so she was somewhat familiar with it. Now that she was actually driving it, there was no sense of unfamiliarity. She started the engine, and the snowmobile quickly sped across the snow. The sound of the snowmobile's engine echoed through the nearby buildings at the east gate, and the surviving neighbors, hearing the noise, thought it was officials coming to rescue them, so they rushed to the windows, eagerly watching. When they saw Mu Xian's snowmobile speeding away, they shouted with all their might. Mu Xian glanced at the person leaning against the car window, sneered, and drove towards the east gate. The heavy snow had sealed off the city, and the once bustling streets were now quiet, resembling a dead city, with only a blanket of white snow, tall buildings, and some plants. However, among these high-rise buildings, shadows could still be seen fleeting by. Indeed, even in the apocalypse, there were still resilient humans surviving, and these people would gradually adapt to the environment, becoming a new generation of beings. As the buildings passed by, Mu Xian glanced at the gun on her arm and the one beside her, feeling relatively calm. Moreover, her car had been modified, with the entire body and windows reinforced with bulletproof materials, so she was not afraid of being attacked. She drove steadily towards the farm, carefully navigating the highway after leaving the city. On the highway, everything was buried under heavy snow, and relying on her memory, Mu Xian continued to drive forward. She did not stop but passed by them directly. In this situation, anyone could be an enemy, and she was not foolish enough to stop and talk to them, making herself a target. The car sped through the snowy ground, and a few people shoveling snow were surprised to see it. Who would have thought that a car could still move in such conditions, and that someone would dare to go out? Hey, did you all see that? That car can drive on the snow. We're not blind, of course we saw it, but what kind of car is that? It looks unusual. If I'm guessing right, it's probably one of those snow vehicles mentioned on TV. This thing isn't cheap. I heard driving it on snow is no different from driving on regular roads. Is it really that impressive? Of course. If we could get a car like that, we could go out and find some food. Most of us grow crops and have plenty of vegetables, but sometimes we still want to eat something different. Eating cabbage and radish every day gets boring. Now that you mention it, I really want to catch a couple of fish to whet my appetite. Me too, haha. Do you think the person driving that car will pass by here? Second uncle, what do you want to do? What if we steal their car? Is that even possible? I see that car is pretty fast. If they don't stop, we have no way to catch up. I told you, aren't you silly? We'll set a trap. When they fall into it, we can act. With so many of us, are we afraid we can't subdue them? Old Wong, that's a good idea. Should we start setting it up now? Sure. Although we don't know if this guy will pass by here again. What if they really do? Wong Chun, go gather more people. Let's dig a big pit in the middle of the road, and when that guy comes, let us make sure they take a good fall, and then we'll steal their car. Okay, second uncle. The townspeople began to take action to get Mu Xian's snow vehicle while she was driving towards the farm. At the farm, Wang Shangquan and the others were struggling without medicine. The people from nearby villages, although outwardly afraid to cause trouble, had sent people to observe around the farm. Their goal was simple: to wait for Wang Shangquan and his group to die, then seize the crops and any livestock that had died. Although these families had their own stored food, during such times, who would complain about having too much food? After all, it was uncertain how long the snow would last. For the sake of future survival, they had to find ways to stock up on food. When Mu Xian was 1 kilometer away from the farm, she took out her binoculars to ensure her safety and spotted someone lurking nearby. She frowned slightly, stepped on the gas, and rushed over. The person hiding heard the sound of the car and looked up towards Mu Xian's direction, their eyes widening as if they had discovered a new world and couldn't look away. Mu Xian ignored them and rushed into the farm, startling Wang Shangquan and his group. He sent someone to take a look, and when he found out that the visitor was Mu Xian, he stood up excitedly. Boss, it looks like the visitor is Miss Mu. Are you sure? Wang Shangquan stood up from the sofa, walked to the door, gripping the gun tightly in his hand, and stared intently outside through the peephole. Mu Xian parked the snowmobile beside her, looking at the buildings that were already half submerged, feeling a bit surprised. The snow in their community had piled up to the 4th floor, yet this place was not covered at all, which was truly hard to believe. When she reached the office door, she knocked, tightened her grip on the gun, and hid to the side. When Wang Shangquan opened the door, she suddenly drew her gun and aimed it at him. You little brat, be careful, this gun doesn't have eyes. Looking into Wang Shinchuan's eyes, she realized he posed no threat to her, and she breathed a sigh of relief before stepping into the room. Didn't you say you couldn't go out? How did you get here? At first, I really couldn't send anyone, but someone in the community bought a snowmobile, and after thinking it over, I borrowed it. Oh, come on, it's not snowing in the south. And someone actually bought a snowmobile? Probably bought it for collection. All right, enough reminiscing. We'll catch up later. Here, the medicine. Use it first. Mu Xian placed the medicine on the desk and sat down beside the stove, then glanced at the window. It's not peaceful over there either. A group of people a few hundred meters away are gathered, and from the looks of it, they don't seem to be scared off by you. Chapter 56. Set up oomph. These people just want to see how long we can survive, right? Maybe we could have made them wait before, but you came, didn't you? I'm just waiting to see who will live longer. Xuan said coldly while applying medicine to his wounds. The murderous intent in his eyes made the others shiver involuntarily. Muxian, you're not planning to leave after coming here, are you? After finishing with the medicine, Xuan looked at Muxian, who was warming herself by the fire, and asked with a smile, "Do you think that that's possible? It really doesn't seem like it. Then what are you planning to do? If you need our help, just say the word." "No need. I can handle this little matter myself. But you guys with just the 4 or 5 of you, if the people from the nearby village get serious, you might not be able to hold them off. Instead of worrying about me, you should think of how to deal with their attack. I still have some bullets and weapons here. I'll leave some for you, but you'd better use them wisely. Don't get killed. We might need to cooperate in the future." Muxian took out a lot of bullets from her clothing pockets. There were bullets for handguns, submachine guns, and sniper rifles, and even a few concealed darts. After this display, everyone was stunned. "Wow, Sister Mu, is your outfit a treasure chest? It can hold so many things." One of Wang Xinchuan's subordinates walked over to the bullets, picked up a few, and couldn't stop smiling. "I guess so. I brought everything I could. You all can divide it among yourselves." In fact, Muxian's items were all taken from her space. To avoid raising their suspicions, she turned her back and pretended to take them out of her clothing pockets. "By the way, there's something you all need to pay attention to." Muxian briefly explained the matter of the ability users, and after listening, the few of them looked incredulous. "This can't be true, right?" One young man became somewhat agitated. He had always believed that even if the world were to be destroyed, there would be no so-called ability users, as Huagua has always relied on technological progress. Such sci-fi characters could not possibly exist. Muxian poured herself a cup of tea, and after taking a sip, she continued, "If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it either, but this is the truth. I'm sharing this to make you aware of the situation around us. The fact that these people can survive in such an environment indicates that their physical fitness is extraordinary. Although I'm not sure what the conditions for mutation are, the appearance of one means there could be a second, third, or even more. If you really encounter someone with special abilities, it's best to kill them if possible. If not, you must find a way to avoid them. These individuals are very strong in combat, and an ordinary person facing them head-on is unlikely to escape death. Muxian, I will take this matter seriously, but if, as you said, they are very strong and numerous, we might not be able to withstand them. If you find such people, contact me immediately, and I will come as soon as possible. That's all we can do for now. It's getting late. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll leave first. Take care of your injuries." Muxian got up, put on her hat, said goodbye to them, and left the house with big strides. After coming out of the farm, she passed by the small town again. The townspeople had been lying in wait early on. They even sent someone to observe Muxian's movements from a kilometer outside the town. Upon hearing the sound of the car, one of them immediately messaged the people in the town, and everyone became alert, ready to attack her. When the car entered the town, Muxian was particularly cautious, slowing down significantly. Through the rearview mirror, she noticed 2 people crouching on the rooftops, sneaky and secretive, which raised her vigilance. Just as she was approaching the area where the townspeople had set up a trap, Muxian noticed signs that the snow on the ground had been disturbed. So she directly stopped the car. The people lying in ambush on both sides of the street exchanged curious glances, but they were smart enough not to make any noise or expose their positions. Muxian got out of the car, took out her gun, and slowly approached the trap. Glancing around, suddenly, her foot slipped, and she fell backward, causing the trap to collapse as well. With a splash, she heard a sound and fell into the snow cave. "Oh, I got it. Uncle, your method is really good. Now that car is ours." Seeing Muxian fall into the trap, the ambushers rushed out from the 2 houses and stood at the cave entrance cheering. Muxian's killing intent ignited as she took out climbing gear, wanting to escape. However, this group of people stood at the cave entrance, wielding various tools, intending to kill her. "What do you want?" she coldly inquired, her momentum rising as she raised the gun in her hand, aiming at one of the young men. "Second uncle," she She's a woman, and she has a gun. The man was startled by the gun in Mu Xian's hand and quickly stepped back. His words drew the attention of everyone present. And to avoid injury, a man known as Old Wang instructed everyone to take a few steps back. Upon hearing this, Mu Xian realized that the reason this group was attacking her was for her snowmobile. They truly had a lot of guts. Second uncle, what should we do with this woman? Of course, we bury her in the snow. Otherwise, do you want her to survive and come back for revenge? Of course not. All right. Mu Xian listened to their words, narrowed her eyes, and used all her strength to climb up from the hole. With the help of a tool, she leaped up and stood steadily at the mouth of the hole. Immediately afterward, she activated her concealed arrows, and with a few whoosh sounds, Old Wang fell to the ground in response. He looked at Mu Xian in terror, not expecting her to climb out so quickly. The old man dared to plot against me. Mu Xian slowly approached Old Wang. A few people nearby saw this and rushed over, brandishing their tools towards Mu Xian's body. Chapter 57. Danger at the Police Station. Mu Xian's heart tightened, and the moment she lifted her gaze, time seemed to stop. After turning around, she raised her right hand, and the sleeve arrow on her arm sliced through the air, a flash of cold light sweeping past, instantly piercing the throats of everyone present. As time resumed its normal flow, she lowered her arm and turned to look at Old Wang, her sharp gaze instantly paralyzing him with fear. He stared wide-eyed at the few who had already fallen to the ground, a wave of terror washing over him. He was clearly right in front of Mu Xian, yet he couldn't see how she had struck. He only realized it when his compatriot's eyes widened in shock, unable to close them in death. What do you want to do? Watching Mu Xian slowly approach, he dragged his injured body backward, shouting as he crawled, quickly attracting the attention of others in the town. Mu Xian had just used her abilities once, and her head felt a bit dizzy. She knew she couldn't stay there any longer, so after dealing with Old Wang, she quickly got on the snowmobile, started the engine, and prepared to leave. They rushed towards Mu Xian with tools in hand, but Mu Xian was quicker. She had already started the vehicle and was speeding ahead. Fearing being hit by the car, they had to dodge, and as the vehicle drove off, they threw their tools at it. Fortunately, Mu Xian's vehicle had been modified, so those things didn't cause any damage. After driving 3 or 4 kilometers, she finally relaxed. What a bunch of bastards, just wait. Sooner or later, I'll wipe you out, Mu Xian said coldly, then continued to drive forward. After leaving the small town, she didn't encounter any more dangers, and the dizziness had also disappeared. As she was approaching Yanshui City, she checked online for the nearest police station and drove over. An hour and a half later, she finally arrived at the police station. A month of heavy snow had buried all the low-rise buildings around it. Fortunately, the police station had 7 floors. Although the bottom 4 floors were submerged, the upper 3 floors still stood tall. After a series of loud bangs, a large hole was smashed in the window, and she bent down to climb through. Standing by the window, she took a quick look inside, pulled out her gun, and cautiously walked down the corridor step by step. The deeper she went inside, the colder it felt. She squinted her eyes, took out a military flashlight, and checked each room she passed. Upon reaching the 3rd room, as soon as she entered, she noticed a group of people huddled next to a desk, which startled her into aiming her gun at them. Hey, police brother. After calling out a few times, Mu Xian realized something and walked over to take a closer look. Indeed, this group of people had been frozen into ice sculptures. In such cold weather, they were wrapped in thin blankets, their faces devoid of color, clearly having frozen to death. She took a deep breath and let out a sigh. These people, from a moment they took on this role, were destined to serve the people. So, in their final moments, they still remained at their posts and did not choose to leave. This spirit is truly great. Mu Xian walked up to a few people, lowered her head, and bowed to them in silence, expressing her respect for them. As she was about to leave, she glanced at them again, thought for a moment, and decided to cremate their bodies. Rather than just sitting here, it would be better to let their ashes scatter over the land they had protected for many years, fulfilling their guardian spirit. To facilitate the cremation, Mu Xian first stored their bodies in her space, then exited the house and continued towards the front room. After searching around the 5th, 6th, and 7th floors, she stroked her chin and decided to enter the lower 4 floors. Although the lower 4 floors were covered in heavy snow, the corridor was still accessible. She slowly explored with a flashlight, going down for over an hour before finally finding the armory. However, shortly after entering, she felt difficulty breathing. She realized she was running out of oxygen. So she hurriedly took an oxygen tank from her space and put it on, looking at the tightly locked door of the armory. She put in a lot of effort to finally get it open. Once inside, she was amazed by the firearms and ammunition. In addition to handguns, there were several submachine guns and a sniper rifle, as well as a considerable amount of bullets. Some of them she had only seen in pictures and didn't even know their names. Xuan was pleasantly surprised to hold the gun in her hand. After trying it out, she packed all of them into her space. After rummaging through, she was satisfied and ready to leave, but at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind her. Sensing danger, Xuan instinctively drew her pistol and turned around, but when she saw the massive creature in front of her, her scalp went numb. What the hell is this? Through the flashlight, she saw the enormous creature with glowing green eyes and a gaping maw, as if it could swallow her whole in the next second. After regaining her composure, she swiftly slipped through the gap between its legs and dashed towards the stairs. However, the massive creature seemed to know that Xuan wanted to escape and directly ran to the entrance of the corridor, waiting for her to deliver herself right to its doorstep. Damn it! Xuan cursed, stopped in her tracks, took out her handgun, and fired a few shots. A loud scream came from the massive creature, and its gaze instantly turned fierce. It swung its claws and struck towards Xuan. In the cramped space, there was hardly anywhere for her to hide, so she could only try to move upwards. Fortunately, the massive creature couldn't exert its full attack power in this confined space, and in its wild flailing, it ended up making several large holes in the wall. Snow from outside began to seep in through the openings, quickly filling the entire hallway. The creature seemed to realize it was limited in its abilities here and turned to rush upstairs. Seeing it leave, Xuan had a flash of inspiration, grabbed onto its fur, and used its strength to escape. Once she reached the 5th floor, she let go of its fur, landed steadily on the ground, and when it was about to attack, she rolled out through the window she had entered. When the creature saw Xuan leave, it charged straight through the wall and followed her out. Once outside, Xuan realized that the massive creature was actually a dog, to be precise, a police dog. It's important to note that police dogs are trained, have a strong sense of obedience, and are very loyal. They generally don't attack people unless their owner issues a command. When Xuan discovered it just now, it did not intend to attack her actively. The attack was triggered because her previous actions angered it. Chapter 58. The Sadness of the Police Dog. Xuan stood still, staring at the 3-meter-tall, 2-meter-long giant dog in front of her, unconsciously swallowing. From its recent actions, it was clear that bullets did not cause much harm to it, so killing it would not be easy. Furthermore, a normally sized police dog is already faster than a human, and now that it has grown so large, its speed must have increased by an unknown factor. Obviously, the chances of successfully escaping are slim. This is bad. I shouldn't have come out. In such a wide environment, its combat ability is not restricted. If it attacks with full force, I fear I won't be able to withstand it. Xuan felt a deep sense of regret for the decision she had just made. Now she found herself in a dilemma. The police dog in front of her was drooling, its front paws incessantly scratching at the ground. After thinking for a moment, Xuan shouted, "Hey, dog brother, how about we sit down and have a good talk?" Resolving this with force was definitely not an option, so Xuan decided to resort to wit. Police dogs are generally more obedient than ordinary dogs, and their intelligence isn't low either, so she opted for negotiation. The police dog shook its head, showing no intention to negotiate. Instead, it let out a low growl and lunged directly at Xuan. Its figure moved as quickly as lightning, and in just a few strides, it was right in front of her. Xuan's pupils dilated sharply as she quickly rolled to the side, raising her pistol and hidden darts to attack it. However, the police dog was already outside, on the wide ground, and as soon as Xuan fired her bullets and launched her darts, it had already dodged to the side. At this moment, it was thoroughly enraged, its red eyes fixated on every move Xuan made, and in the next second, it lunged at her again. This time, its speed was noticeably much faster, and Xuan couldn't dodge in time. Time froze. At this moment, Xuan activated her ability to stop time, quickly took out a snowmobile, hopped on, and pressed the accelerator to speed ahead. Currently, the pause ability Mu Xian could use lasted only 5 minutes, and, at her speed, she could cover about 3 to 4 kilometers. She could only use this 5 minutes to escape for her life. During the use of this ability, she also had to endure the discomfort of dizziness, and whether she could successfully escape was still uncertain. This thing really doesn't play by the rules. Can't we just communicate properly? Why does it have to force me to flee for my life? Mu Xian was driving while observing the police dog through the rearview mirror. This was definitely the most embarrassing moment of her life. As she noticed the police dog getting farther away, Mu Xian let out a sigh of relief. She found a small road and drove into it, then headed towards the community, following the route she remembered. When she was still more than 10 kilometers away from the community, Mu Xian took a deep breath, feeling her tense mood relax. Just as she started humming a song, a building suddenly collapsed ahead. She slammed on the brakes and quickly reversed. After stopping the car, she patted her chest, and before she could see what had happened in front, a pair of crimson eyes appeared in front of the car. This guy actually caught up. The police dog saw Mu Xian in the car, bit the front of the car, and then lifted it up, forcefully throwing it to the side. Mu Xian was startled and once again used her ability to stop time. She opened the car door and jumped out, running towards a nearby house. This time she chose to escape from inside the house. Only in a confined space could the police dog not exert itself, ensuring her safety. After running for 5 minutes, time resumed, and she peeked out from a building to observe her surroundings, only to find that the police dog had caught up again, making her curse inwardly. Right? A regular handgun wouldn't cause it much harm, but what if I used a sniper rifle? Thinking of this, a hint of killing intent radiated from Mu Xian as she ran towards the tallest building nearby. Set up the sniper rifle at a spot where the police dog would pass, and then quietly waited for its arrival. This time, even if she couldn't eliminate it, she would at least blind it, making it experience what pain felt like. Mu Xian stared ahead, her tense emotions causing her to accidentally open a space, releasing the corpses inside. She paused for a moment, suddenly realizing something, her expression turning serious. This police dog should have been raised by the officers in the police station. It must have mutated for some reason to become so large. Its attack power was so strong. Yet it chose to stay and guard the police station instead of hunting outside. Could it be? With this thought, Mu Xian put away her sniper rifle, stood by the window, and watched the police dog rushing towards her, her gaze resolute. As it was still more than 10 meters away from her, Mu Xian grabbed the already frozen corpse and coldly looked at the stopped police dog. I said, "You've been chasing me for so long. It's for them, right?" The police dog, seeing someone it recognized, softened its previously aggressive gaze and let out a series of whines. Seeing this, Mu Xian felt a weight lift off her heart. It seemed she was right. The reason the police dog had been following her was because of the person it wanted to protect that she had taken away. "Big brother police dog, I think we need to have a talk." As soon as Mu Xian's voice fell, the police dog became agitated again. To ensure her safety, she immediately took out her gun and pointed it at the corpse in her hands, saying, "Don't make any rash moves, or I might shoot." Looking at the corpse, Mu Xian spoke softly, "I'm sorry, Uncle Police. It wasn't intentional. If I hadn't done this, your dog would have torn me apart. I really can't run anymore." After saying that, she looked at the police dog again. "I didn't mean to take their bodies away. I just wanted to bury them. You've misunderstood me. How about this? I'll return the bodies to you, and you let me go, okay?" Mu Xian shouted loudly at the police dog. Seeing it growl twice and sigh, she dragged the body out and placed it on the snow beside her. The police dog, upon seeing this, still looked fierce, but there were no signs of aggression anymore. Who finally managed to calm it down. Immediately afterward, Mu Xian moved the other bodies one by one and placed them beside the first one. After finishing, she leaned against the wall, panting, with her gun tightly gripped in her hand. "I've returned all of them to you, so can you stop attacking me? My car has been destroyed, and I'm the one suffering the most right now. Now, we owe each other nothing. Can I leave?" After speaking, Mu Xian took small steps, slowly inching to the side, preparing to leave, when she heard the police dog whimpering again and again. She peeked out and found that the police dog was actually picking up the police officers' bodies one by one and placing them on its back, seemingly wanting to take them away. The sadness emanating from its eyes made Mu Xian feel very uncomfortable inside. Chapter 59. Taming the police dog. The police dog was very loyal. Even knowing that its comrades were all dead, it still had no thoughts of abandoning them. It may have realized that its fellow fighters had all died, but it still wanted to stay by their side, even if they were just lifeless bodies. Mu Xian's nose felt a bit sour. She walked out from behind the wall and stood in front of it. They're already dead. There's no use holding on to them like this. Why not? Cremate them and let their souls rest in peace. Mu Xian didn't know if it could understand, only that it was a good police dog. At the same time, she wanted to do something for these heroes who have guarded the country. After Mu Xian finished speaking, the police dog growled again, staring intently at her, as if pondering her words. Mu Xian's eyes widened. Wow, this police dog can actually change size at will, which is incredible. If I recruit this guy, I will have a reliable assistant by my side in the future. Not only can it change its shape at will, but its combat ability is also formidable. If it is by my side, it will be my trump card in case of any dangers that may arise in the future. Mu Xian looked at the police dog, her gaze growing more intense. The dog's disdainful expression reflected its discomfort with her lewd demeanor. This place is quite spacious. We can cremate them, then properly store their ashes and bury them here, or I can take them with me. What do you think? She asked for the dog's opinion, her flattering demeanor reminiscent of eunuchs in the palace trying to please the emperor. The police dog stepped back 2 paces, stared at her for a few seconds, then nodded. It then approached and licked each officer's face, standing seriously beside them and giving a standard military salute. Mu Xian sighed, took out some wood from her space, set it up, placed the body on top, poured gasoline over it, and took out a lighter to ignite it. The flames instantly erupted, slowly engulfing the body, and the firelight illuminated the nearby buildings. At that moment, this bright light also shone into the heart of the police dog. It glanced at Mu Xian, a hint of gratitude in its eyes, and was no longer so resistant towards her. All right, it's all cremated now. Luckily, I bought fireproof cloth earlier, which is coming in handy now. Do you want to bury their ashes or keep them with you? The police dog looked at the ashes on the cloth and nudged the snow on the ground with its nose. I respect your wishes, but we can't bury them here. Let's pack the ashes first and then find a place to bury them. How does that sound? Wang, hearing its bark, Mu Xian nodded, collected the ashes, and then stored them all in her space. You should have sensed that I am not ordinary. That's right, like you. I have undergone a certain mutation and gained some kind of special ability. This world has completely changed. Since you and I have mutated, there must be other mutated individuals as well. Your combat ability is indeed strong, but it cannot be denied that there may be even more powerful humans emerging in the future. Once you're captured, the consequences would be unimaginable. You need to understand that not everyone is as beautiful and kind as I am. Human hearts are difficult to gauge. Mu Xian explained everything with reason and emotion, but the police dog remained unmoved. Its eyes showed a hint of skepticism towards Mu Xian, leaving her at a loss. Hey, you don't believe me? With that thought, Mu Xian quickly took out her phone to prove herself. She showed it videos of herself eating meat and roasting by the fire. When the dog saw the environment of Mu Xian's home, its eyes clearly brightened. After saying this, Mu Xian was momentarily stunned. Why did she feel like she was trying to abduct a minor? Oh well, if you want to come with me, get in the car. If not, I want to force you. After saying that, Mu Xian took out a snow vehicle from her space and climbed in after opening the door. The police dog hesitated outside for a few seconds before following her in and jumping into the car. Having tamed the police dog, Mu Xian's mood was immensely better, and the cold atmosphere had become much warmer. Upon arriving at the community, the roar of the snow vehicle startled all the neighbors again. They heard the sound and quietly approached the window, and when they saw the snow vehicle driving through the community, a glimmer of hope ignited in their hearts. God knows how worried they had been all day that Mu Xian would run away. Oh, you all are waiting here? As soon as Mu Xian entered the door, she saw everyone crowded at the staircase and said disdainfully, yeah, it's freezing cold, and we're really worried something might happen to you. We almost thought about forming a team to go look for you. Seeing their hypocritical expressions, Mu Xian couldn't be bothered to care. After all, she was in a good mood today. Grandma, what delicious food have you found today? Mu Xian glanced at them, placing the food on the ground. Just as everyone was about to rush for it, a dog barked from behind her. Oh, why is there a dog? The others turned to look behind Mu Xian. A police dog, with a hint of aggression in its eyes, walked up to Mu Xian, looking fierce, which scared everyone into stepping back a few paces. Let me introduce. This is the police dog I encountered outside. From today on, it will be the second in command of our building, second only to me. You must show it the same respect you show me. If anyone dares to speak ill of it behind its back, I can't guarantee your safety. From now on, when you see it, you must call it Brother Dog. What? You want us to call a dog brother? Are you okay, Xuan? Why should we? It's just an animal, and you expect us to treat it as the second in command of the building? I refuse. Hearing someone dissent, the police dog immediately lunged forward and bit through that person's throat. The person didn't even have time to scream for help before they were dead. Chapter 60. Chao Ziwen has caught Xuan. You actually let this dog kill someone among us. What do you want to do? The people in the building shrank back in fear upon seeing the police dog kill. With such a vicious dog in the building, they felt uneasy. Who knows what might go berserk and attack them? Don't worry, it's not an ordinary dog. If you're loyal enough to me, it won't harm you. But if you want to stir up trouble, the next one to die could be you. Furthermore, from today on, it will be the guardian beast of our building, so don't provoke it, or you'll suffer the consequences. All right, enough talk. Just remember what I said. You all worked hard today, so let us start dividing the food. What? Only this little bit? Xuan, this amount of food can't fill our stomachs. We haven't eaten anything all day. Can't you give us a little more? Grandma, this is too little. Please give us more. Don't you have another bag? Why not take it out? No. That's not what we mean. We just want a little bit more. It's really like feeding the food to the dog. Xuan, we appreciate you finding food for us, but we have contributed too. If it weren't for us guarding this building, people from the other buildings would have attacked long ago. Ridiculous. My purpose in having you guard the building is for your own good. If no one is guarding, and people from the other buildings attack, you wouldn't even know how you died. Don't make it sound so noble. Even if you weren't guarding this building, I wouldn't lose anything. My home isn't somewhere just anyone can enter. Xuan is absolutely right in what she said. She is not afraid of anyone, and the lives and deaths of the people in the building have little to do with her. When she tells them to watch over her territory, it's also for their own good. As she spoke, Xuan placed her hand on the police dog's head. The police dog raised its head, looking at her with confusion, a hint of reluctance flashing in its eyes. When did it change its name? Its name has always been Pilai, okay? Xuan didn't know what it was thinking. She came up with the name on the spur of the moment. After all, it was so majestic and powerful. The name suited it perfectly. Away, we're leaving. She first went to room 3003, knocked on the door, and handed the food to Xunyu. Seeing her being so generous, Xunyu almost cried. He had already seen the scene of Xuan distributing food to others on the surveillance. He thought she wouldn't give him too much, but he didn't expect Xuan to give them the whole bag. Xuan, thank you really. There's no need to thank me. As long as you maintain the network and surveillance equipment well for me, there will be no shortage of food. Okay, I will definitely do it. By the way, where is Chao Ziwen? Speaking of Brother Chao, I find it strange too. After you left, he received a message and then went out. How long has it been? Xuan frowned and asked. Although she hadn't fully considered him as one of her own yet, he was a good fighter, and Xuan didn't want to lose someone who could do things for her. Can you connect to the surveillance of Building 25? I'll give it a try. It should be possible. Xuan followed Xunyu into the room. Inside, Aisha was wrapped up tightly, standing beside the sofa. Upon seeing Xuan, she smiled and nodded at her. Xuan tilted her head and glanced at her. This was the first time she had met her face-to-face since the apocalypse. Her features were exquisite and elegant, and she looked very pleasant at first glance. When she smiled, her deep dimples were quite cute, making her beauty. No wonder Xunyu took her in. Such a beautiful person made Xuan want to steal a few more glances. After giving her a slight nod, Xuan walked behind Xunyu, who quickly tapped on the tablet a few times, and several surveillance images appeared on the screen. Sister Xuan, this is the surveillance from Building 25, but it only covers the hallway. That's quite good. Let's look for Chao Ziwen. Okay. Xunyu brought up the surveillance for each floor, carefully observing them one by one. When they got to the 19th floor, a commotion caught Xuan's attention. Xunyu, turn the volume up to the max, understood. The surveillance revealed questioning voices and sounds of fighting. Xuan vaguely heard someone asking about the snowmobile. Say, who is that person driving the snowmobile? Where exactly is his vehicle parked? Wu Jiahao, you'd better give up on that. The owner of that vehicle is not someone you can mess with. I advise you, don't have any funny ideas or you won't even know how you died. Chao Ziwen, still so tough at death's door. Do you believe I can chop you up as a side dish right now? I believe it, of course. A despicable person like you can do anything. If you have the guts, let me go, and we can have a real fight. Let you go? Ha ha, Gao Zhuweng. Do you think I'm an idiot? You injured several of my brothers before you even joined the army, and after joining, you became a soldier king. With your strength, do you think I will let you go? Boss, should we just kill him? This guy is as stubborn as they come. Idiot, we haven't even gotten that snowmobile yet. Why kill him? But we've beaten him to this point, and he still hasn't spoken. We probably won't get anything out of him. Then let's try using him to threaten that person. I heard the people from Building 30 are very united. Perhaps we can threaten them with him. Boss is smart. Let us arrange that. Go. Make sure to get that vehicle. Whether we can survive depends on it. Understood. Chapter 61. Saving Chao Ziwen's sister Muxian. Brother Chao has been captured by them. What should we do? Wait. Didn't you hear them say they want to use him to threaten me? Then we should wait for them to come. After saying that, Muxian took out her phone and sent a message in the group. Everyone, the people from Building 25 have captured Chao Ziwen and want to use him to threaten me in a handing over the snowmobile. As you all know, the snowmobile is an important means of transportation for me to find food for you. If it gets stolen, I want to be able to help you find food in the future. They will bring Chao Ziwen over for negotiations soon. And I want you to resolve that group without harming Chao Ziwen. If you succeed, I will give you an extra meal tomorrow. Muxian, didn't you say food is hard to find? So you're only giving us one meal? How can you suddenly give us 2 meals now? Exactly. I think you're doing this on purpose. All right, everyone, since the lady has spoken, we just have to follow her instructions. Having food is better than having none, right? Exactly. If you don't want to go, that's fine. We will go. Later, let Muxian divide your portion for us. Ha ha ha. To get this group to help. Xinyu started stirring things up in the group again, and as soon as he spoke, those who were initially unwilling began to chime in. Although Muxian's actions were indeed infuriating, who made them lack her abilities. Therefore, for the sake of food, they had no choice but to nod and agree. Muxian looked at the chat interface, her gaze cold and ruthless. These disobedient people, she had to find a chance to make their deaths seem justified. Xinyu, the surveillance is set up on my phone. You and Aisha get ready. After bringing Chao Ziwen up, he will be in your hands. We understand. After returning home, Muxian opened the surveillance and watched as Chao Ziwen was dragged down the stairs. His limbs were broken, and blood flowed down his pant legs onto the steps. A very glaring sight. Muxian had no expression on her face, but a killing intent surrounded her. Awei felt her aura and instinctively took a few steps back, knowing that Muxian was a bit dangerous at that moment, and it was best not to provoke her. The people from Building 25 were dragging Chao Ziwen, struggling to walk in the snow. When Chao Ziwen's wounds touched the cold snow, even he, who could endure a lot, let out a low growl, indicating how severe his injuries were. Muxian stood on the windowsill, set up her sniper rifle, and as soon as they reached the ground floor, she immediately sent a message in the group saying move out. The people from Building 30 rushed out, surrounding everyone from Building 25. Hey, brother, Chao Ziwen is one of us. Isn't it a bit too much to treat him like this? A young man leading the charge from Building 30 wore a mischievous smile, thrusting a metal rod into the snow, pressing down hard. Ha ha! As long as you hand over the snowmobile, we will naturally hand him over to you. The people from Building 25 seemed unfazed by those from Building 30. Their expressions showed no panic, even a hint of pride and confidence, which puzzled Muxian upstairs. She put down the sniper rifle and took out binoculars to observe the surroundings, discovering that several floors of Buildings 28 and 27 actually had people pointing guns at those from Building 30. They actually have guns? How is that possible? Muxian's expression was serious, and she felt a bit perplexed. It is known that firearms are strictly regulated in Huagua, and she originally thought that in such an environment, no one in the community besides herself would own any. But now, it turns out that 6 people possess guns simultaneously. Does this mean that there are forces in the entire community that she is unaware of? Everyone, there are a few people in the buildings ahead who have guns. I will deal with them directly. And as for you, Take care of the few that came here, then retreat with Chao Ziwen. With a gunshot, one of the individuals on the 28th floor was shot in the head. Immediately after, Mu Xian activated her abilities and fired several bullets in quick succession. Time reset, and after Mu Xian whispered a few words, the people from Building 30 moved quickly, swiftly taking down everyone from Building 25. Mu Xian, should we leave any of them alive? Just burn them like charcoal. Mu Xian finished speaking, and a cheer erupted from downstairs. After tying the person up, they poured gasoline on him and then set him on fire. Downstairs, the screams of the person being burned alive were continuous as they ran in the snow, rolling around trying to extinguish the flames, but the fire was too intense, and they ultimately perished. The people in Building 29 watched the cheering residents of Building 30 downstairs, their hearts trembling with fear. Thankfully, they hadn't followed the plan to attack Building 30 earlier. Otherwise, it would have been them dying. Mu Xian stood at the door, glancing at his injuries, feeling a chill in her heart. His limbs had been gradually crushed by 25 people with hammers, and his body was covered in intersecting knife wounds. It was already quite difficult for him to hold on until now with such injuries. Aisha, Shunyu, carry him inside. This was Aisha's first encounter with such severe injuries, and her heart trembled. She shone her phone's flashlight briefly and covered her mouth. The injuries were too severe. I can stitch up the wounds on his body, but for the limbs, in this condition, to save his life, we can only amputate. Chao Ziwen had already fainted, and Mu Xian looked at the still bleeding wounds, coldly speaking, then amputate. But Mu Xian, this is a very important surgery. We don't have specialized equipment, no surgical supplies, and no instruments. This surgery cannot be done. What do you need? Mu Xian raised her eyebrows. Previously, when she was collecting supplies, she took quite a few things from the hospital, but she didn't understand medicine and didn't know what could be useful. Aisha sighed and listed all the necessary items. Mu Xian lowered her head in silence and then said, "Wait a minute. First, carry the person to my house. I prepared a temporary operating room. You see what else is missing, and I'll go find it." Shunyu and Aisha were taken aback, feeling quite puzzled. But now that lives were at stake, they couldn't think too much and quickly took the person to Mu Xian's house. Entering the operating room, Aisha's eyes widened. All the things she needed were here with Mu Xian, but they were disorganized, making it a bit troublesome to find. Chapter 62. Performing Surgery. Aisha, from now on, Shunyu and I will be your assistants. Whatever you need, we will get it for you as quickly as possible. You just need to perform the surgery. Okay, but I can't guarantee that I can save him. Just do your best. The rest depends on fate. Understood. Aisha picked up a white coat from the side and put it on, then put on gloves and sanitized herself and Mu Xian and Shunyu. After taking a deep breath, she began to remove all of Chao Ziwen's clothes, while instructing Mu Xian and Shunyu to prepare the surgical instruments. She took a syringe to draw blood. Before the surgery, she needed to confirm Chao Ziwen's blood type for the blood transfusion later. After a series of operations, 20 minutes had passed. As Chao Ziwen's face grew paler and his heartbeat slowed down, she quickly administered anesthesia and prepared to perform the surgery. Shunyu, first clean his wounds. Mu Xian, stop the bleeding. Earlier, since they were outside, the blood on Chao Ziwen's body had frozen due to the weather. Now that he was moved to Mu Xian's house, the change in temperature was causing the ice on him to slowly melt. So they needed to stop the bleeding from his wounds. Mu Xian had never studied medicine, but she had been injured before and understood a bit about it. The three of them worked together, quickly getting into the main task. Saw, scissors, needles and thread, wiping sweat. Aisha directed while skillfully performing the surgery. The blood on the operating table increased, and Chao Ziwen's heartbeat slowed down. Aisha, Shunyu glanced nervously at the instruments beside him, and the scissors in his hand fell to the ground. Don't speak, Saw. At this moment, Aisha had successfully amputated Chao Ziwen's right leg and was preparing to amputate the left leg. Seeing her and Mu Xian busy, Shunyu didn't dare to hesitate and handed over the items as instructed. 3 hours later, the amputation surgery was completed. Just as Aisha finished bandaging the wound, Chao Ziwen's heartbeat suddenly stopped. Aisha, Brother Chao's heartbeat has stopped. Defibrillator. Aisha remained calm. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Xian handed the defibrillator to her. Bang, 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 she used the defibrillator repeatedly on Chao Ziwen's chest, each attempt carrying a glimmer of hope. Hard work pays off, finally. About 20 minutes later, Chao Ziwen's heartbeat resumed. Needles and thread. At this point, Aisha suddenly spoke again, and Shen Yu hurriedly handed it to her while Mu Xian wiped her sweat. She meticulously sutured Chao Ziwen's wounds until she collapsed to the ground. Aisha. Shen Yu worriedly helped her up, shouting a few times. Mu Xian glanced at Chao Ziwen and, seeing that his vital signs had stabilized, said softly, "I'll take care of the wrap-up. You take her to the room next door to rest." "Okay, I'll come back to help you after I take her over." Mu Xian cleaned the floor and the operating table. After Shen Yu came over, he washed the surgical instruments, and the two of them moved Chao Ziwen to the bed next to them. "Sister Mu Xian, Chao should be fine now, right? So far, it seems his life is saved, but he has lost his legs. I wonder if he will fall apart. Those people from Building 25 are really despicable. Their methods are so ruthless. Don't worry, they won't live long. I also have a responsibility for what happened to Chao Ziwen, and I will avenge him. I'll be with you then. I hope when Chao Go wakes up, he won't be too sad." Mu Xian sighed, patted Shen Yu's shoulder, opened the door, and walked out. Sitting on the sofa, she gently tapped her slightly sore arms. She never expected that being an assistant could be so tiring. It was quite normal for Aisha to faint after doing surgery for several hours in a row. "Sister Mu Xian, if you're tired, you should go rest first." Mu Xian turned her head to glance at him, her expression becoming somewhat stern. Shen Yu knew that Mu Xian still didn't trust him, so he didn't dare say much more and carefully sat down on the nearby stool. "Can you cook?" After more than 10 minutes, Mu Xian suddenly asked. Yes. Go cook then. I'm hungry. The ingredients are in the cupboard, and there are vegetables and meat in the fridge." Okay. Shen Yu hurried into the kitchen, not even caring to rub his hands together. He hadn't felt Mu Xian's presence to be so strong before, but now that he was in her home, the oppressive feeling made him unable to look her in the eye. He felt that any slight movement on his part could lead to him being ruthlessly taken down by Mu Xian. Watching him busy in the kitchen, Mu Xian relaxed and lay down on the sofa for a nap. Before long, she caught a whiff of the delicious aroma of the food, and when she opened her eyes, she saw Shen Yu wearing an apron, bringing the dishes to the table. "Sister Mu Xian, the food is ready. You can eat now." Mu Xian got up and walked to the table, picked up the bowl and chopsticks, and stared at him intently. He instantly understood and picked up the chopsticks to take a bite of each of the 5 dishes. "Don't be shy. You can eat together." After seeing that he had finished eating without any issues, Mu Xian felt relieved and started to pick up food for herself. "So, can I start eating?" It had been over a month since he had a bite of warm food, fresh vegetables, or meat, and he had long been drooling. While in the kitchen, he had wanted to secretly eat something several times, but he didn't dare and could only swallow his saliva while working. Now, with Mu Xian's permission, he certainly wouldn't hold back. "Your cooking skills are pretty good. I'm full. You should eat more." Mu Xian ate 2 bowls of rice. Seeing that he was still not full, she said a few words and went to the room to take a look at Chao Ziwen's. More than 20 minutes later, Shen Yu walked into the living room and said, "Sister Mu Xian, I've already washed and put away the bowls. Is there anything else you need me to do? However, you'd better not mess with the things in my room, lest you accidentally trigger some mechanism and meet with misfortune." Mu Xian's home actually doesn't have any traps. It's just to scare Shen Yu. In everyone's eyes, her persona is that of a ruthless and decisive person, someone who speaks and acts without hesitation. So Shen Yu naturally believes her words. "I won't touch anything recklessly. Also, make sure to add firewood. The living room air conditioning isn't on." "Okay." After returning to her room, Mu Xian found a set of pajamas and entered the bathroom. Soon, the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. Listening to the sound of water and smelling his own odor, Shen Yu almost vomited. He hadn't showered in over a month, and a sour smell clung to him. Previously, he hadn't paid much attention to it for the sake of survival, but now that he had some downtime, he couldn't help but feel disgusted. Chapter 63. A Wei Shows His Claws. Mu Xian came out of the bathroom after her shower, wearing a V-neck long dress that perfectly covered her long, fair legs. Her long black hair was dripping wet, with water droplets running down her forehead, cheeks, and onto her collarbone. She took a new towel from a nearby drawer and slowly dried her hair. When she noticed Shen Yu staring at her, she walked over confidently. "Can I use the bathroom?" Sure. Thank you, Sister Muxian. After Shen Yu finished speaking, he hurriedly stood up and ran to the door, opening it and rushing out. Soon, he came back with pajamas, shower gel, towels, and other items. Zista Mu Xuan. I'm going to take a shower? Go ahead. In fact, Mu Xian's master bedroom had an independent bathroom, but she was used to showering in the outside bathroom and only realized it after finishing. Shen Yu entered the bathroom, turned on the shower, and eagerly took off his stinky clothes, singing under the spray. The 40-degree water temperature felt great against his skin, and he let out a comfortable groan. It had been a long time since he enjoyed the feeling of being soaked in hot water. This moment was incredibly rare for him. Watching the water flow away on the floor, he wished he could bottle it up. At that moment, he finally realized how comfortable it was to have hot water. Half an hour later, he walked out of the bathroom feeling refreshed and found Mu Xian still sitting on the sofa. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he walked over to her. Sister Mu Xian, I'm sorry for taking too long in the bathroom. It's okay. There's plenty of hot water anyway. I'm going to rest now, and I'll leave Chao Ziwen to you. All right. Mu Xian's home is very warm because of the fireplace. Shen Yu, wearing pajamas, didn't feel a bit of cold. He only felt a warm sensation all over his body. Mu Xian's home, whether in decoration or furniture arrangement, is exquisite. The room is tidy and clean, and everything is arranged very neatly, showing that Mu Xian is a person who loves cleanliness. He sighed, feeling very fortunate. If it weren't for Chao Ziwen's injury, they probably would never have had the chance to enter this house in their lifetime, nor would they have the opportunity to enjoy such a warm and comfortable environment again. For a moment, he felt a mix of emotions. Sitting by the fireplace, he stretched out his hands to warm them by the fire, not daring to move around casually, and even hesitating to make big movements when wanting to drink a glass of water. Mu Xian observed his every move from the surveillance, confirming that he wouldn't act recklessly before slowly falling asleep. Around 3 a.m, her alarm rang. She yawned, stretched, and crawled out of bed. After opening the door and stepping outside, she found him sleeping on the carpet. Mu Xian shook her head and took a blanket from the nearby cabinet to cover him. He was sleeping soundly. Even after she covered him with the blanket, he didn't wake up, indicating he hadn't had a good night's sleep in a long time. In this weather, without heating, air conditioning, or a heater, no matter how many blankets one had, it wouldn't be warm enough. Plus, having to guard against others' attacks made it impossible to sleep well. However, in Mu Xian's home, the environment was warm, and no one could break in, so once she relaxed, she slept deeply. Mu Xian looked at him deeply, then entered the guest bedroom to check on Chao Ziwen. Seeing that his heartbeat and breathing were normal, she walked out. Mu Xian didn't know which building they were from, but sneaking around in the middle of the night definitely meant they were up to no good. Mu Xian was right. These people came in the middle of the night just to look for her snowmobile. They believed that the vehicle couldn't be driven into the building, so it must have been parked behind it. During the day, the residents of Building 30 patrolled the area and the hallways, and they didn't dare to act recklessly. Now that most of them were asleep, they thought they might try their luck. Unfortunately for them, their luck was running low. Not only did they fail to find the snowmobile, but they also ran into Mu Xian. Mu Xian changed her clothes and went downstairs after they arrived. Using her abilities, she hid behind the wall before they got close. As the first person walked by, she swiftly slashed his throat. At that moment, the other 4 were stunned, unable to react for a while. Hey, what's wrong with you? The second person, who was following him, quickly came forward to check. Just as he opened his mouth, he noticed a shadow in front of him. Why you? Who are you? You want to take my car, yet you ask me who I am? Mu Xian sneered and slowly walked in front of them. With a swift motion, she took down another one. Why you are the owner of the snowmobile? You're actually a woman. So what if I'm a woman? Do you look down on women? Mu Xian spoke in a relaxed tone, but her presence overshadowed everyone else present, creating a pressure that even the big men found hard to withstand. What do you want to do? She asked. I want to ask what you all want to do. She continued. It's the middle of the night, and you're here with us. Are you trying to steal a car? And so what if we were trying to steal a car? You guys in Building 30 have cars, and you should serve the public. If you just lend us a car, we can all use it to find food, and that way, we can all survive. Oh, it's this same argument again. I'm tired of hearing it. I'll weigh. Take them, and use them as food. Mu Xian scratched her ear and softly said a word. And a Wei's figure appeared behind a few people. Sensing movement behind them, they turned around in terror, and when they saw Away, they were so frightened that they wet themselves. The environment was harsh, and people were constantly in conflict. They had even killed their own dog for food to save their lives. In their eyes, dogs were just dogs, but the one they saw now was excessively large. Moreover, the dog's eyes were blood red, appearing even more eerie in the darkness. "Help, help! There's a monster!" A few of them screamed and tried to escape, but Away swatted them away with a paw. "Away, eat them!" Mu Xian shook her hair and said with a smile. But Away glared at Mu Xian with great disdain and then looked at the urine stains on the snow. Mu Xian suddenly understood. It was disdainful of dirt. Well, if you can't bring yourself to eat, just kill them." After hearing this, Away walked towards the few people again. One of them crawled forward with an injured body, but the next second, Away directly took off his head. The other three also couldn't escape, basically dying in Away's claws, missing arms and legs. Chapter 64, Gunshot Warning. "Hey, quite a few people are eyeing my car. Away, we have some busy work ahead." Mu Xian looked disdainfully at the several buildings ahead, then walked past with her head held high, taking Away with her. When they reached Building 25, she took out a sniper rifle and fired a shot at the 19th floor. The loud bang woke up those who were still asleep, and they jumped out of bed and rushed to the windows, looking out in terror. Outside, Away's massive figure was reflected in the snow, and its pair of crimson eyes sent the crowd screaming. Away followed behind her, gradually shrinking in size until it disappeared. As it walked, it looked up at Mu Xian, its large, bell-like eyes filled with a hint of confusion. The gunshot earlier was just to warn them not to provoke her, or they would surely die. Away rolled its eyes at Mu Xian and quickly dashed upstairs, seemingly disapproving of her actions. However, it was not Mu Xian, and it could stay in this warm room only because of her. So even if it had objections, it didn't dare to show them. Back at home, Mu Xian saw Shan Yu, who had been awakened, and greeted him. Shan Yu walked over, looked her up and down, and sighed in relief. "Sister Mu Xian, what happened? I heard gunshots just now. Are you hurt?" "I'm fine. Just took care of a few rats downstairs. You can go back to sleep." "Okay." In Building 25, a few people who originally planned to steal Mu Xian's snowmobile stood by the window, although they had already lost several members. It had not affected their determination at all. Mu Xian directly shot and shattered their window this time, as a warning to them. They knew it in their hearts, but their desire to steal the car and kill was growing stronger. "Boss, this bastard is too arrogant. She has killed so many of us, and we haven't bothered her. Instead, she took the first action. I can't stand this. Why don't we just go to her place tomorrow and deal with her?" "Are you stupid? Didn't you see she has a gun? Then are we just going to endure this?" "Who said we have to endure? Just because she has a gun doesn't mean everyone in that building has one. When she goes out one day, we could take care of everyone in Building 30. By then, she'll be isolated and helpless, and we can extend an olive branch to her. If she is willing to help us find food, we can leave her alone and not steal her car. If she isn't willing, we can gather our brothers and take her down. We're not afraid of killing her. The gun she has is a sniper rifle, and as long as we act quickly, she won't pose much of a threat. The boss is indeed the boss, thinking things through. Let's listen to the boss. That's right, the boss is really smart. All right, stop flattering. Everyone, stay alert and keep a close watch on the movements on the 30th floor. But boss, what about that monster we saw earlier? That thing seems to be that woman's pet, but it's way too big. It might not be easy for us to deal with her." "Yeah, boss. That thing looks like a dog to me, but it's the biggest dog I've ever seen. Just its size and eyes are terrifying to look at. What is there to be afraid of? It's just a bigger monster, right? We have guns. No matter how big that monster is, it can't withstand so many bullets. When we encounter it, we just shoot it to death." "Yes, we understand." Their group was discussing vigorously in the room, showing no fear towards the mutated Away, even fantasizing about being able to kill it. It must be said that after experiencing the apocalypse, these people had become bolder. In the morning, a cold wind blew up the curtains in Mu Xian's home. She stood on the balcony, looking at the heavy snowfall, and yawned. After going out yesterday, she realized that even in such extreme weather, there were still quite a few people surviving. These people must have done a lot of killing and looting to survive, although they were somewhat far from Mu Xian's community and didn't pose a threat to her. If they were pushed to a desperate situation, they might just come out of their homes in search of a way to survive. Xuan has already confirmed that there will be mutations in this environment, so she must be more cautious, especially since she has warehouse supplies in her hands. She must not let this information leak out. Otherwise, what awaits her is likely an endless pursuit. Good morning, Sister Xuan. Xian was lost in thought when Shunyu suddenly walked over to her. Rubbing his blurry eyes, he looked at the snowflakes falling continuously and sighed, wondering when this snow disaster would end. If it kept snowing like this, many people might die. Why think so much? You are safe here with me. Whether the people outside live or die doesn't concern you much. While that may be true, the thought of the whole world being left with just a few of us was still a bit depressing. Don't think about those useless things. Go check on Xuan. If he's fine, you can make breakfast. Okay. As soon as Xinyu left, Aisha opened the door and stepped out. Xian, good morning. I'm going to check on Brother Chao. All right. Aisha was always a bit afraid in front of Xian, but it wasn't because she feared that she could kill without blinking. Rather, it was the aura she exuded. Xian was just standing there doing nothing, yet it made her tremble from the bottom of her heart. To avoid embarrassment, she chose to stay a bit farther away from her. After entering the room, she saw Shun Yu checking on Chao Ziwen's condition. When she noticed that he had already taken a shower and changed his clothes, she felt a bit envious. Noticing her thoughts, Xinyu Yu patted her head and said, Sister Xian looks very aloof and cruel on the surface, but she has a good heart. I'll tell her later, you should go take a shower too. No, just letting us in is already a great favor. We should just stay obediently and not make any requests. But didn't T.U. say you wanted to take a shower? I guess I was thinking too simply. I understand now. Thank you, Aisha. Chapter 65. Adjusting food distribution. It's fine. We can consider ourselves friends. You've been taking care of me all this time, and I haven't properly thanked you yet. You've helped me too. If it weren't for you taking care of me, I would have been dead by now. Then we don't need to thank each other. Right? I'll go make breakfast first. You can come out after you finish your checkup. Okay. After Xinyu went out, he glanced at Xian and asked, Sister Xian, what do you want to eat? Can you make it? Not really, but I usually make breakfast myself, so I know how to make a few things. Then make some soy milk and fried dough sticks. I haven't had them a long time, and I miss them. Sure. Make a portion for Aisha as well. Also, you can use the bathroom outside freely, but don't touch my things. Okay, I'll let Aisha know. Xian had heard their conversation through the surveillance, and had to admit that Aisha had indeed made her see her in a different light. She still did not fully trust them from the bottom of her heart, but they had a strong sense of boundaries and did not take Xian's actions for granted. It was rare for them to have this awareness. In the room, Xinyu told Aisha about this. Aisha was surprised, but also a bit worried. However, thinking about how dirty she was, she no longer refused. She took out a set of clothes from the room, walked to Xian's door, knocked lightly, and spoke softly. Xian, thank you. Xian didn't speak and was playing a mobile game on her phone, a smile on her face. Around 9 o'clock, someone in the group sent a message. Annie, the people from Building 25 are acting suspiciously. Should we send someone to check it out? Go ahead. If they make any moves, report back to the group in a timely manner. Got it. As long as it's not aimed at us, we won't interfere. Okay, understood. By the way, Annie, were you going out to find food? We're all a bit hungry. This group of people seemed to care about Xian on the surface. But in reality, they were hoping she would hurry up and help them find food. They completely regarded her as a labor force to serve them. Xian knows very well, but she's too lazy to argue with them. After all, this group of people will eventually die. So, she might as well act like a good person. I understand you're anxious, but you'll have to wait a bit. I'll be there once I'm ready. That's good. That's good. Xian, you can rest assured that we will continue to guard the building for you. Xian sneered. What does it mean to help her defend the building? That's really funny. Everyone, starting tomorrow, I will make adjustments to the food distribution. As you all know, the nearby buildings are eyeing us, especially Building 25. They're probably discussing how to attack us every day. I thought about it, and instead of defending against them every day, it's better to take the initiative and attack. Tonight, we will launch a night raid on Building 25. The more you kill, the more food you will be rewarded. What do you all think? What? Xian, that's not fair, right? We are women, and we are physically weaker than men. Let us not even talk about our building. Building 25 has men too. How can we compete with them? Exactly. This is unfair to us. If their men kill all the people in Building 25 before us, we end up with no food? Yes. I think we should stick to the previous distribution method. where everyone shares equally. That's fair for everyone. Don't you all think I'm giving out too little food? Now that I've adjusted the distribution, it can allow many people to get a bit more. Isn't that good? Mu Xian leisurely sent a message in the group, then walked over to the dining table to prepare for breakfast. I think Mu Xian's allocation method is pretty good. Those who are capable work more, and those who kill more can get more food. I also think it's great. Mu Xian, don't mind those women, we'll listen to you. Yes, indeed, your decision is truly wise. It not only motivates us, but also allows many of us to get more food. It's simply wonderful. Right, you women. Usually you do less work and still expect us to share food with you. What a nice thought. How come we do less than you? We have been guarding the building too, right? When the people from the 29th floor came, we went too, didn't we? Why don't you mention these things? Because of Mu Xian's words, the group split into two factions, with men and women starting to argue. Mu Xian smiled and put on a look of someone who was watching a show. Mu Xian, are you really going to do this? At that moment, Aisha asked in a low voice. But as soon as she spoke, she regretted it because Mu Xian was looking at her with a somewhat ambiguous expression. What? Do you think what I'm doing is too extreme? No, I just think that as women, they might not be able to compete with these men. You have to understand, even an ant can unleash a strong power in a desperate situation, let alone women. Once they realize they won't get food, they will fight with all their might. You think they can't handle the men? That's not necessarily true. They might surprise us. She took off her nightgown, changed into her outfit, and, after getting ready, walked up to Away and said, Away, I'm going out for a bit. You stay at home to guard the place. If anyone in the house has any ulterior motives, you can deal with them directly. Mu Xian touched its head and then left the room. Xinyu, don't forget to prepare food for Awei. I'm heading out first. Also, keep an eye on the people in the building. I'm worried they might cause some trouble. I understand, Sister Mu Xian. Be careful on your way. Mu Xian nodded, left the room, and went downstairs. At the 5th floor staircase, several middle-aged men were burning a body, and the pungent smell filled the entire corridor, making Mu Xian's face look a bit unpleasant. You guys, you should burn it outside. Don't you know this smell is unbearable? Mu Xian, we're sorry, but it's snowing heavily outside. We thought since there's no one on the 5th floor, we could do it here. If you don't like it, we'll go outside after we finish burning this one. Mu Xian smiled and said, Hiss, this is a bit difficult, but I'll do my best. All right. Thank you, Mu Xian. You're really a good person. Chapter 66 Betrayal. It is said that to make dogs obedient, one must give them some benefits. So Mu Xian agreed to their request to make them more compliant. She had plenty of cigarettes in her space, all high-quality ones. However, considering they were just her tools, it wasn't worth it to give them good cigarettes, so she decided to get them some cheap ones. After getting out of the car, Mu Xian walked to a corner of the building and took out a snowmobile, then drove out boldly. The people from Building 25 saw her leave and prepared to take action. The people from Building 25 had completely been won over by Wu Jiahao, who was elected as the building leader, responsible for all matters in the building. Therefore, he ordered everyone to attack Building 30, and no one dared to hesitate. He selected over 100 men and had them march towards the 30th floor. The guards from Building 30 saw them from a distance and quickly sent a message in their group. Upon seeing the group message, everyone grabbed their tools and went downstairs. Xinyu, did you see the group message? The people from Building 25 are attacking. Aisha, who was taking care of Chao Xuan, heard her phone ring and hurried out of the ward. Xinyu had indeed seen the message. With Mu Xian absent, he became the one in charge. But having never encountered such a situation before, he didn't know what to do. After thinking for a moment, he decided to call Mu Xian. At that moment, Mu Xian was just over 10 kilometers away from the community. Hearing her phone ring, she immediately stopped the car. What's the matter? She answered the phone casually. Sister Mu Xian, it's bad. The people from Building 25 are attacking us. They have around 100 people, and we only have over 80. We probably can't win. They are attacking? They really know how to pick the right time. Let them attack. After our people suffer casualties, we will let Away take action. I understand. After hanging up the phone, a bloodthirsty smile appeared on Mu Xian's face. The people from Building 30 also deserve to die a few. With so many mouths waiting for her to provide food, wasn't she tired too? During the battle, not only would their building's people die, but Building 25 would also suffer significant losses. Then, they could let Away take action and save some effort. The people from Building 25, full of momentum, arrived at the foot of Building 30 and shouted at the building above, "Hey, you softies from Building 30, see your grandpa has come? Why aren't you kneeling to greet us?" Hearing this, the people from Building 30 became agitated. Although they had always been suppressed by Muxian, she had never insulted them like this. But the people from Building 25 came in and demanded they kneel. Who could stand that? Damn it. These bastards from Building 25 dare to make us kneel. No way. I can't swallow this anger. I have to go out and take them down. Wait. There's so many of them. If we go out, we will probably be wiped out. Let's ask Muxian what to do. Right? Muxian is our leader. Let's ask her first. Saying this, they sent a message in the group and tagged Muxian. Muxian saw the message and felt a wave of disdain in her heart. Why do they still need to ask her about such things? Where did that earlier bravado go? Since they want to go to war, why not just fight them? What? Do you think you can't win against them? Come on. They have more people, and we only have this few, with 1/3 of them being women. It's hard to win. You really disappoint me. Who was it that boasted about wiping out Building 25 before? And now you're backing down? Don't forget what I said. The one who kills more gets more food. Besides, you have Dog Lord with you. If things get tough later, Dog Lord will step in. So what are you worried about? But Dog Lord is just a dog. Can we really pin our hopes on it? Exactly. The opponents are fierce, and even with Dog Lord around, it might not be enough. What a joke. I've made it very clear to you all, whether you believe it or not, the ones who will suffer the most will definitely be the people from Building 25. You just need to give it your all in the fight. The rest you don't need to worry about. Muxian finished speaking and put her phone aside, aiming for a clean break. She never liked us, and now she is out there enjoying herself while leaving us to fight a lonely battle. ISNT just to make us suffer? I think we're in big trouble this time. Humph. Muxian pretends to find food for us and acts kind, but in reality, she just wants to buy us off with food. I say we might as well collaborate with Building 25 and get rid of her once and for all. Hey, that idea sounds good to me. If Muxian is heartless, then we can't be blamed for being ungrateful. She didn't care about our lives first, and it's understandable for us to rebel. Are you all crazy? If you really betray her, she won't let you off the hook when she finds out. Besides, without her finding food for us, what are we going to do? Are we supposed to starve? Are you really that stupid, or just pretending? If Muxian is dead, her snowmobile belonged to us? Without her, we could drive the snowmobile ourselves to find food. I think it's feasible. Why don't we go out now and discuss it with Building 25? Who will talk? Yuan Fong, you brought it up, so you go. You all. No way, if I go alone, they won't believe me. I need to bring a few more people with me. All right, we'll go with you. Okay, let us go downstairs. The people from Building 25 shouted downstairs for a long time, but didn't see anyone come out, so without thinking, they prepared to charge into the building. At that moment, Yuan Fong came out with a few people, and the folks from Building 25 laughed upon seeing them. Oh, so it's just you few from Building 30 who have the guts? Not bad. You got a bit of courage. Bro, we want to talk about a collaboration with you. Yuan rubbed his hands together, swallowed hard, and stopped about 2 meters away from the other side. Talk about collaboration? What? Afraid we'll kill you, so you're here to seek peace? Well, sort of. Bro, can we talk privately? The people from Building 25 looked at Yuan Fong and his group with a sneer and disdain in their eyes. What can't be said here? This. Yuan Fong glanced at the more than 100 people behind him, sighed, and continued. Forget it. Let us just say it. We actually want to collaborate with you to deal with that woman, Muxian. After he finished speaking, the people from Building 25 looked at them in disbelief. Muxian is, after all, their leader, and to support them, she has to go out searching for food, even in heavy snow. He couldn't understand why the people from Building 30 would want to cooperate with them. Seeing that they didn't believe him, Yuan Fong began recounting everything Muxian had done for them. Chapter 67. A Wei shows his power. Wow. This woman is ruthless. I like it, haha. After hearing Yuan Fong's words, the leader of the group opposite became extremely curious about Muxian. He never expected Muxian to be such a fierce woman. She had already killed off more than half of the people from Building 30. If Muxian could become his woman, they could join forces to take down Wu Jiahao and become the rulers of the community. After some thought, the man hugged Yuan Fong's neck and said, Kid, I can agree to cooperate with you, but Muxian must not die. You understand what I mean, right? Understood. Understood. But Xinggu, How do you want to proceed? Of course. The man whispered a few words into Yuan Fang's ear. Then he smiled broadly and nodded. All right. I'll follow your lead. Once we succeed, I will become the ruler of the entire community, and you can enjoy the good life with me. Thank you. Chengge. All right, let's get to work. After Yuan Fang left, the man turned to his subordinates and loudly announced, Everyone, I've negotiated a cooperation with the people from Building 30. We'll go up and kill a few of them first, then retreat and wait for news. As for the plan afterward, he sneered coldly, glanced at the building, and waved his hand. His followers rushed towards Building 30. Before the others could react, they heard shouts coming from downstairs. Not good. People from Building 25 are coming. Everyone get ready to fight them. At the stairway, the people from Building 30, armed with various weapons, swung their blades desperately at the incoming crowd. Because the opponents came in waves, several defenders at the front were killed, and chaos ensued. After Building 25 eliminated the front defenders, they surged into the hallway and started hacking wildly. The people from Building 30 were not willing to fall behind either. One after another, they swung their knives without caring if they were hitting their own, and the sounds of screams and shouts echoed throughout the building. On the 30th floor, Xuan and Aisha watched the surveillance footage, drenched in cold sweat. Although they had seen many such scenes in the past month, this time was different. Both sides were fighting fiercely without recognizing anyone. The blood on the floor was almost forming a small river. The fighting was intense, and the situation for Building 30 was not optimistic. They were gradually losing ground. Many people had begun to retreat upstairs, and just as they were about to collapse, Wei, who had been sleeping soundly, suddenly yawned, elegantly stood up, and walked in front of Xuan and Aisha. Brother Wei, are you going to take action? Wei shot him a glance, and then looked back at the video. You useless thing. Why haven't you opened the door for me yet? Wei walked to the door, glaring at Xuan. Xuan, feeling embarrassed, scratched his head and hurried to the door to open it. As he left, Wei warned Xuan with his eyes not to mess around. Xuan swallowed hard and nodded quickly. How could he dare? Mu Xian was both his savior and his leader. If he dared to betray her, he couldn't even imagine how miserable his end would be. Seeing that he was somewhat sensible, Wei shook his body and then charged down the stairs like a sharp sword, reaching the 10th floor in no time. The people from Building 25 had already chased up to the 10th floor and were about to finish off the few fleeing individuals when Wei suddenly appeared and bit one of them on the throat. The few people following that man didn't react in time and fell to the ground instantly. Wei turned to look at the few people cowering in the corner, roared disdainfully, and quickly ran downstairs. My God, is Dog Brother this powerful? Dog Brother is mighty. Should we go down and take a look? I'm not going. Have you seen how ruthless the people from Building 25 are? I'm not going either. I'll go take a look. Dog Brother's combat power is so strong. You should be able to handle them. The man was right. After Wei went downstairs, he stood at the top of the stairs and let out a loud roar, then charged into the battlefield. The people from Building 25 did not expect a dog to suddenly burst out, completely unprepared, just as they were about to attack. They found that their legs had already been bitten off a large chunk. Not good, retreat. This dog is crazy, someone in the crowd shouted, and the people from Building 25 began to retreat downstairs. Outside, the man and his proud subordinates had already concluded that they had won this battle and were discussing how to celebrate that night when they suddenly saw their people rushing out in a panic. Chengge, help! The first man to escape shouted loudly for help upon seeing the others outside, dropping his weapon in the process. Chengge, could it be that dog? One of the men beside him leaned close and whispered, and the man known as Chengge snorted coldly. Get ready to shoot that beast. Once he finished speaking, he took a few steps back, and the more than 10 people behind him drew their guns and aimed at the stairway. As the number of fleeing people increased, their brows furrowed deeper. The sheer number of people retreating was enough to prove how vicious that dog was. Roar! Suddenly, Wei let out a furious roar and charged out from the stairway, biting down on the head of a fleeing person. His bite force was tremendous. With just one bite, the man's head was crushed and brain matter splattered everywhere. Open fire! At that moment, Chengge shouted, and several people with guns fired at Wei. Bang, bang, bang! Countless gunshots rang out. But Wei raised a corpse as a shield in front of himself and then retreated into the hallway using the corpse as cover. Chunga, is this guy's intelligence too high? He actually knows how to use a corpse as cover. Chunga had achieved his goal and saw no need to waste more time dealing with Wei and the remaining debris from Building 30, so he turned to leave. You guys cover, the rest, hurry, and retreat. While directing, he ran towards the building. Initially, they had seen Wei from upstairs and thought it was big, but not overwhelmingly so. But now that they saw it up close, they were almost scared stiff. Who knows why this dog could be so large? A bite here and there seemed like basic operations. If he didn't hurry and run, he might end up as dog food. However, he thought too much. Wei had been well fed by Mu Xian in the past few days, and he found it hard to stomach humans, especially those who hadn't bathed in over a month. Chapter 68. Wei drives away the people from Building 25. Dog brother is mighty, we won. As the people from Building 25 fled in panic, the remaining people from Building 30 stood by the window, waving and screaming in excitement, completely forgetting how they had just been beaten by the other side. Wei glanced at the crowd, slowly walked into the hallway, shrank his body, and headed straight for the 30th floor. With the people from Building 25 driven back, Xunyu and Aisha breathed a sigh of relief. For the first time, they felt Wei's strength so directly. They had originally thought it was just an ordinary pet, but now it seemed that its combat power and capabilities were not to be underestimated. Xunyu, can you ask everyone in the group to report on the losses this time? Aisha stood up, ready to open the door for Wei. She thought that Mu Xian would definitely want to know the results, so she said softly to him, I know. Neighbors, this time Building 25 suddenly attacked us, and we lost quite a few people. Please count the number of people and report the situation. Damn it, we lost half of our people again, and many were injured. If Building 25 and a few others join forces to attack, we might be completely wiped out. Is it that serious? Xunyu had already known the result, but he pretended to be surprised and sad as he continued. These are our neighbors and friends. We originally thought we could get through these tough times together. But who would have thought? That's right. Many people are seriously injured. If they don't get medicine, their wounds could get infected, and that would be terrible. Everyone, don't worry. I will talk to Sister Mu Xian. Their thoughts were correct. Mu Xian never intended to let them live too long, so she wouldn't give them any medicine. The people who escaped from Building 25 all gathered on the 19th floor, their disheveled appearances reflecting how miserable they had just been. They thought that with so many people acting together, they could easily resolve the situation. But who knew a monster would appear halfway, forcing them to flee? Chung, you didn't handle this very well this time. In 1901, Wu Jiahao squinted his eyes, and his once smooth face was now covered with scars. These scars were left after a week of the apocalypse, fighting desperately to gain control of the entire building. In just a few weeks, he had made everyone in the building obedient and afraid to act recklessly. However, this was quite normal. He had spent a few years in prison for fighting when he was around 20. Although he looked much more obedient after coming out, he still occasionally did some unspeakable things behind the scenes. He had been somewhat restrained before, but after the apocalypse, this guy started acting recklessly. After all, during special times, there was no danger of being caught, and even if he killed someone, no one would care. Chung was his first subordinate, only 25 years old, and after being subdued, all the killing was done by him. As his boss, Wu Jiahao enjoyed the benefits at home, occasionally mocking and insulting him. Chung had thought about uniting with others to resist, but Wu Jiahao was a skilled fighter, and others were afraid of being killed, so they didn't dare to act. He himself didn't dare to make a move either, so he could only let Wu Jiahao command him. Fortunately, although Wu Jiahao was not a good person, he sometimes gave him extra food, which was why Chung endured it. After learning about Mu Xian's situation, his first thought was to ally with her to deal with Wu Jiahao. As for later, if Mu Xian was obedient enough, he could make her his woman. If not, she was just a woman, and he could deal with her. Brother Wu, you must have seen it too. That monster is not something we can handle. We have already dealt with more than half of the people from Building 30. In the future, if we have the chance, we can take them all out at once. Moreover, the people from our building are also dissatisfied with Mu Xian and have proposed to cooperate with us. I think we can consider it. Mu Xian? Is she the one with the snowmobile? Moreover, I found out that she is a woman, has decent combat skills, and that monster is her pet. If we confront her head-on, we might suffer losses, but if we team up with the people from her building, we might be able to take her down. Oh, so she is a woman? Interesting. If she can make the people from building 30 so obedient, she must be tough. We really can't underestimate her. Yes. So I took the liberty to decide to cooperate with the people from their building. Once we take down that woman, the snowmobile will be ours. Chung nodded and turned to leave with his subordinates, remembering to close the door for him as they went out. Brother Wu, are you really planning to cooperate with the people from Building 30? A nearby man asked quietly. Wu Jiahao immediately stood up and walked to the window, of course. But we need to test whether these people can be trusted. Since they are Cheng's contacts, let him handle the cooperation. If it goes well, everyone will be happy. If it fails, he doesn't need to live anymore. Wu Jiahao was not a kind person. He mostly didn't trust his subordinates. Even though Chung was the first to follow him, he knew he was not just an obedient dog. The reason he hadn't dealt with him yet was that he still had some use. If one day he became useless, Wu Jiahao would deal with him directly. Do I need to keep an eye on them? You don't need to go yourself. Just send someone inconspicuous. I understand. I'll take care of it. After the man left, Wu Jiahao coldly smiled, his scarred face becoming particularly terrifying with that smile. At that moment, he looked like a demon crawling out of hell. Mu Xian was currently beside a gas station. The main reason she had come out was to find some energy sources. Although there was plenty of energy available at home, it was consumable and would eventually run out. Moreover, with heavy snow falling every day, if she didn't go out to find more now, she might not be able to find any in the future. Chapter 69. Encounter with Qin Rue. After getting out of the snowmobile, Mu Xian looked at the covered gas station and felt a bit anxious. It was completely buried, and it would be difficult to empty the gasoline and diesel unless she cleared the snow. However, figuring out how to shovel such thick snow was a big challenge, and she felt a headache coming on. I should have come earlier. I was careless. Back in the vehicle, Mu Xian frowned, thinking about how her generator at home would be useless without energy, which made her very angry. She had worked so hard to make her home what it was now. Not just for it to be a display. She needed to live comfortably and safely until she grew old, right? Suddenly, she thought of something, and her eyes lit up. That's right, a bulldozer. If she could find a few bulldozers, she might be able to clear the snow and get what she wanted. With that thought, she drove the snowmobile to a bulldozer manufacturing factory. The factory had 5 floors, and if she went down the stairs from the 5th floor, she might be able to find bulldozers on the lower floors, giving her a glimmer of hope. 2 hours later, she arrived at the workshop, broke a window, and entered the building. She went down the stairs from the hallway. Along the way, she saw quite a few corpses. These were the factory employees who had come to work the day after the apocalypse, but hadn't left in time, becoming trapped by the heavy snow. She carefully stepped over the bodies, wearing an oxygen mask as she descended, being even more cautious than last time. When she reached the 1st floor, it was increasingly dark. All the windows had been blown out by the snow, and the ground was covered with a layer of snow. Luckily, the 1st floor wasn't completely blocked, allowing Mu Xian to enter and take a look. The 2nd floor was an assembly workshop where there were still quite a few bulldozers being assembled. The 3rd floor was also an assembly workshop, but unlike the 2nd floor, the vehicles on the 3rd floor were already assembled. However, upon checking the plaque on the door, Mu Xian found that the bulldozers on this floor couldn't be sold yet, as they hadn't been tested. Only the vehicles on the 4th floor were ready for sale. Upon reaching the 4th floor, Mu Xian's eyes lit up at the sight of the numerous bulldozers in the workshop. There were various sizes suitable for different tasks. And without caring about the sizes, she directly collected 7 or 8 different models into her space. Now she had the vehicles, but no one to drive them. As she went upstairs, Mu Xian stroked her chin and sighed, wishing she had learned how to drive. Forget it. She would try it out when she went outside. Cheerfully, she jumped out of the 5th floor window, took out a smaller bulldozer, and then sat on it. After some fussing around, she finally managed to get it moving, though she was a bit clumsy and uncoordinated. After all, so many people had died today. She needed to soothe her nerves. The snowmobile started, and she drove through the city center. This time, there was no one and no monsters chasing her, so Mu Xian slowed down to take in the city scenery. For so many years, she had been busy and had no time to appreciate the city. Now that she didn't have much work to do, she could finally take a good look. Alas, all the convenience stores along the road were buried in snow, making it quite difficult to get a few packs of cigarettes. After searching around, Mu Xian found that all the convenience stores were covered by the heavy snow. So she decided to go directly to a tobacco distribution company to check the situation. Fortunately, the distribution company was also a high-rise building, and after entering, Mu Xian managed to scavenge quite a bit of tobacco. However, as she was driving the snowmobile out of the company, she nearly ran into someone. She slammed the brakes, stopping the vehicle steadily, and just as she was about to draw her gun to confront the person, she saw a familiar face. Qin Rui, what are you doing here? What is going on? Mu Xian had not finished speaking when she suddenly saw a group of people rushing out from the side. They were holding various tools, their eyes fierce and menacing, each one looking gaunt and as if they were about to devour someone. Mu Xian didn't say much, stepped on the gas, and drove out. Looking back at the people who were left far behind, Qin Rui breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Mu Xian smelled the strong scent of blood on him, turned her head, and their eyes met in midair. She stopped the car, glanced back, and coldly said, "All right, we've shaken them off. You can get out now." After hearing this, Qin Rui frowned slightly. "Mu Xian, we at least know each other. I'm seriously injured. Can't you temporarily take me in? Are you worried I might hurt you?" "No, I'm worried you will be a nuisance. You really are straightforward. Thanks for the compliment, so get out." "What if I don't?" "Get out." Before he could finish his sentence, Mu Xian kicked him out of the car without hesitation, closed the door, and prepared to leave. Qin Rui fell to the ground, the pain from his wounds making him grimace. He didn't expect Mu Xian to be so heartless, throwing him out without a second thought. He let out a bitter laugh, thinking that he was a dignified president, never treated like this before but now. Suddenly, his eyes turned ice blue, and in the next second, a tall ice wall suddenly rose up in front of Mu Xian. She quickly hit the brakes and stopped the car, then looked through the rearview mirror at Qin Rui not far away, her eyes widening. He was actually an ability user, and a user of ice and snow at that. Mu Xian's heart jolted, and she took out her handgun as she got out of the car, aiming it at Qin Rui. Qin Rui stood up and slowly walked towards her, a faint smile on his face. "Mu Xian, how about we make a deal?" Mu Xian stared at him coldly, her mind racing. "What transaction? You've seen my abilities. Taking me in would be the best decision you've ever made." Mu Xian raised an eyebrow. His abilities indeed made her somewhat tempted. If he became one of her people, she wouldn't need to use a shovel to obtain various resources buried under the snow. Chapter 70, bringing Qin Rui back to the community. However, at the same time, Mu Xian had a concern in her heart. Such a person, once he wanted to target her, could really solve her. The reason she had survived this apocalypse for so long, besides her memories from her past life and her current powers, was her vigilance. "Mr. Qin, your abilities are indeed impressive, but how can you ensure that you won't turn against me? Moreover, with this ability, you wouldn't need to worry about ordinary people, right? One move is enough to deal with them, isn't it?" Hee. Qin Rui gave a bitter smile, collapsed to the ground, and suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked up at Mu Xian. "You're right. If my body were in a healthy condition, I wouldn't fear anyone. However, after gaining my powers, I've been struggling in the snow." Seeing the puzzled look on Mu Xian's face, he continued, "My fiancée, he was taken hostage, and those people demanded that I bring food to redeem her. Although I don't like my fiancée, she's technically my childhood friend, so I couldn't ignore it. But who would have thought that she actually colluded with those people and planned to eliminate me after getting the food? If it weren't for my abilities, my body and soul would have already separated. I've only had these powers for a short time and can't use them continuously. The current state is also due to using them too many times. My body can't take it. Mu Xian, whether you believe it or not, I have no ill intentions towards you. Furthermore, I just want to find a place to recuperate. Once I'm healed, I will leave immediately and won't pose any threat to you. Besides, the fact that I told you about my abilities shows that I am not a threat to you. So, please help me this once." Mu Xian listened to his words, her mind racing. The more times it happens, the easier it is to experience symptoms like dizziness or headaches. Moreover, when it comes to abilities like this, it's indeed better the fewer people know about it. "Mu Xian, I can't continue using my abilities right now. My physical condition isn't great. I just used up the last bit of my strength to stop you, so you don't need to worry. Also, I don't ask you to take me to your home. Just take me to a safe place and give me some medicine. Are you sure? I have to say, his words did make Mu Xian lower her guard a bit. Coupled with his current demeanor and some similar experiences he shared with her past life, she felt a hint of sympathy for him. I can swear to the heavens. If I really have any ulterior motives towards you, may lightning strike me and may I die a horrible death. You can even take action against me directly. Mu Xian didn't believe in oaths, but she trusted her own intuition and abilities. If Qin Rue really dared to do anything, she would just fight him. Forget it. Considering how pitiful you are, I can take you to a safe place, but whether you can survive depends on yourself. Don't expect me to help you. Thanks. Qin Rue smiled. He knew it was hard to earn someone's trust during such times, and he was very grateful that Mu Xian agreed to take him away. So, can I get in a car? He pointed to the snow-covered vehicle in front and whispered, but before Mu Xian could respond, he collapsed straight into the snow. That looked painful. It didn't seem like he was faking it. Mu Xian touched her nose and walked over to check on him. The next second, she directly tied him up like a zongzi and secured him on the roof of the car, driving away. When he realized he was tied to the roof of the car, he felt utterly devastated and speechless. Normally, when someone faints, others would help them into the car and take good care of them. This was the first time he had seen someone tied to the roof. One could only say Mu Xian was indeed very special. Now, with heavy snow falling, he was lying on his back, completely covered in snow, trying to use his abilities, but failing, nearly suffocating. Shaking his head and brushing the snow off his face, he sighed and weakly called out, Mu Xian. After stopping the car behind Building 30, she stood up and glanced at Qin Rue, who was covered in snow. When she met his eyes, filled with resentment, she awkwardly chuckled. Oh, you're awake? Sorry, there really isn't enough room for you in my car, so I had to. Not enough room? Mu Xian, am I 3 or 4 meters tall? Your car could fit 3 more people without a problem? And you actually told me there's no room for me? Hey, Mr. Qin, this is my car, don't forget. As the owner, I can decide where you sit. Why do you have so much to say? Sorry, I couldn't help it for a moment. Forget it. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Just walk if you can. Mu Xian shot him a glance, untied the ropes around him, and continued, if you can walk, go upstairs by yourself to the 30th floor. 30th floor? Qin Rue was stunned. Climbing to the 30th floor without an elevator? Wouldn't that be exhausting? However, after thinking for a moment, he nodded firmly. Got it. What about you? I definitely have to go up too. But you go first, I still have a bit of business. Who is this person? A few people were startled when they saw Qin Rue, but when they noticed his pale face and still handsome features, their expressions suddenly became ambiguous. Miss, your taste is quite good. This kind of fair and tender pretty boy is definitely the type suitable for warming the bed. Sure enough, when the lady makes a move, it must be this type. The leading young man gave Mu Xian a thumbs up, saying, his smile growing more suggestive. Mu Xian frowned slightly, turned to look at Qin Rue, and suddenly laughed out loud. Well, it seems pretty good. This guy really looks quite handsome. Mu Xian, that's enough. Qin Rue's face darkened, and he looked at everyone with a frown. He never expected to be seen as that kind of person, and it seemed others thought the same, which was nothing short of a blatant humiliation. Chapter 71. Mu Xian is angry noticing he was unhappy. Mu Xian pouted and stopped teasing him. Auntie, aren't you going to let him warm your bed? Mu Xian tilted her head and looked at the young man with a half smile, scaring him into immediately shutting his mouth. Although he loved making jokes, he didn't dare to overstep with Mu Xian. After all, if she really got angry, she would just say the word and anyone would be killed. We'll send someone to take him upstairs. Our food. Let's go upstairs first and talk. Mu Xian finished speaking just as Xinyu walked out. Seeing Qin Rue standing nearby, he rubbed his eyes. President Qin, what are you doing here? You two know each other? Mu Xian glanced at Xinyu and Qin Rue, asking in confusion. Our company has collaborated with President Qin's company before, and we've met a few times. I see. In that case, Xinyu, you can help President Qin upstairs and arrange for him to stay at your place. Okay. Xinyu had been with Mu Xian for a long time and understood her personality. He did whatever she instructed without asking questions. President Qin, please follow me. He walked over to Qin Rue, supporting his arm as they headed upstairs. Watching them leave, Mu Xian took out food from the car and handed it to a young man. Take this upstairs first. Wait for me to come over and distribute it. If anyone dares to snatch it during this time, I'll deal with them. Don't worry, my lady. With me around, they won't dare. That's the best. The few of them took the food upstairs, while Muxian quickly scanned the surroundings and, seeing no one around, hurriedly put the car away. Once upstairs, everyone lined up at the stairway. Looking at the more than 40 people left, Muxian sighed, her face showing a look of sadness. I didn't expect the people from Building 25 to be so ruthless, killing so many of us. Everyone, we must take revenge for this. Don't worry, I will definitely avenge all of you. Muxian, with your words, we can rest assured. Yes, we have chosen you as our leader, and we will definitely support you. My lady, are we still going to deal with the people from Building 25? With just us. Do we still want to deal with others? Not to mention the fact that the people from Building 25 are really strong. Their leader is said to be incredibly powerful. 1 against 10. Hey Yuan Fong, where were you just now? I didn't see you during the fight, but now Muxian brings the food, and you show up? Yeah. Yuan Fong, you bastard, were you doing something behind our backs? Earlier, everyone heard Yuan Fong propose to collaborate with Building 25 and saw him go downstairs to negotiate. But after coming back up, he disappeared. At first, no one paid attention, but now that he appeared, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. However, they did not inform Muxian about his collaboration with Building 25. Compared to putting all their bets on Muxian, they preferred to hedge their bets on both sides. Who knew which side would be better in the future? Hey, don't talk nonsense. I also participated in the fight, okay? You didn't see my heroic stance, did you? As soon as the people from Building 25 arrived, I sprang into action, dragging them into the room and killing them left and right. The blood sprayed 3 meters away. If you don't believe me, go check. All right, stop talking. I have a handle on this matter. Xinyu, send me the data you collected. Muxian stopped the others and then contacted Xinyu on WeChat. During the battle, she had instructed Xinyu and Aisha to keep a close watch on everyone in the building and record the number of enemies they killed to help her allocate food. Through monitoring, Aisha and Xinyu had already compiled the kill counts of everyone and sent them to Muxian. Looking at the numbers below, Muxian smiled and said, "Did you see the counts in the group? I will allocate food based on this list now. Do you have any objections?" Muxian, this isn't right. Where did this list come from? We don't even know how many people we killed ourselves. How does Xinyu know? What if he just made it up? That wouldn't be fair to all of us. Yeah, if he got it wrong, wouldn't the food we receive also be wrong? Miss, this seems a bit problematic. Others began to murmur, all feeling that this matter was unreliable, their faces looking quite gloomy. Muxian let out a cold laugh, slapping her hand against the wall beside her and shouting loudly, "Everyone shut up. What? Do you not believe in Xinyu? Or do you not believe in me?" Seeing Muxian angry, everyone shrank back, not daring to speak. To them, Muxian was both their savior and a devil who could send them to hell in the blink of an eye. Grandma, it's not that we don't believe you. It's just that this matter is somewhat difficult to figure out. So regarding the food distribution, Muxian let out a cold snort, ignoring the few people, and just played with her slender fingers. I hate it when others meddle in my affairs. Since you don't believe me, then you can forget about eating today's food. After her words fell, Muxian turned to leave. But the young man hurriedly knelt in front of her. "Auntie, we were wrong. Please don't go. You can divide the food however you want. We have no objections." "Everyone, what do you think?" Muxian crossed her arms and coldly stared at everyone. She was in a bad mood and had no intention of distributing food. She simply kicked the young man aside and went upstairs. After a moment of shock, the people in the building began to curse Muxian. "This Muxian, we risked our lives for her, and she dares to treat us like this? What a jerk. She has always been this way. In her eyes, we're just her dogs. When she needs us, she gives us some benefits, and when she doesn't, she tosses us aside. Damn it, I've had enough of her. If she weren't of some value, I'd have killed her already." "You, kill her? Ha ha, you be the one to be killed by her. Don't forget, she has blood on her hands. Those with a bit of skill have all died at her hands. You, with your abilities, could never kill her. That's why I said we should cooperate with the people from Building 25. You should be glad you didn't expose me just now. Otherwise, you'd have no chance to eliminate Muxian at all. How can you still ask? What did you say to the people from Building 25 before? Why do they still attack us and kill so many of us?" Well, Yuan Fong rubbed his nose. He really didn't know how to explain this. They said to just kill a few people and leave, but in the end, they killed half of them. He himself had no explanation. So how could he tell the people in the building? Chapter 72. Chao Xuan mutates. Let's not worry about that for now. Anyway, people are dead, and it makes no sense to say more. What we need to do now is ensure we won't be plotted against this time. How do we ensure that? Of course, we talk to them nicely. I've already added them on WeChat. We'll first leak some information about Mu Xian to them and see how they react. If they ask us for help, we can help appropriately. It sounds simple, but what if they just use us? In that case, we will still suffer. That's why I said we should please both sides. Yuan Fong. Anyway, we only have this many people left. Mu Xian has no deep feelings for us and won't treat us well, so we'll follow your lead. However, I hope you can help us survive until the end. After all, in this apocalyptic world, only by uniting can we survive. Don't worry, I'm on the same side as you. As long as I'm alive, I won't let you die. Yuan Fong patted his chest and promised, but deep down, he was uncertain. However, he had already spoken, so he had to harden his resolve and make up lies. As for what to do later, it would depend on the situation. The main thing was that he enjoyed the feeling of being regarded as a leader, which greatly satisfied his vanity. Although his home wasn't as comfortable as Mu Xian's, it wasn't too bad either. There were warm blankets and clothes. After helping Qin Rue onto the bed, he covered him with a few blankets and lit a candle, instantly brightening the room. Mr. Qin, you can stay at my place for now. I'll bring you food and drinks later. Sister Mu Xian is now the boss of the entire building. No one dares to disturb you. Just focus on recovering. All right, thank you. By the way, since I'm staying at your place, where will you sleep? If it's too troublesome, you can take me to another house. Qin Rue was a smart man. When he was at home, he had seen how hard these upper-class people fought to survive. Killing, arson, and looting, nothing was off limits. They had completely lost their former nobility and elegance. So when he saw that there were only over 40 people left in Building 30, he could guess what had happened here. It's fine. We've moved into Sister Mu Xian's house for convenience and taking care of Brother Chao, so my house is unoccupied. Oh, I see. Thank you for the trouble. Do you really trust Mu Xian that much? Qin Rue had never been someone who easily trusted others, and after the apocalypse, seeing the actions of everyone in the community had only removed the word trust from his dictionary. In times like these, trust was such a luxury, and yet he just let it go, which made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Of course, Sister Mu Xian is a warm-hearted person, even though she always has a cold face. She treats us well, providing us with food and water and helping us deal with enemies. We definitely trust her. If it weren't for her, we might have died at the hands of those bastards in the neighborhood long ago. She is our savior. If we can't trust her, who can we trust? So that's how it is. Hearing you say that, I can sense she is a good person. Anyway, to us, Sister Mu Xian is a good person. Xinyu chuckled awkwardly and spoke up. In fact, he was already confused about distinguishing good from bad. If he said Mu Xian was a good person, she had eliminated more than half of the people in the building. Among them were the elderly, children, men, and women. They hadn't even done anything wrong to her. Yet she incited others to kill them all. But if he said she wasn't a good person, she was kind to him, Aisha, and Chao Xuan, even generously inviting them into her home and providing them with a safe and comfortable refuge. In short, it was hard for him to distinguish this matter. However, one thing he was very clear about was that Mu Xian wouldn't kill them. Is that so? I didn't expect she had this side to her. Mr. Qin, you should rest for a while. I'll have Aisha come over to bandage your wounds. Okay, thank you. No problem. I'll head out first. After going out, Xinyu knocked on Mu Xian's door. It was opened by Ao Wei, who stared at Xinyu with wide eyes, then stepped aside. After Xinyu entered, he kicked the door shut. How's he doing? So far so good, but his injuries seem quite serious. I'm just about to have Aisha check on him. Aisha is in Chao Xuan's room. Then I'll go call her. Mu Xian, Xinyu, come quick. At this moment, Aisha rushed out of Chao Xuan's room, her face still showing a hint of fear. What's wrong? Xinyu walked over to her, asking with concern. Brother Chao seems to be acting a bit strange. Hearing this, Mu Xian narrowed her eyes, stood up, and walked into the room. Aisha lifted Chao Xuan's blanket and pointed at his legs. Look, have his legs grown longer? Mu Xian approached to take a look, and indeed it was true. The amputation had been 10 centimeters down from his thigh, but now, it seemed his leg had grown 10 centimeters again, which was quite strange. His condition made Mu Xian think of superpowers. Could it be that he was also a superpowered individual? If that was the case, then she would have another powerful ally. Were his other indicators normal? Everything was normal. But this leg. Aisha felt a lingering fear, opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. I understand, but what happened to him? After so many years in medicine, I've never encountered such a situation. It's probably some kind of mutation due to a harsh environment. In any case, if he poses a threat to us, I will deal with him immediately. When she said this, a glimmer of killing intent flashed in Mu Xian's eyes. She absolutely would not allow anyone who could be detrimental to her existing life to remain by her side. Chapter 73. Helping to share food portions. I understand. I will keep an eye on the room and notify you immediately if anything happens. I will also stay in the room to ensure nothing goes wrong. Xinyu glanced at Aisha and quickly spoke up. All right, I'll go do it now. Oh, by the way, Aisha, go help President Qin check his body and treat his wounds. It's too cold, and I'm afraid his wounds might get infected. President Qin? Aisha looked at Xinyu in confusion. Upon hearing this, Aisha immediately understood. To prevent Chao Ziwen from waking up and causing a stir, she first gave him a sedative before heading out with her medical kit. Upon entering Xinyu's house, she walked straight in the master bedroom, pushed the door open, and saw Qin Rue sitting up. Although injured, his powerful aura made Aisha shiver. She took a deep breath, walked to the bedside, and set down the medical kit. Hello, I'm Aisha, here to check your body. No trouble at all. After Qin Rue finished speaking, he quickly took off his clothes, revealing his upper body, making Aisha blush. Working a hospital, she had seen many patients in the nude, but that was different. They were usually under anesthesia and unconscious. But now he was a living, breathing man, and a handsome one at that. Young girls have filters for handsome men, and even doctors accustomed to seeing naked bodies felt the same way. Ahem, I'll check your wounds first. Aisha hurriedly began examining his injuries. Fortunately, although he had many wounds, they were not too deep. With some medication and bandaging, he'll be fine. Thank you. It's my duty. After the two of them worked in the kitchen for a while, a delicious meal was served on the table. Sister Mu Xian, it's time to eat. Aisha set the table, and Xinyu knocked on Mu Xian's door. After she came out, he walked with her to the table. Should we send some food to President Qin? Aisha cautiously suggested, glancing at Mu Xian. You care about him? Mu Xian picked up her chopsticks and placed a piece of fish in her bowl. No need to worry about him. He won't starve. All right. At this time, the residents of Building 30 had already woken up. Since they hadn't received food yesterday, they were starving. To alleviate their hunger, they could only go outside to dig some snow to fill their stomachs. They were all outside the building at this moment. Xinyu looked down from the window, sent a message in the group, and then took the food downstairs. Seeing the message, the people in the group rushed to the 5th floor to gather, looking quite comical. Everyone, we will distribute the food according to yesterday's data. If anyone has objections, feel free to raise them now. Last night, everyone discussed for several hours and reached a conclusion. That was to stop opposing Mu Xian. They would follow whatever she said without rebuttal. This way, they could not only receive food, but also spy better. We have no objections. We discussed it last night and have made up our minds. The food distribution was agreed upon by everyone, and how much each person received depends on their labor results. Since you've calculated it, we want to dwell on it. Yes, Xinyu, please tell Mu Xian that from now on, we will listen to whatever she says and will not raise any objections. Xinyu raised his eyes, somewhat surprised. How did these people become so obedient overnight? This was truly unlike their usual style. However, surprise aside, he still needed to carry out Mu Xian's orders. After all, these people were Mu Xian's cannon fodder, and to get them to obey, the temptation of food was indispensable. He distributed the food according to the list. Afterward, everyone noticed that the ones who received the most food were several women, and they immediately became unsettled. Logically speaking, even if these women had killed a few people, it wouldn't be more than what the men had done, yet they received the most food. For a moment, everyone felt a bit disgruntled, but they didn't complain in front of Xinyu. Instead, after he left, they dragged a few women into a room, intending to snatch the food from them. Unfortunately, after going through so much, the women were not easy targets. Facing men who were stronger than themselves, they were not afraid at all. They fought with all their might. And before long, the sounds of the men's screams could be heard. I didn't expect these women to be so formidable, beating Huang Hao and the others so badly. Outside the door, Yuan Fong and a few others were eating while watching the show. They had initially wanted to snatch some food from the women, but when they saw Huang Hao and the others go in, they decided to wait for the chance. They didn't expect Huang Hao and the others not only to fail in snatching food, but also to get a beating and end up losing their own. In an instant, they looked at the women with newfound respect. Should we still go and snatch? At this moment, a man standing next to Yuan Fong coldly looked at the room and asked. Although he was a man, he had killed very few, so he only received 2 portions of food. He had already eaten 1 meal, leaving him with only 1 portion, meaning he wouldn't have dinner. Thus, his craving for food was stronger than others. Let us go. Why not? They just had a big fight, so they probably don't have the strength to deal with us again. Moreover, they snatched food from Huang Hao. They definitely can't finish it all. As men, we should help him share some, right? Chapter 74. A fence-sitter playing both sides at a good point. Brothers, let us go. The man chuckled and led the way into the room. In the room, several women were wolfing down food, eager to finish everything at once. Upon seeing Yuan Fong and the others enter, they quickly hid the food behind themselves, like dogs guarding their food. Yuan Fong, are you guys here to snatch our food? Zhang Yuqing, don't say it so harshly. What do you mean by snatch? We just worry you won't finish it and want to help share some. Go to hell. Share? That's a nice way to put it. Let me tell you, if you dare to lay a finger on our food, the fate of Huang Hao and his crew will be yours as well. Oh, you're quite bold. You don't think we're as useless as Huang Hao and his bunch, do you? They got knocked down by you because they were weak. We're different from them. So, you really want to fight? Zhang Yuqing swallowed her last bite of food, stood up, and coldly stared at them while picking up an iron rod. I mean, you women don't have that big of an appetite. You can't finish all this food anyway. What's wrong with sharing some with us? We're neighbors. It's normal to help each other out. Yuan Fong stroked his chin, wearing an insidious expression. Dream on. This is our supply for 2 or 3 days. If Mu Xian doesn't distribute food to us, we have to rely on this to survive. You think we'll just hand it over to you? Keep dreaming. Exactly. Just because you can't get it from Mu Xian, you want to snatch it from us? How disgusting. You bitches, you think you're being nice? You want to listen to reason, so you want to get beaten up? Fine. Let's fulfill your wish. Brothers, go for it. Teach them a lesson. At Yuan Fong's command, the men who rushed in with him grabbed their weapons and approached the women. In the room, the sounds of clashing weapons echoed, along with the shouts and screams of men and women. Yuan Fong watched happily from the side, while those outside watching the scene wore worried expressions. What should we do? Yuan Fong is attacking the women over a disagreement. If we follow him, will we have a good outcome later? I think it's a bit risky. Compared to Building 25 and Mu Xian, he isn't exactly a good person. Exactly. What he said last night was just nonsense. He can turn on his own people for food. If something happens later, we won't be in a good spot either. How about we obediently follow Mu Xian? I think it's a good idea. Although Mu Xian is indeed a bit harsh with us, she is a person who keeps her word, and she has weapons. Even if the people from Building 25 attack, she should be able to handle it. Should we tell her about what's happening here? You can create a group. We can secretly inform her there. Sounds good. At this moment, Mu Xian was bored playing a small game. Due to the heavy snow, she couldn't play any large mobile games, so she had to pass the time with smaller ones. Just as she was getting into the game, a message suddenly came through. She opened it to find only 18 people in the group, including herself. Mu Xian, there's a fight downstairs. At this time, someone in the group sent a video and then added a sentence. Mu Xian took a look and saw Zhang Yuqing covered in blood, riding on top of a man and slapping his face left and right. The sound of slapping could be clearly heard in the video. On the other side, the men and women were also entangled in a fight, and no one was getting the upper hand. Oh, is there infighting? Mu Xian let out a light hum and sent a few words over. Yuan Fong and his group wanted to rob Zhang Yuqing and the others of their food. In order to protect their supplies, Zhang Yuqing and her group started fighting back. What should we do, Granny? Our numbers are dwindling, and if this self-inflicted violence continues, there won't be many of us left. If the people from Building 25 take advantage of this and launch an attack, we won't be able to withstand it. Oh, Xiaoli, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten about this. Here's the plan. You tell them to stop and say it's my order. If anyone refuses to listen, just kick them out of Building 30. Got it. I'll go tell them right away. Mu Xian spoke, and Xiaoli immediately ran to the door, loudly repeating Mu Xian's words. Upon hearing it was Mu Xian's intention, everyone stopped what they were doing. Which bastard reported to Mu Xian? Step forward. Damn it. You all assured me well last night, and now you want to be Mu Xian's lackey again? You really can't be serious. Stabbing me in the back, huh? Yuan Fong stepped out, looking at the more than 10 people outside, and without saying a word, began to curse. Mu Xian heard his words from the surveillance, and a smile appeared on her face. She gently patted Away and said, Away, I don't want him to live. Can you take care of it? Away initially didn't want to go downstairs. After all, such a small character wasn't worth its effort. However, Mu Xian took out a reward to tempt it. For that little reward, it shook its head and slowly left the room. To get the reward as quickly as possible. It reached the 5th floor in just a few seconds and swiftly dealt with Yuan Fong amidst the crowd's gasps, then elegantly turned to leave. The people present had seen Away act before, but the shock it brought each time was significant, always making them feel a tingle on their scalp. Hey, Yuan Fong just died. What are we going to do about collaborating with the people from the 25th floor? After all, Yuan Fong was the one who had contact with the people from Building 25, and now that he was dead, they were a loss. I think we should just forget it. You guys don't see how strong Mu Xian and her dog are. If we provoke her, we might end up worse than Yuan Fong. But Mu Xian isn't easy to get along with. She may not be easy to deal with. But look at the people from Building 25. Is there anyone easy to deal with there? That's true. So should we. Just go with Mu Xian? Forget it. Let us go with Mu Xian. After all, we have to live our lives, no matter who we're with. Fence sitters. While a few people discussed this, Xiaoli listened and cursed before heading upstairs. He had never thought of betraying Mu Xian from the beginning, no matter how poorly she treated them. At least she could provide them with food. In the apocalypse, food is the most basic necessity. Without food, everything else is nonsense. Chapter 75. Delivering cigarettes. Mu Xian patted its head, stood up, and walked to the kitchen. She took out a large piece of pork rib and held it up to his mouth, saying, Look, this is specially reserved for you. It's enough for you to gnaw on all night. How about that? I'm good to you, right? After dealing with Yuan Fong, Mu Xian was in a great mood. This guy had always been dissatisfied with her. Previously, due to her strength, he didn't dare to confront her openly, but behind her back, he liked to create trouble. Later, he even wanted to collaborate with the people from Building 25 to deal with her, which was definitely a death wish. Now that he was dead, even if others wanted to collaborate with Building 25, they would have to consider whether they had the life for it. Mu Xian was not afraid of the neighbors in the building betraying her. After all, she was confident enough to ensure they would meet their end without a burial. However, without them, every time an enemy came, she would have to act alone, which was quite troublesome. If possible, she still wanted to squeeze out the last bit of value from these neighbors. Shenyu, Lu Haitao, and the others told me they wanted to smoke. So I brought a few packs. You can take them down to them and say this is all I could find for now, and there aren't too many. So they should make them last. Sister Mu Xian, you even found them cigarettes? They're planning to ally with the enemies against you. When Yuan Fong proposed to cooperate with Building 25, Lu Haitao and the others had also wholeheartedly agreed. They even thought about teaming up with Yuan Fong later to seize Mu Xian's supplies. Such people. Mu Xian not only didn't kill them, but also fulfilled their request by giving them cigarettes, which was really not her style. They still have use for me, so of course, I'll give them a chance. Besides, it's just a few packs of cigarettes. I can afford that. I understand. I'll take them down now. Shenyu took the cigarettes downstairs to room 2003. Inside, those who had originally wanted to follow Yuan Fong were all present. They felt somewhat lost due to Yuan Fong's death. Although others said they wanted to continue following Mu Xian, they knew Mu Xian was not a kind person. Once they lost their value, they would quickly be dealt with. But if they wanted to break free from Mu Xian's control, they had to find a way to handle her, which was easier said than done. Many who had opposed Mu Xian had died, and without strong power, they were likely to meet the same fate as those people. Collaborating with Building 25 was the best plan they had previously thought of. But now they had no way to contact the people from Building 25 and could only feel anxious. Furthermore, if they cooperated with Building 25 and, in the end, Building 25 won. What would happen to them? They didn't know the people from Building 25 and had no idea how things would unfold. So they all looked as wilted as frostbitten eggplants, hanging their heads low. Hey, what is wrong with you all? You all seem a bit down. Seeing their expressions, Xinyu found it amusing. They had previously placed all their hopes on Yuan Fong, but now that hope had shattered. So it was no wonder they were in a bad mood. Xinyu, what are you doing here? They initially had no strong resentment towards Xinyu, but after learning he was with Mu Xian, they felt a bit fearful. Just now, Mu Xian had sent away to deal with Yuan Fong, and now Xinyu came down to find them, so naturally they were worried. They feared that his purpose for coming was also to kill them, and they all tensed up. What? Can't I come? Xinyu smiled and sat down on a nearby stool. He reached into his pants pocket, and a few of them thought he was going to pull out a gun to kill them, hurriedly grabbing nearby objects to shield themselves. But after hearing the sound of a lighter, they put down what they were holding. Sister Mu Xian said you wanted to smoke, so when she went out, she specially found a pack for you and asked me to bring it down. But seeing you like this, it seems you don't want it. Since you don't want it, I'll take it back. No, no, no. Xinyu, we were just too cold and wanted something to warm us up. Since you brought the cigarettes, please give us some. Yeah, besides, Mu Xian said this is for us. If we don't take it, wouldn't that be disrespectful to her? Right. Xinyu, just give it to us. They were all heavy smokers, and having not smoked for over a month, they were about to burst from the craving. Now that they saw the cigarettes right in front of them, how could they possibly resist? Fine, for Sister Mu Xian's sake, I'll give you one pack. Just one pack? One pack is already great. Even if you haven't gone out, you should know how thick the snow is, right? To find cigarettes for you. Sister Mu Xian almost froze her hands off. She searched several streets before finally finding this pack. And you still think it's too little? You really are ungrateful. No, we're grateful. Just stop talking and give it to us. Xinyu glanced at them and threw the cigarettes on the table. But the table was too slippery, and the cigarettes slid off to the floor. They didn't care about their image anymore, and all dove down to grab them. I've delivered the goods. How you distribute them is your business. I'm leaving now. Hearing this, Lu Haitao kicked the others away, pressed the cigarettes under himself, and shouted, All right, stop fighting. There aren't many to begin with. If you break them, no one will get to smoke. I propose we split the cigarettes evenly among the 5 of us. Lu Gu is right. I agree. Since you all said so, of course I agree. Once they unanimously agreed to split it, Lu Haitao got up from the floor with the cigarettes. There were exactly 15 cigarettes in the pack, so each of the 5 could have 3. After distributing them, they hurriedly picked up the lighter on the table, trembling as they lit them and started smoking. It's been so long since it felt this good. Damn, I was about to suffocate. Actually, Mu Xian, doesn't tea seem so bad? We asked for cigarettes, and she really got them for us. But she is unpredictable. Being with her is a matter of life and death. As long as we listen to her, she probably won't randomly act against us. Let us stick with her for now. All right, let us settle it this way for now. What happens later? We'll talk about it later. After they reached an agreement, they didn't say much more, just focused on smoking their cigarettes, reluctant to throw away even the butts, their eyes filled with reluctance. Chapter 76. Chao Ziwen wakes up. Mu Xian smiled and gave Xinyu a thumbs up. Sister Mu Xian, what should we do next? I'm getting a bit bored just sitting around. Since you're bored, let's get some exercise. Everyone, have you eaten and drunk enough? If you're full, let's get energized tonight. We need to start our counterattack on Building 25. They have killed so many of our brothers and sisters. It's time to teach them a lesson. Show me what you've got. Tonight, let's make sure they leave no survivors. Whoever kills, the most will get double the food. Mu Xian, are we going to take action tonight? Yes. Several of us are still injured. We might be a bit weak. Yeah, going into battle with injuries will put us at a disadvantage. How about, Grandma? If they don't go, I will go with you. But can you give me a bit more food? Grandma, I'm going too. I've never liked this group of bastards. Tonight, whoever dares to stop me, I will eliminate them. Mu Xian, I'm going as well. Me too. Seeing everyone so united made me very happy. For those who want to go, gather on the 5th floor tonight. For those who don't want to go, I won't force you, but you won't get your share of food tomorrow. Also, for those with injuries, I will have Aisha come and apply medicine for you. Don't worry. As long as you follow me wholeheartedly, you won't miss out on the benefits. Grandma's mighty. Thank you, Mu Xian. We will definitely fight alongside you. Putting down her phone, Mu Xian glanced at Aisha. Aisha nodded, grabbed the medical kit, and prepared to go downstairs. Xinyu, go with her. To be honest, Mu Xian still didn't trust the people in the building. Aisha was very important to Mu Xian. If anything happened to her, it would be a huge loss for Mu Xian. To prevent others from secretly attacking her, Mu Xian chose to have Xinyu accompany her downstairs. Many people were injured this time, but fortunately, it was mostly just superficial wounds. Once Aisha started, their pain eased significantly. They were unfamiliar with Aisha, but they knew she was Mu Xian's person, so they were somewhat afraid of her. However, seeing her gently apply medicine to everyone turned their fear into gratitude. Is there anyone who hasn't received treatment? Please come over quickly. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Mu Xian yawned as she walked out of her room, glanced at the already prepared Xinyu, and handed him a handgun. Then patted his shoulder. Don't let me down. I want to see the corpse of their leader tonight. Sister Mu Xian, don't worry. I guarantee to complete the mission. Awei rolled his eyes at Mu Xian and stepped out with a proud little stride. Xinyu followed behind, both of them, one man and one dog, marching boldly downstairs. Mu Xian. Just as Mu Xian was about to close the door, she heard Qin Rui's voice from the side. She turned her head, sizing him up, leaning against the door with a smile that was not quite a smile. What? Nothing. I just wanted to ask if there is anything I can help with. With your appearance, forget it. Don't cause trouble for my people later. Although I'm injured, I've regained some strength. I can still help. You really are strong-willed despite your injuries. But no need. Shun Yu and the others will handle it. You'd better hurry up and recover and leave quickly. Do you dislike me that much? Well, sort of. After all, you haven't done anything to make me like you. What a heartless woman. If a woman isn't ruthless, her position won't be stable. Just get used to it. I understand. If there's anything you need me to help with, just let me know. Any help at all? That's good. I actually have something I want to ask you to help with, but it requires your special ability. What is it? Don't ask so many questions. You'll know when the time comes. Okay. It was still early morning, and most of the people in Building 25 were asleep. They had just dealt a fatal blow to Building 30 and could not imagine that the people from Building 30 would come to settle the score at this time. Tonight was destined to be a good show. As the 40 or so people from Building 30 quietly walked through the snow, Mu Xian smiled slightly. This time, she wanted to establish her authority and let others know that even if they were outnumbered, their fighting power should not be underestimated. Mu Xian, Chao Ziwen is awake. At this moment, Aisha suddenly called out to Mu Xian. She paused, put down her night vision goggles, and walked into the room. Chao Ziwen opened his eyes, staring at the ceiling, then scanned the room, realizing he was lying on a warm bed, and suddenly woke up. Mu Xian, cough, 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 where is this? My home. How'd I end up here? My legs? Broken? Hearing this, Chao Ziwen suddenly threw off the covers and discovered he no longer had legs, a look of shock flashing in his eyes. How could this happen? My legs. What exactly happened? He looked at Mu Xian, his face filled with incredulous pain, his eyes reddening. At that moment, it felt like the sky had fallen. Brother Chao, you were plotted against by the people from Building 29. They crushed your legs. To save your life, I had to perform an amputation. Otherwise why do you have to make decisions for me? Without my legs? What meaning is there in living? Lying here, I'm just consuming your resources and of no use to you. It's better to let me die. Brother Chao, don't get worked up. Aisha, Mu Xian, just kill me. I don't want to drag you down. If you want to die, then go ahead. What are you shouting about? How do you want to die? With a gun, a crossbow, or a knife? Or should I throw you down the stairs? You can choose. I can help you with any of it. Mu Xian. Aisha listened to Mu Xian's words, somewhat unable to believe it. What are you waiting for? Choose. Mu Xian sat on the nearby bench, crossing her legs and folding her arms, with a serious and stern expression. Chapter 77. Counterattack on Building 25. Use the gun. Give me a quick end. Chao Ziwen closed his eyes, his resolute demeanor making Mu Xian somewhat disappointed. What she needed was a fighting partner with a strong will, not a coward who gave up on himself after losing his legs. Chao Ziwen before her did not meet her expectations. She didn't want to keep someone like him. Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. She took out a gun and aimed it at Chao Ziwen's forehead. Bang! The gunshot rang out, creating a hole in the wall beside them. Aisha, breathing heavily, stood between Mu Xian and Chao Xuan. The moment Mu Xian fired, she quickly pushed Mu Xian's hand aside, and the bullet grazed past Chao Xuan's cheek. She couldn't bear to see Chao Xuan die like that. Mu Xian, don't kill him. She bravely looked at Mu Xian, her eyes showing a hint of determination. Then turned to Chao Xuan. Brother Chao, don't you feel any changes in your body? Mu Xian narrowed her eyes, put away her pistol, and coldly snorted as she left the room. Seeing Mu Xian leave, Aisha sighed in relief, and then continued to look at Chao Xuan. Brother Chao, we found something while treating you. She then recounted the incident of Chao Xuan's legs growing out. Chao Xuan stared at his legs, somewhat in disbelief. What you said, is it true? Yes, this matter is too strange, but it is happening, Aisha said. Mu Xian mentioned that it might be due to the current environment causing your body to mutate. Don't you feel anything? I don't. Then let's wait a bit longer. Your legs are slowly growing out. Give it some time and see if they can return to normal. If not, we'll talk about it then. I understand. I'm so... Aisha, used. It's okay, I understand. No one would feel good in this situation. You should rest. I'll go get you something to eat. You've been sleeping for so long. You need to replenish your energy. After leaving the room, Aisha walked over to Mu Xian's side, sighed, and said softly, Mu Xian, I'm sorry I went against you just now. Only this once. If it's the next time, I'll deal with you too. Remember, I don't tolerate uselessness. I understand. Mu Xian waved her hand, and Aisha nodded as she entered the kitchen to prepare food for Chao Xuan, trembling violently while holding a knife. The strength she had used to push Mu Xian's hand away earlier had faded, and now she felt lucky that Mu Xian hadn't killed her. Looking towards Building 25, Mu Xian felt a bit relieved. If Aisha hadn't intervened, she might have regretted killing Chao Xuan one day. Downstairs in Building 25, Shun Yu and the others also heard the gunshots, but the sound was faint and did not wake anyone in the building. Xiaoli glanced at Shun Yu in terror and whispered, Shun Yu, is something happening over there at the old lady's place? Shun Yu did not respond, but instead commanded the neighbors to continue their assault. He knew Mu Xian well and understood that she wouldn't act recklessly. Something must have happened for her to open fire. Once inside Building 25, he led his group straight up to the 25th floor. Through surveillance, they learned that the owner of Building 25, Wu Jiahao, had moved to the 25th floor. To minimize unnecessary casualties, they decided to capture the leader first. As long as they caught Wu Jiahao, the others would not dare to act recklessly, and then they could deal with the Cheng and his group, effectively turning the entire building into a disorganized mess. He carefully ascended to the 25th floor, then leaned against the wall and nodded at Lu Haitao. Lu Haitao immediately took out a baseball bat and smashed it against the keypad lock. The noise startled Wu Jiahao and his subordinates, who were sound asleep. He sat up in bed and glanced at his men, one of whom took a gun and walked towards the door. However, before he could check who was breaking the lock, the door was flung open, knocking him away. In an instant, people from Building 30 rushed into the room, attacking anyone in sight. Who are you? How dare you attack me? Wu Jiahao shouted as he drew his handgun and began firing. The first few people in Building 30 were shot through the chest and fell to the ground. The others, seeing this, tried to find a place to hide, but the room was too small to escape. At a critical moment, Shin Yu drew his gun and aimed at him, but in the darkness, he missed. Damn it, first time using a gun, not skilled enough. Away you go. Away roared and charged forward, and the next second, a dog's head appeared in front of Wu Jiahao. Wu Jiahao was taken aback by the unexpected encounter and felt rage surging. He grabbed his handgun, ready to shoot, but Wei didn't give him a chance, slapping him on the head, leaving him dazed. Then, Wei raised his sharp claws and pierced through Wu Jiahao's throat. He didn't even have time to scream before losing his breath. Once Wu Jiahao was dealt with, the remaining people posed no threat and were quickly eliminated. Shun Yu left a few people to clean up the battlefield and led the others to a Chang's floor. The earlier fighting had awakened everyone in the building, and they all came out to see what was happening. As they stepped out, they were met head-on by the people from Building 30 and were immediately taken down. Help! Someone's attacking. Quickly notify Changge! Someone shouted as they realized something was wrong, and everyone rushed out with weapons. A Cheng, hearing the commotion, gathered a few brothers inside, grabbed his gun and stepped out. Just as he reached the door, Shin Yu fired a bullet that came flying in. However, he was at the back and narrowly avoided the bullet, while his men were not so lucky and were shot dead. Peeking around the corner, he spotted Wei not far away and immediately realized it was an attack from Building 30. He quickly ordered everyone to aim their guns at Wei. Dense bullets flew toward Wei, but his eyes turned fierce as he leaped and charged directly at several people. Keep shooting. If this beast doesn't die, it'll be us. Inside, a Chung was still shouting loudly, but before he could finish, his men were all wiped out. Damn it! This monster, I'm gonna fight you. He fired at Wei continuously, but Wei roared in anger, charging through the hail of bullets and instantly blew a Chang's head off. Chapter 78. Wei pretends to be dizzy. We have already dealt with all your leaders. If you don't want to die, put down your weapons and surrender otherwise. Shen Yu shouted loudly as a Chung fell dead. The people from Building 25 heard this and stopped their actions, staring blankly at a Chang's room. When they saw a Chang's corpse being dragged out by Wei, they instantly panicked. It was known that Wu Jiahao and a Chang's group were quite powerful. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to control everyone in the building so thoroughly in such a short time. Yet this time they had died so easily, which was hard to fathom. That's right, you have been obedient, but you did kill nearly half of our people, so... Brothers, deal with them. After Shen Yu finished speaking, he leaned against the wall, watching his side crush the people from Building 25. Wei walked over and shot him a glare before suddenly collapsing. Wei, what's wrong? Shen Yu panicked, quickly picking Wei up and leaving Building 25. This battle ended with a complete victory for Building 30. Aisha reached the door and opened it to see Shen Yu, drenched in sweat, carrying Wei inside. Sister Mu Xian, Wei. We were just cleaning up the remaining people from Building 25 when Wei suddenly collapsed. I don't know if it was because that Chung was firing crazily that it got hurt. As he spoke, guilt slowly spread across his face. Earlier, Wei had displayed strong combat power, and he truly believed it would be fine, but now Wei lay in his arms, making him feel that his previous assumptions were overly arrogant. I am sorry, Sister Mu Xian. I didn't protect Wei well. You're still too inexperienced. Mu Xian patted his shoulder, then reached out to pinch Wei's ear, saying, Stop pretending, we're home. Wei lifted his head, bounced down from Shen Yu's arms, and leisurely jumped onto the sofa to lie down. Wow, this guy actually dared to trick me. Shen Yu walked to the front of the sofa, his eyes reddening as he started to pet its fur. It let out a low growl, revealing a set of sharp teeth, which startled Shen Yu into stepping back a few paces. Moreover, although it wasn't injured, getting hit by a bullet would still cause pain. Mu Xian walked over to its side, gently massaging it with both hands. Before long, she heard it let out a series of purring sounds. What is the situation with Building 25 now? After Wei fell asleep, Mu Xian turned to look at Shen Yu. This time, she ordered them to counterattack Building 25, partly to establish authority, and partly to dismantle the faction that was eyeing her warily. Only by eliminating these people could they feel safer. We VE killed most of them this time. The remaining ones are no longer a threat and should be too scared to act against us again. However, we still need to be cautious of the people in Buildings 28, 27, and 26. When we attacked, we startled them. Shadows passed by the windows of those buildings, likely to see which side would win. Among these people, many want to seize the snowmobiles, but they haven't taken action yet. Should we take the initiative? All right. Starting tomorrow, we just need to send someone to keep an eye on those buildings. It's getting late. Let us rest for now. All right, Mu Xian. You should also get some rest early. The next day at noon, after Mu Xian got up, she had Shen Yu take food downstairs to distribute. Although they lost 7 or 8 people this time, overall it wasn't too bad. Battles where the few defeat the many are rare, but when they do happen, the rewards that should be given must also be given. Mu Xian had brought out some snacks like chicken feet and pig trotters this time, which could be considered a reward for them. Upon seeing these snacks, their attitude towards Mu Xian improved even more. They didn't expect that their aunt would actually distribute meat to them. They felt they had really struck it rich this time. Yes, following Mu Xian is definitely the right choice. If we can have meat to eat every day in the future, I will surely remain loyal to Mu Xian. Hearing what you said, does that mean if there is no meat, you want to be loyal? Shen Yu said half-jokingly, and Lu Haitao immediately waved his hands, saying no, that's not what I meant. I meant that if there's meat, it's of course better, but not having it doesn't mean we will betray Mu Xian. Is that so? Xinyu, we have been through so much together. We can be considered as life and death friends now. You shouldn't always doubt us. Only by being united can we live well in the present. Right? Yes, we will stick with our aunt from now on. The atmosphere relaxed instantly as everyone chatted while eating. Xinyu saw their demeanor and shook his head. After a moment, he took out a pack of cigarettes from his bag. By the way, these cigarettes were found by Sister Mu Xian last night. She said to give them to you, so you can divide them among yourselves. If it's not enough, you can share one between 2 people. Oh, there's cigarettes? That's great. I didn't expect to be able to smoke at a time like this. It's really rare. As long as you don't betray Sister Mu Xian, she might even bring you more. Leisurely days passed like this. On July 20th, while Mu Xian was having breakfast, someone suddenly knocked on the door. Xinyu looked through the peephole and saw it was Qin Rue. However, Qin Rue was focused on the agreement he had with Mu Xian, so after his injury healed completely, he took the initiative to come to her. Sister Mu Xian, it's Qin Rue. Can you open the door? Tell him to wait and talk later. Okay. Half an hour later, Mu Xian walked to his door and knocked. When the door opened, Mu Xian was stunned for a few seconds. Oh, President Qin, I didn't recognize you at first after not seeing you for a few days. How did you become so, mature? Without a razor, Qin Rue had grown a circle of beard on his face, which added a hint of weariness compared to his previously handsome appearance. Chapter 79. Entering the army, don't tease me. I'm here today to follow up on what I promised you before. My injury has healed, and my abilities have returned. What do you want me to do? Are you sure you're all healed? Yes. Since you're all better, let us go out for a bit. Where to? No more nonsense, just follow me. Mu Xian, are we going out? The few people guarding the building saw Mu Xian come out and greeted her with smiles. If we're not going out, what will you eat? So many mouths are waiting for me. I have to find food for you, right? Yes, so be careful on your way. Got it. You all keep an eye on the house, and if anything happens, contact Xinyu in time. Okay, we understand. Mu Xian took Qin Rue out of the door and asked him to wait at the front entrance while she went to the back of the building. After she brought out the snowmobile, she sat in the driver's seat. Hearing the sound of the vehicle, Qin Rue frowned and then got into the car. To be honest, he was also very curious about where Mu Xian's vehicle was hidden, but he knew he couldn't ask. Once he did, Mu Xian would hold a grudge against him. Mu Xian has always been ruthless towards enemies and strangers. If they ever do anything excessive, they will definitely become her first target to eliminate. Along the way, Mu Xian drove quickly and soon arrived at a gas station. Looking at the buildings covered in snow, he roughly guessed what she intended to do. Passing by Mu Xian's house, he noticed that there was electricity, which meant she must have been using a generator. And since the generator requires energy, she had come here for the diesel and gasoline at the station. Use your abilities to help me dig through the snow. Qin Rue walked over, observed for a few minutes, then raised one hand. A surge of white energy quickly flowed from his palm, and the snow on the ground seemed to come to life, spreading out to the sides. Mu Xian watched this scene with wide eyes, her shock beyond words. All right, we can go in now, but with so much energy, how do you plan to take it away? Your car probably can't hold it all, right? That's none of your concern. You just keep watch while I go check it out. Qin Rue initially wanted to go down with Mu Xian. After all, she was a woman and not very strong. Moving the oil barrels would be impossible for her. Unfortunately, Mu Xian didn't want him to go down, so he had no choice but to stay above. After entering the passage, Mu Xian walked directly to the oil barrels, glanced at them, and then moved all the barrels into her space, a process that took only 2 minutes. After coming out of the passage, she had Qin Rue use his abilities to open a passage to the storage room. And once inside, she moved the oil tanks into her space again. Having completed all this, she continued to lead Qin Rue to the next gas station to empty more oil barrels. Although she had obtained some weapons from the Public Security Bureau, the quantity was not large. Since they were passing by this place, she had to go in and get a few big items. Who knows when they might come in handy. Qin, should we go in and take a look? Since you said that, what can I say? Mu Xian smiled and drove the car into the military base. Once inside, they only saw scattered buildings, as everything else was covered in heavy snow. Generally speaking, military bases rarely have high-rise buildings to facilitate assembly. Dormitory buildings are usually 3 to 4 stories tall. As for armories and the like, they're usually on the ground floor. President Xuan, let's look for the armory and grab some weapons for self-defense. The armory is usually on the ground floor, and since the military base is quite large, it's hard to find the exact location with everything covered in snow. At our pace, we might not find it even after searching for a few days. Use your abilities. As long as you clear the snow, it should be easy, right? Qin Rui glanced at Mu Xian with some exasperation. Mu Xian, you're usually quite smart. How come you're being foolish now? What do you mean? My abilities may have recovered, but searching a large area is still quite difficult. Besides, the armory is a key location, so it's not that easy to find. So what do? We need to determine the location first, then use our abilities to move the snow. You just said it's a key location. How are we supposed to find it? If we find the lookout tower, it should be fine. Generally, the lookout tower won't be too far from the armory. As long as we find the lookout tower, we can narrow down the area. All right, then should we split up the search? Okay. Mu Xian and Qin Rui looked at the route and then separated to search. After more than half an hour, Mu Xian spotted a small black dot. She took out her binoculars to take a look and was overjoyed, immediately calling Qin Rui. President Xuan, I found it. You should come over. Let's go take a look together. After hanging up, Qin Rui walked towards Mu Xian's direction, standing on the vast, white snowfield. Qin Rui looked around and used his ability to lift the snow on the ground. The originally thick layer of snow slowly floated into the air, and soon the entire snowfield was suspended in the air, revealing the buildings below. President Xuan, your ability is impressive. Enough chit-chat, let's find it first. If I can't hold on later, you'll have to wait a few days to search. You really are weak. You can't hold on after using just a little power. Try lifting the snow within nearly a kilometer. If you're not tired at all, I'll consider you my grandson. I would if I could. But the key is that I don't have that ability, right? Mu Xian pouted and walked towards the large courtyard next to her. After a search, she finally found the armory, but the door was locked tight, and without a key, it couldn't be opened. She took out various guns and fired randomly at the door, but still couldn't get it open, and her mood instantly soured. After hanging up the phone, she sighed and turned to leave the courtyard. How's it going? Did you find it? Let's go. With a loud bang, the snow that had been lifted fell back to the ground, making a deafening noise. Chapter 80. Entering Xinhuan, the people inside the building saw the food in Qin Rui's hands and lined up like little dogs ready to receive it. As the two passed by the entrance, Mu Xian turned to Qin Rui and said, President Xuan, thanks for today. I'll have Xinyu deliver dinner to you. Thanks. But Mu Xian, there's something I want to discuss with you. What is it? I'd like you to accompany me to Xinhuan tomorrow. Are you planning to confront your fiancé? He was different from her. He wasn't so ruthless. Even if his fiancé, he teamed up with others to harm him. He still had no intention of dealing with that woman. I understand. What time do we leave? At 9, I suppose. Okay. The next morning, Mu Xian got up around 7, changed her clothes, and left after having breakfast. She first went downstairs to get the car, then drove it in front of the building, waiting for Qin Rui to come out. Throughout the journey, Qin Rui remained silent, but his gaze was determined. He wouldn't let go of anyone who had laid a hand on him. The car sped through the snowy ground and stopped in front of the 10 villas in Xinhuan. Mu Xian glanced at the people engaged in a group battle not far away, a cold smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. As expected after the apocalypse, wherever there are people, there will be battles. Look, they're in the thick of it over here too. President Xinyu, just as Mu Xian was about to ask Qin Rui if the people he needed to deal with were the group in front, Qin Rui opened the car door and got out. Mu Xian smiled and pulled the car to the side, taking out a bag of sunflower seeds to prepare for the show. She had seen Qin Rui's ability to clear snow, but she had never witnessed his ability to kill. She wanted to see just how powerful his supernatural abilities could be. As she watched him slowly walk towards the group of people, Mu Xian felt excited, happily cracking the sunflower seeds in her hand. Not far away, the group was engaged in a heated battle, and the next moment, countless sharp ice spikes flashed directly past them. They stopped fighting and looked towards the direction from which the ice spikes came, quickly recognizing the newcomer. Brothers, stop fighting. Let's deal with him first. It wasn't until the heavy snow continued and their food supplies were exhausted that they realized this was no ordinary snow. But by then it was too late. They had run out of food, and their tempers grew increasingly irritable. Later, in a desperate bid to fill their stomachs, they even turned against their own family members. Qin Rui's fiancée, Bai Shanshan, was a famous jewelry designer, both beautiful and talented, acknowledged as the beauty of the entire villa area. After the apocalypse struck, she was forced to seek help from people in the area to exchange her jewelry for food. But unfortunately, at such a time, jewelry had become worthless, and no one was willing to trade with her. During this time, some rich second and third generation heirs took note of her looks and body, proposing to exchange food for her body. To survive, the originally proud Shanshan had no choice but to agree. Unable to accept it, she refused all proposals. However, these people had already labeled her as a prostitute. When she didn't yield to their soft tactics, they resorted to force, and she completely became their plaything. During this time, she had sought help from Qin Rui, but he hadn't yet developed his supernatural abilities and couldn't come to her aid, only able to comfort her and tell her to protect herself. During this period, her mentality twisted. She believed that Qin Rui didn't want to save her and wished to see her die, and gradually, she became completely disappointed in him. A month after the apocalypse began, in order to survive, she started to play tricks, using her body and schemes to make the people in the villa area work for her. It must be said that she was clever, having survived until now. She had some skills, but unfortunately, the seeds of hatred had already taken root in her heart, and Qin Rui had become one of the people she hated the most. After gaining the support of these rich heirs, she even planned to eliminate Qin Rui. After Qin Rui developed his supernatural abilities, he received her call. To save her, he expended energy and effort to drive over. But when he arrived at her home, what awaited him was a group of armed people wanting his life. The person he wanted to save was standing at the end of the stairs, coldly watching him being besieged. From that moment on, he clearly understood that Bai Shanshan had changed, becoming a soulless villain, and the little pity he had for her had completely vanished. Ahui, you still came. Just as everyone was preparing to attack Qin Rui, Bai Shanshan walked out of the villa. She stood at the top of the villa stairs, her white down jacket making her look somewhat bulky, but there were no signs of the apocalypse having tormented her on her exquisite face. Instead, she appeared even more radiant and charming. She slowly descended the stairs, her elegant steps causing gasps from those nearby. Shanshan you. Upon seeing Bai Shanshan, Qin Rui's eyes flashed with guilt, but it quickly disappeared. You really have a strong life. I thought you wouldn't survive after being injured like that. But not only are you alive, you're living so well. It really makes me sad. You called for help, and I wasn't able to come in time. That is indeed my fault, but you shouldn't have joined forces with others to attack me. You forced me into this, and what I become now is all because of you, Qin Rui. Do you know how much pain you've brought me? So you choose to take revenge on me in this way? Mu Xian was munching on sunflower seeds in the car, feeling a bit impatient as she saw them talking continuously. She put down the seeds in her hand and took out a loudspeaker from her space, addressing the crowd. Qin Rui, if you're going to make a move, hurry up. It's so cold. I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Huh? A woman's voice? Qin Hui, you managed to escape because this woman saved you? Qin Rui glanced at Mu Xian but remained silent, though the tenderness in his eyes deeply pierced Bai Shanshan's heart. She squinted her eyes, walked over to a wealthy heir, wrapped her arm around his, and said, Darling, I don't like that woman. Can you help me kill her? All right. Since my baby doesn't like her, we'll take care of her for you. The man then wrapped his arm around Bai Shanshan's waist and kissed her fiercely on the lips, before grabbing his weapon and getting ready to find trouble with Mu Xian. Chapter 81. Eradicate the roots if you want to deal with her. You better see if you have the ability to do so. Qin Rui listened to Bai Shanshan's words, his eyes filled with killing intent. He slightly raised his hands, and the snowflakes floating in the air quickly gathered together to form a protective shield in front of everyone. Look, the snow on the ground is also floating up. This snow seems to have been manipulated by Qin Rui. What exactly is he? Is this some kind of ghost? Watch out, a vortex is forming on the ground. The crowd shouted in shock and fear, and before they could retreat, they were sucked in halfway by the vortex that had appeared on the ground. Bai Shanshan stared at Qin Rui in disbelief, her confusion magnified. Since when did Qin Rui have such superpowers? Qin Rui, no matter what tricks you're playing. Now that you've come, you can't run away. You all, go for him first, then deal with that woman over there. She shouted loudly, and several people quickly charged at Qin Rue. Qin Rue stood calmly in place, waving his hand, and thick snowflakes flew towards the group. Then, he took out the knife in his hand and, using the cover of the snowflakes, rushed towards them. Swish, 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 the knife rose and fell. The snowflakes accompanied by bright red blood falling to the ground. He isn't human. Help, help. The people trapped in the vortex widened their eyes, watching Qin Rue walk towards them step by step, fear rising from their feet. They regretted listening to Bai Shanshan and provoking this terrifying man. But now they were trapped, unable to escape. Qin Rue approached one of them, looking down from above as a white power in his hand swirled the snow on the ground. Soon, an ice spike appeared in his hand, spinning continuously, and the next second, it pierced straight into the top of that person's head. Seeing the scene, the others desperately tried to crawl out of the vortex, but unfortunately, Qin Rue didn't give them that chance, simply closing his eyes and waving his hand, causing the vortex to spin rapidly and completely shatter their bodies. Bai Shanshan watched this horrific scene, collapsing to the ground, losing her previous elegance. She stared intently at Qin Rue, the hatred in her eyes bursting forth, her hands frozen and purple from the cold, yet she felt nothing. As the protective shield fell, Mu Xian crossed her arms and looked at Qin Rue as he approached Bai Shanshan, revealing a mocking expression. Qin Rue, our families have been friends for generations, and I am your fiancé. Are you really going to kill me? Qin Rue squinted his eyes, his lips trembling slightly as he coldly looked at her. After a long pause, he finally spoke. From now on, we're no longer in a betrothal relationship. I won't kill you, but you better take care of yourself. After saying this, Qin Rue closed his eyes and turned to leave. Mu Xian looked at his face and shook her head. This guy really couldn't bring himself to do it. Leaving the roots means future trouble. Let's go. Go. President Qin, do you really want to spare her life? After all, I was the one who wronged her first. In this freezing weather, she won't survive long on her own. Let's just forget it. Huh? Mu Xian sneered. And before he could react, she directly took out her handgun and shot at Bai Shanshan's forehead. The gunshot rang out, and Bai Shanshan's body leaned back, blood staining the snow on the steps. Mu Xian, what are you doing? President Qin, if you want to die, don't drag me down with you. You're not the only one with special abilities. The world has changed. Among those with abilities, there are not only good people, but also bad ones. Your abilities have been completely exposed. If she comes into contact with others who have abilities and reveals your situation, have you thought about the consequences? Anything could happen now. If you want to die, I won't stop you, but I still want to live a few more years. Mu Xian finished speaking, then picked up the pistol and shot Bai Shanshan a few more times before opening the car door and getting in. Qin Rue took a deep breath, looked at Mu Xian, and said, I'm sorry, Mu Xian, I didn't think things through enough. Since I didn't think it through, I will make sure to be more thorough in the future. Don't do anything stupid and get me into trouble, otherwise I'll be the first to kill you. I understand, Qin Rue said, then walked around to the other side of the car, opened the door and got in. On the way back, Qin Rue leaned back in his seat, closed his eyes, and seemed to be lost in thought. Mu Xian glanced at him and drove to a nearby large shopping mall. Clear the snow off, go in and get some clean clothes, and find a razor to tidy yourself up. You're still young, don't look like an old man. It makes me uncomfortable. Qin Rue was stunned for a few seconds and obediently got out of the car. Mu Xian, I've always wanted to ask you, do you also have abilities? What do you think? I understand. Have you considered what to do next? Continue living in the community and find food for the people in the building? Living in the community is necessary. After all, I spent so much money building this safe house to survive well in this apocalypse. As for the people in the building, finding food for them is just temporary. Once I deal with those who pose a threat to me, they should also be laid to rest. Have you thought about moving to another place to live? You said it yourself, this world has more than one ability user. Although your house is built solidly, if you encounter someone with special abilities, do you think they can't get in? What are you trying to say? Have you heard of Meng Fan Xiao? Are you talking about that national billionaire? That's right. 5 years ago, he built a fortress worth over 100 billion. The security, indoor space, And facilities of this fortress are all very complete, and it's said to be able to withstand missiles. If we can take that fortress, it should be able to withstand many attacks. Have you considered it? It's also because I heard about this that Mu Xian went to find Longhua Security Company to build her own safe house. Do you know where this fortress is? Back then, my company, although not as large as it is now, had some dealings with businesses friendly to the Meng family. They revealed that the fortress is built in the Yunwu Mountain in the eastern suburbs of Liangqing. Yunwu Mountain is surrounded by mountains on all sides, with convenient transportation and excellent feng shui. The villas inside are priced over $1 billion, making it the most expensive villa area in Liangqing. Meng Fanchao's fortress is located there. Chapter 82 Super Fortress. Why are you telling me this? Mu Xian looked at Qin Rui with confusion. Why did he choose to mention this now, after not saying anything before? It's often said that no good deed goes unpunished. He suddenly sharing this information made her suspicious. To be honest, I had thought there might be other ability users before. I originally planned to take this fortress by myself, but I received a call from Bai Shanshan halfway and came here. What you just said made me realize that there really are other ability users in this world. I might be able to take this fortress alone, but I might not be able to hold it. However, with you here, it can definitely be defended. How do you know that with me, it can be held? Do you know what my ability is? Although I don't know, it must be very strong. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so fearless in killing at will. Mu Xian glanced at him and sighed inwardly. Her ability was indeed powerful, but this strength relied on speed. After all, she could only pause time for 5 minutes. If thousands of people attacked at once, she couldn't eliminate them all within that 5 minutes, which is why she wanted to recruit Xuan. She needed a strong team that could work with her to eliminate enemies. Although she only knew that Xuan's ability was regeneration, there might be other gains later. Moreover, Xuan came from a special forces background, and his combat power was not bad. With proper training, he could become her ally. I am indeed interested in this fortress, but according to what you said, this fortress is worth over 100 billion, and its defenses and facilities are very complete. It seems we might not be able to break in, right? A direct assault definitely won't work, but we can outsmart them. Meng Fanchao has someone living at his home, who is my former partner. Our relationship is decent, so I will first connect with him. Once we get in, the two of us working together will likely make the fortress ours. Mu Xian frowned. Qin Rui's plan was indeed full of flaws. Even if it was a partner with whom he had a good relationship, why would they open the door and invite him in without any benefits? Furthermore, this fortress belonged to Meng Fanchao, not his partner. And as long as Meng Fanchao did not agree, they definitely could not get in. Although the fortress was very appealing to Mu Xian, she would not act rashly without sufficient certainty. However, she had already killed most of the people she needed to in the community, and it was time to go out and take a look. Currently, only a few people knew she had supplies, and in such times, the wisest choice was to find a safer place to stay. Moreover, it was uncertain how many supernatural beings would appear afterward, and having a fortress with top-notch defenses could block many attacks for her. President Qin, we need to discuss this matter carefully. To get inside, we need to have a point that can sufficiently attract Meng Fanchao. That's natural. Well, I just told you it was only a rough plan. We need to discuss how to proceed specifically before executing it. While they chatted, they had already arrived at the community. As the snow vehicle passed through the middle of the community, Mu Xian once again noticed shadows flashing by in several other buildings. She squinted her eyes, exuding a chill from her entire body. If you want to deal with them, I can help you. Qin Rui glanced out the car window and said coldly. Mu Xian raised her eyebrows and laughed, saying, I'll call you when I need you. Back at Building 30, Mu Xian was still the same as before, giving the food to Qin Rui to take upstairs first, while she put away her bike before going up. After entering the house, she patted Awei and sat down on the sofa. Xinyu immediately ran over and said, Sister Mu Xian, I just finished cooking. Come eat. Mu Xian stretched and walked to the dining table, picking up chopsticks to bring food to her mouth. Having been out all day and not eating anything for lunch, she was still very hungry, so she no longer cared about her image. After eating and drinking enough, Mu Xian lay on the rocking chair and lazily asked, Did anything happen in the community today? There wasn't anything major, but the building manager of Building 28, Lazy, contacted me and said he wanted to add you on WeChat to talk. Lazy? Mu Xian tilted her head, somewhat puzzled. She didn't remember this person. The community was so large, and there were so many people that they didn't usually interact much. Even in her previous life, she had never encountered this person. What do you want to talk about? I asked, but he wouldn't say, only mentioning that he wanted to discuss cooperation with me. Cooperation? It's laughable. They have nothing now, so what do they have to negotiate with me? No need to rush. Tell me about him and the situation in their building. Xinyu nodded, sitting next to Mu Xian, and explained the situation of Lei Zhaoyi in Building 28. Lei Zhaoyi was a senior executive of a listed company, 40 years old this year. Before the apocalypse, he managed hundreds of people in the company, and many of the major projects had to go through him. Besides being highly capable at work, his management skills were also quite impressive. According to the information Xinyu gathered, about 30 people had died in Building 28 so far, and these deaths were not due to fighting, but from illness. After listening to Xinyu, a playful expression flashed across Mu Xian's face. This lazy was not simple. In this situation, he could actually keep the people in the building from resorting to violence. That was quite an accomplishment. Of course, after all, he had managed hundreds of people before. I didn't have much contact with him. We had only met a few times and exchanged greetings. But he always had a stern face, so I didn't have a very good impression of him. This time, his sudden contact did catch me off guard. Moreover, everyone in the community harbored thoughts of seizing my snow vehicle. But after we took down Building 25, they didn't dare to act rashly, which is why they contacted you, hoping you could act as a bridge for cooperation with me. So, do you want to talk to him? Let us talk. I want to know what he intends to do and what the other buildings are thinking. After all, I can't offend everyone all at once. Although I'm not afraid of them, facing thousands of people attacking me at once would still be overwhelming. Chapter 83. Asking for alms with justification. If Mu Xian stays at home all the time, even if there are thousands of people against her, they can't do anything. However, she has to go out every day now. Even though she has abilities, they only last for 5 minutes, and using them continuously will cause discomfort. To protect her own life, she plans to talk to them. Xunyu relayed Mu Xian's words to the other party, and soon they sent Mu Xian a friend request. Mu Xian opened her phone and saw that there were more than a dozen people wanting to add her as a friend, one of whom was Lei Zhaoyi. She clicked on Lei Zhaoyi's profile picture, which showed him with a serious expression, arms crossed, dressed in a black suit, typical executive look. The other more than 10 people also mostly used their own photos as profile pictures, which was clear to Mu Xian at a glance. These people were likely adding her for the same reason. After thinking for a while, she accepted their friend requests. After Mu Xian's application, they immediately sent her a message. The first message was Lei Zhaoyi, who started introducing himself as soon as he came online. Hello, mismo, am Lei Zhaoyi, the manager of XX Group, and currently the building supervisor of Building 28. Thank you very much for accepting my friend request. Mu Xian looked at his official rhetoric with some impatience and directly said, what kind of cooperation do you want to discuss? Let's just talk via voice. It's easier to communicate that way. Type it out. Keep it brief. I don't like long-winded speeches, just get to the point. Lei Zhaoyi already knew that Mu Xian was not easy to deal with, and sure enough, she gave him a warning as soon as she arrived, leaving him unsure of how to proceed with the conversation. Mu Xian's actions, he probably knows quite well. She has killed quite a few neighbors in the building, taken care of most of the people in Building 29, and also dealt with most of the people in Building 25. She is armed with various weapons and has a snowmobile, making several nearby buildings live in fear because of her. Even though he knows she is a woman, he can't help but feel nervous when facing her. Miss Mu, we know you have a snowmobile and can go out to search for supplies. So we would like to talk to you. What do you want to talk about? I think we can cooperate. Cooperate? The purpose of cooperation is for both sides to get what they want. I currently lack nothing, so what do you have to negotiate with me? Or rather, what can you offer me? You should know that our building is quite harmonious, with plenty of manpower, and we can help you solve a lot of troubles. Like what? For example, if people from other buildings attack you, we can assist you. Since your building is so harmonious, why would you help us? They haven't really fought before. I doubt they would help us. They would probably be scared off just seeing a dead body, right? That won't happen. We can guarantee that if people from other buildings really attack you, I will send people to support you. In addition, if you want to do anything, we will do our best to cooperate. We are definitely the best labor force. What we want is not much. We just hope that when you go out to look for supplies, you can find more and share some with the people in our building. To be honest, I'm not interested in what you said at all. Not to mention whether your people are useful or not. Even if I don't cooperate with you, I won't lose anything. Will I? Mr. Lei, I know you have weapons, and the people in our building wouldn't be able to harm you even if they all came at once. But what if the entire neighborhood acted at the same time? There are at least 5,000 or 6,000 people in the neighborhood, and with so many people attacking you at once, aren't you worried? Mr. Lei, the neighborhood may have a lot of people, but I'm not someone to be trifled with. Moreover, during this time, I haven't seen them come looking for trouble with me, so I'm not afraid at all. Mu Xian said this just to test Lei Zhe. After all, she was indeed uncertain whether the people in the entire community would really take action against her. Miss Mu, you can control the entire building and eliminate buildings 29 and 25. You're a smart person, so you should also understand the principle of having a gem brings trouble. After such a long time, everyone is on the verge of collapse. Right now, they're like starving beasts. And once they go mad, you probably won't be able to withstand it. The reason they haven't acted yet is that, on one hand, they're weighing the pros and cons, and, on the other hand, the heads of each building are doing their best to suppress them. So, as long as you agree to cooperate with me, I can help you navigate this situation and also provide combat support. Mu Xian squinted her eyes. Lei Zhe's words carried a hint of threat. According to him, if Mu Xian did not agree, he would join forces with others to attack Building 30 and seize her snowmobile. Miss Mu, you just need to provide us with food, and we can help you solve some of your troubles. Mu Xian was so amused that she sent him a voice message. It was the first time she saw someone begging so confidently. Mr. Lei, you truly are the manager of a listed company. Miss Mu, don't say it so harshly. We're in a partnership. I didn't intend to take your food for free, did I? Mu Xian's lips curled slightly in disdain as she spoke lightly. I'll think about it. After saying that, she directly closed the chat window. Looking at the messages sent by others on the chat interface, Mu Xian clicked on each one to take a look. They were mostly self-introductions. After tossing her phone onto the sofa, she began to contemplate the next steps. Lei Zhe was quite a formidable character, and with his silver tongue, it was indeed possible for him to incite others to attack Building 30. Mu Xian wasn't afraid. If it came down to it, she could easily call on Qin Ruwei and Shun Yu to use their powers and carry out a one-sided massacre against them. But the problem she faced was that after using her powers, Shun Yu and Qin Ruwei would also be immobilized. If she took action herself, it would not only be slow, but she was also afraid her hands would get tired from the killing. Her powers had not been fully developed yet, so she didn't know how to allow her people to move freely within her abilities, which was somewhat troublesome. If I don't go out and stay in the house, no matter how many of them come, they won't be able to break in. Moreover, with the weather being so cold, they probably won't last long outside, let alone have the energy to smash walls. If they do come up, I can't ask Qin Ruwei for help to deal with it. That shouldn't be a problem. It's just that killing so many people would likely fill the corridors of the building, taking up too much space. I certainly don't have a preference for living on the same floor as corpses. But if I don't kill them and let them attack, wouldn't that make me seem very cowardly? Chapter 84. A big trouble comes knocking. Mu Xian was pondering to herself whether to cooperate with Lei Zhe or find a way to eliminate these threats. For a moment, she was genuinely unsure. After thinking for a while, she picked up her phone again, deciding to ask the opinions of the other 12 people. Glancing at the list, she chose a man whose profile picture looked relatively young. After entering the chat interface, she saw his self-introduction, an employee in the finance department of the One Family Group, named Zhang Jian. Mu Xian didn't expect that there were actually employees from the Winds Group in this community, which meant they could be considered colleagues. After greeting him, Zhang Jian started chatting with Mu Xian about the situation in their building. They were in Building 26, and currently 1/3 of the people in the building had died. In addition to those who died from illness and the elderly who froze to death, others had died during fights. All their food was distributed equally, including the human meat they had later, so things had been relatively harmonious. However, now, their supply of human meat was running low, and in order to survive, they could only seek Mu Xian's help. His way of speaking made Mu Xian feel much more comfortable. There was no threat and no aggressive pressure. If she had to choose a partner between him and Lei Zhe, she would definitely choose him. President Mu, we sincerely want to cooperate with you. If you have any requests, please feel free to mention them, and we will do our utmost to meet them. However, after all was said and done, what they could offer was only manpower and material resources, which was not much different from Leizui. The only difference was that Leizui could send his people to help when Mu Xian's group was attacked, while Zhang Jian could only remain neutral. Zhang Jian was a capable person. His ability lay in calming the people during the chaos. He didn't use force, but rather wisdom and words to unite everyone. Unfortunately, this was the apocalypse, and while this method could allow everyone to live orderly in a short term, problems would inevitably arise over time. Moreover, if people from other buildings attacked, those who were used to peaceful living would only be slaughtered. Without any means of defense, any stability would not last long. Zhang Jian, what you can offer doesn't attract me at all. You know that I don't lack manpower or resources. In times like this, manpower and resources don't play a significant role. President Mu, I understand. However, I genuinely want to cooperate with you. If it truly doesn't work out, it can only mean we haven't provided you with what you need. Still, I look forward to the next opportunity to cooperate with you. After all, no one knows what will happen in the future. If one day you come to a realization, I will always be here. Have you never thought about teaming up with the other buildings to attack us? The people in our building don't like violent behavior. If we can resolve issues peacefully, that would be best. If not, we won't resort to violence. Everyone has their fate. Whether it is fortune or misfortune depends on fate, and some things cannot be forced. Furthermore, we are very clear that relentless fighting will only result in both sides suffering, and ultimately, no one will survive for long. You certainly have a broad perspective. Mu Xian smiled, almost wanting to applaud him. His words indeed sounded somewhat righteous. Unfortunately, in this world, where can one find such uncontentious people? Zhang Jian said this merely to watch Mu Xian compete with others. If Mu Xian won, he could seek collaboration again. After all, Mu Xian couldn't possibly always be without help from others. If Mu Xian lost, he could easily find someone else to cooperate with. In short, if they did not participate in the conflict, they would not incur any losses, and perhaps their future would be better. President Mu, I hope you can think it over. I won't disturb you any longer. Mu Xian, what are you planning to do? At that moment, Aisha pushed Chao Ziwen out. Ever since he talked with Aisha, he began to observe his legs and found that they were indeed slowly growing, just as Aisha had said. This undoubtedly increased his confidence in surviving. Although he couldn't help Mu Xian with anything right now, as a member of their group, he was still very concerned about their current situation. Fighting isn't impossible to win, but requires a tremendous amount of my energy and time, as well as my bullets and weapons. Most of these people have no grievances with me. If I kill them all, I would be no different from a psychopathic murderer. Although I have already killed quite a few, they were all those who had attacked me. If I were to kill those who have never laid a hand on me, I fear I would have serious mental issues later on. If I don't fight, they can't offer me much benefit. Yet I would have to bear the responsibility of finding a large amount of supplies for them. Thousands of people in the entire community. How can I support so many? It's just common sense, but these people may not all be united. Oh, how do you mean? Chao Ziwen's words piqued Mu Xian's interest. She often tends to overthink things, but having another person's perspective might offer a different view. Although these people are managed by their building leader, there should be small teams that can manage the entire building. These people might not necessarily be good, and once supplies are in their hands, the distribution will still be decided by them. One thing is certain, supplies will definitely be prioritized for their own people. As for others, they will distribute a little, but not too much. They are also well aware that the heavy snow has covered many shops. Even if they get your snowmobile, they won't be able to find much food. If food is insufficient, the final outcome is still death. In plain terms, these people are merely their reserve food. Not killing the people in the building now does not mean they won't kill in the future. So even if you promise to find food for them, you don't need to find enough for so many people. Mu Xian felt that this made sense as soon as she heard it. But a new problem arose. Even if she didn't need to find 5,000 or 6,000 copies, she still had to find enough, at least 1,000 or 2,000 copies, which was a significant amount of resources. This was truly a big hassle. Was there any way to solve this big problem? Mu Xian rested her chin on her hand. Her eyes slightly narrowed. It wouldn't be impossible to kill them, but she didn't want to create too much bloodshed. After all, her original intention was to eliminate those who had wronged her in her past life and then quietly live her own small life. Chapter 85. PUA Neighbor. For now, the best way to get rid of this trouble is to leave and find a new place to live. Mu Xian shot Chao Ziwen a glance. What kind of joke is this? This is her safe house that cost her several million to build. She wouldn't leave because of these matters. I just said that. Don't take it seriously. Forget it. Let's not think about it for now. Anyway, there is still time. Let us wait and see how things develop. In this world, no one wants to die, and there is a lot of scheming among people. In the community, several small groups have emerged. The examples of buildings 29 and 25 are right in front of us, and more groups are likely to form. Among these teams, there's certainly smart people, so we still need to be cautious. However, while these people are joining forces, they will also be wary of others, so even if they do collaborate, it won't be wholehearted. Let's continue to observe their movements. After all, you have weapons in hand, and with Wei and Xunyu here, they shouldn't be able to stir up much trouble. If I have a bit more time, I can help you fend off some attacks. Brother Chao is right. In Mu Xian, we also have General Qin, right? If he is willing to help, it will be a good thing for us. As for the others in the building, forget them. I don't want any of you to lose your lives. Don't worry, Mu Xian will be careful. As it was getting dark, Xunyu brought the food over, and Mu Xian thought for a moment and had him send some to Qin Rui. After they finished eating, she sent a message to the group. Dear neighbors, I have something to tell you. People from several other buildings contacted me today to discuss cooperation. Their goal is for me to find supplies for them when I go out. I help you find food because you're my most important brothers and sisters, but they are now envious and said that if I don't provide them with food, they will attack us and come to rob us directly. So everyone must guard the building closely in the recent days and be very cautious. Don't fall into their trap. What? These bastards, they are really shameless. Want you to find food for them? Damn, do these people want to die? They have hands and feet. Can't they find it themselves? Wanting our boss to help them find it. What kind of nonsense is this? No, we need to plan well. Whoever dares to come and rob, we'll wipe them out. Yes, we'll fight back. Food is the foundation of our survival. We want to give them a single pack. Exactly, Mu Xian. Don't worry, if they dare to come, we'll kill them together. As soon as the group heard someone was coming to rob food, they started to express their anger, shouting to teach the robbers a lesson. But Mu Xian knew very well that if it really came to that, these 30 or 40 people would be quickly dealt with. Mu Xian, did they really say that? If they really come to rob, shouldn't we be unable to resist with just this few of us? At this moment, Zhang Yuqing asked in the group, and suddenly there was silence. Although they were unhappy about this matter, Zhang Yuqing's words were not without reason. Everyone silently began to worry. Mu Xian, could you negotiate with them and ask them not to attack us? Are you stupid? Mu Xian already said that the best way to prevent them from attacking is to give them food. But there isn't much food. How can we give it to them? Mu Xian, when you go out, can you find more and share some with them? That way, they want to attack us, right? Are you out of your mind? How many people are there in the community? Thousands. You want to find thousands of portions of food every day. What are you thinking? Exactly. Forget it. If they really come, we'll just fight. After all, without food, we'll die sooner or later, right? That's right. Mu Xian, anyway, we all listen to you. Whatever you say, we'll do it. For food, let us fight. Yes, we all crawled out from piles of corpses. What is there to be afraid of? But we're too few. What if we can't win? I actually don't want to die. If there are other ways, I do prefer a peaceful resolution. Thanks in advance, everyone. You all know the current situation. The heavy snow has covered many stores. Just finding food for you has been very difficult. If I have to find it for them, it's like asking for my life. Don't think that it's easy for me to look for food for you every day. Besides facing the wind and snow, there are various unknown dangers. I also don't want to offend people from the other buildings, but they want to force me to death. If I give them food, then your food. Sai, please understand. However, if you're scared and don't want to fight and want to give them food, I respect your choice. Whether to keep it or give it away is entirely up to you. Mu Xian's words were very persuasive, as if threatening them with their lives. Whether to give or not. In reality, they had no choice at all. Without food, they would undoubtedly die, but if they followed Mu Xian and fought against the others, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Mu Xian, no need to say more. We will follow you. Yes, let's take down these bastards. These worthless things. Since they have no ability, just want to rob us. How can we let them succeed? Is everyone in agreement? Listening to their passionate expressions of opinion, Mu Xian smiled slightly. These neighbors, after living a mundane life for too long, thought about being like turtles. Is there such a good thing? If they eat her food, they have to work. Otherwise, what is she feeding them for? Very good. Seeing everyone so enthusiastic, I feel relieved. Next, everyone should guard the building. Keep a close watch on their movements and report any issues promptly. If they really attack, then beat them to a pulp. We must show our strength and let them see that we are not to be trifled with. After Mu Xian finished puaing the neighbors in the group, she couldn't help but laugh. She felt like a scammer, eagerly trying to deceive them. After taking a shower, Mu Xian lay in bed, ready to sleep when a message from Qin Rui suddenly came through. She glanced at the message, got dressed, and went out, immediately seeing Qin Rui leaning against the wall. Qin Rui stared at her intently and then approached her, saying, I've heard about the situation with the other buildings from Shunyu. Don't worry. They pose no threat to you. I'll help you resolve this. Chapter 86. Negotiation with the merchant. How do you plan to solve it? They have quite a few people. My ability allows for large-scale attacks. Although I might not be able to eliminate them all at once, I can intimidate them. If I do this a few more times, they should be too scared to make a move against you. That is feasible, but it could easily expose your abilities. Once you use your powers, the people here won't survive. Qin Rui raised an eyebrow. Mu Xian is right. This is a big problem. If he doesn't want to expose his abilities, he must deal with everyone in the neighborhood. For him, killing so many people at once is too cruel. Perhaps we can discuss it and find another way. I haven't thought of any good solutions yet, so let's put this matter aside for now. Mu Xian finished speaking and suddenly sneezed. Qin Rui frowned slightly, took off his own jacket, and draped it over her shoulders. Even though your home is warm, it's very cold outside. Don't you know to wear more clothes when you go out at your age? Faced with his sudden concern, Mu Xian was taken aback for a few seconds and gave a dry laugh. Due to the failure to negotiate the collaboration, Mu Xian hadn't gone out for 3 days and had not contacted them. The other party started to become impatient and created a group chat. There were only 12 people in the group, including Lei Zhe. Besides the owners of buildings 28, 27, and 26, there are also owners from buildings 21 to 24 and 31 to 34. What do you think Mu Xian is really thinking? Is she willing to collaborate with us? Said Gao Shuqing, the head of building 31. Are we being too pushy? Is she planning to drag this out with us? I think so too. Lei Zhe replied. Didn't she talk to you? What did she say? Tell us about it. Yeah. And Zhang Jian, how did your discussion go? Share with us. I just told her that if she collaborates with us, we will help if people from other buildings take action against her. If she isn't willing to cooperate, the whole community might join forces and attack her if we push too hard. Hey, aren't you threatening her? If it were me, I wouldn't want to collaborate with you either. Exactly. Even if you want to threaten someone, don't be so blunt. The others began to criticize Lei Zhe in the group. Lei Zhe snorted coldly and sent a voice message loudly. If I don't say it this way, given her personality, do you think she would cooperate with us? Don't forget, aside from people, we have nothing else. Don't say it's her. Even if it were you, would you want to cooperate? His words silenced everyone. It was true. If they were well-fed and warm, they wouldn't care about other survival, let alone collaborating or helping others find supplies. So what do you think we should do? Are we really going to unite and attack her building? But if we do attack, it will definitely escalate things. I heard her home is hard to break into. If she doesn't come out, we can't do anything to her. She has food and drink, so she won't be afraid of us. We should talk to her again. Zhang Jian looked at the others' messages and typed a few words on his phone. How can we talk? She won't give us the chance. Let's pull her into the group. After Zhang Jian's suggestion, Lei Zhe thought for a moment and decided to try again. So he added Mu Xian to the group. Mu Xian, it's been 3 days. How have you been considering things? We've heard that you haven't gone out to look for supplies in these 3 days. Are you worried that we might attack you? Mu Xian had just finished her lunch when she heard her phone ring. She opened it and saw a message from Lei Zhe. She couldn't help but chuckle. These past few days, she had been busy developing her powers, trying to figure out how to allow her people to move freely within her abilities to prepare for future battles. But now, it had turned into worrying about whether they would attack her. I said, did you come to me just to say this nonsense? Of course not. We mainly want to talk to you. If you agree to our previous proposal, we can sit down and discuss it properly. If you don't agree, what? Do you want to join forces to deal with me? Mu Xian stared at the people in the group, guessing that they were preparing for the worst. I said, don't push me. If you force me, I'll deal with you right away. Mu Xian, you don't need to scare us. We are united as one now. If you lay a hand on any one of us, it's equivalent to declaring war on all of us. Laughable, if you really could defeat me. Would you need to threaten me? After Mu Xian finished speaking, the others immediately changed their expressions. They haven't seen Mu Xian's combat power with their own eyes. But the destruction of Building 29 and Building 25 is enough to show that her strength is extraordinary. All right, everyone. We are here to discuss cooperation. So let's not be so aggressive. We all share the same goal of wanting to survive. Mutual destruction is not our ultimate purpose. It's better for everyone to be amiable. Zhang Jian is right. Mu Xian, we sincerely want to talk to you and hope you can give us a chance. I have an idea that you might want to hear. What idea? I mentioned before that we hope you can provide us with food, but after thinking about it, I feel that it might be too much to ask of you. So, I came up with a compromise. First, we will send one person each day to go out with you to search for supplies. When we find something, it will be 2 for you and 8 for us. After all, we have more people, and you in Building 30 have fewer. Second, if you're unwilling to go out one day, you should lend us the snowmobile, and we can use it in turns. This is also to ensure everyone's basic survival. Third, you need to inform us of the current locations and routes where food can be found so that we can find food faster. If you agree, the buildings in our group will no longer attack your Building 30. That is my current idea, and if anyone else has anything to add, feel free to speak up. After Lei Zhe finished speaking, Chang Juanxiang, the head of Building 34, immediately chimed in, I agree with this plan. Mu Xian, we have already made a concession. You don't need to find food for us personally. Just take us out or let us use the snowmobile and tell us the routes. That should be simple for you, right? Mu Xian snorted coldly, revealing a trace of disdainful smile. Chapter 87. Wanting to negotiate in person. These people were quite delusional, wanting to drag her into becoming their labor force, wanting to take over her snowmobile, and expecting her to be responsible for guiding them. Yet all they offered was not attacking Building 30. They were simply unscrupulous merchants. Their proposal was merely based on the belief that with their numbers, they could take care of Mu Xian as soon as she stepped out. They would never consider that Mu Xian possessed special abilities. Even if she couldn't kill them all instantly, escaping would be no problem at all. Mu Xian played with her fingers, lazily lying on the rocking chair, her eyes filled with a hint of playfulness. Should she use her powers to take them down one by one? With the bullets and crossbow arrows in her hand, as well as the hidden darts, it shouldn't be a problem to eliminate them. However, her powers only lasted 5 minutes and couldn't be used frequently, and killing them would take too much time. Although she could let Shun Yu away and Qin Rue join in if they alerted them, having thousands of people rushing over would indeed be troublesome. Their lives were much more precious than this bunch of bastards. If they died, it would be a huge loss for her. It seemed she needed to come up with a better plan. Mu Xian, we don't want to force you, but the situation leaves us no choice. Mu Xian, the matter has been laid out. It's best if you agree to us otherwise. If the neighbors in each building go crazy, we won't be able to control them. If they really take action against you, the consequences will be serious. President Mu, we just want to survive. Our methods may make you uncomfortable, but this is the only way we can stay alive, so please show some mercy. Mu Xian, those who adapt to the times are the real heroes. If you agree, we won't take action against you, and we can coexist peacefully. If you don't agree, then we have no choice but to act. The people in the group were chattering away, some playing the role of the bad cop and others the good cop, creating a chaotic scene. In short, their message was clear. They had to agree to their terms, or else death. Mu Xian was amused by their arrogance. This group really thought she was a soft persimmon that could be easily manipulated. Let me think about it, and I'll give you a response tomorrow. This is not a small matter. I need some time. All right, I'll give you a day to consider, but I hope you won't disappoint us. After closing the chat interface, Mu Xian shared the conversation with Shun Yu and the others, who were all equally furious after hearing it. They were so shameless, acting like they deserved help as if they were entitled to it. Aisha pouted, her face reddening with anger. Sister Mu Xian, what if we just stay in and wait them out? That's not impossible, but they are really too arrogant. I can't stand not teaching them a lesson. Woof, woof, woof. At that moment, Wei was also barking loudly nearby, making some pouncing motions. Mu Xian immediately understood what it meant. It was trying to say that it could go deal with them. Mu Xian patted its head and chuckled. Although your combat power is strong, there are too many of them. If you take a bite out of one little trash, your mouth might get sore. Besides, those people haven't bathed for so long. They must smell terrible. Upon hearing this, Wei clenched his mouth and walked to the side with a disgusted look, which made everyone burst into laughter. However, I have an idea now. To catch the thief, first catch the king. Haven't these hosts always used their numbers to threaten me? If I deal with these hosts, the people in the building will be thrown into chaos, and they probably won't have much energy left to come after me. This method is good, but how do I deal with them? Chao Xuan clapped his hands and lowered his head in thought. Mu Xian stood up, touched her chin, and walked to the window. Didn't they want to talk? Since they want to talk, let's invite them out for a face-to-face discussion. I understand now. Tomorrow, I will invite them out. Wei, you and Xunyu, along with Qin Rue, will go with me. Chao Xuan, you stay in the building and observe their every move. If their people make any moves, report immediately. All right, but should we inform Qin Rue about this? I'll talk to him later. Mu Xian, this method is indeed good, but in this environment, if one floor leader emerges, a second and third can also emerge. They have small groups. If one floor leader dies, the others will nominate another. You can't solve them one by one, can you? What do you mean? We should first deal with those troublemakers tomorrow, when they are in chaos. They won't have time to deal with you. Then we can visit the military and get some heavy weapons. As long as we have powerful firepower, if we bombard them a few times, they might behave. Plus, we won't need to expose our abilities. Huh. Qin, you truly live up to your reputation. All right, this time I'll listen to you. Good, let's get some sleep. We'll talk about the rest tomorrow. After waking up, Mu Xian picked up her phone and found it was already past 9 o'clock, with WeChat messages hitting 99. She didn't even need to open them to know they must be from that group of bastards. After getting up, washing up, and finishing breakfast, she slowly opened the messages. She scoffed coldly and typed out a few sentences on the keyboard. To ensure my personal safety, you all come to the bottom of our building 30 to talk. Upon seeing the message, Leize's expression turned slightly angry. Mu Xian, it's already been made very clear on WeChat. Why meet in person? You don't intend to take action against us, do you? Yes. You're a dangerous person. If you really take action against us, we won't have any ability to retaliate. How about this, Mu Xian? Since you suggested meeting, let's choose a place relatively close to a few buildings. How about the 27th floor? Mu Xian smiled. She knew that this group of smart people would not easily agree. Who could survive to this point without being cautious? I said, if we're going to talk, let us do it under our building 30. If you don't agree, then we will postpone this matter. Upon hearing this, the few of them became anxious. Mu Xian's unwavering and strong tone made them a bit worried. They had been hungry for so long and really didn't want to wait any longer. But they were also very uneasy about discussing things on Mu Xian's territory. Chapter 88. Do you think I'm a saint? Mu Xian, what do you really want to do? Mu Xian, we are not fools. We will not go over without guarantees for our own safety. Not coming over? Fine, then let's fight. I can see that you are not genuinely wanting to negotiate with me. So in that case, let us just get started. Both sides had very strong tones, and neither was willing to back down. Mu Xian's momentum rose even higher. At this time, whoever loses in momentum will be at a disadvantage. Let's talk things out calmly. We can discuss our issues slowly. At this moment, Zhang Jian emerged as a mediator. In his view, there was still room for negotiation in this matter. You're unwilling to come over, mainly because you fear the weapons I have. But let's think from another perspective. There are so many of you, and I'm also worried about you attacking me. I have few people by my side. If you all collectively attack me, even if I have weapons, how long can I fend you off? Anyway, I've said what I needed to say. If you want to talk, come over. If you don't want to talk, then let's not waste each other's time. I believe you also understand that my house cost over $1 million to build. The reason I'm still alive is that it is strong enough. So even if you all attack me together, I am not afraid. Moreover, I have some supplies at home. So surviving for a few more days is not a problem at all. I can afford to wait and see who can outlast whom. After Mu Xian finished speaking, she coldly stared at her phone, wanting to see what this group of people would do. The people in the group, seeing that she was unyielding, were momentarily at a loss, and it took them a long time to muster up a response. Mu Xian, you can indeed hide and not come out. But what about the neighbors in your building? You went through so much trouble to go out and find food for them. Didn't you want them to survive? If you don't come out and we take action against them later, don't blame us for being heartless. Mu Xian was amused by their words. Who told them she was a living bodhisattva? Did they really think she was a saint? Coming in and out every day looking for food was just for this group of bastards in the building? But she couldn't blame them. After all, they hadn't really gotten to know her, so they had no idea that she had no sympathy for these neighbors. The reason they asked such questions was probably because they were at their wits' end. If you want to take action against them, feel free. After all, I've already been more than kind to them. My life is more precious than theirs, and at times like this, I definitely have to prioritize my own safety. Mu Xian, you really aren't human. Don't you worry about running out of supplies? Instead of that, you should worry about yourselves. Do you have a life to compete with me in consumption? The dozen or so building leaders in the group were anxious after hearing Mu Xian's words. They never expected that Mu Xian would be such a tough nut to crack. No matter how they put it, she just looked like she didn't care at all. Now Mu Xian shrugged her shoulders, completely disregarding the lives of others, and they felt like they were hitting a punch into cotton, achieving nothing. Forget it, everyone. Let's do as Mu Xian says. I can go negotiate, and you send a few people with me. We are here to solve problems, not create conflicts. Zhang Jian, seeing both sides in a stalemate, spoke up again, breaking the deadlock. Zhang Jian, you really resonate with me. I like listening to you, and I'm willing to talk to you. As for the others, their abilities are limited, but they are quite good at threatening people. If it's you talking to me, I'm willing to give you a chance. Even if we can't cooperate later, I will still do my best to help you with what I can. As soon as Mu Xian said this, the others felt a bit uncomfortable. They were all part of the same team, so why was Zhang Jian the only one receiving special treatment from Mu Xian? Thinking of this made them somewhat unhappy. The other buildings had formed a temporary team, and without Mu Xian, they would soon have conflicts. It was only because of Mu Xian that they decided to unite against external threats. After all, who could blame her for having a snowmobile? Wait to negotiate. Include me in this. Zhang Jian alone cannot represent all of us. Who knows what you'll come up with? Upon hearing Mu Xian's words and thinking about her special treatment of Zhang Jian, Lei Zhe expressed his concern. Following him, others also spoke up, and thus, all the building leaders on the 12th floor unanimously wanted to negotiate, aiming to gain more benefits from Mu Xian. They also felt uneasy about letting others go alone. After all, who knew if they would secretly reach some agreement with Mu Xian, thereby violating the previous agreement? Seeing their eagerness to seek trouble, a flash of killing intent crossed Mu Xian's eyes. As long as they came, she would leave them all with no way out. Since everyone had made up their minds, she said, then tomorrow afternoon at 3, I will be waiting at the base of Building 30. You all better arrive on time. I really dislike people who are late. After saying this, Mu Xian did not give them a chance to retort and directly exited the group chat. If nothing unexpected happened, she would be able to resolve all these building leaders at once tomorrow. By then, with all the buildings in chaos and without a leader, she would only need to call Qin Rue to grab some heavy equipment from the military to completely intimidate these people. That night, Mu Xian sat on the sofa, resting her eyes. Hearing Xinyu's footsteps, she glanced at him and said, Xinyu, go bring Qin Rue here. Xinyu was taken aback for a moment and then asked, are we discussing the battle? Mu Xian nodded. This matter must be foolproof. This time, she must eliminate all those who threaten her. As for the others, as long as they don't come looking for trouble, she is still willing to spare them. All right, I'll go now. Not long after, Xinyu knocked on the door. Aisha got up to open it and smiled, nodding at Qin Rue when she saw him. Qin Rue had passed by Mu Xian's door several times and knew from the bright lights inside that her home would be very comfortable. Once he actually stepped inside, that feeling became even stronger. Having lived in a cold house for so long, he had nearly forgotten what warmth felt like. It was only at this moment that he clearly understood what a warm house was like. Change your shoes and come sit over here. Don't be shy. Chapter 89, Playing Mind Games. Qin Rue changed his shoes and walked closer to Mu Xian, sitting down on the sofa next to her at her direction. Mu Xian stretched and asked Aisha to pour coffee for everyone. Try this fine coffee. She glanced at Qin Rue, smiled slightly, and made a gesture inviting him to drink. He picked up the cup, took a small sip, and said with a smile, "It really is good coffee. I didn't expect to have such delicious coffee at a time like this." "Thank you, Mu Xian. No need to be polite. Next, let's talk about serious matters." Mu Xian informed everyone about today's negotiation and then arranged their positions, mentioning everything she could think of. After listening, everyone was quite surprised. They were glad to be partners with Mu Xian rather than enemies. Otherwise, with her intelligence, they might have been dealt with long ago. If anyone had any additions, they could speak up. After that, Mu Xian glanced at everyone, calmly sipping her coffee. "No, your plan is perfect. Tomorrow we will act according to your plan." Although Qin Rue didn't want to leave this warm room, he knew what kind of person Mu Xian was. Without her permission to stay, he would likely end up on her blacklist. "President Qin, this is for you." As she was leaving, Mu Xian took out a crossbow and handed it to him. He was taken aback, but accepted it. "Practice well tonight. Don't mess up tomorrow." "Don't worry, I'm not that unreliable." "That's good." Soon it was time for the negotiation. To ensure her safety, Mu Xian put on a bulletproof vest and loaded her handgun with bullets. Once prepared, she left with Shun Yu and away. Outside, Qin Rue had been waiting early. When he saw them come out, he nodded and followed Mu Xian down the stairs. On the 5th floor, the people from Building 30 were ready and waiting. They knew Mu Xian was going to negotiate with people from other buildings today, and each one was pumped up, eager to show off in front of her. So when they saw Mu Xian come down, they immediately brandished their shiny knives and various iron rods. "Miss, we are all ready." "Good. If the negotiation doesn't go well, just go all out and attack without holding back." "Got it. Don't worry. We will definitely protect you." Mu Xian let out a light grunt. "Protect her? How about protecting ourselves first? Don't end up getting hurt in the process. Today could be our last battle. Once it's over, life will be a bit easier for everyone. So for our future, let us all give it one more push." To motivate them, Mu Xian spoke passionately, almost bringing everyone to tears. "Really? Mu Xian, can we return to a peaceful life? Damn it. Since Mu Xian has said that, why are we overthinking it? Let us just get it done. Hell, I don't want to live this anxious life for another day. If I have to die today, I'm willing." After coming out of the building, Xiao Li and the others placed the sofa in front of the building, and Mu Xian directly sat down on it, looking as regal as a queen. Not far away, the leaders of several buildings were slowly approaching with their people, and Mu Xian glanced over, her eyes filled with disdain. "Mu Xian, we're here. Let us start the negotiation." "No rush. I haven't had enough for lunch. Let me have some afternoon tea first." After saying that, Shin Yu hurriedly poured her a cup of steaming coffee and prepared several plates of pastries, placing them on the table beside her. Mu Xian sipped her coffee and enjoyed her snacks, occasionally letting out satisfied sounds that made those present wish they could rush up and snatch them away. But they didn't dare, as no one knew if Mu Xian had any tricks up her sleeve. What if they really charged forward and ended up getting killed? Mu Xian glanced at everyone with her peripheral vision, indifferent as she continued to eat. Her confidence stemmed entirely from her powerful combat team and firepower. As long as no one infiltrated their ranks alone, she was absolutely confident she could crush them all. The snow today was much lighter than before, but the wind was considerably stronger, blowing the falling snow around. As more and more people gathered around, Mu Xian's expression grew slightly cold. She put down her coffee, smiled gently at everyone, her stunning features appearing even more beautiful under the reflection of the snowflakes. "Everyone, we're just here to negotiate, yet you brought so many people. What is it? Do you want to ruin this negotiation?" "Nonsense. We certainly want to have a good talk with you. And don't point fingers at us. Don't you have over 20 people standing behind you?" When she came down, Mu Xian had arranged the women from Building 30 at the windows of every household on the 5th floor and provided them with plenty of tear gas canisters, so they could use them to attack when the other side launched an assault. As long as they were forced to stop, Mu Xian could lead the men from Building 30 to counterattack. She had already anticipated the current situation, knowing that this group of people would not come to negotiate obediently. So she was well prepared. "The people behind me are my bodyguards. As the leader of the 1st floor, I have to put on a show, right? Besides, what do my 20-something people count for compared to your 6 or 700? Are you trying to play tricks on me?" I advise you, if you want to negotiate properly, have everyone step out of my sight, otherwise we won't talk. As she spoke, Mu Xian took out a submachine gun from her space and placed it directly on the table. Upon seeing the gun, everyone took a few steps back in panic, their faces filled with anger and hatred. Mu Xian, what do you mean by this? Can't you see? Of course, it's just to scare you. You. Stop at the you and I. If you want to talk, have your people leave. If not, then goodbye. What Mu Xian referred to as by obviously meant sending everyone to hell. However, this group of people hadn't considered that layer yet. They just thought Mu Xian didn't want to talk to them. After all, in their perception, Mu Xian couldn't possibly swagger out of the building, bringing these people and this gun to engage in a life-and-death duel with them. With so many of them, even if Mu Xian really dared to shoot, how many could she kill in one go? Chapter 90. Here to fight Xiao Li and the others stood behind Mu Xian, watching the crowd slowly gather, and their already cold backs felt even colder. If this dense crowd really charged at them, they would truly be doomed. Even if they fought desperately, they wouldn't be able to kill many. At most, they could delay for a few minutes. Wait, weren't they here to negotiate? It looked more like they were here to fight. The few people next to Xiao Li whispered among themselves, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads despite the cold weather. It seemed that people from several buildings had come. Damn it, how could they fight against so many? They began to feel hesitant. But since Mu Xian had brought them down, how could she possibly give them a chance to escape? So, she signaled Xin Yu to stand beside them and keep an eye on them. At this moment, people from other buildings were still feeling indignant about Mu Xian's earlier words. They actually wanted to negotiate properly, but then they thought that Mu Xian was so fearless because she had an indestructible building as a shield. But now she was completely exposed. Why not just attack her together? If they took her down, not only would they get her snow vehicle, but they would also eliminate a threat. Although losing her would be somewhat disadvantageous for their future food searches, if she could find food, why couldn't they? Mu Xian, I see you don't want to negotiate with us properly, do you? Since that's the case. Leze squinted his eyes and signaled to the people beside him. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of people quickly charged toward the direction where Mu Xian was. It's over. This group is really here to wipe us out. Leze, what are you doing? Didn't we say we would negotiate cooperation? Beside him, Zhang Jian grasped Leze's hand and asked loudly, but the next second, he was shaken off by Leze. Don't think we don't know what kind of tricks you're playing with Mu Xian. Once we deal with her, we'll deal with you. The people from Building 26 saw others rushing toward Mu Xian and were momentarily at a loss for what to do. Zhang Jian had told them not to act impulsively, to assess the situation before making decisions, and they had to obey his orders. But given the current situation, the odds of winning seemed quite high with so many people charging at Mu Xian. As a result, some people disregarded Zhang Jian's warnings and followed the charge. What should we do, leader? Are we going to go or not? He glanced at the situation on Mu Xian's side and began to withdraw with a portion of the people. Mu Xian glanced at him, squinted her eyes, and then picked up the submachine gun, aiming at the person in front and firing a burst. Upstairs, Xin Yu shouted, and the female neighbors began throwing tear gas canisters at the people rushing from the other buildings. Smoke immediately filled the area in front of the building. Mu Xian put on her mask and threw masks to Xin Yu, Qin Rue, and away, while also looking back at the neighbors who were still in panic. What are you standing there for? Get moving. A beautiful tomorrow is right in front of us. As long as we deal with them, half of the neighborhood will be our territory, and there will be plenty of food. At this moment, Mu Xian brainwashed the group of good neighbors again. Those who were still hesitating rushed into the battlefield, driven by the words food and territory. Their people rush in, kill them for me. At this time, Leze, on the far right, covered his nose and shouted loudly, while many people, with tears in their eyes, waved their knives and hacked wildly. In the howling cold wind, the smoke quickly dispersed. Mu Xian squinted, took out her gun, and continued shooting, while Wei and Xin Yu charged into the crowd, quickly taking down a dozen or so people. Looking at the building owners of the 11 buildings not far away, Mu Xian gave Xin Yu a glance. Xin Yu then picked up his handgun and aimed at one of them. Bang, bang, bang. He fired 3 shots in a row, hitting the person in the chest, who fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Seeing this, the others wanted to find a place to hide, but Mu Xian didn't give them any chance. Directly opening fire, Several people in front of them instantly lost their breath. Mu Xian, they are preparing to flee to Building 29. At this moment, Chao Ziwen's voice came through Mu Xian's earpiece. Mu Xian narrowed her eyes, revealing a hint of killing intent. The next moment, the entire battlefield fell silent. She loaded bullets in her gun and stepped closer to a few people. After several loud bangs, they were all shot in the head. Immediately after, she used the remaining time to shoot at the people on the field, and within a short while, dozens of them were dead. 5 minutes passed, and everyone moved again, realizing that so many corpses had suddenly appeared around them, causing panic. Not good. The building leader and the others are all dead. Someone shouted from the crowd, and everyone turned to look towards Building 29. With the leader dead, everyone lost their backbone and immediately fell into chaos. They shouted as they retreated, and the once crowded area in front of the building was left with only corpses. Mu Xian, should we pursue? Qin Rui walked up to Mu Xian and quietly asked. Mu Xian felt a bit dizzy. He glanced at the fleeing people, took a deep breath, and shouted, "Kill." As soon as the words fell, Qin Rui, Shun Yu, and Wei rushed towards the group of escaping people. "Are you okay, Grandma?" Not far away, Xiaoli, covered in blood, stumbled over to Mu Xian. During the fight, he had been slashed a few times, and in order to save his life, he lay on the ground pretending to be dead. This trick had indeed fooled several others, allowing him to escape a disaster. "You're still alive? You have quite the luck." Mu Xian raised an eyebrow and glanced at him, softly saying, "I got lucky and survived, but the others." Mu Xian followed his gaze to the other deceased individuals, and a trace of guilt suddenly surged in her heart. However, this guilt quickly vanished without a trace. Aside from the group of women left in the building and the remaining few men, everyone in the entire building had harmed her in a previous life. Some had even hurt her, so their deaths were not regrettable. As for Xiaoli, he was obedient in this life. Mu Xian thought for a moment and decided to spare his life. Additionally, she called the others over to clean up the mess. "All right, I'll go up and call them." Standing in the wind and snow, Mu Xian straightened her body, her face devoid of any excess expression. This time, the others should not dare to trouble her again. Chapter 91. Only the greatest sincerity can be offered. Mu Xian was still waiting for them. Seeing that they had only suffered minor injuries, she breathed a sigh of relief. "How's the situation?" When she got home, Mu Xian sent a message in the group. "As for food, don't worry, there will be some." Mu Xian, although many of them died this time, a large portion still escaped. "You said that as long as we deal with them, we can live in peace. But it seems that's not the case now." "Yes, we only have a little over 10 people left, yet they still have so many. If we don't deal with them, we won't be able to live peacefully for long, right?" "Mu Xian, tell us the truth. What are your plans? If we let them be, we will eventually die at their hands. What are you worried about?" "Mu Xian will definitely find a way to protect us. We've already offended a whole 12 buildings. If they unite with a few others, won't we be surrounded?" The people in the group weren't foolish. They knew Mu Xian didn't genuinely want to protect them, but now she was all they could rely on. If she didn't provide an answer, how could they continue to follow her orders with peace of mind? "Stop asking so many questions. Mu Xian has a way to deal with them. Just go about your business for the next few days. Don't think too much about it. All right, I know you're scared, but in a few days, they will lose a large number of people again. I have a way to solve these issues so you can eat and drink with peace of mind." After saying this, Mu Xian threw her phone aside and looked at Qin Rui beside her. Qin Rui sighed, walked over, and gently massaged her sore arm. "Let's go to the military base tomorrow." "Okay. As for how to unlock it, I will handle it. You just decide." After the exhausting battle today, everyone was worn out, and the house quickly fell silent. The next morning, Mu Xian got up and saw Shen Yu busy making breakfast. Knowing that Mu Xian and the others were heading out, he kindly prepared soup and packed it in a thermos. After eating, Mu Xian took the thermos and headed out. As soon as she reached the door, she saw Qin Rui, who was fully dressed. After greeting each other, they went downstairs together. This time, Mu Xian didn't need to say anything. Qin Rui avoided her, waiting for her to bring the car out before getting in. The roar of the vehicle echoed in the snow-covered community, and those who had attacked them stood angrily by the windows watching. Now, they truly hated Mu Xian from the bottom of their hearts. Not only because so many had died yesterday, but also because Mu Xian had failed to negotiate successfully with them. But they didn't consider who was ultimately responsible for this failure. If it weren't for their incompetent building leaders, how could things have turned out this way? In Building 26, on the 12th floor, Zhang Jian watched Mu Xian's departing figure and sighed helplessly. Beside him sat 7 or 8 people who were part of his small group. They had saved their lives by retreating after listening to him. Leader, what should we do next? After yesterday's incident, Mu Xian must hate us too. It seems impossible to cooperate with her now. Yes, people from other buildings attacked them without consulting us, and now we're in a terrible position. Mu Xian is not someone who easily trusts others, so she definitely won't trust us anymore. The people from other buildings attacked Mu Xian, but we didn't. Should we think of another way? Some people in our building have also taken action. Mu Xian must have seen that, so there won't be any chance to talk to her again. Then what do we do? Just wait to die? Everyone has been hungry for a long time, and if we don't find a way to get food, we won't last long. Stop arguing, let me think. Zhang Jian shouted, then hugged his head and closed his eyes, unsure of what to think. After a while, he slowly spoke. If we want to continue cooperating with Mu Xian, we must show our utmost sincerity. First, we must hand over those who participated in the attack on Mu Xian and are still alive. Additionally, our building must follow Mu Xian from now on, but those who become her people must charge to the front during battles. As long as we write a letter of guarantee, maybe we can earn her forgiveness and get a chance. What? No way, absolutely not. We are not good at fighting. If she sends us to fight against other buildings, won't that be equivalent to sending us to our deaths? Exactly. We still have wives and children. We can't go die at the front. What will happen to our families if we die? Yes. Besides, sending those who participated in the attack to Mu Xian, they probably won't survive. This is too cruel. After all, they are our neighbors. But if we don't do this, what leverage do we have to negotiate with Mu Xian? Without food, we will still die. Zhang Jian rubbed his temples, his tone filled with helplessness. This was the best plan he could come up with. If he didn't make a choice, he and his family, including all the surviving neighbors, would die. Let's think of other ways. After Zhang Jian spoke, the others could only leave dejectedly. Li Xiaolan, Zhang Jian's wife, walked over and gently massaged his temples. Is there really no other way? If Lei Zhe and the others didn't act recklessly, we might have a slim chance of survival, but they have blocked everyone's path. These bastards, wanting to die themselves, have dragged everyone down, forcing everyone to linger at the gates of hell. If we can't make Mu Xian trust us completely, we have no way out. Chapter 92. A great harvest. Oh, let's just go with the flow. If we are destined to escape this, then let's cherish these last days. Xiaolan, I'm sorry. It's my fault for being useless, which has caused you and our son to go hungry every day. It's not your fault. Who knew it would come to this? All right, enough talk. You didn't sleep well last night. Go rest. Mu Xian and the others drove to the military base. Following their previous memories, they parked the car in front of the armory. Knowing the location, Qin Rue didn't lift the entire snow-covered area this time, but instead split a path through the middle directly to the door. After getting out of the car, he followed Mu Xian with the solvent in hand, and when they reached the door, he poured the solvent directly onto the lock. Before long, the lock was corroded open, and with a crowbar, he pried the door open with a few quick moves. This stuff is pretty powerful. Your company's business is really extensive. There's no choice. To establish a foothold in the business world, we must expand our operations. True, let's go in first. Once inside the armory, they searched around but found nothing, making them somewhat puzzled. Why is it empty? It seems the military has sensed the unusual snowfall and has moved the weapons in advance. But with so many weapons, where could they have taken them? And where exactly have they gone? I haven't heard anything about military rescue operations. Doesn't the country care about the people? Mu Xian stroked her chin and took a few more steps forward. Most of the communication devices have been destroyed, and our network is starting to show abnormalities, making it difficult for both sides to get in touch. Plus, the heavy snow hasn't stopped, making rescue efforts even more challenging. They will need time to search and rescue. The country should have made emergency preparations, but as for when help will arrive, we can only wait for news. Sigh, I thought we could find something big here, but it seems we came for nothing. Not necessarily. The snow came too quickly. Even the most organized and disciplined troops might have left some things behind. Let's wait and see. There's a door over there. Let's see if we can open it. Qin Rue pointed to the iron gate not far away, took out a solvent again to dissolve the door, and after opening it, the two were dumbfounded. What lay before them was truly something big. Damn, they actually left this tank behind, and these rocket launchers too. This is unbelievable. Although Mu Xian had seen real tanks, she had never touched one. This thing was right in front of her, and she was so excited that she almost jumped on the spot. This tank should have been retired for a long time, and probably hadn't been used in ages. However, the rocket launcher. Qin Rue walked over to the side and observed it carefully for a while. It can be used. Ha! It doesn't matter, I can't drive a tank anyway. And as for the rocket launcher, I've tried it before, so we'll take it first. All right, I'll look for more things. You can put away these rocket launchers first. Qin Rue didn't know that Mu Xian had spatial abilities, but since she had been able to take away the oil barrels before, he knew she could take away the rocket launchers this time as well. After putting away the rocket launchers, Mu Xian walked over to him. He was stunned for a few seconds and then understood, looking toward the spot not far away. There are still some submachine guns and bullets here, as well as more than 20 complete sets of bulletproof gear. Let's take all of them. They might come in handy in the future. Qin, are you not tempted by these things? I am tempted, but will you give them to me? Currently, no. Then that's it, right? Although I don't know what your abilities are, I know very well that I'm not your match right now. So I want to be foolish enough to provoke you. Is that so? That's good. I hope you continue to maintain that. I'm going out first. After you put everything away, come out. Okay. After he left, Mu Xian put everything into her space. With so much equipment, she could form a strong team. If she encountered trustworthy partners in the future, she could distribute these items to them, which might lead to unexpected gains. Qin Rue occasionally turned his head to look at her and suddenly realized that Mu Xian looked more beautiful when she smiled than when she was cold and indifferent. Feeling the gaze of the person beside her, Mu Xian retracted her smile. What are you looking at? Haven't you heard a beautiful woman sing? I have, just not you. And I haven't seen you smile from the heart before. You can actually smile more just like you did just now. You don't have to completely shut off your inner self. We can actually become trustworthy partners. Hearing this, Mu Xian's heart suddenly felt a little shaken. Since entering the apocalypse, she had not trusted anyone. Even with Xuan Yu and the others, she had not fully trusted them. The reason she felt at ease letting them move around her home and helping her with tasks was that she had installed several pinhole cameras in her house, allowing her to monitor their movements at any time. Moreover, she absolutely believed in her abilities. If Xuan Yu and the others really had ulterior motives, she could resolve them all with her powers. Her exterior seemed strong, but deep down, she hid a trace of weakness and tenderness, which she kept very well concealed, not allowing anyone to discover it. It seemed that Qin Rue had seen that slight difference in her emotions, which is why he had said that. Qin Rue, don't speak as if you understand me well. I know what kind of person I am. You just need to do your own thing. As for the rest, don't try to understand. Mu Xian, you really aren't cute at all. Women should be a bit gentler. Seeing the atmosphere becoming awkward, Qin Rue could only change the subject to ease the tension. But as soon as he said that, Mu Xian hit the gas pedal to the floor, almost scaring Qin Rue to death. He swore he would never tease Mu Xian again, otherwise he might meet a tragic end. The people in the community heard the noise and still peeked out to check, but this time they didn't dare to have any crooked ideas. After all, the landlord was dead, there was no one managing the building, and had become increasingly chaotic. They were all just focused on saving their own lives. Before they were certain their lives were secure, they didn't dare to show up in front of Mu Xian. Chapter 93. Destined to escape, Xuan Yu, Aisha, and Xiao Ziwen had prepared the meal early. After everyone had eaten and drunk enough, Qin Rue glanced at the heavy snow still falling outside. Mu Xian, what are your plans next? Tomorrow, after we wake up, let us test the power of the rocket launcher and attack those buildings of ours. Let them taste what it's like to be bombed. Mu Xian propped her head up with one hand, and before she could speak, Zhang Jin's message sounded. She opened her phone, glanced at the message, and a smile appeared on her lips. See, he's coming to surrender. She handed her phone to the others, and after they looked, their expressions were a bit confused. It seems Zhang Jin still wants to continue collaborating with you. He's actually willing to hand over the people who attacked us. Sister Mu Xian, could this be another one of their schemes? I don't think so. After what happened yesterday, Zhang Jin should be too scared to confront Mu Xian directly. He clearly fears her now. After Chao Xuan finished speaking, he tilted his head and glanced at Mu Xian. Regardless of whether he wants to surrender or collaborate, I won't accept it. I don't believe he doesn't know the plans of the others at all. If he had informed me yesterday or helped us fend off the others, I might have given him a chance, but he didn't. However, he didn't participate in the attack, so he does have a bit of sense. Mu Xian thought for a moment and sent him a message. Zhang Jian, considering that we are colleagues, I won't continue to target your building, but as for your request to hand over those who attacked us, I'm willing to accept that. How about it? Did Mu Xian agree? Li Xiaolan walked over to him and cautiously spoke. It seemed that yesterday's incident had completely made her lose trust in us. She accepted my proposal to hand over those who attacked them, but did not agree to discuss cooperation again. This time we might. It's fine. We've tried our best. Even if it comes to the worst, we'll accept it. As long as our family of 3 can be together in the end. It'll be worth it. Xiaolan, don't worry, I will think of another way. Mu Xian is our last hope. Isn't she? Don't think too much. At least she said she wouldn't attack us. Compared to the other buildings, we can survive a few more days, and that's already the best outcome. As for the rest, let us do it, as you suggested before. I understand, but I hope they won't hate me. After Zhang Jian sent a message to Mu Xian, he asked in the group again. Those who attacked Mu Xian yesterday, come to me for registration. He sighed and continued. Mu Xian is not a kind person. From her previous behavior, she is someone who will repay grievances with vengeance. Itokto Mu Xian. And she should launch a counterattack against those who attack the 30 buildings in the next few days. If you all don't speak up, the entire building's neighbors will be retaliated against. I hope everyone can be rational and think more about the other innocent people. They didn't attack Mu Xian and shouldn't pay for your actions. We are all adults. If you make a mistake, you should bear it yourself. After all, we're all going to die, so why can't we die for something worthwhile? Zhang Jian's words made the people in the group restless. Those who did not participate in the attack were scared to hear that Mu Xian was preparing for revenge, and they all began to speak up in the group. I told you to listen to the building leader and not to attack Mu Xian and them. You didn't listen, and now look. You've dragged everyone into facing the threat of death with you. Whoever attacked, step forward. Don't force me to catch you one by one. The building leader warned us repeatedly not to act, no matter what happened, just to save our lives, but you wouldn't listen. And now Mu Xian is coming for us. What are you barking about? In yesterday's situation, who would think so much? Although I wasn't on the battlefield. It just felt like we wouldn't lose with hundreds of people attacking 30. Who knew it would end up like this? Exactly. That Mu Xian and her group are monsters. Otherwise, how could they scare off hundreds of people? And they even killed over 100. So what? They won anyway. What we need to solve now is how to protect the other innocent people in the building, not discuss what kind of monsters Mu Xian and her group are. Yes, you all come out quickly, or we want to be polite. Those who had attacked Mu Xian were now like turtles withdrawing their heads, too afraid to speak. They knew very well what the consequences of admitting it would be, and they deeply regretted what happened yesterday. What should we do? Should we admit it? They created a group. A young man in his mid-20s asked in the group. He had also been caught up in the moment yesterday, rushing out after seeing the neighbors charge forward, completely disregarding Zhang Jian's orders. Admit what? Once we admit it, we'll be dead for sure. That's right. We want to live long anyway. Since we're going to die, let us die together. But the others are indeed innocent. Innocent? What innocence do they have?
They stayed at home watching us take risks, and when something happened, they wanted to push us out. They are not good people either. That is true.
But there are still our relatives among these people. At this point, who cares about relatives? Just being able to save our own lives is good enough. So we just wait to die? No, I don't want to die. How about we escape? Buildings 1 to 20 didn't attack Mu Xian, right? She probably won't attack them. We can hide over there. That's a good idea, but when do we set off? I'm afraid it will be too late. Who has the numbers or WeChat of the people over there? Let us communicate with them. How will we have that? Just go directly. Okay, we have so many people. After we get there, let us find a few houses willing to take us in. If they don't want to, then we. As they discussed how to escape, they didn't know that Building 26 had long been targeted by Mu Xian. She knew they would try to save themselves. So she arranged for Qin Rue to go and monitor their every move tonight. They were destined not to escape. Chapter 94. counterattack, the people in the other buildings still didn't know that Mu Xian was about to launch an attack on them, and were still arguing about who would become the next building leader, nearly coming to blows. With no food, no water, and the chaos in the building, they had lost interest in monitoring Mu Xian's movements, only thinking about how to survive in this turmoil. As the sky grew brighter, Mu Xian finished her breakfast and, along with Shun Yu and Wei, went downstairs, then instructed Wei and the others to find a suitable position to prepare for launch. Meanwhile, she went to the back of the building, took out all the rocket launchers, placed them on top of the snow vehicle, and then drove the vehicle out from behind the building. The various buildings were still arguing incessantly, all wanting their own people to be elected as building leaders. After all, if one became the building leader, they would have priority in getting food if the opportunity arose, which could be considered the only benefit in the apocalypse. After Mu Xian had Shun Yu set up the rocket launcher, she used a telescope to observe Building 28 and saw that they were fighting inside. She couldn't help but smile. Should she say they're foolish? Or just plain stupid? With such fighting, when would it ever end? It would be better to go down together. After saying this, she tossed a windproof lighter to Shun Yu. After he caught it and swallowed hard, he lit the fuse. As the sizzling sound started, he stepped back a few paces, ready to watch the fireworks. The people in Building 28 were still fighting fiercely when, in the next moment, a deafening noise erupted. Boom! Immediately after, the building began to shake, and pieces of the wall fell off. A large hole appeared right in front of everyone. What was happening? Was there an earthquake? The people inside stopped fighting and started running toward the stairwell. The falling wall debris kept hitting them, and many were left bloodied and hurt. It was Mu Xian. She attacked us. Among the crowd, someone suddenly shouted loudly, and everyone turned to look outside. Mu Xian stood in the snow, dressed in a black down jacket, with a smile on her lips. She clearly had an angelic face, but her behavior was no different from that of a devil. At that moment, they realized just how terrifying Mu Xian truly was. Quite powerful, but the building didn't collapse. I have to say, the developers didn't do a shoddy job. If it weren't for the apocalypse, I would have sent them a banner to commend their work. Mu Xian stroked her chin and said seriously, but with a look that seemed to revel in the misfortune, "Sister Mu Xian, let's move on to the next building." "Sure." After saying that, Mu Xian got into the snowmobile, carrying Shun Yu and Wei as they drove forward. The commotion attracted the attention of a few other buildings, but they didn't know what was happening, only that there was a huge fire at Building 28. However, when they saw Mu Xian's snowmobile coming towards their building, they immediately realized what was happening. "Mu Xian is here. Mu Xian is here for revenge, run!" They shouted, alerting others in the building to escape. But at that time, in order to avoid being covered by snow, they had all moved to higher floors, and it was impossible to get out of the building quickly. Mu Xian had Shun Yu ignite the rocket launcher again, and with another loud bang, Building 27 shook just like Building 28. Immediately after, Mu Xian moved again, and each place she moved to was bombarded. In this way, she bombed every building that had attacked her. Unfortunately, there were only 2 rockets left, otherwise, she would have liked to do it again. Shun Yu stood beside her, trembling. Indeed, the more beautiful the woman, the more dangerous she was. Of the 12 buildings, all but Building 26 were bombed, and many people died inside the buildings. Most of those who managed to escape were also injured. They looked at Mu Xian not far away, their eyes filled with disgust, hatred, and fear, but now they dared not do anything, only wanting to quickly flee from this demon. "Sister Mu, should we chase?" As they were leaving, Mu Xian glanced at Building 26 and saw Zhang Jian, whose expression was slowly stiffening, revealing a smirk-like gaze. Zhang Jian knew that their building had not been bombed because he had blocked some people from attacking, and at that moment, he was filled with trepidation, increasingly wanting to hand over those who had attacked Mu Xian. Back in the building, the neighbors of the 5th floor stairwell couldn't help but give Mu Xian a thumbs up, although they knew she did this not for them. It could be considered revenge for their deceased neighbors, and they were somewhat grateful to her. "All right, now no one should dare to cause trouble again. As long as you all behave, I won't make things difficult for you. But if anyone acts up behind my back, I will not let it go. Mu Xian, rest assured, we will follow you from now on. For a long time, They had understood Mu Xian's strength and temperament. They knew she was ruthless, but just the fact that she could provide them with food was enough for them to follow her. From wanting to deal with her to now relying on her. They had all undergone a transformation in their hearts. Even though they didn't know what their future fate would be, at least they were still alive for now. Unfortunately, just as they got downstairs and hadn't walked far, countless ice spikes suddenly flew out from midair. Before they could react, the ice spikes took their lives directly. Qin Rue touched his wrist, nodded in satisfaction, and then casually turned to leave. After returning to the 30th floor, he knocked on Mu Xian's door. When Xinyu opened the door, he nodded at him, informing Mu Xian that everything was resolved. Got it. Mu Xian sat in the rocking chair, looking at the heavy snow outside the window. At this moment, she felt incredibly relaxed. Mu Xian, let's discuss the matter I mentioned earlier. Kumin. Mu Xian got up and led him into the room. Sitting on the bed, Mu Xian stared at him intently. Her sexy collarbone and fair skin enticing Qin Rue. Qin Rue turned his head, not daring to look at her, his face turning a shade of liver red. Afraid to look at me? Why? Are you scared I might eat you up? No. It's just that. You're wearing too little. Mu Xian glanced at her pajamas, a tight-fitting sleeveless long dress with a long lace coat over it. Is this considered little? She felt a bit speechless. Chapter 95. Contacting Du Lianchuan. She didn't expect President Qin to be so innocent. This outfit is quite normal. Let's get down to business first. Qin Rue shyly touched his nose and continued. Previously, our discussions were delayed due to conflict with other buildings. Now that those issues have been resolved, we have time to discuss attacking the super fortress. Although the threats in the community have been dealt with, having a better and larger fortress would be even better. Your actions today made me think of a question. If in the future, someone bombs Building 30 using the same method, your home would also become ruins. You're not the kind of person who would sit back and do nothing, but if that day really comes, it might be hard for you to protect yourself. So, you don't need to say any more. I agree. After Mu Xian finished speaking, she walked over to him and sat down. The faint fragrance on her body made Qin Rue blush again, but thinking about their serious discussion, he tried to suppress the faint, nameless fire within him. To effortlessly enter the fortress, we must have a compelling reason that can persuade Meng Fanchao, and I've already thought of that reason for you. The apocalypse has arrived. Something no one anticipated, including Meng Fanchao. So even if he has a very safe shelter, he may not be able to eat well in terms of food. At such times, all he wants is to find food, but now with the heavy snow sealing the city, just going out is fraught with difficulties, let alone finding food. Therefore, my snowmobile can attract his attention. Are you suggesting we use your snowmobile as bait to lure him in? Exactly. If he knows I have a snowmobile and can go out to find food at any time, he will definitely contact you. For someone used to delicacies, eating unhealthy food or going without food for a long time is a torment. At this time, if I hint that I have a snowmobile, he will definitely find a way to get it. When the time comes, you can pretend to cooperate with him, telling him you can get the vehicle and help him find food outside. Do you think he will give up? I understand now. As long as I pretend to cooperate with him and say I'll take you over, as soon as he opens the door to let us in, we will. That's right, but we need to plan this out carefully. After saying that, Mu Xian changed her sitting posture and continued, if he is not stupid. He definitely want you to bring me along. He will only let you take my snowmobile and go in directly. That is correct. Although he is a spoiled rich kid, he is still somewhat smart. However, he could propose to cooperate with me, allowing me to live in the fortress while I contribute the snowmobile. After that, you won't need to worry about it. I'll handle the negotiations with him. I understand your point, then it's settled. When we contact him? Tomorrow. Got it. Then you should rest first. I'll take my leave. All right. After leaving Mu Xian's room, Qin Rue appeared calm on the surface, but felt a bit flustered inside, his whole body also slightly heated. He had seen many women before, many of whom were dressed less than Mu Xian, yet he felt nothing for them. But with Mu Xian, even the slightest movement from her could make him feel flustered. After some contemplation, he attributed this to not having been with a woman for too long. To quickly enter the fortress, he called his partner the next morning. On the other end of the line, he heard heavy breathing and a woman's soft moans. As soon as Qin Rue heard it, he knew what was happening and his face darkened. After hanging up, he closed his eyes, feeling a bit angry. What time is it? and they can still enjoy themselves without a sense of crisis? Indeed, this fortress is a good place. A few minutes later, Qin Rui's phone rang again. He answered, and the other party greeted him cheerfully. President Qin, what brings you to call me? The other party was quite surprised. Although he had a good relationship with Qin Rui rarely contacted him. Given that the apocalypse had come, many people, including most entrepreneurs, had gone silent. He thought Qin Rui would also cut off contact. But now Qin Rui suddenly called him, which was unexpected. Du Xiao, long time no see. It has indeed been a while. How have you been? Not bad. I called you now to chat, but I heard you've moved into President Meng's fortress, so I wanted to discuss a deal. Hearing this, Du Xuan frowned. Very few people knew about his situation in Meng Fanchao's fortress. How'd he find out? Although he felt puzzled, he still smiled and replied, President Qin, your news is quite sharp, but under these circumstances, I don't think we have much business to discuss. Du Xuan was also a playful person, but he was serious about his business. However, in the current situation, business and money had become useless, and he had no desire to manage them. He just wanted to enjoy the moment. Well, I want to discuss ISNT about business. I know your situation, ISNT great. Although the fortress is quite comfortable, food has become a problem. Qin Rui paused here, patiently waiting for him to continue. President Qin, it seems you understand quite well. Just experience talking. What Qin Rui said was indeed the truth. So what do you want to discuss? My current situation is a bit dangerous, and I want to move into President Meng's fortress. Of course, I'm not looking for a free ride. I have someone here with a snowmobile. With the snowmobile, we can successfully find food, and there will be a variety of food. I want to exchange that for a chance to stay in the fortress. President Qin, this matter is not a joke. Du Xiao, we've cooperated for so many years. Do you think I would deceive you? Then I'll trouble you, Du Xiao. I await your good news. After hanging up, Du Xuan pushed the woman who was lying on him aside, got dressed, and went to the second floor. On the second floor, Meng Fanchao was still asleep, with various provocative lingerie scattered across the floor and several women sleeping beside him, indicating the wild night they had. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked on the door, waking up several women who calmly sat up after seeing who it was. President Meng, Du Xiao is here. Meng Fanchao had drunk a lot last night and was still not fully awake. Upon hearing the voice, he kicked the woman who spoke. What is all the noise this early? Don't you know I'm exhausted? If you have nothing to do, go clean the room and stop bothering me. Scolded by him, the woman didn't dare to stay longer. After getting dressed, she prepared to leave. Du Xiao, you can see for yourself. President Meng hasn't woken up yet. If you have something to discuss, it would be better to wait a bit. Another woman, naked, picked up a nearby blanket to wrap herself and yawned as she approached him, playfully touching his face. In the room, another woman was somewhat angry at his lack of tenderness. Seeing him bring in another woman, her expression also turned sour. Du Xiao, are you planning to change partners so soon? After talking so much last night, it turns out it was all a lie. Indeed, a man's words can't be trusted. All right, every woman is different. You can't eat the same dish all the time. Occasionally trying something else is good for body and mind. I think you're just tired of her. I'm a bit, but you can stay and serve me together with her. How annoying. I've never done that. Then let us try it today. After Du Xuan finished speaking, he tore off his clothes and climbed onto the bed with two women. Qin Rui waited for several hours without receiving a call from him. His expression changed slightly. He then sent a message to Mu Xian. The more it is like this, the more one must remain calm. After all, they have not reached the end of the road yet. Even if a few more years pass, as long as there are no strong opponents attacking, she can do well. Seeing Mu Xian so calm, Qin Rui had nothing to say, so he could only sit on the bed wrapped in a quilt waiting for the call. Around 6 in the afternoon, Meng Fanchao finally woke up from his drunken state. After getting out of bed, he took a shower and then went downstairs. He saw several women playing mahjong with Du Xuan and scoffed. Brother Meng, awake? What's for dinner today? Still just food and bread, replied the robot maid beside him. At that time, for convenience, he had spent a fortune to buy 4 maid robots. The first robot, Lily, was responsible for cleaning. The second robot, Lisa, was responsible for cooking. The third robot, Leah, was responsible for network security, and the fourth robot, Lena, was responsible for their safety and the safety of the entire fortress. Previously, there were many ingredients in the fortress, so every meal was very luxurious, comparable to a seven-star hotel-esque cuisine. But as time passed and heavy snow sealed the city, they ran out of ingredients. And every meal was almost just canned food and bread, or things like hot dogs and bacon. At first, they could still eat it, but after eating these things every day for half a month, who could stand it? Now he felt nauseous just looking at them. Damn it, when will this snow stop? I want to eat foie gras and steak. It's probably hard to stop now. However, Brother Ming, I received a message from someone today. If nothing goes wrong, we should be able to eat something else. Who? Du Xuan sat beside him and told Meng Fanchao about Qin Rue contacting him. Meng Fanchao squinted his eyes, spreading his hands and leaning back on the sofa. The smoke from the cigar curled out of his mouth in circles. This Qin Rue you mentioned, I have some impression of him, but is this person reliable? I have dealt with him for a few years. He is honest, straightforward, and meticulous in his work. Over the years, through his own efforts, he has made the Qin group this large. He has some skills and brains. So it seems this person is quite talented. After a pause, he continued, the other party is not a simple person. We need to act cautiously to avoid him making small moves after he joins us. Let him bring the snowmobile over first. Brother Ming thinks ahead. Then I'll contact him now. Put it on speaker. I want to hear what he has to say. At this moment, Qin Rue was playing with Wei in the hallway. When his phone rang, his first reaction was that it was Du Lianchuan calling. Sure enough, it was. Hello, Du Shou. President Qin, sorry for contacting you so late. The matter you mentioned, I've already told Meng Zong, but it's not safe outside right now. Many people are fighting over supplies. For safety's sake, you should bring the snowmobile over first. Once we confirm, you can look for 2 weeks' worth of food for us as a show of loyalty. As long as you pass the test, Meng Zong will let you in without hesitation. How about it? I understand your meaning, but you want me to look for food for you for half a month? To be honest, Du Xiao, I don't agree with this. First of all, I'm negotiating cooperation with you. It's a fair trade, not to be your dog. If you want me to prove my loyalty, bringing the snowmobile over should be enough loyalty, right? I'll say this. Once I come over, I can help you find a week's worth of food, and then the snowmobile can be used by everyone together. As for who goes to find supplies later, we could decide by other means. The reason I'm looking for you is simply because I value the security of your fortress, but there are other secure options in this world. If you're unwilling, I can definitely find others to cooperate with, like the military. Qin Rue said all this in one breath, and Du Lianchuan and Meng Fanchao on the other side clearly did not expect that he was not easily manipulated, and for a moment they were at a loss. Du Lianchuan looked at Meng Fanchao, seeking his opinion on what to say, but Meng Fanchao directly took the phone. President Qin, this is Meng Fanchao. What you just said is not without reason, but this deal, we are clearly at a disadvantage. Not to mention whether the snowmobile can really come over. Just looking for food afterward will be difficult. With the heavy snow sealing the city, finding food is hard. Are you sure you can find something to eat every day? Even if you do find it, what you call food, is it hot dogs, bread, or some junk food? Chapter 97, he has returned these foods. We're not satisfied with. If we're going to look for food, at least we should find some meat or vegetables, right? The snowmobile in your hands is indeed very useful, but compared to our fortress, it's just childish play. Qin Rue didn't want to become their tool. Even if he planned to deal with them later, he didn't want to show weakness in front of them. But now they had almost managed to pin him down. These were all photos and videos of food that Mu Xian had taken before. Outside, the snow was flying, while inside it was warm. With a table full of fish and meat, the food was quite abundant. With these photos and videos, Qin Rue's mouth curled up. Meng Zong, I think you don't understand me well enough. Since I've been able to survive in the apocalypse for so long, I certainly have some skills. I'm not afraid to tell you, I have many routes for finding food and many rich resources. What you call hot dogs and bread are just snacks I use to feed my dog. At this point, Wei looked up at him in disbelief and barked loudly. Qin Rue patted its head to calm it down, then continued, my dog usually eats big fish and meat as well. I have the capability to find this food, so I don't mind letting it enjoy the same. The concerns you have don't exist. Following this, Qin Rue directly added Du Lianchuan on WeChat and then sent them the photos. I hope Meng Zong can consider this carefully. After all, good opportunities don't wait for anyone. After saying this, Qin Rue hung up the phone without giving them a chance to respond. Mu Xian opened the door, gave him a thumbs up, and brought out a bowl of hot rice. This Meng Fanchao is really not easy to fool. After saying so much today, with his cautious nature, he might not give us a response right away. We'll have to wait a little longer. Mu Xian nodded and said that sending photos to him was somewhat childish. In his opinion, he would definitely think that you were at your wit's end, which made you lose your composure and do such a thing. However, it was precisely this behavior that would make him want to learn more about your current life situation. That's right, from now on, we don't need to do anything. Just wait for him to contact us first. Mu Xian, girl, Brother Xuan. Hearing Wang Xinchuan's unusual tone, Mu Xian furrowed her brows and asked, "What's wrong?" "I just wanted to see how you were doing." I was originally thinking, if you couldn't get by, you could come to me for help, for support, but that might not be possible anymore. I have to take a step back. Brother Xuan, who did this? He seems to have some kind of power. A few of us didn't even have a chance to make a move before he directly knocked us away. His speed is absurd. You need to be careful. Brother Xuan, hang in there. I'll be there soon. Click. Mu Xian hadn't finished speaking when she heard a sound of bones cracking from over there. Immediately after, a sinister voice echoed, "Mu Xian. Long time no see. Dong Zhilong." Mu Xian felt a chill spread through her body upon hearing the other person's voice, the killing intent permeating the entire corridor. Wei sensed her icy aura and instinctively took 2 steps back. "I didn't expect you to find Brother Xuan and me. Consider this a warning. I will come for you soon, ha ha ha." Hearing his words, Mu Xian's heart sank, as if a heavy stone pressed down on her chest, making it hard for her to breathe. Noticing her pale complexion, Qin Rue worriedly grasped her shoulder. "What happened? Why do you look so bad?" "A partner of mine was killed. The person who killed him has abilities like ours. It seems his power is related to speed. He should have already tracked my location and will find me in a few days. I'm not clear about his strength yet, but it shouldn't be low. We need to prepare." "Is he your enemy?" "Kind of. In that case, we need to speed up our progress to the fortress. Running away isn't a long-term solution. It would be best to deal with him once and for all. If we team up, it shouldn't be a problem. Once my abilities are activated, you won't be able to help me. I will have to handle it myself. Unless something unexpected happens, I should be able to take care of him." "Is it dangerous?" "As long as it's within the range of my abilities, no. I understand. I will assist you. We don't know when he will come, and with a prolonged power outage, the surveillance in the community is already down. We need to be more vigilant. Although the community lost power, the surveillance could still function for a short time without electricity. But now it's completely out, so we can only observe the outside situation with our eyes. Since we can deal with him, there's no need to worry too much. I will stay behind you. If you encounter any problems while using your abilities, I will provide timely support." "Okay." After returning home, Mu Xian sat in a rocking chair, stroking her chin as she looked out the window. Years ago, she and Wang Xinquan, along with a few others, had teamed up to trick Dong Zhilong into going abroad and planned to have him killed there, but he managed to escape and then disappeared. She had finally settled down and did not want to be entangled with him every day. Rather than waiting for him to come after her, it would be better to take the initiative. But now, with the unstable internet, even though Xuan Yu was a top hacker, he couldn't locate him. Was she left with no choice but to wait? Thinking of this, Mu Xian couldn't help but feel a bit irritated. Chapter 98, Village Massacre on the Farm. After Dong Zhilong hung up the phone, he glanced at the bodies in the room and then waved his hand at the 2 women beside him. The 2 women began to frantically devour the already dead bodies. They were also mutants, possessing the speed, sense of smell, and attack power of beasts while transforming. One had turned into a wolf, the other a leopard, both possessing extreme speed and being unafraid of cold temperatures. It was because of them that Dong Zhilong was able to come and deal with Wang Shangquan after locating him. "Boss, should we go and deal with that woman now?" One of the women asked coldly, her head lowered. "No need to rush. It's been so long, and we Haven Tea had a proper meal. There's still some edible things on this farm. You 2 handle it, and we'll have a good dinner tonight." "Understood. By the way, there are a few nearby villages. Are there still people alive there that we need to deal with?" "Asha, you go. Leave none alive." "Yes." Upon receiving the order, Asha immediately dashed out of the house, and in just a few seconds, she was 200 meters away. The group that had previously planned to attack Wang Xinchuan's farm was still lurking. Half an hour ago, they had spotted a group entering the farm and thought it was Wang Xinchuan's reinforcements. Just as they were considering how to deal with them, they soon heard gunfire and screams. They quickly realized this group was there to deal with Wang Xinchuan. They thought about observing a bit longer, but unexpectedly, a woman with a leopard's head and a human body appeared in front of them. The woman struck decisively, and before they could react, they all died at her claws. Asha licked the blood off her claws, a bloodthirsty gleam flashing in her fierce gaze. In 10 minutes, she had completely devoured one of the man's corpses. Following that, she placed all the bodies aside and continued sprinting in the direction of the village. Toshi village was about a kilometer away from the farm, and the heavy snow had indeed cost them their lives. The villagers lived off farming and had plenty of surplus grain each year, which could last them for several years. However, with the sudden heavy snow, they couldn't go out to work, and with many people in the village, the new food had frozen to death, so they could only eat the surplus grain. Yet after eating too much white rice, they longed for some meat. Unfortunately, not many people in the village raised large livestock, and chickens and ducks could only be eaten 2 or 3 times, so they set their sights on Wang Xinchuan's farm. Unfortunately, Wang Xinchuan's group had guns, and their previous attempts to send people there had been quickly wiped out, so they decided to observe first and wait until Wang Xinchuan's group let their guard down before moving in. Who knew they would encounter this situation? Asha had already gotten familiar with the villagers' scent when she resolved that group of villagers and quickly followed the scent to the village. Once she entered the village, she returned to her human form and knocked on the door of the first house. A middle-aged woman opened the door, wrapped in a thick cotton coat, holding a child under a year old in her arms. Seeing Asha, dressed in black and wearing sunglasses, the woman cautiously spoke. "May I ask who you are looking for?" Asha didn't respond, but glanced around before her originally short and stubby nails quickly grew out. In an instant, blood erupted from the woman's neck, and her child didn't escape either. After the woman died, Asha slowly entered the house. Suddenly, an elderly voice came from upstairs. Hearing the voice, Asha slowly walked up the stairs. Upon seeing a white-haired old man, she showed no mercy and swiped a few claws at his neck. After eliminating this family, she exited the house and headed to the next one, using the same method to take out half of the villagers. When she saw that half of the houses were dark, she couldn't help but feel puzzled. Strange, why isn't anyone lighting candles? Maybe they are worried about running out of candles. If they run out, they run out. They have to use them sooner or later. But it's only a little past 7. They shouldn't be this frugal, right? Yeah, normally, at this time, it wouldn't be like this. Wait, don't you think it's too quiet? At this moment, a Ming stepped forward, frowning. He had seen the world and felt a sense of unease with the sudden silence in the village. Could it be that they are all asleep? Someone looked up at him, and he shook his head. Even if they are asleep, it's impossible for half the village to be asleep at the same time. Let's go take a look together. 30 to 40 people moved forward a few steps and stopped at the front house. Just as they were about to knock, they found the door was already open. "Xuan, give me your flashlight." After a Ming spoke, Xuan hurriedly took out a mini flashlight from his bag and handed it to him. After turning on the flashlight, the group pushed open the door and walked in. Before they reached the main room, a strong smell of blood hit them. Uncle Li. A Ming's flashlight shone on Uncle Li, who was already dead not far away, and his heart skipped a beat. The others rushed forward and turned Uncle Li over, and when they saw the deep wounds on his body down to the bone, they were all startled. "Uncle Li, wake up, Uncle Li." Everyone looked at this scene in disbelief, and their unease grew stronger. "Xuan, you and Chong stay here. The rest of you, come with me to check on the others." Everyone was a bit scared, but a Ming was the village head, and they dared not disobey him. So they shivered and followed him out. After checking a few houses, fear was evident on each of their faces. The neighbors' deaths were identical to Uncle Li's family. At this point, a Ming could hardly stand. His home was not far from here. If these families had all met with misfortune, then his family. He could not bear to think further and ran home like a madman. Sure enough, his house was also in darkness, the smell of blood mingling in the air. Xiao Chui's sister. With the flashlight, he saw Xiao Chui and his nephew lying on the ground, covered in blood, and his heart ached so much he could hardly breathe. "Father, father." At this moment, He thought of his blind father upstairs and quickly rushed to the second floor. Sure enough, his father had also been killed. Who is it? Which bastard dares to kill my sister and my father? Chapter 99. We must ensure the safety of others, he yelled loudly in the house. Tears and snot dripping down his face. Those who heard the sound rushed to his side, watching him weep over his father's body, unsure of how to comfort him. Hey, Ming, more than half of the neighbors are dead. Hearing this, Ming felt as if a heavy stone pressed down on his chest, making it hard to breathe. He slowly laid down his father's body, clenched his fists, and struck the nearby wall. Go notify everyone in the village to lock their doors tightly. Also, each family should send one person to take the deceased neighbors to the activity room. I'll go notify them right now. After the man left, Ming carried his father's body downstairs and, when he reached the door, saw Ding Hui holding his wife in his arms. With red eyes and trembling all over, he knelt in the snow with both the person and the body. Ming, who did this? Who the hell did this? My wife. My wife is 5 months pregnant. Who could be so heartless to not spare her? Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent. He patted Ding Hui's shoulder and said, let's first take her to the activity room. Ming, Xiao Chui is also. Let me help you take her there. A chubby man walked up to Ming, looking sad as he glanced at the body behind him. 2 hours later, most of the villagers gathered in the activity room, each face showing fear, unease, and pain. Oh my God, what sin have we committed to have so many people die at once? On a bench to the right, a gray-haired but spirited ant was banging the armrest of the bench, sobbing uncontrollably. In the dimly lit room, a few candles were lit, and the atmosphere was heavy. Ming knelt in the middle of the bodies, looking at his father and sister. It's my fault. I didn't protect everyone well. Didn't do what a village head should do. I don't deserve to be the village head. Ming, this isn't your fault. No one expected this to happen. Yes, and we were all out fishing, so you can't blame this on yourself. Ming, this is not the time to be sad. We must find out who killed them. At this moment, an elderly man was helped inside, and upon seeing the bodies strewn on the ground, tears filled his eyes. Uncle Chunda, it's late at night, and it's cold. Your legs are not well. How could you come here? Xuan walked over to Chunda, helping him to a nearby bench. How could I not come after such a big event? Uncle Chunda, Ming, look at their wounds. At a glance, they're all claw marks. From these wounds, it seems they were attacked by some kind of wild beast. However, there are no wild animals near our village, so the beast that attacked them must have come from elsewhere. With the heavy snow sealing the city for 2 months, these beasts can't find food, so they turn their sights on humans. To prevent this from happening again, the village must organize patrols. On one hand, to protect the villagers, and on the other, to catch that beast. I know you are all very sad, but now is not the time for sadness. We must ensure the safety of the other villagers. Do you understand? Uncle Chunda is a respected elder in the village, having done many good deeds for the village and town. In his view, everyone has a day to die. At such times, the right thing to do is not to cry, but to take care of what follows. Ming and the other more than 100 people's emotions were unstable. After all, those who died were their relatives. To avoid chaos, he could only brave the wind and snow to make decisions for everyone. Uncle Chunda is right. We cannot dwell in sorrow. The beast that killed our neighbors has not been caught yet. We cannot turn a blind eye. Yes, Ming, since things have come to this, all we can do is give them a proper burial and then find that beast, skin it, and chop it into pieces. Ming and everyone, we know you're very sad, but the others still need the protection of you young people. We are old and can only rely on you. Listening to the villagers, Ming raised his hand to wipe away his tears, looking at the elderly people present with red eyes, and said gravely, I understand. I want to let everyone down. Yes, this beast attacked the villagers for some unknown reason, but since it didn't eat the people, it proves it wasn't looking for food. So everyone should stay alert. As for the deceased villagers, for safety's sake, let them stay in the activity room tonight. Tomorrow morning, everyone come help to cremate them. Now, the heavy snow has covered the ground, and even if we want to bury our loved ones, we can't do it, so we can only cremate them, collect their ashes in boxes, and then find a way to bury them. Everyone accepted Uncle Chunda's words without objection, knowing that they could only do this now. On the roof, Asha listened to the crowd and couldn't help but show a cold smile. Her boss had instructed her to eliminate everyone, so she would not leave any survivors. After listening to half of their conversation, she rushed towards the houses that had not yet been dealt with and carried out a new round of slaughter. 3 hours later, apart from more than 200 people still in the activity room, the rest of the villagers had been slaughtered. She sat on the roof of Uncle Chunda's house, admiring the snowy scene while waiting for his arrival. Just as she was feeling a bit drowsy, a phone call came in. "Haven't you finished yet?" "Not yet. Do you need me to help you?" "No, they're just a bunch of powerless country bumpkins. I can handle it myself. It's just that there are indeed quite a few people in this village, so it will take some time. Since I can't kill them all today, I'll do it tomorrow. I suddenly feel that killing them all at once isn't fun. They're just a bunch of ants. Leaving them for a couple of days is fine." Hearing Asha's words, Dong Zhilong suddenly picked up the wireless phone and said something to Asha. Asha pouted. Her boss really is fickle. After hanging up the phone, she stood up, stretched lazily, and then ran wildly from the rooftop towards a farm. Chapter 100: Departure to Liang City. After Asha left, cries erupted again in the village. Everyone was awake all night, dealing with the corpses. At this moment, hatred filled the hearts of the villagers. It is important to note that this snow disaster came without warning, and many people died. Later, with Asha and Aiding, who also gained powers, they were able to come and seek revenge without any obstacles. During this time, the places he passed by had very few survivors. He didn't expect that so many people had survived in the countryside. Asha, among these people, did you find anyone special? You mean, someone with abilities like us? Well, there aren't any. These people are all ordinary, nothing special. However, they have quite a lot of food at home, and we can take all of it later. If that's the case, then we won't have to worry about food in the coming days. Hearing Asha's words, Aiding added, however, you two can't rest for too long. After all, we still need to look for people with abilities. Only by subduing these people can I be fearless. If possible, the whole world will become mine. We will definitely help the boss find more people with powers. All right, I'm going to rest now. You all do as you please. After Dong Zhilong left, Asha and Aiding sat down together for dinner. Although they didn't resist eating raw meat now, cooked meat was obviously more to their taste. After all, their bodies had only changed while everything else remained the same as before the mutation. 2 days quickly passed. On Meng Fanchao's side, he contacted Qin Rue again and agreed to Qin Rue's request. However, he asked Qin Rue to first drive the snowmobile over according to the original plan, and then find food for them for a week. Qin Rue agreed. That night, Qin Rue contacted them again and reiterated what he had said to Mu Xian earlier. This made Meng Fanchao and Du Lianchuan a bit impatient, but for now, if they wanted to eat other food, they could only contact Mu Xian. Miss Mu, right? We heard from President Qin that if we don't agree, you won't come over, right? Of course, the vehicle is mine. I can't hand it over to anyone, including President Qin. If you agree to let me go with you, then this matter can be discussed. That's what you say, but this is different from what President Qin said before. However, I have a suggestion. Since the vehicle is yours, we can cooperate ourselves. As for President Qin, I understand what President Meng means, but this might not work. Mu Xian took a sip of coffee and calmly continued. The reason we can eat and drink without worry is all thanks to Mr. Qin. Without him, I would probably have starved to death by now, and I wouldn't even be alive to discuss cooperation with you. After that, Mu Xian came up with a perfect excuse to deceive Meng Fanchao and Du Lianchuan. Upon hearing it, the two of them immediately felt a bit depressed. Mu Xian's meaning is that now she has a snow vehicle, and Qin Rue can find food. So if the two of them separate, it won't benefit either of them, and therefore they must go together. However, Meng Fanchao thinks this is very dangerous. Anyone who has survived until now in the apocalypse must have some skills, right? He worries that if both Qin Rue and Mu Xian enter the fortress, it will bring danger to them. Although he and Du Lianchuan have some cleverness, they cannot compete in terms of strength. So he hesitated. Mu Xian had already anticipated his thoughts, so later Qin Rue contacted him again according to Mu Xian's suggestion. Mr. Meng, I have a win-win solution. Would you like to hear it? What solution? Qin Rue glanced at Mu Xian beside him and smiled. We can first accept Mu Xian's proposal and take her with us. I heard that your fortress is equipped with many traps and mechanisms, and there are also robot guards. After I bring Mu Xian in, you can activate the mechanisms. As for me, I will retreat to a safe place before you activate the mechanisms. This way, it solves the problem with Mu Xian and allows us to get the snow vehicle. Isn't killing two birds with one stone? Ha ha, Mr. Qin, I really underestimated you. But aren't you and Mu Xian on good terms? Why would you think of dealing with her? Living with such a dangerous person is exhausting. I have to be cautious every day. Moreover, women have always been a hassle for me. If I can rely on your mechanisms to deal with her, it would be a good thing for me. Qin Rue is not afraid that Meng Fanchao and Du Lianchuan will deal with him as well. After all, even with the snow vehicle, it would be very difficult for them to find food. Only if Qin Rue survives can they have a chance to find food. Mr. Qin, I'll get back to you on this matter later. Meng Fanchao is still very cautious, but Qin Rue's words are already clear. If they do not agree, they will eventually starve in the fortress. After hanging up the phone, Meng Fanchao looked at Du Lianchuan. What do you think? Following what he said is also fine. Brother Meng, we don't have much food left. The canned goods and bread in the warehouse are only enough for us to eat for 2 weeks. If we run out of food, our lives won't be easy either. I think we can consider it. On the night the apocalypse arrived, the two were in the fortress. Although Meng Fanchao occasionally had people prepare ingredients and some food, he didn't expect there would really be an apocalypse, so he didn't prepare much. Now that so much time has passed, of course, their remaining food wouldn't last long. Thinking of this, Meng Fanchao could only agree. The next day, after waking up, he called Qin Rue to communicate about the timing. To resolve the matter as soon as possible, both agreed to meet the next day. On the day of departure, Mu Xian arranged everything, instructed Xun Yu and the others to guard the house, and after changing into the right gear, set off with Qin Rue towards Liangqing. Chapter 101. Inspection before entering the fortress. Along the way, they hardly saw any living beings. All the plants and buildings were buried. The journey of over 200 kilometers seemed a bit desolate. This time it was Qin Rue driving, while Mu Xian sat in the passenger seat, checking the route and catching up on sleep. After more than 2 hours, the car had entered Liangsheng. Qin Rue woke Mu Xian up, who looked around at the environment, sat up, and stared intently at the direction ahead. After driving for more than 40 minutes, they finally arrived at Yunwu Mountain. From halfway up the mountain, they saw villas covered in heavy snow. However, this is indeed the most expensive villa area in the entire city, or rather, the entire province, equipped with automatic snow melting processors. So the snow around the houses had mostly melted, leaving only the accumulated snow on the ground. After the car entered the villa area, the sound of the engine piqued the curiosity of the people inside the houses, who all excitedly came out when they saw someone arriving. At the entrance of Villa No. 5, 2 figures rushed into the middle of the road. Seeing this, Qin Rue had to stop, his expression cold. Hey, are you from the rescue organization sent to save us? That's great. Do you know me? I'm an internationally renowned fashion designer, and she's an internationally renowned makeup artist. If you rescue us first, I can give you all the money I have on me. Mu Xian scoffed at the words. If it were in the past, she might have been a bit more polite to them, but now, the world had already ended and their status and money were useless. Excuse me, could you please move a little? We are in a hurry. Mu Xian waved her hand impatiently. These two did not cause her any harm, and she wouldn't resort to violence against them. As long as they were sensible, she could let them off the hook. What kind of attitude is that? Is this how your superior taught you? ISNT, ensuring the safety of the people your primary duty? Treating us this way? We will definitely report you to your superior when we see them. Mu Xian smiled. At this age, how could he still be so naive? If it really was a rescue organization, would they send only 2 people? How did he get this title? What are you laughing at? I demand to speak with your superior. Hurry up and contact him. Sorry. This, big brother, I don't have any superiors. I'm not from any rescue organization. And I have no obligation to save you. You might as well stay where it's cool. What? You're not from a rescue organization? How is that possible? If you're not, how do you have a snowmobile? And how did you get here? No way. Regardless of whether you are or not, you must save us. We can give you money, a lot of money. What can money do right now? Start a fire? Mu Xian was speechless at him. Does this person have some kind of problem? It's already this time, and he's still thinking about using money to buy people. I advise you to get out of the way otherwise. Mu Xian didn't want to waste any more time with them, so she directly pulled out her handgun and aimed it at the two. As soon as the two saw the gun, They quickly raise their hands and step back a few paces. W, what do you want to do? Killing. Killing is illegal. So what? Who's going to care about that now? If you're not going to help, then why does it have to come to killing? Can't we just leave? Mu Xian put away the gun in her hand and glanced around the villa, noticing the fear in the eyes of the people inside. Except for one man who looked at her with determination. Qin Rue saw she didn't say anything more and continued driving. 15 minutes later, they stopped at the door of Villa number 20. "We're here," he said softly, then dialed Meng Fanchao's number. Once the call connected, Du Lianchuan's voice came through. "Are you there?" "Yes. We are ready here. Come in." After Du Lianchuan finished speaking, the villa door slowly opened. Behind the door, an open-air courtyard appeared before them. They drove along the path of the courtyard to an iron gate, which opened to reveal a long passageway, reminiscent of a tunnel. After you drive in, follow the right lane, and you will directly reach the underground parking lot on the 3rd floor. Then take elevator number 1 up, Du Lianchuan instructed. Qin Rue glanced at Mu Xian, who nodded, and then he said, "Okay." In the dark passage, there was no sound, and Mu Xian's expression was somewhat cold. These two are indeed very cautious. They don't want us to figure out their location, do they? At this moment, Qin Rue spoke coldly into the phone. "Du Xiao, what do you mean by this? Don't rush. The lights in the passage have been broken for a long time without maintenance. Walk 100 meters ahead, and you will see an iron gate. After entering the gate, there will be robots to conduct checks on you, and after the checks, you will be allowed in." Qin Rue furrowed his brow and exchanged glances with Mu Xian before continuing forward. When they reached the iron gate, a beam of light shone on them, and immediately after, a mechanical voice sounded, "Please surrender all weapons before entering the detection entrance." Mu Xian sneered to herself. She knew that Meng Fanchao and the others would never allow them to bring weapons inside. Fortunately, she had space. Before coming here, she had already stored some of the weapons in it. Otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome to enter without any weapons, relying solely on bare hands. Looking at the flickering lights in front of her, Mu Xian placed a fruit knife from her arms onto a nearby plate and took out a hidden dart from her shoe. Qin Rue was taken aback for a moment and also took out his items and placed them properly. Mu Xian knew very well that at such a time, if she didn't have any weapons on her, it would instead raise the other party's suspicion. This was the end of the world. Who didn't carry something for self-defense? After handing over her belongings, the iron door slowly opened. Mu Xian could tell that the material of this iron door was exactly the same as the one at her home. However, this door was twice as thick as hers and could withstand twice the attacks. It was no exaggeration to say that without large-caliber weapons, this door would be difficult to break through. Meng Fanchao was indeed a rich man. This door probably cost as much as Mu Xian's entire house custom-made. Upon entering the main door, everything inside was pure white. Aside from 2 humanoid-made robots, there was nothing else. The robots stepped forward and gestured for them to enter, and the 2 walked onto the circular platform ahead. Immediately after, the robots began to scan them. After a series of scans, the door ahead opened again, and they walked in to see another corridor. The difference this time was that the ceiling lights in the corridor were on. Chapter 102. Subduing Meng Fanchao. As the 2 took a few steps, they suddenly felt a bit dizzy, followed by a sensation of the ground spinning. A gap appeared in the floor, and Mu Xian glanced at Qin Rue, who nodded and took a few steps back. Mu Xian then fell down. Below was a square, enclosed space. As soon as Mu Xian fell, smoke began to emit from the surroundings. She slightly curled her lips, raised her arm to cover her mouth and nose. As the smoke thickened, she took out a gas mask and leaned against the wall, waiting for the gas to dissipate. However, to ensure a smooth entry into the fortress, she still tried to maintain an expression that appeared normal. Watching Mu Xian fall into the trap, the door ahead finally opened. Meng Fanchao and Du Lianchuan stood in the center of the living room, smoking cigars and watching him. At the entrance, several humanoid-made robots stood on either side, welcoming his arrival. "Mr. Qin, welcome." Du Lianchuan extended his hands and slowly walked toward Qin Rue. Qin Rue nodded, showing a hint of a smile, and walked in. There was no ice or snow in the room, so he couldn't use his abilities. For safety's sake, he did not actively attack the other party. Moreover, Mu Xian had already instructed him not to kill them directly. He had to make them reveal all the traps and mechanisms in the fortress, as well as the design and construction drawings. Therefore, he could only try to build a rapport with the two. Mr. Du, Mr. Meng, it's finally nice to meet you. Ha ha. Since we are partners, of course we should meet. Please have a seat. Meng Fanchao walked to his side, patted his shoulder, and then invited him to the sofa nearby. Looking at the more than 300 square meter living room and the unique high-end custom furniture inside, he couldn't help but be amazed. Any piece of furniture taken out separately would cost millions, and even the cups for drinking water were worth hundreds of thousands. Truly, the richest man. Mr. Meng, I wonder how you dealt with Mu Xian? She still has some skills. If not resolved in one go, it might be troublesome. Although the things here indeed opened Qin Rui's eyes, he was more worried about Mu Xian's life safety. Don't worry, even if she doesn't die, she won't cause much of a stir. We originally planned to kill her directly, but after seeing her figure and face through the surveillance, it wouldn't be bad to play with her a bit before she dies. Hearing this, Qin Rui's anger and killing intent surged instantly. These two brutes actually wanted to lay hands on Mu Xian. They were truly courting death. If it weren't for Mu Xian's instructions, he would have wanted to chop them up right now. Noticing his expression wasn't good, Meng Fanchao squinted his eyes. Mr. Qin, your expression doesn't look too good. Are you feeling sorry? Not really. It's just that this woman is not so easy to surrender, so you two better not provoke her. Ha ha. You don't have to worry about that, Mr. Qin. The space below is enclosed. We've already released the knockout gas. She should be unconscious by now. Well, it looks like the time is about right. Lian Xuan, go take a look. Okay, Mengu. Du Lian Xuan rub his hands, smiling as he stood up and walked to the door, turning on the switch and lighting the ceiling lights. He looked down into the space and immediately saw Mu Xian's unconscious figure. Mengu, she's already down. Pull her up. Du Lian Xuan nodded and activated the switch, causing the ground below to slowly rise. He then picked up Mu Xian, walking while lowering his head to smell her scent. His lewd demeanor making Qin Rui wish he could chop off his head immediately. Mengu, where to send her? Just here. Mr. Qin, you haven't touched her, right? How about we all join in? I think that's good, Mr. Qin. Let us also see your skills. Ha ha. Mu Xian couldn't stand their filthy words any longer. So when they weren't paying attention, she signaled to Qin Rui and flipped over, straddling Du Lian Xuan. Qin Rui didn't hesitate either. The next second, he directly grabbed Meng Fanchao's neck. Meng Fanchao and Du Lian Xuan didn't expect them to attack suddenly and shouted loudly. One of the maid robots nearby rushed over. As time flowed, Meng Fanchao's eyes widened. Staring at the already dead and motionless robot, fear surged in his heart instantly. In just a few seconds, they had become the disadvantaged side. Mr. Meng, how are you? Mu Xian crossed her legs and twirled the gun in her hand, looking at Meng Fanchao with a smile full of innocence, as innocent as could be. You, why weren't you knocked out? Why do you still have a weapon? How did you kill Du Lian Xuan? Why didn't I see you make a move? Mu Xian pouted, spread her hands, and looked very troubled. But in the next second, she happily said, how about this? Let's play a game. Meng Fanchao glanced at the unfriendly Qin Rui and then at the smiling Mu Xian. He swallowed hard and asked, what? Do you want to know? Now that his life was in someone else's hands, he dared not play any tricks and could only tremblingly ask a question. I want to know, where's the main switch for all the mechanisms and traps in the fortress? How many other switches are there? And where are they located? Also, where are the construction and design blueprints? Upon hearing this, Meng Fanchao was stunned for a few seconds and then burst into laughter. Mu Xian, Qin Rui, do you think I'm stupid? If I tell you, will I still be able to live? So Mr. Meng is not planning to hand it over. Huh? Mu Xian walked up to him and lifted his chin. I have to say, although Meng Fanchao is already in his 40s, he has taken good care of his face, and it's evident that he was a handsome guy in his youth. However, having engaged in such activities too often, he appears somewhat deficient in vitality, and his complexion isn't great. Qin Rui couldn't bear to watch any longer and pulled Mu Xian to his side, his face showing a hint of anger. Then he took out a handkerchief and gently wiped her hands. Mu Xian was somewhat confused by this scene, but she quickly reacted and smiled. Mr. Qin, you can't be jealous, can you? Don't worry, if I were to look for someone, it would have to be someone like you, with top-notch figure, looks, and abilities. As for that old, ugly, and weak-looking skinny dog, I wouldn't even consider him. Hearing Mu Xian's words, the expressions of the two men present grew increasingly worse. Qin Rui turned red from his ears to his cheeks, looking like a pure-hearted young boy, and took a couple of awkward steps back. Meanwhile, Meng Fanchao felt extremely frustrated. What do you mean by old man? What do you mean by ugly? What do you mean by skinny dog? Even if he was a bit older, he was still a solid fighter, okay? Although this fighter relied on medication for assistance, he was still impressive. All right, enough of this. Let's get down to business. Qin Rui shot a glance at Meng Fanchao and said seriously, prompting Mu Xian to hold back her teasing remarks. Mr. Meng, you'd better come clean, otherwise our mister. Qin can be quite fierce. If he were to, well, if that word came out, Qin Rui shot another look over. I mean, he would put you through some torment, fearing you couldn't handle it. Go ahead, if you have the ability, do it. If I die, you won't get what you want. If one day you accidentally trigger a mechanism. Meng Fanchao laughed, seeing that Meng Fanchao was still stubborn. Mu Xian lost her patience. Mr. Meng, do you think if you don't speak, we won't be able to find it? To be honest, as long as I want to, I will always find it. It's just that I'm usually quite lazy. This blueprint can only be hidden in this house, so finding it is just a matter of time. Meng Fanchao was quite angry. Mu Xian indeed spoke the truth. Everything is in the room, and even without him, it will eventually be found. So this matter cannot become his lifeline. When will you finally let me go? You are unwilling no matter what. However, if you speak up, I might be in a good mood and let you go. Is what you said true? Just as Meng Fanchao felt despair, Mu Xian's words reignited a glimmer of hope in him. Of course it's true. So, Mr. Meng, go ahead and tell me. Meng Fanchao is wealthy and has the means to indulge in pleasures, but because of this, he fears death the most. If there's a way to live, he certainly wants to live. What if you get the blueprints and still want to kill me? Are you going to take it or not? Mu Xian took a deep breath. Her patience had reached its limit. Seeing him still acting so fussy, she turned to Qin Rui. Qin Hui nodded, walked to the nearby kitchen, and took out a kitchen knife, even sharpening it in front of Meng Fanchao. Can this work? If it hits the bone, the blade might chip, right? I haven't tried it. Let's give it a go. Qin Rui's serious tone, combined with his actions, struck Mu Xian's funny bone. She gestured for him to proceed, and then stood aside. As he approached step by step, Meng Fanchao actually wet his pants, and the smell of urine made Mu Xian want to throw him out immediately. Qin Rui, Mu Xian, stop. I'm willing to hand over the blueprints. Just let me go. Mr. Meng, if you had said that earlier, we wouldn't have had so much trouble, right? Where are they? Speak. In order to save his life, Meng Fanchao revealed the locations of the architectural blueprints, design drawings, and some trap blueprints. For safety's sake, Mu Xian had him issue a command for the robots to fetch them. He dare not refuse, and could only send 2 nearby robots to retrieve them. Half an hour later, a thick stack of blueprints was placed in front of Mu Xian, and she realized just how much financial material and energy resources this so-called super fortress had consumed. After looking through them, Mu Xian fixed her gaze on him and asked again, Mr. Meng, is there anything else? No more. As he spoke, his gaze was somewhat erratic, and Mu Xian could tell he was lying. So she picked up the kitchen knife and swung it directly at his thigh. No, I'll tell you. Mr. Meng, I really hate it when others try to play tricks on me. You better behave and not make me angry, or the consequences will be severe. I really won't dare. I'll get them for you, I promise. After saying that, he sent the robot to fetch again. This time, the robot brought back a few more blueprints. Mu Xian glanced at them. The panic in his eyes was impossible to hide. That's it, right? That's it. There's really nothing more this time. Seeing the fear in his eyes, Mu Xian temporarily believed him. If he was lying, they could always search again later. After all, the items on these blueprints were already enough. They could look for more later. Mu Xian, can I go now? Sure. Qin Rui, untie Mr. Meng and take him outside. What? Wait, Mu Xian, you said you would let me go. Yes, I'm letting you go. Putting you outside is still letting you go, right? What? Are you having regrets? Want to die? No problem. I can satisfy that too. Mr. Meng, let's go. Qin Rui coldly grabbed Meng Fanchao and dragged him to the door. Mu Xian, Qin Rui, this is my fortress. You can't throw me out. As he left, he still shouted defiantly. Mu Xian tilted her head and glanced at him. Sorry, it's mine now. You guys, I'm going to fight back. After saying that, Meng Fanchao unexpectedly pulled out a gun and aimed it at Mu Xian. Bang, bang, bang sounded a few gunshots, and Qin Rue, in panic, wanted to block in front of Mu Xian, but time suddenly stopped. Watching the bullet about to pierce her head, Mu Xian smiled. If it weren't for her quick reaction, she might really have died at the hands of this bastard. She raised her hand, caught the bullet in mid-air, and gently threw it on the ground. Then walked step by step towards Qin Rue, pushed him aside, and threw the other 2 bullets away. Seeing the gun in his hand appear in Mu Xian's hand, he showed a look of terror and knelt down. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Meng, just be obedient and we'll be fine, right? Why do you have to do this to me? It would be unfair not to kill you. Mu Xian, I was wrong. I'm begging you, Bang. Mu Xian did not hesitate at all and pulled the trigger. A spray of blood erupted from Meng Fanchao's head. Qin Rue took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the blood from her face. The hint of panic in his eyes was noticed by Mu Xian. Just moments ago, when he heard the gunshot, his heart nearly stopped. He couldn't imagine what he would do if something happened to Mu Xian. Over the years, apart from the girl he encountered in high school, he had never had feelings for anyone else. Even the woman sleeping beside him was merely a way to satisfy physical needs. However, after meeting Mu Xian, he realized he had come to enjoy being by her side. Watching her strategize. Chapter 104. Touring the layout of the house. Come help me check out the layout here. Mu Xian's gaze turned to the villa, touted as the strongest fortress in Huagua, as she walked forward with elegant steps. The first floor, besides the living room, also featured a huge kitchen, and next to the kitchen was a bathroom, both rooms located on the right side. In the center stood a nearly 3-meter-long and 2-meter-wide retractable screen, used for watching movies or playing games. Next to the screen was an elevator, the second elevator, which directly connected the upper 2 floors and 3 underground floors. And beside the elevator was an escalator leading to the second floor. On the left side, there were 2 rooms, both bedrooms, a master bedroom and a secondary bedroom. The master bedroom spanned 70 square meters, while the secondary bedroom covered 60 square meters. The overall decor of the rooms was primarily warm white, with white sofas and carpets. The tables, chairs, and soft furnishings in the kitchen were mostly silver, giving it a very sophisticated look. Between the 2 bedrooms, there was a bar counter that housed a collection of fine wines. Mu Xian walked to the bar, opened a glass cabinet, took out a bottle of Lafite, and poured a glass for herself and Qin Rue. This is really good wine. After taking a sip, Mu Xian sighed in admiration and then entered the room for a quick check. Before they arrived, the 2 bedrooms on the first floor had been occupied by Du Lian Xuan and his woman, but the 2 had been preoccupied with their activities, leaving an air of subtle extravagance lingering in the room. The things on the bed and floor were not tidied up, scattered everywhere. This room needs a good cleaning. She planned to have Xuan modify the programming of the robots to tidy up. Qin Rue nodded and glanced at the few robots outside the door. There's another door over there. Shall we take a look? After exiting the house, Qin Rue pointed to a door next to the escalator. Mu Xian tilted her head, then chuckled softly as she took out her pistol and walked over. As she approached the door, 2 people leaned against the doorframe, one on the left and one on the right. Qin Rue reached out and gently pushed, and the door opened. Standing at the doorway, a hint of surprise appeared in Mu Xian's eyes. Behind it was actually a vast garden. The garden was planted with various rare plants and flowers, and several pebble paths were laid on the ground. Walking through the middle path, she felt as if she was immersed in a sea of flowers. The fragrance of different flowers filled the air, making one feel refreshed. After walking a few more minutes, a patch of lush green grass came into view, where 2 white rabbits were munching on something. The grass was enclosed by a fence, and, upon opening the fence, there was a huge swimming pool. The water in the pool seemed to have just been changed today, appearing exceptionally clean. This Meng Fanchao really knows how to enjoy life, having created such a perfect place. My little house pales in comparison to this. It's simply worlds apart. At this moment, Mu Xian was very glad she came with Qin Rue. Compared to her own house, this place was clearly more comfortable. This was indeed a great refuge, and the design team had considered everything thoroughly. Look, there are chickens and ducks over there, and the pond nearby must have fish in it. The temperature here is also very suitable, basically maintained at around 25 to 26 degrees, perfect for these plants and animals to thrive. With Qin Rue's comment, Mu Xian realized this was a miniature ecological chain, and judging by the current situation, this was essentially a sustainable ecological garden. The more she looked at this place, the more she liked it, and her interest grew. She smiled and continued walking, taking a few minutes to reach the edge of the garden. Through the glass, she saw the yard outside, but unfortunately, it was covered in heavy snow, making the ground invisible. Let's go. Let's check the second floor. After looking at the overall layout of the first floor, Mu Xian turned to leave, when her eyes lit up at the sight of 2 lawn mowers nearby. It had taken them over 20 minutes to walk from the garden to the edge, and Mu Xian had initially complained a bit, feeling the garden was too large, and that swimming or strolling in the future would take a lot of time. But with a lawnmower, she felt it was really great. This thing could not only mow the grass, but also be used for transportation, so she wouldn't need to walk anymore. However, its range of use was limited to outside the garden. If it went into the garden, the flowers would suffer. Let's try that lawnmower. Okay, wait for me a moment. Qin turned his head to take a look, then walked over with big strides, started the engine, and brought the mower over. The lawnmower's speed was not fast, but that did not affect Mu Xian's mood at all. After exiting the garden, the two took the elevator from the first floor to the second floor. There was a wide corridor at the edge of the second floor, which also had several custom-made leather sofas. Walking to the left from the corridor, they saw a bedroom, which was as large as the master bedroom on the first floor. But unlike that room, this bedroom was unoccupied. Next to the bedroom, there was a luxurious walk-in closet, which was mostly filled with Meng Fanchao's custom-made clothes, as well as various luxury items like watches, belts, and bags. Mu Xian walked to the watch area and was shocked, unable to close her mouth. This guy is really wealthy. Each of these watches is worth over $1 million individually. Some of them are even discontinued, worth tens of millions. This is what it means to be rich. Qin Rui, all of this is yours. Qin Rui was a bit speechless. If it were before the apocalypse, he would have been very happy. If he sold all these watches, he could even make it onto the national rich list. Unfortunately, these watches are just scrap metal now, completely useless. Seeing that Qin Rui was indifferent, Mu Xian pouted and turned to leave the room. Next, they entered the third room, which was a study filled with various classic literary works and books by many famous masters. The books were neatly arranged, and the bookshelves were dust-free, indicating that Meng Fanchao was also someone who cherished books. After that, the two went to the 3 rooms on the right. 2 of them were bedrooms, but one was locked. When they opened the door and went in, they were surprised to see a wall full of figurines. Meng Fanchao actually has this hobby. It really opened my eyes. Mu Xian walked closer to a row of figurines, staring intently at these limited edition collectibles, feeling a bit excited inside. Although she usually appeared aloof, she had a fondness for figurines, especially the rare ones. Unfortunately, she didn't want to waste her money on such things, so she never bought any. Now that she was here, these items felt like hers. After exploring the second floor, Mu Xian's curiosity intensified. With both the first and second floors being so perfect, she was eager to see what the third floor held. So, she pulled Qin Rui and headed up to the third floor. Chapter 105. Death or Departure. You choose. When the two arrived on the third floor, it was still a wide corridor, but instead of sofas, it was filled with various artworks, making the entire corridor resemble an art gallery. In the center, there was a door, and Mu Xian and Qin Rui exchanged glances before pushing the door open and walking in. However, the scene before them left both of them dumbfounded. Inside, over 20 women dressed in revealing outfits were playing. Some were playing mahjong, some were gaming, some were watching movies, and others were chatting. All these women were stunning beauties from various fields, and 2 of them had even endorsed the Qin group. When the door was pushed open, the group of women all turned to look at the entrance. Upon realizing that the newcomers were not Meng Fanchao and Du Xuan, they were all startled and stepped back. Who are you? How'd you get here? Where are Meng and Du? One of the taller, strikingly beautiful women with blonde hair and blue eyes asked in English. Mu Xian recognized her as the lead actress in a recently released film, a well-known Hollywood star. She had flown to China for an event just 2 days before the apocalypse hit and had gone missing after encountering a snowstorm. Mu Xian thought she had died in the snow disaster, but unexpectedly, she was brought to the fortress by Meng Fanchao. Mr. Qin, what are you doing here? One woman, surprised by Qin Rui's calm expression, walked up to him and politely greeted him. I came here to take care of some business. How did you end up here? Although Qin Rui was not interested in these women, the one in front of him had previously endorsed his company and brought in significant profits. Moreover, she was down to earth and interacted harmoniously with the people in the company. So Qin Rui was somewhat polite to her. Well, it's a long story. It turned out that the woman had attended a clothing launch event that night during the apocalypse, and Meng Fanchao was also there. After the event, she was invited to dinner with him. She initially wanted to decline, but as a model without any background, she couldn't afford to offend such capital, so she followed him, only to be knocked out and brought here. Once she arrived, she discovered that there were so many women here, all of whom were well-known figures, and she immediately had a bad feeling. She wanted to escape, but the room was filled with surveillance cameras, and since she was unfamiliar with the layout, she could only pretend to comply. Who would have thought that the heavy snow would keep falling? As the snow continued to pour down, she had lost all hope. But now, seeing Qin Rui, a glimmer of hope reignited in her eyes. Mr. Qin, could you take me away from here? I really don't want to become someone else's plaything. I haven't realized my own value yet, and I can't stay here. I say, Miss Run, don't you know the situation outside? Mu Xian crossed her arms and smiled at Ren Yin. She had heard of Ren Yin, a refreshing figure in the modeling world, dedicated to self-improvement over the years without any scandals. Moreover, she promoted Chinese culture while participating in various major shows abroad, making her a good person. Her patriotic spirit, noble character, and work had been recognized by many domestic enterprises. She was a treasure. Mr. Qin, who is this? My girlfriend, Qin Rui blurted out, leaving both Mu Xian and Ren Yin momentarily stunned. Oh, so it's Mrs. Qin. Hello, I'm Ren Yin. Hello, Mu Xian. Mu Xian rarely introduced herself, and then glanced at the women behind her. The looks they gave her were all sorts of strange, and Mu Xian didn't know how she had offended them. However, she usually didn't care about how others viewed her, so she coldly walked to the side and turned off the movie. I didn't quite understand what Madame Qin said earlier. Did something happen outside? Ren Yin really wasn't clear about what was going on. On one hand, she hadn't slept with Meng Fanchao or Du Xuan, and hadn't heard any specific news about what was happening outside. On the other hand, nothing strange had occurred in the fortress. Her life was no different from before, so she was completely unaware. Mu Xian found her innocence somewhat adorable, so she briefly explained the situation outside. After listening, she and some of the other women were somewhat terrified. In just 2 months, such a drastic change had occurred outside, which was truly frightening. If you still want to leave, I will escort you out. This place has become my territory, and to be honest, I don't like strangers staying here. It makes me very uncomfortable. Mu Xian's words instantly provoked the anger of the crowd, and the other women approached with unfriendly expressions. What do you mean? Do you want us all to leave? Who do you think you are? Why do you have to kick us out? We were all brought here by President Meng, and he hasn't said anything. Who do you think you are? Exactly, we want to see President Meng. I'm curious to see if he will kick us out. Upon hearing this, Mu Xian smiled. Want to see him? Sure. His body is downstairs. You can go take a look. What do you mean? Did you kill President Meng? One woman exclaimed, and the others looked at Mu Xian in terror, their eyes filled with disbelief. You actually dared to kill someone. I'm calling the police. Another woman took a few steps back, starting to look for her phone, but then realized that after they came in, Meng Fanchao had taken their phones. In an instant, she felt both anxious and scared, and then she sat down on the nearby sofa and began to cry. Mu Xian dug in her ears, feeling that it was a bit noisy. Shut up, it's so annoying. Upon hearing this, the woman not only didn't stop, but cried even more sorrowfully. If you want to die, I can help you. She pulled out a gun and aimed it at the woman. Seeing the gun, the woman was so frightened that she hid behind the person next to her, not daring to make a sound. The other women gasped and quickly covered their heads, not daring to say another word. I'm giving you a chance to live. Now, put on your clothes and leave this villa. What? No way. I'm not going out. It's like that outside. How will I survive if I go out? Me too. I'm not leaving. I won't leave either. Hearing their words, Mu Xian narrowed her eyes and pulled the trigger, a gunshot echoing throughout the room. Die or leave, you choose. I'll go. At that moment, Ren Yin walked to Mu Xian's side and smiled slightly. Chapter 106. Entering the underground third floor. Seeing her resolute gaze, Mu Xian regarded her a bit higher. Thank you. Ren Yin nodded, put on her clothes, took the things from Qin Rue's hands, and decisively left the shelter. Qin Rue brought her the door, opened it, and made a gesture to invite her in. Ren Yin knew it was cold outside, but she didn't expect it to be this cold. Even wearing so many clothes, she could still feel sharp pains in her body. Inside the house, the other women still didn't want to leave, but after seeing Mu Xian's cold gaze, they could only put on their clothes one by one, crying as they walked out of the house. When they reached the first floor, they were still reluctant to leave. A few even knelt on the ground begging Mu Xian to take them in, but Mu Xian directly threw them out into the hallway. I've said it before, I don't like having outsiders in my home. After saying this, she fired a few shots at Meng Fanchao's corpse. Seeing this scene, the women panicked and ran outside. Qin Rue stood at the entrance like a gentleman, coldly watching them until they all exited. Then he slammed the door shut. After returning to the house, he went up to the third floor, following Mu Xian to continue touring the various rooms on the third floor. The third floor also had 3 bedrooms, the largest being Meng Fanchao's room, while the other 2 bedrooms were unoccupied. The 3 bedrooms on the left side of the hallway were connected, while the 2 rooms on the right were an astronomical observation room and an observation room. The astronomical observation room housed a telescope, along with several planet models and a space life simulator. Mu Xian and Qin Rue entered and put on the nearby spacesuits. They activated the switch and unexpectedly started to float slowly. After rolling in midair a few times, Mu Xian grabbed a nearby pole to stabilize her body and then turned off the switch. It must be said that the astronauts in the country really have a tough job. Mu Xian's physique was not bad, but after staying in this weightless space for more than 10 minutes, she felt uncomfortable all over. They, however, overcame this difficulty and stayed in space for several months, which made her admire their spirit greatly. After that, she played for a while in the observation room before going to the adjacent observation chamber. The windows of the observation chamber were floor to ceiling and were installed with the most advanced bulletproof glass available, twice as thick as the ones at Mu Xian's home. And they were single-sided. It was impossible to see the inside from the outside, but everything outside could be clearly seen from inside. Additionally, this villa was located high up, on the 3rd floor, allowing a clear view of the outside scene in the yard. Besides the telescope, there were also some weapons here, but these were just knives and iron rods. The only gun was probably the one Meng Fanchao had previously. Sitting on the sofa, Mu Xian took off her shoes and activated the massage function, enjoying the external scenery while being massaged, which was very pleasant. Indeed, wealthy people really know how to enjoy life. Meng Fanchao had truly created a comfortable nest for himself. I originally thought my own home was comfortable enough, but I didn't expect this place to be even more so. It is quite impressive to be able to fortify your home so securely in the apocalypse. Qin Rue gently brushed aside a few strands of hair from her forehead and softly spoke, then sat beside her, enjoying the snowy scenery together. After resting for half an hour, Mu Xian stretched and glanced at the time. Let's go. Let's see what's on the underground 3rd floor. All right. The 2 took elevator number 3 directly from the 3rd floor to the underground 3rd floor. When the elevator doors opened, the lights came on, revealing a garage full of luxury cars that seemed endless at first glance. Mu Xian had already run out of words to describe Meng Fanchao's wealth. They walked around downstairs for nearly 20 minutes before finally spotting her snowmobile parked in a separate spot, with 6 or 7 empty spaces beside it. Mu Xian guessed that this should be Meng Fanchao's intention. After all, having someone whose allegiance is unknown come over and leave her car in the closest spot to elevator number 1 would make him feel safer. He really is a fox. He is indeed clever, but not too much. Otherwise, he wouldn't have died so easily in my hands. Let's go. Drive the car over to avoid trouble every time we want to go out. Qin Rue nodded, got into the car, and Mu Xian started the vehicle, parking it not far from elevator number 2. After getting out of the car, the 2 took the elevator to the 2nd floor. As soon as they entered the 2nd floor, a large door appeared not far ahead. They glanced inside through the glass door and found a giant network processor and a giant computer set up inside. Next to it were dozens of computers of various sizes, all connected to the giant processor nearby. Besides this room, there were several other rooms next to it. Through the labels at the door, Mu Xian saw that the rooms were labeled as warehouse, power system room, water room, and energy conversion room. Unfortunately, all these rooms required simultaneous verification of fingerprints, passwords, and retinal scans to enter, which made Mu Xian very unhappy. You go to the snow and bring Meng Fanchao's body over later. Let's make use of the waste and open the door first. Just having the body isn't enough. We also need the password. Try his birthday, his relatives' birthdays, and so on. I don't believe we can't get in. This is our base now. If we can't get in, we won't be able to resolve future security and network issues properly. Luckily, he didn't throw the body too far. Otherwise, it would indeed be a bit troublesome. After dragging the body to the basement, Mu Xian began to research his birthday, the birthdays of the people around him, the date his company was founded, and the dates of various important events in the company. After trying over 20 passwords, she still couldn't open the door, and, in frustration, she kicked the body twice. What the hell is the password? Maybe we need to bring Xinyu over. After staring at Meng Fanchao's body for a few seconds, Qin Rue stroked his chin and said softly, Xinyu is an expert in computers, not a password expert. This door shouldn't need to be opened through a program. I'm not trying to have him open the door through a program, but he can hack into the controller system. If the system crashes, we might not even need this body. Chapter 107. Do you want me to take responsibility? You make a point. Let's contact Xinyu first. Qin Rue nodded, then took out his phone to call Xinyu, but the phone indicated it couldn't be connected. Since that's the case, let's take a day off today. Tomorrow, you can go pick him up. What about Chao Ziwen and Aisha? Let them stay over there for now. After we resolve things here, we can go get them. Understood. It's getting late. What do you want to eat? I'll go make it. You can cook? A little, but not as good as Xinyu. Mu Xian shot him a glance. Just make some simple noodles for now. Let's make do. By the way, those robots probably won't follow our commands. Turn off their power first. When Xinyu comes, we can format them and reprogram them. In the future, they can handle household chores and other miscellaneous tasks. I understand. After Qin Rue left, Mu Xian went to the first basement level. Inside, it was still divided into several rooms, but this time it was a food storage room. When she opened the middle room, a chill rushed at her. It was filled with smoke, and the temperature was not much different from outside, but there were many compartments with some leftover meat scraps. This should be where Meng Fanchao stored frozen meat products. As for the other rooms, one was at room temperature, containing some canned goods, bread, and snacks. Two were refrigeration rooms for storing vegetables and fruits. However, they were already empty, with only some rotting vegetable leaves and fruits on the floor. In the future, it would still be possible to take things from the space and put them in these. After all, the space's size is unknown. If we need to collect large weapons in the future, we better ensure the space can accommodate them. She first checked on Qin Rue, then went to look at the now deactivated robots. She found that the robots now looked incredibly realistic, with skin that was bouncy and similar to human skin. If it weren't for their stiff and cold movements, one would almost think they were real people. Sitting on the sofa, Mu Xian turned on the projector and started watching a movie. After just a few minutes, she saw Qin Rue coming over with the prepared noodles. After taking a bite, Mu Xian found the taste quite good and unusually praised him. A blush crept onto his face as he lowered his head and elegantly finished his noodles, then took the bowl to the kitchen to wash it. Back in the living room, neither of them spoke, they just watched the movie. Before long, Mu Xian felt sleepy and dozed off with her head propped up by one hand. 10 minutes later, Qin Rue looked at her sleeping face and couldn't help but lean closer. Listening to her soft breathing, his heart was racing. After calming himself down, he ultimately didn't dare to do anything to her. He just gently picked her up and walked toward the elevator. When they reached the third floor, he carried her to one of the unoccupied rooms and covered her with a blanket before preparing to leave. But at that moment, Mu Xian grabbed his wrist with one hand and sat up, wrapping her arms around his neck from behind. President Qin, with things like this, don't you want something to happen? He swallowed, turned to look at her, his gaze serious. Do you want it? One of the most wonderful things in life. Why wouldn't I want it? Besides, I'm an adult and have physiological needs. If a man and a woman are alone in a room and don't have those thoughts, am I still human? Mu Xian smiled, but no matter how he thought, she directly flipped over and pressed him down. Mu Xian, wait. I feel like these things are not urgent. Why not urgent? I think the atmosphere is great right now. No, I'm not ready yet. The unexpected is the best. There's no need to prepare. What you're doing is immoral. How is it immoral? You actually want it too, right? I, I, President Qin, you can't be incapable, right? Seeing Qin Rui's expression as if he was about to be forced, Mu Xian frowned. This person has a good physique and build. Why does he look like he's about to cry? Could it really be that he can't? Watching Mu Xian's thoughtful expression, Qin Rui felt hit. After taking a deep breath, he hugged Mu Xian and flipped over, looking at her half-smiling face, feeling a bit shy again. Mu Xian looked at him like this, not knowing when she would be able to eat, and she suddenly hugged his head and kissed him directly. Wait, my clothes. My clothes are going to be torn apart. Slow down, I want to run away. Mu Xian, are you a devil? In the room, indescribable sounds echoed, continuing for 3 hours. In the early morning, Qin Rui, through the snow outside, stared intently at Mu Xian's face, feeling a sense of satisfaction in his heart at that moment. He knew he had truly fallen for her. On the mountainside, heavy snow fell, and a figure slowly moved with a weary body, her pale face devoid of color. She gasped for breath, collapsing onto the snow, grabbing a handful of snow from the ground and stuffing it into her mouth. When she wanted to eat something, she discovered that the food in her bag had frozen into hard lumps. She closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. But they quickly turned into 2 chains of ice. In this freeze mode, even tears became a luxury. No, I can't give up. My parents are still waiting for me. I can't just give in like this. Wiping away the ice shards, she stood up again and slowly walked down the mountain. At that moment, the determination rising in her eyes, accompanied by the silver snowflakes, became a glimmer of light. The next morning, Mu Xian opened her eyes to see Qin Rui staring at her intently, his eyes filled with laughter and radiance, as if the exercise from last night had suddenly revitalized him. Mu Xian pushed him away and calmly got up to get dressed, not looking at him or showing any reaction. This made Qin Rui feel insulted. Mu Xian, wait a minute. What is it? Don't you think you're being too cold towards me? Was last night just a whim? What else could it be? Do you want to do it again? That's not what I meant. So you want me to take responsibility? You force yourself on me. Shouldn't you take responsibility? Come on. It's a different era, Mr. Qin. If it's mutual consent, don't hold grudges. I'm a woman. I didn't feel like I lost out, yet you're acting like a resentful wife talking about me. Chapter 108. You're just a pig. What kind of talk is that? Since we've already, both you and I need to take responsibility for each other. From now on, you're mine. Oh, now you're tough. You weren't like this last night. Let us not mention what happened last night. Anyway, from now on, I'm sticking with you. Whatever. I'm going to take a shower. Mu Xian was too lazy to argue with him and turned to go to the bathroom. Soon, the sound of running water splashing came from the bathroom, and this sound made Qin Rui feel a tingle all over. He lifted the blanket and walked directly to the bathroom, hugging Mu Xian from behind. Mu Xian was just about to curse when her mouth was roughly covered by him. In the next second, he picked her up and placed her on the washstand. An hour later, while cursing, Mu Xian enjoyed Qin Rui washing her body, wishing she could punch him a few times. Beside her, Qin Rui had a smirk on his face, looking very pleased, forming a stark contrast with her. After the shower, the two went downstairs, where Qin Rui made her breakfast. After eating, they prepared to go out. Mu Xian gave him a glance, turned around, closed the door. All in one go. How ruthless of a woman to turn her back on me after taking everything. Qin Rui shook his head, started the car, and drove away. Although the man was wrapped in a blanket, it couldn't hide his handsome face. Mu Xian became interested. She remembered that at that time, many people were shouting for help to be rescued, but this man remained silent, just watching quietly. She thought this man had given up hope and was waiting to die. But unexpectedly, he came looking for her. Hello, I am Xiao Qingye from Villa number 19. Xiao Qingye, the popular costume drama heartthrob. Every drama he acted in became a hit. With looks, acting skills, a handsome face, and a great figure, he reached the peak as soon as he debuted. Although he is only 21 years old, his future is limitless, and becoming a top star in the future is not a difficult task. Mu Xian hasn't watched his dramas, but she has heard this name and has a bit of an impression of him. Is there something you need? May I know her last name, Miss? Mu. Miss Mu. I know you have become the owner of this villa now. Could I ask you for a favor? A favor? Mu Xian glanced at him curiously and didn't say anything, making the atmosphere a bit awkward. I'm sorry, although it's a bit presumptuous. I haven't eaten anything for nearly a week. Could you please give me something to eat? Even a box of compressed biscuits or a little snack would be fine. He was young, with a slightly childish voice that matched his handsome face, making Mu Xian feel a bit moved. What if I don't give it to you? This. Xiao Qingye didn't he expect Mu Xian to refuse so straightforwardly, and he immediately blushed. It's okay. Thank you anyway. After saying that, he turned to leave with a hint of disappointment. But at that moment, a voice suddenly reached her ears. She turned her head and saw Xiao Qingye being surrounded by a man and a woman. Xiaoye, although I'm 50, I'm in good shape. And in this entire villa area, besides Meng Fanchao, my family is the only one with food. If you follow me, I guarantee you'll be well fed and warm. Qingye just agreed to Sister Lin. Look at me. After following him, I don't have to suffer from the cold and hunger anymore. The young man next to her, who looked only a few years older than Xiao Qingye, had one arm around the woman's plump waist and his other hand on her face, smiling as he spoke. I'm sorry, even if I starve to death, I want to be your plaything. Xiao Qingye, don't be ungrateful. I'm the chairman of Hanyun Group. Even in this apocalypse, with my status, others have to give me some face. If I take a liking to you, it's your fortune. Don't take it for granted. Director Lin, I advise you not to mess with me, or my benefactor 1T let you off easily. As he spoke, Xiao Qingye's gaze turned towards Mu Xian, and she immediately felt a sense of foreboding. Sure enough, the next second, the plump woman looked over. Are you talking about that bean sprout? What good is she? No figure, no looks, no status. How can she compare to me? Although Mu Xian had a great figure and was very beautiful, which woman would admit that another was better than herself? Mu Xian felt angry upon hearing her say that about herself. What does she mean by bean sprout? She has a standard figure, okay? Her curves are much better than hers by so many times. Bean sprout? Even if I'm a bean sprout, I'm still better than you, you pig. As soon as Mu Xian said this, Xiao Qingye burst out laughing. The young man beside him also lowered his head, his shoulders shaking continuously, looking like he wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. The woman was very upset by Mu Xian's words, and after having the young man hold down Xiao Qingye, she slithered toward Mu Xian. With each step she took, the ground was pressed down into a deep pit. You shameless woman, say that again if you dare, and see if I won't twist your head off. Even if I'm not brave, I'll say it, you're just a pig. At your age, instead of staying home to take care of yourself, you have to drag this old meat out to embarrass yourself. Aren't you afraid of falling and hurting yourself? I will kill you. Oh really? Come on. Who's afraid of who? Mu Xian took out a handgun from her pocket, aiming it at the woman's forehead. With just a slight movement of her hand, she could send her to meet Yama. Although the woman had been domineering and loud, she had never actually killed anyone and had never seen a gun. Faced with Mu Xian's threat, she felt fear. She stood frozen in place, not daring to take another step forward. Suddenly, she realized something and said softly, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were someone from President Meng's circle. I have business dealings with President Meng, and we can be considered friends. We don't have to fight. If you want this kid, you can have him. Let's not act impulsively and ruin our relationship. The woman's expression suddenly changed, catching Mu Xian off guard. I really hate being pointed at and insulted. This time, I'll let it go for President Meng's sake, but if there's a next time, Mu Xian glanced at her coldly and did not continue speaking. Chapter 109. Taking in Xiao Qingye. Of course, I promise there won't be a next time. Please tell General Manager Meng that if there's a chance, I would like to meet him. I will pass it on to him. If nothing unexpected happens, General Manager Meng should be very interested in meeting you. Mu Xian's lips curled into a strange smile, making the woman feel uneasy. She was unaware that Mu Xian had killed Meng Fanchao and Dulian Xuan, believing that the two were still in the villa. To avoid trouble from them, she could only politely say those words. However, after saying it, seeing Mu Xian's expression, she instantly felt something was off. After finishing her sentence, she turned to leave, walking over to her pretty boy and linking arms with him, quickly leaving the snowy ground. After they left, Mu Xian looked at Xiao Qingye, a smile that was not quite a smile on her face. She opened the door and walked out, stopping 2 meters away from him. You got some guts. You dare to scheme against me. Mu Xian pulled out a handgun and aimed it at his forehead, smiling as she spoke. If I follow you, then it wouldn't be considered scheming against you. Ha! Are you trying to emulate the ancients and offer yourself as a bedmate? If you accept, I'm willing. You're a self-reliant and self-loving star. Aren't you afraid of disappointing your fans by doing this? At this point, who cares about fans? Living is the most important thing. You're quite honest, because I know you have the ability to keep me alive. I've seen what you did. The bodies of Meng Fanchao and Dulian Xuan. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? I won't leave anyone who poses a threat to me. But I pose no threat to you. I could even become your ally. I'm not saying I want to take you in, and besides, I don't keep useless people here. If you want to enter my house, you at least need to show me your value. Of course, your face and body do not count. What if I told you I'm a hacker? Upon hearing this, Mu Xian raised an eyebrow, somewhat incredulous. Ever since you dealt with Meng Fanchao and Dulian Xuan, I've been investigating you, and I've found quite a bit of information about you. However, it seems one of your people is also a computer expert, and when I tried to dig deeper, I was attacked by him. So, Mu Xian was not worried about him knowing her information. After all, they were face to face now, and she could kill him at any moment. She just wanted to hear what reasons he could give her to not kill him. My skills are on par with yours. If we join forces, we can help you build a powerful network system. If it's not the top-notch technology, no one can think of invading your network. Also, I can help you erase all information about you in Yanshui City. After hearing his words, Mu Xian admitted that she was tempted. She was not particularly skilled in networking. Usually, it was Xun Yu who handled it. Now that she was in Meng Fanchao's house, the supercomputer and the dozens of computers nearby occasionally needed someone to operate them. The home network security also needed someone to maintain it. Having one more person would provide an extra layer of network security. However, she was not too reassured or trusting of Xiao Qingye. But since he claimed to be a hacker, it shouldn't be a problem to attack the network at Meng Fanchao's home. I can give you a chance to move into my house, but I need you to help me solve a small problem. What is it? After Mu Xian briefly explained the situation, Xiao Qingye frowned and then nodded. I can give it a try, but just then, his stomach let out a grumble sound. Blushing, he continued a bit embarrassed. I need something to eat, and I need to go inside to operate. Right now, there's no internet and no power, so I can't use my computer. No problem, let's go. Mu Xian is not worried that he will launch a sneak attack because he can't defeat her. After entering the house, Mu Xian took him to the kitchen, standing by with her arms crossed. There are ingredients here, so if you want to eat something, you can cook it yourself. But I'm not very good at cooking. Ha Xiao, the big star. Do you want me to cook for you? Mu Xian was so amused that she laughed. She let him in and generously allowed him to use the ingredients. But he couldn't possibly expect her to cook for him. Right? No. I'll try it myself. Don't worry, even if it doesn't taste good, I'll finish it all. That's the best. Every grain of food is exceptionally precious right now, so you better use it wisely. I understand. Mu Xian snorted coldly, left the kitchen, and went to the living room to play games. But before long, she heard a crackling sound coming from the kitchen. She quickly got up to take a look and found that 2 bowls had shattered on the floor. I'm sorry, I'll clean it up right away. Seeing that the pot was almost on fire, Mu Xian directly turned off the heat and then tossed him a pack of instant noodles. Forget about eating proper meals. Just have instant noodles. Xiao Qingye was not at his own home, and having just broken 2 bowls, he didn't dare to say much. So he could only pick up the instant noodles and walk to the side. You know how to make instant noodles, right? Of course. That's good. If you can't even make instant noodles, you might as well starve. After saying that, Mu Xian left again, not even bothering to give him a glance. Having not eaten anything warm for a long time, even instant noodles felt like a gourmet meal to Xiao Qingye. You see, he came from a well-off family, so he had never eaten this kind of thing growing up. Now, before the noodles had even softened, he couldn't wait to devour them. He didn't even think about stopping when he burned his mouth. In just 5 minutes, he drank every last bit, including the broth. After finishing, he licked the bowl, wishing he could chew on it too. Mu Xian shook her head while watching from outside. If his fans saw him like this, they would probably be shocked. But after thinking about it, she couldn't help but laugh. His fans were probably starving right now, and if they saw him with food, they might rush over to snatch it away. Well, I'm done eating. He said he was done eating, not that he was full, so it was clear that that bowl of instant noodles hadn't filled his stomach. Mu Xian thought for a moment, then took out a few bags of snacks from a nearby cabinet and threw them to him. Eat. Once you're full, work hard for me. Xiao Qingye was momentarily stunned, then delightedly opened the snack packaging and started eating. Previously, he had to maintain his figure for acting and could only eat to about 70% full, but now, he no longer needed to. As long as there was something to eat, he felt immensely satisfied. Chapter 110. Qin Rue is upset after finishing the food. Mu Xian handed him her laptop. Once he opened the computer, he began his work. He was seen continuously typing on the keyboard, inputting a series of codes. And his serious demeanor was quite pleasing to the eye. They say a serious man is the most handsome, and this was indeed true. Mu Xian was somewhat enchanted. 2 hours passed, and Mu Xian's eyes started to hurt. After yawning, she leaned over to take a short nap, and she ended up sleeping for more than 3 hours. When she woke up again, she saw that Xiao Qingye was still busy. Mu Xian stood up, stretched her body, and then went to the kitchen. She took out a watermelon from the space, cut it open, arranged it, and brought it to the living room. Let's take a break and eat some fruit. Wait a moment, I need to finish this programming first. Is it done? Not yet. Give me a few more hours and I can finish it. No rush. Take your time. Mu Xian picked up a piece of watermelon and brought it to her mouth, her eyes fixed on the computer screen. Meng Fanchao's firewall at home was quite impressive. It seemed like it was set up by an expert. Xiao Qingye rubbed his forehead and said, "It's okay. If it really doesn't work, just wait for my people to come over and help you." "No need. I can handle it myself." Seeing his stubbornness, Mu Xian decided not to say more. 3 hours later, he shook his hands and looked at Mu Xian with a grin. It's solved. Really? Mu Xian looked at him in surprise, then stood up, walked to the elevator, and took it down to the second floor. Sure enough, the servers and the computers next to them on the second floor had stopped operating, and the retina password keys on several doors were all black. "Brother, now I need you to help me input the retina and fingerprint into the system, and then change the robot's program to only follow my instructions." "That's easy. Let's get started now." Mu Xian glanced at him, took him to the second underground floor, and began to resolve the issues with the retina and fingerprint. Afterward, Mu Xian changed the password. Once everything was completed, it was already past 9 in the evening. To prevent Xiao Qingye from causing any trouble, Mu Xian locked the door immediately after letting him in and took the key to the third floor. Just as she arrived in the bedroom, Qin Rue's call came in. "We will set off early tomorrow morning. Be careful staying home alone." "Got it, but I've already taken care of things here. Don't have too much contact with that guy. From your description, he doesn't seem like a good person. Starting tonight until we arrive tomorrow, he can't be let out or meet with you. Don't worry. He has no abilities and can't cause a scene. If he really turns out to be a problem, I won't let him live. Anyway, you're a woman, so be extra cautious. Following my advice is never wrong." "All right, I know. I'm going to take a shower now. Which floor are you on?" "You're a woman alone with a man, and you're going to shower?" "President Qin, aren't you being a bit too nosy? Don't worry. I've locked him on the first floor. He can't get out, so you don't need to worry so much." Mu Xian felt that Qin Rue was being overly intrusive and directly hung up the phone. Qin Rue noticed that Mu Xian had hung up on him, his face darkening as if ink could drip from it. Shen Yu and the others didn't dare to breathe, fearing they might provoke him. "Shen Yu, pack up. We're leaving now." "Huh, now. Brother Qin Rue, it's late at night. Isn't it unsafe? Why don't we leave tomorrow?" Aisha said quietly, but Qin Rue shot her a glance. She forced a smile and looked at Shen Yu, patting his shoulder. "Shen Yu, just pack your things and go with Brother Qin Rue." Half an hour later, the two went downstairs. Qin Rue started the car and drove out at the fastest speed possible. Shen Yu clutched the handle above the window tightly, terrified and on the verge of tears. All the way, Qin Rue showed no sign of slowing down, reducing the originally 3-hour journey to just half. They arrived outside the fortress around midnight. Looking at the dark villa, Qin Rue called Mu Xian, but after several attempts, she didn't answer. It wasn't really Mu Xian's fault. She had gotten used to sleeping with her phone on silent for the past 2 weeks, and even now using the satellite phone, she had turned off the sound. Brother Qin Rue, Sister Mu Xian must be asleep. That's why she didn't answer. Why don't we just wait in the car for the night?" Qin Rue didn't respond, got out of the car, leaned against it, and lit a cigarette. Shen Yu saw that he was in a bad mood and didn't dare to speak, pulling his coat tighter and reclining the seat, eventually falling asleep without realizing it. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Qin Rue was still breathing normally. "Bro, you scare me to death. I thought I was dead." Shen Yu touched his face but didn't say anything. Don't worry, I'm not dying. After saying that, he took out another cigarette and started smoking. Want to smoke? Yeah. I've never seen you smoke before. Hee, brother. Sister Muxian will take a while to wake up, right? Why don't you finish your cigarette and take a rest? I'll call you later. No need, just wait. Brother Qin Rue must have had some kind of issue with Sister Muxian that we don't know about. Otherwise, why would he be so angry? Qin Rue didn't hear Shen Yu's words. He just kept smoking until he stopped when he heard the phone ring around 9 in the morning. Where are you guys? Muxian was still lying under the blanket, her voice muffled and somewhat cute. When Qin Rue heard this sound, his anger dissipated significantly, and he realized he could open the door. So soon? Muxian suddenly woke up, lifted the blanket, and walked to the window, where she indeed saw the car in the snowy driveway. I'll open the door for you, come in. After saying this, she went downstairs, activated the door switch, and let the two of them in. Chapter 111. The war without gunpowder at the dining table. After parking the car, Qin Rue couldn't wait to go upstairs. He saw Muxian wearing loungewear, coming out of the kitchen with a cup of water, and he immediately hugged her tightly. The cold aura emanating from him made Muxian furrow her brow, and she said, "Can you wait until your coldness dissipates before hugging me? It's freezing." "No, hugging you like this will warm me up soon." Muxian was a bit speechless. Just as she was about to push him away, she saw Xuan Yu covering his eyes and saying, "I didn't see anything." After saying that, he turned and walked to the other side. "Wow, this place is nice. It's spacious and comfortable. Sister Muxian, the place you chose is simply paradise." Muxian pushed Qin Rue away, walked to his side, and went to the basement floor to check all the procedures. Muxian is not particularly trusting of Xiao Qingye, so she wants Shen Yu to check if he has done anything wrong. Shen Yu nods and looks at Qin Rue. "Brother Qin Rue, take me there. I'm not familiar with this. Take the elevator down from here, and we'll be there soon." Qin Rue has a cold expression and says one thing before looking at Muxian again. "I'm going to take a shower. Wait for me." Muxian looked confused. Why did he want her to wait for him while he took a shower? After both of them got busy with various tasks, Muxian opened the door to one of the bedrooms on the first floor and let Xiao Qingye out. This was the most comfortable night he had slept in over 2 months. The comfortable bed and warm space made him long for his previous life even more. "Good morning, Mu Guanyi. What do you need me to do today?" "Not for now, but can you tell me about the situation in the villa area?" "Sure." Xiao Qingye sat beside Muxian and explained the situation in the villa area. There were a total of 50 villas, but only about 30 households lived there. These people originally came to escape the heat and were not permanent residents. They didn't expect to encounter a snow disaster this time. Most of the people in the villa area were wealthy, famous, powerful, and influential. In addition to celebrities and various industry masters, there were also many entrepreneurs. However, these entrepreneurs were reluctant to interact with celebrities and people from other circles, so there wasn't much communication among them. When the snow disaster struck, most of these people immediately sent various emergency supplies through their subordinates. They initially thought the snow disaster would pass quickly, but it hadn't stopped until now. Half of the people had already starved to death, and the remaining half were either being supported by others or surviving by eating human flesh. There were not many like Xiao Qingye who relied on eating snow to fill their stomachs every day. So, are there only a little over 10 people left alive in the entire villa area? Maybe, but among them, there should still be family members. So the total number might be a bit more. I see. Has there been any looting or killing? I don't know the situation in each household, but I haven't heard of any robberies. Everyone living here has a reputation. They probably don't want to ruin their names, so they haven't resorted to violence. That's true. After all, no one knows when the snow disaster will end. If it stops, many of them still have to interact with each other to some extent. Exactly. After that, she had the robot maid prepare breakfast. When Qin Rue came down, he saw Xiao Qingye sitting by the table. "Contact Shen Yu and ask him to come up for breakfast," Muxian said, glancing at Qin Rue. But Qin Rue stared intently at Xiao Qingye across from him, saying nothing. Seeing this, Muxian felt a bit helpless and could only call out to Shen Yu through the monitor. When Shen Yu came up, he sensed an invisible tension at the dining table. He swallowed nervously and sat down beside Xiao Qingye. Everyone was present, so let's eat. After Muxian spoke, several people began to use their chopsticks. just as Xiao Qingye was about to pick up a piece of fried egg. Qin Rui directly moved the plate of fried eggs in front of him to his own side, calmly giving one to Mu Xian and another to Shunyu. Sorry, there are only 4 pieces in total, and my Xian needs to replenish her body, so she has to eat too. It's okay. I'll just have some bread. Xiao Qingye felt a bit awkward and was about to grab a piece of bread. But Qin Rui once again moved the bread to his side and quickly divided it up. It's fine, I'll just drink milk. Sorry, there's not enough milk either. Seeing Qin Rui acting so childish, Mu Xian felt a bit annoyed. Mr. Qin, that's enough. Can you finish all this? If you can't finish it, just throw it away. Brother Qin Rui, that's too wasteful, right? Food is scarce now, Shunyu whispered after hearing his words. But before he could finish, he was scared into silence by a glance from Qin Rui. All right, are you going to eat or not? If not, just go do whatever you need to do. Mu Xian slammed the chopsticks on the table, staring intently at Qin Rui. Noticing Mu Xian's anger, Qin Rui dared not make any more unnecessary movements and lowered his head to eat from his bowl with a sullen expression. I'm not hungry. You all can eat. Sit down, eat what you should eat, and drink what you should drink. I'm in charge here, even if you're an outsider. At least you helped me a lot yesterday. I'm not that unreasonable. But Xiao Qingye glanced at Qin Rui, feeling a bit at a loss with his head down. Green tea. Shunyu suddenly blurted out, seeing his expression. At this, Mu Xian froze in place. Xiao Qingye's face turned red. Only Qin Rui seemed to be in a better mood. Xiaoyu, eat more. Look at you, you've lost weight. Qin Rui picked up a piece of ham for Shunyu, raising an eyebrow at Xiao Qingye, his action annoyingly provocative. The breakfast was filled with tension, leaving Mu Xian with a headache. After breakfast, Xiao Qingye volunteered to clean up the dishes, and Mu Xian remained silent. Shunyu and Qin Rui also said nothing and turned to leave the dining room. Sitting in the living room, Mu Xian looked at Shunyu, who nodded, indicating that Xiao Qingye hadn't done anything excessive and even praised him a bit, which relieved Mu Xian. Chapter 112. Mysterious phone call. I understand, Sister Mu Xian. Don't worry, I will keep a close eye on him. While speaking, Shunyu's gaze flicked to Qin Rui, who had a slight smile on his lips. Indeed, it was worth the effort to care for this kid. In the following days, Xiao Qingye was monitored by Shunyu. Every time he wanted to find Mu Xian, Shunyu would pull him away to do something else, so the number of times he met Mu Xian decreased significantly. They were clearly living under the same roof. Yet it felt like living in 2 different places. A week passed with only one meeting. This morning, after Mu Xian got up, she saw Qin Rui sitting on the sofa reading, while Shunyu was playing on his phone nearby. She approached them and quietly asked, "Where's Xiao Qingye?" "Oh, he's in the basement." "Is he down there every day?" "Yes. For the safety of the entire villa, we need someone down there to monitor the surroundings at all times." "Is that so?" Mu Xian's tone carried a hint of doubt, but she was well aware that these two must have made a pact to make things difficult for Xiao Qingye. She couldn't be bothered with such childish tricks. As long as it didn't lead to any fatalities, she would pretend she was unaware. After finishing her lunch, Mu Xian planned to take a nap. Just as she lay down on her bed, the satellite phone rang. She answered the call, and a mechanical voice came through. "Mu Xian, who are you? You don't need to know who I am. I'm calling you just to ask for some food." Hearing this, Mu Xian smiled. This person really had some nerve. She didn't even know him, yet he directly asked her for food. "Sorry, I'm not familiar with you, and I have no reason to send you food." After saying this, Mu Xian hung up the phone, but just after hanging up, the phone rang again. Mu Xian was too lazy to respond and chose to hang up again. But this time, the call surprisingly connected by itself. Listening to the voice on the other end, Mu Xian felt a chill run down her spine. There were 2 internet experts at her home, yet the other party was still able to get through to her phone, which was enough to indicate that there were vulnerabilities in her home network and that the other person was quite formidable. "Who exactly are you?" "I've told you. You don't need to know who I am. Just know that I have all your information. And my only purpose is to get you to deliver some food to me. Are you from the villa area?" From the other person's words, Mu Xian guessed that he must live nearby. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used the word deliver. With this thought, Mu Xian calmed down. As long as this person was in the villa area, she could find him. "Mu Xian, I know everything you've done, including how you killed Meng Fanxiao and Du Lianchuan in your neighborhood and here. I have the original videos. I don't want much, Just agree to deliver some food to me, and I promise I won't leak these videos. But if you don't cooperate." At this point, the man paused. Mu Xian's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. The reason she came here was partly because the environment truly attracted her, and partly because of Dong Zhilong. Although she wasn't afraid of him, she also didn't want him to know her current address. "How do you want me to deliver the items to you?" Mu Xian squinted her eyes and calmly asked a question. Upon hearing it, the other party clearly became a bit agitated. He thought Mu Xian was afraid of him, so he said, "At least you know what's good for you. I need you to deliver food to the entrance of Villa number 10 every day. Remember, I want it hot, none of those bread cans. If you dare to pull any tricks, I will send all your information out." "You're quite picky." Mu Xian's lips curled up, her eyes bursting with sharp killing intent. She had always been the one to threaten others, yet now she was being threatened by such a petty person. If she didn't eliminate him, she would feel very uncomfortable. "I just want to live a better life. After all, if you can enjoy the good things, why can't I?" Sigh. "I say, brother, since you know my information, you should also know that I have 2 internet experts by my side. Are you sure you can expose all my information? We can give it a try. Besides the bits and pieces of your daily life, I have a piece of information that could make you the target of public outrage." "Oh, really? I didn't know I had any information that could make me a public enemy." "Oh, are you sure that what you did at the Southwest warehouse is not enough to make you the #1 hunted person in the province, or even the country?" Upon hearing the words Southwest warehouse, Mu Xian's gaze became deep. This matter was her biggest secret. If this information were spread, it would indeed be, as the other party said, she would become the target of many people's attacks. If it were ordinary people attacking, she could rely on this fortress, Qin Rue, and her own abilities to handle it. But if it were ability users coming after her, that would be dangerous. After all, she didn't know many ability users. Who knows if a stronger ability user might appear? Thinking of this, she became cautious. What a joke, the Southwest warehouse. I'm just a little woman. How would I know what happened to the Southwest warehouse? Don't know? Ha. All supplies at the Southwest warehouse disappeared overnight. Wasn't it you who did it? Do you really think no one else knows about your actions? Mu Xian's body was tense. Sure enough, the other party had found out about this matter. But who exactly was he, and how did he know about it? Could it be that he really saw it online? However, she had already turned off all the surveillance in the warehouse at that time, so he shouldn't have been able to see anything. If the other party really had a video, it could only mean that not all the surveillance had been turned off at that time. If that were the case, it could only mean that she had been set up by Liu Zhihao. That damned Liu Zhihao. Thinking of this, she suddenly remembered that after killing him, his body had been left in the space. Later, due to various matters, she had forgotten about him. Now recalling this, Mu Xian took his body out of the space and threw it on the ground. "Mu Xian, I'm not afraid to tell you. Have you heard of Xingyun Group? I am the chairman of Xingyun, Chen Haoning." Upon hearing this, Mu Xian's eyes flickered. This name was well known to her. Xingyun Group was a leading giant in the online field in the country. This group held a high status not only nationwide but also worldwide. The top domestic groups had collaborated with them due to their network information, including the one group. Mu Xian didn't expect to be targeted by such a big shot. No wonder he knew what she had been doing. However, thinking that he contacted her by phone made Mu Xian feel a bit more at ease. After all, with his current equipment, he did not have the capability to intrude into her home network. Otherwise, he would have directly controlled all the devices in her home through the network, instead of contacting her by phone and threatening her. Chapter 113. Resolving Chun Haoning. Mu Xian calmed down and spoke in a calm tone. "So it's Chairman Chun. Nice to meet you. Mu Xian, let's not beat around the bush. Will you agree to my terms? You can rest assured, I am a person who keeps my word. If you agree to my request, I guarantee that your matters will not be known to outsiders. Moreover, I can also help you enhance your cybersecurity to prevent your network from being hacked. What do you think?" Mu Xian sighed. She knew that if Chun Haoning wanted to leak the news, he would definitely find a way to do it. The population of Liangqing was several times that of Yangshui, and there should be many hidden big shots or armed forces. If they knew she had a large amount of supplies in her hands, her peaceful life would surely be disrupted. She didn't come all this way just to be attacked every day. Mu Xian thought for a moment, rubbing her somewhat aching head, and said in a deep voice, "All right, I agree, but you must ensure that no one else knows about this." His words made some sense, and just based on that, Mu Xian's trust in him increased a bit. "Okay, I understand. Also, in addition to food, I need some warm clothes and drinking water. Just deliver them to the intersection as I mentioned before. Let me remind you, don't try any tricks on me, or I'll make you pay the price. Don't worry, I'm not foolish enough to get myself into trouble. After saying that, Mu Xian hung up the phone and went downstairs. Qin Rue and the others were talking about something downstairs, and upon seeing Mu Xian coming, they quickly stood up. Why are you down? Aren't you supposed to be taking a nap? Qin Rue walked over, took her hand, and led her to the sofa. Mu Xian frowned and told them everything Xuan Haoning had just said to her, and the two were taken aback. They hadn't expected Xuan Haoning to actually demand that Mu Xian hand over her supplies, although they weren't sure where Mu Xian's supplies were stored. Ever since they learned about the existence of abilities in this world, they had roughly guessed something. Mu Xian did not tell them about the first warehouse in the southwest. So what they believed to be the supplies in Mu Xian's hands were just the batch she purchased initially. I will handle this Xuan Haoning. He is too dangerous. Qin Rue stroked his chin and said coldly. Mu Xian nodded in agreement and immediately asked Xun Yu to prepare the supplies. I understand, don't worry. I will definitely not give him another chance to threaten you. With Qin Rue's words, Mu Xian relaxed. She leaned back on the sofa and closed her eyes to rest. Qin Rue felt a bit distressed and sat beside her, gently massaging her temples. Before long, Xun Yu had prepared the supplies. He handed the bag to Qin Rue and spoke with some concern. Brother Qin Rue, I want to go with you. What if he does something behind your back? I can help you. Okay, I'll go downstairs to keep an eye on him now. After bidding farewell to Mu Xian, Qin Rue left the house with the bag on his back. When he reached the fork next to Building 10, he looked around and then set the bag down, quickly leaving and hiding in a dead corner. After waiting for an hour, he finally saw a figure sneakily emerge. The person cautiously looked around, picked up the bag, and prepared to leave. But at that moment, the surrounding snow suddenly began to swirl around him, and before he could react, several ice spikes pierced into his body. Qin Rue slowly approached and found that he was not dead yet. He tore off the man's scarf and, upon realizing it was Xuan Haoning, prepared to finish him off. Are you human or monster? What? Xuan Haoning raised his trembling hand and pointed at Qin Rue. Qin Rue did not give him a chance, and the knife in his hand cut through his throat. For safety's sake, Qin Rue poured gasoline over him, ignited a fire, and soon a burnt smell wafted from the body. Watching the corpse turn to ashes, Qin Rue slowly left. Upon entering the house, he walked over to Mu Xian, gently embraced her, stroked her head, and softly said, "It's taken care of. I'm sorry, I won't let this happen again. We can talk about that later. Who knows if there will be a second or third Xuan Haoning in the future. We just need to be more vigilant usually. I understand. You go get some sleep. I'll check downstairs." With the threat resolved, Mu Xian felt no more worries and went upstairs to rest. Lying in bed, she felt a vague sense of unease. She was uncertain if anyone else knew about her emptying the warehouse. If there was, she needed to be prepared to fight at any moment. As she lay in bed, unable to sleep, a thought suddenly flashed through her mind, and she sat up abruptly, realizing she had forgotten something. Since Xuan Haoning dared to tell him about these matters and come out to get supplies, it indicated he had a backup plan. What if his backup was that after his death, the information would automatically be sent to everyone's phones? Wouldn't that mean she had killed him for nothing? Thinking of this, Mu Xian hurriedly turned over, got dressed, and went downstairs. At the same time, she contacted Xun Yu through the surveillance. "Xun Yu, can you find out which building Xuan Haoning's house is in?" "Sure, System Mu Xian, what happened? Can you hack into his satellite phone? Or into his computer system?" "That is not difficult. Start working immediately. I need to confirm whether he has leaked my information. If he has, I need to change it. In short, whatever can be changed, change it, and try to mislead it in other directions. If it hasn't been leaked, destroy the information." "Got it, don't worry. We'll get started right away." "Hey, pretty boy, did you hear Sister Mu Xian's words? Get to work." After hearing Mu Xian's instructions, Xun Yu turned to look at Xiao Qingye beside him, jokingly saying something. Xiao Qingye felt displeased, but dared not say much, so he began typing on the keyboard. Mu Xian was about to go out when Qin Rue happened to come up from downstairs and walked to her side, saying, "I'll go with you." Mu Xian hurried out the door, a look that Qin Rue had never seen before. Although he was worried about her, He respected her wishes and stayed at home. Chapter 114. Provoked Xiao Qingye on the way, Mu Xian received a call from Xun Yu and immediately headed to Villa 12. After entering the villa, she smashed the glass in his house, carefully walked inside, and after a thorough search, found no one else before entering the study. In his study, there was a whole row of bookshelves along with 3 computers and 2 satellite phones. The computers were out of power and unusable, but the satellite phones could be used directly. She initially wanted to smash the computers and phones, but thinking that there might be some information on the computers, she decided to put them directly into her space. As for the satellite phone, after fiddling with it for a while, she discovered that there were actually messages left, and these messages were about her possessing supplies. After hearing this, her expression changed drastically. This bastard actually dared to record these things. If she hadn't reacted in time, and this information had reached the outside world, she would be finished. Just as she was about to deal with the satellite phone, Xun Yu called her. Sister Mu Xian, I'm sorry, we couldn't intercept the information. More than 10 people have already received this message. As for the others, we managed to use AI to imitate his voice and change the content. The ones that hadn't been sent out in time were blocked by us. He set up a process so that if anything happened to him, the recordings on the phone would be sent out. However, due to weather and equipment issues, they weren't sent out simultaneously, but rather one by one. Fortunately, you reacted in time, allowing us to intercept and change it. Xun Yu wiped his sweat. When he heard the content of the recording, he was completely stunned. This was the Southwest warehouse. Mu Xian actually emptied the entire Southwest warehouse. The supplies in this warehouse were enough for them to live for 20 to 30 years. Once this news spreads, not only will Mu Xian be doomed, but they will also face misfortune. When Xiao Qingye heard this news, he was shocked into silence, trembling all over. He didn't know how Mu Xian managed to empty the warehouse, but he knew that the supplies inside were not a small amount. After learning this secret, he felt a tremor in his heart. After all, he had only been here for 2 days and hadn't gained the trust of Mu Xian and Qin Rui yet. But now he knew this matter. If they developed a murderous intent towards him, he could very well die here. Therefore, in the subsequent information alteration and interception, he worked very hard. After successfully intercepting the information, he glanced at Xun Yu and Qin Rui beside him. Sure enough, the killing intent in Qin Rui's eyes grew stronger. He was restless, standing up to look at him. I. He wanted to explain something, but he had heard everything clearly. No amount of explanation would help. The more people who knew about this matter, the greater the danger. Although you are a network genius and have helped my family as Xian, I'm sorry, I cannot trust you. Nor can I allow someone who could threaten our lives at any moment to exist. If you didn't know about this matter, I could still spare you, but now. I'm sorry. Qin Rui took out a knife and slowly approached Xiao Qingye. Xiao Qingye swallowed hard and stepped back, falling to the ground when he bumped into a nearby stool. No, if Mu Xian blames me, I will take the blame alone. As he saw that he couldn't stop Qin Rui, Xun Yu could only call Mu Xian. When Mu Xian received the call, she was at Xin Haoning's house. And upon hearing this, she was extremely annoyed. I understand. Just as Xun Yu finished speaking, he saw Qin Rui's knife had already pierced into Xiao Qingye's heart area. Fortunately, the wound wasn't deep, just bleeding. Qin Rui turned to look at Xun Yu, who was shocked for a moment before rushing over. Oh no, if this guy dies, Sister Mu Xian will definitely be very angry. After saying that, he hurried upstairs to find something to stop the bleeding and bandages. Xiao Qingye looked weakly at Qin Rui. Gasping for breath, his face had turned pale from blood loss. Qin Rui squinted his eyes, calmly took off his outer jacket, then took a deep breath and pulled out the knife, pressing down on his wound. Not long after, Xun Yu rushed over in a panic, taking out alcohol and various items to stop the bleeding. Fortunately, he had learned a lot from Aisha before and managed to stop the bleeding. However, the wound was a bit large and still needed stitches, otherwise it would still be dangerous. Aisha isn't here, and we can't stitch it up. What should we do? Xun Yu glanced at Qin Rui and sighed helplessly. Qin Rui didn't say anything, just gave Xiao Qingye a faint glance. It didn't hit the heart or lungs. There's still hope. He should be fine for a day. I will go get Aisha. Huh, you're going to get Aisha? Right now? Yeah, then you need to tell Sister Mu Xian about it, right? Just let her know later. He could tell that Mu Xian had a fondness for this kid, but thinking about how quickly Mu Xian accepted him into the fortress made him feel uncomfortable. It took Mu Xian a long time to accept him back then, and comparing the two made him feel unbalanced. He admitted that his desire to kill Xiao Qingye did have some selfish motives, but now that he had calmed down, he felt that he had indeed acted impulsively. After thinking about it, the only way to make up for it was to go get Aisha to stitch up his wound. After Mu Xian entered the villa yard, she heard the sound of a snowmobile. Looking up, she saw Qin Rue driving out. "Where are you going?" Mu Xian asked, raising her eyes. A hint of panic flashed in Qin Rue's eyes. "I injured that pretty boy. The wound is a bit large and needs stitches. I'm going to pick up Aisha. I stabbed him before you said anything." Mu Xian rolled her eyes, a bit angry, but not to the point of cursing. "All right, I'm leaving. Be careful on the way." At this moment, Xiao Qingye had already been carried into the room on the first floor where he lived by Shenyu, and he was already in a state of unconsciousness. Chapter 115. The strange incident of Building 26. Mu Xian entered the room, took a glance at him, and left only after confirming there was no danger to his life. Shenyu followed her, feeling a bit at a loss. "I'm sorry, Sister Mu Xian. I couldn't stop Brother Qin Rue. It's not your fault. He acted impulsively. Please take good care of him tonight. Tomorrow, when Aisha and the others arrive, we can relax a bit." "I understand. I hope Brother Qin Rue can safely bring them over." Mu Xian nodded and then spoke, "By the way, did anything happen in the neighborhood while you were away?" "Nothing major, but there was one strange thing." "Strange thing? Tell me about it." Shenyu thought for a moment and shared what he found odd. "The day after you all left, the entire neighborhood erupted in chaos. The reason for the uproar was that the people from Building 26 managed to grow food under extreme conditions. Logically speaking, it should be impossible to grow any food in this weather. It's so cold that even if you plant seeds, they shouldn't sprout. But the fact is, they really did grow food, and every household was filled with plants. There were potatoes, corn, and even rice. Moreover, they grew rapidly, maturing in just 2 or 3 days. Because of this, people from other buildings collectively rushed to compete for the food, but strangely, once the food left Building 26, it turned to powder. So many people went mad trying to get into Building 26, claiming they wanted to live there. However, the residents of Building 26, wanting to protect their homes and food, did not compromise and instead banded together to drive them out. But at that moment, how could those people let go of the chance to survive? They forcefully moved in and even killed quite a few people from Building 26. However, after these people died, the food died too. It was as if the food was linked to the residents of Building 26 in life and death. Although this situation was hard to explain, everyone gradually accepted this premise. To ensure they wouldn't starve, they had no choice but to temporarily stop attacking Building 26 and instead negotiated with them, offering their labor in exchange for food. The so-called labor included weeding, pest control, watering the plants, or cooking for the residents of Building 26, etc. Zhang Jian was not a violent person, so under his management, those who had moved into Building 26 were relatively obedient. As for those who hadn't moved in, if they attempted to attack Building 26, the neighbors who had already moved in would actively engage and fight back. Because of this, the population from Building 20 to Building 40 drastically declined, with several hundred people dying in just a few days. In contrast, Shenyu and the others had it much easier. Without anyone trying to target them, they enjoyed watching the drama unfold, spending their days eating, drinking, having fun, and taking care of Chao Ziwen, while the rest of the time they watched the fights. Of course, during this period, there were attempts to attack Mu Xian's home, but they couldn't get the door open. Shenyu and the others even used various weapons left by Mu Xian to beat them back thoroughly. So for the following days, they didn't dare to come back. "Sister Mu Xian, I feel that Building 26 is a bit eerie. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but I always feel like that building has eyes, constantly watching our house. Several times I woke up feeling cold all over as if I were being watched by a beast." Mu Xian echoed his sentiment. "Exactly. That's the feeling. It's hard to describe, but makes one very uncomfortable." After hearing Shen Yu's words, Mu Xian leaned back on the sofa and fell silent. If it were Dong Zhilong, he would have likely initiated a massacre in the whole neighborhood, enforcing those who follow me thrive, those who oppose me perish rule. But according to Shen Yu, the neighborhood was just in internal turmoil, with no signs of outside massacres, indicating that Dong Zhilong hadn't arrived in the neighborhood. The phenomenon now occurring in Building 26 could only have one answer. There was an ability user in that building, and this ability should be related to food regeneration. But what was the medium for this ability? The neighborhood was made up of high-rise buildings. Even if everyone had potted plants at home, without land, it was impossible to grow a large amount of food. Yet Xinyu said that under these conditions, the food could meet the daily food needs of every household. Could they be using soil-less cultivation? Or were they utilizing some kind of substance for cultivation? Mu Xian was a bit confused. Rubbing her head, she was too lazy to think about it too much. Anyway, those matters were no longer related to her. She only regretted her house. But it couldn't be moved into the space like other items, so it had to remain empty for now. Were there any other strange things happening? Nothing else. We do occasionally bring them food, but they seem to have gotten used to waiting for meals to be served, complaining about being hungry every day while waiting for us to deliver food. Brother Chow said we can't let them lead us by the nose, so he simply stopped bringing them food. They cursed, but they didn't dare do anything excessive. Sister Mu Xian, should we still help them? I'm not their parent. I have no responsibility to support them. Whether they live or die in the future is up to them. Not killing them is already the greatest mercy I can show them. As she said this, Mu Xian smiled, and the sight made Xinyu feel a chill all over. On Qin Rui's side, after leaving the villa, he headed straight for Yangshui City. However, halfway up the mountain, a figure suddenly ran out and blocked his car. He slammed on the brakes, stopping 50 centimeters away from her, and then he recognized the person in front of him. It's you? The person blocking the car was Run Yin, who had voluntarily left the villa at that time. Seeing her somewhat pale face, Qin Rui opened the car door and walked over to her. Why are you still here? President Qin, I'm sorry. I had no choice but to stop you. Qin Rui looked around. In this icy world with heavy snow falling, it was indeed not easy to get down the mountain. The woman in front of him wasn't too unpleasant, so he thought for a moment and nodded. Get in the car. Thank you, President Qin. If there's ever a time when you need my help, just let me know. Qin Rui didn't reply. In this environment, her survival was already impressive. What could he expect her to help with? Chapter 116. Encountering Run Yin again in the car, the two didn't speak, creating a somewhat eerie silence. Just then, a gurgling sound broke the quiet atmosphere. She shyly covered her stomach, blushing as she softly spoke. I'm sorry, I haven't eaten anything since last night. Qin Rui glanced at her out of the corner of his eye and pulled out a bag from behind. There's some food in here. This? How can I accept this? At this point, there's no need to be polite. Hearing the word polite, Run Yin's face flushed again. Indeed, at such a time, filling her stomach was the most important thing. Vanity and courtesy were utterly useless. Thank you. After thanking Qin Rui, Run Yin took a piece of bread and began to eat. After finishing, she looked at the sausages inside, licked her lips, but ultimately didn't dare to take one, only grabbing a bottle of water to drink. President Qin, where are you going? If you're heading to the city, I can guide you. Yangshui is over 200 kilometers from Liangsheng. Is this really that important? You actually have to go there in person. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Ren Yin was troubled. Qin Rui was going to Yangshui, so he could get on the highway directly from a mile ahead. It seemed Qin Rui noticed her dilemma and thought it wouldn't be right to leave her here. So he asked, which way is closer to your home? Since I picked you up, I can't just leave you halfway. Hearing this, Ren Yin smiled. Thank you, President Qin. I'll guide you. At this moment, Qin Rui stopped her and handed her the food from the bag. Surprised, she didn't refuse. After all, it had been so long. Her parents must have been hungry as well, and this food could be useful. After she entered the community, Qin Rui started his car to leave, but suddenly heard her scream. Looking up, he saw her surrounded by several emaciated people, their eyes filled with a desperate craving for food. Ren Yin looked at Qin Rui in despair, and he sighed, getting out of the car and using his powers to freeze the people there instantly. What? What kind of power is this? Why can you, President Qin? Where do you live? I'll take you up. In Building 10, 1603. Upon hearing this, Qin Rui walked to the side of the car in the snow, opened the door, and said, get in. Okay. After she got in the car, Qin Rui drove forward for a few minutes according to her directions and arrived at the foot of Building 10. After parking the car and covering it with snow, he followed her upstairs. When they reached the door of 1603, Ren Yin knocked continuously, but there was no sound from inside, and a bad premonition arose in her heart. She hurriedly entered the password, pushed the door open, and walked in. The house was a mess, and her parents' bodies lay cold on the floor. "Dad, Mom." She stood dazed for a few seconds, slowly walked to their side, knelt down, and tears streamed down her face like a burst dam. Qin Rui took a glance and realized the two had starved to death. After sighing, he left the food from the bag. Hearing this, Renyan cried even harder. However, her fantasies were shattered, her parents were gone, and she had lost her support. Even Qin Rui was about to leave, and she suddenly felt very sad. "President Qin, can you take me away? I don't want to stay alone in this cold house. I don't want to be so lonely." "Sorry, I can't." Faced with her request, Qin Rui sighed. He understood Mu Xian and knew she wouldn't easily agree to let a stranger with no value enter her house. So he could only refuse her. "I think my wife has made it very clear. We can't help you with this. I've left food and water. Goodbye." Renyan covered her mouth, closed her eyes, and tears flowed again. There was no blame or resentment in her eyes, only endless sorrow and despair. The death of her parents was a heavy blow to her, so she didn't pursue Qin Rui's refusal any further. After Qin Rui left the building, he looked up at her window, shook his head, removed the snow, got into the car, and just as he started the engine, a group of people suddenly rushed over from not far away, surrounding him and the car. Having delayed time by helping Renyan, he was already a bit annoyed, and now this group was blocking his way. Wasn't he that asking for trouble? So without saying a word, he directly used his powers to kill them all and drove away gracefully. Around 5 in the afternoon, he arrived at the community and saw a crowd gathered under Building 26 from a distance. They weren't fighting or arguing, but were kneeling in the snow with their hands joined, murmuring something. As he passed by them, this group didn't look at him like before, as if they hadn't heard him at all, continuing with their own business. In a rearview mirror, Qin Rui saw a person sitting cross-legged in front of them, completely wrapped in white cloth. The moment this person opened their eyes, Qin Rui felt a chill throughout his body. "Qin Rui, what happened? You don't look well." Chao Ziwen walked over and asked with a puzzled expression. Chapter 117. Fantasy of moving into Mu Xian's house. Qin Rui told the two about what had just happened, and they were somewhat surprised. Qin Rui was a person with supernatural abilities, yet he was actually afraid in front of that person, which made them feel uneasy. "Do you know the background of that person?" After sitting in silence on the sofa for a few minutes, Qin Rui asked. "I don't know. That person seems to have suddenly appeared in the neighborhood. He didn't attack us or do anything, so we didn't pay much attention to him. But hearing you say this, it seems he might be difficult to deal with. Should we inform Mu Xian and prepare for battle?" "We should inform her, but there's no need to prepare for battle. I'm here to take you to Liangshan. Mu Xian has set up the super fortress as a base, and we should all go there. There are quite a few supernatural beings appearing in this world, so it's safer for everyone to live together. Get your things ready. We will leave early tomorrow morning." "But what about this house?" Aisha frowned. This place was built with a lot of effort and resources by Mu Xian, and leaving it like this made her worry that Mu Xian would be upset if something happened later. "That's true, so let's pack up our things first." "Okay, we just need to take a few useful items. There's everything we need over there. There's still a lot of food left at home that we probably can't take with us. How about we distribute it to the neighbors in the building?" Aisha felt some sympathy for those who had lived through this with them. After all, they had once helped fend off attacks from other buildings, so there was still some bond. Qin Rui did not oppose this, but he only agreed to give them half of the food. That half would be enough for them to eat for half a month. After receiving Qin Rui's consent, Aisha tagged everyone in the group chat, saying she would distribute the food to them, and everyone was moved to tears, calling her a good person. This is Qin Rui and Mu Xian's intention. I can't take credit for it. If you want to thank someone, thank them. Now everyone come to the 30th floor. I will wait for you here." After saying this, Aisha and Qin Rui took the food to the door. When everyone came up and saw it, their eyes nearly popped out. However, they didn't dare to act, as Awai was still watching nearby. Once they dared to make a move, Awai would definitely take care of them in an instant. "These are all our food. Now we're giving it all to you. Aisha, you've given us all the food, what will you do? Shally asked worriedly upon hearing Aisha's words. We're all leaving. We can't take this food with us, so it's better to leave it all for you. As for us, we'll find food in the new place. Upon hearing that they were leaving, everyone became agitated. What? You're leaving? Where are you going? Can you take us with you? We've only survived this long, thanks to you guys. If you leave, we'll be finished when the others attack us again. Yeah, take us with you. Wherever you go, we'll feel safe following you. Exactly. Even though we're not fighting now, who knows when the fighting will start again? Yes. Aisha, we promise that even if we go to another place, we won't cause trouble and will definitely listen to you. Aisha felt a bit troubled. This was not a decision she could make alone, including Qin Rue. All decisions had to go through Mu Xian. Only if Mu Xian agreed would they dare to act. I'm sorry, we can't make that decision, and besides, the snowmobile can only carry 2 people at most. With the 3 of us plus a Y, it would be very cramped. We really can't take you with us. Aisha, if you're unwilling to take us with you, could you let us stay in Mu Xian's house? As long as we can move into Mu Xian's house, we won't be afraid of being attacked. They were dreaming. Enough. We are willing to give you all the food. That is already very generous. Don't overreach, or I won't mind letting you meet the king of hell right now. Hearing their words, Qin Rue couldn't hold back and directly reprimanded them. They all knew Qin Rue's abilities and didn't dare to say more, leaving one by one with the food in hand, looking dejected. Hey, where do you think they're going? Is Mu Xian really willing to give up this safe house? Are you silly? They must have found a better place. Otherwise, why would they leave? I think so too. Don't forget, Mu Xian treasures her house greatly. If she says she is leaving, she must have found a new safe house. Why are they so selfish? What is wrong with letting us stay? This house would just gather dust. If we lived here, we could clean it for them. Exactly. But, forget it, if they don't want us to stay, then they don't want us to stay. After they leave, let us see if we can open it. If we can, we won't have to worry anymore. I think it's possible. Anyway, if no one is watching, we could do whatever we want. Right? Yes, if we can really get in. We can not only use electricity, but also enjoy a warm environment. While the neighbors were leaving, they still hoped to move into Mu Xian's house. But unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. Without powerful firearms, they would never be able to open Mu Xian's door. At night, the heavy snow fell like goose feathers, and on the top floor of Building 26, a person wrapped in a white cloak was staring intently at Building 30. However, he had no intention of attacking. He just sensed an unprecedented powerful force lingering around Building 30. But this power fluctuated, making him somewhat puzzled. Was it because the ability had just awakened, causing instability, or was there another reason? This power was different from any he had encountered before. What kind of supernatural ability did the person who possessed this power have? Chapter 118. The legs are recovered, sir. Something happened downstairs. Someone suddenly died, and all the potatoes in his house turned to ash. Please come check it out. At that moment, someone from Building 26 suddenly shouted at the man in the white cloak. The man looked down at him and slowly walked downstairs. Qin Rue was standing behind the curtain, feeling uneasy as he watched the man leave. He and T slept all night, sitting on the sofa until dawn. When Aisha got up and saw he was ready, she went to wake up Chao Xuan. She had just knocked on the door when Chao Xuan's excited voice rang out, and he opened the door, happily hugging Aisha. Aisha, my legs are better. I can walk now. Aisha glanced at his legs and smiled. Congratulations, Chao Gu. That is wonderful. This is only right. It's not just me. Mu Xian and Xin Yu also contributed. Yes, you are all my benefactors. I truly don't know how to thank you. Rather than that, I think you should figure out how to explain this to Mu Xian. Aisha looked through him at what was behind him. He realized and turned around. The previously fine door had been completely removed from its hinges. He shyly touched his hair and looked at Qin Rue, who was walking over. Congratulations, you've been reborn. Qin Rue patted his shoulder, genuinely happy for him. From his earlier reaction, it seemed that besides his healing ability, his physical strength had also increased. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to easily pull the doorknob out. Thank you. I can finally fight alongside you guys in the future. Otherwise, watching you all go out to fight every day while having to take care of me made me feel so bad. Save those words for Mu Xian. For now, Get dressed. After Qin Rue finished speaking, he glanced at his body. But at this point, the entire door of Mu Xian's house had collapsed. Aisha and Qin Rue felt a bit shaken inside. How strong could his power be to easily destroy a door? Such strength was truly terrifying. Chao Ziwen also saw the destroyed door and shivered. If Mu Xian found out that he had destroyed her door, he didn't know what she would do to him. To ensure he wouldn't break anything else in Mu Xian's house, he began to act cautiously, even being careful while getting dressed, afraid that his clothes might turn into rags. It would be fine if it was just him and Qin Rue, but with Aisha around, if she saw something she shouldn't, it would be awkward for both of them. After changing his clothes, Chao Ziwen looked at the shoes he hadn't worn in a long time, and his eyes turned red. Although he saw his legs growing longer every day, he still worried that one day they might suddenly stop growing, and he would really become useless. The original shoes no longer fit, and he could only rely on a wheelchair to move around. He couldn't live like that for a day. If it weren't for Mu Xian and the others, he wouldn't have made it through alone. Perhaps one day, he would have committed suicide. Fortunately, none of that happened, and thankfully his legs had grown back, allowing him to walk again. Brother Chao, do you feel any discomfort when you walk? Or is something wrong? No, it feels great. Indeed, having superpowers made a difference. After nearly 2 months of not being able to walk, he was able to move freely without needing rehabilitation, which was impressive. Aisha bent down, stroking her chin as she looked at his legs, making him feel a bit shy. Yes. Although I don't know why I awaken my powers. I can't deny that it's quite nice. All right, we should be heading out. Mu Xian is still waiting for us and that kid. Thinking of Xiao Qingye, Qin Rue frowned slightly. Although he didn't use lethal force, he hadn't held back at the time, and that knife wound should be quite serious. Let's go away. We're heading to the new house now. Chao Ziwen squatted down and patted Awei's head. Awei yawned, shook his body, and excitedly wagged his tail. The group carried a few items out the door and took a deep look at the house before leaving, feeling a bit reluctant. After going downstairs, Qin Rue drove out the snowmobile, and seeing that it only had 2 seats made Chao Ziwen feel a bit awkward. It can't fit all 3 of us, right? Just make do. You hold Aisha, and as for Awei, bear with it and lie down below. Awei glanced at the footmat, and although he was a bit reluctant, he had no choice. After a whimper, he obediently lay down. Aisha, could you please sit on my lap for now? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? What's inappropriate? Don't overthink it at this time. If I were a girl, I'd definitely sit on your lap. Chao Ziwen joked, making Aisha laugh. All right, then it's up to you, Brother Chao. The group got into the vehicle, and once Qin Rue started it up, the snowmobile slowly drove out. On the 5th floor, the remaining neighbors peeked out, watching them, and after seeing the vehicle get farther away, they hurriedly went up to the 30th floor. This time, the house was empty, and they began to pry open the door and walls with tools. After prying at the door for a long time without success, they turned to the wall, and as they saw a hole forming, everyone was nearly jumping for joy. They had originally thought that once the wall was broken, they could enter, but to their surprise, there was actually a metal sheet behind the wall. This left the excited group silent. Little did they know that Mu Xian's house had metal reinforcements in the walls, making it impossible to enter. I said before, with so many people attacking Mu Xian back then, why was she so confident? Turns out her house was reinforced like a big metal can. Chapter 119. Encountering strong enemies on the way back, the snowmobile drove down the road, and both Chao Ziwen and Aisha felt a bit excited. After being trapped in the community for so long, they were finally out, and although the outside was also blanketed in snow, at least they were seeing different scenery. This snow disaster truly destroyed the homes of humans and animals alike. What was once a lush green area was now completely unrecognizable. Aisha sighed. As an esteemed surgeon, she often traveled for work, mostly to Liangsheng, and she had seen the scenery along the way countless times. It used to be quite beautiful here, but now it was just a sea of snow. I don't know how long this disaster will last. If it continues, there probably won't be many people left on Earth. This world has always been about survival of the fittest. We can only do our best to ensure our own survival. As for others, it depends on their fate. While they were talking, the 3 of them reached the highway entrance, ready to get on the expressway. But at that moment, 3 black dots were rushing towards them from a distance. Leading the charge was Dong Zhilong. Dong Zhilong naturally saw the snowmobile. A glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. The snowmobile moved effortlessly through the snow. If they could get that vehicle, they wouldn't have to walk anymore. Did you see that snowmobile up ahead? Let's steal it. And we won't have to work so hard. He pointed to the snowmobile ahead and spoke to Aiding and Aisha. The two of them looked at the speeding snowmobile in unison, their eyes shining with excitement. They didn't expect to see such a thing in the Southwest. Boss, this outing won't be in vain. Aisha grinned at Dong Zhilong, a hint of killing intent in her eyes. Don't underestimate them. Anyone who can get a vehicle like this at a time like this is not easy to deal with. They might belong to some organization. Compared to Aisha's excitement, Aiding seemed a bit tense. Her sense of danger was sharper than Aisha's. The appearance of something that shouldn't show up at this time indicated the emergence of a new power. Don't worry, there are 3 of us. Even if they are part of some organization, if they aren't superpowered, they won't be our match. Besides, this vehicle can only seat 2 people. If they really are superpowered, we have a chance with 3 against 2. Dong Zhilong closed his eyes tightly and stopped in place. He had confidence in his powers as well as in Aiding and Aisha. After all, they had never failed all this time. Get ready, they're coming. The 3 stood in the middle of the road, staring intently at the snowmobile, their beast-like sharp gazes seeming ready to pierce through the vehicle and kill the people inside. Qin Rue and the others noticed the 3 people and grew wary. People who can appear in such weather in this place are not ordinary individuals. They had never had direct contact with ability users before, so they were unsure of their strength. If these 3 were stronger than them, they might really end up in trouble. The 3 looked unfriendly. If they could leave through negotiation later, they shouldn't resort to violence. If not, away, protect Aisha. Chao Xuan, let's charge together. I understand, but look at those 2 beast-headed ones. They must have transformed into beasts. These 2 types of animals are known for their speed, and their attack speed will be very fast. We must be extra careful. Yeah, if we encounter any accidents later, away, you don't need to worry about us. Just take Aisha and leave. Woof, woof, woof. Away's eyes were fierce, appearing reluctant. It's too dangerous. Can we take a detour? Aisha looked at Qin Rue anxiously, constantly checking the surrounding routes. It's too late. We're only a little over 100 meters away from Dong Zhilong and the others. Even if we take a detour, with their speed, they can surround us. The snowmobile got closer to the 3, ultimately stopping just over 3 meters away from Dong Zhilong and the others. Dong Zhilong squinted his eyes and smiled at Qin Rue in the driver's seat. Friend, I like your vehicle. I wonder if I can borrow it. Qin Hui coldly replied, rolling down the window and leaning out to look at him. Sorry, we have urgent business and need this vehicle to get going. We can't lend it to you. Haha, can't lend it? Asha, Aiding, did you hear that? He said he can't lend it. Since that's the case, we'll just have to rob it. As soon as he finished speaking, Asha and Aiding beside him both sprang into action, charging towards Qin Rue and the others. Qin Rue glanced at Chao Xuan and raised one hand. An ice wall shot up from the ground, blocking the 2. An ability user, and one who can control ice and snow. Interesting. Dong Zhilong grinned wickedly, and in the next second, he charged over, shattering the ice wall with a few strikes. As the ice wall shattered, Qin Rue continued to act, causing countless sharp ice spikes to grow from the ground, rising higher and blocking them again. At the same time, the surrounding snow was whipped up by the wind, forming a thick blizzard that obscured Dong Zhilong and the others' vision. With such little ability, you dare to show off in front of me. Asha, Aiding, rush over. Yes, boss. Qin Rue started the engine, preparing to leave from the side. But 2 ghost-like figures suddenly flew out from the ice spikes. They used their sharp claws to stab into the ice spikes, continuously leaping and quickly arriving in front of the vehicle. Qin Rue widened his eyes, quickly reversing while using his ability. The snowflakes floating in the air formed sharp ice shards, flying towards the 2. The 2 dodged while using their nails to shatter the snowflakes and kept charging forward. This won't do. Fighting while driving will reduce your combat effectiveness. Chao Xuan's face turned somewhat grim. The opponents were skilled fighters, and just using snow to attack wouldn't cause them much harm. He could only delay their attack speed. To deal with them, they needed to engage in close combat. Aisha, can you drive? Qin Rue understood that this wouldn't be enough to take down the two, so he looked at Aisha. I can, but I've never driven a snowmobile. It's not much different from an ordinary vehicle. Just drive away from here. But, no buts. If we wait too long, no one will be able to leave. Qin Rue said coldly, and Aisha could only nod, seeing that Aiding and Asha hadn't found the time to attack yet. Qin Rue and Chao Xuan quickly got out of the vehicle, while Aisha took the driver's seat and started the vehicle to escape. After the snow, Dong Zhilong saw Aisha trying to flee and smiled coldly, chasing after her. When Qin Rue saw him trying to pursue, he waved his hand again, and a thicker ice wall blocked him once more. Chapter 120. Both sides battled. Dong Zhilong was furious. His sinister gaze burst with killing intent, and he immediately moved to Qin Rue's side. Seeing him in danger, Chao Ziwen grabbed his arm and pulled him aside, then delivered a right kick towards Dong Zhilong's waist. Dong Zhilong's expression turned cold, and he clenched his fist to block the attack, but he was kicked away by Chao Ziwen. He was forced to retreat a few steps, his hands trembling slightly, his gaze growing even more ferocious. A power-type ability? Good, I want to see how many of my moves you can withstand next. After saying this, he charged again, this time at a speed several times faster than before, his knife flashing like lightning, constantly gleaming in the air. Although Chao Ziwen's strength was formidable, he was still injured under Dong Zhilong's lightning-fast attacks, while Dong Zhilong, despite being hit a few times, was in much better condition. On Qin Rue's side, once Chao Ziwen engaged with Dong Zhilong, he was responsible for attacking Aiding and Asha. Although their speed wasn't as terrifying as Dong Zhilong's, their cooperation was seamless, attacking from left and right, making it difficult for Qin Rue to cope. Gao Ziwen. Qin Rue was pushed back a few steps and shouted. Chao Ziwen quickly retreated to his side. Are you okay? I'm not dead yet, but we can't continue like this. We have to cooperate, or we really will die at their hands. What do you want to do? I'll cooperate fully. Later, I'll use all my strength to whip up snowflakes to block their vision. You take the chance to deal with those two women. They're easier to handle than that man. Once we deal with them, it'll be much easier for us to fight two against one. In the meantime, I'll condense the snow into ice needles to assist you in taking down those two women. Got it. Chao Ziwen nodded, no longer entangled with Dong Zhilong, and turned towards Asha and Aiding, while Qin Rue took the opportunity to whip up a flurry of snowflakes to block the two's vision. At the same time, he created an ice wall to temporarily block Dong Zhilong. Using the same trick again? How unoriginal. This thing can indeed block me. But how many times can it do so? After saying this, he attacked the ice wall again, but this time, the ice wall didn't shatter. Oh, are you using your full strength now? He smiled coldly and struck again. On Chao Ziwen's side, with Qin Rue's snowstorm providing cover, he quickly locked onto the two and charged forward. He first grabbed Asha's arm, then swung his fist to attack her abdomen. Asha was taken aback and raised her leg to block, but Chao Ziwen's strength was immense. With just that punch, she felt her bones shatter. Immediately after, he threw her towards Aiding's position. Aiding was still dodging the ice needles from Qin Rue's blizzard, and with her vision obscured, she had no time to react before being hit by the thrown Asha, and both fell out. Screams filled the air as Aiding struggled to turn over. Seeing Asha clutching her right leg and screaming, she immediately hugged her. Asha, my leg is broken. When she saw that Asha's leg seemed to be nothing but flesh and skin, Aiding looked at Chao Ziwen in terror. As he approached again, she stood up, ready to attack. Qin Rue released ice needles again. To avoid them, she had to give up her attack while also throwing Asha out of the attack range. She opened her eyes wide and quickly retreated, but an ice spear flew in from the side, piercing directly through her abdomen. Ating, not far away. Aisha saw Ating fall in the snow, her lips trembling. I will kill you. She used both her hands and feet, charging at Chao Ziwen like a cheetah. When Qin Rue saw this, he waved his hands, and suddenly a pillar of ice rose from the ground, but it only rose half a meter. A sudden sharp pain shot through his back. You guys are really impressive, managing to injure two of my subordinates. Behind him, Dong Zhilong appeared abruptly, a smile on his lips and a hint of brutality in his eyes as he plunged his knife into Qin Rue's body, twisting it continuously. Qin Rue instantly lost his fighting capability and slowly fell to the ground. At that moment, Dong Zhilong pulled out the knife and aimed at his head, ready to strike. Just as the knife was about to pierce his skull, a massive figure charged over, causing the ground to tremble. He turned to look and saw a giant dog roaring, its enormous mouth wide open, and he quickly dodged in shock. Wei stood in front of Qin Rui, baring his teeth, his eyes glowing red, his front paws digging into the snow, ready to attack. Qin Rui. After Chao Ziwen knocked Aisha away, he rushed to his side and saw how badly he was injured, a surge of anger rising in his heart. Wei, let's kill this bastard together. He stood up, ready to fight, but was grabbed by Qin Rui's arm. Wei, take Chao Ziwen and leave quickly. He hasn't used his full strength yet. You guys probably aren't a match for him. If we're leaving together. At that moment, Aisha's voice came from behind them, and a snowmobile quickly stopped beside the two. Seeing the snowmobile, Dong Zhilong's eyes lit up again as he wielded his knife, trying to bypass Wei to charge at Aisha. Wei raised his claws and swiped at him, but he squinted and dodged to the side. Damn beast, I'll deal with you first. With that, he charged at Wei again. Chao, hurry and get Qin Rui to the vehicle. Hearing this, Chao Ziwen quickly placed Qin Rui onto the snowmobile. Chao, I appreciate you staying with Wei. I'll take Qin Rui away first. Okay, Wei, fall back. At this moment, Wei was locked in combat with Dong Zhilong. Hearing Chao Ziwen's words, he quickly retreated. Just then, an ice wall rose again, and Aisha started the vehicle, quickly leaving with Qin Rui. Chao Ziwen then flipped over and mounted Wei, following closely behind them. After breaking through the ice wall, Dong Zhilong found that Qin Rui was already a kilometer away. He was filled with rage, letting out a loud roar, his face dark as a pot bottom. Not far away, Aisha and Ting lay in the snow, each severely injured. Dong Zhilong walked over to them and squatted down. You two have really disappointed me. With such strong powers, you were defeated by two useless novices. You deserve to die. Boss, save us, we promise. We will definitely strengthen our training next time. We won't disappoint you again. Huh, one of you has a broken leg. The other has a pierced abdomen. Without adequate medical conditions, do you really think you can recover, as before? You have no value to me now, and not killing you is already my greatest mercy. You could just die here. Chapter 121. The Godless Cult. Although the two sisters were both psychics to Dong Zhilong, they were just a burden now. In this weather, carrying both of them would only slow him down. In his view, there were more and more psychics emerging in this world, and he could easily find others to replace the two sisters. She stumbled over to Ting, looked at her gasping for breath, and held her in her arms, tears streaming down her cheeks. Ting's sister, wake up. We can't fall here. I will take you away. She tried with all her might to lift Ting, but she had broken a leg and was severely injured herself, lacking the strength to get up. The air was filled with despair, and she lay there beside Ting, giving a bitter smile. We've done so much for Dong Zhilong, thinking that even if he was cruel to others, he would be special to us. I didn't expect we were just pawns in his game. Now that they had no value, he was ready to discard them. Indeed, a person like him would never show mercy to anyone. Ting, I should have listened to you back then. If we had stayed in Jiangling, we wouldn't be in such a dire situation now. At this moment, Aisha regretted it deeply. When they first met Dong Zhilong, Ting didn't want to follow him, but she didn't listen, thinking that having such a powerful boss would make their future much better. Ting was worried that Aisha would be in danger alone with Dong Zhilong, so she had to accompany her. After that, they killed and plundered their way to the farm, even slaughtering an entire village. They followed his orders, committing countless heinous acts, only to end up abandoned. Perhaps this was their retribution. Thinking of this, she held Ting tightly, wanting to die together with her, but at that moment, a person in a white robe appeared before them. Indeed a psychic, my perception was correct. After saying that, he squatted down and checked Ting's breath. There's still a breath left. She should still be saved. Who are you? What do you want? I am Wuling, the high priest of the Godless Cult. Don't worry. I just want to save you. After saying that, he raised both hands, and a warm power surged into their bodies. Aisha immediately felt that her pain had lessened, though the wounds were still there. However, The condition is that you must join the godless cult and become the protector of our leader. Looking at the handsome boy in front of her, around 17 or 18 years old, with blonde hair and blue eyes, Aisha took a deep breath and nodded in agreement. If she could live, she naturally didn't want to miss this opportunity. Although she didn't know what kind of force the godless cult was, at least it could save her and A-Ting. Okay, I am willing. Let's go. After saying that, Wuling lifted the unconscious A-Ting and placed a hand on Aisha. And in no time, they appeared hundreds of meters away. Aren't you leaving? Wuling glanced at Aisha, said nothing, and the next second disappeared from the room. Healing and teleportation powers? I didn't expect someone to possess two abilities at the same time. Aisha looked at the spot where he had vanished and sighed. Compared to Dong Zhilong's single ability, a person with two abilities would be stronger. After escaping the battlefield, Aisha saw that no one was pursuing them from behind and finally breathed a sigh of relief. She looked through the rearview mirror at A Wei and Chao Ziwen following them and shouted, "Chao! A Wei, are you guys okay?" I'm fine, but A Wei, slow down. I'm injured. A Wei was running too fast, aggravating his injury. Just now, to escape, he had to endure it, but now that there was no one chasing them, he couldn't hold back any longer. Hearing his words, A Wei slowed down. They had run for more than 10 kilometers. Although A Wei was no longer an ordinary dog, running for a long time still made him somewhat fatigued. It was just the right time to slow down and take a break. Away, let's find a place to stop. I'll clean up the wounds for Brother Qin Rue and Brother Chao first. Away glanced ahead, sniffed the air, and stopped. After parking, Aisha got out of the car, opened the trunk, took out the first aid kit, and quickly stopped the bleeding for Qin Rue, bandaging his wounds. Then she wrapped Chao Ziwen's wounds with gauze. Fortunately, after gaining his abilities, his physical condition improved significantly. Although he had several wounds, they were all superficial. Plus, he had self-healing abilities, so these wounds would heal on their own in a few days. Away was somewhat reluctant, but given the special circumstances, it had no choice but to comply. Don't worry, once we arrive, I'll have Xuan make you something delicious to reward you. Chao Ziwen smiled and patted its head. Food was undoubtedly the most appealing thing to it. Without hesitation, it picked up Chao Ziwen in its mouth and threw him on its back, darting off like an arrow. Aisha glanced at Qin Rue, started the car, and chased after their departing direction. Around 1 in the afternoon, they entered Liangsheng and successfully made their way into Yunwu Mountain thanks to Awei's sense of smell. They arrived at the villa around 2. Mu Xian, we're here. Aisha got out of the car and rang the doorbell. Mu Xian was a little surprised to see that it was her who pressed the bell, but she quickly opened the door to let them in. Xuan Yu was waiting for them in the yard, and when he saw the exhausted Awei, he couldn't help but laugh. Awei, didn't they let you take a car? Look at how tired you are. Don't mention it. We ran into a strong enemy on the way. If we hadn't run fast, you wouldn't have seen us. Chao Ziwen got off Awei, and Xuan Yu was startled by the injuries all over him. I'm fine, but Qin Rue is not doing so well. Who on earth are they to hurt you like this? Let's not talk about that now. You drive the car in, and we'll help Brother Qin Rue inside first. Aisha got out of the car and then took the medicine box from the trunk, giving Xuan Yu a reminder. Chapter 122. He must be eliminated. Xuan Yu sat in the driver's seat and drove the car to the parking lot, while Aisha and Chao Ziwen helped Qin Rue into the house. Mu Xian had just come down from the 3rd floor and, upon seeing the scene, her expression immediately turned cold. What happened? First, get the person into this room. After they brought the person inside, let Aisha stitch up the wounds. Chao Ziwen followed Mu Xian to the living room, grabbed a glass of water from the coffee table, and took a big gulp. Tell me what happened. After finishing the water, Chao Ziwen quickly recounted the encounter with Dong Zhilong. Mu Xian narrowed her eyes, a hint of murderous intent flashing in her gaze. The man was around 40 years old, with a scar on his face that looked like a gunshot wound. The two women were quite beautiful, but their methods were ruthless. It was indeed him. Mu Xian spoke coldly, her clenched fist showing veins. Do you know him? Dong Zhilong, my former boss, and the one who killed my colleague not long ago. The reason I decided to come here so quickly was partly due to the environment and various facilities, and partly to hide from him. At that time, we weren't clear about his strength, and we were afraid of getting hurt if we acted rashly. Moreover, we didn't know his location, which is why we didn't take the initiative to strike, but I didn't expect to run into you guys. It seems this guy has become quite arrogant since gaining his powers. To be honest, he is indeed strong. Although his physical quality is not as good as mine, he is very fast. The injuries I have now are all thanks to him. Additionally, his two subordinates are also very quick and work well together. Qin Rue and I barely managed to heavily injure them when we teamed up. This person is very dangerous. It seems we have to eliminate him. What do you want to do? I will stand with you. You just said his subordinates were heavily injured by you, right? Yes. Is there a problem? In that case, you shouldn't care about those two anymore, which means he will abandon them. Right now, he should be alone. No way. I see that he values his subordinates quite a bit. If they weren't injured, he would naturally value them. But once those two can no longer work for him, he would ruthlessly abandon them. That's just how he operates. Mu Xian finished speaking and poured herself a glass of red wine. She had not forgotten how the person who had gone on missions with her in the past acted when he was injured or captured by the enemy. It was precisely because of his coldness and ruthlessness that Mu Xian chose to betray him. You all take a good rest for the next couple of days. I need to get ready. It's time to meet my old boss. Are you planning to go alone? No way. That guy is too strong. Do you think his abilities are stronger than mine? Mu Xian smiled and asked back. Chao Ziwen was momentarily stunned. He knew Mu Xian was very capable, but he hadn't seen her abilities. Plus, after suffering such a huge loss at Dong Zhilong's hands with Qin Rue, he naturally felt worried. Don't worry. He can't defeat me. Seeing a relaxed smile on Mu Xian's face, Chao Ziwen immediately felt at ease. How about I go with you? If something unexpected happens, I can lend a hand. No need. I'll just bring away with me. That works, but if anything comes up, make sure to contact us in time. Got it. When you plan to find him? That depends on when he can arrive in Liangshan. Are you planning to take action against him in Liangshan? Why not? The snowmobile needs to refuel too, you know? At that, Chao Ziwen was dumbfounded. It turned out that this was what she was worried about. He thought she had some plan. After their conversation, Xinyu happened to come up from downstairs. Mu Xuan asked him to help Aisha and had the robot prepare lunch. There are 3 rooms on the first floor, 1 for you, 1 for Xinyu, and 1 for Xiao Qingye. The second floor also has 3 rooms, with Aisha in one. As for the third floor, I get it. You with Qin Rue? Mu Xian frowned at the words, but did not explain much. Are your injuries okay? She changed the subject and asked. It's nothing, just a small injury. I won't die from it. Still need to take good care of it. Okay. While the two were chatting, the robot finished preparing lunch. When Chao Ziwen saw the 5 dishes and 1 soup on the table, his eyes lit up. This robot can actually make such a sumptuous meal. It's truly a sight to behold. Xinyu and Xiao Qingye modified its programming and reconfigured some functions, which wasn't difficult for them. This main fan show is really rich. This robot must not be cheap, right? He bought 4 of them, and now they're all benefiting us. Isn't that right? Coincidentally, these robots are the latest models released this year, and he just bought them not long ago. They just arrived when the snow disaster hit. What a coincidence that Sister Mu Xian came over. Now they all belong to us. Xinyu came out of the room, looking much better. When Mu Xian saw him like this, she knew that Qin Rue was no longer in danger. At that moment, Aisha also came out of the room, looking a bit tired, but still in good spirits. All right, hurry over for lunch, Aisha. I had the robot make bird's nest soup for you. You'll drink some later. Okay. Also, after you rest up, you'll need to perform a wound suturing operation. Who got injured? Xiao Qingye. Xinyu spoke, glancing at the room next door, and Aisha immediately understood. All right, let's sit down and eat. By the way, where did Wei go? After sitting down, Mu Xian looked around the living room and, not seeing Wei, asked curiously. That guy just went into the garden. He seems to really like it, so he should be having fun in there. Just as Xinyu finished speaking, Wei ran out of the garden, covered in dirt. Seeing its appearance, Mu Xian took a deep breath and said, "You go wash yourself in the bathroom right now. If you dare to dirty the house, I will make you into dog meat hot pot." Wei, initially happy, felt wronged upon hearing Mu Xian's words and walked into the bathroom. Xinyu worried it wouldn't be able to turn on the faucet, so he went to help. Not long after, the sound of running water could be heard from inside. After lunch, Mu Xian noticed Wei still hadn't come out of the bathroom, so she went in to check. The guy was comfortably soaking in the bathtub, looking like it was enjoying itself. "Come out. I'll dry you off, and then you can go eat. I had Xinyu prepare ribs and ham for you. You must be starving after running around all morning." Hearing there was food, Awei immediately climbed out of the bathtub and obediently waited for Mu Xian to dry its fur. Chapter 123. Planning to watch a reality show? After drying Awei's fur, Mu Xian took it to the kitchen, where Xinyu had prepared a lot of food for it. Awei wagged its tail and rushed over quickly. Watching its greedy appearance, Mu Xian shook her head and smiled, then went to check on Qin Rui. He was still unconscious, looking a bit pale. Seeing him like that made Mu Xian feel a bit sad, deepening her hatred for Dong Zhilong. After coming out of the room, she was about to contact Dong Zhilong when she saw Aisha coming down from the second floor, already changed into a white lab coat. "Are you ready to start working?" Mu Xian asked him. "I just took a look at Xiao Qingye's injury. The wound needs to be stitched. After eating and drinking enough, I don't feel so tired anymore. So I'll help him stitch up the wound first. You've worked hard." "I'm fine, but what about you? I heard you're planning to deal with that man. He's very capable. So be careful. Don't worry. I won't add to your workload." "I'm not afraid of an increased workload. I'm just worried you might get hurt." "I understand. He can't hurt me." After the two exchanged a few words, Aisha entered Xiao Qingye's room, called Xinyu and Xiao Zuan in, placed Xiao Qingye on the operating table, and began to stitch up his wound. Mu Xian sat on the sofa, took out her phone, and dialed Dong Zhilong's number. At that moment, Dong Zhilong had just killed a few people and was staying in a neighborhood in Yangshui City, rummaging for food, when he suddenly heard his satellite phone ring. He squinted his eyes, puzzled, and picked up the phone. Besides Asha and Aiding, he couldn't think of anyone else who could contact him. After a moment's thought, he decided to answer the call. "Hello?" His voice was a bit low, with a hint of caution in his tone. Mu Xian raised the corners of her mouth and spoke loudly. "Dong Zhilong." Hearing the voice from across, Dong Zhilong narrowed his eyes. "Mu Xian, I didn't expect you to dare to contact me first. What? Are you worried you won't live long? So you want to ask me to spare you? So what? Mu Xian, you're no match for me now. If you soften up, maybe I can leave you with a whole corpse, otherwise. Oh, then I really have to thank you. But unfortunately, softening up, I can't do that. You're still as annoying as before. Likewise. Don't be proud. I have already arrived at Yangshui, and I will soon come find you. You better hide well, otherwise if I find you, it'll be a terrible death for you." "Oh, you've already reached Yangshui? What a pity. I'm in Liangsheng right now. If you want to find me, you'll have to make a trip to Liangsheng." "What?" Dong Zhilong's face turned ugly upon hearing Mu Xian's words. He had gone through a lot of trouble to run from the farm to Yangshui, with the main purpose of settling accounts with Mu Xian, but now she told him she was in Liangsheng. Didn't that mean he made a wasted trip? It seems you not only lack information, but your hearing isn't too good either. Dong Zhilong, if you want to take revenge on me, I welcome you anytime, but whether you can safely reach Liangsheng is still unknown. What if you accidentally die on the way? TSK, TSK, TSK. Mu Xian's words were merely meant to provoke him. He understood this in his heart, but thinking of what Mu Xian had done to him, even if there was a trap, he still wanted to go kill her. Moreover, in his eyes, Mu Xian was still the same as before. Even if she had some skills compared to him, a superpowered individual, she was only headed for death. After hanging up the phone, he calmed down. Then he burned everything that could be burned from the supplies to keep warm. After that, he completely detached one of the arms of a person he had killed and roasted it over the fire. After a night passed, he felt refreshed and prepared to set off for Liangsheng. Although he didn't have a snowmobile, he was very fast, and it would only take him a day to reach Liangsheng. Thinking about how Mu Xian would die at his hands, his mood instantly improved a lot. After Mu Xian got up, she took away for a stroll in the garden. At that moment, a robot was planting vegetables. Yes, after their programs were modified, they were also implanted with a program for growing crops. So after finishing their tasks every day, they would go to a corner of the garden to plant vegetables. Although it looked a bit strange, it was undeniable that they did it quite well. Just then, Aisha happened to walk out of Qin Rui's room. "Mu Xian, Brother Qin Rui is awake and wants to see you." Mu Xian nodded and entered the room. Qin Rui seemed to be in better spirits. When he saw Mu Xian come in, he waved his hand and said, "Come over here." Mu Xian didn't say anything, walked to his side, and before she could sit down properly, he pulled her into his arms. "I really thought I was going to die this time, and I was even thinking that I might not have the chance to see you again. What a pity. The heavens didn't let you die." Mu Xian raised her eyebrows and teased. Just after saying that, she was embraced by Qin Rui, Can't you wish me well? I'm wishing for you. Otherwise, how could you wake up so quickly? So, should I thank you properly? Actually, you don't have to, but if you want to thank me, I won't oppose it. You always treat me so coldly. No, no, no. I'm like this with everyone. Is that so? Qin Rue chuckled and then kissed her soft, rosy lips. After a passionate moment, Mu Xian was pinned beneath him, and half of her clothes had been removed. Just then, a Wei barged in. Although he was just a dog, after gaining special abilities, his intelligence had increased significantly, and he probably understood some human actions. Seeing the two of them in that position, he immediately understood what they were about to do and excitedly barked. The others thought something had happened and rushed in, only to be frozen in place when they saw the two in that posture. A few of them, blushing, hurriedly left the room with Wei, even kindly closing the door behind them. Wei, you little bastard, you almost got a stab by Sister Mu Xian. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Hee. Qin Rue is really tough. Even with such injuries, he didn't forget to do this. What a real man. Chao Ziwen crossed his arms, looked at the tightly closed door, and said with a smirk, Be careful. If Qin Rue hears you, he might come looking for trouble. After they left, Mu Xian stared closely at Qin Rue, fixing her clothes. Aren't you getting up? I can't get up, my wound hurts. Hearing this, Mu Xian rolled her eyes. Weren't you full of energy just now? Why can't you get up now? I moved too much and pulled the wound. As he said this, he reached out to touch his wound, and blood had already seeped out. Chapter 124. Aotelis International School. Mu Xian was startled to see his blood-covered hands. Immediately pushed him away, turned over and got up, lying down properly, saying, I'll go call Aisha. Mu Xian hurriedly left the house, her face full of anxiety. Watching her back, Qin Rue couldn't be happier, as Mu Xian rarely showed this side of herself. At this moment, Aisha had just come out of Xiao Qingye's room, and Mu Xian immediately pulled her into Qin Rue's room, whispering, His wound has reopened. Can you help him rebandage it? As soon as she said this, a flush appeared on Mu Xian's face. We haven't even started yet. He accidentally did it himself. Yes, it was me. Who accidentally did it? The phrase accidentally was said by Qin Rue in a very ambiguous way, and Aisha nodded, indicating that she understood. Mu Xian shook her head helplessly, glared at Qin Rue, and turned to leave the room. Sister Mu Xian, Xiao Qingye is awake. As soon as she entered the living room, Xinyu walked out of Xiao Qingye's room and said this. Mu Xian nodded and sat down next to the sofa. Sister Mu Xian, Xiao Qingye wants to see you. See me? He seems a bit anxious. Mu Xian squinted her eyes and got up to enter Xiao Qingye's room. You looking for me? Sister Mu Xian, I speak directly, don't beat around the bush. I have a sister who contacted me. She said she was attacked at school and wants me to save her. You know my situation. I can't go save her. You want me to go? I'm sorry. I know this is a difficult request, but she is my only sister. We lost contact before, and I thought she was already in danger, but when I woke up just now, I found she sent me several messages. She's still alive, and I can't just stand by and do nothing. Xiao Qingye, don't forget what identity you have here. My relationship with you isn't that close. I'll let you stay here because you're useful to me. Besides, do you have any idea what the situation outside is like? I don't have a habit of risking my safety for strangers. Without a thought, Mu Xian decisively refused. If it were Qin Rue or Xunyu asking her to save someone, she might not even go, let alone him, who had just entered the fortress for a few days. Sister Mu Xian, I'm really out of options. If you agree to save her, I'll do whatever you ask of me in the future. Are you joking? You're living off me and eating my food. If you don't help me, why should I take you in? Do you think too highly of yourself? Just because you solve a network problem for me. You think you can use this to blackmail me? No, I didn't mean that. It's just that my sister, Yimeng, has had congenital heart disease since she was a child, and I'm worried she won't be able to hold on. So, whether she is sick or can survive has nothing to do with me. Wait, did you say her name is Yimeng? Xiao Yimeng, the mechanical genius who was praised last year? Yes. After receiving his confirmation, Mu Xian felt a surge of excitement. Xiao Yimeng, 18 years old, studying at the Aotelis International Noble School, had already won numerous international awards at a young age. She was said to be internally designated by the country to directly enter a special department after graduation. The things she designed and participated in manufacturing had already been adopted by the country, so her future was limitless. If such a talent could join her small team, Could she help her modify snowmobiles, create robots, or various weapons in the future? Thinking of this, Mu Xian was moved and couldn't wait to save her. This Xiao Yiming, although young and beautiful, had congenital heart disease and was a genius. Even though she didn't trust outsiders much, given her condition, Mu Xian could accept her. Furthermore, even if she had any improper behavior, with so many people in the fortress, how could they not handle a little girl? After thinking it over, she spoke. Fine, you're barely one of us now. Your sister is also my sister. Since we're all family, I agree to go save her. Really? Sister Mu Xian, thank you so much. She is the closest person to me in our family. If I can really save her, I will repay you for the rest of my life. Don't say that. We will all be family in the future. Outside the door, Shen Yu and Chao Ziwen exchanged glances, surprised. Just now, Mu Xian had a cold attitude and was absolutely unwilling to save anyone, but after hearing the name, she made a complete turnabout. This was too unlike her usual style. They were very puzzled, but didn't know that Mu Xian was not only saving Xiao Qingye's sister, but also a future mechanical master who would create various equipment and weapons for them. After deciding to save her, Mu Xian began to draft a rescue plan. She was unfamiliar with Liang City, and most buildings were already covered in heavy snow. To save someone, she had to clarify the route, determine the school's location, and gather current intelligence about the school. According to the information Xiao Yiming sent, their school had been attacked, but Mu Xian knew nothing about who attacked them or how many people were involved. Therefore, she needed to contact Xiao Yiming first to understand the situation before taking action. After going outside, Mu Xian glanced at Shen Yu and Chao Ziwen standing at the door and let them in. Then she went to Qin Rui's room and pushed him into Xiao Qingye's room. Everyone sat together to discuss the rescue plan. Mu Xian sat on the sofa beside and looked at Xiao Qingye, saying, "First, let us talk about the information on A.O. Telus International School." Xiao Qingye nodded and replied, "This school only accepts geniuses and is not open to the public. Students who can enter this school all possess a special skill and are at the top level of capability. After graduation, these students basically become new blood for the country or top enterprises, so the teaching quality is beyond doubt." Mu Xian was also aware of this. Currently, as times are advancing, the demand for talent is increasing, especially for top talents, which are fiercely competed for by the country and major enterprises. To attract elite talents, various educational institutions have emerged, which only consider students' qualifications rather than their family background, and they are all free to attend. For ordinary people, having a degree is essential, but for children studying in such institutions, it has no meaning. Anyone who can graduate from here is the type that is in demand. Among many educational institutions, A.O. Telus International School holds a significant position worldwide because it has always selected only the most outstanding geniuses, and its graduates shine in various industries and fields. Their abilities have been recognized by all sectors of society, and the school has thus received praise and recognition from all walks of life. Chapter 125. Contacting Xiao Yiming after finishing elementary school. Yiming entered junior high school and in her first month participated in an international robot design competition, winning first place. As a result, she caught the attention of A.O. Telus International School and was invited to study there. The school is located in the Panhua district, which usually takes an hour and a half to get to from here, but now with the heavy snow blocking the city, it will take longer. According to her, their school is completely covered in heavy snow, the air is thin, and they cannot get out from under such thick snow. She is currently with her classmates and teachers, and the school is in complete darkness. They don't even know what attacked them, which looks like a human. Their teacher has been injured while protecting them, and several classmates have died. Wait a minute. The apocalypse has been here for so long, and your sister is trapped in the school. Even with the teacher's protection, how are they solving the food problem? After listening to Xiao Qingye, Shen Yu was somewhat confused. It's not just growing students. Even adults can't survive long without food, unless they resort to cannibalism. Their school has 4 cafeterias, and to better meet students' needs, a lot of food has been stored. They entered the first cafeteria a week after the apocalypse began, so they haven tea, starved to death. But now, the food store in the first cafeteria has almost run out, and they have been hungry for several days. So that is how it is. Shen Yu nodded and looked at Mu Xian. Sister Mu Xian, based on the current clues, They were attacked by unknown creatures and are hiding in the first cafeteria. It takes an hour and a half to get from here to there, so overall, rescue will be a bit difficult. That's right. We don't understand the strength of those creatures and are unfamiliar with the school layout. Even if we go, it will take a lot of time to find them. Moreover, they are hiding underground, and to get in, we need to break a passage. Qin Rue is injured now. How can he break through the snow? After Xinyu finished speaking, Chao Ziwen added a few words. If Qin Rue goes with them, it would be easier to enter underground since his ability is to control ice and snow. But now, Qin Rue cannot move. Relying on ourselves is a bit difficult. Xiao Qingya, can you draw us a layout of the school? That way, it would be more convenient for us. Mu Xian thought for a moment and looked at Xiao Qingya beside her. I'm sorry, I haven't been inside. This school has strict management. Outsiders are not allowed in except for the guardians of the students. You haven't been in either, so how are we supposed to find her? Xinyu felt a bit helpless. Isn't this like looking for a needle in a haystack? I'll call her and ask, he said, taking out his phone and dialing Xiao Yiming's number. After several attempts, all he got was a series of beeping sounds. I tried to contact her after I woke up, but I couldn't reach her. His expression became somewhat awkward, and his voice grew quieter, making the others beside him wish they could give him a good beating. Forget it. Xinyu, can we locate her using satellite positioning? Well, we can give it a try. Then let's go to the control room. Xiao Qingya, you come too. Mu Xian, I won't go down. If we need to set off, just let me know. Mu Xian nodded and led Xinyu and Xiao Qingya to prepare for the basement. By the way, Qin Rue, you don't need to participate in this operation. Just focus on recovering. Before leaving, Mu Xian turned to him and said a sentence. He frowned slightly and slowly replied, if I don't go, how will you get in? Besides, there's a way. Just let it dig out an entrance, right? Nearby, a way, who was scratching itself, immediately drooped its face upon hearing this. Great. This kind of hard labor still has to be done by it, as if it isn't considered a person. No, it isn't a person to begin with. After entering the basement, Xinyu began to prepare for positioning. However, even if they wanted to position, it required the other party to answer the call, so they could only let Xiao Qingya continue trying to dial the number. After several attempts, they still couldn't get through, leaving all three feeling a bit helpless. If ordinary calls couldn't get through, they could only try to connect via this supercomputer through a network call. Xiao Qingya, give it a try. Xiao Qingya nodded, dragging his injured body to sit in front of the computer, using the network to call Xiao Yiming. On the third attempt, there was a burst of electrical noise from the other end. The static was quite harsh. It seemed that something on their side was interfering with the network, making it very unstable. Xinyu squinted and said lightly, can it be resolved? I'll try connecting to their school's local area network. Okay. After fiddling for half an hour, Xinyu looked at Xiao Qingya. Give it a try. Xiao Qingya dialed Xiao Yiming's number again. After a series of zzz sounds on the line, a soft and sticky voice came through. Liu, Meng Meng, ye, go, you finally contacted me. Xiao Yiming's voice on the other end was clearly excited. Xinyu, track the signal source. Received. Meng Meng, how are you? Are you okay? Good. I'm in the school cafeteria. It's dangerous here, hurry. Save me. The call signal was still unstable, her voice breaking up. To lock in the location, Mu Xian could only urge Xinyu to act faster. Meng Meng, your brother is already preparing to save you. You must protect yourself. Also, we are not familiar with your school's layout. Tell your brother. Where's the cafeteria and what prominent buildings are nearby? The cafeteria is on the side, directly opposite. The lake, beep, beep, beep. Before Xiao Yiming could finish speaking, the signal suddenly cut off. Xinyu felt a bit helpless, spreading his hands and smiling wryly. We can only locate the approximate position. After we get there, we might have to search around ourselves. Okay, print out the location, rest tonight, and set off tomorrow. All right. By the way, Sister Mu Xian, I've already found the locations of several numbers from which Xuan Haoning successfully sent messages. We don't know whether those people are alive or dead, or if they have seen the messages. Should we go deal with them? Send me the locations. For those nearby, regardless of whether they are alive or not, I will go take a look. If I can resolve it, I will, for those far away. Let's not worry about them for now. Okay, I'll send it to you later. Remember to check. Mu Xian nodded and was the first to leave the room. Xinyu pushed Xiao Qingya and followed her upstairs. Chapter 126. Developed muscles back on the first floor. Xinyu handed the printed map to Mu Xian. She glanced at it and then spoke up. The approximate area is here. Once we go in, we'll head straight to this location. For safety's sake, let us search together. It might take a bit longer, but it can prevent us from being isolated and helpless when encountering unknown creatures. Okay, we'll follow your lead. There is nothing else to do for now, so you all can get back to your tasks. After dinner, let us all rest early. All right. Seeing him leaning against the pillow reading a book, Mu Xian raised her eyebrows. Oh, President Qin, quite relaxed, aren't you? I'm in this state. I can only take it easy. So, have you confirmed the location? Although it's not precisely located, we have locked down the general area. I'll go with you. No need. We don't want to have to rescue Xiao Yimeng while also taking care of you. Do you think I'm a burden? As of now, yes. How blunt of you. What? Should I sweet-talk you to convince you? Forget it. I don't want to get into trouble. Mu Xian finished speaking, lifted his blanket, and lay down inside. Qin Rue smiled and placed his hand on her waist, closing his eyes. When he woke up, Mu Xian groggily felt someone kissing her and slapped out instinctively. Qin Rue gasped, and she was startled into sitting up. Xian, do you want to murder your husband? Qin Rue covered his face, looking mournfully at Mu Xian. Do you think I could bear to? I can't bear to. I was just asking. Get up. It's time to eat. Mu Xian crawled out of bed, put on her shoes, and went out on her own. Qin Rue looked at her little figure and couldn't help but laugh in anger. This little girl really made him feel both love and hate. Sister Mu Xian, you're up? We've just finished cooking, and it's just in time to eat. Xinyu called out to Mu Xian and also prepared hospital meals for Qin Rue and Xiao Qingye to send over. Chao Ziwen stretched lazily and walked over, wearing only a t-shirt, showcasing his muscular build, which left Aisha staring in amazement. Brother Chao, I remember you weren't this strong just now, right? Could it be that your strength has increased, and that's why your body has become more robust too? Mu Xian was a bit confused, but for now, this was the only possibility. I don't know, but I do feel like my strength has increased a bit, and these wounds on my body look they're shallower. Indeed, Brother Chao, your ability is impressive. I don't have to worry about scars after getting hurt. I don't care about scars, but being able to enhance my own strength is quite nice. After Chao Ziwen finished speaking, he chuckled twice. In the whole room, Aisha and Xiao Qingye had no abilities, and they looked at Mu Xian and the others with genuine envy. However, after witnessing Chao Ziwen's situation, they understood to some extent how abilities could be obtained, and they suddenly felt that not having abilities wasn't so bad. After all, they were very safe in the shelter. And with 3 powerful companions and such an impressive military dog like Wei, there weren't many people who could harm them. The next morning, after Mu Xian got up and finished washing up, she put on her bulletproof vest and pants, then dressed in her cold weather gear, and finally put on her down jacket before heading downstairs. Xinyu and the others were also ready. They had wrapped themselves up tightly, leaving only their eyes exposed. First, let's eat something. Also, be careful when wearing these bulletproof vests and cold weather gear when going outside. Hee, thanks, Sister Mu Xian. This is my first time wearing a bulletproof vest. Chao Ziwen looked at the size of the clothes. Although this was already the largest size, it still looked a bit small. This couldn't be blamed on Mu Xian. The clothes were originally suitable, but who knew he would suddenly gain weight? As for me, I'm fine. I'm tough and resilient now, and I can heal quickly from injuries, so I'll keep this. Mu Xian nodded, but unfortunately, no one here knows how to alter clothes. Otherwise, we could change it to your size. I can do it. Give it to me. Aisha, who was passing by, heard and walked over to the two. However, to make it larger, we need fabric and a sewing machine, which we probably don't have here. Hand sewing is also possible, but it might not be as sturdy as machine sewing. A sewing machine? Mu Xian rubbed her chin. I think it's doable. Chao Ziwen nodded and then looked at Aisha. Aisha, then I'll leave it to you. Although it doesn't matter to him whether he wears it or not, having it is better than not having it. Who knows what kind of people or situations we might encounter in the future. Having a bulletproof vest and cold weather gear is definitely a good thing. After Xinyu changed his clothes and came out, he jogged over to Mu Xian. Sister Mu Xian, this outfit is so warm. As soon as I put it on, I felt like there was a fire burning on me. It's normal. The material of this cold weather gear is very special. It can automatically heat up according to the body's temperature. Wearing it in this weather is warmer than a sweater. I knew it. Sister Mu Xian, where did you get this? You're simply my goddess. Who am I? If I can't even get this kind of thing, then I've lived in vain. Muxian smiled. This winter coat was customized by the staff at the 4S shop when she bought the snowmobile after her rebirth, a total of 200 sets in different sizes. She originally thought about customizing more sizes so that the ones she couldn't wear could be used for other purposes. But now that more and more people were around her, it was just right to give them away. One could only say that her decision at that time was correct. Hearing Xunyu say that, I also wanted to try it on. Xuan, standing beside her, scratched his head and smiled. Muxian, how about you let me try it? Sure. Muxian was not stingy and directly handed it to him. The clothes were so tight on his muscular build that the zipper couldn't even be pulled up, and at a glance, he looked like a tightly bound Zongzi. Oh well, forget it. I can't even move in this, Aisha. I'd rather wait for you to alter it for me. Just like this, I can hardly breathe, and if I really went to that school, I'd probably be tortured to death. Chapter 127, even a donkey can be worked to death no problem, as long as there's a sewing machine and some extra fabric. I can make it fit you better, Aisha said with a smile. All right, Chao Ziwen, go change into the clothes. We're getting ready to set off. As soon as Mu Xian spoke, several people immediately stopped laughing and started preparing. Qin Rue struggled out of the room, saw Mu Xian tidying her clothes, and walked up behind her to fix her hair. Be careful after you go. If anything happens, be sure to contact us. Got it. You all take care of the house. While they were talking, Chao Ziwen had already changed his clothes. The three of them, along with Wei, then went downstairs. Chao Ziwen, you drive this snow vehicle with Wei, and we'll take the other one. Mu Xian finished speaking and took out another snowmobile from his space. This snowmobile was larger, a 4-seater. After Mu Xian got in, she picked up a map and started looking at it. Sister Mu Xian, should I drive? What? You don't want to drive? Mu Xian raised her head and asked softly. Xunyu immediately happily sat in the driver's seat. No, it's just that I've never driven something like this before. I'm a bit worried about crashing it. It's fine. If you crash it, you can just compensate with your labor. Huh. Xunyu opened his mouth in surprise. After realizing it, he felt a bit helpless. Aren't I already doing that now? After eating food made by the robot for the first time, Mu Xian felt it didn't suit her taste, so Xunyu basically did the cooking afterwards. Whenever they went out to work, he would go too, and he also took care of the network maintenance and other things at home. When it added up, he was really the busiest and most tired one in the whole family. All right, stop talking nonsense. Chao Ziwen has already gone out. Mu Xian glanced at the already vanished Chao Ziwen, shot a glare at Xunyu, who exclaimed ah, and hurriedly started the car, driving out of the parking lot. Upon reaching the courtyard, Mu Xian asked Qin Rue to open the gate, and the two cars left one after the other. In the window of Building 19, a plump woman with the surname Lin had a rather unsightly expression. Looking at the limp man on the sofa, she disdainfully walked over and kicked him. You're really useless. Can't even perform after just 2 tries, and you're still so young. Upon hearing this, the man quickly scrambled up and hugged her leg, Sister Lin. It's not that I can't, it's just that I've been too tired these past few days. You want it 7 or 8 times a day, I really can't handle it. Don't worry, just give me 2 days of rest, and I'll be back to normal. I promise I'll satisfy you then. Satisfy me? You know what kind of state you're in? You can't even compare to a dog. The man turned red at her words, a flash of murderous intent crossing his eyes. As a man, being insulted like this by a woman naturally didn't feel good. But now, everything he had, food, clothing, shelter, was provided by the woman. And with 2 strong bodyguards by her side, he didn't dare to show his dissatisfaction. After thinking for a while, he could only let her continue to hit and scold him. Since your physical condition is so poor, there's no need for you to continue serving me from now on. Hearing this, the man felt a surge of panic, but thinking of something, he hurriedly hugged the woman. Sister Lin, do you want to throw me away? That's not possible. I really love you. I can't lose you. Please give me another chance. The man's tearful appearance ultimately made it hard for the woman to be cruel. Although she was increasingly dissatisfied with his performance, she had to admit that his face was handsome. The woman pinched the man's chin and smiled slightly. I won't kick you out, but you need to help me bring over the 2 strongest men from Meng Fanchao's house. I want to taste them. After speaking, the woman licked her lips, which made the man feel disgusted, but for the sake of his life, he could only endure it. Sister Lin, you know, Mr. Meng isn't easy to deal with, and those 2 don't seem willing to do this. I'm worried. Wang Jia, what's wrong with you? What use are you to me? Don't forget, This is the apocalypse. I have a lot of houses, but the more people I support, the faster the supplies get consumed. The reason I've kept you around is for fun. Since you can't make me happy and can't do anything else, there's no need for me to keep you. Sister Lin, no. I'm willing to try. Please don't kick me out. It's so cold outside. If I go out, I definitely won't survive for a few days. Since you know, then hurry up and get it done. Yes. I'll go right now. Thinking of Qin Rue and the other's body proportions, the woman squinted her eyes and nodded. Wang Jie thanked her and left the room. Outside the room, two bodyguards stood with their arms crossed, motionless by the door, and they didn't give him a glance as he came out. Wang Jie knew that the two looked down on him, but so what? Compared to himself, they weren't any better. He stood in front of them and coldly said something before going downstairs. The two bodyguards were unsure if what he said was true, so they pushed open the door to ask the woman. After hearing her words, they followed him downstairs. Sitting on the sofa, Wang Jie half squinted his eyes and slowly spoke. You all know that villa belongs to Meng Fanchao. It's unlikely we'll be able to enter and kidnap someone, so we can only outsmart them. What do you want to do? We'll cooperate. The two men stood beside him, one on the left and one on the right, with serious expressions, their tones carrying a hint of disdain. But since it was the woman's order, even if they looked down on Wang Jie, they'd still give him some face. We'll go over and tell the people inside that we want to cooperate with them. Once that man comes out, you two just go for it and grab him first. Is that all you have? What if they don't come out? That's impossible. I already said we want to cooperate. Since it's cooperation, isn't it better to talk face to face? What if it's not the person that Director Lin wants who comes out to talk? Do you think Meng Fanchao and the others will come out? A few people have already left. The only ones left inside will be that man and Xiao Qingye. No matter who comes, just grab him first. If the people get captured, they won't just sit back and watch. At that time, you can make your move and catch the other one. Understood. When do we go? Now. Sister Lin can't wait any longer. Wang Jie was eager for the woman to find a new man so that he could enjoy a few comfortable days. God knows how he survived these past 2 months, having to come several times a day. Even a donkey would be exhausted. Chapter 128. Wang Jie's intent to kill after discussing. The three of them left the house. Upon reaching the villa's entrance, Wang Jie rang the doorbell. Inside the villa at that moment, Xiao Qingye and Qin Rue were both injured, and only Aisha was fine. Upon hearing the doorbell, she opened the surveillance and intercom. Who is it? Wang Jie and the others heard a woman's voice and frowned, but in order to capture Qin Rue and the others, they still spoke up. Hello, I'm Wang Jie from Building 19. I want to discuss a cooperation with you. May I come in? Hearing someone wanted to discuss cooperation and enter the villa, Aisha became alert. Sorry, it's not convenient right now. Beautiful lady, our boss is friends with Mr. Meng. Could you please tell Mr. Meng? We want to speak directly with him. Mr. Meng? Are you mistaken? There's no Mr. Meng here. Xinyu had told Aisha about Meng Fanchao, so she was aware. But since this villa belonged to Mu Xian, she naturally told him that there was no such person as Meng Fanchao. Moreover, she was indirectly informing Wang Jie that this was no longer Meng Fanchao's territory, and if he was wise, he should not disturb them any further. Indeed, upon hearing Aisha's words, the three outside were somewhat surprised. They knew how important this villa was to Meng Fanchao, but the woman on the other side said there was no such person, which made them feel alarmed. Back in the living room on the first floor, Wang Jie looked at one of the bodyguards. You two keep a close watch on Building 20. I'm going to find Sister Lin. After saying this, he went straight upstairs. In the room, the woman was wearing a sexy nightgown, sipping red wine while waiting for Wang Jie to bring someone in. When she heard a knock on the door, she adjusted her outfit, wanting it to be even more revealing, but when the door opened and Wang Jie walked in, her smile immediately froze. Seeing the woman's unpleasant expression, Wang Jie was about to get angry but quickly spoke. Sister Lin, something seems to have happened at Building 20. Mr. Meng and the others are no longer in the villa. I don't care if they're in the villa or not. What I want is those two young men. Sister Lin, please don't be angry. Don't you think there's something suspicious about this? After that, Wang Jie continued to analyze the situation, and the woman calmed down after listening. What do you want to say? I want to say, what if Mr. Meng and the others have encountered misfortune, and there are several people living in the villa now? Mr. Meng is known for being stingy. Even when you expressed a desire to enter his villa, he brushed it off. These people seem to have no connection to him, yet they can live there. Don't you find that strange? You're right. I suspect Mr. Ming might have already been. After saying this, Wang Jie made a gesture around his neck, startling the woman. Are you saying that this group killed Meng Fanchao and the others, and then took over? Exactly. From what you say, these people are not simple. They managed to easily break into Meng Fanchao's villa. It seems we need to pay more attention to them. Sister Lin, I think it's best if we don't provoke them for now. They dared to kill Mr. Meng and the others, so they would dare to kill us too. Let's observe their movements for a few days, and, if possible, we'll find an opportunity to deal with them. Wang Jie, I didn't expect you to have such guts. You wouldn't want to deal with me too, would you? Although the woman liked to toy with men, she wasn't foolish. Except when she was in bed with Wang Jie. She wasn't very polite to him. If it weren't for the two bodyguards by her side, he might have already taken action against her. Wang Jie felt a shiver at her words, squeezed out a smile, and calmly replied, "While I do find it a bit overwhelming, I've never thought about dealing with you. After all, you took me in. Without you, I might have died long ago, and how could I be living in such a warm villa? When she bought this villa, the power was just connected, but it would occasionally go out. To be safe, she purchased 20 generators for the house. She initially thought they wouldn't be needed, but shortly after the apocalypse began, the power went out, and those generators became very useful. Even now, the generators in her house are still working, keeping the entire villa powered, the air conditioning still functional, and her room the warmest. Wang Jie was willing to be her plaything partly because of this. Plus, there was plenty of food in her storage, which made him endure the disgust and continue serving her. Now, as her dissatisfaction with him grew, he also began to harbor murderous intentions. Currently, he was secretly concocting poison, planning to deal with the woman and her two bodyguards. But he hadn't found the right opportunity yet. Now that the woman was unhappy with him, he finally had a chance to poison them. Thinking of this, a deeper smile appeared on Wang Jie's face. I doubt you would dare. If you try to lay a hand on me, my people wouldn't let you off. Of course, right now, I just want to focus on exercising and try to regain my vigor as soon as possible to make Sister Lin happy. You have quite the sweet tongue. The woman pinched Wang Jie's chin and dragged him onto the bed, leaning down to kiss him. Afterward, Wang Jie got dressed and looked at the woman with a grin. Sister Lin, you seem to be in a good mood today. I'll go make you something delicious. We're tired of bread and steak every day. I'll cook a few dishes for you to try. Oh, you can cook? I didn't know that. I haven't cooked in many years either. Lately, I've really been tired of the same food. So I thought I might as well give it a try and see if my skills have declined. If it suits your taste, I'll use the leftover vegetables in the storage to cook for you. Great. Go ahead. Make sure to do a good job. If it doesn't taste good, I will punish you. Okay, I will definitely do a good job and make sure it suits your taste. After saying this, Wang Jie turned to leave, and the moment he walked away, his smile vanished. After a while, the sound of chopping vegetables came from the kitchen, and the two bodyguards glanced at each other but said nothing. An hour later, Wang Jie prepared 4 dishes and a soup, and when he brought them to the table, he wore a faint smile. Brothers, I secretly saved some food for you in the kitchen. Even if you don't like me, we still live under the same roof, right? Hearing his words, the two felt he was just trying to curry favor and didn't think much of it as they turned to head back into the kitchen. He let out a cold smile and carried the food straight upstairs. Sister Lin, the food is here. Take a look and see if it suits your taste. If not, I can make you something else. The colors look pretty good. The woman glanced at the food and then opened her mouth. Seeing this, Wang Jie quickly picked up chopsticks, picked up a piece of vegetable, and fed it to her. After chewing for a while, her eyes lit up. The taste was good, and she didn't expect him to have this skill. Not bad. You can cook from now on. No problem. As long as you can eat, I'll cook for you, and I'll make sure it's different every day. The woman smiled broadly at this, but not long after, she felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. Wang Jie chuckled, tossed the chopsticks aside, and took a couple of steps back. Wang Jie, why are you just standing there? Don't you see that my stomach hurts badly? Hurry and get me some medicine. Sorry, Sister Lin, your medicine. No, I should say my medicine can't cure your illness. What did you say? The woman looked surprised and was about to question Wang Jie when her stomach pain intensified. She felt as if her intestines were being stirred, and waves of intense pain spread throughout her body. Then, she spat out a mouthful of blood, and the veins on her forehead bulged. What What did you do? I just added a little medicine to the dish. How does it feel? Is it pleasant? You poisoned me? You guessed it right. But unfortunately, there's no reward. Sister Lin, I'm very grateful that you saved me, but your character, really isn't great. I serve you every day, yet you treat me like this, hitting and scolding me. Do you know that I have no interest in your body at all? In fact, I could say I find it repulsive. With a pig like you, not only can't you be satisfied, but you're also very disgusting. However, you can only live for a few more minutes. Don't worry, I will cherish everything in your room. So go ahead and rest easy. You traitor. Dog, I really was blind to have saved you. Someone. Hurry, someone. Oh, stop shouting. Your two bodyguards should be in a similar situation to you right now. Since I've decided to take action, I definitely want to spare them. You'll all join each other downstairs for a reunion. Oh, by the way, the ghost downstairs should keep you entertained for a long time. Sister Lin, farewell. Wang Jia waved at the woman and then turned to go downstairs. When he reached the bottom, the two bodyguards were already dead. Their eyes were wide open, and they wore expressions of pain, which made Wang Jia laugh heartily. He walked in front of them, revealing an evil smile, and began to stomp on their faces, even using his hands to gouge out their eyeballs, crushing them underfoot. Then, he dragged their bodies into the yard and set them on fire. Oh dear! What a pity! Why didn't I drag that nasty woman down and let her see how her beloved bodyguards died? That was careless of me. If I could have let her witness this bloody and terrifying scene before her death, it would have been even more amusing. Wang Jia's mentality has become increasingly twisted. But at this moment, no one cares about that. No matter how perverse his actions are, no one could stop him. After dealing with two bodyguards, he went upstairs. By this time, the woman was already completely dead. The sheets on the bed were tightly grasped by her fingers and toes curled, indicating that she had suffered extreme pain before her death. Wang Jia smiled and ripped her clothes apart, then proceeded to beat and torture her body for 2 hours, as if this was the only way to relieve his deep-seated hatred. Afterwards, without any hesitation, he dragged the corpse downstairs and burned it to ashes. Back home, he happily played music, slowly cleaning the bloodstains on the floor with a cloth. After wiping once, he wiped a second time and even disinfected the area. Ah, this is mine now. I won't have to see that dead fat woman and those two bastards' faces anymore. How nice. Sitting on the sofa, he shook a wine glass in one hand, crossed his legs, and hummed a little tune, looking very much at ease. After Mu Xian and the others left the villa, they headed straight to the school. Fortunately, they had a map and successfully arrived at the school using it. Once inside, they followed the directions from their location and eventually reached the front of a teaching building. The teaching building in front of them had a total of 7 floors. The lower 5 floors were covered in deep snow, while the upper 2 floors were frozen, but they could still get in if they cleared the snow. Mu Xian, this is the teaching building, which means the cafeteria shouldn't be far from here. Let's see if we can find the exact location. This school has a total of 4 teaching buildings, and according to the map, this one is the closest to the first cafeteria, so the cafeteria should also be nearby. Let's search around here and not go too far. Got it, let's start looking. Away, can you smell any living beings? After getting out of the car, Mu Xian gently patted Away's head and slowly spoke. Away rolled his eyes at her, as if to say, with this thick snow, the scent is completely covered. How could I possibly smell anything? Mu Xian sighed. After eating so much delicious food, it was useless at a critical moment. It seems I need to cut down on your meals in the future. Upon hearing this, Away was quite unhappy, jumping up to argue with Mu Xian. But Mu Xian slapped it on the head, and after it grunted, it could only roll its eyes and walk away. At this time in the cafeteria, 21 students were huddled in a corner, trembling. Their teacher was currently searching for food in the cafeteria storage room for them, but after a long period of low temperatures, some food had already frozen into blocks of ice and was inedible, while the edible items had been completely consumed. What to do? If there is no food, even if those things don't attack us, we will starve to death. Chui Yuqing sat on the ground in despair, guilt and hopelessness flashing in his eyes. In this environment, if they run out of food, they really won't survive. Forget it, I can't collapse. If I fall, this group of kids will have even less hope. He thought for a moment, got up from the ground, but just as he stood up, a wave of dizziness suddenly hit him, and he quickly leaned against the wall to keep himself from falling. Chapter 130. monster attack adding to the daily struggle with those unknown creatures. He was exhausted and injured, and his body had reached its limit. The only reason he hadn't collapsed yet was due to a single belief supporting him. He realized something was wrong and quickly ran over. Sure enough, as soon as he arrived at the cafeteria, he saw 3 unknown creatures surrounding the students, circling around them. They were about 2 meters tall, had a similar build to humans, walking upright, but at a glance, they didn't look like humans at all. They resembled some kind of mutated animal. Their bodies dripped with some kind of liquid that smelled foul, like something from a drainage ditch. At that moment, they seemed like starving beasts, their crimson eyes never leaving the children. They were making a hissing sound, drooling everywhere. Seeing this scene, Chui Yuqing felt his scalp tingle. In previous battles, these monsters had attacked one by one. Dealing with one, while exhausting, was manageable, but this time there were 3. If they attacked together, even if he gave it his all, he might not be able to win. This is bad. Their combat power is very strong. I can't deal with them at all. What should I do? Chui Yuqing took a deep breath, cold sweat beating on his forehead, his hand trembling as he gripped the iron rod. Clang, the sound of the iron rod hitting the ground echoed in the cafeteria, and the 3 monsters turned to look at him simultaneously. Hey, you 3 monsters, if you have the ability, come attack me. Don't stare at my students. As he spoke, he slowly raised the iron rod in his hand, pointing it at one of the monsters. The students saw him, and their fear diminished significantly. For so long, they had been protected by Chui Yuqing. In their hearts, their teacher was invincible, always able to drive away the monsters. Teacher Chui, please save us. Teacher Chui, go for it. You must defeat them all. In the face of the students' shouts, Chui Yuqing only felt irritated. Moreover, almost halfway through the fight, the monsters would quickly snatch away one person and then leave. So this time, facing 3 monsters, even if he had the ability to kill them, he might not be able to truly eliminate them. From these several battles, he gradually realized that these monsters saw them as food. Whenever they were hungry, they would grab a child. Over the past 3 months, they had already taken 7 children. This was just in the cafeteria. In other places, who knows how many had been taken. This time, all 3 came together. They probably wouldn't stop until they had taken 3 children. Thinking of the children's safety, Chui Yuqing charged forward with the iron rod. He first attacked the one that looked the weakest. As he got close, he crouched and slid under it, lifting the iron rod to strike its back. This creature seemed to know his intention and jumped up just as he passed, causing Chui Yuqing's attack to miss. At this moment, the other 2 also closed in on him, launching an attack simultaneously. Run! For the safety of the children, Chui Yuqing shouted, and all the students rushed towards a nearby door. Just then, one monster spotted the fleeing students, breaking away from the fight to attack them. Seeing this, Chui Yuqing rolled backward twice, pulled out a fruit knife from his body, and stabbed it toward its back. The fruit knife pierced the monster's body, and it let out a loud roar, quickly turning around and extending its tentacle backward, grabbing his hand and flinging him away. Bang, he was thrown several meters away, crashing into a table and splitting in half. The other 2 monsters, seeing him fall, rushed over, leaping into the air, their sharp tentacles aimed directly at him. He quickly rolled to the side in pain to dodge their attack. After they were knocked down, a scream echoed throughout the cafeteria. To completely deal with them, Chui Yuqing took out the fruit knife, used a nearby table to jump onto the monster's back, and aimed the knife at its head to stab it. But at that moment, another monster swung its tail, aiming at his back. Chui Yuqing was caught off guard but sensed the wind and turned around to block with the iron rod. Unfortunately, the power difference was too great, and he was flung away again. He fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, trying to get up again, but found that his back was in immense pain, and his whole body couldn't move. This is bad. The injury is too severe. I can't move. He lifted his head and looked at the monster that had pulled out its tentacle, stepping out the door, feeling anxious in his heart. Outside the door, the students were running in all directions, and the 3 monsters chased after them in the direction they fled. Soon, several screams were heard, and after the monsters caught 3 people, they left again. They finally left. We should be safer now, right? Where's Teacher Chui? Why isn't he here to protect us? 3 people have already been taken. Teacher Chui just helped block the other 2 monsters for us. Otherwise, we don't know what would have happened. But he didn't block them either. Teacher Chui is the school's Sanda and martial arts teacher, has won international awards. Yet he can't even deal with these few monsters. I really doubt how he got those medals. All right, stop talking. No matter what, Teacher Chui has protected us. If it weren't for him these past few months, we would have died long ago. Humph. When there was only one monster at first, he should have killed it. And we wouldn't have ended up like this. Exactly. He's so powerful, yet can't kill the monster. What is that if not useless? Enough of you, shut up. If you have the ability, go out and fight the monsters. Go save the classmates who were taken. Nearby, Xiao Yimeng stood up from the corner, walked over to one of the female students, and coldly said a sentence. This sentence undoubtedly angered the female student. She crossed her arms, stood in front of Xiao Yimeng, raised her hand, and slapped Xiao Yimeng hard across the face. Xiao Yimeng's head was turned to the side, and a trickle of blood oozed from the corner of her mouth. Zhang Ting, what are you doing? Li Weiwei discovered that Xiao Yimeng was being beaten and pulled her behind her. Chapter 131. Can you hurry up and die? Xiao Yimeng had a somewhat reclusive personality, and with her excellent grades, she initially had no friends at school. It wasn't until she met Li Weiwei, who also had outstanding grades but came from a poor family, that the two slowly became good friends. Xiao Yimeng spent almost all her free time researching various mechanical constructions and modifications, studying ammunition, etc., while Li Weiwei participated in various shooting training. Normally, Xiao Yimeng hardly spoke to strangers, but her aloof yet cute appearance attracted many boys at school, making her a thorn in the side of many girls. Although the girls at school wished they could beat up Li Weiwei, she was already protected by the state, and that group of girls wouldn't dare to go too far even if they tried. Moreover, every time they acted, they only ended up suffering, not only failing to deal with her, but also getting dealt with themselves. Due to her special status, the school didn't dare to punish her too severely for fighting. She would basically just be put in confinement for 2 days and then released. At school, students also learned kickboxing and various martial arts to improve their physical fitness and self-defense capabilities. After the snow disaster struck, students were trapped. And although they didn't dare to fight the monsters, their physical fitness was strong enough that they escaped from the monsters several times. But only Xiao Yimeng never attended kickboxing and martial arts classes, so during the escape, she held them back numerous times, leading to increasing dissatisfaction among the students. In their eyes, she was just a burden. Chui Yuqing saved her the most every time. As time passed, the students' feelings towards her shifted from complaints to resentment, and the long-suppressed emotions exploded all at once. Zhang Ting looked at Xiao Yimeng, who was protected behind Li Weiwei, with a gloomy expression. Li Weiwei, that's enough. Do you want to die with Xiao Yimeng? We don't want that. If it weren't for her, we wouldn't have lost so many classmates. Since you care about her so much, just take her away from us, okay? Exactly. Xiao Yimeng, can you hurry up and die? Stop dragging us down. Xiao Yimeng, every time we run away, you're always the last one. To protect you, Teacher Chui has to risk his life every time. And it's because of this that other classmates get caught by monsters. Why do you deserve special treatment from the teacher? Is your life more valuable than ours? That's right. How many times has Teacher Chui saved you? If it weren't for you, he wouldn't have been injured and wouldn't have given the monsters a chance to catch 3 classmates. It's all because of you that everyone is suffering. Xiao Yimeng, be self-aware and just walk in the monsters' mouths, okay? Stop dragging us down. The students vented their frustrations all at once. Xiao Yimeng listened to these words without retorting, merely biting her lip and standing silently to the side. Have you all said enough? What do you mean Xiao Yimeng has dragged you down? It's the monster's choice to attack whoever they want. Without Xiao Yimeng, will they not attack you? Also, Teacher Chui protects everyone, not just Xiao Yimeng. Otherwise, do you think you would still be alive to blame others? Right now, we don't even know how Teacher Chui is doing, and instead of trying to find him, you're making a ruckus here. Do you think things aren't chaotic enough? It's ridiculous. What you're saying is just an excuse to defend her, right? Li Weiwei, it's understandable that you're close to her and want to speak up for her, but please open your eyes and see the facts. The fact is, she runs too slowly and has poor physical fitness, which has caused us to lose so many classmates. She's just a burden. If she had any conscience, she wouldn't continue to stay with us. We have been kind enough not to leave her behind. She shouldn't be so ungrateful, right? Exactly, Xiao Yimeng. If it weren't for Teacher Chui, we wouldn't even care about you. Now that we don't know where Teacher Chui is, be smart and leave on your own. If you dare to say another word, I'll tear your mouths apart. In this desperate situation, weren't you all just focused on escaping? Did you help me and Xiao Yimeng even a little? Didn't we struggle to evade the monster's attacks ourselves? So don't push the blame for that group of deaths onto others. It's very pathetic. Li Weiwei still stood in front of Xiao Yimeng, defending her. She stood against everyone, arguing for Xiao Yimeng, her flushed face warming Xiao Yimeng's heart. Zhang Ting sighed and sneered, Li Weiwei, you really are Xiao Yimeng's most loyal dog. You used to stand up for her, and now you still want to defend her. To be honest, you really are pathetic. Seeing Li Weiwei's stubbornness, Zhang Ting slowly spoke. Although she didn't like either Xiao Yimeng or Li Weiwei, stirring up discord between them could still bring her some pleasure. Stop spouting nonsense. I know better than you what kind of person Yimeng is. If you want to sow discord between me and her, save your breath. The people around continued to argue, and Xiao Yimeng clenched her fists, her face pale. She gently tugged at Li Weiwei's sleeve, pulling her back a bit. Weiwei, it's too noisy here. Let's go find Teacher Chui. He should be injured. We need to help him. Did you hear that? She actually said she wants to help Teacher Chui. Ha ha. A girl with a high ponytail laughed loudly. Her name was Yang Qianqian, the daughter of the deputy mayor of Liangcheng. She pushed through the crowd and slowly approached Xiao Yimeng, coldly saying, It's good enough that you don't drag Teacher Chui down. You still want to help him? What a joke. Xiao Yimeng, Li Weiwei. You both better hurry up and find a place to commit suicide so that when the monsters come again, they won't take you away as food. Every time someone is caught, the screams are terrifying. If you don't want to die so miserably, you should just kill yourselves. As soon as she finished speaking, a sound of footsteps came from nearby. Everyone looked up and saw Chui Yuqing limping over. Teacher Chui, it's Teacher Chui. A male student ran over in excitement, but quickly took a step back upon seeing Chui Yuqing covered in blood, his eyes filled with disgust. Teacher Chui, how did you get so hurt? Chapter 132. Would rather die than go in. Chui Yuqing watched him step back, feeling as if something had struck him inside. The child he had worked so hard to protect showed not concern or worry upon seeing his injuries, but disgust and fear. At that moment, he felt a blockage in his chest. Teacher, are you okay? You can't have anything happen to you. What will we do if you do? Yeah, what if those monsters come? They will kill us. Teacher Chui, putting everything else aside, have you found something to eat? We've been hungry for 3 days, without food. We will starve to death. Before Chui Yuqing could speak, the students were chattering nonstop. Although they inquired about his injuries, it wasn't out of genuine concern. They were just afraid that if he died, their safety and food would be compromised. Li Weiwei and Xiao Yimeng looked at the expressions of those around them and felt it was unfair for Chui Yuqing. He protected everyone like this, yet not a single person truly cared about him. Teacher Chui, please sit down and rest. We'll take a look at your injury. Li Weiwei and Xiao Yimeng walked in front of him, helping him sit on a nearby bench, then took out a flashlight to examine his wounds. When they discovered a patch of blood on his back, they gasped in shock. The blood on his back had frozen into a layer, looking quite terrifying, and they didn't know where to start with the bandaging. Teacher Chui will help you deal with the wound. It might hurt a bit, so please bear with it. Xiao Yimeng glanced at Li Weiwei, nodded, and the two of them gently began to remove the frozen blood bit by bit. The process was long and painful, but Chui Yuqing gritted his teeth and endured it. Yimeng, Weiwei, thank you. After dealing with the blood clots, Xiao Yimeng took the knife from Chui Yuqing's hand, cut a slit in her own clothing, tore off a piece of cloth, and bandaged his wound. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. He looked at the trembling expressions of Xiao Yimeng and Li Weiwei and gave a bitter smile. Even without the monster attacking, he couldn't dare to sleep, worrying that something might happen to the children. In the end, his own body broke down and he was seriously injured. Instead of being grateful, they worried that if he died, there would be no one to protect them, which truly made him feel disheartened. However, it was good that among these ungrateful kids, there were still Xiao Yimeng and Li Weiwei who cared about him, which made him feel less hopeless. Teacher, what about our food? At this moment, Yang Qianqian walked over, her indifferent and arrogant demeanor making Li Weiwei want to slap her. However, she ultimately refrained, as this was not the time for infighting. The most important thing was to take care of Chui Yuqing and find a safe place. Yang Qianqian, Teacher Chui, is already injured like this. So don't worry about food for now. Everyone, help support Teacher Chui and find a safe place. As for food, after settling down, we could send a few people out to look for it. What? You want us to find food ourselves? Did I hear that wrong? Do you not know what the situation is? If we encounter a monster, we could die. Zhang Ting crossed her arms and raised her eyebrows. And the other students echoed her words. All right, everyone be quiet. There is no food left in the cafeteria storage. If you want to search, you need to go to the second cafeteria, but it's a bit of a distance from here. If you go, I want to feel at ease. Let me rest for 2 days, and I'll go find it for you. Everyone just wait. Wait? Teacher, can't you just go now? Yeah. Those monsters have already captured 3 people. They probably want to attack us in the next couple of days. If you don't hurry, and they come while you're not here, what will we do? Hearing this, the others felt helpless, as Chui Yuqing was severely injured. If they insisted he go, and he died on the way, that wouldn't be good for them either. Li Weiwei and Xiao Yimeng were speechless at their classmates, but didn't bother to argue with them, helping Chui Yuqing get ready to leave. The classmates behind them followed suit. Zhang Ting snorted coldly, walking up to Li Weiwei and saying, Li Weiwei, where are you planning to take us? If that place isn't safe, we want to be polite. Upon hearing this, Li Weiwei was furious. She grabbed Zhang Ting by the collar and shouted, Zhang Ting, can't you shut your mouth? Do you believe I'll tear it apart right now? Oh, what a big mouth you have. You want your dad to arrest me? Let us get out of here first. You, what do you mean? I'll say it again, where we go is our business. If you want to follow, then keep quiet and come along. If you don't want to come, then stay far away so we don't have to see you and get annoyed. I'm giving you the choice, and since you chose, don't talk nonsense. If anyone says another word, just get lost. Li Weiwei started cursing, and the students saw her fierce attitude and muttered quietly, ultimately following behind her. This group was typical of being ungrateful after gaining benefits. If it weren't for Chui Yuqing's soft heart, Li Weiwei wouldn't want to take them along. All right, everyone, let us keep the chatter down and leave first. Although Chui Yuqing's face was not good, he felt a bit happy inside. Li Weiwei's scolding made him feel quite relieved. The group followed Li Weiwei and Xiao Yimeng to the warehouse door. As soon as they opened the door, a foul smell wafted out. Everyone pinched their noses and took a few steps back, except for Xiao Yimeng and Li Weiwei, who helped Chui Yuqing walk inside. The lingering smell in the warehouse was from before the apocalypse, and since the warehouse door had been kept closed, the odor hadn't completely dissipated. Although Chui Yuqing often came to get food, he would close the door when leaving to ensure the food wasn't destroyed by monsters, so the smell remained until now. To survive, Xiao Yimeng and Li Weiwei endured the discomfort and walked in, but the others were unwilling to enter, even blaming the 2 outside. However, at this time, their accusations were useless, as this was the safest place in the entire cafeteria. Once inside, the 2 cleaned up the floor and moved in 2 tables, one for Chui Yuqing to rest on, and the other for themselves to sit down. What should we do? This smell is unbearable. Yeah, should we wait for the smell to dissipate before going in? I think that's a good idea. Let us just deal with it here tonight. I'd rather die than go in with this smell. Chapter 133. Encountering monsters outside, the other students were discussing their dissatisfaction. Even in this predicament, they were unwilling to compromise, so they all sat outside. Xiao Yimeng and Li Weiwei didn't want to say much. It was their choice not to enter the warehouse. And if something happened, it wouldn't be blamed on the 2 of them. On the ground, Mu Xian was still searching for the cafeteria's location with Shun Yu, Chao Ziwen, and Wei. They had arrived at the rooftop of the teaching building and were analyzing the position of the cafeteria. According to the school layout map, there was an abandoned small attic next to the first cafeteria. This small attic was previously used for students to enjoy the school scenery. Although it wasn't large, it was high, and from there, one could see most of the campus scenery. However, due to years of disrepair, the school had prohibited students from going up there for their safety. Currently, they could only see the rooftop, but it was this rooftop that relieved Mu Xian and the others. That should be the small attic, and it's only about 100 meters from the first cafeteria. Let us go check if there is an entrance. After climbing up to the attic, Mu Xian looked at the map for a while, pointed to the east, and said, the first cafeteria should be over there, but it's already covered in heavy snow. We need to find a way to dig through the snow and create an entrance. Ah, The snow is so thick. How are we supposed to do that? Mu Xian stroked her chin and then took out 2 bulldozers from her space. Wow, Mu Xian, you're amazing. You can even get your hands on this stuff. Mu Xian smiled and thought to herself that it was fortunate she had taken a few vehicles from the factory earlier. Otherwise, they would really be in trouble now. Can you drive? Yes, I've learned everything. This isn't difficult. After Chao Ziwen got on, he immediately started the loader and drove it towards the location Mu Xian designated. Then began to clear the snow. Sorry, Sister Mu Xian, I've never driven this before, I don't know how. Seeing that Chao Ziwen was already in action, Shen Yu awkwardly scratched his head. It's fine, just let Chao Ziwen handle it. Mu Xian patted his shoulder to comfort him. Just as the two finished speaking, Awei's body suddenly grew larger, its eyes fixed intently on the empty space next to Chao Ziwen, letting out low growls. At that moment, Mu Xian also felt a sharp gaze watching them, a feeling that sent a chill down her spine. Chao Ziwen was still clearing the snow, completely unaware that danger was approaching. Just as his shovel hit the ground suddenly shook, and a crack appeared in the snowy ground, about 1 meter high and 1 meter wide. Inside the hole, a pair of blood-red eyes flashed with ferocity, and the next second, a huge shadow burst out. Chao Ziwen, be careful, Mu Xian shouted, and Awei quickly rushed over, colliding with the monster just as Chao Ziwen was about to be attacked. The monster was knocked away by this sudden impact, falling into the snow. When it got a good look at Awei, it became alert. What the hell is this monster? It looked so disgusting. Chao Ziwen saw the monster and hurriedly got out of the car, running to Mu Xian and Shen Yu's side. The monster in front of them was jet black, resembling a human with a pair of hands and feet, but its limbs were very long. Its body seemed to be wrapped in a layer of skin, with the ribs clearly visible. Its face was not much different from an ant's, and, upon closer inspection, its eyes were almost invisible. This must be the monster that Xiao Yiming mentioned. From its appearance, it looks like an ant, just mutated. It moved very nimbly and could walk upright. Given its posture, its attack power should also be strong. I wonder if Awei can handle it. Chao Ziwen frowned as he looked at Mu Xian, and at that moment, he was genuinely worried about Awei. He prepared to support Awei at any moment. Mu Xian took out a sniper rifle and a submachine gun, giving one to Shen Yu and the other to Chao Ziwen as they focused intently on the battle ahead. Awei was grappling with the monster, and the snow-covered ground had become their battleground. Awei continuously launched attacks, but each time he missed. The monster was always able to quickly burrow into the snow when Awei lunged at it, resembling a game of cat and mouse. Frustrated by his inability to catch or hit the creature, Awei stomped his feet in anger, repeatedly clawing at the entrance of the hole where the monster had disappeared. Just as he managed to create a large opening, the monster emerged from the side and attacked Awei. This creature was clearly toying with Awei, waiting for him to lose patience before striking. Its intelligence was beyond that of an ordinary animal. Mu Xian said coldly, then picked up the sniper rifle and aimed at the monster. She squinted her eyes, slowly squeezing the trigger, just about to fire, when she saw the monster suddenly jump in front of Awei, using Awei's body to shield itself. This guy is too alert. It actually knows we want to attack it. Shen Yu broke out in a cold sweat. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he couldn't have imagined that this monster could be so smart. To avoid hurting Awei, Mu Xian had to give up on shooting and instead looked for an opportunity to deal with it. She didn't know if it was because of its recent actions, but the monster became extremely cautious, constantly using Awei's massive body to shield itself while battling Awei, which made things difficult for Mu Xian. Let's split up. We'll each go to one side, and if there's a chance, we'll shoot. In order to resolve this quickly, Mu Xian said coldly, and Shen Yu and Chao Ziwen dashed to the sides. But at that moment, the snow not far from Shen Yu suddenly bulged, and a monster quickly emerged, directly slapping Shen Yu away before diving back into the snow. Shen Yu. Mu Xian widened her eyes and quickly ran towards the position where Shen Yu had been thrown. Just as she was about to reach him, a pair of pitch-black claws grabbed her feet and dragged her into the snow. Oh no, Mu Xian! Sister Mu Xian! Chao Ziwen and Shen Yu shouted in unison. Awei was also distracted by their shouts and got pierced by the monster's sharp claws. It let out a loud cry, biting down on a monster's claw and forcefully swinging it away. Awei! Seeing Awei injured, Chao Ziwen picked up his submachine gun and started firing wildly at the monster lying on the ground. The monster felt the pain, let out a miserable scream, and once again burrowed into the snow. Chao Ziwen's expression turned serious as he pulled Xinyu up and walked over to Awei. Awei shrank its body and licked its wound, its gaze becoming fierce. Chapter 134. High Intelligence Monster, are you okay? Chao Ziwen squatted down, took a look at Awei's wound, then took out some medicine to spray on it, followed by bandaging its body. We need to hurry and rescue Sister Mu Xian. This monster is very powerful, and I'm worried that Sister Mu Xian can't handle it alone. Xinyu frowned, looking towards a nearby opening, and walked over. Chao Ziwen patted Awei's head. You lead the way, and if you smell anything, let us know immediately. Wong wong wong. The cave was pitch black. Xinyu turned on his flashlight, cautiously following Awei, gripping his submachine gun tightly, his eyes vigilant. Are you all right? At that moment, Chao Ziwen suddenly spoke, startling him. He turned his head and complained, Brother Chao, don't talk suddenly. You almost scare me to death. I just thought about how you were thrown out earlier and worried about your condition. I'm fine. The bulletproof vest Sister Mu Xian gave me not only protects against bullets, but also various attacks. Although getting hit hurts a bit, it didn't tear my body. That's good. These two monsters are not easy to deal with this time. We must be careful. Mu Xian should have been dragged into some part of the school. Once we get in, we'll first look for Xiao Yimeng. After finding her, you and Awei will be responsible for taking her out, while I go find Mu Xian. No way. That's too dangerous. We should look for Sister Mu Xian together. What nonsense are you talking about? Our purpose for coming this time is to rescue Xiao Yimeng. We need to save her first, then I'll go save Mu Xian. But, no buts. It's settled. As they spoke, they had already entered a huge space. Here, apart from a corridor, there was nothing else. The two exchanged glances, knowing that this should lead to the cafeteria. At this moment, Awei was increasingly vigilant. The area was filled with the smell of monsters, indicating that they often moved around here. The three of them continued walking forward for a few minutes when Awei suddenly growled at something not far away, its fur standing on end. Seeing this, the two immediately took a combat stance. The quiet ground echoed with thud, thud, thud footsteps, and soon a figure appeared in the corridor. Before the two could react, the massive figure leaped in front of them and attacked. Xinyu and Chao Ziwen quickly stepped back. They heard a clang, and a crack appeared in the ground. This guy's claws are so powerful, it actually split the ground. If it hits me, I'm done for. Seeing this scene, Xinyu clutched his chest, feeling that he had been very lucky. If the previous monster had attacked him head-on, he would have been in two pieces by now. You stay to the side and look for an opportunity to shoot. I'll go confront it. Brother Chao, be careful. I'm fine. Awei, it's time to prepare. Chao Ziwen looked at Awei, and Awei transformed again, surrounding the monster from the front and back. The monster, seeing this, remained unfazed. It glanced at Chao Ziwen and Awei and launched an attack, charging straight at Chao Ziwen. Its massive claws swung wildly as Chao Ziwen dodged, while looking for an opportunity. Just as its claws were about to hit him, Awei charged from behind, biting tightly onto its legs. Seeing this, Chao Ziwen took the chance to shrink to the monster's lower body and clench his fist to attack. However, the monster seemed to sense his movement and swung its claws to attack his head. To avoid the attack, Chao Ziwen had to give up and instead dove to its back, punching it in the waist. Boom! Chao Ziwen's punch was powerful enough to knock it over, creating a loud noise. Immediately afterward, Awei's claw landed on its back, opening its mouth as if to finish it off, but at that moment, its tail suddenly lifted, and the sharp tip quickly stabbed towards Awei. Chao Ziwen's eyes widened, and he shouted, reaching out to press down hard on it. Xinyu, waiting for an opportune moment, saw that it couldn't break free and raised his submachine gun, firing several shots. After a few minutes, Chao Ziwen approached its head, observing it closely for a moment. Then sighed in relief. It should be dead. Phew, how many monsters are there in here? If they all come at once, we're in trouble. This should be the third one. The two we encountered before, one was injured, and the other should be with Mu Xian. Besides these three, I don't know if there will be others. Now that you mention it, I find it even more puzzling. With so many monsters around, why hasn't Xiao Yimeng been dealt with? She could even contact Xiao Qingya for help. Let's not worry about that for now. We need to find people. After finishing their conversation, the two prepared to leave, completely unaware that the previously dead monster had quietly opened its eyes. Hearing that they were about to leave, It shook its tail and flung it towards the two. Bang! Shen Yu and Chao Ziwen were directly flung away. A Wei roared and extended its claws to strike the monster. But the monster dodged. It quickly dashed to the nearby wall, climbed up to the ceiling, and stared intently at a Wei. Although a Wei could enlarge its body, if it became too big, it would affect its speed and attack power, so it could only watch helplessly as the monster clung to the ceiling. Shen Yu trembled as he got up, looking at the monster on the ceiling, and raised his submachine gun to shoot. However, this time the monster was prepared, quickly escaping as he fired, not a single bullet hitting it. Seeing the monster escape, a Wei wanted to chase after it, but was stopped by Chao Ziwen. Wait, don't chase. Be careful, it might have accomplices. Brother Chao, are you okay? Are you hurt? I'm fine, just a bit scraped. This bastard is so hard to kill and can even play dead. It seems that next time we encounter it, we should just cut off its head. I wonder how Sister Muxian is doing. This guy is so strong. I'm a bit worried about her. She is so strong. She should be able to hold on for a while. Let's go. We need to find Xiao Yiming first. After saying this, the two supported each other and continued forward, with a Wei following closely, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. The fleeing monster sprinted forward, having sustained significant injuries and needing food to replenish its energy. So it dashed towards the direction of the warehouse. Meanwhile, the students were still unaware that they would soon be attacked, each of them fast asleep. The monster quickly reached a point just over 100 meters away from them, and the sound of its footsteps made Shui Yuqing tense up, hearing the familiar voice. He struggled to get up and woke up Xiao Yimeng and Li Weiwei. The two were startled by the noise and hurried outside to wake their sleeping classmates. Chapter 135. Mu Xian arrives just in time. Xiao Yimeng. Li Weiwei, what are you two trying to do? We're really tired, okay? You two should just stay inside and not disturb us. Yang Qianqian, after being woken up, was very displeased and stood up to scold the two. Seeing this, the others also began to curse. Li Weiwei frowned and coldly said, "Keep your voices down. There's a monster coming. If you don't want to die, hurry and get into the warehouse." What a joke. Those monsters already took 3 people before, and they probably haven't finished eating yet. How could they come back so soon? I think you two are just deliberately not letting us rest. Zhang Ting, who usually had little interaction with Yang Qianqian, had no grudges but chose to stand on Yang Qianqian's side this time, as they both found Xiao Yimeng and Li Weiwei unpleasant. You can come in or not. We've already called you. If something happens later, don't blame us. Li Weiwei was losing patience with them. Since they were unwilling to enter the warehouse, she couldn't be bothered anymore. Hearing the sounds getting closer, she turned around, grabbed Xiao Yimeng's hand, and entered the warehouse, preparing to close the door behind them. TSK, those two are really annoying. Everyone just continue resting. Don't pay attention to them. Bang, bang, bang. Before Zhang Ting could finish her sentence, a loud noise sounded from outside, and a male classmate peeked out, screaming, "Monster! The monster is here!" What? There really is a monster? Everyone run. Seeing the monster actually appear, everyone was thrown into chaos, rushing into the warehouse. The warehouse door had not been closed yet, and with everyone pushing, it was completely opened. The monster heard the commotion and rushed over, jumping to the doorway and using its claws to forcefully pry at the door. All the classmates used their strength but still could not close the door. What to do? The door won't close. A classmate shouted in fear, backing away a few steps. At this moment, Zhang Ting saw Xiao Yimeng and Li Weiwei nearby, and an evil thought flashed through her mind. She walked over to Yang Qianqian and whispered a few words in her ear, prompting Yang Qianqian to walk over to Li Weiwei and push her out. "Yang Qianqian, what are you doing?" Li Weiwei was pushed out, and Xiao Yimeng looked at her in disbelief. Just as she spoke, Zhang Ting also reached out and pushed her out. "Zhang Ting, Yang Qianqian, you bastards." After catching Xiao Yimeng, Li Weiwei pointed angrily at the two behind the door, but they looked at her indifferently, a cruel smile on their lips. The monster, seeing 2 cute little ones thrown out by its kind, abandoned the students behind the door and turned to grab Xiao Yimeng and Li Weiwei. The students behind the door quickly closed it at that moment. They didn't care at all what would happen to Xiao Yimeng and Li Weiwei. "What are you doing? Open the door." Seeing his students push Xiao Yimeng and Li Weiwei out, Shui Yuqing's face turned pale. He struggled to get up and shouted at them, but the students remained silent, even blocking him from going to open the door. "Teacher Shui, You are injured now. Are you sure you can save them if you go out? Don't forget, you are the teacher. It's your responsibility to protect the students. There are only 2 of them, while there are so many of us. If you open this door, the monster is likely to come in, and our lives will be at risk. Are you really going to do this? Yang Qianqian's words made Chui Yuqing stop in his tracks, his face serious, a hint of pain flashing in his eyes. Yang Qianqian was right. If this door opened, the monster would likely eliminate all the children. What was the point of his persistence until now? Teacher, we have already lost so many classmates. Even if 2 more die, what does it matter? Is it not worth it to exchange the lives of those 2 for so many of us? The classmates who died before, their lives were lives too. They could sacrifice for us. Why can't Xiao Yimeng and Li Weiwei? Teacher, you cannot be so biased. After Yang Qianqian finished speaking, Zhang Ting also chimed in. Her words once again broke Chui Yuqing's defenses. He glanced at the remaining students and closed his eyes. Outside the door, the monster was slowly approaching Xiao Yimeng and Li Weiwei. Li Weiwei protected Xiao Yimeng behind her, and even though she was terrified, she had no intention of escaping herself. Yimeng, I will hold off the monster. You take the chance to run, okay? Li Weiwei was a year older than Xiao Yimeng, so she usually treated Xiao Yimeng like a younger sister. In her view, the older sister should protect the younger sister, even if it meant her own death. She wanted Xiao Yimeng to live. No, if we leave together. Her words moved Xiao Yimeng, but she also didn't want to leave her alone. Even if they were really going to die, she wanted to die together with her. As the 2 were speaking, the monster's right hand swung towards them. Seeing this, Li Weiwei pushed Xiao Yimeng away and crouched down, dodging the attack. The monster's claws cut a gash in the wall beside them, dust falling down onto Li Weiwei. The monster, unhappy that it missed, attacked again, but Li Weiwei was nimble and managed to dodge. At this moment, Xiao Yimeng quietly picked up a stick and slowly approached the monster. When it attacked Li Weiwei, she suddenly stabbed it in the thigh. The pain made the monster roar, and it swung its tail, throwing her away. The force of the monster's attack was tremendous, and Xiao Yimeng felt as if her internal organs were twisted together, causing her to break out in a cold sweat. Yimeng, seeing Xiao Yimeng injured, Li Weiwei crawled over to her side, helping her up. Are you okay? Don't scare me. Cough, cough. Weiwei, you need to go. No, I can't leave you behind. The monster saw the 2 lying on the ground, dragging their injured bodies closer, raising its claws to deliver a fatal blow. But at that moment, a loud bang filled the room. Before the 2 could react, they saw the monster fall to the ground. At the door, Mu Xian, dressed in a black down jacket, held a sniper rifle, coldly looking at the fallen monster. Phew! Another one dealt with. Not far away, Shen Yu and Chao Ziwen heard the gunshot, exchanged glances, and quickly rushed over with Wei. When they saw Mu Xian's figure, they smiled and ran to her side. Sister Mu Xian, it's great that you're okay. Mu Xian, be careful. This guy's hard to kill and can play dead. We were too careless before, which gave it a chance to escape. Chapter 136. Saving people this time. It should be dead for good. I shot it in the head. Mu Xian walked up to the monster and kicked it a few times, then moved in front of Xiao Yimeng and Li Weiwei. She glanced at the 2 of them and was about to speak when the warehouse door suddenly opened next to them, and heads poked out from inside. Upon seeing Mu Xian and the others, they hurriedly rushed out. You are here to save us? That's great, that's great. Someone is here to rescue us. We can finally leave this hellhole. Who sent you? Is it my dad? Where is he? Please take me away from here. At this moment, another male classmate stepped out, looking at Mu Xian and the others, and urgently asked. Mu Xian tilted her head, coldly glanced at him, and slowly said, Who among you is Xiao Yimeng? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. They slowly turned to look at Xiao Yimeng, who was lying nearby, speechless. It's her. She is Xiao Yimeng. But she is injured. Please, you must save her. Mu Xian frowned, walked to her side, squinted her eyes, and said, Shun Yu, the medicine. When they came out, Aisha had given them a lot of hemostatic and pain-relieving medicine just to give them an extra layer of protection. They hadn't used the medicine. Instead, it was Xiao Yimeng who used it first. Shen Yu handed the medicine to Mu Xian, who took it out, placed it in her mouth, and then gave her some water to help her swallow it. She then took out a hemostatic spray lifted her clothing, and sprayed the medicine on her. All right, wait. You can't just take her away. There's so many of us here. You have to take us with you. At this moment, Zhang Ting pushed through the crowd and spoke loudly with an air of authority. That's right. No matter who sent you, since you're here, you have to save us all together. Don't worry. My father is the head of the police station in the west city of Liangqing. As long as you save me, I will definitely help you take credit for it. What does the police station head count for? My dad is the deputy secretary. You don't need to care about the others, but me. You must save me. At this time, Yang Qianqian also stepped forward. In such a dire situation, she still maintained her high and mighty demeanor, which made Mu Xian feel extremely disgusted. I'm just here to rescue Xiao Yimeng. As for you, sorry, I can't be bothered to save you. Mu Xian stretched lazily and softly, said something before getting ready to leave with Shun Yu and the others. Wait, you can't go. It's so dangerous here. Are you really going to just watch us die? Seeing Mu Xian being so heartless, Yang Qianqian quickly ran in front of them, raising her hand to block their path. Get out of the way, or I won't be polite. As Mu Xian's indifferent voice rang out, Yang Qianqian immediately felt a chill run down her spine. But this was their only chance to leave, and she didn't want to miss it. Everyone, cough cough. I'm the teacher of these students. Could I trouble you to take the children with you when you leave? Just take them outside and the rest. I will find a way. Teacher? Mu Xian tilted her head and glanced at the man in front of her. He looked haggard and was covered in wounds, but the resolute look in his eyes made Mu Xian somewhat admire him. However, admiration aside, she didn't have the time to save them. After all, she wasn't a saint. This sister, what's wrong? Sister, can you also save my friend? After speaking, Xiao Yimeng looked at Li Weiwei beside her. Li Weiwei felt envious when she heard that Mu Xian was there to save Xiao Yimeng. However, she didn't ask Mu Xian and the others to save her as well, nor did she use her identity as Xiao Yimeng's friend to pressure them into saving herself. To her, it didn't matter whether Mu Xian and the others saved her or not. After all, she didn't know them and had no reason to expect them to take her, a burden, along in such a dangerous situation. She bit her lower lip and glanced at Xiao Yimeng, her eyes filled with gratitude. It's okay, Yimeng. You go with them first. As for me, I will find a way to get out with Teacher Cui. Don't worry about me. Weiwei, if it weren't for you saving me just now, I would be dead. I won't leave you behind. All right, I'm not a savior. I save you because your brother is one of my people, and you have a skill that I need. As for her, no one asked me to save her, and she has no value to me, so why should I save her? Mu Xian was a bit irritable and didn't want to say much. After pushing Yang Qianqian aside, she left in big strides. But Xiao Yimeng struggled to get down from Chao Ziwen's arms. Sister, Weiwei is a talent. She has a great gift for shooting. If you can take her with you, she will definitely help you in the future. A talent for shooting? Mu Xian stopped and glanced at Li Weiwei. If what Xiao Yimeng said was true, then this Li Weiwei really had some use. In case of any future incidents, she would be responsible for remote attacks and cover, which would be a significant help for her. After thinking for a moment, Mu Xian waved at Li Weiwei and asked, "What you said is true." "Yes, I have a bit of talent in shooting, but I'm not too skilled," Li Weiwei replied. "Is that so? You can use any gun?" "Yes." "Great. Let's give it a try." Mu Xian took a pistol from her space and threw it to her. Then, at a distance of 10 meters, she placed a fist-sized apple. "If you can hit it, I'll take you away." After saying that, she gave her a night vision device. Li Weiwei took a deep breath, put on the night vision device, and held the pistol, aiming at the apple. With a bang, the gun fired, and the apple instantly split into several pieces. Even the cuts were neat and tidy. Seeing this, Mu Xian felt a bit excited inside, but she didn't show it. "Very good, let's go." Mu Xian lazily said a word and prepared to leave with the others. "Miss, please, can you also save the other children? They are all very talented individuals, and if you save them, perhaps they will become your support as well." At this moment, Cui Yuqing once again spoke up to request that Mu Xian and the others be allowed to leave. Mu Xian glanced at him, then looked at the others, and coldly asked, "What can you all do?" I play the piano, and my piano skills have gained some fame internationally. I excel in mathematical Olympiads. I'm really good at it. I play the violin. I play chess. I have a talent for jewelry design." All the students shared their specialties, and after listening, Mu Xian shook her head and smiled, saying that these skills were of no use in the current environment. Forget it. Your specialties are useless to me. Chapter 137. Mutual accusations. After saying this, Mu Xian and the others continued walking forward. Cui Yuqing, unwilling to give up, quickly chased after them. Behind him, a group of students followed. Mu Xian was a bit annoyed, took out her gun and fired a shot to the side, startling everyone into silence. I said, I will only save one person, and that person is Xiao Yimeng. Your lives have nothing to do with me, so stop talking nonsense, otherwise I won't be polite. Miss, you don't have to save us, but can we follow you out? Don't worry, we won't be a bother. Cui Yuqing had said this, and after thinking it over, Mu Xian sighed, fine, but if anything happens, don't expect us to save you. Okay, we will take care of ourselves and won't trouble you. Then please go ahead. After saying that, Mu Xian and her group continued forward, while Cui Yuqing breathed a sigh of relief and led the other students to follow behind. Along the way, a way led the way, with Shun Yu and Mu Xian following closely, remaining vigilant to their surroundings. Once they emerged from the underground, smiles rarely appeared on the students' faces. Who knows how they'd spent the last 3 months, worrying every day about monster attacks, as well as food and warmth issues. Now that they were finally out, all the tension and anxiety in their hearts dissipated. Great. I'm going to call my dad and have him send someone to pick me up. As for you all, I'll have my dad arrest all of you for not saving me. Just wait for your prison meals. A male student finished speaking and immediately took out his phone to call his father, but after trying for a long time, it kept showing no signal. The other students were the same, unable to contact their families, and they were anxiously stamping their feet. Cui Yuqing seemed to understand the reason and walked up to Mu Xian, asking, Miss, could you tell me what the situation is like on the surface now? Outside. Mu Xian finally got a good look at Cui Yuqing's face, and she had to admit that it stirred something in her. Cui Yuqing was injured, and his face had a kind of sickly beauty, but unfortunately, to her, it was just beauty without any usefulness. However, although Mu Xian didn't want to take him away, she still told him about what happened on the ground, considering his face. After listening, he couldn't calm down for a long time and finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. So, many people are already dead, and the national departments are also missing. That's right, there aren't many survivors, but in order to seize resources, they commit all kinds of atrocities. Not much better than a monster's underground. Teacher, what should we do? If we died down there, can we not escape even by coming to the surface? Exactly. Teacher, what should we do? This beautiful sister, could you please help us? We don't want to die. Help you? How did you treat Yimeng before? You actually want someone to save you? How shameless. Mu Xian hadn't spoken yet when Li Weiwei beside her started talking. After she finished speaking, all the students lowered their heads in guilt. However, whether it was genuine guilt or not, who knows? All right, we brought you out the rest of the journey. You can walk on your own. Li Weiwei, right? Get in the car. After Mu Xian finished speaking, she turned and got into the snowmobile. Shen Yu and Chao Ziwen sat in one, while away, Li Weiwei and Xiao Yimeng sat in Mu Xian's. After starting the vehicle, Mu Xian thought of something, took out some medicine from her space, and threw it to Cui Yuqing. Cui Yuqing was stunned for a few seconds before slowly saying, Thank you. Mu Xian nodded and quickly left with the group. On the way, Li Weiwei was taking care of Xiao Yimeng. She glanced at Cui Yuqing through the car window and whispered, Actually, Teacher Cui has some kind of ability. If he could join my sister's team, he might be a great asset. Hearing this, Mu Xian suddenly hit the brakes. Are you saying he is an ability user? An ability user? Li Weiwei echoed, then continued. It should be. One of the main reasons we weren't killed by the monsters is because of Teacher Cui. He was originally the martial arts teacher at the school. Although he has won awards, my sister has seen how powerful these monsters are. But during the battle, the teacher emitted a blue light, which increased his strength by at least 3 times. That's why we were able to survive. I see. However, your teacher seems to care a lot about his students. If we ask him to come with us, he probably won't agree. Forget it. Maybe in the future, I can recruit him to my side. Thinking about Cui Yuqing's dedication to his students, Mu Xian stopped pondering further. After all, with his character, he would never abandon his students. Once she accepted him, she would have to accept his students too, and she wasn't that kind-hearted. Moreover, it was clear that these students are not easy to deal with, and she didn't want to create trouble for herself. After Mu Xian and the others left, Cui Yuqing glanced at the vast white land, feeling somewhat helpless. In the situation, he didn't know how to lead the children to survive. "Teacher, what should we do? Where should we go?" Zhang Ting walked up to Cui Yuqing, tears in her eyes, and asked. She couldn't contact her parents either, so the only person she could rely on now was Cui Yuqing. Hearing her question, the others also gathered around Cui Yuqing. At this moment, a student indignantly spoke up. "It's all your fault. If you had treated Xiao Yimeng and Li Weiwei better, those few people might have taken us with them. Yeah, especially you, Zhang Ting, and you, Yang Qianqian, you went too far. And now we can't be rescued because of you. Huh, I say, can you have some self-respect? When we were underground, you didn't stop blaming them. And now that they are saved, you want to shift the blame onto us. It's really disgusting. Aren't we doing this because you led us to it? Exactly. You all are. Enough. Let's keep the comments to a minimum. Cough, cough. Right now, we need to solve the problem of food and shelter. In this situation, we should be more united and not fight among ourselves." Cui Yuqing couldn't take it anymore and said loudly. Seeing him cough up blood, the others dared not say anything more, fearing that if they upset him, they would really be left to die. He glanced at the distance, pointed ahead, and said softly, "We need to go over there." The students were not happy to hear this. 6 or 7 kilometers. "Teacher, that's too far. The weather is so cold, and the snow on the ground is so deep. We haven't eaten for several days and can't walk anymore. We have to walk even if we can't. It's not safe here. Those monsters might come out at any moment and take you away as food. You don't want to die here, do you? But teacher, we only have 2 legs. We don't know when we will arrive. And with the weather being so cold, we might freeze to death before we even get there. Then what do you want to do? Stay here and be killed by monsters? Or freeze to death here?" Faced with this group of reckless children, Cui Yuqing felt helpless. Yet he couldn't ignore them. After all, they were all living beings. "All right, you can choose not to go, but I will leave." At this moment, Yang Qianqian spoke loudly and then walked to Cui Yuqing's side. Seeing that she was willing to follow him, the others had no choice but to join him, heads down, ready to leave. Seeing them following behind him, Cui Yuqing let out a sigh of relief and began to lead them home. He lived in the Huanyu community, which was 5 kilometers away from there. For safety, he had the students hold hands while he led the way. The snow was already deep enough to reach their thighs, making each step extremely difficult. They took a full 2 days to cover the 5 kilometers. When they arrived at Huanyu community, it was already past 4 in the morning on the 3rd day. After finding his floor, he shivered as he took out the key and opened the door. Due to the power outage, he couldn't use the air conditioning in his home. After leading the students inside, he had them move all the chairs to the living room, dismantle them, and light them for warmth. 2 days of trekking had exhausted the students. One by one, they had no strength left, and after several days without food, they were nearly on the verge of collapse. Seeing their condition, Cui Yuqing entered the kitchen to search for food. Fortunately, he had bought some vegetables before, and there were some instant noodles in the cupboard. So he went downstairs, shoveled some snow, and used the fire in the living room to melt the snow and boil it, preparing instant noodles for them. After eating their fill, the students' faces regained some vitality. "Teacher, we're full now, but we're a bit tired. Do you have any mattresses and blankets at home? We want to rest for a while." The living room was warmer than the other rooms because of the fire, so the students naturally preferred to sleep out there. Cui Yuqing had 4 rooms in his house, 3 of which were bedrooms, equipped with blankets and mattresses. He nodded and had them bring the mattresses and blankets, laying them out in the middle of the living room, and the students fell asleep on them. Looking at the more than 20 students, he felt a bit desolate. Although they had escaped from the dangerous school, food had become a problem. If they couldn't find food, they would eventually starve to death. Thinking of this, he felt a headache coming on. In a warm and safe environment, combined with the fatigue from several days, he felt his eyelids heavy and unknowingly fell asleep. He woke up feeling cold and realized it was already bright outside. Seeing that the chairs had burned down significantly, he could only take another intact chair and place it on the fire. Hearing the noise, a student woke up and saw him carrying a bucket, preparing to go out, and called out to him, "Teacher Cui, are you going to shovel snow? All right, you can sleep a bit more." Cui Yuqing nodded and went out with the bucket. Standing downstairs, looking at the once bustling community, now turned silent, a sense of powerlessness surged deep within him. At this moment, he wanted to cry out loud. But he was a man, a teacher, shouldering the responsibility of taking care of the students. He couldn't cry, couldn't be weak. He took out the leftover instant noodles from last night and said to them, "This is the last food we have at home. To survive, we must go out to find food. Starting tomorrow, you need to send 4 people to go out with me every day to search for food, while the rest stay at home to guard it." Many shops have already been covered by heavy snow, and the places where we can find food are very limited. So we might have to go to a further shopping mall. We need to stick together to survive. He continued, "Later, we will draw lots to see who will go out with me tomorrow." Chui Yuqing knew that these students came from wealthy families and were used to being pampered. But the current environment no longer allowed them to live like that. They were no longer 7 or 8-year-old children. Self-reliance was a skill they needed to learn now. If he didn't teach them, he worried that if he was no longer around, they wouldn't be able to survive. He was injured and had been holding on for 2 days. Although the medicine Mu Xian gave him was somewhat effective, with the weather being so cold and the daily struggles, he didn't know how long he could live. Therefore, before he died, he had to teach these children how to survive. "Teacher, can't you go find food by yourself? It's so cold outside, we don't want to go out. Besides, we've already suffered so much before. We really don't want to go out and suffer again." "Yeah, teacher, you're an adult and our teacher. And you're so capable. You go find food for us. We will take good care of the house." "No, you must go with me. If you can't be independent, what will happen when I'm not around?" "Not around? Teacher, where are you going? You're not thinking of leaving us behind, are you?" Hearing Chui Yuqing's words, everyone became anxious. The only person they could rely on now was Chui Yuqing. If he left, they would be left with no way out. "I want to leave you, but as you can see, my injury hasn't healed. In this bad environment, if I don't get treatment, I don't know how long I can hold on." "No, Teacher Chui, you definitely won't be in any trouble." "Teacher Chui, please don't scare us. Aren't you feeling unwell right now? How could you possibly die?" "My injury is an internal one. Although there doesn't seem to be much wrong on the outside, I'm hurt quite badly inside. I don't know how much longer I can live. But for you all to survive, I hope you can listen to me." Teacher Chui Yuqing has already said this much. If these kids don't listen, there's nothing he can do. As a teacher, he believes he has done his best. Whether they want to learn from him is their own choice. I've said what I needed to say, and if you still don't want to follow me, I won't blame you. Chapter 139. Li Weiwei moves into the villa after saying this. He stopped speaking, took the pot to boil snow water for them, and then helped them prepare instant noodles. Seeing him like this, the students didn't dare to say much, lowering their heads to warm themselves by the fire. Not long after, he heard the sound of the elevator going up and hurriedly went to the elevator entrance. When he saw Xiao Yimeng in Chao Ziwen's arms, he froze in place. "Where's Aisha?" Chao Ziwen glanced at him and asked. "In my room." After he realized, he immediately led Chao Ziwen into the room. Aisha was already prepared in the room, and as soon as Chao Ziwen set Xiao Yimeng down, she quickly performed an examination. After the checkup, her expression became somewhat serious. Xiao Yimeng had some internal bleeding and needed surgery. Fortunately, she had already prepared various surgical tools beforehand and could operate immediately. Stepping out, she looked at Xiao Qingye and said softly, "Surgery is needed, but I need someone to assist. Xinyu, brother Chao, you two come in and help me." Although neither of them were doctors and had not studied medicine, they had learned some basic knowledge from Aisha before and were somewhat familiar with the various surgical tools. Once the two entered the room, Xiao Qingye remained outside, anxiously pacing back and forth, unwilling to stop for a long time. Nearby, Li Weiwei also kept waiting, her face a mixture of fatigue and worry. Li Weiwei originally wanted to refuse, but after glancing down at her clothes and smelling herself, she agreed. Mu Xian arranged for her to stay in one of the rooms on the second floor, which had a bathroom and a wardrobe filled with several sets of fitting clothes. Mu Xian told her to pick whatever she liked. After giving her instructions, Mu Xian left the room, fearing that she might feel shy. Looking around the room, Li Weiwei couldn't help but sigh. She had never imagined she could live in such a warm house during the apocalypse, nor had she ever thought she would stay in such a luxurious villa. Growing up in an orphanage, her life was simple, and even the facilities and environment at school felt extravagant to her. She never expected that this villa would be more luxurious than her school dormitory. Looking at the clean floor and the furnishings in the room, She didn't dare to touch anything, worrying that she would dirty it. Thinking about how she ended up here, she felt a deep sense of emotion. Although Mu Xian valued her abilities, a significant reason she could enter here was because of Xiao Yimeng. If they weren't friends, she wouldn't have been recommended to Mu Xian and would have never had the chance to come here. Thinking of Xiao Yimeng, she sighed and opened the wardrobe, looking for a simple outfit to take into the bathroom. After showering, she came out in the clothes, which fit her perfectly and felt very comfortable. Although she didn't know the price of the outfit, it was clear that it wouldn't be cheap considering it was in this villa. She felt a bit embarrassed, but her previous clothes were dirty, torn, and smelly, so she had no choice but to wear this outfit. After going down from the second floor, she nervously looked at Mu Xian on the sofa and slowly walked over to her, speaking softly. "Thank you, sister. The clothes fit well. You can wear anything from that room. Don't be polite. Since you're here, treat it like your own home. Remember, you're here to work for me, not just to eat and drink for free, so don't be so restrained. Everyone here is easy to get along with. You can ask them if you need anything." "I understand. Thank you, sister. My name is Mu Xian. You can also call me Sister Mu Xian from now on. The food is ready in the kitchen. Go eat." Although Mu Xian said this, she still felt a bit shy since she had just arrived. After politely thanking Mu Xian, she walked over to the dining area. Seeing the food on the table, her eyes became a bit misty. For her health, Mu Xian had instructed the robot to prepare porridge and a few light dishes. Having not eaten for a long time, she couldn't have heavy meals, so the food was light. Once she got used to it, she could enjoy a feast later. The aroma of the food made her swallow hard, and without thinking much, she grabbed a spoon and started eating heartily. Knowing she hadn't eaten for a long time, Mu Xian had the robot prepare extra food, thinking her small frame wouldn't be able to eat much, but she ended up cleaning the plate. After finishing her meal and tidying up the dishes, she walked over to Mu Xian, grinning, and said, "Sister Mu Xian, I'm full, and I clean the dishes too." "You don't have to clean the dishes. The robot will do that." "It's okay. I don't have anything else to do right now, so it's no trouble. Do as you like. Are you full? Do you need me to make anything else for you?" No, I'm full. I ate everything. Not a bit left." Hearing this, Mu Xian opened her mouth slightly, wanting to say something but didn't. "Sister Mu Xian, is Yiming okay? Is her injury very serious?" "It's all my fault. I didn't protect her well." As she mentioned Xiao Yimeng, she lowered her head in guilt, thinking that if she were stronger, Yiming wouldn't have gotten hurt. "Don't worry. With Aisha here, nothing will happen." Mu Xian patted her shoulder, got up, and went to the garden. In the garden, Awei was lying in his doghouse. Since Aisha was busy performing surgery on Xiao Yimeng, no one was there to medicate him, and he was a bit sulky, so he ran over here by himself. When Mu Xian came over, actually turned its head to the other side, with its back facing her. The little appearance made Mu Xian find it somewhat amusing. "Lord Awei, I'm here to apply the medicine for you. I don't know if it's convenient for you to turn around now." "Oh, still angry? We didn't mean to. We came to find you, didn't we? It was our fault for neglecting you this time. But as long as you obediently let me apply the medicine, I'll prepare something delicious for you later." Hearing about the delicious food, Awei licked its lips, shot a glance at Mu Xian, and then turned around to lie down properly. Mu Xian smiled. This guy is indeed easy to coax. As long as there's food, it will immediately obey. Its injury isn't very serious, but it has penetrated the skin. Fortunately, after the mutation, its physical condition has improved a lot, and after applying medicine a few times, this kind of injury will heal quickly. Chapter 140. Successful surgery after applying the medicine. It shook its body and followed Mu Xian into the room. After Qin Rui came out of the room, he walked straight to her side and sat down, pulling her up to take a closer look. "Don't worry. I'm fine. Not injured at all." Mu Xian raised her eyebrows and said softly, then sat down. "What's going on this time?" Qin Rui sat beside her and asked softly, while glancing at Li Weiwei not far away. Mu Xian briefly recounted the events, but Qin Rui frowned. This meant that, under the current environmental impact, there were already more and more mutated creatures appearing. Besides humans, these animals would also become our enemies in the future. At this point, Mu Xian was also somewhat worried. This shelter was indeed very sturdy, but could it really withstand a group of people with special abilities or mutated creatures? Her ability had not improved. Time still only paused for 5 minutes. If she couldn't extend that time in the future, it would be very difficult to withstand a large number of attacking enemies. For now, we can only be more cautious and avoid going out unless absolutely necessary. Additionally, besides us, there should be some hidden forces that can connect to the internet. With Xuan Yu and Xiao Qingye here, we can stay updated on the dynamics of the outside world through the network. If something major happens one day, we can plan ahead. After Mu Xian finished speaking, she glanced at the time on her watch. I'm tired. I'll go rest for a bit. Call me when it's dinner time. Qin Rui shook his head, took her hand, and directly led her to the third floor. Lying on the bed, Qin Rui covered her with a blanket, his eyes fixed on her pretty face, occasionally reaching out to stroke it. Mu Xian could no longer bear it and sat up, teasingly saying, President Qin, you, an injured person, keep touching me. Do you want me to do something? Would you be willing? Mu Xian narrowed her eyes slightly, directly reaching out to hook her arm around his neck and kissed him. Her hands wandered restlessly over Qin Rui's body, and he could no longer hold back, taking the initiative to lean in and press against her. An hour later, Mu Xian frowned as she looked at the blood seeping through the gauze. I told you to be gentle, but you wouldn't listen. Now look, the wound has opened up again. It's just a small matter. Even so, I can still come again. All right, get up. I'll apply medicine and re-bandage it for you. This time, Qin Rui didn't say anything more, obediently sitting up and waiting for Mu Xian to get the medicine box. Mu Xian got up, casually wrapped the bedsheet around herself, and went to the nearby cabinet to get the medicine box. After Mu Xian sat down beside him, she redressed his wound and wrapped in gauze. All right, you should rest well for the next couple of days and not mess around. Aisha is very busy and doesn't have the time to re-stitch your wounds. Okay, I won't mess around. Next time, you take the initiative. Not interested at the moment. Let's talk about it next time. Qin Rui's lips twitched, and a deeper look appeared in his eyes as he looked at Mu Xian, who had closed her eyes, ultimately just letting out a sigh. After covering Mu Xian with a blanket, he lay down beside her, gently holding her in his arms, closing his eyes to fall asleep with her. Downstairs, Xiao Qingye and Li Weiwei were waiting anxiously. After an unknown amount of time, Li Weiwei drowsily heard Xiao Qingye's voice and hurriedly stood up. Seeing Xuan Yu and Chao Ziwen coming out of the room, she immediately ran over. Brothers, how is Yimeng? Don't worry, she's fine now. Just take good care of her, and she'll be lively again soon. That's great. She's finally okay. Thank you. Upon hearing Xuan Yu's words, Xiao Qingye's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally relaxed. A hint of gratitude appeared in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he relaxed. I can't take it anymore. I'm too tired. I need to take a shower and sleep comfortably. Xiao Qingye nodded and walked to the door to take a look. Seeing Xiao Yimeng still fast asleep, a twinge of heartache filled him. If you're worried, change your clothes, disinfect, and come to keep watch. Okay. Aisha brought him clothes and let him spray disinfectant in the bathroom. After giving her instructions, she left the room. Outside the room, Aisha saw Li Weiwei nervously looking at the room and softly said, If you want to go in, just go in. But you need to change clothes and disinfect. No need. I'll wait for her to wake up outside. Looking at her tired eyes, Aisha shook her head. You should go rest for a while. You probably haven't had a good sleep in that crisis-ridden place for a long time. Go rest, and when she wakes up, I'll have the robot call you. Realizing that her current state was indeed poor, Li Weiwei stopped being polite. She couldn't trouble others by collapsing from fatigue. That was not what she wanted to see. Thank you, Sister Aisha. I'll go rest now. Go ahead. Watching her go upstairs, Aisha took off her clothes, relaxed her hands and neck, then went to the kitchen to pour herself a glass of milk. After finishing it, she went upstairs to shower and change clothes. 2 hours later, Mu Xian woke up and saw Qin Rui staring at her with wide eyes. She snuggled into his arms like a little kitten, King Hui Grine, holding her tightly until she fully woke up before letting go. Want to take a shower? I'll draw the water for you. Okay, before long. The sound of running water could be heard from the bathroom. After stretching, Mu Xian got up and went in, seeing Qin Rui testing the water temperature for her. She crossed her arms and leaned against the door. All right, you can wash now. Then you go out. I'll stay with you while you wash. No need. Are you shy? The medicine on you is too strong. I'm afraid it will suffocate me. Qin Rui felt a bit speechless and helpless. The reasons Mu Xian gave were always strange. When Mu Xian was taking a shower, the door was knocked. It turned out to be Xuan Yu, who came up to call them for dinner. After responding, he waited at the door for Mu Xian. After Mu Xian came out, he suddenly kissed her and smiled before entering the bathroom. Xuan Yu said that dinner was ready and they could go downstairs to eat. Got it. You can go downstairs by yourself after you finish washing up. I'll have Xuan Yu prepare meals for the injured. Chapter 141. Not like regular soldiers after going downstairs. Mu Xian saw Aisha coming out of Xiao Yiming's room. She walked up to her and asked, "How's it going?" "It's been tough. I've been staying at home doing nothing, so I'm not tired at all. But you guys, I heard this time was really dangerous. Luckily, you all are fine." "It was indeed dangerous, but it's just a small problem. We'll probably encounter more dangers in the future, so you all need to be mentally prepared. We understand. It seems that wanting to live a peaceful life isn't that easy." Mu Xian smiled, patted her shoulder, and then went to the restaurant. Since it was still early and there was nothing important tomorrow, she invited them to play mahjong together for some fun. Li Weiwei was too young to play. Xiao Qingye had to take care of Xiao Yimeng and wasn't in the mood to entertain. Qin Rui was also injured and couldn't play comfortably. So Mu Xian, Xuan Yu, Chao Ziwen, and Aisha formed a table. In the following days, they played happily every day, and over this long period, Mu Xian was always the winner. Money had become meaningless, so they exchanged it for snacks. In just one afternoon, Mu Xian won quite a bit. "Mu Xian, your luck is too good. You always have good cards." "Yeah, Sister Mu Xian, you wouldn't be cheating, would you? What do you think? With your skills, do you really think I need to cheat? Have you watched too many movies?" The group burst into laughter at Mu Xian's words, and the atmosphere of the room was cheerful. Even Li Weiwei couldn't help but join in the fun. Just as they were having a great time, a sudden explosion sound rang out, and everyone froze for a few seconds before hurriedly heading upstairs. Standing by the window on the third floor, Mu Xian used binoculars to observe and discovered that there had been an explosion in the city center, which surprised her. Could it be that some forces were making a big move? After thinking for a moment, she looked at Chao Ziwen. "Come with me to check the situation. The rest of you stay at home. I'll go with you guys." Qin Rui squinted, looking seriously at Mu Xian. "No, if there's danger, I can help you. We won't get too close. We'll just take a look from a distance." The snowmobile sped across the snowy ground, quickly reaching the city center. After parking the vehicle, Mu Xian and Chao Ziwen quietly entered a building. Looking down from the building, they noticed an armed force had gathered below. The leader was dressed in military green winter attire, while the others held guns and carried several bags of food. Mu Xian and Chao Ziwen exchanged glances, seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. "Can you tell what kind of force these people belong to?" Mu Xian whispered a question. Although these people were wearing military uniforms, they were not standard military uniforms. They looked more like a self-organized armed force. Mu Xian was not familiar with the army, so she could only ask Chao Ziwen, who had come out of the troops. "I'm not sure, but it doesn't seem like a regular army. Regular troops aren't this lax. If that's the case, it must be some organization. What do you plan to do? Let's follow them and see what's going on. I want to know where these people came from and what their purpose is." After saying that, Mu Xian took the lead down the stairs, with Chao Ziwen following closely behind. The two of them followed the group all the way to a large building, where they finally stopped. Upon entering the building, Mu Xian was surprised to find 50 or 60 people in the lobby. From their attire, they looked like ordinary citizens. Each person had tears in their eyes, and words of gratitude filled the entire building upon seeing newcomers. In the center of the lobby stood a man, and beside him was a middle-aged man anxiously looking towards the entrance, as if waiting for someone. Before long, four other men in military uniforms entered with a group of people. "Dad," a familiar voice rang out. Mu Xian peeked from behind the wall and saw it was Cui Yuqing and his students. The voice that called out Dad was Zhang Ting, who harbored deep resentment toward Xiao Yiming. "Ting, how are you? Are you okay? Dad, you finally came to save us. You have no idea how I've endured these past 3 months." Zhang Ting sobbed heart-wrenchingly as she hugged Zhang Yurong. The man beside her glanced at Zhang Yurong with annoyance. Ting, stop crying for now. Let me introduce you. This is Captain Li Xiong from Red Cloud Base, and it was his subordinates who found your trace, allowing us to reunite. Hurry up and thank him." Zhang Ting glanced at Li Xiong, a trace of disdain flashing in her eyes. "What Red Cloud Base? I haven't heard of it. Dad, are you here to take us away? Where are we going?" Old Zhang, your daughter lacks manners. If she doesn't behave properly in the base, it will end badly. Just as Zhang Ting finished speaking, Li Xiang coldly interjected. Zhang Yurong was startled and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Before he could speak, Zhang Ting jumped in. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to my dad like that? My dad is the deputy director of the Liangcheng Public Security Bureau and can arrest you anytime. Upon hearing this, the lobby fell silent. Zhang Yurong's face turned beet red, and his palms were sweaty. His little ancestor really didn't want him to live. How could she still act like a spoiled princess at a time like this? Ting Ting, be quiet. This adult is not someone you can provoke. Dad, you're the deputy director. Why should we be afraid of a mere squad leader from some base? If this gets out, people will laugh their heads off. You. Slap. Zhang Yurong was furious and directly slapped Zhang Ting. Zhang Ting was stunned, turning to look at him, and suddenly burst into tears. You hit me? You've never hit me since I was little, and now you hit me for this person? Where's Mom? I'm going to tell Mom you hit me. Are you done making a scene? At this moment, Li Xiang couldn't take it anymore. He pulled out a gun and fired a shot at the ceiling, then pointed the gun at Zhang Ting's head. Little girl, please understand the current situation. Your dad is nothing now. In the base, he is just a lowly labor foreman. All those titles like director or deputy director are from the past. Of course, this is based on the premise that you all behave. If you don't, Li Xiang snorted coldly and turned to the other dozens of people, continuing, you all are the same. Of course, you can choose not to go, but the only outcome of not going is death. Chapter 142. Red Cloud Base. Chui Yuqing looked at the group of people, a trace of doubt flashing in his heart. These people appeared to be soldiers, but their actions lacked any military demeanor. If they could be so brutal toward a little girl, how would they treat others? Thinking this, he couldn't help but look worriedly at the other students. Do you all want to go? Teacher, that captain said there would be food and warmth at the base. Let's go. Yeah, teacher, going there is better than starving and freezing here. Exactly. I think this captain, though fierce, is a good person. And he is fierce because Zhang Ting doesn't take him seriously. As long as we don't make him angry, he shouldn't do anything to us. Seeing the eager looks on his students' faces, Chui Yuqing felt a bit conflicted. He had no idea what this Red Cloud base really was and what it primarily did. If something happened to the kids after they went, he would feel guilty for a lifetime. After thinking for a moment, he walked up to Li Xiang and asked, Captain Li, I want to know what exactly Red Cloud base is. Old Zhang, tell him. Captain Li's people were originally here to search for surviving citizens. They didn't expect to find my Ting Ting. When I received the report, I happened to be nearby, so I can pick her up. Don't worry. The base is just as Captain Li said. If you go, everyone will survive. After Zhang Yurong finished speaking, a cheer erupted in the lobby. The dozens of citizens all clapped and cheered. Who knows what they had endured to survive? Not only did they suffer from hunger and cold, but they also had to engage in life-and-death struggles with others. They didn't want to live like that for even a minute longer. Captain Li, I want to go. I'm coming with you. When are we leaving? I want to go too. I don't want to stay outside anymore. I want food and warmth. I want to go too. Captain Li, hurry and take us away. Seeing the excited expressions of the crowd, Li Xiang smiled slightly. Then get ready. We will set off immediately. Chui Yuqing always felt that something was off, but at this time, being able to fill their stomachs was already a rare opportunity. Plus, the kids were looking at him with pitiful eyes and had already decided to go, so he could only compromise. Since you all want to go, let's go. Great. Once we get there, we won't be hungry anymore. We can finally survive. Looking at their jubilant demeanor, Chui Yuqing set aside any doubts he had. Forget it. Let's go first. If things don't seem right, I'll take them away. With that thought, he took a deep breath, walked up to Li Xiang, and said, Captain Li, once we get there, please take good care of the kids. Of course. Teacher, aren't you going? At that moment, Yang Qianqian tugged at Chui Yuqing's sleeve, her eyes showing concern. She was a smart person, although a bit willful. The behavior of these people and Zhang Yurong made her sense something unusual. If possible, she actually didn't want to go, but if Chui Yuqing didn't go, she would follow him. I'll go. I need to take care of you all. Since the teacher is going, I'll go too. After making the decision, Li Xiang had his subordinates line up and led everyone out of the building. After they left, Mu Xian and Chao Ziwen emerged from behind the wall, watching them leave with thoughtful expressions. I didn't expect they had recruited over 1,000 people. This base is not simple. From the previous conversation, it's clear that this organization is quite large and even possesses a number of firearms. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to manage so many people. Their leader is certainly not an ordinary person. Being able to organize such a powerful force in just a few months and even create an underground shelter speaks volumes about how formidable he must be. We need to investigate the information about this base thoroughly. Although we currently have no conflict with them, we cannot rule out the possibility of encountering them one day. Knowing ourselves and our enemy is key to achieving victory in every battle. But how do we investigate? The information we have is limited. If they don't show up, we might not even know of their existence. We'll have to let Xuan and Xiaoqing look into it first. What worries me more now is the possibility of our information being leaked. When we want to rescue Xiao Yimeng, those students and teachers saw everything. If they end up revealing our situation, a major conflict will be unavoidable. What should we do? On the way, Mu Xian leaned against the passenger seat, looking out the window, feeling a bit agitated at the thought of that group. If Cui Yuqing and the others let it slip that she has a snowmobile, it would indeed lead to a major battle. From a situation just now, it seems that in addition to ordinary citizens, there are also members of this organization in the base, and their numbers shouldn't be small. If they really send people to seize the snowmobile, it would be quite a tough fight. Suddenly, Mu Xian thought of something and coldly said, "Wait, pull over." Chao Zuan didn't know what Mu Xian was planning, but seeing her urgency, he stopped the car. "What's wrong?" "Earlier, Xuan Yu and the others helped me intercept some information about me, but some people still received it. If any of those people were taken into that base, the consequences could be unimaginable." "That's true, but didn't Xuan Yu give you the address? Should we go deal with those people?" "Of course. Turn around. Let's go to the Yusong community first." After Mu Xian finished speaking, she contacted Xuan Yu to ask for directions, and then she hurried over with Chao Zuan. The two drove to the bottom of the Yusong community and followed the signal source that Xuan Yu had found all the way to the 11th floor of Building 7. Looking at the slightly ajar door, they exchanged glances and cautiously pushed it open. As soon as they opened the door, a pungent smell wafted out, and they covered their mouths and noses as they entered the room. Just as they turned on the flashlight, a dark figure lunged at them. Mu Xian instinctively pulled out her handgun and fired a shot at the shadow. After the shadow fell to the ground, the two hurried forward to check and found that it was actually a woman who was so emaciated she barely resembled a human. It seemed that this woman hadn't eaten in a long time, to the point where she was unrecognizable. In the house besides her, there was another corpse, but this corpse had been gnawed in some places, likely because the woman was so hungry that she had no choice but to bite it. And since it had frozen solid, she couldn't finish eating it. Chapter 143. Resolving the personnel who received the message, the two searched around the woman's house and found two mobile phones. To verify whether they had received any messages, they took the phones with them. After leaving the woman's house, they continued to the next one, where a family of 3 had also died in their home. Soon after, Mu Xian visited 6 other houses, 2 of which were untraceable, and no phones were found. The other 4 houses, like the previous 2, had already experienced deaths. By the time they finished, it was already past 4 in the morning. "Let's go." The other messages are located in other cities, which is inconvenient for us to check. We need to deal with what's in front of us first. As for the others, we'll take it one step at a time. If the information really leaks and someone tries to come over to seize resources, then we'll have to fight. It's fine. Our place is well fortified, and we have quite a few people. If anyone dares to come, we'll just fight them off. Chao Zuan smiled, got into the driver's seat, and quickly drove away. After changing her clothes, she climbed straight into bed and fell asleep. Qin Rue glanced at her with some pity, climbed into bed beside her, and held her in his arms. The next morning, as Xuan Yu just came out of his room, Aisha handed him the mobile phones that Mu Xian had given her. Seeing more than a dozen phones, Xuan Yu's eyes widened, and he took the phones and went to the computer room. During his investigation, he discovered that these phones had indeed received messages about Mu Xian. Except for 3 phones that had contacted others, the others had not been found to have contacted anyone else. This meant that the remaining phones likely hadn't been charged for a long time, which resulted in them having no opportunity to send messages to others. Or perhaps, they had already seen the messages and discussed them face-to-face with others. In any case, It was impossible to verify how many people were aware of Mu Xian's situation. Qin Rui came down from the third floor, just as Xun Yu reached the first floor. Seeing him frowning, Qin Rui asked, "What did you find out?" Xun Yu shared his findings and thoughts with Qin Rui, who also looked somewhat grim. "So, it's very possible that someone already knows about the supplies with Mu Xian?" "That's right, but so far no one has contacted Sister Mu Xian. It could be that they don't have her contact information. Another point is that they might want to come and seize the supplies, but currently they don't have the conditions to do so. If they really come one day, we might face considerable trouble." "I understand. You go on with your work. I'll talk to Mu Xian." "What should I say?" At that moment, Mu Xian happened to come down from upstairs and overheard their conversation, asking. Qin Rui glanced at her and relayed what he had just discussed with Xun Yu. She frowned and sat down on the sofa, saying, "Since that's the case, we can't go looking for them one by one. Xun Yu, keep a close watch on the online messages and let me know if you receive anything." "Okay." Then, Mu Xian shared with them what happened last night with the group from Hongyun Base, and everyone became tense after hearing it. "Indeed, there are some forces here that we don't understand. It seems we need to be more careful in our dealings from now on. If we don't touch their interests, or if they are unaware of our existence, we wouldn't need to worry so much. It's just that Shui Yuqing and his students have been taken away. If those students later mention the snow vehicles, Hongyun Base is bound to send people. So while they haven't come yet, we must prepare first." "All right, whatever you say, we'll do it." Mu Xian thought for a moment and looked at Qin Rui. "Once your body is feeling better, use your ability to encase the entire perimeter of the villa in solid ice. This way, even if someone wants to attack, they will have to break through the ice layer first. Also, the entire house should be covered in solid ice, just like an ice house in the Arctic. We just need to leave a few openings for us to attack outsiders. As for Xun Yu, your task is to quickly install surveillance cameras around the villa. This villa only has internal surveillance, but there are none outside. I want to monitor the situation outside comprehensively, so we will need quite a few cameras. In addition to the regular cameras, we need to install hidden cameras as well. I will take Xiao Ziwen to look for those tomorrow. The rest involves various traps. For safety's sake, we need to set traps within a 500-meter radius of the villa to deplete the enemy's combat strength. But there's no rush on that. We will discuss it after we surround the villa first. Also, I need some landmines or similar devices, so I have to find a way to get some." Mu Xian expressed her thoughts in one breath. After listening, the others felt that although her ideas were exaggerated, they were indeed a good approach if enemies were to attack. "No problem. We will act immediately. Don't rush. You should take care of your health first. This is not a small project. It will require a lot of abilities. At your current condition, you might faint in just a few minutes." Qin Rui thought for a moment, sighed, and sat down. His injury had not fully healed, and if he moved too much, the wound could reopen. Moreover, using abilities required significant movement, and it would be strange not to involve the wound. "All right, I will listen to you." "Okay, I've said what I needed to say. Is lunch ready? I'm hungry. We can eat as soon as the dishes are done. Sister Mu Xian, you should rest for a bit. I will go prepare it now." Xun Yu stood up with a smile and hurried into the kitchen. Soon, the sound of the range hood could be heard. At this moment, Aisha came out of Xiao Yiming's room, her eyes showing a hint of fatigue. But she wore a smile on her face. The little girl woke up and seemed to be in good condition. She could be sent to the second floor. "Yiming is awake? That's great. Can I go see her?" Li Weiwei came down from the second floor, heard Aisha's words, and rushed to her side, grabbing her hand with excitement. Aisha smiled slightly and nodded. "Go ahead. Just push her out and take her to the room prepared for her on the second floor." "Okay. Thank you, Sister Aisha." In the room, Xiao Yimeng looked at the unfamiliar environment and Xiao Qingye, realizing she was in a safe place. And her tense mind finally relaxed. Chapter 144. Entering the Hongyun base Mengmeng. Xiao Qingye called her softly. She nodded. "Brother, I'm here. It's okay now. This place is very safe. You're no longer at school. With me here, it's definitely safe. I know my brother will protect me. Yes, no matter what happens. I will protect you." Just as they finished speaking, Li Weiwei walked into the room, looking at Xiao Yimeng's haggard appearance, unable to hold back her tears. "Yimeng, you finally woke up. It's been several days. I thought you wouldn't wake up. You scared me to death." In fact, Xiao Yimeng had not woken up because Aisha had been giving her sedatives every day, which was arranged by Mu Xian. Abilities are activated when a person is on the brink of death. Mu Xian didn't know if Xiao Yimeng would develop abilities, but for safety, she let Aisha inject her first and see how things went. After a few days of observation and physical examination, Aisha found that Xiao Yimeng's body showed no changes. So Mu Xian instructed her to stop the injections, and only then did Xiao Yimeng wake up. Seeing Li Weiwei crying with tears and snot, Xiao Yimeng felt helpless. Weiwei, I'm fine, really, you don't have to worry. Thank goodness you're okay. If something happened to you, I wouldn't know what to do. By the way, what about teacher Chui and the classmates? After waking up, the first thing Xiao Yimeng did was ask about Chui Yuqing and the others. Li Weiwei told her what Mu Xian and the others saw, and she nodded, softly saying, "That's good. At least they won't starve." Yes, teacher Chui is a good person. I hope they can do well over there. As for the others, it would be best for them to experience some hardships. They were all so arrogant and bossy. Now that they've gone to such a place, it would be best to humble them. Xiao Yimeng couldn't help but laugh at her words, but this laughter caused pain in her chest, frightening Xiao Qingya, who quickly went to find Aisha. Aisha checked and found nothing serious, so she let them take her to the second floor. Meanwhile, on Chui Yuqing's side, because the journey to the Hanyun base was somewhat long, the group had been walking for a day and a night without arriving, and the students started to complain. Teacher, we've been walking for so long. Are we there yet? They can't be lying to us, right? Teacher, I can't walk anymore. Can we stop and rest? Yes. We haven't eaten for several days. We really can't go on. If we keep walking, I will die. Listening to the students and seeing their exhausted faces, Chui Yuqing felt a bit reluctant. He walked over to Li Xiang and said anxiously, Captain Li, we've been walking for so long. The kids are struggling. Can we stop for a rest? What? Can't handle this little distance? Let me tell you, if you want to survive, you need to pull yourselves together. If you don't want to keep walking, just get lost. Li Xiang's words were directed not only at the students, but also at others. Along the way, Li Xiang and several soldiers occasionally took out energy bars to eat. Strangely, these energy bars actually restore their strength. So they hadn't felt tired at all despite walking for so long. But these students and civilians hadn't eaten, so they were all nearly exhausted. Listen up in the apocalypse. If you want to survive, you have to obey. Do what you're told. Without a strong heart and the will to persevere, you will be eliminated sooner or later. The students wanted to cry but dared not, so they could only endure and share the energy bars. After eating the energy bars, everyone suddenly felt energized, and while they were surprised, they became more curious and eager about the base. As they watched Li Xiang and his group walk farther away without any intention of stopping, they could only follow. Seeing that the students had regained their spirits, Chui Yuqing took the opportunity to encourage them. Indeed, after hearing this, the students stopped complaining and quickened their pace to catch up. Chui Yuqing was right. After walking for more than an hour, they finally arrived at the Hanyun base. The Hanyun base was located on the highest mountain among a range of mountains. After climbing to the top, a large iron gate slowly opened, revealing a deep, bottomless tunnel accompanied by stairs in front of everyone. The soldiers nodded, walked to the group, and said coldly, "Follow us." Looking at the dark stairs, the students felt a bit scared, but having come this far, they had no choice but to follow the civilians into the tunnel. The stairs in the mountain were circular, and the group walked for an unknown amount of time before finally reaching a spacious flat area. There were several passages nearby, but they had no idea where they led, and the entrances were guarded by heavily armed soldiers, who looked at the newcomers with disdain. Teacher, why aren't we moving? Have we arrived? Why is no one here to receive us? Are we just supposed to wait here? What are we supposed to do? The students had never seen such a scene, and the soldiers guarding the passages looked like they wanted to eat them, with their guns pointed directly at them. It was hard to say they weren't scared. Don't worry. They've brought us here. They shouldn't do anything to us. Just wait here. Chui Yuqing also didn't know what these people intended to do, and he felt a bit worried. But since they had arrived, he could only make the best of it. He reassured the students, his eyes darting around, gripping the knife tightly in his hand. Just as everyone began to quietly discuss when the personnel would arrive, a group of people in white protective suits and gas masks suddenly surged out from the first corridor on the left. Each of them carried a plastic tank on their backs, and after approaching the students and citizens, they began to spray them. Everyone coughed repeatedly from the pungent smell, but they dare not say a word. After all, there was a group of armed individuals nearby watching. Moreover, this was a necessary procedure to enter the shelter. Chapter 145. I'm not going anywhere after the disinfection. A person in a blue protective suit approached, holding a folder. He placed the folder on the table and sat down on a nearby stool. Ladies and gentlemen, since you have arrived at the shelter, you must follow our arrangements. Please write down your names and ages. Soon, someone will take you to the quarantine department for blood testing, and it's best if you cooperate with our work. Why don't he take blood? We're not sick, a citizen quietly inquired, only to receive a fierce glare from a man next to him. Latest news. A new type of virus has been discovered on the ground. This virus is highly contagious. Once infected, one will quickly experience extreme fatigue, followed by organ failure. For the safety of everyone in the shelter and your own safety, we must conduct these checks. Upon hearing this news, everyone panicked, nervously looking at the people around them, and then dispersed. They were afraid of dying, which was why they sought refuge in the shelter. But if someone nearby contracted the virus at this time, their efforts would be in vain. What are you doing? Line up and stand straight. The person in the blue protective suit shouted loudly as he saw them scattered. Although everyone was afraid of being infected, they could only line up. Even though they weren't sure if anyone in their group was infected, they still kept their distance while waiting in line, fearing they might accidentally catch the virus. Seeing this, the person in the blue protective suit squinted, but didn't say anything further. The crowd orderly lined up, wrote their names on the paper in the folder, and then followed the personnel into the quarantine department. After each person had their blood drawn, they were assigned to a room to wait for the results. The room was not very big, but it was sufficient to accommodate them. During the wait, Chui Yuqing stayed in a corner with the students, while the citizens gathered in small groups, casually squatting or sitting on the side. After nearly 2 hours of waiting, the test results had not yet arrived, but someone came in to deliver food. These people carried 2 buckets, one filled with soup and the other with a light red substance resembling flour. They instructed everyone to line up and then handed out bowls. Next, they added the light red substance to the bowls and ladled some soup from the nearby bucket into them. As the hot soup was poured into the bowls, a strong fishy smell wafted out, making everyone gag at the scent. What? What is this? It smells so strong. If you want to live, hurry up and eat. No need for so much nonsense. These are all high-protein foods. If you don't eat, you can leave. With such a statement from the staff, the others dared not say anything more. They hadn't eaten anything warm in a long time and were too lazy to fuss over it, quickly accepting the bowls and shoving the food into their mouths. I must admit, while the smell was indeed strange, it wasn't that difficult to swallow. After finishing their meal, the results still hadn't come out, and with nothing to do, everyone huddled together and fell asleep. It was unclear how much time had passed when Zhang Yurong walked in and woke the sleeping Zhang Ting. Dad, why did you just arrive? I was so scared. Don't be afraid. I'm here now. Dad, I don't want to stay here. It's dark and smelly. Can I go with you? Ting Ting, I'm just a small team leader in the base with limited authority. It might be difficult for me to bring you with me. What? Dad, you don't even have this little authority here? Lower your voice. Zhang Yurong glanced at the people around and pulled her to a corner. Ting Ting, you can see that this is no longer the society we knew. This is not my territory. I have to be careful here. You need to behave. If there's a chance, I'll take you out. I don't want that, Dad. I don't care what method you use. You must take me with you. I can't stay here for another minute. Ting Ting, you. Hey, Lao Zhang, what is going on here? Before they could finish their conversation, a man in a protective suit walked in with several people. Zhang Yurong saw the man and quickly nodded and bowed. Captain Zeng, what brings you here? The man in front of him was Zeng Jigang, a management personnel on the first level. But he was the captain of the second team and usually didn't get along well with Li Xiang. Zhang Yurong had encountered him a few times, and every time he saw him, he wore a smiling face, but the sinister glint in his eyes always made people uncomfortable. Captain Zeng, I came to see my daughter. Your daughter? Zeng Jigang tilted his head to glance at Zhang Ting, a mocking look instantly appearing in his eyes. Didn't he expect that you, with your bear-like appearance, would raise such a pretty daughter? Hearing this, Zhang Yurong's heart sank. He looked at Zhang Ting and then smiled. Captain Zeng, My daughter hasn't experienced much hardship and has never lived in a place like this. Could you please do me a favor and let her leave? Upon hearing Zhang Yurong's words, Zhang Ting's eyes lit up. She grabbed Zhang Yurong's sleeve, looking at Zheng Jigang with hopeful eyes. Ting, don't just stand there. Greet Uncle Zheng. Seeing Zhang Ting like this, Zhang Yurong tugged at her clothing, and she immediately smiled sweetly. Hello, Uncle Zheng. This smile made Zheng Jigang feel a prickling sensation in his heart, and he directly pulled Zhang Ting to his side. Lao Zhang, we're colleagues, so I'll give you face. Since she's your daughter, she's naturally also my daughter. It's my duty to take care of her. Taking a deep breath, he continued, I'll take her away. If Li Xiang, that bastard, wants to pursue it, let him come find me. All right. Thank you, Captain Zheng. Zhang Yurong glanced at Zhang Ting and quietly thanked Zheng Jigang. Thinking that he would soon leave this place, Zhang Ting was overjoyed. She looked at her classmates who were still asleep, snorted softly, and then followed Zheng Jigang out of the room. Ting, listen to me. Ahead is Captain Zheng's territory. It's inconvenient for Dad to go. In the future, do whatever Captain Zheng says. Don't resist. As long as you listen, you'll have a good life. Understood? Dad, what do you mean by that? Zhang Yurong avoided looking at Zhang Ting, and she instantly realized something, tightly gripping his hand. No, I want to be with you. I don't want to go anywhere. Chapter 146. Mixed bathing. Ting, be obedient, don't be willful. Zhang Yurong, hearing her words, hurriedly scolded loudly while glancing at Zheng Jigang, who had his hands in his pockets, not far away. Dad, you can't leave me. You're my only relative. Don't abandon me to others. Zhang Yurong lowered her head, forcefully pulled her hand away, and turned to leave. Zhang Ting wanted to chase after her, but was grabbed by Zheng Jigang's man. Let me go. Dad, don't leave me. So noisy. You guys resolve this. Nearby. As soon as Zheng Ji finished speaking, the person holding Zhang Ting directly knocked her out and dragged her behind Zheng Jigang. Upon discovering a foul odor coming from her, he frowned, lifted her up, and threw her into a nearby bathtub. Zhang Ting woke up, choking on water, and panicked when she realized she was sitting naked in the tub. Is this Zhang Ting? Wash your body clean right now. Then serve me well. Don't think about escaping, or you'll die a terrible death. Just like them. After Zheng Jigang finished speaking, he pointed at several glass cabinets behind Zhang Ting. When she turned around and saw the naked women in the glass cabinets, she screamed in fright. They were cut open because they didn't obey me. I took out their internal organs and chopped off their limbs. But I thought it looked better to keep the limbs attached, so I sewed them back on. How about that? My masterpiece, perfect, right? Hearing this, Zhang Ting was in shock. She never expected that a seemingly friendly and gentle person could have such a hobby. At that moment, she hated her father for pushing her into the hands of this monster. Uncle Zheng, please, let me go. I don't want to die. I don't want to be in a glass cabinet. I'm begging you. At school, although there were monsters attacking at any time, she had many classmates and Shui Yuqing protecting her, so she wasn't that scared. But now, she was terrified. More accurately, she was in fear. She cried while repeatedly bowing her head to Zheng Jigang, tears streaming into the water like raindrops. Zheng Jigang smiled, walked over to her, grabbed her hair, and pulled her fully out of the water, his hand roaming over her body. Zhang Ting's face instantly turned red, and emotions of shame, resentment, nervousness, fear, and terror surged forth. I said, as long as you serve me well, I'll let you live. Zhang Ting knew that this time she was truly doomed. She closed her eyes, accepted everything, and quickly washed her body. After 10 minutes, she despairingly walked towards the bed. Outside the room, two soldiers guarding the door exchanged glances as they listened to the screams and sounds of whipping coming from inside, shaking their heads and sighing. Time passed quickly, and early in the morning, Li Xiang entered Shui Yuqing's room with some people. He coldly glanced at everyone and spoke loudly. Your test results are out. None of you are carrying the virus. This is good news. Now, everyone follow my people to clean up, and after that, gather in the hall. As soon as he finished speaking, the people behind him walked in front of everyone and led them to the bathroom. The bathroom was mixed gender, separated only by cloth curtains. Upon seeing this scene, everyone instantly became uneasy. What if a man lifted the curtain while they were washing? Among them, half were women, and although the adult ones could handle it, The key was the female students. How could they face being seen naked? Thinking of this, Chui Yuqing became somewhat unhappy. He found one of the soldiers and coldly said, "You let us wash here? There are both men and women among us, and so many female students. How can we wash? How to wash? Just wash like this. What are you fussing about at a time like this? It's already good enough that I haven't let you see each other naked, and you still have so many demands? I warn you, don't cause trouble for me. If you want to wash, hurry up. If not, you can only be thrown out of the shelter. Your choice." The soldiers had a very bad attitude. Even though Chui Yuqing was angry inside, he couldn't show it. "All male classmates, listen up. We'll guard here and let the female classmates wash first. After they finish, we'll wash. Do you understand?" For the boys, they weren't afraid of being seen naked, but it was different for the female classmates. So after Chui Yuqing finished speaking, they consciously stood at the front, turning their backs to the female classmates. What to do? Even though there's a curtain, I'm still not at ease washing. Yeah, I've never washed like this before. I can't relax. Why don't we just wash with our clothes on? How can you wash with your clothes on? Don't be ridiculous. But what if they peek? While Chui Yuqing stood guard outside with the male classmates, the female classmates were still hesitating about whether to wash. They had been pampered since childhood, always bathing alone, and had never washed in such a situation before. Naturally, they were unwilling. Hearing their conversation, Chui Yuqing sighed and said softly, "Hurry up and wash. If you don't, you'll be thrown out of the shelter. Don't worry, we'll guard here and won't let anyone in." Hearing that they would be thrown out for not washing, the female classmates became worried and had no choice but to brace themselves and start rinsing their bodies. After more than 10 minutes, the soldiers outside loudly reminded them, "You have 10 minutes left. If you don't finish washing, you'll be thrown out. Hurry up." What? Only 20 minutes to wash? How can we get clean in that time? As soon as the soldiers' words were spoken, everyone was shocked again. The citizens began to wash off as quickly as possible, and the female students hastened their pace as well, while the male classmates were increasingly anxious on the side. What to do? Only 10 minutes left. If these girls don't hurry up, we won't have time to wash. Yeah, what are they doing? Why are they so slow? Hey, Yang Qianqian, can you hurry up? We don't want to be thrown out. Chapter 147. Work in the shelter, stop urging us. We just finished washing our hair. What are you rushing for? Yang Qianqian shouted from behind the curtain, quickly finished washing her hair, casually rinsed off her body, and put on a white long dress laid out nearby before walking out. Soon after, the other girls followed out one by one, and there were only 5 minutes left. To avoid being thrown out, the boys didn't even have time to wash their hair properly. They just rinsed their bodies quickly, changed clothes, and came out. After leaving the bathroom, the soldiers looked at the students and citizens with wet hair, their expressions turning unpleasant. But they didn't say much. They just ordered them to line up and then led them into a passage. The passages in the shelter were interconnected, and the one they entered had 7 branches just 50 meters in. If no one guided them, it would be easy to get lost. Everyone walked for over 10 minutes in the passage until they reached a spacious square where many people were coming and going, most of whom were carrying baskets on their backs filled with stones. They looked exhausted, their hands and legs covered in wounds, and when they saw newcomers, it seemed to cause little stir. "Teacher, what is this place? What do these people want to bring us here for?" At this moment, Chui Yuqing did not hear the students' questions, but instead kept looking around. After coming out of the bathroom, he had been searching for Zhang Ting's figure. He originally thought that maybe Zhang Ting got lost or was somewhere in the crowd, but after searching around, he realized that she was really missing. "Classmates, have you seen Zhang Ting?" Unable to find her, he could only ask the students, but after hearing his words, they all shook their heads, indicating they hadn't seen her, which made him panic instantly. It was his responsibility to take care of the students. He had sworn to protect them when he arrived, but in just one night here, Zhang Ting had disappeared, which made him feel he had failed in his duty. "I'm sorry, I want to ask, one of my students is missing. Has anyone seen her?" "No, my student is lost here. You can't just ignore it. Stand still when I tell you to. Why are you talking back? Do you want to be whipped?" After saying that, the soldier took out a whip and swung it towards Chui Yuqing. Chui Yuqing's face turned cold as he grabbed the whip and pulled the soldier in front of him, then threw him back. Seeing him take action, the other soldiers rushed forward, taking out their whips and swinging them at him. The sound of the whips hitting the ground echoed throughout the square. and those carrying baskets showed no intention of dodging, continuing with their tasks. When the whips accidentally struck them, they merely frowned. The numbness and indifference of these people made the students and citizens feel increasingly afraid. Chui Yuqing also noticed something was off with these people, but he didn't have time to inquire or investigate. With whips continuously striking at him, if he didn't dodge, he could very well be killed. As the soldiers became increasingly ruthless, causing passers-by to fall to the ground, he could no longer hold back and drew a short knife hidden in his shoe. As he pulled out the knife, his body slowly became enveloped in blue flames. With a light wave of his hand, the blade's energy shot out in all directions, directly toppling several soldiers. The fierce momentum of the knife and his own sharp aura spread across the square, causing those present to feel a tingling sensation on their scalps, as if being electrocuted. Chui Yuqing dashed around the square, and within a few minutes, more than half of the soldiers had fallen. The remaining soldiers did not dare to act recklessly anymore. They just surrounded him, trying to find an opportunity to attack. At that moment, a deep voice sounded, and Li Xiang walked in. Seeing the blue flames on Chui Yuqing, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, and he approached him, laughing. I didn't expect there to be an ability user among this group. Ability user? Chui Yuqing squinted at him, and then sheathed his short knife. What is your name? Cui Yuqing. Cui Yuqing. Very good. With your abilities, you don't have to do manual labor here. If you're willing, I can introduce you to the ability group on the 3rd floor, and you will be responsible for security work below the 3rd floor in the future. No, my students are all here and want to stay with them. Chui Yuqing glanced at his students and spoke coldly. Seeing his firm tone, Li Xiang leaned closer and whispered, if you become a member of the ability group, you won't have to follow some of the rules in the shelter, and you can come and see your students anytime. Members of the ability group have some privileges. Even we have to treat you with respect. Your words will carry weight with those below the 3rd floor. Are you sure you don't want to consider it? Hearing this, Chui Yuqing hesitated a bit. Since entering the shelter, he had realized they had come to the wrong place. Although they could survive here, the state of the people in front of him did not resemble normal humans at all. The way they had become like this was undoubtedly due to oppression and coercion from the management staff. If he could become a member of the ability group and gain some power, perhaps he could better protect his students. Noticing his hesitation, Yang Qianqian suddenly stepped forward and grabbed his sleeve. Teacher, are you going to leave us? Seeing the state of the people here, Yang Qianqian also understood something. Right now, the biggest support for the students was Chui Yuqing. If he wasn't by their side, they couldn't imagine how to survive. Qianqian, the teacher won't abandon you. But if the teacher has power, he can protect you better. Do you understand? No, I won't let you go. If you leave, what will happen to us if we get bullied? Yang Qianqian looked at Chui Yuqing with tears in her eyes, and at that moment, she was deeply afraid. They couldn't contact their parents, and having never encountered such a situation before, they were naturally panicked and anxious. Enough, he is an ability user. There are rules in the shelter. Ability users who refuse to join the ability group can be killed. If you really care about him, just behave and do what you are supposed to do. Besides, you have already come here. The shelter provides you with food and drink, so you must contribute your value. This will be your workplace in the future. If you perform well, you can be promoted. Do you all understand? After Li Xiang finished speaking, he had his subordinates take the students and citizens through the side door, while he personally took Chui Yuqing up to the 3rd floor. Chapter 148. The ability group on the 3rd floor. As the students left, crying in a chorus, Chui Yuqing felt uncomfortable inside, but in order to better protect them, he could only grit his teeth and follow Li Xiang up to the 3rd floor. After the subordinates brought the students through the door, they began assigning tasks. The male students and male citizens were responsible for carrying stones, while the female students and female citizens were responsible for digging. To survive in the shelter, it was necessary to build enough internal space. The current internal space was being constructed by the earliest arriving workers, while others were responsible for transporting the rubble out. Internal construction was not easy, especially in such mountainous terrain. Once blasted, there would be a lot of rubble falling. Here, vehicles could not be used for transport, so it had to be done manually. Newcomers had to do the toughest and most laborious work, and even students had no privileges. After the soldiers assigned the tasks, everyone complained, especially the students. They had never done such rough work in their lives and protested loudly. But their protests had no effect, and they were whipped by nearby soldiers. This was their first time being violently beaten, no matter how dissatisfied they were. They dared not confront the soldiers and could only cry as they went to work. During their labor, they had no idea where to start and undoubtedly faced another round of beatings. After a few times, they slowly grasped the tricks of the trade, but being young, they still lacked the strength of adults, and their performance was unsatisfactory, leading to prolonged scolding. On Chui Yuqing's side, after following Li Xiang up to the third floor, he entered a room. The facilities in this room were better than those on the first floor, with all the office supplies available. Li Xiang asked him to wait nearby while he went out to find the manager of the third floor. Chui Yuqing looked around the room and found a notebook. The top of the notebook read records of abilities, and he opened the first page, which documented the events that occurred after the apocalypse began. Just as he wanted to continue watching, footsteps sounded outside, and he hurriedly stood up and sat in the adjacent seat. At the door, Li Xiang entered with a middle-aged man. The man was dressed in military attire, and after entering, he walked straight to the desk without even glancing at Chui Yuqing. After taking off his hat and coat, he took a sip of water before finally looking directly at Chui Yuqing. The moment their eyes met, Chui Yuqing felt as if he were being stared at by a ferocious beast. His heart skipped a beat, and his palms began to sweat. The man had a serious expression, a buzz cut paired with a square face, deep and sharp features, and an aura of coldness that indicated he had been through many battles. After a few minutes of eye contact, Chui Yuqing couldn't hold out any longer and stood up to introduce himself. "What is your ability?" the man asked, getting straight to the point without any small talk. Chui Yuqing didn't know what his ability was. After noticing changes in his body early on, he once thought he was hallucinating. As time passed, he felt a surge of energy around him every time he made a move. This energy could directly damage nearby objects and even attack others. Because of this, he always sensed that monsters intentionally wanted to stay away from him during battles. However, his ability had not yet been fully developed, so the damage he could inflict on monsters was not too significant, but it was enough to protect his students. Calmly, he explained his situation to the man, who stroked his chin and opened a notebook to jot down what he said. It seemed to belong to a power-type ability, but it was different from ordinary power-type abilities. "We currently have 5 ability groups on the third floor. The first 4 groups each have 5 members, and the 5th group is newly established. So you'll join the 5th group. We conduct ability assessments every month, and if there is no improvement, there will be severe penalties. Of course, the assessments are not just tasks. They're more about helping you maximize the effectiveness of your abilities to avoid death in future battles. This is for your own good. Understand?" "I understand." Although Chui Yuqing didn't comprehend why Feng Chong mentioned battles, he could guess based on the mutated creatures he encountered at school. He was right. Perhaps many unknown creatures would appear in the future, and perhaps their strength would increase. So to ensure humanity could survive under these monsters' attacks, they, the so-called ability users, indeed needed to enhance their powers. "Okay." Chui Yuqing nodded and left the room, then followed the man waiting outside to prepare to leave. After walking a few steps, he suddenly remembered he hadn't clarified the matter regarding Zhang Ting, so he stopped. "Excuse me, can I wait for Captain Li Xiang for a moment? I have something to ask him." The man raised an eyebrow and stood beside him, waiting together. Shortly after, Li Xiang came out of the room, holding a pig's trotter and smiling broadly. It was easy to imagine how excited he was after receiving this pig's trotter. Although the shelter provided food for everyone, with so many people, food was still precious, and meat was even rarer. He was happy to receive such a significant reward because he had recommended Chui Yuqing as an ability user. "Captain Li," Chui Yuqing called out as he approached, "I want to know where my student Zhang Ting went. I haven't seen her since this morning until you brought me up." "Zhang Ting? You mean Zhang Yurong's daughter?" "Yes. She was taken away by Zhang Yurong. According to my subordinates, she was taken to Zheng Jigang's side. Zheng Jigang is the captain of another team, and I don't get along with him. We usually can't stand each other, and I wanted to confront him about taking Zhang Ting. However, if we make a scene, it might not be easy to explain to the director. Besides, he just took someone away. There's no need for me to make a fuss over it. But don't worry, as long as Zhang Ting behaves, her life will be better than that of your other students." Chapter 149. Introducing new colleagues hearing this. Chui Yuqing finally felt relieved. In his view, having her father around would indeed be better for Zhang Ting, although he didn't know what position her father held here. From the interactions he observed between him and Li Xiang, Chui Yuqing felt he wouldn't be doing poorly. I understand, thank you. Feng Chang's assistant glanced at Li Xiang and walked ahead, with Chui Yuqing following closely behind. Soon, the two arrived at a corridor, and after walking for 5 minutes, they turned into another corridor, where a row of doors appeared before them. Thank you, but I still don't know your name. Since we'll likely be working together often, it would be better to get to know each other. Guo Xiaofeng. Then I'll call you Assistant Guo from now on. Casual. Now that I've taken you to your place, I'll be leaving. After Guo Xiaofeng left, Chui Yuqing began to examine the room. Although it was small, it had everything: a dining area, a bathroom, etc. However, the lighting in the room was somewhat dim, and the light bulb occasionally buzzed, which was a bit annoying. There was a small mirror in the room, and when he looked at his back, he found that the wound was still oozing blood, and his entire back was bruised. Without the medicine given by Mu Xian, he wouldn't have made it into the shelter. He hadn't applied the medicine in time these past 2 days, and his back injury had worsened. To survive, he took out the medicine from Mu Xian, took 2 pills, and then prepared to spray some on his back. However, after trying for a long time, he couldn't spray it evenly and had to give up. Sighing, he planned to pour the medicine directly onto his back, letting the liquid flow down his body when suddenly someone pushed the door open. At the door stood a woman in a white long dress, holding a broom and preparing to clean. Upon seeing Chui Yuqing bare-chested, she screamed and ran out. Chui Yuqing was stunned for a moment and quickly shouted, Sorry. I didn't know someone would come in." Saying this, he quickly put on his clothes and walked to the door to look at the woman. The woman turned her back to him and stammered for a long time before speaking. "It's my fault. I didn't knock first. I'm sorry. Because this room is usually unoccupied, and we only clean in the morning or afternoon, I didn't know there was someone inside. It's okay. Would it be convenient for you to come over and spray some medicine for me? I'm having a bit of difficulty." "Spray medicine? Are you injured?" When the woman turned around, her delicate appearance immediately captivated Chui Yuqing. She wasn't the kind of stunning beauty that took your breath away, but rather someone who looked comfortable at first glance, giving off a refined, gentle vibe. I hurt my back, and there's no one else here, so I can only trouble you." Chui Yuqing whispered something softly, then handed the medicine in his hand to her, turning his back to her and taking off his clothes. Seeing the wounds on his back, the woman gasped in surprise, but quickly calmed down and began to spray the medicine on him. After applying the medicine, she handed it back to Chui Yuqing and said softly, "I didn't expect you to have medicine available. You must have done great service for the organization, right?" After the apocalypse, medicine became one of the most scarce resources. In the Hongyan base, aside from those with high ranks or merits who could receive a little, others had to endure injuries or illnesses without any help. In such circumstances, being able to survive meant living, while not being able to endure meant death. Because of this, doctors in the shelter generally held a high status. Even without medicine, they could help the injured or sick live a few more days. However, at present, there were basically no doctors on the lower 5 floors, and even if someone was injured or fell ill, no one would care. She had entered the shelter a month and a half ago and was assigned to the 3rd floor as a cleaner due to her outstanding performance, with her daily work being to clean the rooms of the ability group members. Chui Yuqing told her his name and chatted with her a bit. Thinking about the need to clean other rooms, Lin Xuan didn't dare to stay longer and took her broom to the nearby room. After taking the medicine, Chui Yuqing felt sleepy and went directly to the bedroom to lie down. This sleep was the most peaceful and sweetest he had in months, and he actually slept until the next morning. If it hadn't been for the noise outside, he could have slept longer. Remembering that he had to train with the team members today, he quickly got up, washed up, and opened the door to go out, just in time to see 4 people playing around in the open area outside. He frowned, walked over, and said, "Hello, I'm a new guy, Chui Yuqing. Please take care of me from now on." "Oh, we have a newcomer in our group." Nearby, a man who looked about 22 or 23 hugged the arm of a cold-faced man and laughed. The man swatted his arm away and crossed his arms, looking at Chui Yuqing. Next to him, another middle-aged man looked Chui Yuqing up and down and laughed, Looks like we have enough people in our group. So what if we have enough people? Are we looking at numbers? Next to the man, a woman in tight black leather played with her hair and seductively said, then walked over to sit on a nearby stone bench. Just as Chui Yuqing was about to speak, a sound of footsteps came in, and everyone looked up to see Gui Xiaofeng. Everyone's here. Let me introduce you. This is Chui Yuqing, the newcomer, with abilities similar to Zhao Yungang, a strength type. Zhao Yungang was the middle-aged man. The woman next to him was named Feng Yi. The young man was called Wu Yu, and the one with the cold face was named Zhu Xinyuan. Gui Xiaofeng introduced them one by one, and Chui Yuqing greeted them in turn. After getting to know each other, Gui Xiaofeng glanced at Feng Yi and said coldly, I heard you acted on your own yesterday and didn't follow orders? You told on me? Feng Yi put down her hair and stood up to look at the other three. I did. Zhu Xinyuan shot her a glare and fell silent. Brother Zhu, you're too heartless. We're colleagues. We've been working together for so long, and you actually told on me. Don't you have any humanity? Enough, Feng Yi. You like to act on your own every time you go on a mission. Have you ever thought about what would happen if something went wrong? If you want to die, we won't stop you. But have you considered the consequences if other ability users get into trouble? There are so few ability users. You know that. Losing one is a huge loss for the entire base. Hearing Gui Xiaofeng's words, Feng Yi trembled uncontrollably, swallowed hard, and fell silent. All right, I won't say more. After you finish breakfast, quickly gather in the training room. After Gui Xiaofeng finished speaking, he took a deep look at Chui Yuqing and left. Once he was gone, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and Feng Yi spat at his departing back. Captain, that idiot's strength isn't even half of yours. Are you really going to let him ride on your head and act like a tyrant? Feng Yi was very unconvinced by Zhao Yunggong's words. Gui Xiaofeng was once part of their group, and the few of them often went out on missions together, knowing each other's strengths well. One time while they were out, they encountered a group, and during the fight, due to Gui Xiaofeng's negligence, they almost got wiped out. In the end, it was Zhao Yungang who fought hard to save them all. Later, when they were escaping, everyone was exhausted and passed out, only to wake up and be told that Gui Xiaofeng had exhausted himself to save them, so he was promoted to be Feng Chang's assistant. The few of them were unhappy and went to find Feng Chang, but Feng Chang didn't listen to their explanation and still decided to let Gui Xiaofeng be his assistant. Since then, their relationship gradually became distant. On the surface, he seemed fine, but he secretly despised Gui Xiaofeng. However, since Gui Xiaofeng was now considered his superior, Zhao Yungang maintained a non-confrontational attitude and was too lazy to argue with him. After returning to his room, Chui Yuqing kept thinking about what the tasks they mentioned were. After pondering for a while, he could only think of one possibility. With the world in such a state, the only tasks they could likely do were finding supplies or dealing with monsters. After all, those were the most feasible tasks at the moment. She walked in with a food box, smiling, Brother Chui, this is your meal. After saying that, she opened the food box and took out the meal. Chui Yuqing, being an ability user, naturally had better food than ordinary people. A bowl of cornmeal paste and a steam bun. After Lin Xuan set the food down, she stared at it with wide eyes, swallowed, and awkwardly said, You eat first, I'll leave now. Seeing her expression, Chui Yuqing guessed that she probably hadn't eaten this kind of food in a long time. So he said, If you haven't eaten, stay and eat with me. Huh? No. Eat. I already ate. Let's eat together. This is just one person's portion. You won't be full eating alone. If you share it with me, it will be even less. I've already eaten, you eat. I'll leave now. Seeing her hurry out the door, Chui Yuqing sighed and picked up the spoon to eat. He had to admit that the taste of the cornmeal paste was quite ordinary, but compared to the food he had when he first entered the base, it was much better. After finishing, he cleaned up the bowls and chopsticks and was just about to head out when Lin Xuan walked in again to take the bowls and chopsticks away. After he went out, he ran into Zhao Yungang and the others. Zhao Yungang waved at him and led them all to the training room. On the side of Yang Qianqian and the others, they had just finished their work and were getting ready to eat. The food was still the same kind they received when they first arrived. Although they didn't like it, they had to pinch their noses and finish it in one go to survive. After eating, they had hoped to take a break, but 2 soldiers came over, forcing them to stand up and get back to work. When they arrived at the work area, Yang Qianqian raised her eyes and saw Zhang Ting not far away. At this moment, Zhang Ting exuded a different aura, looking quite haggard yet dressed impeccably clean. Her fair hands, in stark contrast to the others, made her seem like she was in a different world altogether. Although the two rarely spoke, their attitudes toward Xiao Yimeng were the same. Seeing her not having to work naturally made Yang Qianqian uncomfortable. After thinking for a moment, she quietly approached Zhang Ting from behind while the soldiers weren't paying attention. Song Ting. Zhang Ting was startled by the sudden voice and turned around to see the once beautiful Yang Qianqian now looking disheveled, which surprisingly pleased her. Wow, Yang Qianqian, how did you end up like this? She knew full well that Yang Qianqian and her group were brought here to do hard labor, yet she feigned ignorance, especially reveling in the stark contrast between Yang Qianqian's current appearance and her former self. Zhang Ting, don't mock me on purpose. Since we arrived here, who is better off? I see you don't look too great either. It must not be easy for you these past couple of days. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Ting clenched her fist tightly. Yes, how much better could she be? Every day felt like torture, and aside from her face, her body was covered in whip marks and bruises. She hated her father, hated Zheng Jigang, and hated this so-called sanctuary. But what could she do? She was just a little girl, utterly powerless to resist. The only thing that set her apart from Yang Qianqian was that she didn't have to do hard labor. She stared fiercely at Yang Qianqian, a flash of hostility in her eyes, feeling suddenly unbalanced. Although Yang Qianqian was doing hard labor, her body was still clean, while she... Thinking of this, she suddenly smiled. She walked over to Yang Qianqian, took her hand, and said softly, Yang Qianqian, look at you once so beautiful. And in just a few days, you've turned into this ghostly figure. How about I help you leave this place? Yang Qianqian had originally wanted to leave, so Zhang Ting's offer was exactly what she wished for. However, she felt a bit suspicious about Zhang Ting's sudden change of heart. Why do you want to help me? We're not that close. Furthermore, do you have the authority to take me away from here? You don't need to worry about that. My dad can at least speak with the captains managing this place. Getting you moved to another spot isn't impossible. Seeing Zhang Ting's confident expression, Yang Qianqian felt a surge of excitement. Although Zhang Ting's father seemed submissive the day they were brought here, he could indeed communicate with the captains. Moreover, the fact that Zhang Ting wasn't brought here to do hard labor indicated that her words held some truth. With this in mind, Yang Qianqian asked quietly, what is the condition for your help? What do you want me to do? Though Yang Qianqian was young, she understood that there is no such thing as a free lunch, and she needed to clarify things to avoid future troubles. As for conditions, I don't have any for now. I'll let you know once I think of something. Are you sure? Of course. Or should I say, you don't want to leave? If you don't want to go, that's fine. Whether you want to leave is up to you. How do you plan to help me? Yang Qianqian couldn't resist the temptation. Although she wasn't a wealthy young lady, she had lived a life of luxury since childhood and had never done such hard labor before. After just a few days here, she had already transformed into this. It was unacceptable to her. I'll come and find you again at this time tomorrow. Just follow me when the time comes. Is it really that simple? It's that simple. All right, I believe you, but if you dare to stand me up, I won't let you off easily. Don't worry. I absolutely won't. I'm going to make you taste my suffering. How could I possibly stand you up, Yang Qianqian? We shall see. Zhang Ting smiled at Yang Qianqian, excitedly envisioning scenes of her being tortured. There was no way she would let her down. After their conversation, Zhang Ting glanced at Zhang Yurong in the distance, put away her smile, and said, I'll take my leave now. I'll come back here tomorrow to wait for you. However, with soldiers guarding nearby, she didn't dare to ask Yang Qianqian anything further and could only continue working. After lifting the curtain, he saw Zhang Ting leaning over the edge of the bathtub, smiling at him, causing his heart to clench suddenly, and an unnamed fire ignited within him. Wow, what happy event did you encounter today? You're actually taking the initiative to take a bath. What happy event? I just realized that instead of clashing with Captain Zheng and getting hurt, I might as well enjoy myself. Just like you said, if I behave, I can suffer less, right? As she spoke, she had already stood up from the bathtub, wrapping her arms around Zheng Jigang's neck, standing on her tiptoes, and gently kissing his Adam's apple. Zheng Jigang couldn't resist such temptation. He picked her up from the bathtub and walked toward the bed. Today, the room was unusually silent without the sounds of screams, only the sounds of moans from both men and women, causing the guards outside to blush. An hour later, Zhang Ting lay in Zheng Jigang's arms, a glimmer of light flashing in her eyes. She lifted her head and smiled at Zheng Jigang. Captain Zheng, you're so powerful that Ting Ting is a bit overwhelmed. You're so rough. What if you accidentally kill me? Isn't it better if I'm a bit strong? I see you're also enjoying it. It's good, but you know I'm young. How can I withstand your torment? How about I find a partner, and we serve you together? Find a partner? That is not impossible, but in our layer, there isn't a single pretty one. I'm quite picky. Not just anyone can share my bed. I know that. So I want to introduce you to someone, a classmate of ours, who is the belle of our class. Her figure and looks are undoubtedly exceptional. I went to the construction site today and saw her doing hard labor. I felt a bit sorry for her. Such a face and figure, if I don't bring her to serve you, it would be a pity. Zhang Ting kept pricing Yang Qian, her hands never stopping as she massaged Zheng Jigang. He understood her intentions, but didn't expose her. From what you say, I'm quite curious to see what your classmate is like. Don't worry, you will definitely be satisfied. If you agree, I'll bring her to you tomorrow. Seeing her eagerness, Zheng Jigang merely smiled coldly, lifting her chin and saying, Ting Ting, I've been around for decades longer than you. I know exactly what you're thinking. I agreed to let you bring your classmate here, but don't play tricks on me. Otherwise, the woman in the glass cabinet will be your fate. He forcibly turned Zhang Ting's head to the right, making her look at the corpse in the glass cabinet, clearly warning her. Zhang Ting's heart raced, struggling to squeeze out a smile. Rest assured, even if you gave me 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to play tricks on you. I know who the boss is here. Besides, if I dared to do anything to you, I'd probably become a corpse in the next second. I don't want to die. I'm not that desperate. Zhang Ting expressed her thoughts in one breath. After listening, Zheng Jigang laughed heartily, pressed her head against himself, and said softly, All right, let's do it like before. Speak well. The next day quickly arrived. After Zhang Ting got up, dressed, and had something to eat, she hurried out the door. The timing was just right for when the two met yesterday. Following their agreement, she arrived at the place and saw Yang Qian being whipped by a soldier. Watching her scream loudly from the beatings, Zhang Ting's lips curled up slightly, her eyes flashing with excitement. It wasn't until the soldier stopped that she slowly walked over, asking, What are you doing? Do you know she is now with Captain Zheng? How dare you treat her like this? Are you looking for death? Zhang Ting was young, but at that moment, her imposing presence made the soldier feel a bit afraid. Upon hearing Captain Zheng, he instinctively tightened up and swallowed hard, saying, Sorry, I didn't know this woman was Captain Zheng's person. I won't lay a hand on her again. Chapter 152. Yang Qian as set up the soldier glanced at Zhang Ting and then at Yang Qian, whose eyes showed confusion at the sympathy and tension in his gaze. However, with her body covered in wounds, the pain made her too overwhelmed to ponder the soldier's deeper meaning. She just wanted to leave this cursed place as soon as possible. Zhang Ting shot the soldier a glare, walked to Yang Qian's side, and helped her up, saying, She is the person specifically wanted by Captain Zheng. He will send someone over to talk to Captain Li about this. From now on, she won't be coming back to do hard labor. I will take her away. Upon hearing this, all the students became agitated. The phrase won't be coming back to do hard labor was particularly impactful. Hearing this, everyone rushed to Zhang Ting's side like crazy. Zhang Ting, we are classmates. Take me with you. Zhang Ting, don't forget, on the way here, you couldn't walk and I helped you all the way. Now that you don't have to work, you have to take me with you. Zhang Ting, my dad knows your dad, and our families have visited each other over the years. You can't just leave me behind. Zhang Ting, please, for the sake of our friendship, take me with you. I can't stand it anymore. Look at me. I'm covered in wounds and wake up in pain every day. As long as you take me with you, I am willing to work for you. The students surrounded Zhang Ting tightly. In their view, Zhang Ting had already gained some power in the base, as even the soldiers dared not provoke her. Since she could take Yang Qian away, she could certainly take them as well. Faced with this scene, Zhang Ting appeared quite annoyed. These people held no value for her and weren't worth the effort to bring along. However, thinking that they might be useful later, Zhang Ting did not lose her temper but smiled and said, Sorry, everyone. My abilities are limited, I can only take Yang Qianqian for now. Of course, if there is a chance, I will definitely come back to take you with me. A chance? Will there be a chance? Don't worry. I will be quick about it. Just wait patiently. I will find a way to take you with me. Although everyone was eager to leave and wanted Zhang Ting to take them away immediately, her troubled expression seemed genuine. After thinking it over, they could only listen to her and wait for her to come back to save them. Zhang Ting, you must come to save us. We will wait here for you. Okay, as long as there's a chance, I will come to save you. Now, we will leave first. Dumbass, you really believe in the promise of a pie in the sky? I don't need you now. Why would I waste my energy to save you? You think too much. In the moment she turned around, Zhang Ting couldn't help but complain inwardly. After this series of events, she had already realized what it meant to be selfish and survive. If her own father could send her away, why couldn't she send her classmates away to have a better life? Unless something unexpected happened, she would likely be stuck here for life. Why couldn't she live better? Thinking of this, Zhang Ting's expression turned cold and fierce, and her hands unconsciously tightened. Yang Qianqian felt the pain and shook off her hand. Zhang Ting, I'm covered in wounds. Can't you see? Don't you know I'm in pain? Oh, I didn't mean to. I'll apologize if it helps. Forget it, where are we going? When we get there? I can't walk anymore. We're almost there. Just 2 more turns. Zhang Ting coldly snorted inside. If she weren't afraid of Yang Qianqian running away, she wouldn't need to be this polite. The wounds on Yang Qianqian's body bled as she moved, with blood seeping down her clothes with each step. She was in so much pain that her face turned pale, but to quickly reach their destination. She gritted her teeth and persevered. After more than 10 minutes, the two finally arrived at Zheng Jigang's territory. Zhang Ting led her directly to Zheng Jigang's room. As soon as they entered, the corpse nearby startled Yang Qianqian. Seeing her won't leave, Zhang Ting grabbed her wrist and said, "What are you afraid of? These are just dolls. Stay here. I'll go get you some medicine. You need to treat those wounds, or they'll get infected." Yang Qianqian initially thought Zhang Ting had some ulterior motive, but hearing she would get medicine for her, she felt a bit grateful. "Thank you. Sorry for the trouble." Faced with Yang Qianqian's sudden gratitude, Zhang Ting was taken aback for a few seconds, a hint of guilt flashing in her heart. However, thinking of her own experiences and the pressing situation, she could only adjust her mindset. It's nothing. After all, we are classmates. If you die, I would actually feel a bit sad. Yang Qianqian waited in Zheng Jigang's room for nearly 2 hours without seeing anyone and decided to check outside. When she tried to open the door, she found it wouldn't budge, and panic suddenly set in. "Zhang Ting, what are you doing? Open the door." After a moment, she stumbled to her feet, searching for a way to escape the room. The entire room, aside from the door, was made of stone, and there was no way out. "Zhang Ting, what the hell are you trying to do? Let me out." He raised an eyebrow and looked at the soldier beside him. The soldier nodded, walked to the door, took a look, and returned to report, "Captain, your door has been locked." "Who did it?" "It should be that woman, Zhang Ting." Realizing Zhang Ting had mentioned bringing her classmates over, Zheng Jigang understood why the door was locked. "Go find Zhang Ting for the key and open the door for me." "Yes." Also, she actually dared to take the liberty of locking someone in my room? "Take her to the water prison for a few days." "Yes." Soon, the soldier brought the key from Zhang Ting. As Zheng Jigang pushed open the door, his eyes burned with fury, as if he wanted to ignite Yang Qianqian completely. Seeing the newcomer, Yang Qianqian stood up while supporting herself against the wall, warily looking at the door. Who are you?" "This is my territory, my room. Who do you think I am?" Zheng Jigang's tone carried a hint of cold, killing intent. His powerful aura frightened Yang Qianqian, rendering her unable to move. After he finished speaking, he pulled the belt out of his pants and swung it in the air a couple of times, slowly approaching Yang Qianqian. Chapter 153. Yang Qianqian's Ascension. What do you want to do? Yang Qianqian was so scared that she was ready to escape, but as a girl who was also injured. She hadn't run a few steps before she was grabbed by Zheng Jigang by her hair and thrown to the ground. "Want to run? Can you run away?" Zheng Jigang squatted in front of her, pinching her chin to make her look him in the eye. "I beg you, let me go." "Let you go?" "Sure. As long as you behave, I'll treat you well, just like I do with Zhang Ting." Zhang Ting? Thinking of Zhang Ting's appearance yesterday, Yang Qianqian suddenly realized. It turned out that when she said she would save her, she meant to hand her over to the person in front of her. At that moment, Yang Qianqian wished she could tear her apart. How do you want me to behave? Yang Qianqian calmed down and looked firmly at Zheng Jigang. Seeing her calm down so quickly, Zheng Jigang actually felt a hint of appreciation. It seems Zhang Ting didn't tell you what to do when you came to me. Looking at all your injuries, you must have been beaten quite a bit over there. Yang Qianqian swallowed, not responding. First, go wash your body, and then I'll tell you what to do. Wash my body? What? Do you want me to serve you like this? If you don't mind the dirt, then I do. What do you mean? Why are you talking so much? Just go if I tell you to go. Or do you want to whip? As he spoke, Zheng Jigang glanced at the belt in his hand, his eyes filled with warning. Little girl, are you still being pretentious? Soon you'll be mine. And you're afraid I'll look? Hearing this, Yang Qianqian finally understood what Zheng Jigang wanted to do. Looking at his sturdy physique and ugly face, she couldn't help but feel disgusted. But since it had come to this, she had no way out. To survive and to deal with that bitch Zhang Ting, she could only brace herself and take off her clothes. After 20 minutes of washing, her dirty face returned to its original appearance. Although she was still young, her looks were already comparable to some popular female stars, which surprised Zheng Jigang, who liked beautiful women. He looked down at Yang Qianqian, and before she could finish washing, he pulled her out of the water and carried her to the bed. I didn't expect what Zhang Ting said to be true. Your figure and face are indeed quite good. Yang Qianqian had never gone through such an experience. She was too scared to open her eyes, trembling all over, her face red like a ripe apple. Open your eyes. Zheng Jigang's deep voice rang in Yang Qianqian's ears. Although she was unwilling, she understood that her fate was in the hands of the person in front of her. If she didn't listen to him, her future days wouldn't be any better. The moment she opened her eyes, fear, tension, dread, and a sense of resignation filled her expression, leaving Zheng Jigang stunned for a few seconds. However, the women sent to him were generally like this at first. He was already used to it. Don't worry, you'll know what comfort is soon. After saying this, Zheng Jigang didn't care about how Yang Qianqian would feel and directly kissed her with his sausage-like lips. In the room, Yang Qianqian didn't cry or make a fuss, remaining expressionless, until an hour later when Zheng Jigang left, she suddenly burst into tears. The bed was stained with blood. Besides her own, there was also blood underneath. From today onwards, she would no longer be a girl, but had upgraded to a woman. Thinking of everything that had just happened, she bit her lower lip and coldly stared at the door. Zhang Ting, just wait for me. What you did to me, I will repay you double. A few days quickly passed, and Zhang Ting was released from the water prison by Zheng Jigang. Although the shelter wasn't particularly cold, after soaking in the water for several days, she looked pale like a ghost, and her body was wrinkled as if it would rot at any moment. Yang Qianqian, what are you doing here? What am I doing here? Did soaking in water for a few days make your brain waterlogged? I'm here because of you, right? Hearing this, Zhang Ting realized that Yang Qianqian had completely become Zheng Jigang's person. Thank you? Zhang Ting, I see you really think too highly of yourself. You harm me like this, and still expect me to thank you? Saying this, Yang Qianqian grabbed Zhang Ting's hair and started to slap her face left and right. Zhang Ting had been soaked in water for several days and had no strength to resist, but she was dragged to the ground. Yang Qianqian stepped on her face, while her hands kept hitting other parts of her body. At that moment, she used all her strength but still felt unsatisfied. Zhang Ting was beaten until blood flowed from her mouth and nose. Her eyes became a bit blurry, and she looked like a dead fish. Only then did Yang Qianqian stop. Zhang Ting, from the moment you tricked me onto Zheng Jigang's bed, you and I were destined to be enemies. I want to kill you now, but I want to let you have it easy either. I want to slowly torment you and watch you live a life worse than death. From now on, just enjoy it. Let us wait and see. The room was one that she had asked Zheng Jigang for. Zheng Jigang's relentless demands made her feel a bit overwhelmed, so for her own body, she had him give her a separate room. Zheng Jigang was initially unwilling, but Yang Qianqian's skills in acting cute were too deep. He simply couldn't resist and had to give her a room from his subordinates. Although Yang Qianqian felt disgusted inside and found it nauseating, she could only force a smile and say, Uncle Zheng, what is wrong with you today? You came in and hugged me so tightly. If I suffocate and die, you want to find another little cotton-padded jacket like me. Ha ha, you. Zhang Jigang gently scratched Yang Qianqian's well-defined nose and continued. I heard you want to find trouble with Zhang Ting? Oh, who is so gossipy? I just went to her, and she reported me right away. It's really annoying. It's because you were too harsh. Passers-by heard the noise and came over to see. So what? Are you feeling sorry for her? Not really feeling sorry. I just still like her body. Didn't you always say you couldn't handle it? If you killed her, who would share the pressure with you? That seems to make sense. Then I'll be gentler next time and try to let you play with her for a few more days. Chapter 154. Informing about the snowmobile that night. Zhang Jigang rarely didn't torment Zhang Ting. After entering the room, he saw her pitiful appearance and even kindly threw her a bottle of medicine. This is medicine for your injuries. Hurry up and treat the wounds on your face and body so you don't turn my stomach. Zhang Ting, at least you're the first woman I chose from among the students. No matter how much I like Yang Qianqian, I want to overlook you. You think that by tricking her over, you can make her suffer, but with her own wits, she makes me unable to stop wanting her. Even if her schemes are deep, she still behaves well in front of me, which I naturally like. If you don't want to die at her hands, you better perform well from now on. If I'm satisfied, maybe I'll cherish you even more. Zhang Ting clenched the medicine in her hand. Her heart filled with rage. Just as Zhang Jigang said, she brought Yang Qianqian over to make her suffer, not to let her be so high and mighty, being either beaten or scolded by herself. One could only say that she indeed miscalculated this time. I understand. I will definitely be more obedient and ensure that you feel comfortable every day. Capturing people? Zhang Ting asked in confusion. When saying this, Zhang Jigang was already so tired that he could barely open his eyes, completely unaware that he had actually spoken out loud about this matter. Zhang Ting squinted her eyes, finally realizing what this so-called refuge was really for. She had thought she was saved, and even though she ended up in this situation, she still believed that as long as she could survive, it would be fine. Although she didn't know how the two of them were doing now. Looking at the attitude of the person who had rescued them, they should be living better than she was. Capturing people? Well, just right, Xiao Yimeng Li Weiwei. We are at least classmates, and we are living so miserably. You should share in our hardships too. Isn't the base short on people? As long as we capture you, it'll fill the numbers, right? Thinking of this, her heart raced with excitement, but she didn't wake Zhang Jigang. Instead, she planned to tell him first thing in the morning. The next morning, Zhang Ting opened her eyes early, looking at the still sleeping Zhang Jigang. She snorted coldly and got up to wash up. Zhang Jigang was awakened by the sound of running water. Sitting up impatiently, throwing off the blanket and getting out of bed, he grabbed Zhang Ting, who had just washed her face. Zhang Ting was startled by this sudden action, and when she saw the fury in his eyes, she nervously knelt down. I'm sorry, brother Zai. I didn't mean to. Did you forget what I said yesterday? I've set rules for you before. If you can't remember, I don't mind letting you relive it. No. Please don't, brother Zhang. Spare me this time. Next time, I promise I won't make any noise. Zhang Jigang squinted his eyes, looking at her appearance, and instantly lost interest. Just as Zhang Jigang was about to make a move on her, Zhang Ting hurriedly grabbed his sleeve. Brother Zhang, I have something to tell you. Didn't you say you couldn't find anyone when you went out yesterday? I know there are people still alive in Liangshan. If you capture them, not only can you fulfill the work requirements, but you can also achieve merit. Hearing this, Zhang Jigang became interested. Are you serious? Yes, it's true. I've seen it with my own eyes. She then carefully told Zhang Jigang about how Mu Xian and the others had come to save people from school, and when he heard about the snowmobiles, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Who else knows about this? Besides us students and teacher Chui, no one else knows. Very good. Don't tell anyone about this, understood? I understand. If I tell you this, shouldn't I get some reward? Zhang Jigang squinted. What do you want? Zhang Jigang had no objection to this matter. For him, achieving merit was the most important. Although his position on the first floor was as a captain, and his living conditions were decent, who wouldn't want to climb higher? He had heard that the higher you go, the better the treatment. So he naturally agreed to Zhang Ting's request. After all, they were just two little girls. Even if they fought to the death, it wouldn't be any loss for him. He could find them at any time. No problem. You could do whatever you want. I want to interfere. Thank you. Brother Zheng. You should rest well. I have something to take care of. After leaving Zhang Ting's room, Zheng Jigang went directly to the investigation department. Since Zhang Ting didn't know Mu Xian and their address, he could only have the investigation department send someone to check. After explaining his intentions, the investigation department immediately had him meet with the department head, Sun Wentao. Upon hearing that Mu Xian and the others had snowmobiles, Sun Wentao took this matter very seriously and quickly dispatched people to investigate. Captain Zheng, this news is extremely important to the organization. If it's confirmed that what you said is true, you could achieve merit. If that's the case, I'll have to trouble Director Sun to take good care of me. No problem. All right, you can leave now. If there's any news, I'll send someone to notify you. On the way back, Zheng Jigang was very excited, and when he encountered Li Xiang, he surprisingly didn't argue with him. Seeing his expression, Li Xiang was puzzled, but couldn't figure out the reason. Investigating the matter of the snowmobiles wouldn't be easy. After all, in this environment, there was no one outside, making it difficult to gather information. However, there was another way to find out, using the internet. Although the outside network was paralyzed, building such a base and establishing an internal network wasn't a difficult task. Chapter 155. Please help from the ability team using his position. Sun Wentao contacted the personnel from the information department on the 8th floor and finally found some news on the 6th day. Upon seeing the news, his face darkened because they found out that the person who owned the snowmobiles actually lived in the Misty Mountain and in the fortress built at great expense by Meng Fanchao. He had heard of that safe house. It was built like a fortress, and ordinary weapons couldn't damage it, let alone get inside. If those two snowmobiles were really inside, it would be quite troublesome. Back in the office, Sun Wentao called Zheng Jigang over to tell him about this matter. And Zheng Jigang's expression also turned serious. If we can't break in, we want to be able to get the snowmobiles, and we want to be able to report back. What do you think? Sun Wentao tapped the table with one hand, his gaze very sharp. He was determined to succeed and vowed to handle the matter beautifully. If he couldn't accomplish it, he would take Zheng Jigang's life. Zheng Jigang also understood the seriousness of the situation, and after thinking for a moment, he quietly said, "What if we look for the ability team? There must be someone among them who can get into the house. If he can open the door from the inside, we can rush in directly to deal with the people inside and then take the snowmobiles." I also heard that after Meng Fanchao built this safe house, he has been staying inside and even bought a lot of supplies to stock up at home. Maybe we can also get a hold of this batch of supplies. Since the base doesn't have large thermal weapons for our use, it seems we can only use this method. Let us go. Come with me to the 3rd floor to discuss this with their department leader. Okay. After they finished speaking, they headed straight to the 3rd floor, going to Jin Chusheng's office. He was the manager of the 3rd floor, responsible for managing the entire floor and had allocation rights. Once they arrived at the office, the two told Jin Chusheng about this matter. Jin Chusheng stretched lazily and looked at them. "So you guys want to borrow some people from me?" "Yes, please, Director Jin. Lend us 1 or 2 people. As long as this matter is resolved smoothly, we will definitely report your contributions to the higher-ups." "Is that so?" We will also share half of the supplies we gather with the 3rd floor, and the rest will be handed over to the higher-ups." This, isn't that a bit inappropriate? That's embezzling. A hint of mockery flashed in Jin Chusheng's eyes as he played with the cup in his hand. Seeing his demeanor, Zheng Jigang and Sun Wentao immediately understood. "Well, since that's the case, I'll lend you 2 people. Ha. Great. Thank you, Director Jin. Rest assured, we will definitely protect your people. That's best. When you plan to set off, I want my people to move out with you. We need to plan first. But for safety reasons, I hope you can let your people discuss the plan together tonight." "Sure. I'll have him go over later." "Thank you, Director Jin. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave now." "Go ahead. I have things to attend to, so I won't see you off." On the way back, Sun Wentao's expression was somewhat grim. In his view, Jin Chusheng was being overly demanding, but if he disagreed, Jin Chusheng probably wouldn't send anyone to accompany them. The issue of the snowmobile was somewhat significant, but for those above the 3rd level, it wouldn't be taken as seriously, as they had increasingly important matters to handle. Compared to what they needed to do, the snowmobile issue was just a minor concern. "Director, Are we really going to give him half of our supplies? Although Zheng Jigang was a rough character, he was quite dissatisfied with this matter. The first level was using the worst supplies in the entire base. And now they had to give half of their hard-earned good supplies to Jin Shusheng. It was hard for him to swallow. What do you want to do then? If we don't give it, who will help us solve this problem? Perhaps we can do it this way. Zheng Jigang whispered a few words in Sun Wentao's ear, and Sun Wentao's expression changed drastically as he verbally lashed out at him. But after calming down and thinking carefully, he found it feasible. How confident are you about this? 80%. Good. Then act according to the situation when the time comes. Understood. Back at the first level, Zheng Jigang began to gather his most trusted and capable subordinates to go to Sun Wentao's office. The few of them waited in the room for nearly an hour and a half before they saw two people from the abilities team walk in. One was elderly with white hair, needing assistance to walk. The other was just a child, around 15 or 16 years old. Looking at these two, it was hard not to feel angry. With them around, who knows if they would even be helpful? Are you two the ones sent by Director Jean for support? Sun Wentao's tone carried a hint of skepticism as he spoke, his hidden anger causing him to clench his fists. This is quite shabby. Grandpa Yao has difficulty walking, and you didn't even bring him a softer chair. The child was young, but his attitude was very arrogant. After all, he was from the third level and was an ability user, not to mention those below the third level. Even those above the third level had to show respect when encountering members of the abilities team. This had cultivated his haughty demeanor. Zheng Jigang looked at the cocky little brat and wished he could shoot him, but he was afraid that actually killing him would land him in trouble. So he had to endure. He gritted his teeth and took a deep breath, looking at his subordinate. Go, find a softer cushion and bring a higher chair. Yes, I want a cushion too. At this moment, the little boy spoke up, making Zheng Jigang grit his teeth in anger. Soon, his subordinates brought a chair and a cushion. After the two sat down, they coldly stared at everyone else. May I ask how to address you two? Sun Wentao broke the silence and took the initiative to inquire. The little boy lifted his head, glanced at the elder, and said, This is Grandpa Yao. You could just call him Yao Lao. As for me, I'm Wu Di. All right. Thank you both for coming to help. I am the director of the investigation department on the first level and also the administrator of the first level. He is the captain of the second group of the security department on the first level, Zheng Jigang. They are Zheng's subordinates and also the team members who will act with you this time. After Sun Wentao introduced the names of the team members, he continued, May I ask what your abilities are? So we can make arrangements. Chapter 156 Special Ability. Users, you originally didn't deserve to know our abilities, but for our leader's sake, I'll tell you. Grandpa Yao's ability is X-ray vision. Once activated, he can see what's behind obstacles. My ability is penetration, which means I can pass through any object. My ability can help you open doors from the inside, and Grandpa Yao can use his ability to tell me where the things we're looking for are located. To help you, our captain even specifically called us over. What a waste of talent. Wu Di snorted coldly, rolling his eyes at the crowd, and his contemptuous gaze made everyone present want to punch him. Sun Wentao squinted, feeling very displeased. He had originally thought Feng Chong would at least send over someone capable, especially since Zheng Jigang had mentioned the confrontation with unknown creatures involving Mu Xian and others. This was enough to prove that there were people with combat power at the location they were going to attack. Although the personnel they were sending this time were also armed, if the enemy fought back with full force, it would be somewhat difficult for them to seize the vehicle. Your abilities are indeed impressive, but after we go, we will inevitably have to engage in battle. You have no self-defense capabilities, and you might end up needing our people to protect you. Isn't Director Jean overly trusting of you? What do you mean? Are you saying our abilities are useless? Although Wu Di was young, he had matured a lot after going through so much. He naturally understood the implication in Sun Wentao's words, and thus felt a bit unhappy. They are useful, but if the enemy is very strong, relying solely on you may not be enough to obtain the snowmobile. Moreover, only you can pass through walls. If you get discovered after entering, can you guarantee your safe retreat? Sun Wentao tactfully expressed this concern, as he knew the two departments would have to interact in the future, and he didn't want to damage their relationship. However, if he didn't say this, he was worried that the two would become overly arrogant and indirectly endanger his people. What exactly are you trying to say? Haha, Director Sun is playing a good game. You want us to provide manpower, contribute effort, and even risk our lives to help you deal with enemies and protect a retreat. Do you think we are fools in the abilities team? Wu Di's words made Sun Wentao furious, but he couldn't truly offend them, so he had to endure it, feeling incredibly frustrated inside. All right, Xiao Wu, since they don't need my help, then this old bone of mine won't join the fun. I will report this matter to the director. The elder Yao, who had been silent, set down his tea, slowly stood up, and his smiling eyes carried a sharp glint. Everyone under his gaze suddenly felt their scalps tingle, feeling frozen and unable to move. In that moment, Sun Wentao realized that Yao Lao was not as simple as he appeared on the surface, and his expression turned very ugly. Yao Lao, please stay. I apologize. We were blind and failed to recognize your importance. Please don't take it to heart. I suggested changing personnel only because the journey is a bit far, and we're going on foot. I was worried you might not be able to handle it, and I didn't mean to disrespect you. Furthermore, I was concerned that if the enemy has someone powerful, it could harm you. You are an ability user, and if you were injured, I wouldn't be able to explain it. Oh, I didn't expect Director Sun to also play the Sichuan opera face-changing game. Just now, you were adamantly refusing, and now you're begging for help? As soon as Sun Wentao finished speaking, Wu Di immediately chimed in with a tone full of sarcasm. Although Sun Wentao did not like his words, the fact remained true. Reflecting on his own recklessness, Sun Wentao could only smile awkwardly and move on. Wu Di let out a light snort and glanced at Elder Yao, and the two shared a knowing smile. They were not the strongest in the entire ability group, but due to their unique abilities, they were given considerable attention. This time, being sent to deal with such a minor trouble alongside the first-floor personnel was not something they were particularly eager about, as it was a thankless task that yielded no rewards after completion. However, they had no choice but to obey the superior's orders and could only vent their dissatisfaction here on the first floor. Initially, the two just wanted to say a few words of discontent, but they did not expect Sun Wentao to bump into the topic himself. If they continued to hold back, they might suffocate. Now that they saw him in a difficult situation, their own frustrations eased somewhat. Since they had found a way to express their grievances, they decided to take it a step further. Elder Yao, I think they do have some sincerity, so why don't you be generous and go along with them? Moreover, the director said you are one of the most special abilities in our group. This task would be troublesome for me if you don't go. To facilitate their descent from the metaphorical high ground, Wu Di played the bad cop again. Elder Yao raised an eyebrow and casually replied, fine, I'll go with you this time, but let's solve this issue first. Did you hear that? You should thank Elder Yao. Wu Di crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow at everyone. Although they were not happy about it, they had no choice but to express their gratitude. Following that, Sun Wentao shared his plan. According to the information they received, Mu Xian and the others were armed, while the safe house was as strong as a fortress. To ensure a smooth entry, they decided to let Elder Yao first check the situation inside the house, and then have Wu Di quietly enter to find the switch to open the main door. As soon as the door opened, they would send in two groups, one to look for supplies and the other to find snowmobiles. The remaining two groups would wait outside for support, while one would enter the room to capture everyone inside. As long as they controlled the people, everything inside would become their spoils. Your plan seems good, but there's one flaw. Wu Di interjected, you said they have weapons. What if we disturb the people inside after we go in? You must know that those who survive in such environments are not to be underestimated. After hearing his words, Wu Di scoffed and asked, they may have weapons, but they are not many, and no matter how many weapons they have, can they outnumber us? I originally thought Director Jean would send two strong ability users with us to increase our success rate, but since he sent the two of you, our battle plan needs to be adjusted slightly. Chapter 157. Preparing to depart. In addition to real firearms, we also plan to use tranquilizer guns. As soon as we enter the room, we'll tranquilize everyone, so we won't have to worry about them resisting. However, the tranquilizers need to be obtained from the 7th floor, and the people there are not easy to deal with. We'll have to trouble Director Jean to speak on our behalf. Upon hearing this, Wu Di and Elder Yao exchanged glances. We will discuss this with the director, but we can't guarantee it will work. If it doesn't, can we ask Director Jean to send us two, or at least one attacker to help? At this moment, Zheng Jigang squinted and remarked, in my opinion, the lives of my brothers matter too, I don't want to see them go to their deaths. You guys are really never satisfied. We just want to increase the success rate. Fine, I'll try my best, but the ability group has been busy lately. I don't know if they can spare anyone. Elder Yao nodded, stood up, glanced at Zheng Jigang, and dragged Wu Di away. These two, one an old man and the other a kid. I think we'll have to rely on ourselves for this. Zheng Jigang said coldly, grabbed his hat, and quickly left with his subordinates. Jiang Wei squinted at his watch. I'll go talk about this. Were they planning to act? That wasn't team mentioned. However, based on the current situation, they should be ready to act once they have the tranquilizers. Got it, you can leave now. After the two left, Jiang Wei went directly to Jin Chusheng's office to report the matter. Jin Chusheng did not expect that the first-floor personnel would make things so complicated, and his expression darkened. These guys are useless, but bring a lot of trouble. So, what do you plan to do? All right, I'll leave for now. The next day, Jin Chusheng contacted the 7th floor. The director of the 7th floor and Yuan Cheng agreed to provide him with 3 10-milliliter vials of tranquilizer, which would be delivered to the 3rd floor the next day. He took the tranquilizers and had Jiang Wei deliver them to his team. Wu Di took the tranquilizers, pouted, and was surprised that they actually got them. These things were precious right now. When the first Group S ability user was injured, they couldn't get tranquilizers for his surgery, but now they were being generous. All right, send them over. As for the departure time, let them decide quickly. Okay, Captain, how many days will you be gone this time? Understood. Wu Di took the tranquilizers to the 1st floor and placed them in front of him. The things are here. When are we setting off? You really got them? As expected of Director Jin, he has a lot of clout. As long as we load the tranquilizers into the guns, we can set off. So, let everyone rest well tonight, and we'll depart at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Got it. Sun Wentao handed the tranquilizers to Zheng Jigang, who immediately took them to the armory. After loading them, he distributed them to his 3 subordinates. Zheng Jigang was quite irritated. After hastily finishing the task, he fell asleep. Thinking about meeting Xiao Yimeng and Li Weiwei soon, Zhang Ting was so excited that she couldn't sleep all night. She was suffering here. Why should Xiao Yimeng and Li Weiwei enjoy themselves outside? Since she could drag Yang Qianqian down, they shouldn't expect to have it easy either. In the morning, she sat by the bed, staring intently at Zheng Jigang. As soon as he woke up, she helped him put on his clothes and pack his things. Seeing her so obedient, Zheng Jigang rarely showed tenderness and gave her a kiss. When he arrived at the office, his subordinates were already ready to go. But only Elder Yao and Wu Di had not arrived yet. These two are really infuriating. Captain, are we going to have any problems bringing them along? One of Zheng Jigang's subordinates crossed his arms, looking serious. They all came from mercenary or security companies with a strong sense of time. They would delay when there was a task. In their view, time is life, and with such an important moment, Wu Di and Elder Yao still hadn't arrived, making them worry about the upcoming operation. Zheng Jigang glanced at the time. It was 8:20, and his expression darkened. We'll wait until 8:30. If they still haven't come, we'll go bring them down ourselves. But that's the 3rd level. None of us can go there except you. Our identities are what they are. This damn rule is really infuriating. Zheng Jigang slammed his palm on the desk, his face dark as a pot bottom. Just then, Wu Di walked in, supporting old Yao. Oh, who made our Captain Zheng angry so early in the morning? Zheng Jigang turned his head and saw the two, his anger flaring up, too lazy to talk to him. He glanced at his subordinates and waved his hand, signaling to set off. Are we leaving just like this? As they headed out the door, Wu Di touched his nose, supporting old Yao and following behind. After exiting the base, their group moved forward in a line. Wu Di shook his head. Why walk when we have a vehicle? Well, a bunch of good subordinates. After saying that, he snapped his fingers, and a man driving a snow plow came over. Sir, this vehicle was just manufactured and hasn't been tested yet. Please be careful if you're driving it. Old Yao, let's go. Old Yao smiled and carefully climbed onto the snow plow, sitting next to Wu Di. For safety's sake, Wu Di chose to take the road that was currently under construction. After about 20 minutes at the foot of the mountain, they finally saw Zheng Jigang and his men coming down. Captain Zheng, you guys are so slow. We've been waiting here for a while. We're driving, so we move faster. We'll go check the situation first. You guys try to walk faster and don't keep us waiting too long. Okay? Bye. Watching the vehicles leave, Zhang Jigang's subordinate asked through gritted teeth. Although the people on the first level had low status, they did the most laborious and dirty work. After so long, they didn't even know there were vehicles available at the base. It was clear they were being treated as if they weren't human. Chapter 158. Each person's gains. This is the treatment of the superpowered and the higher-ups. Just wait. One day, we will also enjoy this kind of treatment. Zhang Jigang said resentfully as he moved forward. Although his subordinates were also dissatisfied, what could they do given their low status? When the shelter was first established, everyone was equal, but something happened in the upper levels that suddenly divided people into different ranks. Those of them with slightly weaker abilities were directly assigned to the first level, doing all sorts of disgraceful tasks. Later, they learned that there had been a coup on the 8th level, the original leader was killed, and the leader of the rebels became the new ruler. It was he who issued the order to classify everyone into ranks. From that moment on, people entering the shelter began a life of humiliation. They were fortunate not to have to do hard labor. They only needed to go out to capture and kill people. The ordinary people were assigned to do hard labor, and if they disobeyed, they would be killed. Previously, all the soldiers still had some reluctance, but once this kind of thing started, it only became more and more numb, and until now, killing felt as indifferent as killing a chicken. Today, the snow was particularly heavy. Even though everyone was wearing thick enough clothes, they could still feel the cold wind piercing through their garments. After walking for 5 hours, they could no longer stand it and stopped to rest. Sitting in a deserted house, Zhang Jigang's face was as dark as a pot bottom. The thought that he, a dignified captain, didn't even have the qualification to take a vehicle made his anger rise. But it was too late to say anything now. Wu Di and the others should have already arrived at Yunwu Mountain, observing everything happening in the super fortress. He was indeed correct. Wu Di and the others had now reached Villa 19. The people in the villa had already been taken care of by the two of them. At this moment, they were using the owner's corpse as firewood, roasting themselves while drinking tea and keeping an eye on Villa 20. Sister Mu Xian, those two don't look like good people. Not only do they have a snowplow, but they also moved into Villa 19 right away. They can't be from some organization, can they? Mu Xian, Shun Yu, Chao Ziwen, and Aisha were playing mahjong in the living room on the first floor, while the others were busy with their own tasks. Li Weiwei practiced shooting every day, and it was no exaggeration to say that she hit the target every time. As for Qin Rue, aside from being close with Mu Xian, he was practicing his abilities, making them stronger than before, and he could use them for longer periods. Previously, he could only use his abilities for an hour before feeling discomfort, but now he could manage up to 2 hours. His control over ice and snow had also become more adept, and his attack power was increasing. Another benefit was that he discovered another use for his space ability. When Li Weiwei accidentally misfired while practicing shooting, she opened her space in a moment of panic and absorbed the bullet into it. Later, she had a sudden idea to transfer the bullet to another location, and through this transfer, the bullet could still exert its original power. This meant that if a strong enemy attacked in the future using large firearms, she could absorb the weapons into her space and then throw them elsewhere. She had considered whether she could simply store the absorbed weapons in her space, but after several experiments, she found that the weapons could still cause damage to things in the space. So, she had to abandon that idea. Although it was regrettable, she was still excited to develop a new use for her space ability. As a result, she was in a great mood for the next few days. Shenyu and Aisha were currently the most idle people in the entire shelter. The injured had mostly recovered, so Aisha no longer needed to take care of them. As for the control room, with the Xiao siblings watching over it, Shenyu had nothing to do and felt quite bored. So he went to the garden to clear a patch of land to grow vegetables. Given the villa's suitable temperature, someone who had never grown vegetables before, managed to get them to sprout, which filled him with a sense of accomplishment, and he kept saying he would take care of the fresh vegetables in the future. Today, with everyone having nothing much to do, Mu Xian invited them to play mahjong. After playing all morning and just finishing lunch, they were about to continue when they received a surveillance video sent by Xiao Qingye. Mu Xian found the arrival of the two people a bit strange, but since they had not done anything out of the ordinary for now, she decided to observe them before making a decision. Compared to Mu Xian's calmness, Shinyi was somewhat worried. After all, in such an environment, It was suspicious for someone to have access to a snowplow and come straight here. When troops come, we block them. When water comes, we cover it. Even if their target is us, we are prepared. So what is there to fear? Besides, there are only 2 of them, and we have many people plus 3 ability users. Can we not handle them? Chao Ziwen curled his lip. His actions of drawing tiles, not stopping. For him, as long as Mu Xian was around, he wasn't afraid of anything big. After all, Mu Xian's abilities could be considered invincible. Once she took action, the enemy would have little chance of survival. Focus on playing cards. How many rounds have you lost? Mu Xian finished playing her cards, shot him a glare, and spoke. Just like Chao Ziwen said, even if these 2 are from some organization, as long as they dare to trouble us, we can just eliminate them. After all, as long as we don't go out, it will be difficult for them to cause us harm without large-scale heavy weapons. That is true, but we still have to be careful. If they come prepared, we need to handle it well. Shen Yu tends to think more than others, but what he can think of, Mu Xian can naturally think of as well. However, she still doesn't know the details of the other party or what they want to do, so she can only observe for now. Chapter 159, The Lively Villa Area. Mu Xian and the others were enjoying their food, drinks, and playtime, while Wu Di and Old Yao from Building 19 were filled with jealousy. Old Yao used his ability to see through walls and observe the scene inside the villa. Outside was the apocalypse, but inside it was full of spring vitality, with the flowers, plants, and trees in the backyard thriving. The thermometer hanging on the wall of the living room on the first floor showed a temperature of around 25 or 26 degrees. The refrigerator in the kitchen was packed with fish and meat, and what was worse, they were working hard on missions while the people in the villa were comfortably playing mahjong. In comparison, they felt like they were worse off than the dogs in the villa. It seemed they had come to the right place. Everything in this villa would be theirs. Old Yao, since you described this place so well, why don't we take over this villa and leave the organization? After all, we don't have much power in the base and have to carry out missions every day, acting as pawns for others. If we take this place, no one will be able to summon us at will, and we will be free. Woo, that's a good idea, but if the organization finds out, we might end up dead. Not necessarily. This villa is known as the toughest fortress in the country. Unless some major forces use a missile attack, it won't be easy to break in. Besides, if that day really comes, we can just leave ahead of time and join the Celestial Church or another organization. We are supernatural beings. We could be accepted anywhere. You have a point, but after taking the fortress, we still need to deal with Zheng Ji Gang and his group. Otherwise, it will bring endless troubles. You don't need to worry about that. I'll handle it. Great. Then let's plan carefully. The 2 discussed in the room, and, at that moment, their desire to occupy the villa grew stronger. The whole night quickly passed, and Zheng Ji Gang and his team continued their journey early the next morning, finally arriving at Yunwu Mountain around 8 in the evening the next day. After contacting Wu Di and the others, they went straight to Building 19. Their entrance drew the attention of others in the villa area. After such a long time, half of the people in the villa area had died, leaving only a dozen or so. They had held on for so long and finally waited for help, with 1 or 2 excitedly running to the entrance of Building 19 shouting. This commotion made Zheng Ji Gang's group wish they could kill them all. They originally planned to attack silently, but this noise ruined their plans, and they had to think of another way. Captain Zheng, our movements have been discovered. Hurry and send someone to take care of it. I'm afraid if they keep this up, our mission won't succeed. Wu Di, with a toothpick in his mouth, felt somewhat gloating. After all, it wasn't him and Old Yao who would be fighting the enemy. As long as they could break in, he didn't care about his team's casualties. Zheng Ji Gang was already in a bad mood because of these people's noise, and hearing Wu Di's words made him even angrier. He glanced at his subordinate, who nodded and took 2 people out the door. Outside, those more than 10 people were practically trying to crawl in through the main gate, making a fuss. When they saw someone coming out, they finally stopped. Are you military personnel? That's great. Hurry and save us. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Why did you come now? Hey, I'm a director of XX Group. Hurry and open the door to let me in. Yes, we are all people of some status. Let us in, prepare some food for us. Once the snow disaster is over, we will definitely thank you properly. Did you hear that? Why are you all just standing there? Hurry and open the door. The people outside, seeing that those in the villa courtyard were motionless, became anxious shouting loudly. Zhang Jigang's subordinate squinted his eyes, walked to the door, and shouted loudly, "If you want to live, shut up." As soon as he said that, the whole place fell silent. But in a few seconds, one man continued, "Which army are you from? If you don't open the door to save people, that's fine. But you dare to threaten us? Be careful. I will report your actions to your superiors." Hearing this, the soldiers behind the door laughed. They were on the brink of death, and still dared to say they would report to their superiors? Once they were sent to the base, they would quickly become the lowest slaves, with no rights at all. Their current days would be their last moments of freedom. But if you continue to create trouble and hinder our actions, don't expect us to take you with us. We will kill you directly. You. What did you say? Kill us? Aren't you supposed to be saving people? How dare you say such things? After watching too many videos, everyone believed that those in uniforms were supposed to fulfill their duties, that protecting the people was their responsibility. Little did they know that those wearing uniforms might not be regular troops, and their profession was not necessarily to save people. To be honest, we're not the group you think we are. We're just a temporary team. Although we will save people we encounter, the premise is that they do not hinder our actions. Upon hearing this, everyone outside was stunned. They had always thought they were a national team, but it turned out to be a temporary group, which made them feel somewhat disappointed. However, thinking of the shelter they mentioned, everyone had some expectations in their hearts. Compared to freezing and starving now, they would rather go to a place where they could eat and wear warm clothes. You will definitely take us away after you complete your mission? The few people behind the door exchanged glances and sneered internally. Chapter 160, Wang Jie's Plan. These bastards, before the apocalypse, lived good lives, eating and drinking well every day, making money easily, and if they didn't like someone, they would secretly find someone to deal with them. Now that the apocalypse had come, they still wanted to use power, money, to oppress others. Humph. That's right, they're soft persimmons now. Once they are in our hands, won't they be at our mercy? The soldiers laughed and discussed how to deal with the people in the villa area, unaware that their conversation was overheard by Wang Jie, who was hiding behind the wall. He originally wanted to chat with the soldiers and get some food, but unexpectedly heard their conversation, causing his legs to tremble. After returning home, he picked up a cup from the table and took a big gulp of water to calm down, pondering how to survive in the apocalypse. He had initially thought these military personnel were their saviors, but unexpectedly, they planned to torture them. Thinking of the tragic days ahead, he felt a surge of panic. Sitting on the sofa, he held his head with both hands, his mind racing, and suddenly he thought of something and hurriedly ran out. A few minutes later, he stood at Mu Xian's door and pressed the doorbell. Xinyu walked to the door, opened the display screen, and saw it was Wang Jie. Turning to look at Mu Xian. Sister Mu Xian, that third-rate male star supported by a rich woman, is standing at our door. What does he want? Why is he here? Aisha raised her head in confusion and then told Mu Xian and the others about his previous visit. However, after that day, he never appeared again, and the rich woman who supported him and her 2 bodyguards were also gone. Aisha took a sip of water and said softly, "Could it be that the rich woman and the others have all died?" Xinyu turned around to look at Aisha, stroking his chin and saying, "There's also that possibility. But since he was able to survive, then those 2 strong bodyguards should have been able to survive as well, yet they haven't shown up. That's too strange. There's nothing strange about it. This situation can only indicate one thing. That little star killed all those people. Wow, I didn't see that coming. This kid actually has that kind of ability. He looks so weak and fragile, yet he dared to kill, even taking out 3 people who are much stronger than him at once. If we let him in, who knows when we might end up being taken down by him as well." Xinyu swallowed hard, shocked by the sight of Wang Jie in front of him. Mu Xian slapped his head and sneered. "Do you think I'm stupid?" "Not stupid at all. Mu Xian, you're definitely the most capable and smartest person here. Then why are you still talking nonsense with me?" "Fine, since he came knocking in the middle of the night, he might really have something to discuss. You should ask him about the situation." Mu Xian crossed her arms and stood beside the display screen, giving Xinyu a glance. Xinyu nodded, opened the display screen, and spoke loudly, "Who is it? What's the matter?" Wang Jie was anxiously waiting outside the door. Hearing the voice, he leaned closer to the display screen. "Hello? I am Wang Jie, the owner of Building 15. I have something to discuss with you. Please open the door. You can say it here. It's not convenient for outsiders to enter, Xuan Yu directly refused him, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. Wang Jie's expression darkened, and he glared at the display screen, taking a deep breath before speaking about what he had heard. Upon learning that the incoming troops were not regular soldiers, Mu Xian narrowed her eyes, and a name flashed in her mind, Hongyun Base. I only heard them say they were coming here to carry out a mission, but I don't know what the mission is. In any case, they're definitely not good people. If we follow them to their territory, life will be even harder. So, at this moment, Mu Xian spoke up. Hearing a woman's voice, Wang Jie was taken aback, but continued. I hope to enter your villa to discuss how to drive these people away. I know you have strength, and I also know you have some food. I am willing to join you and stand together, as long as you can share some food with me. Mu Xian smiled. Sure enough, his intentions were not pure. What he said about advancing and retreating together was merely an excuse to seek refuge in the fortress or to take it over. Thinking about how he had managed to survive until now, Mu Xian coldly asked, We only accept capable people here. You look so weak. Bringing you in would be useless. What does it mean to be capable? That depends on how you prove yourself. First of all, our people are used to bloody scenes. Killing and arson are common for us. Looking at you, you don't seem like someone who would kill or set fires. Don't even talk about advancing and retreating together. I bet you'd be scared and run away at the sight of a dead body. Mu Xian said so much just to extract information from him. She wanted to know if he really dealt with that fat woman and her bodyguard. If he did, then she definitely didn't want to keep him around as a disaster. Wang Jie truly wanted to survive, so he didn't find anything wrong with Mu Xian's words and directly mentioned his act of killing. Although he had never done such a thing before, in special times, only by being ruthless could one protect oneself. I assure you, if it really comes to a fight, I will do my best to help you. I didn't expect you to actually kill the person who provided you with food, shelter, and transport. That's quite a malicious mindset. How about this? To prove your loyalty, during the next period, you should gather information about the opponent, clarify their intentions and plans, and report everything to us. If it's true, I can consider accepting you. What? You want me to gather information? People like them would never tell me their plans. If I go, I will either be driven away or killed by them. You want me to do something so dangerous? Wang Jie coldly questioned Mu Xian's request. He originally didn't want to have much contact with these people. The reason he came to find Mu Xian and the others was to inform them and let them eliminate each other. After they were both severely weakened, he would find a way to kill Mu Xian and the others, and then take the opportunity to occupy this impregnable fortress. Chapter 161. Double agent if you are unwilling. Then forget it. We're not necessarily forcing you to do this. Of course, if you don't do it, we won't let you enter the villa. No matter what those people outside want to do, they won't be able to break in. At that time, we will still live our good lives as for you. Mu Xian made it very clear that if he doesn't act, there is nothing to talk about between them, and they are not afraid of each other at all. Listening to Mu Xian's words, Wang Jie felt extremely angry but helpless, as the initiative was not in his hands, and his words had little impact on Mu Xian and the others. In order to enter the villa, he lingered in place for a few minutes. Gritting his teeth, he spoke up, I understand. I will find out, but you better not go back on your word, or I won't let this go. Seeing him leave, Chao Ziwen angrily said, This bean sprout of a person actually dares to threaten us. No way. I need to teach him a lesson to make him remember. No need. He is just a tool. After using him, we can deal with him slowly. The most important thing right now is to figure out the purpose of that group of people coming here. To be honest, I feel that this group is either not here for the villa, or they are here for us. Think about it. This villa area is not too close to the city, and it has nothing of value. So what could they be here for? Moreover, wasn't part of Mu Xian's information leaked? I'm wondering if they sent someone over because they received the news. Chao Ziwen stroked his chin, furrowing his brows and sorting through the situation as he spoke. That's one reason. Another reason is that someone among Cui Yuqing and his students leaked our information. But we can't determine what was said yet. However, since they sent so many people, they should be well prepared. Should we also prepare and take the initiative? Not in a hurry. Let's first see how things are on Wang Jie's side. Will he really help us find out information? I think he is unreliable. Shin Yu touched his nose and said with a pout, He is indeed unreliable, but I didn't plan to let him really relay information to us. Then you. Chao Ziwen glanced at Mu Xian, as if he understood something. Muxian got up, yawned, and headed upstairs. The next morning, after Wang Jie got up, he went to Villa 19. The soldier, standing guard, saw him lingering at the entrance for a long time and directly came over to shoo him away. Wang Jie stood at the door, not intending to leave, and said to the soldier, "I want to see your commander. I have something very important to tell him." "You? What important thing could you possibly have looking like that? I advise you to leave quickly, or our guns won't have eyes." Looking at the soldier's gun pointing at him, it would be a lie to say he wasn't scared, but for the sake of his future happiness. Wang Jie tightly gripped the gate railing, unwilling to leave. Hearing the commotion inside, Zheng Jigang opened the door to take a look. Seeing the scene, he sent his closest subordinate to check it out. Upon seeing the newcomer, Wang Jie yelled even louder. "Who are you shouting like this?" "Commander, I have something very important to tell you about Villa 20. Zheng Jigang's subordinate's eyes changed slightly upon hearing this, and he waved his hand, letting the soldier let Wang Jie in. "This is not a place to talk. Come in with me." After bringing Wang Jie into the villa, the subordinate went to call Zheng Jigang. As soon as Zheng Jigang heard, he hurried downstairs. "I am the captain of this operation. You say you have something to tell me about Villa 20. What is it specifically?" "So you're the captain. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Wang Jie. I have acted in war films. I'm a star, Yes. What I want to say is about Villa 20. He then recounted how Mu Xian moved into the villa and how he got his people into the villa, mixing truth and falsehood. After listening, Zheng Jigang's deep-set eyes shimmered. They hadn't noticed the ice wall outside Villa 20 yesterday, but when the day broke, the first thing he saw upon pulling back the curtains was the thick ice block. His first reaction upon seeing the ice block was that there were ability users among those people, and the ability they possessed was to control ice and snow. Originally, he was just suspicious, but after hearing Wang Jie's words, he became more certain. What does the ability user among those people look like? How old are they? How strong is their attack power? Ability user? I guess they could be considered ability users. That man is very young. I feel like I've seen him before. He should be some big shot in the business world. As for how strong his attack power is, I really don't know. I haven't seen him make a move. However, I have seen him control ice and snow, and he looks quite skilled at it. So, he has already mastered the power of ice and snow, and can even use it skillfully. It seems he might be a bit difficult to deal with. Zheng Jigang stroked his chin, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. "Captain, what should we do now? An ability user who can control ice and snow can both defend and attack. If we concentrate our firepower to attack, we might succeed. But killing him won't be that easy. Besides, none of the two ability users we brought are attack-type ability users. They can't compete with the other side at all. In this case, we can only rely on our wits first. What if they refuse to give us the snowmobiles? If they refuse, we can only force our way in. I heard the ability group went to the city center. You go find Wu Di and have him contact the ability group. It would be best if they could send 1 or 2 combat-type ability users to assist us here. Be sure to tell them there are ability users here. Only then will they send people over." "I understand." After the subordinate left, Zheng Jigang looked at Wang Jie with a half-smile. "You come here early in the morning to tell us this. What is your purpose?" I want to survive. Originally, I wanted to negotiate with them to let me enter the villa, but they absolutely wouldn't allow it. Since they won't let me in, then I won't let them have it easy either. Why should they get to live in such a warm house with food and drink, while I have to suffer from the cold and hunger? I'm not convinced, and I'm not willing. Well, I found out you commanders were coming. My first thought was to report the news about the people in Villa 20 to you. It would be even better if we could deal with them. Chapter 162. Strike first, you're quite honest. Wang Jie's heart began to race. Although most of what he said was true, there were also quite a few lies, and he worried that if the person in front of him saw through his tricks and shot him, he would really suffer a loss. Besides this, what else do you want? Don't tell me you're just resentful because they wouldn't let you enter the villa. There must be other reasons or demands. I want to live in that villa. Zheng Jigang was a mercenary, a person who had walked out of gunfire, and his aura suppressed Wang Jie thoroughly. Faced with such a Zheng Jigang, he immediately blurted out his true intentions without hesitation. Zheng Jigang laughed out loud after hearing this, and then said, "You're quite bold. You actually want to use us to enter this so-called most secure safe house in the country. Truly commendable courage. As he spoke, Zheng Jigang's mouth curled in disdain. The current Wang Jie did indeed provide him with some clues, but that alone was not enough for him to be allowed to live in the villa, and moreover, he wouldn't allow him to live there. The base was currently short of people for hard labor, so Wang Jie's only outcome would be one. However, he didn't intend to tell Wang Jie this. If he ran away, it would be a loss. I have told you everything I know. I'm not exploiting you. We're just helping each other. During this time, if the commander has any need for me, just say the word. I will do my utmost to help you. Is that so? Of course. If you agree to let me live in the villa after the task is completed, then we'll be friends. It's only right for friends to help each other. Great. You can rest assured. I guarantee I will complete the task. Wang Jie was now playing both sides. For him, the more fiercely they fought, the more beneficial it was for him. So no matter which side he helped, it had no downside for him. But how do you plan to deal with them? Although they are few in number, they look quite formidable, and they have built an ice wall around the entire villa. To break into the villa, we need to break this ice wall first, which doesn't seem easy to break. Zheng Jigang raised his eyes to look at him, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. Seeing his expression, Wang Jie immediately covered his mouth. Oh, look at me. I accidentally spoke out of turn. I'm sorry. You don't have anything to do here anymore. You can leave. But, Commander, I've already told you this news. Don't you have any rewards for me, like bread or water? You have to give me something, right? Zheng Jigang was amused by him. In the past, who would dare to speak to him like this? He would have drawn his gun and shot them immediately, but this person still had a bit of usefulness. So he could only endure it for now. Someone give him something to eat and drink and take him out. Outside, a soldier came out, pulled out a bag of food and a bottle of water from his pocket, and handed them to Wang Jie. Wang Jie excitedly took them with both hands and left the room with a smile. After returning to the villa, he eagerly opened the food and found it to have a strong, fishy smell. However, he hadn't eaten in a long time, so he didn't care what it was and just put it into his mouth. That night, he quietly went to where Mu Xian and the others were. Although he didn't gather any information, he was good at making things up. In his opinion, Mu Xian and the others must have already known that he had gone to Villa 19, so everything he said had a certain level of credibility. Therefore, he wasn't afraid at all and said whatever he wanted. After speaking, he also wanted Mu Xian and the others to give him some food. Mu Xian thought for a moment, looked at the leftovers in a waste bowl, packed it up in a bag, and dropped it to him from the air using a drone. While eating, he couldn't help but give a thumbs up to his own wisdom. He didn't expect that being a double agent would actually earn him double portions of food, and he suddenly felt that this was quite good. On their side, Xiao Qingye has been monitoring the movements of Building 19 and Wang Jie's building. Although he hasn't heard their conversations, he has already gotten a rough idea of what they intend to do. After Wang Jie left, the surveillance showed a few people in the villa of Building 19 discussing something, and they even used a satellite phone. In order to figure out their plans, Xiao Qingye, Xiao Yimeng, and Shun Yu are putting in a lot of effort to intercept their calls. Sister Mu Xuan, our opponent this time is not simple. In addition to the team that has come, there is also a group of ability users. The Hongyun base has sent a batch of ability users to the city center for a mission, and upon realizing that there are ability users among us, they decided to send people to assist them. From what they said, it seems there are offensive ability users, as well as some special type of ability users. Special type of ability users? Yes. They didn't specify which kind, but they should also be formidable characters. Is that so? It seems we need to be cautious. Mu Xian was not worried about the military and attacking superpowers, but she was somewhat concerned about those with special abilities. Her own ability could also be considered a special type, so she always felt uneasy about this kind of superpower user. Currently, it seemed they had no intention of attacking us. They likely wanted to wait for their people to arrive. Should we take the initiative first? At this moment, Qin Rue walked out of the kitchen, holding a plate of watermelon and a plate of lychee. After setting the items down, he put on disposable gloves and offered the fruit to Mu Xian. You mean taking the initiative refers to an ambush on the way? After taking a bite of lychee, Mu Xian rested her chin on her hand and lazily spoke. Yes, as long as we prevent them from meeting up, these people in front of us won't be a problem. We can give it a try, but I'm worried that if they have any particularly powerful superpowers on their side, it will be difficult for us to escape. Not necessarily. You're the great one with the ability to pause time. In front of any superpower, you are invincible. Although Qin Rue was right, Mu Xian still felt some concern in her heart. There were too many unknown abilities in this world, and so far they had only encountered a few of them. Chapter 163. Attack plan. The night passed quickly, and early in the morning, Mu Xian got up and went to the basement. Shen Yu and the others were still monitoring the situation at Building 19. After the other side called yesterday, there had been no news. When she arrived at the basement, Shen Yu was so sleepy he could hardly open his eyes, but when he saw Mu Xian, he still greeted her in a muffled voice. Yes. Continue monitoring. Sister Mu Xian, how about we take the initiative to attack before they launch their assault? Are you referring to Building 19? Yes. They're coming for us. And if we let them find the opportunity first, it won't be good for us. Mu Xian lowered her head in silence. If they launched an attack first, they could indeed catch the enemy off guard and annihilate them all. However, this would inevitably lead to the Red Cloud base sending people over again, and their peaceful life would be completely disrupted. But if this battle is unavoidable, striking first is also a good strategy. Let's hold our position today, and tomorrow night we will take action. All right. By the way, shouldn't we discuss the action plan? We'll talk about it after gathering everyone tonight. You haven't rested all night, so go take a nap and recharge your energy. Just as the two finished speaking, the elevator dinged, and Xiao Qingya walked over with Xiao Yiming. Sister Mu Xian, you're here? Xiao Yiming jogged to Mu Xian's side. Her condition was already fine. She could eat, drink, and sleep. And as long as she didn't engage in strenuous activities, she had no problems at all. Mu Xian touched her head and smiled slightly. Today, I entrust you to monitor each other. Don't worry, leave it to us. We guarantee to complete the task. Mu Xian nodded, took the lead in leaving the monitoring room, and went to Li Weiwei's shooting range. Due to the soundproof panels installed in the shooting range, only a faint sound could be heard from outside the door. After Mu Xian opened the door, the sound of gunfire echoed throughout the entire floor. Once the bullets were finished, she took a deep breath and stopped. Not bad. Getting better and better. Great, but we can take a break now, or I won't have enough bullets for you to waste. Understood. By the way, I heard about that Red Cloud base. They know our whereabouts. It must be Zhang Ting and the others who said something. Those deadweights are like this before, and now, for their own sake, they will definitely leak your information. You shouldn't have saved them in the first place. It would have been better to let them die at the hands of those monsters. Li Weiwei pouted. Her angry expression amused Mu Xian. Mu Xian sat down beside her, poured herself a glass of water, and said slowly, "Who could have thought that the Honyun base would pop up? It was my oversight, but now that we know, we will have our chance to deal with them." That's right, Sister Mu Xian and Brother Qin Rue, you are so capable. You will definitely be able to eliminate all threats. All right, let's talk about this later. Let's go upstairs first. Breakfast should be ready. After the two went upstairs, the robot had already prepared breakfast. When they arrived, Qin Rue and the others had brought the breakfast from the kitchen to the dining room. Currently, her supernatural ability had not only increased in time, but also expanded the coverage by 3 meters. Previously, when she activated her ability, time within 100 meters was prohibited. Now, with the increase of 3 meters, she could cover a range of 103 meters. Her ability was already an extraordinary existence, much harder to cultivate than others, and she was very satisfied to have reached this level. The day quickly passed, and after dinner, she had just gathered everyone together when the doorbell rang again. Chao Xuan walked up to the screen and took a look, discovering it was Wang Jie. So he directly asked, "What's the matter?" Wang Jie had come for food, but worried that directly asking would be rejected by Mu Xian and the others. So he made up an excuse, saying, "I'm here to relay a message. The people from Building 19 are looking for trouble with you. They are currently discussing how to attack you, so you all need to be careful." Well, since I've relayed the message, shouldn't you give me some reward? Chao Xuan responded with an "oh" and looked at Mu Xian. Mu Xian pointed to the leftover food beside a way, and Shin Yu began to pack it up. "You wait at the door. We'll do it the same way as before, using a drone to send it out to you." Okay, thank you. Chao Xuan said as he walked over to the drone, attached the items, and sent them out. After sending Wang Jie away, he sat down beside the sofa, ready to listen to Mu Xian's battle plan. This time we strike first. Their target has already been confirmed to be us, so we won't wait any longer. Tomorrow night, once their people are asleep, we will start our action. Chao Xuan and Qin Rue. One is responsible for cover, and the other for attack. Wei Wei. Set up your sniper rifle, and if necessary, eliminate the other side to drain their manpower. I will wait in the shadows for the right moment. As soon as the opposing leader appears, I will take him out directly. In fact, Mu Xian could completely handle everyone herself, but since such opportunities are rare, she wanted to let others stretch their legs too, both to gain combat experience and to see if they could enhance their abilities through battle. I'm also concerned about one thing: the special ability users among them. So far, we have no idea what their abilities are, which is a bit disadvantageous for us. Since they requested reinforcements, it means that the ability users among them should be like me, non-offensive abilities. I will keep a close watch on them, so you don't need to worry. As for the others, Aisha, be ready to treat the wounded at any time. Xinyu, Yu, Xiaoqingya, and Yimeng are responsible for monitoring their actions with the drone, ensuring the safety of Chao Ziwen and Qin Rue. Chapter 164, Wall Passing Technique. Don't worry, we will monitor the entire villa, and if anything abnormal happens, we will communicate with you in time to ensure you have a solid rearguard. Alright, that's the whole battle plan. You should understand it now. As for any other unexpected situations during the operation, we will adapt as necessary. Understood. Okay, go do what you need to do. When Qin Rue saw her go upstairs, he followed her up. Just before reaching the door, he picked her up and carried her into the room. Afterward, the two took a bath together, and, in a daze, Mu Xian felt herself being carried to bed before falling asleep. At around 2 in the morning, Old Yao glanced at the well-dressed Wu Di and quietly said, "Be careful. There are dogs in their villa, and they are very sensitive to smells. If they detect an outsider, they will bark loudly, so once you go in, you must knock it out immediately. Don't worry, I've never made a mistake in my tasks." Although he said this time was different. The other side had ability users, and we were penetrating deep into enemy territory, so it's better to be cautious. Alright, I will be careful. After leaving, Wu Di walked to the entrance of Villa 20, reached out to touch the thick ice wall, and then a blue light shone from his body, and in the next second, he was already inside the courtyard of the villa. There were many traps at the front door, so to avoid injury, he directly passed through the wall beside it. Following the instructions, he went straight through the wall into the villa, finding it as quiet as a deserted land. Awei was not sleeping in its usual spot today, but had gone to the second floor to sleep with Li Weiwei, so it did not notice the intrusion. Afterward, Wu Di took elevator number 2 directly down to the underground 3rd floor and drove out the snowmobile. Old Yao, I just thought of a fun game. What if I pour the anesthetic on their drinking water? Will they all collapse when they drink it tomorrow? That's a good idea, but do you have enough dosage? We don't want to alert them without taking them down. Haha, that's hard to say. Although I don't have much, the anesthetic is very effective. Whoever drinks it will fall. If the one who collapses happens to be the one with abilities, we won't need to worry about the others. Then give it a try. But be careful. Don't worry, at this time, their people are all asleep. Wu Di smiled, slowly approaching the kitchen, and took out a bottle of anesthetic to pour into the nearby water dispenser. As he got closer to the water dispenser, a sudden clank sound came from under his feet. Looking down, he saw it was a dog bowl. What the heck? He squatted down, discovering it was a dog bowl, feeling a surge of anger. At that moment, Awei, hearing the noise, slowly lifted its head, its eyes glowing green. It quickly jumped up from Li Weiwei's bed and raced towards the door, biting the rope that opened the door, and then dashed downstairs. Oh no, the dog is awake. Do you have the tranquilizer gun? Old Yao saw Awei's figure, his pupils dilating, hurriedly reminding him. I have it. Where's it coming from? The right staircase, it's almost there. Find a place to hide. Make sure to hit it in one shot. Don't let it wake anyone up. Understood. After saying that, Wu Di quickly hid under the dining table, waiting for Awei to arrive. In just a few seconds, Awei came down the stairs, heading straight for the dining room. Wu Di seized the opportunity and shot a tranquilizer dart. Awei, hit by the dart, immediately realized there was an intruder and, just before fainting, quickly enlarged its body. Woof, 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 it barked loudly, struggling to crash into the table beside it, sending it flying. The huge crash startled everyone awake. On the first basement level, Xunyu, holding instant noodles, turned to look at the monitor and noticed Awei's condition was off. He immediately dropped the noodles and took the elevator upstairs. On the first floor, Chao Xuan and Xiao Qingye rushed out without even putting on their clothes. "Oh no, they've been awakened. Quickly retreat," Old Yao shouted, watching the commotion in the house. Wu Di also realized the situation was getting out of control and quickly escaped from the wall while dodging away's attacks. Chao Xuan was the first to reach the living room. After turning on the lights, he found Wei barking loudly at a wall. As they approached, Wei fainted, its massive form blocking a third of the dining room. "Wei, what happened?" Chao Xuan hurriedly walked up to it and saw a syringe stuck in its neck. "What's going on?" At that moment, everyone except Mu Xian had gathered on the first floor and looked nervously around after seeing Wei lying on the ground. "Xinyu, you were in the monitoring room. Didn't you notice anything unusual?" At that moment, Qin Rui came down from upstairs, glanced at Wei, and then looked at Xinyu. Xinyu felt a wave of guilt wash over him. He lowered his head and said softly, "I'm sorry, I just went to the bathroom and made a bucket of instant noodles, and I didn't pay attention to the monitor." Hearing this, Qin Rui narrowed his eyes, turned, and went to the monitoring room. Xinyu and Xiao Qingye followed him into the elevator. Mu Xian came down from upstairs and saw Wei lying motionless on the ground, a flash of intensity in her eyes. What happened? Wei was hit by a tranquilizer gun and passed out. A tranquilizer gun? Mu Xian felt tense all over and walked over to take a look at Wei. Where could this tranquilizer gun have been fired from? This place is like a fortress. It shouldn't be possible. Aisha glanced around the entire living room, including the distant floor-to-ceiling windows and other windows. To prevent natural disasters and enemy intrusions, all the glass here was made of top-grade bulletproof glass, which is hard to penetrate even with bullets, let alone a small tranquilizer. No, based on Wei's wound, it seems it was shot from close range. Mu Xian squinted her eyes and said coldly, "What about Qin Rui and Xinyu?" "They went to the monitoring room," Aisha replied. Just as she finished speaking, the elevator doors opened, and Qin Rui and Xinyu walked out, looking very displeased. "What is the reason?" Mu Xian directly asked. "It should be the ability user from Building 19, and his ability is wall passing." "What? Wall passing? There is actually such a perverse ability?" Everyone was shocked. If this person really came in using wall passing, then the fortress they thought was as solid as copper and iron would become a useless building. Chapter 165, The Purpose of the Attack. Mu Xian's eyes emitted a strong killing intent. Such a person must not be let go and must be killed, otherwise. It was uncertain what trouble they would cause in the future. Her proud fortress had been so easily invaded, which was definitely a provocation and a warning to her. If the other party had not awakened anyone this time, everyone here could potentially be dealt with in their sleep. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. It seemed they couldn't wait until tomorrow. They had to act now and resolve this quickly. Due to the exposure of their actions, Old Yao was now only concerned about Wu Di and had stopped monitoring the fortress, giving Mu Xian and the others an opportunity to act. Qin Rui, Chao Xuan, and she exited the villa and, using the cover of night, reached the outskirts of Villa 19. Xinyu released a drone to start investigating the situation inside the villa. "Sister Mu Xian, there are 4 guards at the main entrance, 2 at the entrance of the house, and 2 teams patrolling, making a total of 10 people. I'll take care of the 4 at the main entrance," Qin Rui said. As he finished speaking, a vortex appeared in the palm of his hand, and the snow on the ground was swept up, quickly condensing into thin ice needles. With a wave of his hand, the ice needles shot towards the 4 guards at the entrance, who fell down before they even had a chance to react. Immediately afterward, Chao Xuan activated his abilities and pried open an opening in the iron gate wide enough for people to enter. Once the 3 of them entered smoothly, they slowly approached the house using the snow pile beside them. At that moment, the 2 patrolling teams passed by the entrance, each heading in the opposite direction. Qin Rui took the opportunity to take out the 2 guards at the entrance. Mu Xian waved her hand, and the 3 of them rushed to the door, carefully opening it and walking inside. Wu Di had not informed Zhengji Gang about this operation, so the living room was as dark and empty as usual. There were 3 bedrooms on the first floor. Zhengji Gang and his 2 most trusted subordinates each occupied one. Mu Xian pointed to a door. Qin Rui and Chao Xuan walked to 2 of the room doors, twisting the doorknobs to enter. However, when they turned the knobs, they found that the doors were locked from the inside. The three exchanged glances, and after narrowing her eyes, Mu Xian prepared to activate her skills. Just then, one of Zheng Jigang's subordinates suddenly opened the door and rushed out, firing a shot at the entrance. Seeing this, Chao Ziwen quickly dodged to the side and seized the opportunity to charge in, directly throwing the man out. The loud noise attracted the attention of the patrol team and resting soldiers, who rushed into the living room with their guns drawn. Zheng Jigang and another subordinate also opened the door at the same time. The lights in the living room were turned on, and everyone looked at each other. In a split second, both sides began to engage in combat. Mu Xian held dual pistols, quickly searching for cover as she fired. After the gunshots rang out, several opponents had already fallen. Everyone go. Capture those three. Zheng Jigang, hiding behind the door, loaded his gun and gave the order. In an instant, gunfire erupted downstairs. On the second floor, Wu Di and Old Yao, discussing how to resolve the situation, opened the door to assess the situation and saw Chao Zi tear a soldier in half with his bare hands. The strength and abilities left them in shock. This is bad. Our intel was wrong. There is not just one ability user. It seems there are two. What should we do? I don't think Zheng Jigang's people can handle them, and we have no combat strength at all. Staying here might mean certain death. Let us go to the city center to find the captain. After Old Yao spoke, he pulled Wu Di and jumped out of the window. Their room faced 20 villas. A blind spot, so Li Weiwei did not see the two. Seeing that both sides were still fiercely exchanging fire, Wu Di pushed Old Yao onto the wall, then phased through the wall himself and caught him from below, quickly making their escape. Mu Xian and the others were in the heat of battle and didn't notice that the two had already escaped. After they had dealt with half of their opponents, Mu Xian quickly rushed up the stairs. She searched the second and third floors but found no one, her expression turning very grim. As she passed by the second floor, she noticed an open window and her gaze grew cold. Xinyu, let a way out. It has a mission. Hearing Mu Xian's words, Xinyu looked at the already prepared way, quickly opened the door, and a way dashed out. Mu Xian jumped down from the second floor to the first, took care of a soldier, then looked at Qin Rue. The ability user has escaped. I'll leave this to you. I'm going to chase after them. Understood, be careful. Mu Xian took advantage of Chao Ziwen's cover to rush outside. As she opened the door, she saw a Wei charging towards her. As it ran, its body began to grow larger, and by the time it reached the door, Mu Xian grabbed its fur and swung a leg over to sit on its back. A Wei chase. In this environment, two legs could never outrun four, and not long after they stepped outside, Mu Xian and a Wei quickly intercepted them. Oh, it's the two of them. Looking at the two in front of her, Mu Xian slowly spoke, then jumped down from a Wei, coldly staring at them. Elder Yao and Wu Di looked at the massive military dog and the well-equipped Mu Xian, panting heavily as they slowly retreated. What do you want to do? Elder Yao blocked Wu Di behind him, nervously staring at Mu Xian. Mu Xian took out a pistol and aimed it at his forehead, saying, "You barged into my house without explanation, and you even asked me what I want to do?" Hearing this, Old Yao already had an answer in his heart. "We did break into your house, but we didn't cause you any substantial harm. You don't really need to go to such extremes, do you?" "Huh, why wouldn't I?" The old man replied. "With your abilities, you could easily cause our deaths at any moment. I have never liked leaving behind future troubles, so I'm sorry." Bang bang. Two gunshots rang out, and Old Yao fell to the ground, but at a critical moment, he pushed Wu Di aside. Grandpa Yao, lying in the snow, Wu Di widened his eyes in horror as he looked at Old Yao, who had been shot in the head, and he began to retreat in fear. Mu Xian looked at the young child of over 10 years old, a glint of amusement flashing in her eyes. "I'll give you a chance. As long as you tell me the purpose of your coming here and how many people know about it, I might consider letting you go." Wu Di, having gained his abilities from the brink of death, had always harbored a fear of death itself. Now that Mu Xian said she would give him a chance, he naturally did not want to miss it. "Are you really going to let me go? Tell me more. I don't know the specifics, but I heard that some students informed Zheng Jigang about your snowmobiles. He approached our abilities group's leader to get the snowmobiles. Our leader wasn't particularly concerned about this, so he only sent me and Old Yao, who are non-combatants, to help. We only intended to assist Zheng Jigang and them in opening the door. We had no intention of attacking you. It was Zheng Jigang and his group who wanted to deal with you and then take your supplies. If you want to kill someone, go after them. Chapter 166. Killing the intruders from Hongyun Base. So, aside from Zheng Jigang and his group, your abilities group also knows about this? Yes, but our abilities group has more important matters to attend to and hasn't taken the vehicle theft seriously. How many people are in your abilities group? How many survivors are there in the entire base? What is your main focus? Also, what are the tasks of your abilities group? Mu Xian's questions were sharper than the last, and they were all confidential. These questions couldn't be easily disclosed, and Wu Di appeared very troubled. As he stammered and couldn't articulate anything for a long time, Mu Xian lost her patience. She fired a shot beside Wu Di, causing him to fall to the ground in fear, swallowing hard. But as far as I know, there are 25 people in the ability group. The total number of survivors in the entire base should be over 1,000, but that's not our concern, and we don't know much. Additionally, the mission of the ability group is to find ability users, eliminate ability users from other factions, and seize resources. I've said everything I can say. Can I go now? After saying this, Wu Di blinked his eyes, looking pitiful, which made Mu Xian feel somewhat sorry for him. She nodded and smiled. Go ahead. As soon as the words left her mouth, Wu Di immediately stood up and ran off to the side. Fool, I will make you pay for what happened today. I will definitely avenge old Yao. As he fled, a flash of murderous intent and hatred crossed Wu Di's eyes. At that moment, Mu Xian became his greatest enemy. After awakening his powers, the first person he saw was old Yao, who brought him into the base and took care of him. It was also old Yao who saved him at a critical moment. Old Yao was the most important person to him, so he would never let his death be in vain. He would seek revenge no matter what. Mu Xian looked at his back, a slight smile playing on her lips. The next second, a gunshot rang out, and he was shot in the head. In the moment he slowly fell, he felt his entire body instantly become numb. A sense of unwillingness and anger surged in his heart, but soon he fell into darkness. Mu Xian slowly walked up to him, crouched down, turned him over, and covered his eyes with her hand. I'm really sorry, but how could I let someone who threatens me live? She continued, if you hate me, come find me in your next life. After saying that, Mu Xian took out a barrel of oil and poured it over him, then set it on fire. Next, she dragged Yao Lao's corpse over and threw it beside him, waiting until the bodies turned to ashes before leaving with away. Mu Xian looked at the seized items, her gaze becoming deep and profound. These items were not easily obtained, which only indicated that the Hongyun base was quite significant. Combined with Wu Di's earlier words, Mu Xian felt increasingly heavy-hearted. This base had 25 superpowered individuals, and that was just the number Wu Di was aware of. There could be even more that he didn't know about. If these people acted together, it would be a major disaster for Mu Xian and the others. What's wrong? Didn't you catch up? Noticing that Mu Xian was in a bad mood, Qin Rui hurried over to her side and took her hand. Mu Xian shook her head and told them what Wu Di had said. Upon learning the number of the other party's supernatural beings, Chao Ziwen couldn't help but tremble a little. Damn it, we've stirred up the enemy's nest this time. If they come to settle the score with us, we might not be able to handle it. What Chao Ziwen said was exactly what Mu Xian was worried about, but now that things had turned out this way, excessive concern would only add to the troubles. Let's discuss what happens next later. Sister Mu Xian, you guys are really impressive. I didn't even get to take a shot with the sniper rifle, and you all handled it. Li Weiwei rested her chin on her hand, looking at Mu Xian with admiration, her infatuated expression resembling that of someone who had just seen a handsome guy. Mu Xian patted her head and said softly, there will be a time for you to take action. In fact, Mu Xian did not want her to become someone like herself. She hoped that in this apocalypse, she could still be a carefree child. Unfortunately, her talents and gifts were top-notch, and many times, her assistance was still needed. Great. After we deal with these people, we can finally get a good night's sleep. Aisha yawned and said with a smile, but upon seeing Mu Xian's worried expression, she suddenly became a bit flustered. What's wrong? Mu Xian, did something happen? Mu Xian sighed and shared her worries with them, but everyone remained silent. A few minutes later, Shen Yu smiled and said, it's okay. You, Brother Qin Rui, and Brother Chao are so capable, and with so many of us, we can definitely withstand them. Besides, if it weren't for you, we would all have been dead long ago. So even if our final outcome is still death, Dying together with all of you is better than dying alone, right? That's right. Anyway, our lives and deaths are tied together. So why worry so much? All right, let's not be so pessimistic. No matter what, until the last moment, the outcome is still uncertain. Next, let's prepare our defenses. When they come, we'll fight them off. Mu Xian looked at everyone's expressions and said with a smile. Upon hearing her words, the atmosphere became relaxed. Mu Xian was right. Everyone should take a break, especially Yi Ming and Wei Wei. You are still children and need to ensure you get enough sleep. Aisha looked at the two kids beside her and gently said, and then Xiao Yiming and Li Weiwei went upstairs. Chapter 167. New visitors at Honyun Base after seeing the two off. Mu Xian also yawned and went upstairs to rest, while Qin Rue followed her, and the two embraced each other and fell into a deep sleep. In the following days, everyone was preparing, but several days passed without any news from Honyun Base, which made Mu Xian think of Wu Di's words. He said that the base wasn't very concerned about seizing the snowmobiles, so they probably weren't focusing on them for now. However, Zheng Jigang and the others had been away for a long time, which should raise some attention, and since there were two ability users among them, even if they didn't come now, it wouldn't be long before they would come to investigate this matter. For days passed, and Sun Wentao still couldn't contact Zheng Jigang and Wu Di. The feeling of unease grew stronger. Director, you were looking for me? Cold Wind knocked on the door and walked directly in front of Sun Wentao. Yes, old Zheng and the others have been out for over 10 days, right? There's not a single piece of news. Can you send someone to check if something happened? I will give them a response on this matter. You first send someone to check. If everything is fine on that side, let Zheng Jigang report the progress to me in a timely manner. Okay, I will check right away. Since the snow hadn't been heavy these past 2 days, the people sent out moved quickly, and within just one afternoon, they arrived at the villa area. This time, only 5 people came, and after searching, they found items left behind by base personnel in Villa Number 19. They also discovered signs of a struggle inside the house and quickly determined that a fierce battle had occurred here. However, what puzzled them was that they found no trace of anyone. You, contact the base and report the situation here. The leader was a man around 30 years old. After surveying the area, his expression was very serious, and he immediately instructed one of his subordinates to contact the base. Then he looked at another soldier and said coldly, "You go nearby and see if there are any survivors. If there are, bring them here." The soldier nodded and quickly walked out. Before long, Wang Jie was brought over by the soldier. He looked terrified at the people in front of him and realized that their clothing was the same as that of the soldiers killed by Mu Xian and the others. And instantly, he had an answer in his mind. On the night of the battle, he had clearly seen from the 3rd floor that Mu Xian and the others had only sent 3 people to completely eliminate a team of 40, enough to demonstrate their formidable strength. Because of this, he had not dared to approach Mu Xian and the others until now, fearing that they would take a disliking to him and eliminate him as well. Now being captured, he felt even more anxious. If they could handle a team of 40, how could they not deal with just 5? So on the way here, he kept thinking about how to resolve the current predicament. Unfortunately, even after entering the villa, he still couldn't come up with a solution that would satisfy both sides. Facing the serious-looking man in front of him, his gaze kept darting around. The man noticed his unease and walked directly in front of him, coldly asking, "Do you live in this villa area?" Wang Jie, worried about being killed, could only nod honestly. "Have you always lived here?" "Yes." "Since you live here, did you see anyone wearing the same clothes as us come here before?" When Wang Jie heard this, his heart sank. His suspicion was indeed correct. This group of people was from the same organization as the previous group. I saw them. And do you know where they went? What happened here?" Wang Jie was a bit troubled. He did want to occupy Mu Xian's villa, but judging from their previous performance, it was clearly impossible for him to move in. If 40 people could be taken down by just 3 of them, what chance did he have as a small fry? If he told these people what Mu Xian and the others had done, and they ended up getting killed, Mu Xian would definitely not let him go if she found out he leaked information, and his fate would likely not be any better than those people. But if he didn't say anything, his situation would also be very dangerous. He wasn't sure if these people would kill him on the spot. While he was still pondering what to do, the man spoke again. "I'm asking you a question. Why aren't you speaking? Are you mute? I live quite far away, and I was afraid of being involved, so I didn't come and take a look." I only heard gunshots that were quite intense, and when I came to check afterward, I found that there was no one here. I even doubted whether I heard wrong, but thinking about it, that can't be right. The noise that night was really loud. After that night, nothing strange has happened here. Wang Jie recounted what happened that night, but he didn't mention Mu Xian and the others. This way, even if something happened later, Mu Xian would have no reason to kill him. So you mean, on that night someone fought with our people, and by the next day, all our people disappeared? Yes. Bullshit. How can a group of living people just disappear? I think you're just making up a story to fool us. A small man beside the man shouted, scaring Wang Jie to the ground. What I'm saying is true. The main reason is that our surveillance was broken. If there were cameras, you would know whether what I said was true or false. Second, step back. The man shot a glance at the small man and scolded. And the small man coldly huffed and stepped back beside him. We will investigate this matter. As for you, it's best to stay at home obediently. If we need anything, we will call you over to ask. Wang Jie climbed up from the ground and nodded submissively at the man. The man waved his hand, and he hurriedly stood up and ran outside. Chapter 168. Compensating with supplies. After he left, the small man looked at the man and said, "Big brother, do you think what he said is credible? How could a person just disappear overnight? They must have been taken away or killed by the attackers that night. I think the same as you, but we currently don't know the background of the other party, so this matter still needs to be investigated thoroughly. Could it be people from other forces? After all, besides being armed, Captain Zheng's team also had 2 ability users with them. Such personnel and equipment couldn't be easily dealt with. That may be the case, but we also have a potential enemy. Don't forget what the director said before we came. Are you talking about the people in that villa? Yes, old Zheng, and their goal is this group of people. So they're also likely to have fallen into their hands. Is that possible? Not necessarily. If that's the case, these few people are indeed not simple. All right, for now, don't worry about the others. From tonight onward, keep a close watch on those few people. Understood. I will send someone to keep an eye on them. The man had a relatively good relationship with Zheng Jigang. Moreover, both of them had entered the base at the same time, so they would occasionally sit together and chat, and they would encounter each other during missions. Therefore, when he learned that Zheng Jigang and his subordinates had gone missing, he took the initiative to come and check. By the time he arrived, he had already guessed that Zheng Jigang was most likely in trouble, but he still held onto a glimmer of hope, as Zheng Jigang had escaped death multiple times before, and he hoped he would be lucky this time as well. However, his fantasies were ultimately shattered. After 2 days of investigation, he confirmed that Zheng Jigang had been killed, which made him realize the strength of Mu Xian and her team. Coupled with the ice wall in front of the 20 villas, he became even more certain of the abilities of the supernatural beings among Mu Xian and her team. Boss, what should we do? What? This is so serious? Do you think this matter isn't serious? Those 3 people took out Zheng Jigang's men, along with 2 supernatural beings. If she intends to expand her power, she could very well become another opponent for our base in the future. I understand, but with our identities, we probably won't be able to meet the higher-ups. So, we can only report it to the director. The director, he's timid and afraid of trouble. He might just run away with his tail between his legs if someone from above yells at him. Plus, after the battle, everyone was desperately trying to improve their own strength and had no energy to focus on this matter. He originally thought Mu Xian and her group were just a few ants, but he didn't expect them to be a flood beast capable of taking out so many people. Thinking of this, his scalp felt a bit numb. For now, this matter should not be known to the supernatural team. Wu Di and Yao Lao were originally part of the supernatural team. Although they didn't have much offensive power, their special abilities had solved a lot of problems for the supernatural team, so they had a significant presence there. Furthermore, since supernatural beings were already scarce, if the supernatural team members found out, they would probably come looking for him to settle the score. The man did not agree with him. Such matters would eventually be exposed, and explaining it proactively could lead to a quicker resolution. If it wasn't reported, it would not only affect the friendship between the 2 floors, but could also delay the opportunity for action. Not letting us know, Director Sun, you really are something. Just as the man was about to persuade Sun Wentao, a man with a face full of anger rushed in with 3 people. Upon seeing the man, Sun Wentao obviously felt a bit guilty. He stood up, his expression unnatural as he looked at the other party. Captain Jiang, what brings you here? If I hadn't come, I wouldn't have known that my team members had already met with disaster. Jiang Chongda walked over and sat on a nearby stool. The three people behind him stood with red eyes, clearly ready to act if they didn't get an explanation. Captain Jiang, listen to me. This is not a trivial matter. I was thinking of waiting until we clarify the information about someone named Mu Xian and her subordinates before telling you. This time, not only did you lose people, but ours also died, and quite a few of them. You know, if this matter isn't clarified, it will be hard to resolve, so shut your mouth. Your people died. That's what you deserve. You went over without any investigation. It's a miracle you didn't die. This is entirely your fault. And our people were borrowed by you. You didn't protect them well, and now you want to hide the news of their death from us? Director Sun, we can't swallow this grievance. Then what do you think we should do? What should we do? What do you think? Our people died. Don't you owe us compensation for that? Jiang Chongda was also quite unhappy about the deaths of Wu Di and Yao Lao, but they were already dead. Even if he wanted to take action, he couldn't find anyone to hit. After all, Zheng Jigang, who took them along, was also dead. Moreover, Sun Wentao was a leader of the first floor. If he really acted out, he could be reported and people would talk about it. So he could only demand some compensation from them. Sun Wentao wiped his sweat. For him, as long as it didn't cost him his life, everything else was negotiable. Captain Jiang, this matter is indeed our oversight. Whatever you want, just say it. We're not asking for much, just 50 pounds of food and 30 pounds of water. Delivered to our department tomorrow. What? 50 pounds of food and 30 pounds of water? You're asking for a lion's share. The man standing next to Sun Wentao turned pale upon hearing this. 50 pounds of food and 30 pounds of water was the rations for these soldiers for 5 days. If they gave all of it to them, then those people would go hungry. What? Are our people's lives not worth 50 pounds of food and 30 pounds of water? Captain Jiang, it's not that I don't want to give it. The food and water distributed from above are limited. If we give it to you, what will the people on our floor eat and drink? That's your problem. We only want the compensation we deserve. If you don't agree, we can only report it to the higher-ups and let them judge. At that point, it won't be something that can be settled with resources. Chapter 169. Overstepping authority to deliver news. Jiang Chongda's aggressive attitude made Sun Wentao's expression increasingly grim. If this matter really escalated to the higher-ups, it would be questionable whether he could keep his position as director. If it were someone else who died, it would be easier to handle. But the deceased were supernatural beings. The number of supernatural beings was already limited, and losing one was a huge loss. Therefore, during missions, supernatural beings typically acted last, while the special forces took the lead. To protect his own life and his title as director, Sun Wentao hesitated for a long time and could only agree to Jiang Chongda's demands. Very well, I hope Director Sun can keep this matter confidential. If it gets out, it won't be good for either of us. We might face some minor punishment, but it won't be so easy for you. Jiang Chongda got what he wanted and turned to threaten him as he left. Sun Wentao understood the seriousness of the situation and certainly wouldn't dare to speak about it. Xiao Heng, I don't want anyone else to know about this matter. After they left, Sun Wentao looked at the furious man next to him. Xiao Heng had intended to get Sun Wentao to report this matter and send someone to eliminate Mu Xian and her team. But now, not only did Sun Wentao have no intention of doing that, he even wanted to suppress the matter, which made him very angry. Director, this is more than 40 lives. Do you want to let Lao, Zheng, and the others die without any clarity? Although we are on the first floor, we are all people with blood and guts. If we ignore such matters, I think there's little meaning in staying here. After returning to his room, he threw his hat aside, and his blood pressure was almost through the roof. Brother, what did the director say? Should we report it? At this moment, one of his subordinates walked in and placed the teapot on the table. That old thing. Not only did he not report it, but now he wants to hand over our food just to cover this up. What? Sun Wentao actually dares to do this? No, this matter cannot just end like this. We need to go find him. No need. He is timid and afraid of trouble. It's useless to go find him. Then what should we do? Are we still going to take care of this matter? Of course. Since he wants to cover it up, we must make this matter public. Are you trying to overstep your bounds? That's right. We shouldn't act for now. Let's wait until the investigation department and the information department find out about Mu Xian and her group before reporting it. A few days passed quickly. and heavy snow made communication difficult. It took almost a week just to gather information about Mu Xian and her group. After receiving the investigation results, Xiao Heng's expression changed slightly. This news was truly unbelievable, but thinking about abilities made everything understandable. Big brother, this is a big deal. That woman took all the supplies from the Southwest warehouse. If we can get those supplies, our lives will be much better. Indeed, this matter will definitely attract the attention of the higher-ups. As long as we report it, then they will definitely send someone to seize those supplies. And we can also avenge Brother Zong. Yes, the tricky part now is how to get this reported. People like us can't even reach the 2nd floor, let alone the 8th. Why not let the director on the 3rd floor report it? What do you have in mind? I have a friend on the 3rd floor. She cleans Director Jin's office. I'll have her pass a message, and you can meet with Director Jin to discuss it later. This Jin is ambitious. If you tell him about this, he'll definitely find a way to report it and take all the credit for himself. You know this matter best. Just tell him the whole story and make it clear that you want to take credit. He is also a shrewd person. Do you think? Is it possible? Of course it's possible. It all depends on how you persuade him. All right, I'll give it a try. The next day, as Jin Chusheng entered the office, he found a note on his desk. After glancing at its content, his expression became somewhat excited, and he hurried out of the office to the 1st floor. In the 1st floor passageway, Xiao Hong was already waiting. When he saw Jin Chusheng approach, he saluted and invited him to his room. During their conversation, Xiao Hong shared everything he knew, and Jin Chusheng excitedly slapped his thigh and stood up. Ha! I didn't expect that during our mission. We would gather so much information. Great. Director Jin, this matter must be reported to the higher-ups as soon as possible. First, it can prevent that group from escaping. Second, it can avenge our brothers who died at the base. Third, it will also help you get promoted. Ahem, I'm not particularly concerned about the promotion. If what you said is true, and that woman has a large batch of supplies, it would indeed be great news for our base. Xiao Hong coldly observed his barely contained smug expression and thought to himself, not concerned? His mouth is almost stretching to his ears. What a cunning old fox. All right, I will report this matter to the higher-ups as soon as possible. Until a decision is made at the top, you must not mention this to anyone to avoid leaks. If you go and say it, I worry that you may not be able to explain things clearly and will be blamed by the higher-ups. Of course, I will go in your name, and what I say will be what you asked me to say, so the credit will definitely go to you. Xiao Hong had made his intentions clear enough, and even Jin Chusheng, who wasn't particularly bright, understood what he meant. After a cold snicker, he said sideways, "This is a great achievement. Why push it on to me instead of claiming it for yourself? What's your purpose?" "My purpose is simple. I just want to avenge my fallen brothers. Unfortunately, my identity makes it impossible for me to relay this information to the higher-ups, and Director Sun is intent on concealing the deaths of the ability group members. Out of desperation, I had to come to you. You make a compelling point. But why should I trust you? How do I know you won't stab me in the back? I'm just a small fry. If I truly deceived you, wouldn't it be easy for you to kill me?" Chapter 170. Meeting the Lord Shinyanshi, although he was from the 3rd floor. Even people from the 1st and 2nd floors did not dare to disregard him. If he wanted to eliminate him, it would be easy. All right, I agreed to take you to meet the higher-ups, but during this time, you must write me a commitment. Whatever I say, you must write down without resistance. As long as it doesn't threaten the lives of my brothers, I'm willing to write. Good, come with me to the 3rd floor. After the two arrived on the 3rd floor, Jin Chusheng had someone bring paper and a pen, instructing Xiao Hong to write everything he said in front of him. Seeing that Xiao Hong showed no resistance and obediently wrote down everything he said, he relaxed his guard a little. All right, to meet the higher-ups. I need some time to establish connections. Before I smooth things over, you must stay on the 1st floor and wait for my summons. Then I will wait patiently for good news from Director Jin on the 1st floor. Jin Chusheng watched him leave, squinting his eyes, and after much thought, decided to follow Xiao Heng's suggestion. In the following days, he began to use his connections and successfully brought Xiao Hong to the 8th floor. Standing in front of the office door, he changed from his usual high-handed demeanor to cautiously waiting at the entrance. About an hour and a half later, a sexy woman with a hot figure opened the office door and walked out. After the woman came out, she adjusted her falling clothes on her shoulders and smiled at the two. "You've been waiting for a long time. The Lord is waiting for you inside, please." The two nodded and followed the woman into the office. Inside the office, Xuan Yinshi was half naked, soaking in a bathtub, with two young women massaging his arms. As the leader of the base, even though he lived in a cave, the office's decor was still luxurious. Even in the apocalypse, his quality of life was no worse than outside. He squinted his eyes, enjoying the massage from the two women, until he slowly opened his eyes when Jin Shusheng and the others approached. Xuan Yinshi was in his 40s but looked well-preserved, appearing to be only in his 30s. His sharp gaze gave him an air of cunning, and he had a very fierce appearance. "So, you want to see me?" "Greetings, my lord. I've heard of you." Director Jin from the 3rd floor. After Xuan Yinshi dealt with the previous leader, he hadn't gone down to the lower floors and rarely managed affairs below the 8th floor. Nor had he met anyone from below the 8th. However, he had heard of Jin Shusheng, who managed the members of the ability group. So he had some appreciation for Jin Shusheng. After all, without sufficient ability, one could not manage those with abilities. It's an honor for a subordinate to be remembered by the Lord. Since Xuan Yinshi had said this, Jin Shusheng naturally had to flatter him. Whether he could be promoted depended on this person in front of him. "I've heard you have significant news to share with me." "What is it?" Jin Shusheng and Xiao Hong exchanged glances and hurriedly said, "It's about the batch of supplies that disappeared from the Southwest warehouse." Upon hearing the words Southwest warehouse, Xuan Yinshi's eyes darkened. The Southwest warehouse was the most astonishing storage facility in the entire southwestern region. After the apocalypse began, he had considered going to that warehouse to transport some supplies to sustain life. But when his people went, they reported that the entire Southwest warehouse had been emptied, which made him very angry at the time. Later, after the base was established and he killed the original ruler, the people at the base would submit supplies every day. He gradually forgot about this matter, but unexpectedly, it was brought up again by Jin Shusheng. He asked for the details. He attached great importance to this news, so he straightened his body and inquired coldly. "This was discovered by my subordinates, so let him give a detailed report to the Lord." Jin Shusheng glanced at Xiao Hong beside him, and Xiao Hong stepped forward to relay the information he had gathered about Mu Xian. "So you mean to say that all these supplies are in the hands of this person named Mu Xian?" A meaningful glint flashed in Xuan Yinshi's eyes, full of curiosity and interest in Mu Xian. Indeed, if the information is accurate, she should be an ability user, possessing spatial abilities, which is why she could empty the entire warehouse during the apocalypse. Moreover, she has two other ability users by her side. One can control ice and snow, and the other is a strong attack-type ability user. They currently reside in a villa built at great expense by Meng Fanchao, which is said to be as solid as a copper wall and iron wall, even capable of withstanding attacks from firearms. Furthermore, our people attempted to attack them, but over 40 soldiers, including 2 ability users, were killed. Xiao Hong reported everything in one breath, his eyes firm, his fingers creaking as he squeezed them. Over 40 people and 2 ability users died? Why hasn't anyone reported this to me? As Xuan Yinshi spoke, he looked towards the seductive woman at the door. The woman's face turned pale, and she knelt before him, saying, "I'm sorry, my lord, I didn't receive any news about this, so. As my secretary, are you not managing the matters of the lower levels? Or is it because I've spoiled you too much that you've become increasingly reckless? My lord, please spare me. I know my mistake, and I will definitely assign someone to manage the lower levels well and report any issues promptly in the future. Enough. You've neglected your duties. For now, go serve on the 7th floor. Before you go down, go and receive your punishment." "My lord," the woman cried, tears streaming down her face in terror. But Xuan Yinshi showed no compassion, instead narrowing his eyes as if about to get angry. Seeing Xuan Yinshi like this, the woman dared not stay any longer, quickly got up and left the room. As she left, she turned around and glared fiercely at Jin Shusheng and Xiao Hong, with murderous intent and hatred bursting from her eyes. When was this? After the woman left, Xuan Yinshi looked at Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong lowered his head and slowly spoke. "It's been over 2 weeks. Over 2 weeks? Is this how you handle matters? The moment this happened, you should have contacted the Special Operations Department on the 7th floor, including your ability group on the 3rd floor, to discuss the attack on that Mu Xian. How could it take this long to report? Do you think I'm raising useless people? I know my mistake. I wanted to report it, but my position is too low. And reporting requires going through the leaders of each level. So, are you blaming me for not promoting you? Shen Yinshi fixed his gaze on Jin Chusheng, his seemingly smiling expression making one involuntarily shiver. No, I didn't mean that. It's just... Enough. Immediately gather your ability group members. Tomorrow, wait on the 3rd floor. I will have people from a special operations department come down to discuss matters with them. Chapter 171. The real reason for becoming an ability user. After Shun Yinshi finished speaking, 2 subordinates immediately came in from outside and escorted the 2 out. The next morning around 9 o'clock, Jin Chusheng gathered all the ability group members at the base. Since some were still on missions outside, only 8 were present at the base. They lazily walked into the office, joking and playing, completely unaware that they would be severely punished for their casual demeanor. Why do you think the director called us here this time? Could it be that there's a new mission? A young woman at the front of the line, wearing a tight dress that highlighted her curvy figure, smiled while playing with a ribbon in her hand, exuding a playful charm. Who knows? Anyway, there's never anything good when we are called. Who cares what he wants? We'll find out when we get there. As they spoke, everyone had already reached the office door. When they pushed open the door, a wave of heat rushed out, nearly knocking them back. Who dares to attack us? The man leading the group took a few steps back, looking warily at the entrance. In the blaze, a man dressed in military uniform and draped in a cloak stepped out. Who are you? This is our director's office. Who gave you the guts to barge in here? Beside him, Jin Chusheng silently wiped away a cold sweat. His subordinates were completely oblivious to the danger. Shut up. Get in here and stand straight. He stepped up to the door and shouted. When everyone saw him come out, they hurriedly walked into the office. Inside the office, 2 rows of soldiers in military uniforms stood between the entrance and the desk, and the man in the cloak had a gaze that seemed to devour people, exuding an aura that warned others to stay away. Only then did everyone realize that a higher-up had come to the office, and they all stood at attention. Seeing that they had some awareness, Jin Chusheng let out a sigh of relief and walked up to the man. Commander Liu, these are the ability users currently left at the base. The others have gone on missions, including personnel from the 3rd floor, but it's all at your command. Director Jin, while the ability group doesn't need to be as disciplined as our special operations team, they're still warriors, not laborers. How can they be so lax and carefree? As their director and leader, you just let them run wild? As he spoke, Lu Xingqi slammed his palm down on the nearby table in anger, instantly reducing it to ashes and flames. The ability group members stood silently, not daring to breathe, their heads lowered in submission. Forgive me, Commander Liu. They usually train diligently and work hard, so they might be a bit unruly during their rest time. Rest assured, I will discipline them strictly in the future and won't allow them to behave so recklessly again. Humph. I believe it is because of their careless attitude that they lose their lives during missions. I originally thought that even lower-level personnel would have some rules, but it's truly eye-opening. The Lord has asked us to come and discuss combat plans with you. It's simply an insult to our special operations soldiers to act alongside you. I'm afraid it will only drag us down. Lu Xingqi's face turned grim as he reprimanded the ability group, preparing to leave. Wait, Commander Liu. You say that acting alongside you would drag you down? What a huge joke. Even if we have no rules, our abilities are not something you can compare to. Without our ability group members, do you really think you can complete all the missions on your own? The ability group members could no longer hold back and immediately stepped forward to block Lu Xingqi's path. Lu Xingqi narrowed his eyes, staring at the man in front of him. The man had a defiant look on his face, his muscles tensed up, clearly a combat-type ability user. He blocked Lu Xingqi's path with only one intention, to show him his strength. Lu Xingqi let out a cold laugh and waved at a soldier standing nearby. The soldier saluted him and, in the next second, appeared in front of the man. Immediately after, the soldier snapped his fingers, and the man's body began to dance, as if controlled by something. The dance moves were sometimes graceful, sometimes stiff, but the man's face remained flushed red. The onlookers wanted to laugh at the scene but dared not, each of them holding back, faces turning red, shoulders shaking. However, soon they could no longer suppress their reactions. As the man let out a scream and slowly collapsed, breathless, the members of the ability team, including Jin Chusheng, Never expected that Lu Xingqi's people would dare to kill someone in front of everyone. Anger and fear surged within them. You have abilities, but you can only stay on the third floor because your powers are not self-awakened, but extracted from the cells of our Special Forces members and injected into your bodies. You think having abilities is impressive? Nonsense. You're merely test subjects. Our Special Forces soldiers not only have top talents in various fields, but also possess self-awakened abilities. In short, the powers you have are merely obtained from their cells. Each of you is just a copy of them. So, don't come to me with your claims of being ability users. That would make you look ignorant. As soon as these words were spoken, the members of the ability team were stunned. They couldn't react for a long time, and their anger only intensified. This is impossible. If that were true, how could we not have any memory of it? You must be making this up. That's right. How could our abilities possibly come from injecting someone else's genes? Such a thing is simply impossible. Yes, we remember the entire process from near death to awakening our abilities. How could it be that your people injected us with genes? If you want to suppress us, could you at least come up with a better excuse? The crowd began to argue with Lu Xingqi, each person refusing to believe their powers were derived from someone else. Their pride in their unique abilities made it hard for them to accept such a notion. I can't be bothered to argue with you. You don't need to participate in the discussion about the battle plan. Just follow us and obey the commands when the time comes. Also, I advise you to stay in your rooms today and not run around. If anyone messes up tomorrow when we set off, watch out for your lives. Wait, don't go. Even if what you say is true, you killed our man. You must give us an explanation. Just as Lu Xingqi was about to leave, another man blocked his path. Lu Xingqi looked at the man with a cold gaze, killing intent suddenly surging. He grabbed the man's neck, flames spreading from his feet upward. Just as the flames were about to reach his hands, Jin Chuxing hurriedly stepped in front of him, anxiously speaking, "Commander Lu, please calm down. My subordinates have been disrespectful. It's my failure to teach them properly, and I will punish them severely. After all, they are ability users. If they were executed for such a minor issue, it will be difficult for you to explain to the Lord later, so please show mercy." Jin Chuxing's meaning was clear to Lu Xingqi. He was using Shen Yinshi to pressure him. No wonder he could manage these ability users. His thoughts were quite profound. Since Director Jin has spoken, I will give you this face. Just manage your subordinates properly. If they act recklessly in front of me again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lu Xingqi released the man, took out a handkerchief to wipe his hands, his stern face showing no expression. Jin Chuxing took a deep breath, turned, and sat down on a nearby chair, only to fall flat on his face as the chair had lost a leg long ago. The women from the ability team hurriedly helped him up and moved him to another side. I tell you, ancestors, can you not cause me more trouble? He is a leader from the 7th floor. His power is just a little lower than the Lord's. You want to die? Don't drag me down with you. Who does he think he is that you dare to offend him? Are you all looking for death? Jin Chuxing looked angrily at his subordinates, unsure of whom to scold first. Although he was their leader, since taking them in, their interactions had been more like friends, which is why he allowed them to act recklessly. Take De Zhuang's body for cremation. Remember, be cautious when facing higher-ups. Cui Yuqing watched as De Zhuang was carried out, feeling very complicated. He had been there for a month, training every day, wanting to see his students, but always being stopped, leaving him feeling very uneasy. After leaving the office, he headed to the training room, as usual, but found one of his students taken to the 3rd floor. Surprised, he also felt some confusion. Watching the soldiers take his student down a corridor, he quietly followed, only to find several rooms there, and his student was placed in one of them. After the soldiers left, he quietly approached the door, knocked, and a cautious, weak voice came from inside, making him nervous. "Zhang Yu, it's me, Teacher Cui." Upon hearing his voice, the person inside hurriedly opened the door and hugged him tightly. "Teacher Cui, it's really you. Why did you come so late? Be quiet. Let us talk inside first." He glanced around to ensure no one was watching before entering the room and closing the door. "How did you end up here? What about the other classmates? How are they? Teacher Cui, why didn't you come to see us? Do you know how miserable we've been down there? We have to work every day, eating terrible food, and we get beaten often. Also, many classmates like me have been taken to the 8th floor recently, but I don't know why. After they went there, they have disappeared without a trace. I was also taken to the 8th floor. And those people in white coats stripped me of all my clothes and injected me with an unknown liquid. After that, I felt terrible, in pain every day. I thought I was going to die, but for some reason, my body suddenly stopped hurting, and then I was brought here. Teacher Chui, what? What did they do to me? Am I going to die? Please, I don't want to die. Help me, help my classmates, okay? Listening to Zhang Yu's account, Chui Yuqing suddenly recalled Lu Xingqi's words, furrowing his brows. Zhang Yu, have you felt any changes in your body? Or is there anything different? I can't quite say, but I've noticed that as long as I concentrate, I can hear what people are thinking. I'm really scared. Teacher Chui, am I becoming a monster? No, it seems they have given you abilities. Abilities? Just like the teacheress? Yes. However, your abilities might not be strong enough yet. They probably sent you here to enhance your abilities through postnatal training, but before that, your memory might be erased. Although I don't know how they will erase your memory. You should write down everything you currently know in a notebook to prevent forgetting later. For now, that should be the case. Just relax and rest here. I will find an opportunity to check on the others' news. Teacher, can you not leave yet? Can you stay with me for a while? I am scared. Chui Yuqing gently patted his head, feeling a bit soft-hearted, but thinking that this is the third level, he comforted him, saying that since they are in the third level, there is no need to worry about anyone harming him. The people here are much easier to get along with compared to those from other levels. But, listen, the teacher has very important matters to attend to right now. I understand, but will you come back to see me? I will. Okay, then I'll wait for you here. Chui Yuqing nodded and then left the room. That night, he pretended to be unable to sleep and took a few bottles of drinks outside. I see you all are on night watch every day. It must be tough. It's not easy for anyone. So here, have some drinks to quench your thirst. This. Seeing the drinks in Chui Yuqing's hands, the four couldn't help but swallow. They are soldiers, and although their food and drink are somewhat better than the slaves, it's still not great. They haven't had drinks for months and have almost forgotten what they taste like. Seeing them looking like they wanted to take it but dared not, Chui Yuqing directly shoved the drinks into their hands. Chapter 173. Stealthily going down a level, don't be polite, I don't like drinks anyway. It would be a waste to keep them, so I might as well give them to you. This is too embarrassing. Haha, it's nothing, so we won't be polite. Half an hour later, he came out of the room again, and the four guards had already collapsed on the ground. He walked over, dragged the four to either side of the door, and quietly slipped out, avoiding the guards as he went down to the first level. Then, he followed his previous memories to the students' dormitory and soon arrived at the dormitory door. Seeing that there was no one around, he quietly pushed the door open and walked in, discovering that the beds, which were originally full of people, were now mostly empty, which made him feel guilty. Teacher Chui, is that you? At that moment, a voice interrupted his thoughts. He looked at the person on the bed and walked over. It's me. It really is Teacher Chui. Teacher Chui, are you here to save us? Looking at the pairs of weary yet hopeful eyes, he found it hard to speak. Teacher, say something. Are you not here to save us? I'm sorry. I can't save you all right now, but I will find a way. Find a way? Teacher, you said before that as long as you went to the third level and gained certain powers, we would have a better life, but after you went, there was no news. I know. I heard from Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu? Have you seen Zhang Yu? Is he with you? Did he get taken to the third level? Teacher, can we also go to the third level? Please take us with you. The students spoke one after another, making Chui Yuqing feel a bit helpless. He didn't know whether he should tell the students the truth. Their capacity to handle the truth was too weak. Once they knew they would be taken for experiments, they might not be able to accept it. Listen, Zhang Yu went to the third level after experiencing some things. As for the others, I haven't found out their whereabouts yet, so don't pin your hopes on being taken away. You're down to 17 people now, and I really want to protect you. So until I think of a way, I hope you can stay safely on the first level. If you are taken away, you must do everything to protect yourselves, understand? What do you mean? Will there be danger if we are taken away? I'm not sure yet, but it probably will be. But wait, if being taken away is dangerous, then why did Zhang Yu survive? And he went to the third level? This is hard for me to explain clearly. Just remember that I won't harm you. I will find a way to take you away as soon as possible. But before that, you must do everything you can to protect yourselves. Just as Chui Yuqing finished speaking, footsteps and voices came from outside, and soon someone walked toward the dormitory. These students are still chatting and not sleeping. Let's see how I deal with them. Chui Yuqing squinted. the knife in his hand gleaming. At that moment, someone suddenly spoke up, saying, "Strange, it's quiet now. Could I have misheard? I told you it was just your imagination, right? None of us heard anything, just you. This. Oh, let us go. Let us hurry and find a place to rest for a bit. I'm so tired of this day-to-day routine." Listening to the retreating footsteps, Chui Yuqing let out a sigh of relief. He looked at the students and whispered, "It's not safe here. I can't stay for long. But I will definitely come to save you. Teacher, can we still trust you?" A student stared closely at Chui Yuqing. Chui Yuqing took a deep breath and said, "As long as I still have breath in me, I will find a way to save you." "Okay, I hope teacher remembers your words. We will wait for you here." Just as that person was about to enter a corridor, a patrol team came walking from a distance. Chui Yuqing couldn't care about much and quickly ran over, pulling the person into a corner. The person gasped and was about to speak. But Chui Yuqing immediately covered her mouth. "Don't speak. Someone is coming." The two waited for a few minutes, and after seeing the patrol team leave, they relaxed. "Teacher Kui, what are you doing here? It really is you, Yang Qianqian. How did you end up here? You shouldn't be in the dormitory." Just as Chui Yuqing was about to say something, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't seen her and Zhang Ting in the dormitory earlier and sighed. "Teacher Kui, this is not a place to talk. Follow me." Chui Yuqing looked at the young girl in front of him and noticed that she had matured a lot, both in demeanor and behavior. He followed Yang Qianqian into a room and saw the furnishings and decorations in the room, vaguely guessing something. And a hint of pity appeared in his eyes. Yang Qianqian seemed to know what he was thinking. She walked to the table and poured him a glass of water, saying, "Teacher Chui, don't look at me like that. Compared to other classmates, I'm doing relatively well. You see, this place is much better than the dormitory." "What on earth happened?" Chui Yuqing took the water but did not drink it. Yang Qianqian smiled and briefly explained the situation. "The new captain is pretty good to me. I can move around a lot on the first level, so you don't have to worry about me. I'm sorry. It's the teacher's fault for not protecting you well. Let's not talk about this for now. How did you come down? Aren't you in the third level? I heard that the people in the third level are not as brutal, but it's still difficult to come down. Did you sneak down?" "Yes. I saw Zhang Yu in the third level. He told me some things, so I wanted to come down and see how my classmates are doing. I also heard some things, so I've been trying to find out the whereabouts of those missing classmates these past few days. Although there hasn't been much progress. I discovered something. What is it?" Chapter 174, Hell on Earth. Yang Qianqian's words undoubtedly shocked Chui Yuqing greatly. He stood there in a daze, digesting the news. And after a while, he slowly spoke. "Are you sure? There's no mistake. I originally planned to go in and investigate, but I didn't expect to run into the teacher. This matter is too dangerous. If you're discovered, your life will be at risk. You don't need to worry about this. I will find out the truth. In the meantime, you stay here at ease. I will find a way to get all of you out. Teacher, is there still a chance for us to leave? Even if we leave here, where can we go? Outside, it's freezing cold, with no heating and no food. It's still a dead end out there. We have no hope. Don't give up. As long as we can get out of here, I will think of a way for the rest. Let be fate. Teacher, you must be careful." "Okay, I'm leaving." After Chui Yuqing came out of Yang Qianqian's room, he headed straight for the passage. He hid in the shadows, carefully observing his surroundings. Just as he was about to enter the passage, two people approached from a distance, forcing him to hide in a nearby corner. "Oh, I need to relieve myself. You go in first. I'll be right there." The person walking behind suddenly clutched his stomach and said to the person in front. The person in front turned around and glared at him, saying, "I told you to eat less when sneaking. Now look what you've done. You have to do this every time. It's a natural urge. I'm slipping away now." After saying that, the person quickly ran aside. Seeing this, Chui Yuqing followed him, and after he finished, he knocked him out with a palm strike, quickly changed clothes, and then headed towards the passage. Once inside the passage, he found 3 more forks in the road and didn't know which way to go. At that moment, someone outside came in carrying something covered with a white cloth. "What are you doing here? Hurry up and get back to work. If you're just wandering around, be careful of being punished." A man carrying the body quietly asked. And Chui Yuqing lowered his voice and replied, "It's too stuffy. I came out for some fresh air." "All right, after you're done, hurry back." Yes. Chui Yuqing nodded, gave way to the two, and then followed them into the left passage. After walking for a while, he saw a door. The person at the front kicked the door open and walked in, and Chui Yuqing closely followed. Upon entering, a strong, nauseating smell of blood almost made him vomit. He held his breath, pinched his nose, and after a while, he managed to walk in. The room was filled with countless small compartments separated by white cloth. After passing through the small compartments, he saw a large machine, and next to it was a steamer. Just as he was wondering what these two items were for, two people nearby brought over something covered with white cloth and placed it into the steamer. As the white cloth was lifted, Chui Yuqing froze. It was indeed a corpse. The body was twisted, as if it had suffered cruel torture in life. The person's eyes were wide open, unable to close even in death, and their expression was filled with pain and unwillingness. Chui Yuqing had seen dead bodies before, but this was the first time he had seen such a tragic scene, and he couldn't help but feel a bit scared. He stood there in a daze, watching them cover the steamer and add firewood. Meanwhile, the machine beside them continued to operate. Not long after, the machine stopped, and the people opened the two outlets of the machine. He steadied his mind and cautiously walked over to take a look, only to find that it was filled with fat and meat paste. This fat looked exactly like the food issued when he first arrived at the base. Thinking of this, his stomach churned, and he couldn't hold back anymore. He dashed out, vomiting until he was disoriented. The people passing by saw him and burst into laughter. "Oh, here's someone who can't handle it, ha ha ha." At that moment, Chui Yuqing couldn't say a word. He only knew that this was not a shelter at all. It was clearly hell on earth. Thinking of those missing students, his heart ached. Could they also have been sent to this place? The person who came out saw him looking exhausted and patted his shoulder. His eyes narrowed in anger. He wanted to see what the laboratory looked like. "You're new here, right? I haven't seen you before," the man asked on the way. Chui Yuqing took a deep breath and softly replied, "Yes. I just got transferred up from the third floor." "Third floor? No way. Isn't that the ability group? With abilities so scarce, they actually transferred you to the lab?" "I don't know. I was originally studying medicine, and my ability is somewhat related to this, so..." Chui Yuqing spoke nonsensically without thinking, and the man actually believed him. "So that's how it is. No wonder." As the two talked, they quickly arrived at the 8th floor. The 8th floor was indeed the leadership level. The facilities here were almost no different from a large hospital. It's hard to imagine that in the apocalypse, such a perfect building could be constructed in this cave. Human wisdom and action are truly incredible. Chui Yuqing followed the man through several twists and turns before arriving at a huge iron door. Upon entering the iron door, a series of screams echoed from inside. The sounds made his scalp tingle and filled him with fear. Following the source of the sounds, he saw more than 10 naked people lying on the instruments inside, both male and female. Each of them had been injected with an unknown liquid, which was the so-called ability gene. During the fusion process of the ability gene and their own genes, the ability gene rapidly devoured their internal genes while simultaneously transforming them. The transformation process was excruciating, as if the DNA within a person was being completely restructured. Therefore, during the transformation, these individuals often writhed in agony, unable to bear the torment. Unfortunately, their hands, feet, and necks were all shackled with chains, preventing them from making large movements, only able to twist their bodies. This scene made Chui Yuqing feel suffocated. He thought that doing hard labor on the first floor was already very painful, but he never expected that such a tragedy could occur in unseen places. In an instant, the thought of wanting to take the students away and destroy this place grew in his heart. The entire body, except for the head, shattered into pieces, blood splattering everywhere and quickly staining the ground red. Chapter 175. Troops mobilized. Experiment number 7 failed. At this moment, a mechanical voice echoed, and everyone in the room seemed accustomed to it as they began to clean the floor. It's been so long, and not a single success. Let's be honest, the people brought in are getting worse genetically. Isn't that right? With so many deaths, the Lord is probably going to order more captures. Who says otherwise? Look how it is outside. Who knows how many people are still alive? Why worry about that? As long as we're doing well, that's all that matters. At this moment, I truly appreciate the benefits of being a doctor and a scientist. I'm really glad I studied medicine back then. Otherwise, it could have been me lying here. Ha, me too. Let us just say, These horrifying scenes are constantly stimulating his brain, making it impossible for him to sleep peacefully or think clearly. He curled up in a corner until dawn. When the others in the group got up, they found his door still closed, so they came and knocked. When they saw him come out of the room looking dazed, they were startled. Wow, little Chui, did you go out to steal in the middle of the night? What happened to you? Looking at the person in front of him, Chui Yuqing suddenly felt a pang of sympathy. He must have experienced that kind of heart-wrenching pain too, right? The reason the higher-ups wanted to erase their memories is probably because they were worried that if they knew those things, they would become enemies of the base and unite against it, right? What's wrong with you? Why are you looking at me like that? Can you, Chanyu, think about leaving the base? He thought for a moment and quietly asked Zheng Chanyu. Huh? Leave? Why will we leave? We're doing fine at the base. We don't have to suffer from the cold or hunger. Except for the tough training and the danger of missions, there's nothing bad about it. Kui Yuqing sighed. Right. How could they give up such a comfortable environment when they don't know the truth? What is wrong with you? It's nothing. Let us go. Time to gather. After entering the office, Jin Chuxing yawned and walked in. Before he could speak, a team of people came in. Commander Liu, you're here so early? Seeing that it was Liu Xingqi, Jin Chusheng felt extremely troubled. My people have already been counted, and I will select a few of yours to go together. Select a few. All right. Faced with Liu Xingqi's request, Jin Chusheng, no matter how unwilling, could not refuse. How many of you are attack-type ability users? Liu Xingqi coldly asked the crowd in front of him. Chui Yuqing sighed, stepped forward, and then Zheng Chanyu and 3 others also stepped out. Very good, you 5. Get ready. In 20 minutes, follow my people out. Additionally, let me introduce my deputy, Lin Xiaowei, Commander Lin. This mission will be under his command, and everyone must obey his orders. If anyone dares to act independently, be careful. I'll skin you alive. Yes. After the introduction, Liu Xingqi glanced at Lin Xiaowei and turned to leave. Everyone, go prepare now. Gather at the door in 20 minutes. If you're late, military law will be applied. He wasn't too sure about Mu Xian and the others' capabilities. Previously, the 3 of them dared to break into the school to rescue Xiao Yimeng and Li Weiwei, and they didn't show much strength during the battle with the monsters. Later, they eliminated Zheng Jigang and 2 ability users. Although their combat power was commendable, this time they were deploying the sharpest troops, and he wasn't too sure if Mu Xian and the others could handle it. Thinking of this, a hint of determination appeared in his eyes. 20 minutes later, everyone arrived at the door on time. With Lin Xiaowei's command of let us go, they boarded the snowplow and headed towards Yunwu Mountain. Mu Xian and the others had already made full preparations. Qin Rue thickened the ice wall. Chao Ziwen set explosives and surveillance 300 meters outside the villa. Li Weiwei filled the observation room on the 3rd floor with bullets. Aisha prepared all the medical supplies, while Shunyu, Xiao Yimeng, and Xiao Chengye stayed ready in the control room. Soon after, it ran into the underground 3rd level and drilled out through a tunnel from the 3rd floor. Standing on a snow pile halfway up the mountain, it saw several snowplows moving towards this side, and its eyes, glowing with a faint green light, suddenly flashed with danger. Awei ignored it, focusing intently on the window, and the expression in his eyes made Chao Ziwen realize the danger. In his impression, Awei's eyes only turned green when encountering enemy attacks and during battles, and now that its eyes had changed color, it meant there was an enemy attack. Mu Xian, it seems like enemies are coming. Awei's behavior is a bit unusual. I understand. Shunyu, is there anything abnormal in the surveillance footage? Just as Shunyu was about to report that there was no one, he suddenly noticed several figures appearing in the surveillance. A total of 7 or 8 people arrived, moving in an orderly fashion, much more professionally than the earlier team led by Chun Jigang. Continue monitoring. Okay, Weiwei, go to the 3rd floor. If they show any abnormalities, shoot to kill immediately. Understood. Li Weiwei rubbed her hands together, revealing an excited expression. She could finally show her skills. Gao Juwen, Qin Zui. The 3 of us stay ready for battle at all times. Everyone prepared themselves, but after waiting for a long time, they found that there was no action from the other side. Mu Xian, these people seem to be the advance team. They are just here to check the situation and have no intention of attacking. Continue to keep an eye on them. Okay. Mu Xian and the others were ready, and Lin Xiaohui and his team were similarly prepared. To ensure safety, they parked their vehicles at a villa, with all personnel gathering in one building. He dispatched team members to scout and verify whether the information he received matched the current situation. After hearing the report, he remained silent for a long time before saying, "Ice and snow ability users? Let's see whether your ice and snow powers are stronger or my fire abilities." Chapter 176. If we can take it, we will take an ice wall shield. I want to see if it can withstand my explosives. To successfully complete the mission, they prepared 500 pounds of explosives and 300 grenades. The power of these items was enough to turn an ordinary villa to ashes. But given the unique nature of Mu Xian's villa, they did not expect to flatten it completely. They just hoped to create a few openings for their people to rush in. Explosive team, prepare 10 people, each carrying 5 pounds of explosives to place under the ice wall. Leave the fuses ready and blow this ice wall open. Boss, are we going to act tonight? Such a big commotion might alert the people inside. Lin Xiaohui's trusted confidant, Lu Yong, frowned and expressed his concerns. We have to act sooner or later. It makes no difference whether it's early or late. Besides, it's nighttime, and their people are still sleeping, unable to prepare in time. I want to catch them off guard. Understood. Let's begin. Lu Yong personally supervised his subordinates as they carried the explosives towards Mu Xian's villa. He held a pair of binoculars, one hand on his waist, and as he watched the team get closer to the villa, he felt increasingly tense. The two men at the front cautiously moved forward, carefully observing their surroundings as they slowly positioned the fuses. Suddenly, one of the team members seemed to step on something, and before he could react, a deafening explosion erupted. Another team member nearby, and 4 others were instantly turned to ashes. Mu Xian stood on the 3rd floor, holding a telescope to watch the scene, shaking her head. It's a pity about those landmines. They only killed a few, and they will probably be more careful afterwards. This fireworks display is really beautiful. Beside Mu Xian, Li Weiwei rested her head on her hands and chuckled, causing Mu Xian to roll her eyes and twitch her lips. This girl really loves to stir up trouble. In a villa nearby, Lin Xiaohui and Lu Yong suddenly stood up, their faces filled with disbelief. Our people died before even getting close. It seems Mu Xian was prepared for this. We probably can attack from the front next time. If there are landmines, our people won't be able to withstand it. I really underestimated her. I didn't expect she had such tricks up her sleeve. This opponent is quite interesting. So what should we do next? Continue. Since we can't deliver the explosives to the ice wall, we'll throw them over. But throwing them over is useless. We can't get close to ignite them. Who said we need to get close? Are you planning to use your abilities? Of course, let them see my power. After saying that, Lin Xiaohui ordered again. Although his subordinates were afraid of being blown up, they dared not disobey military orders and had to grit their teeth and carry the explosives forward. The previous landmine explosion occurred 300 meters away from the villa, and after those few detonated, Lu Yong estimated that they could advance to around 250 meters this time. So when the team members reached their position, they began to bundle the explosives and throw them over. This group of team members possessed offensive abilities, and their strength was much greater than that of ordinary people. So they could accurately throw the explosives right below the ice wall every time. Inside the villa, Shen watched the enemy's movements on the monitor and worriedly reported the situation to Mu Xian. Mu Xian's gaze was slightly cold as she looked at Qin Rue beside her. Can they withstand it? If the numbers are small, it's not a problem. But if there are many, it's not so certain. Then I guess I'll have to take action. What do you want to do? They've brought the things to us, so we might as well take them. Qin Rue, Chao Ziwen, Li Bei. They're all extremely worried and still thinking about how to solve the current problem. But Mu Xian is actually considering keeping the explosive for herself. Indeed, their thinking is hard to keep up with Mu Xian. You all continue to observe. I will wait by the door. Mu Xian quickly dressed and went downstairs. Qin Rue also wanted to follow her, but thinking about Mu Xian's abilities, he realized that even if he went, he wouldn't be able to help. So he stayed at home. She arrived at the entrance of the villa, standing behind an ice wall, humming a little tune while waiting for them to throw the explosives. As long as there were no powerful ability users who could restrain her, she could ignore everyone's attacks. Although she wasn't sure if there were any strong ability users among those coming, for now, she could still make things uncomfortable for them. After waiting behind the ice wall for about 10 minutes, An anxious voice came from Xuanyu's side. Not good, Sister Muxian. They're going to ignite the explosives remotely. They have a fire-type ability user. Fireballs were already flying toward this side. Hearing this, Muxian quickly opened the door and activated her ability. At that moment, the fireballs were just 3 or 4 meters away from the explosives. Damn, that was close. Luckily, I made it in time. Muxian let out a sigh of relief and began to pick up the explosives at the entrance, placing them into her space. At that moment, within a radius of 206 meters from her location, time was completely frozen. On the 3rd floor of a villa, Lin Xiaohui was looking through binoculars from a distance, his shock making him unable to keep his eyes from widening. How is this possible? Boss, what's wrong? Lu Yong looked at Lin Xiaohui with a puzzled expression. You take a look for yourself. Lu Yong took the binoculars and looked towards the entrance of the villa, his expression mirroring Lin Xiaohui's. This is a time-related ability? Time has completely stopped in the space she occupies. Our intelligence is wrong. This woman is very dangerous. If we let her get close to us, we will be helpless. An ability user who can freeze time is truly terrifying. Boss, we should report this to the commander. We made so many preparations, but this woman's appearance has disrupted everything. We must change our strategy. Indeed, we are in a difficult position right now. Whether it's a long-range attack or close combat, it's disadvantageous for us. As long as this woman is here, we can't launch an attack. Lu Yong's expression was somewhat grim. For him, the woman before him was indeed a tough opponent. It seems that capturing this villa and taking down Mu Xian won't be easy. We need to find this woman's weaknesses, or rather, the weaknesses of her abilities to have a chance. Lin Xiaohui stroked his chin, a flash of panic crossing his eyes. But does she really have weaknesses in her abilities? Everything has weaknesses. It depends on how we discover them. Chapter 177. Using the same trick again in the next 2 days, they did not take any action against the villa, and Mu Xian's side did not take the initiative to attack either. Both sides were in a state of standoff. Sister Mu Xian, they haven't attacked us for so long. Are they not plotting something bad? Should we sneak over to investigate? Although cameras were installed outside the villa, the distance to the villa was nearly a kilometer, making it difficult to monitor the other side's movements. Xuanyu, worried that the other side might be up to something, reminded them, it's too dangerous to go out. Let's use a drone to scout instead. Besides, they probably won't attack during the day. From now on, everyone will take turns on guard duty. There should be 2 people during the day. One person will observe from the 3rd floor, and the other will keep watch in front of the monitors. If they make any moves, notify the others promptly. As for the rest, try to sleep during the day and keep watch at night. They should already know about my abilities. If they attack during the day, it won't be advantageous for them. So they are likely to launch a night raid. Until we completely deal with them, everyone will have to work hard. It's fine. This is nothing. It's just a night shift. Chao Ziwen patted his chest and laughed. Since Mu Xian has already said so, I'll take the watch during the day today. Who's coming with me? I'll go. Xiao Qingye stroked his chin and spoke softly. After Mu Xian finished speaking, she prepared to go upstairs. At this moment, Xiao Yiming said, I'll stay in a monitoring room. Brother, you stay on the 3rd floor. My brother and I don't have much combat ability, and what we do is the easiest. You all rest well, and if anything happens, we will wake you up in time. Mu Xian lowered her head in thought, then nodded, all right. Thank you for your hard work. After everyone left, Xiao Yimeng went to the monitoring room, while Xiao Qingye went to the 3rd floor, using binoculars to observe the movements in the distance. Lu Yong, it seems this woman's ability has a distance limitation, and we both know that using abilities can cause discomfort, which can manifest different symptoms depending on the type, intensity, and specificity of the ability. The ability to pause time is extraordinary, so the discomfort should be even stronger. Therefore, that's right. But what should we do to make her use her ability again? Lin Xiaohui sneered, then picked up a cup of tea to drink. The day she used her ability was merely to prevent my flames from igniting the explosives and to take away the explosives we threw over. Since she wants it, we can give it to her. Give it to her? But the amount of explosives we brought this time is limited, and she has already taken so many before. Wouldn't it be inappropriate to give her more? Moreover, having explosives in their hands is too dangerous for us. If they use these explosives against us, wouldn't we be losing both our troops and our resources? Who said we should use the usable explosives? Then, Lu Yong looked at Lin Xiaohui in confusion, suddenly realizing something. Right? There was a batch of explosives buried in the snow, completely soaked, a total of 3 boxes, which can no longer be used. That batch of explosives should still be in the snow removal vehicle, right? Exactly. Have someone count the quantity, and once prepared, we will launch a second attack. Understood. At noon, Lu Yong had the 3 boxes of explosives moved to the first floor. After checking, he confirmed they were indeed unusable and had them divided into piles of 3 kilograms each. Boss, when are we going to act? Tonight, around 1 o'clock. Tonight? But our objective is to make that woman use her ability. If we act at night, what if she falls asleep? Wouldn't that be a waste of effort? Do you really think they are foolish? With so many of us here, can they sleep? Even if they do, there will definitely be someone on guard to prevent our attack. The reason I said to launch the attack at night is to let the person guarding them know we are initiating an attack, so they can report to their leader. This way, they won't suspect that we are deliberately luring them out, and the plan can succeed more easily. You, don't be so one-track-minded. Learn to think from the other person's perspective. I'm just a rough man. My head is full of mush. I can only follow your lead. I will learn more from you in the future. All right, go to make arrangements. Yes. After 1 o'clock at night, Lu Yong dispatched team members to sneak out with the explosives. As they entered the monitoring range, Xuan Yu hurriedly reported the situation to Mu Xian. Mu Xian looked at the surveillance footage sent to her phone, feeling a bit puzzled. Since this group already knew about her abilities and was aware that their actions would not succeed, why were they trying the same tactic again? Was there some kind of conspiracy? Mu Xian, let me handle this time. They want to blow up the ice wall. So I'll use the power of ice and snow to deal with them directly. Mu Xian thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. She was still unsure of the other party's intentions, but to avoid any hidden agendas, she agreed to let Qin Rui take action. This way, if any unexpected situations arose, she could provide timely support. As she saw those people getting closer and even throwing explosives as they had done before, Mu Xian stood up and followed Qin Rui out the door. After reaching the door, Qin Rui peeked outside through the crack and noticed that those people were planning to retreat. So he directly used his special ability. He raised his hands, and the snowflakes floating in mid-air began to spin rapidly, rushing toward the people preparing to leave. Lu Yong was shocked at this scene and dashed toward his subordinates. The moment he raised his hand, a gust of wind swept up the snowflakes and sent them flying toward Qin Rui's direction. Is there an ability user with wind powers? Qin Rui narrowed his eyes, not stopping his movements. In the next second, the ground began to crack open at an astonishing speed, shocking everyone present. Just then, a sniper not far away aimed his gun at Qin Rui at the door, and in the next second, a bullet pierced through the snowflakes, heading straight for his forehead. Qin Rui. At this moment, Mu Xian's voice rang out, and Qin Rui turned to look at her. It was at this moment that time paused once again. Chapter 178. Attack on the ice wall. Mu Xian took advantage of the moment when time was paused to quickly rush to Qin Rui's side, removing the bullet in front of him and pulling him aside before turning to pick up the explosives. When she got to the explosives, she found them to be wet and without a fuse. Turning to look at the other explosives, she realized they were the same, and then understood what the other party was trying to do. At that moment, the time pause ability also stopped and the cracks in the ground ceased. When Qin Rui saw her come out, he grabbed her hand and said urgently, "Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to wait at home? If I hadn't come, your life would be in danger." After saying that, she opened her palm, revealing a bullet lying quietly in her hand. They have a sniper. While you were out dealing with others, they had already targeted you. If I hadn't noticed in time, your head would have been pierced by now. Qin Rui picked up the bullet and examined it closely, his expression turning cold. Mu Xian, it seems we need to take this seriously. This group is well prepared and skilled in team combat. What happened to Mu Xian? After entering, Aisha and the others gathered around worriedly. The discomfort after using abilities usually lasted several hours. Although Mu Xian had felt unwell before, her endurance was strong, and she had managed to hold on with sheer willpower, so the others hadn't noticed. However, it was precisely because she had overused her abilities that she ended up like this. An hour later, Mu Xian was already fast asleep, while the others were busy with their tasks. Lin Xiaohui saw that the time was right and gathered half of the personnel, preparing for a strong attack. Xinyu stayed alone in the monitoring room, sipping coffee, when he suddenly noticed a group of people quickly approaching in beast form, causing him to spit out his coffee in shock. Everyone, the enemy has started their attack. He picked up the walkie-talkie and said urgently. At this point, only Xuan and Wei, who had abilities, were in the living room, and they had to be prepared for battle. Just as Xuan was putting on his gear to go out, Qin Rui came down from upstairs. Xinyu, how many of them are there? 5 ability users. Along with a team, probably around 50 to 60 people, all armed with firearms. It seemed they had calculated that Mu Xian would be unwell after using her abilities. So their earlier attack was intentional. What should we do? Aisha frowned, looking worried. Vivi, can you see who their leader is? Qin Rui rubbed his chin, thinking for a moment, then asked over the walkie-talkie. I can't see. Their leader doesn't seem to be among them, but wait. That's Teacher Kui. Li Weiwei used the sniper rifle scope to search for the leader among the crowd, only to find a familiar face among the attacking ability users. Chui Yuqing was following behind the beast-like ability user, accompanied by 3 others. This meant they had sent 5 ability users to break through the ice wall or the villa. If these ability users were strong enough, the ice wall wouldn't hold for long. The teacher Chui you mentioned is the one who protected you at school? Xinyu was surprised. He didn't expect Chui Yuqing to be among this group. Luckily, Mu Xian had managed to escape with him back then, and now it seemed he was fighting against them. Right. Why would teacher Chui come with them? Is he also trying to seize our supplies? Don't overthink it. Since he's in the opposing team, he's our enemy. Vivi, you understand, right? Qin Rui's tone was cold and brooked no argument, clearly reminding Li Weiwei that the other side was the enemy and not to let emotions cloud her judgment. Li Weiwei understood, but she found it hard to take action. At that moment, the people outside were still 400 meters away from the villa, and after a moment, they stopped at 260 meters. They were holding numerous packages, and soon they began throwing the packages to the ground, followed by the sound of landmines exploding. Next, several soldiers lined up with detectors and started to search for mines. As they passed, the landmines were all detected, and at that moment, a burly man stepped forward, cracked his knuckles, and punched the ground. The snow on the ground was instantly blown away, along with the buried landmines. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of explosions rang out, and flames shot up into the air like beautiful fireworks. It seems the ice wall is about to be breached. They didn't dare to attack fiercely before because Mu Xian was here, but now that she can't move, they're launching a full-scale attack. They're quite strategic, Chao Ziwen said, and looked at Qin Rui. What should we do now? Just say the word, and I'll charge. Don't go out for now. Vivi, can you take out those ability users? Not sure. If they keep moving, I won't be able to lock onto them. That's fine, just do your best. Take out as many as you can. Got it. I'm starting now. Li Weiwei stood by the window, positioned her sniper rifle at the shooting port, and focused her eyes on the scope, aiming at one of the beast-like ability users. Compared to the others, his movement speed was not fast, so it should be easier to take him down. Bang! After aiming, Li Weiwei pulled the trigger, and the bullet shot out like lightning. The next second, the ability user's head was directly pierced by the bullet, and he fell down. Alert! There's a sniper. Upon seeing him fall, the burly man shouted, and everyone quickly rushed to the ice wall. The ice wall blocked Li Weiwei's line of sight. Frustrated, she said to Qin Rui, Brother Qin Rui, my view is blocked. They've all run to the ice wall. I can't attack. It's okay, you've done well. Chao Ziwen, you're a close combat fighter, stay inside. I'll go to the rooftop and use the power of ice and snow to attack them. No way. They have firearms. If they all shoot together, you'll be turned into a sieve. Yeah, Qin Rui, it's too dangerous. The villa won't be so easily breached. Let's wait and see how things go. We can talk after Mu Xian wakes up. Chapter 179. Impossible to breach. When it was heard that Qin Rui was going to the rooftop, everyone felt uneasy. After all, the attacking group was not small, and every one of them seemed like a seasoned veteran, with high-quality weapons and equipment. Even if he had the ability to control ice and snow, he couldn't take on so many people alone. Moreover, the enemy also had an ability user who could control flames. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Qin Rui looked at everyone and nodded. The reason he wanted to go to the rooftop was to see what the enemy's abilities were. Only by knowing their abilities could he come up with targeted solutions. Moreover, he also wanted to eliminate a group of them. Given the enemy's numbers, it might not be possible to eliminate them all at once, but taking out as many as possible would ease the pressure later on. The attack outside the villa continued, with explosions echoing through the sky. Soon, a large hole was blown in the ice wall in front of the main entrance, and the adjacent wall was also blown apart. At this moment, Lu Yong walked over from not far away, raised his hand to make a charge gesture, and the soldiers beside him quickly entered the front yard of the villa through the broken wall. The front yard was about 300 meters from the villa, and it was night with no cover along the way, only a few snow piles, so everyone entered cautiously. The leading person slowly approached the villa, and when he was about 200 meters away, he suddenly felt a sharp pain on the back of his hand, followed by a sensation as if his hand was being bitten by thousands of ants. The pain was unbearable. At the same time, fine blood oozed from the wound. He shouted loudly, took a few steps back, and fell to the ground, rolling continuously. He waved his hand to have someone take the soldier away and took a careful look at the yard in front of him, then put on night vision goggles. It didn't matter that he didn't wear them, but once he put them on, he felt numb all over, from where they stood all the way to the villa's entrance. There were dense threads covering the area, glowing with a faint green light, which meant they were poisonous. The entire yard, except for the 3-meter stone path in the middle, was covered with these threads, which Mu Xian had specially prepared for the attacking enemies. When she was setting it up, Aisha developed a type of poison, and to enhance the villa security, she soaked the threads in this potion for several days before laying them out in the yard. The poison acted quickly, causing death within about half an hour after entering the body. Captain Liu, several soldiers have also fallen here. Just as Lu Yong was about to remind everyone to be careful, a soldier's voice came from the right. He turned his head and found that several more had fallen there. Get them out, and the rest focus on advancing from the middle position. Captain Liu, we don't know how many traps are left here. We might as well send someone to check first. You go take a look. Lu Yong thought it made sense and casually pointed to a soldier. The soldier cautiously moved forward, and after walking about 50 meters without incident, he heard Lu Yong's instructions and continued forward. However, when he was still 100 meters from the villa, a sharp arrow suddenly pierced through the soldier's neck. Before the others could react, countless short arrows shot out from the walls of the house. Lu Yong squinted, looking at the man beside him, and saw the man wave his hand, causing the short arrows to be swept aside by the wind. The man looked smugly at the entrance, his lips curling up. Humph. Just a little trick. Captain Liu, let's blow it up directly. At this distance, we should be able to blow a hole in this house. He scoffed and turned to look at Lu Yong, but the next second, a bullet shot straight through his head. With the loss of 2 ability users in a row, Lu Yong's anger reached its peak. He looked at the 3rd floor of the villa, locked onto Li Weiwei's position, and directly began shooting with his submachine gun. The bullets hit the glass and ricocheted out. Seeing this, Lu Yong snorted coldly. Bulletproof glass? No wonder it's a heavily fortified shelter. Everyone, follow my orders. Throw explosives and grenades, and blow this house open. His rage peaked, and, at that moment, he wouldn't rest until the house was blown open and a few people were killed. After giving the order, his subordinates quickly threw explosives and grenades, then began to retreat. Due to their focus on retreating, they neglected defense, and Qin Rue took the opportunity to use his abilities to build an ice wall behind them, blocking their path. At the same time, he swept up the accumulated snow on the ground, forming a tornado. Many soldiers were engulfed by the tornado, lifted into the air, and then violently dropped, instantly losing all signs of life. Captain Liu, that ability user has appeared. The hulking man beside him looked coldly at Qin Rue, his fists creaking as he clenched them, but he was a close combat ability user and could only watch helplessly. First, break this ice wall and let everyone leave. Lu Yong also saw Qin Rue, but the explosion had already started, and they were less than 200 meters from the blast radius, so they could only leave first. The man tightened his fists and quickly smashed toward the ice wall, and soon the ice wall shattered, allowing everyone to take the opportunity to leave the yard and retreat 300 meters away. We've used so much explosives and grenades. This house should have been blown open, right? Regardless of whether a hole was blown open, that ability user must be dealt with. Prepare the sniper to take him out first. Lu Yong looked at the billowing smoke from the villa, His eyes narrowed as he looked at the hulking man. The man nodded, just as he contacted the sniper. He realized that the rooftop of the third floor was already empty. He was stunned for a moment and cursed loudly. Captain Liu, we are indeed too passive. If this shelter hasn't been breached and they don't come out, we won't be able to deal with these people. That's right, we've lost so many brothers. If we don't deal with them, my anger can't be relieved. Liu Yong said nothing, just took out his binoculars to look at the explosion site, discovering that aside from the walls turning black, the entire villa had no damage at all, which made him feel very frustrated. Retreat first. He shouted loudly and turned to leave, followed quickly by his men. Inside the villa, Xuan Yu saw them leave in front of the monitor, took a deep breath, and said through the intercom, they have retreated. In Chapter 180, dig out the bullet, head, we failed to complete the mission, and more than 20 people died. Please punish us. He lowered his head, looking guilty. He had thought that after successfully entering the villa, there would be some breakthroughs. Even if they couldn't kill the people inside, at least they could blow a hole in the villa, but they didn't. They even lost more than 20 people, including 2 ability users. I saw it all. So many people attacked, and not a single hair of the opponent was harmed. They really found a good place. Thinking of the deceased, Lin Xiaohui's body trembled slightly. Although these people only became his subordinates after entering the base. They had fought side by side for the past few months, and he had developed some feelings for them. Just a few minutes ago, they were still living people, but now they were forever separated, which he couldn't accept. But this couldn't be blamed on Liu Yong and the others. After all, it was he who had ordered the attack, and their deaths were closely related to him. They were all elites among elites, meant to achieve more, yet they died here. Head, what should we do now? Liu Yong stared at his face, cautiously asking. Lin Xiaohui's eyes widened, and he said coldly, I have reported this matter. The base is discussing this woman's abilities, and once there is a result, Dr. Dong will contact us in time. For now, let's rest. Yes. The next morning, Dr. Dong called. As soon as Lin Xiaohui picked up the phone, he eagerly asked, Dr. Dong, how is it? Is there a result? How should we solve the current problem? Deputy Officer Lin, after a night of discussion, we still haven't come up with a good solution. Time abilities are inherently against the natural order. Your previous method of preventing the opponent's time ability user from acting was viable, but the sturdiness of this shelter, even we can't think a good way. The only method is extremely difficult to implement. What method? As long as we can breach this shelter. We are not afraid of any difficulties. Since you said so, I'll be straightforward. Since we can't attack from the ground, we can only think of a way from underground. However, generally speaking, shelters are built several layers underground. So if one enter indoors through underground means we can only break through the surface layer and dig a tunnel. But we don't have a large tunneling machine, so this is very difficult to achieve. After hearing his words, Lin Xiaohui punched the glass beside him. Where we find something like that? I'll send someone to look for it immediately. I heard that a large tunneling machine manufacturing plant on the east side of the city is probably buried under this thick layer of snow. Moreover, that area is in Donglin's territory. If you go there, it might cause unnecessary trouble. So, does that mean this method won't work either? Currently, it seems that way, but there is another method, which is manual digging. Manual digging? Lin Xiaohui fell silent. With such thick snow, plus the unknown depth of the shelter, how long would it take to dig by hand? Furthermore, after digging, they would need to transport the soil out, and there needs to be enough ventilation. These difficulties are not something they can solve in a short time. Dr. Dong, please think of another way, and I'll also ponder how to resolve the current situation. Okay, we will continue to think of solutions. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xiaohui took Liu Yong to the third floor, chain-smoking without stopping. At that moment, Mu Xian stood beside Li Weiwei, tightly focusing on the opponent with binoculars. Sister Mu Xian, that should be their leader. Just take him out. Saying this, she set up her sniper rifle, aiming at Lin Xiaohui's head. Lin Xiaohui was feeling very agitated, discussing what Dr. Dong said with Liu Yong, when suddenly he heard a soldier's voice from the intercom. Chief, the opponent is aiming at you and Team Liu with a sniper rifle. Be careful and take cover. Lin Xiaohui and Liu Yong's pupils shrank sharply, and before they could react, a strong wind rushed toward them from the front. Lin Xiaohui pushed Liu Yong away, turning his body, and the bullet whizzed past in front of him. After dodging the shot, The hatred in Lin Xiaohui's eyes intensified. His eyes turned bloodshot, gritting his teeth. Muxian, Chief, let's go down first. It's too dangerous here. Lin Xiaohui took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and went downstairs from the rooftop. Sister Muxian, you missed. Li Weiwei pouted, looking a bit unhappy. Muxian comforted her a few times, and then sat down beside her. Just from the fact that they were able to send out so many supernatural beings and elite fighters this time, Muxian could imagine how powerful the Hongyun base was. And being able to lead these people certainly meant they were not ordinary individuals, so she was not surprised that they could evade detection. Hey, that big guy went up to the 3rd floor. Sister, I can't hit that uncle. How about I try this big guy? Muxian raised an eyebrow, realizing that this girl was using them for practice. All right, do as you please. Great, this time I won't miss, just watch. After saying that, Li Weiwei set up the sniper rifle again, aiming at the man. Sun Jibiao, be careful. The sniper opposite is targeting you this time. Damn, is this never-ending? Sun Jibiao had only intended to come to the 3rd floor to enjoy the view, but unexpectedly became someone else's target, feeling extremely frustrated. He gave the direction of the 20 villas the middle finger and was about to leave. But just then a bullet struck him in the back of the head. He covered his head and crouched down, then stood up, cursing, "Damn, that hurts. I'll kill that bastard sooner or later." After saying that, he reached back to fiddle with the spot on his head, then pulled out the bullet and threw it on the ground. Inside the villa, Li Weiwei watched this scene in horror, swallowing hard. Mu Xian, sister. What happened? Did you miss? Mu Xian casually flipped through a magazine and asked softly, did it hit? Dead? Not dead. That big guy actually dug the bullet out of the wound. Mu Xian was somewhat surprised, but didn't say much. She thought Li Weiwei had not hit the target's vital point, which was why the other party was still alive. She had also done things like digging bullets out of wounds, so she didn't find it strange. Is that so? Not surprising, I've seen and done such things. Really? Then I must be narrow-minded. Being able to dig a bullet out of the head and remain unfazed is impressive. Chapter 181. Person in charge of building the villa. Hearing this, Mu Xian also became unsettled. What did you say? Shot in the head? Yes. I aimed for his head when I shot. And not only did he not die, but he calmly dug the bullet out as well. Mu Xian gasped, tapping on the table with one hand, feeling a bit emotional. Indeed, the ability users that came are all monsters. Their defensive power is no joke. If there were more people like them, it would pose a certain threat to us, as firearms can no longer threaten them. So how should we deal with such people? Even Mu Xian finds them to be formidable opponents, and naturally, Li Weiwei is worried. If we can resolve the issue, we should do so as soon as possible. In a one-on-one situation, he wouldn't be my opponent. I could easily use my abilities to take him out. However, there are many of them, and my abilities have a limited duration. Additionally, the coverage area is not wide, so in a short time, I can only deal with enemies within that range. Once the ability wears off, I would easily become their target. Among us, only Qin Rue is a long-range ability user, while Chao Zuan is a close combat ability user. Although he is physically strong and has high defense, being hit by a bullet would still hurt. If we go out and confront them head-on, we might end up in a mutually destructive situation. Therefore, the best approach is to stay hidden at home. The defensive capability of the house is high. Unless it's something like a missile, it should be difficult to blow the villa up, so they can't break in at all. What we need to do is hide at home and wait for them to come, then deal with them one by one. If we can take out a few, that's a win. After all, we have plenty of supplies and aren't afraid of dragging it out with them. On the other hand, although they live in a base, they all seem malnourished, probably because their food situation isn't that great. After hearing this, Li Weiwei burst into laughter. This approach may be a bit sneaky and cunning, but it's also a very feasible plan. This way, only the other side would be the one getting hurt. Another day passed, and it was so calm that it felt a bit boring. Lin Xiaohui looked at the brightly lit villa, and anger, hatred, and unwillingness surged in his heart. Lu Yong, is there any news from the base? Not yet. Lin Xiaohui asked Lu Yong, who stood not far from him, with his eyes closed. He hadn't slept all night because of this matter, and every time he closed his eyes, he saw the figures of his dead comrades. At the same time, he racked his brain all night, but couldn't come up with a way to enter the villa. Just then, Dr. Dong's call came in again. He picked up the phone irritably and heard Dr. Dong's excited voice. Deputy Lin, we investigated all the information about that villa and found that the person responsible for building the shelter is currently at our base. This shelter was built under his supervision, so he should know its advantages and disadvantages. That's great. If that's the case, please ask the doctor to have a good talk with this person. If he can provide clues, we will have a hope of capturing everyone in the shelter. Lin Xiaohui slammed the table. The gloom on his face cleared up, and a smile couldn't help but appear at the corner of his mouth. After hanging up the phone, he looked in the direction of the 20 villas, a smirk forming on his lips. Mu Xian, let's see what you can do this time. Do we have a solution? Sort of. Now we just wait for news. That's great. Now we can avenge our fallen brothers. On the second floor of the Hongyun base, a man pedaled an electric bicycle expressionlessly. Due to the lack of a generator, the power for the base needs to be generated manually. The job on the second floor involves pedaling bicycles to generate electricity to keep the entire base operational. Dai Chunrong is one of the workers and also the head of the Longhua Security Group's Liangsheng branch. Meng Fanchao's villa was constructed by him along with several designers and architects from the headquarters. He has been at the base for exactly 2 months, going from feeling indignant at first to becoming numb. During this time, he was shocked with electric batons and whipped, slowly wearing down his spirit. Today, he still pedaled the bicycle diligently, no longer possessing his initial vigor. The inhumane torture over the past 2 months made him realize that he was no longer the high-ranking branch manager. Here, he was just a slave at the mercy of others. If he didn't work hard, the only things waiting for him would be punishment and hunger. Dai Chunrong, come here for a moment. Someone is looking for you. Hearing someone call for him, a hint of confusion flashed in Dai Chunrong's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. In this place, everyone is a demon, so he doesn't expect anyone to save him from this misery. He expressionlessly got off the bicycle and limped toward the door, where he saw 2 people in white lab coats standing silently. He nodded without a word. Are you Dai Chunrong? Yes. His voice was a bit hoarse due to not speaking for a long time. Come with us. He nodded and followed the 2, moving forward, initially feeling hopeless. As he reached the 5th floor, his heart gradually began to change. By the time he entered the 8th floor, his mood instantly cleared. The entire 8th floor area was as bright as day, and the people there all wore white lab coats like a research team. He followed the 2 as they walked ahead, turning a few corners before arriving at a large door. Go in. The doctor is waiting for you. Doctor? He didn't know why the doctor mentioned by the 2 would want to see him, but he understood that perhaps this would be his opportunity to escape the 2nd floor. After pushing the door open, he saw various jars and containers inside, filled with not only human organs, but also colorful liquids. He wasn't a researcher and didn't know what these things were, but seeing the human organs made him feel like gagging. If you can't handle it, don't look. Come over here. At that moment, Dr. Dong was busy researching something in another room and called out after hearing the noise. Dai Chunrong suppressed his discomfort and entered the room where Dr. Dong was. Fortunately, this room didn't have any disgusting things, apart from a strong odor. There was nothing else that made him uncomfortable. Seeing him with a face full of stubble and dirty all over, Dr. Dong couldn't help but frown and said, "There's a bathroom next door. Go clean yourself up first. I have precious things in my room that can't be ruined by the bacteria on you." Chapter 182. Chemical fiber filter nano cutting agent Dai Chunrong was stunned for a few seconds, silently nodded, and walked out into the adjacent room. Although the washing conditions in the cave weren't great, it was still much better than not being able to wash at all on the 2nd floor. For the past 2 months, he had been doing dirty and exhausting work, almost forgetting what it felt like to be clean. Upon entering the bathroom, he quickly took off his sticky clothes, immersed himself in the bathtub, and after quickly cleaning up, he put on the clothes next to him, then donned a sterilized lab coat and mask before heading to the room where Dr. Dong was. When he saw him enter, Dr. Dong glanced up, put down what he was holding, and sat down opposite him. "Have a seat." He nodded and sat down a bit awkwardly. "Do you know why I called you here?" "I don't know. Take a look at this photo." Dr. Dong showed him a photo of the shelter, and he immediately recognized the villa. "Is this the super shelter of Meng Fanchao?" "That's right. We heard that you're one of the people in charge of this shelter." "Yes. I was involved in everything from the initial design to the construction." "Good. We brought you here to find out if this shelter has any shortcomings or if there's a way to breach it." "You mean, you want to break in?" Dai Chunrong was shocked. He didn't understand why they wanted to attack the villa. Did Meng Fanchao offend them? He lowered his head, thinking of several possibilities. But before he could come up with a conclusion, he was interrupted by Dr. Dong. Our people were killed by those inside the shelter, and right now, a special forces team, along with several superpowered individuals, is attacking, but the other side is not coming out. We found out you are one of the people in charge. You should have a way, right? After asking this, Dr. Dong's sharp gaze startled Dai Chunrong. He took a deep breath and said slowly, when this shelter was built, Meng Fanchao had very high requirements, so the materials used, including the later designs, were all the most advanced available. Moreover, these building materials were personally selected by him. We were only responsible for construction and design, and the materials were all shipped from the headquarters. So breaching it is very difficult. That's obvious. If it weren't difficult, we wouldn't be looking for you. Let me remind you, if you can help the special forces solve this problem, you might be transferred to a different level to do some easier work. Dai Chunrong looked at Dr. Dong, whose hair was graying and his heart raced. He knew whether he could live a good life depended on this opportunity. Since our company can develop such strong defensive building materials, it can naturally also develop something that can decompose these materials. The headquarters has a material called synthetic fiber filtering nano cutter, which can corrode the building materials of Meng Fanchao's villa. Moreover, this material can also be made into large cutters that can cut through anything. This is the latest material developed by the company, but it is classified as a prohibited item and is not sold on the market. Of course, we have also smuggled it and sold it abroad, and the feedback from buyers has been very good. Good, you have this material in your branch, right? Of course. That's great. Tonight, you can have a good rest. Tomorrow morning, I will send someone to take you to the company to get this material. But the warehouse has been covered by heavy snow, and we can't get in at all. You don't need to worry about that. We have a way. You just need to take out all the materials. Dai Chunrong frowned, but eventually nodded. After all, this is the apocalypse. Everyone wants to do their best to survive and live a little better. As for other matters, he didn't want to care about them and was too lazy to bother. As long as he could lead a normal life from now on. What does it matter if he acted like a villain? After leaving, a person in a white coat took him to a room, which was fully equipped and many times better than the dormitory he lived in on the second floor. Lying on a soft bed, he couldn't help but shed tears. For 2 months, he had been eating unpalatable, sticky food and sleeping on a cold floor, with nothing personal except for a thin blanket. After being beaten and covered in injuries, with no medical supplies available, he could only endure the pain and wait for the wounds to scab and heal on their own. He thought he would live like this for a lifetime, but unexpectedly, he was about to be liberated. That night, he had the rare opportunity to eat a bowl of plain porridge and 2 small dishes, along with a cup of clean water. Lying on the comfortable single bed, he felt it was a kind of enjoyment. The next morning, he was awakened by a knock on the door. When he opened it, a woman brought him breakfast, a serving of noodles, a sausage, and a cup of soybean milk. After finishing his meal with satisfaction, he followed the man waiting outside to Dr. Dong's office. In the office, a man and a woman were talking to Dr. Dong. When they saw him enter, they introduced. Let me introduce you. This is Yuan Dali, and this is Jiang Hong. They are the superpowered individuals who will accompany you to the company to get the materials. After obtaining the materials, they will take you directly to Yungashin, and how to use the materials in your hands will be up to you. As long as you complete the task, you can live a better life. Hello, Iam Dai Shunrons. Thank you both for your help this time. He cautiously greeted the two. He had heard of superpowered individuals, known to possess various magical abilities and hold a high status in the entire base. He had once thought that if he were a superpowered individual, he wouldn't have to do hard labor on the second floor. Unfortunately, he was not. Now, facing the two, he felt jealousy, reluctance, and envy in his heart. I hope Mr. Dai can cooperate well with us and strive to get the materials to our second-in-command as soon as possible, Yuan Dali said, nodding and speaking in a loud voice. Jiang Hong glanced at the time and coldly said, "All right, it's getting late. Let's set off." The 3 of them took the elevator from the 8th floor to the 1st floor, pushed open the door, and walked out. A snowplow was parked at the entrance. One of the 2 drove, while the other sat in the passenger's seat, while Dai Chunrong sat in the back. They drove towards the northwest direction. The Longhua Security Liangqing branch was located in the most luxurious commercial area in the city center, but the warehouse was in the northwestern Yalong district, which was at the junction of the Hongyun base and the Tianlong base, where the two forces occasionally clashed. To ensure a smooth acquisition of the materials, Dr. Dong had to send Yuan Dali and Jiang Hong to accompany Dai Chunrong there. Chapter 183. Finding the materials sitting in the car, Dai Chunrong couldn't help but reflect that this snow disaster not only brought calamity to humanity, but also revealed another side of the world. After the great disaster, the selfless rescue and mutual assistance that people hoped for did not materialize. Instead, there was more selfishness, cruelty, and disregard for everything. He thought that entering the Hongyun base would allow him to live safely and wait for the snow disaster to pass. But what awaited him was torment and humiliation. However, now he hesitated. If he could successfully complete this task, perhaps he could really live a normal life. We're almost there, Mr. Dai. Which specific location is your company's warehouse? After a moment, he pointed the way based on his memory, and soon they arrived at the warehouse location. Are you sure this is it? Jiang Hong got out of the car and coldly asked as she looked around. I'm sure. Look, the tall building next to us is the office building of Qinyan Group. The Qinyan Group is only about 200 meters from our warehouse. I can guarantee that even if this area isn't our company's warehouse, it's not far off. Good. Lao Yuan, it's up to you now. Jiang Hong stepped aside to let Yuan Dali take the lead. Yuan Dali yawned, got out of the car, glanced around, and clenched his fists tightly. A surge of power radiated from his hands, causing the snow around them to slowly move to the sides, quickly forming a 2-meter-wide path in the middle. Immediately, he quickened his movements and shouted loudly. The road slowly extended forward, stopping only after 300 meters. At this point, he was somewhat out of breath, and beads of sweat had formed on his forehead. Look, there is our company's warehouse. Dai Chunrong pointed to a 3-story building ahead and said. He then walked forward. Jiang Hong followed behind him, supporting Yuan Dali as they moved forward. After he opened the door, they went inside. The interior was pitch black, and a foul smell of decay permeated their noses. They covered their mouths and noses, using flashlights to continue forward. Inside, there were actually dozens of corpses, some of which seemed to have been gnawed on. It appeared they had been trapped here until they froze or starved to death. Jiang Hong frowned tightly. After speaking, she kicked a corpse aside and stepped over to inspect the materials that were arranged nearby. Are these your company's building materials? Yes, the warehouse is quite large. And to make it convenient, we transported the materials from the headquarters for temporary storage, Dai Chunrong replied. Listening to Jiang Hong, he felt somewhat uncomfortable, but at this point, the materials piled up here were a waste, and since the company was no longer in existence and he was not the branch manager anymore, if they wanted them, so be it. The three walked for more than 10 minutes, and Yuan Dali, feeling a bit impatient, looked at the dark path ahead and asked Mr. Dai, have we not arrived yet? Almost there. Because these items are contraband, we are afraid of being inspected by the authorities, so they're all stored in the basement. The door leading to the basement is just behind that wall, and we'll get there soon, Dai Chunrong replied. Earlier, when Yuan Dali used his abilities, he had indeed been shocked. After such a long time, the thickness of the snow had reached nearly 7 stories high. In this situation, it was difficult for an ordinary person to clear the snow, but Yuan Dali had managed to do so, although his complexion looked worse than before. How could using such power not have some side effects? Old Yuan, if you can't hold on, just rest outside. I'll go in with him, Jiang Hong said, glancing at a nearby bench. All right. After setting Yuan Dali down, Jiang Hong continued to follow Dai Chunrong forward and soon arrived at a wall. Dai Chunrong fumbled around the wall for a while, and suddenly, the wall opened, revealing a door. Sorry, Miss Jiang, due to a power outage. The fingerprint and facial recognition systems for this door are no longer functional. If you want to get in, we may need to think of another way. Jiang Hong glanced at the door, pushed it open without saying a word, then formed her hands into fists, took a few steps back, and quickly charged at the iron door, punching it. Boom! A loud noise echoed in Yuan Dali's ears, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Although Jiang Hong was a woman, her awakened abilities had enhanced her strength and physical fitness. With daily training, her power could be described as terrifying. For her, this iron door was simply a piece of cake. After she punched the door down, Dai Chunrong's mouth dropped open in shock. He had never seen such strength in a woman. However, Realizing she was an ability user made it understandable. He clutched his chest, unable to help but think about what would happen if she punched him. He would probably shatter into many pieces. What are you still dawdling for? Let's go. After entering, Jiang Hong noticed that Dai Chunrong had not followed and shouted. He swallowed hard and hurried in after her. The materials piled here were all items that could not be publicly sold. In addition to synthetic fiber filtering nano-cutting agents, there were also 2 other types of materials. However, these 2 had only been delivered the day before the apocalypse, and he had not received relevant information about them, nor did he know what they were for. Where are the materials? Jiang Hong shined her flashlight around, and Dai Chunrong pointed to something covered not far ahead, saying over there, but it's in barrels made of special materials. If we want to take the materials, we have to take the barrels too. But the barrels were quite large, weighing about 500 pounds each. Just the 2 of us, it might be a bit difficult to move them outside. Although he knew Jiang Hong was very strong, Dai Chunrong still wasn't sure she could move these materials, and he felt it was somewhat challenging. How many are there in total? Jiang Hong, unaware of his thoughts, was more concerned about how much of this material there was. If there was enough, they could completely melt down Mu Xian's villa, and the task could be completed smoothly. 2 barrels. Because the raw materials for this material are quite rare, the quantity that can be extracted each time is very limited. Moreover, since the branches are spread across the country, we only managed to get 2 barrels. 2 barrels? Jiang Hong pondered, and although the quantity did not meet her expectations, it should be more than enough to melt a wall. Forget it, 2 barrels it is. You hold the flashlight and guide me. I'll carry it. Huh, but this thing is very... Before Dai Chunrong could finish, Jiang Hong quickly took out a rope to tie up the barrel and then strapped it to her back. After staring blankly for a moment, he hurried to her side to provide light and followed her out of the basement. Once outside, Yuan Dali blinked and stood up. Wow, that's a big barrel. Zhanyong, can you handle it? Enough with the sarcastic comments. If you can still walk, then keep up. I'll help you. Seeing Yuan Dali giving him a look, Dai Chunrong walked over to support him as they headed outside together. After loading the first barrel onto the trailer, Jiang Hong took Dai Chunrong to get the second barrel. After finishing loading, she felt completely exhausted. How are you holding up? Not too bad, right? Try carrying 1,000 pounds and see how you feel. It's a wonder I'm still okay. Although my physical attributes have improved after using my abilities, this is still real weight on my back, and my legs are starting to feel weak. The 2 got into the car, both feeling a bit tired. When I looked at Dai Chunrong, a thought popped into their minds. Mr. Dai, you can drive, right? Dai Chunrong walked in front of them and smiled. I can. Then you drive. We've consumed too much energy, and our bodies are a bit weak. All right. You know the way to Yunwu Mountain, right? I do. Dai Chunrong got in the car, nodded, and started the vehicle. The villas on Yunwu Mountain were mostly renovated by their company, and even the security was managed by their personnel, so, as the person in charge. How could he not know? After driving out, they headed towards Yunwu Mountain, but after a kilometer, they heard explosions and screams not far away. Yuan Dali and Jiang Hong exchanged glances and instructed him to drive the car to the back of a nearby building. Then they got out to investigate the situation. Upon reaching the explosion site, the 2 entered a large building. After checking the ground situation, they discovered that their people were fighting against the dog from the Tianlong base across the way, and it seemed they were on the verge of losing. Since the establishment of the base, both sides have been vying to claim this mountainous area as their territory. However, the strengths of the 2 sides were vastly different, and despite their continuous conflicts, there had been no resolution, leading to frequent skirmishes that resulted in mutual damage. This time, it was clear that the Hongyun base was at a disadvantage, simply because the enemy had somehow brought in several rocket launchers that killed many people on their side. Captain, what should we do? At this rate, we might lose this territory, and if the higher-ups find out, we won't escape death either. A soldier, hiding behind a building on the ground, looked at the man beside him, worry etched on his face. They were soldiers sent from the 4th floor to guard the boundary line. The 4th floor was where soldiers were trained, and every week there would be assessments. If they passed, they could move to a higher floor. If not, they would remain on the 4th floor. If they failed the assessment 3 times in a row, they would be sent down to lower floors to serve as guards or to complete some arduous tasks. Once sent down, their living conditions would naturally deteriorate, so they took each assessment seriously. However, The base had strict criteria to select the most outstanding and elite soldiers, making it rare for anyone to pass. Thus, among the 8 floors, there were fewer than 90 of the sharpest soldiers. This time, more than 20 of the people Lin Xiaohui brought had died in just a few days. No wonder he was so furious. The soldiers sent from the 4th floor to guard the boundary line were mostly those who had failed the assessment twice. They were here partly because they were chosen by the higher-ups and partly because they wanted to better train themselves, waiting for the next assessment to pass. This batch had 60 people, and they had only been dispatched for a few days before encountering an enemy ambush, which left everyone in a panic. All right, everyone calm down and check the wounded. Also, those who are uninjured, follow me for a flanking maneuver. Leave a team here to guard. I don't believe we can't take down those bastards. Okay, Captain, we're with you. After saying this, the group quickly assigned roles and began to act. Seeing their movements, Yuan Dali and Jiang Hong exchanged glances and nodded, preparing to go down to help. Although their bodies were weak, they were still capable of using their abilities. Since the Tianlong people dared to attack their territory in front of them, they would not hold back. The two quietly approached the building where the 4th floor soldiers were located. But before they could speak, they were surrounded by several soldiers with guns. Great. With the 2 experts from the ability group here, we can really give those bastards from Tianlong a good beating. Exactly. Just because they have rocket launchers, we've been suffering these past few days. Now that we have ability users to help, let's see how long they can be arrogant. All right, enough with the chatter. Let's talk about the current situation. Jiang Hong squinted her eyes and suddenly spoke, causing everyone to become serious immediately. As you two can see, we are now. Several soldiers quickly reported the situation. And after hearing it, Yuan Dali and Jiang Hong's expressions turned grim. So you're saying you were pushed back nearly 100 meters, lost over 10 men, and even dropped your weapons and some supplies? Jiang Hong was genuinely angry. The soldiers from their base were easily pushed back by the enemy, and it would be embarrassing if other factions found out. I'm sorry, we were indeed careless this time. The captain is doing his best to make up for it, but the gap in weaponry is just too large. To have held on until now is already a great effort. Moreover, we are prepared for sacrifice and plan to hold until the end. Looking at the determined soldiers in front of them, even if Jiang Hong and Yuan Dali were burning with anger inside, they couldn't let it out. Forget it. Saying more now is pointless. Since your captain has already led a flanking maneuver, we'll launch a frontal assault. Old Yuan, I'll rely on you for cover. Chapter 185. Wanting to escape, Yuan Dali instantly became energized, patting his chest. Don't worry, leave it to me. Not only will I cover you, but I'll also show those bastards my power. After saying that, he dashed out quickly. The Tianlong people, seeing him charge towards them, grabbed their guns and began to shoot wildly while preparing the rocket launchers for firing. At that moment, Yuan Dali waved his hand, and countless snowflakes rose from the ground, blocking the enemy while quickly sweeping toward them. What? This is an ability user. Damn it. Hong Yun actually sent out an ability user. Quickly, take cover and concentrate fire. The enemy panicked, their thoughts and attention focused on Yuan Dali, neglecting the small team that had already flanked them from behind. The scene was chaotic, with gunfire and shouting deafening. Jiang Hong observed the situation, lightly waved her hand, and led the dozen or so people behind her to charge out quickly, using the nearby building for cover from the penetrating bullets. At this time, the Hongyan team had already circled behind the enemy and began to attack with their guns. Meanwhile, Yuan Dali also used his abilities to form a huge snowball and threw it in their direction. Behind him, Jiang Hong's flying knives shot out, each taking down a person, quickly resolving 6 or 7 targets. Charge! Let's take down these bastards. The 4th floor soldiers surged forward like mad, releasing all the pent-up frustration and anger they had, firing recklessly. The Tianlong people, caught in a pincer attack, had no time to react, and in order to save their lives, they could only retreat quickly. However, their escape route was already blocked, and they couldn't get away. In an instant, many of them fell, and the ground was soaked in blood. Damn it. If you want to play dirty, come on. I'll fight you to the end. Among the Tianlong team, a man holding a grenade shouted at the approaching Hongyan soldiers. But the next second, an ice sword pierced through his neck, and before the grenade could explode, he fell to the ground. Seeing their commander fall, The others abandoned their weapons and knelt down to beg for mercy. But at that moment, the grenade exploded, killing several around him. The remaining 6 or 7 lay on the ground, not daring to make any extra movements. Xiao Huang, who are these two? After eliminating the Tianlong soldiers, the captain of the Hanyin team, Shui Cheng, approached Xiao Huang and inquired about Yuan Dali and Jiang Hong's identities. Captain, they are our base's ability users. So they are ability users. Thanks to them just now, otherwise we might have lost a lot of people. No need for pleasantries. We have already dealt with the enemy in front of you. We still have tasks to complete, so we won't stay long. The rest, you handle it yourselves. Also, I remind you that there should be more people from Tianlong. Knowing we have ability users, they will likely send their own. You'd better report this, and have your superiors send ability users from the 3rd floor over. Our ability users from the 8th floor don't participate in such small-scale battles. This time was just a coincidence. Understood. Thank you both. If you have any tasks, our people are familiar with this area. If needed, I can send someone to assist you. Shui Cheng held great respect for ability users. Every time he saw the ability user from the 3rd floor, he would eagerly approach them to curry favor, let alone the ability users from the 8th floor. The captain's position he holds was obtained by currying favor with the abilities of the 3rd level. So, when he encountered the abilities of the 8th level this time, he wanted to flatter the two, hoping to build a good relationship with them and soar to great heights. Unfortunately, he miscalculated this time. Jiang Hong despised someone like Shui Cheng. Seeing his fawning expression, she didn't want to stay for even a minute longer. No need. We need to go elsewhere. Seeing Jiang Hong's cold face, Yuan Dali cheerfully said a word and then followed Jiang Hong away. Watching their retreating figures, Shui Cheng squinted his eyes, snorted. What are you being so arrogant about? Just wait until I rise up and become your leader. Let us see how I deal with you then. When that time comes, what does it matter if you're an ability user? You'll still have to obediently listen to me. Leader. The little Huang behind him felt a bit worried upon hearing his words. He was afraid that Shui Cheng would lose his life due to his greed. After all, their relationship was like that of brothers. If something really happened to him, little Huang would also feel terrible. Speaking of Dai Chuanrong, he had just secretly watched the battle. It was his first time witnessing such a scene, and to say he wasn't scared would be a lie. He shrank back in the car, his hands and feet weak, his face pale, unaware that Yuan Dali and Jiang Hong had already gotten into the car. Dai Chuanrong, how many times have I called you? What are you doing? Start the car. We need to set off. Due to using his abilities again, Yuan Dali felt even weaker than before, so he leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes to rest. Jiang Hong hadn't used her abilities, but she had also exhausted her energy from the battle and running earlier, so she was too tired to speak. However, Dai Chuanrong had taken a long time to start the car, so she couldn't help but shout loudly, bringing him back to his senses. After starting the car, he drove it unsteadily forward. Jiang Hong's gaze turned cold as she reached out to steady the steering wheel. Sorry, I just saw your battle, and I was a bit scared. I'll adjust immediately. Useless, scared of such a small scene. What will you do when you encounter a bigger one in the future? The base doesn't keep idle people. If you reach the 4th level, you'll ultimately become a soldier, and such things can happen at any time. I advise you to adapt sooner rather than later. If you dare to be a coward, the consequences will be more brutal than death. Jiang Hong now looked at him as if she wanted to eat him alive. If he dared to run, only death awaited him. He had barely survived until now, and just as he was about to see the light, if he were to die here, it would be too unjust. Drive your car properly and complete the mission. Otherwise, my temper is different from old Yuan's. If you dare to make any small moves, watch your life. Yes, I won dare. All the way, Dai Chuanrong was thinking about how to escape, but Jiang Hong didn't give him any chance. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and follow them to Yunwu Mountain. Chapter 186 Meeting of both sides leader, Wei Ve arrived. Outside a villa, Yuan Dali shouted loudly towards the villa, then brought Dai Chuanrong inside. Jiang Hong followed behind them, looking at the cold courtyard. Her mood became somewhat heavy. Before coming, she had heard that many people had been lost this time. These were all elite 8th level individuals who had undergone rigorous training and strict assessments. Yet now, a few ability users had caused them to lose their lives. It was really helpless and ridiculous. Entering the villa's hall, Lin Xiaowei was talking with Yuan Dali, and several other ability users were also present. Upon seeing that Jiang Hong had arrived, they all greeted her. The group sat on the villa's sofa, reminiscing, while also discussing Mu Xian and the others' matters. Jiang Hong and Yuan Dali had not participated in these battles, and just listening to them made their bodies tense up. One ability user who could pause time, one who had ice and snow powers, one who was a powerful physical attacker, plus an indestructible shelter. Solving them would indeed be very difficult. However, fortunately, they had brought Dai Chunrong and the fiber-filtering nano-cutting agent. Breaking through the shelter before them would be much easier. As for Mu Xian and the other ability users, they planned to exhaust their abilities through a war of attrition and then take advantage of their weakened state to capture them. Dai Chunrong sat in the middle of the group, silent until Lin Xiaowei asked about the fiber-filtering nano-cutting agent before slowly speaking. So, this thing can corrode the wall as long as it's splashed on it? Exactly. Mainly we don't have time to make the cutting agent into a cutter. Otherwise, we can install it on specific vehicles and drive over to cut through the entire wall. Dai Chunrong's words made Lin Xiaohui's eyes flash. Indeed, if they ran away, then all the effort he had put into coming here would be meaningless. All right, we will act the night after tomorrow. Also, Jiang Hong, you and your team will guard the various positions of the villa. If you notice any signs of them trying to escape, report immediately and be sure to stop them. Understood. After speaking, Lin Xiaowei glanced at Dai Chunrong, who nodded and led him to the yard. Seeing the two large barrels already placed on the ground, Lin Xiaowei walked around them. Upon learning that the cutting agent could only be stored in these special barrels, Lin Xiaowei felt a bit irritated. If that was the case, they would have to bring these two large barrels during the operation, which was too conspicuous. Can't you use something else to contain it? Cannot. It will be corroded. Then we only have this method to carry it? Exactly. Because when it was previously developed for sale, the buyers wanted them in large barrels, so there weren't any smaller containers. Got it. Then it will be like this. Please tell my team how to operate it tomorrow to avoid injuring our own people. I will. Good, go rest. After all, the first level also had exits, and the guard strength was not strong. With Mu Xian's abilities, it was easy to buy them a few minutes to escape. As long as they left the base, they would have a chance to escape to safety. However, persuading Mu Xian would be somewhat difficult, especially since she and her team were currently facing a crisis. If this offensive plan succeeded, they would lose their shelter, and, at that time, they wouldn't have the energy or conditions to help him rescue anyone. Thinking of this, a thought surged in his mind. He took out his phone, hesitated for a long time, and finally sent a message to Xiao Yimeng inside the villa. After receiving the message, Xiao Yimeng immediately went to find Mu Xian and showed her the message. Mu Xian propped her chin up with one hand and looked at Qin Rue beside her. What do you think? He said it's an important matter concerning our safety, and for safety's sake, he advised us not to go out easily. Teacher Chui also said he would come to meet us in person tonight. This is a bit interesting. Mu Xian smiled and looked out the window. At such a time, it was extremely dangerous for a person to come out. If they launched an attack from this side, he would have a hard time escaping death. Moreover, what was so important that he had to meet them in person? Why couldn't he say it over the phone or through messages? What was the big deal he mentioned? With that in mind, Mu Xian said, how about this, Yimeng? Tell him that I will wait for him at Villa 10 at 2 o'clock in the morning. Villa 10? Xiao Yimeng was a bit surprised. Wouldn't it be better to meet right at her doorstep? It would ensure her safety. In fact, Mu Xian also knew that it would be safer at her doorstep, but she still wanted to see what the other party was up to. If the other party was truly deceitful with her abilities, she could handle all the enemies present, which would alleviate part of the crisis. Furthermore, she wasn't foolish enough to go alone. Qin Rue, in a way, would naturally accompany her. Even if there was danger, the three of them could still retreat safely. All right then, Xiao Yimeng said no more and sent the message. At 2 o'clock in the morning, he arrived outside Villa 10 as promised. Seeing that no one was around, he quickly slipped inside. As soon as he entered the living room, he was met with a knife pressed against his neck by Qin Rue. When Qin Rue saw that he had indeed come alone, he lowered the knife, while Wei kept a vigilant eye on him. Teacher Chui, long time no see. Mu Xian crossed her legs, rested one hand on her chin, and looked at him with a smile. making a gesture that said please. He glanced at Qin Rue and slowly walked to sit opposite Muxian. Miss Mu, long time no see. Let's get straight to the point. I wonder what important matter teacher Chui has to discuss with me that requires an in-person meeting. Chui Yuqing sighed, his expression somewhat serious. Today, someone from our side came, claiming to be the head of the Longhua Security Company's Liangcheng branch, and also in charge of constructing the shelter where you live. Oh, and so? He brought a cutting agent that can corrode the walls and building materials of a shelter. As long as it's poured on the walls of the shelter, it will corrode them. At that time, your supposedly indestructible shelter will no longer exist. Chapter 187. Proposal for cooperation. Upon hearing this, Muxian was secretly alarmed. She never expected that the Hanyun base had found the person in charge of constructing the villa and had brought a cutting agent. If they really used this material to destroy the villa, they would indeed lose such a good shelter. This was undoubtedly a major issue. If it weren't for Chui Yuqing informing them, they would have been caught off guard. However, it was strange that he was from the Hanyun base. Logically, he shouldn't be helping her, yet he conveyed such information to her. It seemed he must have something to ask for her help. With this thought, Muxian made a judgment in her heart, while maintaining a calm demeanor on her face. This should be considered your confidential matter, right? Yet you told me about it. There must be some conditions attached. Muxian asked so straightforwardly, and Chui Yuqing no longer beat around the bush. There is indeed something I want to ask Miss Mu for help with. I guess this matter isn't trivial, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have come to me. Yes. I hope Miss Mu can help me rescue my student. His condition surprised Muxian a bit. Rescue your student? Didn't they enter the Hanyun base with you? I heard that the Hanyun base is also a refuge. Your students should be able to eat well and stay warm inside, right? Why do I want to bring them out? Chui Yuqing's expression became somewhat grim. He clenched his hands tightly, looking dazed, with guilt filling his eyes. This matter is a long story. Then, he poured out everything he had seen and known. After listening, Muxian was also greatly shocked. She felt that although the Hanyun base wasn't great, it was at least a refuge. Muxian is not interested in rescuing her students, but she is somewhat interested in their ability to create superhumans. The fact that they have already sent people to deal with her indicates that they are interested in what she possesses. If the people they sent this time do not eliminate her, they will definitely send more. Their base continuously uses ordinary people as test subjects in an attempt to create more superhumans. If the Hanyun base is not dealt with, the trouble will never cease. Which is not a good thing for Muxian. With so many soldiers and superhumans in the Hanyun base, it is simply impossible to take it down. Moreover, she knows very little about the internal structure of the base. Acting recklessly would only endanger herself and others. So this matter must be approached with a foolproof plan. Teacher Chui, I understand this matter. Rescuing your students poses certain risks for us, so we need to consider it carefully. What if I can join you and work together to deal with Lin Xiaowei and the others? Lin Xiaowei? He is the commander leading this operation. I believe you're well aware that they have not captured you yet, because you have been staying in the shelter. Without the shelter, you will have to confront them face to face. They have so many people. Even if you have the ability to control time, how many times can you use it? If they resort to a war of attrition, you won't be able to hold out for long, right? After all, using superpowers will exhaust you and may even cause you to faint. Muxian, you possess a large amount of resources, which makes you a target for pursuit. Therefore, our cooperation would be beneficial for both of us without any harm. Muxian looked at Chui Yuqing for the first time. His words hit the nail on the head. She was indeed a bit worried. However, collaborating with her wasn't that simple. She still needed to test him out, after all. One can never tell what's in someone else's heart. Who knows if he would eventually turn against her and betray her. King Hui, Muxian spoke up, and Qin Rue handed her the phone he was holding. I can temporarily reach a cooperative intention with you. But whether we can collaborate happily in the end depends on your performance afterward. You can keep this phone. If there's anything, we will contact each other through it. You'd better be careful and not let anyone find out. Chui Yuqing tightened her grip on the phone and glanced at Muxian. I'm looking forward to our cooperation. If it weren't for his tip-off, this villa might have been destroyed. Muxian, what do you plan to do? Just give the orders. I will take the lead. Chao Ziwen patted his chest and said loudly. Muxian picked up the coffee beside her and took a sip, then looked at him and said, let's wait for news from Chui Yuqing first. I'll think carefully about what to do in the next couple of days. And then we can discuss it. She continued, all right, it's getting late, so let's get on with our business. The next day, as Lin Xiaohui and the others just got up, they gathered all the ability users for a meeting. However, before they could say anything, a soldier walked in and said, Commander Lin, the Lord is on the phone. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaohui's expression changed drastically. They had been out for almost 3 weeks. Even if Dr. Dong and the others intended to help him, they couldn't hide this for too long. That person would inevitably inquire. In the communication room, a specially made computer was placed on the table. Ordinary communication devices were insufficient to maintain contact with the base, so they had to use this device to connect. In front of the computer screen, although Xuan Yinshi had a smile on his lips, his eyes were filled with deep dissatisfaction and killing intent. Lin Xiaohui knew that his failure to complete the mission for so long had already displeased Xuan Yinshi. The Hongyun base did not tolerate uselessness, and at this moment, Xuan Yinshi must have developed a killing intent toward him. Lord, Xuan Yinshi said with a smile that wasn't quite a smile, this mission has taken quite a long time. Hasn't it? Lin Xiaohui's expression stiffened, and he forced a smile, saying, the enemy this time is a bit tricky, but we have thought of a way to resolve it. I asked the Lord for a little more time, and I promised to complete the mission. Xuan Yinshi snorted coldly and continued, promise to complete the mission? What do you have to guarantee that? I heard that you took half of the elite from the 8th level on this outing, yet lost half of them. Even if you complete the mission, how will you make up for these losses? At this point, Xuan Yinshi's face was dark enough to drip water. Chapter 188. Pouring the cutter into the wall. Lord, after completing this mission, I will voluntarily take responsibility for my previous mistakes. I am willing to demote myself to the 4th level and continue to train elites for the base. Lin Xiaohui continued, if I fail to complete the mission, I will pay with my life to atone for my brothers who died unjustly. Hearing about the punishment of being whipped, Lin Xiaohui's body trembled slightly. It is worth noting that these 80 lashes were not delivered with an ordinary whip, but with a whip that had barbs. Moreover, the users of this whip were all ability users. A single lash could cause severe injuries, even tearing flesh and blood. The pain was unbearable for ordinary people. Although Lin Xiaohui was also an ability user, his ability did not provide defensive capabilities, so he would have to endure each lash by gritting his teeth. Compared to being whipped, he actually hoped Xuan Yinshi could give him a swift end. However, he also understood that although Xuan Yinshi was brutal, he still had some reluctance towards ability users, especially after losing so many elites and 2 ability users. He had killing intent, but wouldn't really kill him. Thank you, Lord. I will definitely complete the mission. Lin Xiaohui, don't let me down this time. Everyone has their limits when it comes to patience. I hope you know what you're doing. Xuan Yinshi continued. Also, I am very interested in Mu Xian's time ability. Dr. Dong mentioned that she might not only possess time control abilities, but also spatial abilities. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to take so many supplies from the southwestern warehouse and keep the news so tightly sealed. Therefore, I hope you could try to capture her alive. What? Does the Lord mean that Mu Xian has dual abilities? Currently, that's just a conjecture. Otherwise, there's no explanation for how she could empty an entire southwestern warehouse and how she arranged those supplies. If this is the case, our time to complete the mission may be delayed. The 2 ability users beside her are easy to deal with, but as for Mu Xian herself, her abilities are indeed a bit abnormal, making it difficult for us to approach her. So capturing her alive won't be easy. Xuan Yinshi's eyes turned cold again, and even his tone became deeper. How long do you need? It might take 2 to 3 months to capture her. The best method at the moment is to adopt a war of attrition. We can first destroy the villa, then deal with the ability users around her, and only then can we confront her. During this time, she might choose to escape, and with the snowmobiles available, escaping would be even easier. Therefore, we need to send a significant number of people to surround and capture her. So you mean to catch one person, we need to deploy a large number of elites and ability users? It might even take 3 months to complete the capture? Yes. As Lin Xiaohui said this, his voice grew increasingly quieter, to the point where Xuan Yinshi couldn't hear him clearly. For just one woman, you actually want to spend this long? Lin Xiaohui, do you really think the base has enough supplies to sustain you until you capture her? But right now, We don't have any good methods to take her down in one go. Please forgive me, my lord. If we can capture her, the supplies in her hands would be enough to sustain the base for 3 to 4 years. So I hope the lord understands." Shen Yinxi's anger flared up, but the current situation forced him to suppress his rage. In these 3 months, how many people do you plan to call up? Still uncertain, but it should be quite a few. A war of attrition relies on numbers. If we don't send more people, the physical stamina and strength consumed won't just be hers, but also ours. Your idea is indeed good, but don't forget, there are other forces in the entire Liang city. If other forces find out that our base is empty, they will surely launch an attack. At that time, how will the base's ability users and elites defend against it? Lin Xiaowei indeed hadn't thought of these issues. His mind was full of how to deal with the people in the entire shelter, along with capturing Mu Xian. In short, you must find a way to resolve this matter. I'll give you time, but I can only send you 30 more people. Everything else is non-negotiable. Seeing his bad mood, the others didn't dare to speak, just sitting silently and waiting for him to speak. A few minutes later, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked at everyone, saying, "The Lord is already inquiring about the progress of the matter. We need to speed up here. Now, let's continue the discussion." After discussing for an entire afternoon, they decided to proceed according to the plan. In the middle of the night, the next day, the entire team began to take action. This time, they first sent a team to attack, but it wasn't as intense as the previous few times. They only occasionally fired at the villa or sent ability users to destroy the villa's courtyard. However, this time, no matter how they attacked, Mu Xian and the others remained indifferent, not even counterattacking, as if they looked down upon their assaults. While they were attacking passionately outside, Mu Xian and her group were playing mahjong inside until the opposing side released smoke bombs, at which point Mu Xian and her group finally stopped. Taking advantage of the cover of the smoke bombs, the opposing side managed to bring in 2 large barrels. They thought this time they would definitely corrode the villa's walls, thus creating an entrance for attack, but they never expected that as soon as they delivered the items and hadn't even opened the lids, Mu Xian directly used her ability to store the items into her space. Immediately afterwards, without saying a word, she dealt with the 2 ability users who brought the barrels and threw their bodies into the garden as fertilizer. Mu Xian, your ability is really incredible. No matter how well the opponent's plan is made, once you make a move, even the most meticulous plan will fall apart. Chao Xuan laughed out loud, feeling that his life was worth it. Following a great figure like Mu Xian, he could live safely in this apocalyptic world. Just as everyone in the room was celebrating together, Mu Xian's phone rang. She quickly glanced at the call. It was a message from Cui Yuqing. "Mu Xian, be careful. They have already poured the cutting agent on the villa's walls." Chapter 189. Reciprocity is essential. Mu Xian sat up in shock and opened the surveillance again. As expected, just as he said, 2 large barrels were tilted against the wall, and the liquid inside the barrels was flowing from the wall to the ground. "Qin Rue!" Mu Xian shouted, and Qin Rue immediately rushed out, using his abilities to freeze the cutting agent into ice. Chao Ziwen took the opportunity to lift the 2 buckets and throw them into the yard. At this moment, the voice of the smart system in the room sounded an alarm, warning that the wall was damaged to the extent of 0.0009. Hearing this, Mu Xian's expression turned slightly cold. It turned out that what the other party had delivered earlier was not the real cutting agent, but just 2 buckets filled with fake snow and ice. Their purpose was to paralyze Mu Xian and the others, waiting for them to let their guard down before sending the real stuff over. Since everyone was celebrating in the living room, no one noticed that the other party had quietly delivered the items. This time, they had been careless. "Teacher Cui, is this what you call cooperation?" Mu Xian sneered and sent a message to Cui Yuqing, who felt helpless because he had just learned about this matter as well. When Lin Xiaowei arranged this, he only informed those 2 ability users, and the others were completely unaware. "Sorry, I just heard this news too. By the way, the 2 people you killed were not ability users. They were 2 ordinary people captured from the villa area." Hearing about the time bombs, Mu Xian's heart trembled. However, time in her space does not flow, meaning that these 2 time bombs would not explode. Thinking of this, Mu Xian felt a wave of frustration. She hadn't expected to be so careless this time and to be tricked. "All right then, Time bombs? It would be rude not to reciprocate. Away, let's go. No, you've already used your ability once. Although it wasn't for long, you might still feel some headache and dizziness. What do you want to do? I can go instead. Qin Rue grabbed Mu Xian's hand. Mu Xian raised her eyes and said, the barrels in my space contain time bombs. If you go, you might get shot before you even throw the barrel over. If the other party takes the opportunity to hold you back, can you safely retreat? It's too risky for you to go. I'll handle it since my ability is still usable and I can finish it in a few minutes. After saying that, Mu Xian rushed towards a villa with Away. Upon reaching the villa entrance, she directly released her ability and slowly walked inside, placing 2 oil barrels at the second-floor staircase and the first-floor living room. With just 1 minute left, she quickly killed the 2 ability users and brought Shui Yuqing to a safe room. Seeing that time was running out, she couldn't afford to kill anyone else and had to choose to escape quickly with Away. This, not good, it's the oil barrel with the time bomb. Mu Xian, she has been here. In the living room, an ability user shouted, then turned to find his dead companion, feeling a wave of panic. Lin Xiaowei was on the 3rd floor at that moment, and upon hearing the noise, he went downstairs. When he saw the large barrel at the 2nd-floor staircase, he was stunned for a few seconds. Someone, move the barrel outside. Hurry, he shouted loudly from the window. The soldiers outside heard the sound and rushed in, startled when they saw the large barrel on the 1st floor. A group of them quickly moved the barrel outside, and just as they threw it out of the villa, en explosion sounded. Lin Xiaowei, now at the villa entrance, looked at the explosion scene with a pale face and roared to the sky, Mu Xian, 20 villas, I will kill you all. The 2 dead ability users were close combat fighters, and they were the ones who moved the barrels containing the cutting agent to the villa wall, so they deserved to die. Mu Xian struck heavily, decapitating one person and piercing the heart of another, leaving them dead. This time, she made them understand what it means to suffer the consequences of their own actions. We can't deal with this Mu Xian at all. Dragging this out is meaningless. It's better to report to the higher-ups and use missiles directly. Lin Xiaowei, enraged, brightened at the mention of missiles. Indeed, if there were missiles, even if Mu Xian had the ability to pause time, she wouldn't be able to move them while they were in midair. Furthermore, during the time manipulation, the others in the villa wouldn't be able to act either. In just a few minutes, Mu Xian might not even have time to take her companions away. This way, not only could the villa be destroyed, but her companions could be eliminated as well, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. This plan is great. If we use the missiles, we can definitely take out this damn shelter and Mu Xian's group. I'll contact the commander right now. Returning to the communications room, he instructed a soldier nearby to contact the base. Before long, someone on the other end answered the video call. Commander. On the screen appeared Lu Xingqi's face. What's going on? Is there progress? Lu Xingqi asked while busy with his tasks. Lin Xiaohui lowered his head and relayed what had just happened. Upon hearing his report, Lu Xingqi angrily swept the documents off the table. Xiaohui, you're my most valued subordinate. I have repeatedly spoken well of you in front of the Lord to protect you, and yet you keep failing time and again. Now you've lost 2 ability users. If the Lord finds out about this, your fate won't be as simple as just a beating. Do you understand? Lu Xingqi shouted through gritted teeth, while Lin Xiaohui dared not speak a word. Lin Xiaohui knew very well what Lu Xingqi was saying, but Mu Xian's abilities were just that abnormal, almost unbeatable. What could they do? They had been unable to break through for so long, and it wasn't entirely their fault. They couldn't act under Mu Xian's abilities, after all. What do you want to accomplish by calling me this time? Lu Xingqi forced himself to calm down and spoke again after a few minutes. Commander, ordinary weapons can't deal with Mu Xian at all, so can we use missiles? He then shared his thoughts with Lu Xingqi, who was taken aback but felt it was worth a try. However, where would their base obtain missiles? Such things could only be possessed by regular troops, and moreover, using them required a legitimate reason. Mu Xian's possession of resources cannot be widely publicized. Otherwise, certain powerful factions might come to compete for them. And what would it have to do with them? So, there is no expectation for this matter. This plan is unrealistic. If missiles are to be used, the Lord needs to submit an application to the upper military district, and they wouldn't agree to kill just a few people. Chapter 190. Can't compete with me, we can fabricate a reason. After all, the upper military district is far from us, and they will believe whatever we say, right? Lin Xiaohui has been driven crazy by Mu Xian, and he can't rest easy without teaching her a lesson. Moreover, Mu Xian has killed so many of their brothers. He must take revenge. Thank you, sir. After hanging up the video call, Lu Xingqi leaned back, closing his eyes to think about how to report to Shen Yinqi. At that moment, a woman walked up behind him and began to massage his shoulders. What happened? Your brow is furrowed again. Lu Xingqi grabbed her hand and pulled her into his embrace. Jingjing, you've been by the Lord's side for quite some time. What do you think I should report to him about the situation with Vice Officer Lin so that he won't explode in anger? Are you talking about the unfinished task? Jingjing caressed his chest and said seductively. Lu Xingqi briefly recounted what Lin Xiaohui had told him. She thought for a moment and softly replied, "The Lord has a very irritable temperament, and he has been very concerned about this matter. If you present the situation truthfully while avoiding the main issue, he might just listen. Of course, it can't be guaranteed to succeed. Is that so? I understand. You really are wicked." Lu Xingqi slapped her on the buttocks, then put on his hat and left. At that moment, Shen Yinqi had just finished enjoying a few women's massages. When he heard his secretary say that Lu Xingqi had something to report, he let him in. "Lord, little Lu, you rarely come to see me at this time. What happened?" He picked up a nearby glass of red wine, took a sip, and asked with a smile. Lu Xingqi sat beside him, picked up a glass of wine, and took a sip with him. "I'm here about Mu Xian's situation." Isn't that a sign to Lin Xiaohui? I've talked to him about it. And you know about it too. Is there anything else to say? Lord, I asked Dr. Dong, and he said Mu Xian's abilities are invincible, and this task is basically impossible to complete. So, you mean, I should give up on this task? At this point, Shen Yinqi's expression had already darkened. Lu Xingqi knew very well that the Lord was on the verge of exploding, so he continued, "Of course not. If we obtain the resources in her hands, it can at least support the operation of the entire base for several years. If we can win her over, we might even have a natural warehouse. How can we give up on this task?" "So what do you mean?" "I was thinking that ordinary methods and conventional firearms can't deal with her. Can we use missiles?" "What?" This idea stunned Shen Yinqi. He narrowed his eyes, revealing a look of disbelief. Lu Xingqi slowly explained his thoughts to him. After listening, Shen Yinqi remained expressionless. But internally he agreed with this approach. However, this method is somewhat difficult to operate. Although he knows people in the upper echelons of the regular army, he has never given them any benefits, so why would they help him? Let me think about it. This method is somewhat unconventional. If not handled properly, both sides could become our enemies. Understood. Subordinate is just suggesting an idea. After all, Vice Officer Lin has been unable to complete the task for a long time, and dragging it out is not a solution. I've been monitoring several other factions these days and discovered that they frequently provoke trouble on our borders. If we don't send some strong people over, they might become increasingly arrogant. Right now, the elite forces on Mu Xian's side already exceed half. It's too risky. Shen Yinqi stroked his chin, feeling that what he said made a lot of sense, but he genuinely didn't know what to use to exchange for this favor. Perhaps we could use another method and negotiate with Mu Xian. Negotiate? This was something Lu Xingqi hadn't thought of. However, Lin Xiaohui had led multiple attacks on Mu Xian's shelter, so she and her group would likely not easily accept negotiations. It would be difficult to reach a peace agreement. Moreover, so many of their people had died. Ending up with a peace agreement would dishearten many. He clenched his hands tightly, his expression somewhat grim. Shen Yinqi thought he was worried that Lin Xiaohui wouldn't be able to negotiate with Mu Xian, so he spoke up. "I will personally negotiate with Mu Xian. It would be best if we can reach an agreement. If not, we could decide whether to use missiles." Understood. It's still the Lord who considers things thoroughly. Upon hearing this, Lu Xingqi's eyes flickered. He actually didn't want the two parties to succeed in negotiating. Mu Xian's abilities are indeed extraordinary. If she could be utilized by them, that would be great, but the key is, how could someone like her ever submit to others? After Lu Xingqi left, Shen Yinqi looked towards the door and instructed the information center personnel to find a way to hack into Mu Xian's home network system. He wanted to have a good talk with this woman. A day later, the information center reported that the firewall at Mu Xian's home was of extremely high security level, and the virus intrusion had failed. The technicians were currently unable to break through. Hearing this, he was somewhat surprised. Could it be that there was a network expert in her home? If that were the case, then Mu Xian was indeed not to be underestimated. Continue attacking her home network. I don't believe that so many of you can outsmart them. In the basement of the villa, Xiao Yimeng was eating a lollipop while staring at the computer, occasionally typing on the keyboard. While intercepting viruses, she also made sure to implant viruses into the opponent's computer. It was a back-and-forth situation, with both sides refusing to give in. However, from a technical standpoint, Xiao Yimeng was indeed stronger, as she was a genius. And these tasks were just child's play for her. The reason she kept playing with the opponent was that she had been quite bored for a long time. And finally having some fun, she naturally wanted to let them have a chance. Otherwise, what would she do if they stopped playing with her? Yimeng, how's it going? Is the opponent still attacking our network? Yes. I didn't expect their strength to be quite impressive, able to engage in a back and forth with you. It seems their capabilities shouldn't be underestimated. Have you figured out their IP and location? Not yet. What? You, brother. I have a good sense of it. Let me play with them a bit longer. Don't worry, they can't outsmart me. Chapter 191. Becoming the one in control, the opponent continued to attempt to attack the network of Mu Xian's villa, and after 3 consecutive days without any progress. Shen Yinshi was furious, but also understood that continuing like this was not a solution. He then directly sent a video request. Shen Yigreku contacted Mu Xian. And after she came downstairs, she saw that the opponent was still sending requests incessantly, her eyes narrowing. It seems they intend to negotiate with us directly. Sister Mu Xian, should we accept? If we accept, can we ensure the network's safety? Don't worry, no problem. Okay, let's accept. Mu Xian sat in front of the computer, resting her chin on one hand, her long, beautiful legs crossed and connected to the video call. On the other side, Shen Yinshi was dressed in a white shirt with the collar partially open. Although he was over 40, he was well-maintained, but he looked a bit haggard, probably due to having too much fun, with a somewhat pale complexion. Shen Yinshi had always liked beautiful women, and upon seeing Mu Xian on the video, his eyes instantly filled with a look of astonishment. He had thought that such a capable woman would be around his age, but he was surprised to find her so young and very beautiful. This further strengthened his desire to bring Mu Xian under his wing. Mu Xian, right? Hello, I am Shen Yinshi, the Lord of Hanyan Base. His sharp yet lecherous gaze made Mu Xian very uncomfortable, sending a chill down her spine. And she held back her disgust, remaining silent. From his appearance, Mu Xian could tell that this person was a ruthless character, and his actions were enough to confirm that. She had no good impression of him at all. However, since he wanted to talk to her, she might as well listen to what he had to say. Hello, Lord Shun. Mu Xian paused for a few seconds, a false smile on her face, and said calmly, I wonder why you are looking for me? Miss Mu Xian, our people went to your villa area to carry out a mission, but they all perished. After we sent someone to investigate, we found that our people all died at your hands. Am I not correct? Shun Yin opened his mouth, shifting the blame onto Mu Xian, questioning her word by word. He wanted to overwhelm Mu Xian with his momentum to gain the upper hand. In negotiations, the side with stronger momentum can seize the initiative and secure more advantages for themselves. And with a woman like her, as long as he presented himself as tougher, she would feel a bit nervous deep down. Once she was nervous, she would inevitably make mistakes, and he could take this opportunity to put forward his terms. But he underestimated Mu Xian. Having lived again and gone through so much, she was not afraid of him at all, and in terms of momentum, she did not lose to him in the slightest. She chuckled lightly, picked up the red wine beside her, took a sip, and then pulled out a handgun, pointing it at the screen. Lord Shun, you can eat anything, but you shouldn't speak carelessly. You say your people were killed by me, but do you have any evidence? He would turn the tables, and Mu Xian was not an easy target either. If he wanted to play, she would play along. Of course, we not only have eyewitnesses, but also physical evidence. Is that so? Even so, what does it matter? Your people barged in my home without my consent and even tampered with our drinking water. Their actions have already caused me distress and threat, so why shouldn't I have killed him? If it were you, I believe you wouldn't let the other side go either, right? Mu Xian didn't like beating around the bush, so she decided to lay everything on the table. Her expression remained a half-smile, as if telling Shen Yinshi, I am the one who killed you. What can you do about it? Shen Yinshi initially thought to lead her into his line of thinking and use the excuse of his people being killed by her to gain some benefits. But Mu Xian was uncooperative, leaving him feeling quite frustrated. Our people did act inappropriately, but Miss Mu, why go to such extremes? They were merely trying to joke with you. You seem a bit too ruthless. It's said that when women are ruthless, they're even scarier than men. You've truly made me see you in a new light. Is that so? Then I must thank you for your appreciation. However, let me remind you of one thing. I do not like uninvited guests. Anyone who dares to enter my home without my permission will meet with my wrath. Mu Xian wore a nonchalant expression, thinking to herself, what are their identities and what is their purpose for coming here? I have a final say. Don't try to use your rhetoric to reason with me, and don't think you can morally bind me. I have no morals, and you lack the ability to bind me. Shen Yinshi's originally smiling face gradually darkened. This Mu Xian was completely impervious to reason. This was not a negotiation. It was clearly just him being abused. I said, Lord Shun, in this world, killing a few people is really nothing, right? What do you think? After all, this is an era of the survival of the fittest. Those with skills and abilities can wield life and death over others. In this environment, even if I kill them, it's just their misfortune for running into my gun. Furthermore, dare you say that neither you nor your people have ever thought about taking what I have for yourselves? Mu Xian played with the handgun, occasionally eating some fruits, roasted duck, and other delicacies to provoke Shen Yinshi. According to Cui Yuqing, although the higher-ups in the base had better food, it was still much worse compared to before the apocalypse. So Mu Xian deliberately ate these things to irritate him. After all, he was so annoying. Miss Mu Xian, isn't it inappropriate for you to say that? Those are lies we're talking about. You see, our base has always taken it upon ourselves to protect our surviving compatriots, even creating a comfortable environment for them. As fellow humans, what we should do is to work together through tough times, not to harm each other, right? After saying this, saliva unconsciously dripped from his mouth. Realizing he had lost composure, he calmly picked up a handkerchief from the table to wipe the corner of his mouth. Is that so? If that's the case, then why did you send so many people to surround my home? And why do you attack us with different tactics every day? Is this what you call working together? For every remark Shen Yinshi made, Mu Xian countered with a retort, her tone laced with sarcasm, which made Shen Yinshi increasingly lose face. Mu Xian did not intend to negotiate with him seriously. She was just being polite. Such a person was too dangerous and had great ambitions. If she accidentally fell into his trap, it was very likely that she wouldn't be able to get out. There was even a possibility of dying on his ship. Furthermore, even if she miraculously survived, the initiative in the future would be in his hands. She did not want to become someone else's knife and tool, so the best way was for her to become the one holding the knife. Chapter 192. The Temptation of Power. Right now, Shen Yinshi looked at her as if he were a superior looking down at a subordinate. That sense of superiority made her nauseous. Even in the apocalypse, he still maintained his leadership airs, not knowing what he was being arrogant about. Mu Xian is not his subordinate, and his attitude is completely useless against her. While they were talking, Awei suddenly walked in holding a small chick in his mouth. When Mu Xian saw it, she realized that the chick's wing was injured. She picked up the chick, positioned its backside towards the screen, and then examined the wound. At that moment, the chick suddenly pooped. In the video, Shen Yinshi clearly saw the poop, and his expression darkened even more. Mu Xian, don't push your luck. My patience has limits, and if you provoke me, your outcome won't be good. Mu Xian placed the chick in her palm, looking at it with a smile. Oh, are you getting angry already? Lord Shun, to be honest, my patience has its limits. That group of people outside, if I wanted to kill them, it would be easy to resolve. However, I've always enjoyed playing cat and mouse, letting them get fat before dealing with them. I advise you to have them leave quickly. Otherwise, what you see may just be corpses. Oh no, just ashes. Also, you sent so many people to deal with me, but the other forces probably don't know yet, right? If I spread the news about your base being undermanned, how many forces do you think would be interested? Don't doubt my abilities. You tried to attack my network before, and didn't you fail to breach it? Mu Xian indeed knows that there are other forces in Liangcheng, but for now, the only one she has come into contact with is Han Yin, saying this is just a bluff, trying to scare him. Sure enough, when Shen Yinshi heard Mu Xian's words, his pupils constricted, and he stood up angrily. slamming his hand on the table. Muxian, don't force me. I'm here to negotiate because I don't want to resolve this issue violently. But if you continue with this attitude, I won't hold back. I already know that all the supplies in the southwestern warehouse are in your hands. If you really want to go hard against me, then I'll reveal this news to other forces. At that time, do you think they will attack us first or you? Muxian squinted her eyes. As expected, he already knows about this. But so what? It's impossible for him to use this to threaten me. I won't let him have his way. Seeing that Muxian remained silent, Xuan Yinchi thought she was scared and continued. Muxian, with so many supplies in the southwest warehouse, you won't be able to use them all in your lifetime. If you agree to give us 2/3 of the supplies, I can keep your secret. In the future, if someone tries to take advantage of you, I will even help you. Our base has thousands of people, and these supplies can help them live a few more years. For you, this can also be considered as doing good deeds. Muxian laughed upon hearing this. If it were before, she might have considered it, but now she knows the internal situation. Does he have any shame saying this? What does it mean to support thousands of people? He just wants to pocket the money for himself. He speaks so nicely. It's impressive how thick-skinned he is. He enjoys a lavish lifestyle while distributing scraps to those at the bottom. How can he dare to talk to Muxian about dedication and doing good deeds? It's truly outrageous. Sorry, I'm a very selfish person and have never thought about accumulating virtue or doing good. The world is already like this. In the end, it will only result in survival of the fittest. This is called natural selection. Does the life and death of others have anything to do with me? Why should I care about their survival? Please, I'm not a saint and don't want to be one. You don't need to brainwash me with lofty ideals. I won't fall for it. You really lack a sense of morality and responsibility. Do you think everyone should die in your eyes? If they starve to death, what benefit does that bring you? When reasoning failed, Xuan Yinchi began to criticize her like someone in power, trying to awaken that fervent and intense youthful spirit within her. After going through so much, Muxian had long lost those so-called feelings of patriotism. To her, the most important thing is to survive. If she really became the good person Xuan Yinchi spoke of in this apocalyptic world, she wouldn't even know how high the grass would grow on her grave. In her past life, didn't she also sacrifice herself for her so-called boyfriend and best friend? But in the end, what happened? Muxian is essentially a kind person, but her kindness is only directed towards those she trusts. As for others, sorry, there's only ruthlessness left. Xuan Yinchi was quite affected by Muxian's indifference, where nothing seemed to work. If this doesn't work, and that doesn't work, then he could only use interests as leverage. He took a deep breath to calm himself down. He had almost made Muxian so angry that she would spit out old blood. In order to have a better conversation with Muxian later, he had to try to maintain a gentle demeanor. Muxian, the main reason I came to find you is to invite you to join our base. You don't have to provide us with the supplies you have, but you will need to go with our people to various supermarkets or stores to collect supplies. I won't impose any restrictions on you, nor will I assign you dangerous tasks without reason. In the base, you will be one person under many. What do you think? Muxian laughed out loud again. Come on, Lord Xuan, your base can't have tens of thousands of people, right? You think you're above everyone else, like an emperor? Oh no, you're not even a local emperor. So how can you call yourself an emperor? To be honest, I don't like living with a large group of people. And I don't like dark and damp environments underground. The place I'm staying now is quite good, so why should I go to yours? Xuan is currently living a very comfortable life. In her free time, she rolls around in bed with Qin Rue, plays mahjong with Shun Yu and the others, plays video games, takes her dog for walks, and plays with little chicks and bunnies. She has all the entertainment facilities available, and it's so much more enjoyable than before the apocalypse. Furthermore, in this household, she is the boss. Everything is decided by her. She doesn't have to work early and late, nor does she have to do any housework. Why would she want to go suffer at their base when she can enjoy a good life? She's not stupid, okay? Xuan, you haven't experienced the joy of having power. And I don't blame you, but once you come here, you'll understand how irresistible power can be. Once you have it, you won't want to give it up. You will feel what it means to have support from all sides to control the fate of others. And you will become one of those who dominate the fates of many. Once you truly possess power, everything you desire will come to you. Chapter 193, Negotiation Failure. I'm sorry. I'm just a little woman. I don't want anything. You should seek someone more capable. Xuan, although you are a woman, your abilities are sufficient for a leadership position, don't you? Damn it, Old Turtle 3, have you said enough? I've already said I don't want it. Can't you understand human language? What you're saying has no appeal to me. I've experienced it before the apocalypse. Being a leader comes with both risks and benefits. Right now, I just want to be a rice bug, enjoying food, drink, and fun every day, occasionally dealing with a few scum, and nothing else interests me. Mu Xian is a woman who only wants to live a simple and peaceful life. Unfortunately, she was taken away since childhood, spending each day in fear and violence. After much difficulty, she found someone she thought she could trust for a lifetime, yet she still had to help manage his company, working hard every day to secure the greatest benefits for him and earn money. However, he was the one she loved, and she was determined, feeling that there was nothing wrong with it. But after experiencing betrayal and death, she no longer wanted to continue that kind of life. Now, she is living well, surrounded by a group of trustworthy partners, enjoying days free of pressure, and she is very satisfied. If no one comes to provoke her, she would continue living like this. Unfortunately, there are always some blind individuals who come to disrupt her peaceful life, and for that, she has no choice but to fight back. Mu Xian, do you really want to go against me? Of course I don't want to, but if you force me, I have no choice but to retaliate. If you withdraw your troops now and promise not to disturb me again, and not to make my affairs public, I will let the past be the past. We can coexist peacefully. You walk your sunny path, and I'll walk my narrow bridge. What do you think? You think too beautifully. I tell you, that's impossible. Since you disagree, don't blame me for being ruthless. Although your refuge is incredibly strong, it is only a matter of time before we conquer it. By then, the supplies in your hands, including your snowmobile and your life, will all belong to me. Huh, that's really funny. Are you sure you can really conquer it? You've sent people here for 3 weeks and haven't even seen a shadow of mine. Even with grenades, explosives, and cutting tools, you haven't caused any harm to me or my territory, yet you still have the nerve to say it's just a matter of time. I advise you to save your energy, stay where it's cool, and don't seek your own suffering. Do you really think I have no way? That iron turtle of yours can only protect you temporarily. If I deploy a missile, it will turn to ashes sooner or later. If you don't believe me, let's wait and see. Mu Xian was shocked. Missiles were truly powerful weapons, and if this guy really meant it, the villa would be in danger. Although she was indeed worried he might do something, she still wore a calm expression on her face. She played with her hair and smiled. Oh, this is serious. A missile? It really is an extremely destructive weapon. I didn't expect you to have the authority to deploy missiles. Impressive. As far as Mu Xian knew, the military district in Liang City was not a major military district and did not have missile deployments. Shen Yinqi's troops were not regular army, so it was impossible for him to have the authority to deploy missiles. In this era, high-destruction weapons would only be firmly controlled by the upper echelons. To put it bluntly, Shen Yinqi was just a bandit leader and could not possibly have access to higher leadership. Even if he did, what was his status? How could they possibly give him a missile? Thinking of this, Mu Xian secretly sighed in relief. This old turtle was definitely trying to scare her. As long as she kept her composure, everything would be fine. Mu Xian, I know you don't believe me, so let us wait and see. I originally wanted to give you a chance, but unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. Since that's the case, don't blame me. Ah, Lord Shun, I've grown up without ever seeing what a missile looks like. How about you send one over, so I can have a look? Mu Xian smiled, took another sip of red wine, her gaze sharp, but a hint of relaxed smile lingered at the corners of her mouth. Don't think you can provoke me with your tricks. Can you really control this situation however you want? In any case, just wait. I won't let you off the hook. All right, I'm waiting. Lord Shun, don't let me down. Shen Yinqi's face had darkened like the bottom of a pot. He indeed had someone backing him and could try to contact them, but launching this missile would come at a heavy price. If he could obtain the supplies in Mu Xian's hands in the end, that would be fine, but if he couldn't, wouldn't he be wasting his efforts? If it was just out of spite to deal with Mu Xian, that would be too unprofitable. Mu Xian, don't be too arrogant, otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. There's no way around it. My abilities establish the foundation for my arrogance. If you really have what it takes, then just kill me. Otherwise, it's all just empty talk. Mu Xian was not planning to back down. After all, they had already fallen out, and she had no way out. Once she made a concession, the other side would only take advantage of it. If it were just her, it would be fine. But behind her were Qin Rue and the others. She couldn't let them suffer alongside her, so this time, she would not retreat. Even if the other side could really deploy missiles, she would find a way to turn the situation around. If it turned out that she really couldn't change the outcome, she would do everything in her power to ensure everyone could leave the villa. Good, very good, Mu Xian, this is what you want, so I will satisfy you. No, this is not what I want. You initiated this. Since you won't back down, then I will wait. The conversation between the two was unpleasant. After Shen Yinshi ended the video call, he was furious and smashed several computers in the information center. Since he became the Lord of Hongyuan Base, it had been a long time since anyone had made him this angry. Every word Mu Xian said was provoking him, ing him, and his dignity was being trampled underfoot by Mu Xian. At this moment, he wished he could crush Mu Xian to death and then dismember her into 8 pieces. Mu Xian was calm on the surface, but deep down she still felt some unease. She wasn't sure if the missile that Shen Yinshi mentioned was real, and it was better to be cautious about this matter. Moreover, it was necessary to make preparations and plans in advance. If Shen Yinshi really brought one over, it would be easy to destroy the villa. Sister Mu Xian, that old man can't really have a missile, can he? If that's the case, we're probably doomed. Shen Yu had been nearby, listening to the conversation between Mu Xian and Shen Yinshi, and he was very worried. Although Mu Xian's ability was quite abnormal, she could only pause time for 6 or 7 minutes. In such a short time, there was no way to relocate a missile. She wouldn't even have a chance to escape, as the power of the missile was not to be underestimated. Chapter 194. Civilians flood into the villa area. It seems we need to find a way to confirm this. Mu Xian gently stroked her chin and then went upstairs to find Li Weiwei. Li Weiwei had just finished exercising and came out of the gym, her hair drenched in sweat. It was clear from her appearance that she had trained hard today. Mu Xian briefly explained the missile situation to her and asked her to contact Cui Yuqing. However, Cui Yuqing was just a level 3 ability user and currently had no access to the core secrets of the base, so she couldn't provide an answer. The uncertainty meant that it was a potential risk that could explode at any moment, so they had to stay highly alert. At noon, Shun Yu and the Xiao siblings came out of the control room, and, upon seeing Mu Xian, their faces suddenly broke into smiles. Sister Mu Xian, we thought of a way to check if the other side has missiles. Mu Xian was puzzled and tilted her head to look at the 3 people. We just need to hack into the internal network of the Hongyuan base to find out whether they have missiles or to confirm if they can actually launch them. However, there's a problem. To infiltrate their internal network, we need to implant a chip into the control system of their computers, and right now we can't do that. As she said this, a serious look appeared on the faces of the 3. Is direct intrusion not an option? Mu Xian was a bit confused. Previously, the other party had been attacking even before the chip was implanted in their system, so why couldn't they do it this time? It's not that it can't be done. If we directly invade, the other party might notice and will try everything to intercept us. However, using the chip would allow us to do it without them noticing. Is that right? If it works, then we could gather more information about their base. Mu Xian touched her chin and whispered, "It seems we need to ask Cui Yuqing for help with this matter." With that, she took out her phone and sent a message to Cui Yuqing. Upon receiving the message, Cui Yuqing furrowed his brows. This was indeed a difficult task. He didn't even know where the mainframe of the base was located, and to accomplish this, he had to first infiltrate the 8th floor. However, every door in the base required an identity verification card and facial recognition. He only had an identity verification card for the 3rd floor, and he wasn't even qualified for facial recognition for the upper floors, so he couldn't go up. Additionally, he hadn't exchanged more than a few words with anyone from the 8th floor, making it even more unlikely for them to take him up. Thinking of this, he felt a bit of a headache. After hesitating for a few seconds, he still sent a message to Mu Xian. At the Hongyuan base, Shen Yinshi drank an entire pot of tea before calming down. Next to him, the new female secretary sat beside him, saying, "My lord, don't think too much. That woman isn't worth your anger. I see her as just stubborn. One day she will fall into your hands and be at your mercy." When Mu Xian was mentioned, a murderous intent flashed in Shen Yinshi's eyes. He touched the woman's thigh and said coldly, "This Mu Xian cannot be spared. I initially wanted to give her a chance, but I didn't expect her to be so ungrateful." Since that's the case, there's no need to keep her. Contact Lin Xiaohui. No matter what, we must capture that turtle shell. Of course, regarding Mu Xian and everyone inside that turtle shell, life and death are irrelevant. Yes, I'll go right away. The woman got up from his embrace and swayed her hips as she left the room. Shen Yinshi tapped the table with one hand. At that moment, all he wanted was for Mu Xian to die. As for how to kill her, he didn't care. He was the lord of the entire base. He only cared about the outcome, not the process. In military operations, there were specialized people responsible for that. He just needed to issue orders. This was also what he was most satisfied with as a lord. On Lin Xiaohui's side, after receiving the order, he felt both sad and happy. The happy part was that they could finally unleash their efforts without worrying about Mu Xian's life or death. The sad part was that they currently had no way to breach Mu Xian's villa. That evening, Lin Xiaohui called several people to the living room to discuss strategies. Through this task, he fully realized that Mu Xian was a formidable character, and if they wanted to deal with her, they had to go all out. The group discussed for an entire night and finally came up with a plan. The next day, everyone in the house, except for Lin Xiaohui and a few 8th floor ability users, went out. They searched extensively in the surrounding areas, even combing through the suburbs and nearby villages, and surprisingly found several hundred people. They informed these ordinary citizens about the abundant supplies in Yunwu Mountain. A large portion of these people hadn't eaten proper food in a long time and had survived by eating their kind. Upon hearing there was food, they naturally became eager to try. To gather all these people at Yunwu Mountain, they exaggerated Mu Xian's situation and even incited them to attack the shelter. Although these people didn't understand why the military wanted them to join in the attack on the shelter, they didn't care too much as long as there was food. In just 3 days, several hundred people flooded into the villa area of Yunwu Mountain. These people had never lived in such good houses before the apocalypse, so they naturally liked these villas. Except for the 20 villas at the back, the first 19 villas were already filled. The sudden influx of people didn't surprise Mu Xian and the others, as they had already received news from Cui Yuqing. However, Cui Yuqing didn't know what Lin Xiaohui was planning since he wasn't from the 8th floor, and such confidential information was only shared with Lin Xiaohui's trusted subordinates. Listening to his subordinates report that every villa was already filled with people, Lin Xiaohui sneered and called his trusted aide into the room. Everyone, the personnel are now in place, and we can proceed with the next step of the plan. Mu Xian can control time, another can control ice and snow, and is a close combat ability user. However, they rarely come out of their villas, primarily focusing on defense. Therefore, next, we will use a human wave tactic, directing these ignorant people to surge towards the villas from 4 directions. If Mu Xian and the others attack this group, we will protect them from the shadows. Chapter 195. New plan. Lin Xiaohui's aide expressed concern, but if we do this, it might not be very effective, right? We all know how advanced the building materials of this shelter are. With only small firearms, it will be difficult to cause damage. That's right. We don't have many bullets in reserve, and even if we use them all, we might not be able to break through the walls. Furthermore, this group of people is approaching Mu Xian's shelter so openly, making them a huge target. How can we protect our people? His subordinates thought this plan was overly simplistic and crude. After battling Mu Xian for so long, if this method were feasible, they would have used it long ago. I've certainly considered the issues you've raised, but the purpose of my actions is to attract Mu Xian's attention. The lives of these people are irrelevant to me. But even if they're going to their deaths, they must wait until we plant the explosives. After Lin Xiaohui finished speaking, he opened a 3D model and pointed to several blind spots around the villa. Do you see these blind spots? They are in a blind area. Even if Mu Xian wants to attack, she must come out, and outside, these positions are crowded with civilians. With them there, Mu Xian and her team 1T even noticed these blind spots. We just need to have Yuan Dali use his ice and snow abilities to clear the snow, and then send out 2 strong close combat ability users to dig deep pits and plant the explosives. We can't break through from the ground, so we'll start from underground. I don't believe we can't shake this turtle shell. Once we breach the shelter, we can storm into the villa and capture them all. During this period, those civilians will play an important role. We need to ensure they don't all die before the explosion. Lin Xiaohui finished explaining his plan in one breath, and the others were left dumbfounded. After they realized what he proposed, they burst into laughter. As expected of the captain, this is a good plan. This time, we will take revenge and crush that iron lump and Mu Xian's group to dust. At the entrance, Cui Yuqing listened to this battle plan and broke out in a cold sweat. He felt suffocated by the environment. These are hundreds of civilians. To deal with Mu Xian, Lin Xiaohui actually wanted these hundreds of people to go to their deaths. Remembering the hope that ignited in their eyes when they arrived, a sense of guilt surged within him. If he had known Lin Xiaohui had such a plan, he would never have allowed these people to come to the villa area. As a human being, his sense of justice made it impossible for him to tolerate such things, but now it was too late. He alone could not stop this plan. Moreover, even if he disagreed, Lin Xiaohui would not stop the plan. Thinking of this, he could only choose to send a message to Mu Xian, hoping she could show mercy and give these ordinary civilians a way out. Mu Xuan, these civilians are innocent. They don't know they've been deceived. So can you not strike when they attack? Or at least not be so ruthless when you do? Teacher Cui, I hope you can stop being so naive. They're going to attack me. Why should I spare their lives? If my shelter is an easily breached place, do you believe that once they break in, they will not kill all of us and take our resources? Even if they were deceived, can you say they don't have such thoughts themselves? I advise you to recognize the situation. In this environment, surviving is the most important thing, and the others don't matter. But they're also living beings. I really can't just watch them die like this. Teacher Cui, you need to understand that it's not you who is sending them to their deaths, but your superiors. Even if you feel compassion, can you argue with your superiors or fight them for their sake? Mu Xian was right. He couldn't, nor did he have the ability to do so. Moreover, as Mu Xian said, if her villa was just an ordinary villa, then after those people broke in, they wouldn't show mercy to them. But just thinking about so many vibrant lives fading away before him, he ultimately felt a pang of guilt. Taking a deep breath, he turned off his device. Since things weren't working out with Mu Xian, he could only quietly notify those civilians to leave the villa area. In the middle of the night, after everyone had fallen asleep, he quietly went to villa number 2. There were still a few people awake in the villa. Although there was nothing to eat after they arrived, being able to stay in a villa they could never afford for a lifetime was worth it for them. They thought that in a few days they would be able to eat food, so waiting a couple more days was no big deal. The arrival of Cui Yuqing delighted the few people present. They stood up to welcome him in and smiled. Commander, is there something you need us to do? Whatever you need, just let us know. We trust the army. Those in that villa took so many supplies, but didn't share them with the trapped civilians. We can't stand such shameless behavior. As long as the leader gives the order, we will rush in. As long as we can break in, we're not afraid of anything. Listening to their words, Cui Yuqing sighed. Everyone, this is a very dangerous matter. It could lead to loss of life. Are you sure you want to follow us? What are we afraid of? We've already become accustomed to life and death. Even if we don't follow the commanders to do this, we will starve to death sooner or later. It's better to boldly take action. Right, everyone? Exactly. As long as we break into that villa, we will cut those few people inside to death. Such people squandered the hard-earned money of the common people before the apocalypse. And now they hoard supplies and don't care about others' lives. They deserve to die. Yes, they should be dismembered. They don't deserve to live. Seeing the high spirits of the crowd, Cui Yuqing understood that these people had made up their minds not to leave. No matter how much he said, it would be meaningless. He might even be questioned by Lin Xiaohui for saying such things. Since everyone has said so, I won't say much more. Please take care of yourselves in the upcoming operation. Don't worry, we will. Thank you for your concern, Commander. Please keep my visit a secret to avoid unnecessary trouble later. Don't worry, Commander, we won't tell. All right, everyone rest well. I'll take my leave now. After Cui Yuqing left, the few people whispered to each other, although they were puzzled as to why Cui Yuqing told them these things. They figured he was just showing concern for them, so they didn't say much more. Chapter 196, the 100-person operation now. They had a total of 8 superpowered individuals. According to the plan, he assigned a few superpowered individuals on the 3rd floor to protect the civilians, while the others went to bury explosives in several blind spots. The citizens were free to attack the villa. Since they were numerous, they deployed additional personnel to the front and both sides, especially the front. This was also to attract Mu Xian and her group's attention with this distribution. After explaining everything, Lin Xiaowei glanced at his wristwatch and continued. Our original plan was to attack today, but the snow is too light, so we plan to wait until tomorrow when the snow is heavier to act. We've prepared some food, so everyone can have a good meal tonight, and we will launch the attack early tomorrow. Yeah, huh? These commanders are really good people. We must help them deal with the people in that villa. Right? Who knows? We might even get a good amount of food afterward. Exactly. Everyone, let us stay spirited and make sure we get this done. The food Lin Xiaowei provided was what the base gave to slaves. Previously, when executing the search for personnel mission, he had gathered a lot to prevent those people from starving, which was stored in the snowplow. Although they couldn't provide one bowl per person, sharing a bowl between two was still possible. This food didn't need to be steamed or cooked. It could just be soaked in hot water to eat. So after heating up the water, the soldiers notified the people from each villa to send someone to pick up the food. Once they got the food, everyone noticed it had a fishy smell. But as long as it could fill their stomachs, they didn't care much and started eating. After eating and drinking enough, everyone looked for things in the villa to burn for warmth, and they continued like this until the next day. After getting up, Mu Xian went downstairs and found that everyone was waiting for her except for Xuan Yu. She calmly asked everyone to have breakfast, then told them to do whatever they needed to do. Mu Xian was not worried that Lin Xiaowei and the others could blow up the villa. After all, the villa was not just 3 floors above ground. There were also 3 underground. Moreover, the building materials used for the villa were not so easy to destroy. Even if they really blew it up, the damage would not be too severe. Just as the few of them were preparing to get to work, a large crowd began to gather in front of the villa. In the surveillance footage, Xuan Yu widened his eyes, munching on chocolate while sighing, "Wow, where did they find so many people? Impressive." He informed Mu Xian about this and connected the surveillance footage to a screen in the living room. In the footage, a mob wielding various tools entered the villa's yard and began to pound on the walls. However, despite their efforts, the wall remained intact with no signs of damage. The crowd was quite dedicated, not stopping due to this, but instead, they worked even harder. They took turns attacking. When one group got tired, another would take over. But still, there was no effect. In the 4 blind spots, Lin Xiaowei had already sent people over and was waiting for Yuan Dali to take action. With a wave of his hand, Yuan Dali quickly dispersed the several meters of snow to both sides. After that, Jiang Hong began to punch the ground with her bare hands. Soon, cracks appeared in the ground, and she waved her hands again, quickly creating a deep and long trench. This depth should be sufficient. Let's bury the explosives. The others nodded and began to place the bundled explosives inside, leaving the fuses and stepping back. At this moment, Yuan Dali and Jiang Li, due to using their abilities, felt some discomfort in their bodies and needed to rest for a while before proceeding to the next site. So, when they reached the next location, they rested for more than 2 hours before continuing. To prevent the snow from dampening the explosives, Lin Xiaowei even specifically sent someone to hold an umbrella and guard, even having someone hold the fuses. Mu Xian looked at the scene and found it quite amusing. "Sister Mu Xian, how can you still laugh? Aren't you afraid they might actually blow up our house? Don't worry. If they could really blow it up, the cost of this house wouldn't be that high. But watching them act recklessly makes me really uneasy. So what do you want to do? How about we quietly go around behind them and take care of them all?" Xuan Yu said, waving his hands to illustrate. "That's not impossible. Are you sure you could take them on? Don't forget, they're superhumans." Mu Xian finished speaking and picked up a grape to put in her mouth. How about it? Qin Rui and Chao Gu. Shall we go together? With you guys around, we won't be afraid of them. By the way, there's also a way. Awei shot a glance at Xuan Yu in the video and turned to leave. Anyway, at this time, it only listens to Mu Xian. If Mu Xian tells it to go, it will go. If Mu Xian tells it not to go, it doesn't want to move. After all, even if it doesn't move, Mu Xian won't mistreat it. It just wants to be a lazy dog, eating, drinking, and sleeping every day. You shouldn't mess around. There are quite a few of them. And besides the ability users, there are also many elite soldiers. What if something goes wrong? Besides, they'll eventually be dealt with. Just wait patiently. How could Mu Xian let herself suffer? Aisha glanced at Xuan Yu in the video and said with a smile, "Hey, I'm just saying, what to do still depends on Sister Mu Xian." Xuan Yu rubbed his nose and said softly, then turned off the video. "Sister Mu Xian, since it's too dangerous to go out, why don't I take care of them?" Li Weiwei sitting beside Mu Xian, waved her hands, her eyes sparkling. Mu Xian raised her eyes to glance at her. They were in a blind spot where they couldn't be reached. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you. I have a plan for this, so you don't need to worry about how to solve it. Sister Mu Xian, are superpowers really that impressive? I haven't really seen them fight before. Even with you, I haven't seen it, so I don't know how powerful it really is. After Xiao Yiting recovered, she didn't stay in the monitoring room seriously. She only went in for a few hours from time to time, and most of the times she went where when no battles were happening, so she naturally hadn't seen superpowers in action. Chapter 197. Bad taste, yes. Very impressive. Plus, they're the sharpest force in Hongyun base, so their strength is certainly not to be underestimated. If I didn't have this extraordinary superpower, I wouldn't be their match. They could probably tear me apart in just a few minutes of meeting. After Mu Xian finished speaking, she pointed to the water cup beside her, and Qin Rue immediately brought the water to her lips. After drinking, she continued, "This world is very dangerous, so our best choice is to stay at home and not go anywhere." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Mu Xian was right. In the eyes of the superpowered, they were just ants that could be crushed at any moment. Staying in the villa and living a good life was the best choice. However, Xinyu was also right. It was indeed frustrating to just sit at home and watch them cause destruction. Wei Wei, you go upstairs and give them a few shots from time to time. As for you, Mu Xian glanced at Qin Rue. Their strongest superpowered individuals are busy digging. You and Xiao Ziwen go out and make an appearance. Say hello to those ordinary people attacking our walls. Of course, if it really comes to that, I will intervene before their bullets pierce your bodies. After hearing this, Qin Rue and Xiao Ziwen nodded in agreement and walked towards the door. On the third floor, Li Weiwei set up her sniper rifle and fired several shots at the soldiers outside. The first two shots killed 2 people, but by the third shot, the opponent had already determined her position. After she fired, a superpowered individual used their ability to quickly block her bullet and deflect it to the side. Their ability was speed-related. Once activated, the speed of the bullet slowed down significantly in their eyes, allowing them to easily intercept it. Li Weiwei knew that her shots had already served as a distraction, so she yawned, sat on the nearby sofa, and played a game on her tablet. On Qin Rue's side, as soon as they stepped outside, they unleashed their powers, using ice and snow to send everyone flying. Immediately afterwards, they used ice and snow to attack again. Chao Ziwen took advantage of this moment, quickly swinging his fists and sending quite a few people flying. After activating his powers, his strength increased significantly. It was a routine operation to kill a small target with one punch. Most of those he sent flying died on the spot. Everyone watched the surveillance footage, yawning and feeling a bit tired. Mu Xian shook her head and said, "How about we play some games? I think that's a good idea." Aisha nodded while stroking her chin. "How about playing mahjong? We can, but Yume and the others don't know how to play." Chao Ziwen glanced at Xiao Yume and Xiao Qingye beside him. "No problem. We could just play cards," Xiao Qingye said with a smile while patting Xiao Yume's head. "Then it's settled. Come on, let's set up the table." Inside the villa, laughter and joy filled the air, while outside, a group of people were exhausted. After more than an hour, the civilians were all slumped against the villa's walls. They were attacking the walls while trying to dig through the snow. Working in such weather was tiring, so it didn't take long before they were unable to continue. On the other side of the villa, Lin Xiaohui was observing the villa's movements through binoculars. Seeing Qin Rue and the others take action, he sneered. It seems they are still worried. With so many people attacking, even if the villa's walls are incredibly sturdy, they still can't help but want to show these ordinary people some strength, which is exactly what we want. Their attention was focused here, making it easier for others to act. How are the others doing? They're about to start burying the second bundle of explosives. Let them hurry. I will keep these ordinary people distracted from Mu Xian and the others. Yes. After Lu Yong finished speaking, he contacted others in the blind spots. Currently, Yuan Dali had regained some strength and started the second round of snow relocation work, with Jiang Hong following closely behind to dig deep trenches. After creating the trenches, they headed to the next blind spot. To prevent Lin Xiaohui and the others from having any unnecessary thoughts, around 3 in the afternoon, Qin Rue, Chao Ziwen, and Li Weiwei took action again. After resting in the house for a while, They went back to playing mahjong with Muxian. At this time, Muxian's phone rang. She glanced at the message and found it was from Cui Yuqing. Miss Mu, I heard that you have killed over 100 people. Although you have told me many profound truths, is it a bit excessive to kill so many in one day? Please show some mercy. At least don't wipe everyone out. Time passed unknowingly, and after more than 4 hours, it was already dinner time. After Xin Yu finished preparing the meal, he called everyone to eat. Everyone ate while watching the surveillance footage, finding it somewhat amusing. If the exhausted people outside saw them feasting on a whole roasted lamb, would they be furious? Suddenly, Muxian had an idea. She put down her utensils and went to the control room, switching the first floor's glass to be two-way visible. When the villa's windows were installed, both one-way and two-way visibility modes were set. Until now, Muxian had kept it in one-way mode, allowing people inside to see outside, while those outside could not see inside. Now, she chose the two-way mode, allowing people outside to clearly see the scene inside. The people outside, who were exhausted from attacking the villa, suddenly saw the inside scene. The dining table was filled with all kinds of delicious food: vegetables, fruits, cakes, meats, red wine, and even a whole roasted lamb, making their mouths water and their eyes greedy. Did you see that? Inside, this group of guys is eating so well. We're not blind, of course we saw. Damn it, we're suffering out here, barely getting rice, and they're feasting on meat. We must break in. I want to eat this stuff today. Exactly, brothers, charge. We must kill these bastards. Seeing them start to riot, Muxian took a leg of lamb, walked to the window, sniffed it, and then took a small bite. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, delicious. Chapter 198. Destruction action. The people outside stared hungrily at the leg of lamb in Muxian's hand, drooling and cursing. But no matter what they said, Muxian just continued to tease them. As they saw how shameless she was, everyone cursed even more fiercely, even picking up objects to smash the windows. Muxian smiled and asked Xinyu to close the window, continuing to enjoy the food. Cui Yuqing watched from a distance, feeling helpless. Muxian really trusted the villa's sturdiness, even at such a time, still wanting to provoke that group. 2 more hours passed, and the shouting crowd outside grew tired and stopped to rest. Meanwhile, Yuan Dali and the others had already buried the explosives, waiting for Lin Xiaohui's command to ignite the fuse and blow up the shelter. Jiang Hong completed her task and immediately contacted Lin Xiaohui. Lin Xiaohui glanced at the direction of the shelter and said, "Prepare to detonate. I want to see how the upper floors can stand firm if the underground foundation collapses." Yes. After Lin Xiaohui gave the order, Jiang Hong contacted the people at 4 positions, coldly stating, "The plan begins." Inside the villa, Muxian lay on Qin Rui's lap, asking him to clean her ears while her eyes were fixed on the surveillance screen. Hearing that the other side was preparing to ignite, she lazily stood up and said, "Everyone, it's time to get to work." Qin Rui, away, and Chao Ziwen all stood up and rushed out the door like a whirlwind, running toward 3 different directions. Seeing them take action, Cui Yuqing quietly slipped away from the crowd and sprinted toward one of the positions. "Look, the people are coming out. Hurry, prepare to attack." As Qin Rui and the others emerged, the ability users and special forces on the 3rd floor of the Hongyun base began to attack, bullets pouring down on the 3 like a sudden rain. At that moment, Qin Rui activated his ability, erecting an ice wall to block all the bullets while rushing toward one of the points. Away was very fast, reaching the last blasting point in the blink of an eye. Its body enlarged, and before anyone had a chance to ignite the fuse, it jumped in front of everyone. God, what the hell is that? Several ability users looked in horror at Away, which was dozens of times bigger than themselves, and turned to escape. However, Away gave them no chance to run, charging at them and preparing to bite. But being ability users, even though they couldn't react in time, their body's instinct wouldn't allow them to die in vain. They activated their abilities, trying to restrain Away. However, Away could change size at will, making it impossible for them to catch it, and instead, they were left dizzy from being toyed with. Aside from Away, Qin Rui and Chao Ziwen successfully delayed the people on that side. When Cui Yuqing arrived, the fuse had already been ignited, and the personnel were preparing to evacuate. He silently approached the 2 from behind, startling them when they turned around. "What are you doing here?" ISNT your task to keep an eye on that group of fools up front? Chui Yuqing squinted, saying the people in the villa have come out. And it started over there. I was sent to check on the situation to ensure you complete your task. The task on this side is already done. Hurry up and help in the front. After the two spoke, they prepared to leave when, at that moment, two short knives simultaneously slashed at their necks. They only felt a slight pain in their necks, and just as they raised their hands to touch it, blood gushed out like a dam breaking. You, traitor! One of them reacted and turned to point at Chui Yuqing. Chui Yuqing gasped for breath, his hands trembling, remaining silent as he ran to the fuse and cut it. He then sent a message to Mu Xian. Mu Xian's lips curled slightly as she activated her ability, moving to where Qin Rue was and putting all the explosives into her space. Immediately afterward, she rushed over to Chao Ziwen's side. On Awei's side, the three were entangled with it, having no time to ignite the fuse. When Mu Xian arrived, they were still busy dealing with Awei, so she didn't even use her ability and simply stored the gunpowder in her space. Awei, I'm done here. Mu Xian shouted, and Awei wagged his tail, his eyes glowing green as he began to fiercely attack the opponent. However, apart from his increased size, strength, and enhanced defense, he had no other abilities, so he could only rely on his mouth and tail to attack. Seeing him being besieged by three people and feeling somewhat overwhelmed, Mu Xian had no choice but to endure her dizziness and use her ability again, causing everyone to stop before rushing in to kill them all. After that, she poured gasoline over them and set them ablaze. As time resumed, Mu Xian almost lost her balance, but fortunately, Awei quickly ran to her side, picked her up with his mouth, and threw her onto his back, running wildly toward the door. When they were still about 10 meters from the entrance, those civilians and soldiers had already surrounded the gate tightly, with Chao Ziwen and Qin Rue fighting back desperately. When they saw Awei charging in with Mu Xian, they cleared a path through the crowd, and the three humans and one dog finally regrouped. At that moment, the villa's gate opened, and Aisha, Shen Yu, and Xiao Qingye were firing their submachine guns madly at the people outside. Sister Mu Xian, two brothers, hurry inside. Xiao Yimeng waved her hand at the door, looking worried. Just as the gate was closing, Jiang Hong punched the door, leaving a shallow imprint of her fist. She was still a step too late. Her eyes narrowed, her expression extremely ugly, and she swung her fist again, one punch after another against the door, but still couldn't cause much damage. She snorted coldly, took a few steps back, and sent someone to check the situation in all four directions. When the person arrived at the location, they found that several ability users had already died. She quietly walked to Chui Yuqing's side, grabbed his arm, and pulled him aside. Brother Yuqing, do you know what you're doing? If someone finds out you helped Mu Xian and the others take out the 8-level ability users and secretly move the explosives, your end will be very miserable. You saw it? Chui Yuqing was startled to realize that Zheng Chanyu had seen what he did, and he panicked. Chapter 199. Suspecting an insider, if Zheng Chanyu revealed this matter, the only outcome awaiting him would be death. He wasn't afraid of dying. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to fulfill his promise to rescue the students. If he died, Mu Xian and the others wouldn't be able to smoothly infiltrate the internal network of the Honyun base, making it nearly impossible to understand the layout and situation of the base and rescue the students. Thinking of this, he tightened his grip on the knife in his hand and looked at Zheng Chanyu with guilt. In order to save the students, he could only choose to eliminate him. Just as he was about to act, Zheng Chanyu took a deep breath and said, Brother Yuqing, I will keep this matter a secret for you. Take care of yourself. Chui Yuqing put away the knife, patted his shoulder, and sighed in relief. Thanks. If that day really comes, I will take responsibility myself. This mission should be considered a failure. This matter will soon reach Lin Tu's side, and we will probably face a scolding. There's no way around it. Mu Xian's refuge and their strength are not something we can deal with. Chui Yuqing's words were undoubtedly a reminder to Zheng Chanyu not to say too much. Zheng Chanyu understood his meaning, nodded, and followed Chui Yuqing to the back of Jiang Hong and the others. Are you sure everyone is dead? Why, yes. How is that possible? We just came from that side, and in less than 10 minutes, they're all dead? Jiang Hong, Mu Xian must have also acted. They probably used their abilities to pause time here and then took the opportunity to deal with our people in the other four directions and took away the explosives. Yuan Dali, who usually greeted everyone with a smile, had a very ugly expression this time. Although he didn't understand why Mu Xian and the others could act so quickly, just based on this matter, it was clear that they couldn't compete with them at present. Jiang Hong looked at the villa in front of her, her anger boiling. Good, good, Mu Xian, good refuge. I don't believe you can hide in there for the rest of your life. Jiang Hong, unwilling to accept this, suppressed her grief and anger and turned to leave. The hundreds of civilians present didn't know what had happened, but since the leaders had left, they could only follow them out. In a villa, Lin Xiaohui listened to the soldier's report, his eyes radiating fierce light. With a wave of his hand, the furniture in the first-floor living room was instantly ignited by flames. Useless, all useless. How could such a meticulous plan fail? The soldier lowered his head, afraid to speak, fearing that he might be turned to ashes with one more word. Everyone kept their heads down, not daring to look at Lin Tu again, afraid of provoking him to explode once more. However, after waiting for a few minutes, Lin Xiaohui did not get angry. He only clenched his fists and looked at the distant refuge. The atmosphere on the scene was somewhat oppressive, and the entire room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. This action plan was proposed by me, and logically, it shouldn't have turned out this way. I thought carefully, and the reason Mu Xian and the others acted directly and targeted the 4 blind spots should be that they knew what our people were doing over there. But why would she know? Have you all considered that? After he said this, Cui Yuqing and Zheng Chuanyu's hearts sank. The two exchanged glances before once again lowering their heads expressionlessly. Are you saying that someone leaked the plan? Jiang Hong asked, forcing herself to be brave. Other than that reason, I can't think of another answer. Among us, only the 8th-level ability users knew the detailed situation of this plan, and now, everyone else is dead, leaving only you 2 latecomers. At this point, Lin Xiaohui paused for a few seconds and continued, Jiang Hong, Yuan Dali, do you have anything to say? Head, are you suspecting us? Jiang Hong frowned. She never expected Lin Xiaohui would suspect them, not to mention how hard they had worked for this matter after the apocalypse. They entered the base almost at the same time as Lin Xiaohui and often completed missions together. If they could betray, then the entire team's members could potentially betray as well. This matter is not that simple. To clarify whether someone passed on information to Mu Xian, hand over your phones now. I need to see who you've contacted recently. Upon hearing this, although Jiang Hong and the others disagreed with his approach, they had no choice but to hand over their phones for their own innocence. Cui Yuqing lowered his head and slowly took out his phone, feeling a wave of fear. Fortunately, he had only contacted Mu Xian using the phone she provided. Otherwise, a sudden check might have exposed him. Lin Xiaohui spent over an hour checking everyone's phones, finding that no one had contacted anyone else, and his expression became serious. He had thought of checking on a whim. If an insider really had passed on information to Mu Xian, they should not have had time to delete it. But after checking all around without any clues, could it be that he was overthinking it? And you? Jiang Hong looked at Lin Xiaohui in disbelief. In the hearts of all of them, Lin Xiaohui was a very good leader, always leading the charge in missions and completing them excellently, and usually treating them well. I'll let my brothers lose their lives. I have no face to live on. I'll just pay with my own life. After saying this, he raised his gun to his temple. Seeing this, Jiang Hong hurriedly snatched the gun from his hand. What are you doing? You can't blame this all on yourself. If you want to blame someone, blame Mu Xian and her group. They're the ones who killed so many of our brothers. You haven't avenged them yet. Are you really willing to just die like this? Chapter 200. Mission failed, that's right. We've lost so many brothers. We can't let it end like this. We didn't manage to kill her this time, but we'll come back next time. I refuse to believe she can keep hiding in there forever. Yes, we will definitely find a way to deal with her. Although we failed this time, we can think of other solutions for next time. Lin Xiaohui sighed, a look of sadness on his face, but in his heart, he secretly thought, see, I really want to die, but they just won't let me. After saying this, he helplessly covered his forehead. Cui Yuqing stood behind and snorted softly. Clearly, he doesn't want to die, yet he makes such a fuss. It's really disgusting. Yuan Dali looked around at the crowd, scratching his chin, and said, although we didn't deal with Mu Xian and them, we did capture so many people. Isn't that a way to make up for it? Hearing Yuan Dali's words, everyone's eyes brightened. Right, with this batch of people. Shen Yinshi shouldn't be too harsh on them. The base consumes a lot of resources daily, and the depletion of human resources is also rapid. It requires many people to transform ability users, and with the labor force from the first and second layers, the demand is huge. Having these people can slightly make up for the gap. Early the next morning, the civilians living in the villa were called up and instructed to gather at the first villa. Lin Xiaohui looked at the remaining 400 to 500 people and felt somewhat satisfied. He cleared his throat and said loudly, "Everyone, I am here to inform you that this time, our operation has failed." "No, Commander, what do you mean by that?" "Yeah, we came all this way and lost so many people, and now you're telling us you can't provide us with food? Are you trying to trick us?" "Exactly. We don't care. We came here, and if you don't give us an explanation, we want to be polite." To these people, his words sounded like he wanted to abandon them, letting them fend for themselves. But how could that be? They had finally seen a glimmer of hope. How could they give up? "Everyone, please be quiet. I know that everyone is feeling upset right now, and we're no different. It's just that we really can't do anything about Mu Xian's side." His words stirred everyone's hearts. The reason they came here was that the soldiers said there were supplies to be obtained, so they all followed. Since they couldn't get the supplies from Mu Xian, they could go to Hongyun Base instead. After all, their requirements were not high. As long as they could eat and stay warm, it would be fine. Hearing this, a triumphant smile flashed in Lin Xiaohui's eyes as he continued. "Since that is the case, let us prepare and set off immediately." Everyone cheered and jumped with joy, but they all stood in place and didn't leave, afraid of being left behind. Mu Xian stood on the rooftop of the third floor, watching their departing team, and yawned, finally leaving. At the entrance of the 8th floor, Lu Xingqi and Shen Yinshi's new assistant, Anna, were already waiting for them. Lu Xingqi's face looked very grim as his gaze swept over Jiang Hong and Yuan Dali, a flash of rage passing through his eyes. However, Shen Yinshi was eager to summon Lin Xiaohui, so he couldn't say much. "Deputy Lin, the Lord requests your presence." Anna smiled and gestured for Lin Xiaohui to enter. Lin Xiaohui glanced at Lu Xingqi, feeling uneasy as he walked into the office. What was meant to come would come. Not completing the task this time meant he would have to bear Shen Yinshi's wrath, and there was no escaping that. "Captain Lu, will Lin to be okay?" Given how things turn out, what do you think?" Lu Xingqi squinted, feeling very displeased. Lin Xiaohui had always been the person he valued most, which was why he entrusted this mission to him. Unexpectedly, the result turned out like this. How could he be happy about it? Jiang Hong and Yuan Dali felt helpless. But given their status, they couldn't plead for Lin Xiaohui, only sighing in sympathy. They were well aware of Shen Yinshi's temperament. With so many losses this time, Lin Xiaohui, as the leader, could not escape blame and would undoubtedly face severe punishment. Upon entering the office, Lin Xiaohui meticulously reported the task execution details to Shen Yinshi. Upon hearing that so many of his special forces had died, Shen Yinshi, without a word, grabbed a nearby bottle and smashed it over Lin Xiaohui's head. Lin Xiaohui lowered his head, not daring to say much or wipe away the blood streaming down, appearing very gloomy and desolate. Chapter 201. Negotiation again. Lin Xiaohui, I entrusted you with the sharpest troops and the strongest ability users in the base. And this is how you execute the mission? Do you not know how difficult it is to train these people? I reminded you to be careful after so many had already died. How did you assure me? You truly are worth dying 1,000 times over. The special forces can take on hundreds, and the ability users can take on thousands. These are the foundation of our base. With their deaths, the combat power of the base is significantly weakened. If others from different bases find out and take the opportunity to attack us, what will we do? Tell me, what should we do? The more Shen Yinshi spoke, the angrier he became, picking up a nearby stool and smashing it onto Lin Xiaohui. Remembering Lin Xiaohui's assurances, he felt nothing but sarcasm. But, please give me another chance, a chance to kill Mu Xian and everyone in her villa. So many brothers have died at her hands. If I can't personally take revenge, I can't face the deceased. Shen Yinshi looked at Lin Xiaohui, wishing he could kill him on the spot. But now that he had already lost so many people, if he killed him too, the combat power in his hands would be further diminished. Killing you is just a matter of lifting a finger. However, I don't want to kill you right now. After all, You've contributed quite a bit before, and Mu Xian's matter is indeed very tricky. Furthermore, even if I killed you, it wouldn't bring the dead back to life. I won't kill you, but you must accept punishment. Otherwise, if others follow your example, what rules will the base have left? Shen Yinshi suppressed his anger, closed his eyes, and waved his hand at him. At that moment, he really didn't want to see Lin Xiaohui, so he told him to get lost. Leaning back in his chair, his expression was very unpleasant. Anna reached over from behind to massage his temples. My lord, are you just going to let him go like this? Do you think I want to? If he weren't still useful, I would want to kill him right now. It's also my fault for being careless. I thought having so many elite troops would be more than enough to deal with 3 ability users. But I didn't expect my arrogance to slap me hard in the face, with an unimaginably painful price to pay. The base had lost so many troops and needed to replenish quickly. Otherwise, if other forces attacked, we would be in danger. That batch of people is undergoing testing. As long as their physical condition meets the standards, they can be immediately taken for experiments. Although they look pale and thin, their spirits seem quite good. Perhaps we can really create ability users. If it were that easy, our base wouldn't only have this few ability users. By the way, bring all the ability users on the 3rd floor up to the 8th floor. They must undergo more intense training to grow quickly. Understood. I'll have someone do it right away. We must quickly create a new batch of ability users. Those people don't need to wait for test results. Bring them up now. Anna looked at Shen Yinshi with some fear. My lord, won't that be too hasty? If we don't wait for the results, the failure rate will greatly increase. It doesn't matter. What I need is combat power. We already have enough labor force. Regardless of success or failure, it doesn't matter. As long as we can produce more ability users, what's a few dead people? After all, there are definitely many survivors in the entire Liang city. We can just capture more when we run out. What I want is not just this eastern area, but the entire Liang city, even the whole Huagua. To take over the entire Huagua, sufficient combat personnel and strong power are indispensable. To become someone above others, one must not have an ounce of compassion. Shen Yinshi's eyes gleamed with ruthlessness as he looked at the map beside him, casually crushing a globe into pieces. Seeing his demeanor, Anna respectfully nodded and then turned to leave the office. After she left, Shen Yinshi leaned back in his chair, eyes closed, his mind constantly racing. Besides this matter, the thing that troubled him the most was Mu Xian's situation. Mu Xian is definitely the biggest stumbling block for him to dominate the entire Liang city. A ticking time bomb. Mu Xian is someone who could threaten his position at any moment. To eliminate this possibility, she must be dealt with. He pondered for a long time, a hint of helplessness showing in his eyes. With so many supernatural beings unable to eliminate her, what other solution could there be? Did he really have to seek him out? But once he did, it would mean losing more than half of his resources. He came from the same unit as that person. Although they had some connection, their relationship wasn't strong enough for him to help unconditionally. Therefore, if he decided to ask for help, he had to be prepared to be severely taken advantage of. He originally planned to use this batch of resources to negotiate with that person only as a last resort, but now, did he really have to use this batch of resources to exchange for a chance to kill Mu Xian? Shen Yinshi was very conflicted. If he didn't use the resources, it would be very difficult to remove Mu Xian, the thorn in his side, which posed a significant risk for him. After all, how could he allow others to sleep peacefully by his side? After much contemplation, he decided to talk to Mu Xian again. He had someone contact her and request a video call once more. After Lin Xiaohui and his team retreated, Mu Xian and the others were celebrating at home. When she received Shen Yinshi's video call, she raised an eyebrow and smiled, intentionally showing everyone celebrating in the background. Seeing this scene, Shen Yinshi's expression darkened instantly. But since he was there to negotiate, he quickly forced a smile. Mu Xian, it seems you all are quite happy. Oh, Shen Yinshi, you don't look very happy. Mu Xian replied. Hearing her words, Shen Yinshi's previously smiling face suddenly turned gloomy. You're just relying on this shelter. Without it, you wouldn't necessarily win. Is that so? But I have it. What can you do to me? You. Before Shen Yinshi could finish speaking, Mu Xian interrupted. Let me tell you the truth. So many people have already died at your base. Are you still planning to stubbornly confront me? To be honest, even if you really captured me, I wouldn't give you the resources. Moreover, without me, you wouldn't be able to find this batch of resources at all. I advise you to behave and stop trying to take advantage of me. Can't we just coexist peacefully? After all, I'm a pacifist. I really don't like fighting and killing. Chapter 202. Shen Yiqi's backup Mu Xian. You are truly too arrogant. Do you really think I can't deal with you? If it weren't for the fact that you have some skills, I would have killed you a long time ago. I'll give you one last chance to show your loyalty. Bring your resources to the Hongyun base, and I can give you an opportunity to be number 2. We can enjoy a superior life together in this apocalypse. Mu Xian really wanted to laugh. Of course, she did laugh out loud. Shen Yiqi was still lost in his daydream. She didn't know where he got his confidence from, having already lost so many people, yet still acting so high and mighty, even commanding her in such a tone. After this battle, Mu Xian understood clearly that the combat capability of their base was really just like that. As long as her ability was not restrained, they could not truly harm her. If one day she encountered someone who could restrain her and was stronger than her, she might consider siding with them. Shen Yiqi, don't waste your breath. Remember, this time I won. If you want me to be your subordinate, wait until you can defeat me first. Shen Yiqi was once again provoked by Mu Xian's arrogant attitude and words. He slammed the table, his face darkening. Fine. You want to court death? Then I'll fulfill your wish. All right. I want to see what method you have to kill me. Don't get too smug. When I mobilize missiles to bomb your shelter, I hope you can still talk to me like this. Hearing the word missile, Mu Xian's heart stirred, and her face hesitated for a moment before showing an indifferent expression again. Hey, Shen Yiqi, do you really think I'm easily scared? Don't say that Liangsheng doesn't have a missile base. Even if it does, with your status, can you mobilize it? Mu Xian said this to undoubtedly probe him. After all, he had mentioned the missile issue more than once or twice. What do you know? Although my position is not as high as those above, it doesn't mean I don't have connections up there. If it weren't for valuing talents like you, I would have already contacted my superiors to mobilize missiles to flatten your shelter. Mu Xian, I will give you another chance to choose. Either submit to me or die. Mu Xian smiled slightly and waved her hand again, saying, no matter how many times you say it, my answer is still the same. No discussion. I don't like being a knife in someone else's hand. If you really have the capability, then bring the missile over and we'll talk. The murderous intent in Shen Yiqi's eyes was evident, and Mu Xian immediately felt that he wasn't lying. However, without seeing it with her own eyes, she couldn't judge the truth. People like him were skilled at disguise, so who knew if this matter was real or not? Fine. Since you don't cherish the opportunity I've given you, don't blame me for being ruthless. After hanging up the phone, Shen Yiqi sat on the sofa, hands clenched tightly, his expression dark. This time, he would not allow Mu Xian to live any longer. Since he couldn't win her over, he would make sure she would sleep forever, to avoid having such a troublesome opponent who constantly made him feel threatened. Mu Xian let out a long sigh, went upstairs, and gathered everyone again to talk about this matter. The villa was indeed solid as a fortress, and Mu Xian really liked it. But if Shen Yiqi could really mobilize missiles, she would have to abandon this place. The lives of everyone here were far more important than the house. Upon hearing this, the people inside became tense again. Each of them knew very well that Shen Yiqi wanted to kill Mu Xian. Although the villa was sturdy, he would definitely mobilize even more powerful missiles to attack in order to kill Mu Xian, and by then, the entire mountain might be flattened. But would someone like Shen Yiqi really be able to get help from those above him to mobilize missiles? The more dangerous the environment, the more precious hot weapons became. Even if he had connections, those people might not necessarily help him, right? Qin Rue stroked his chin and spoke with doubt. Who knows? We don't know what kind of deal he has with them. What if he really can get them? Chao Ziwen sighed and spoke softly. But that doesn't make sense. If he really had that kind of connection and the ability to get missiles, he would have blown us to ashes long ago. Why wait until now? Shen Yu thought for a moment and asked. He might not have them in his hands, but don't forget that there's a large military district outside Liangsheng, and that military district has missiles. If he really has connections and a series of conditions, it's possible for him to get missiles. Where to? Aisha tilted her head and looked at Mu Xian. To her, Mu Xian was the center of everyone, and wherever she said to go, they would follow. If it weren't for this battle, who would want to leave here? More than an hour later, everyone gathered again in the living room, looking at everything familiar here with a sense of reluctance. Goodbye, our big villa. Xinyu sighed, his tone heavy. Isn't that so? And, don't forget, we still have an undercover agent at the base. Xiao Yiming said playfully, and everyone suddenly remembered this matter. Indeed, if he could succeed, there might still be a turning point in this situation. Qin Rue wrapped his arm around Mu Xian's shoulders, his eyes lighting up. He seemed to have a lot of confidence in Cui Yuqing. Mu Xian nodded and looked out the window, just as she was about to ask if everyone had arrived. Li Weiwei walked out of the elevator. At the same time, the elevator was filled with items wrapped in bed sheets and duvet covers, both big and small. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise, frozen in place. This little one is really preparing to escape. She packed so many things. Brothers and sisters, stop looking and come help. She called out, "Oh, and these red wines. Pack them all up to take with us." She walked over to the wine cabinet, opened it, and started to gather various fine wines. Indeed, everything in the villa was valuable, from large items like furniture and sports cars to small items like chopsticks, all of which were quite expensive. Chapter 203. Evacuating the villa. Li Weiwei had lived a relatively difficult life since childhood, so she cherished these items even more. However, given the current situation, these things were of no use. Weiwei, we don't need these things anymore. If we need anything in the future, we can just get them from the department stores, Aisha said as she walked over and patted her shoulder. Weiwei glanced at Aisha and then at the others, scratching her head in embarrassment. Sorry, I didn't think of that for a moment. It's fine, we don't need to pack these. Just grab some clothes or something. Aisha reassured her. Okay, I understand. I've already packed the clothes. When are we leaving? Weiwei asked. It's too late today. We'll set out tomorrow morning. Shin Yinshi is determined to eliminate me, and if he really can launch missiles, he will probably resolve this matter as quickly as possible. The power of the missiles is strong, and we can't be sure when he will launch them, so we need to leave early tomorrow. Mu Xian was playing with her hair and spoke softly. Red Cloud Base. When he secretly entered a dormitory for first-year students, he found that there were fewer than 10 students left. Moreover, each of the students had countless scars on their bodies, which made it clear how badly they had been beaten recently, increasing his hatred for Red Cloud Base. Teacher, when will you take us away? We don't want to stay here for a moment longer. One by one, our classmates have disappeared, and we don't know where they were taken. And we have to do a lot of work every day. If we stop for even a moment, we get beaten. This life has no end in sight, and we really don't want to continue being here. Seeing the students crying and pleading to leave, Cui Yuqing felt very sad. He gently patted the students' heads, his gaze firm, and his desire to complete the task assigned by Mu Xian and the others grew stronger. His eyes carried a hint of killing intent and pain as he looked at Yang Qianqian with a low tone. Yang Qianqian sighed and slowly nodded. It seems I must speed up the progress. Teacher Cui, do you have a plan? What do you need me to do? I will cooperate as much as possible. This matter is too dangerous. You just need to protect yourselves. As for the rest, I will find a way. Don't worry. I will definitely rescue you as soon as possible. At this moment, he didn't want to delay any further. He knew very well that the longer he delayed, the more dangerous it would be for his students. He had personally brought them here, and he had to take them all out. When he returned to his room, he took out the phone that Mu Xian had given him. This phone had been encrypted multiple times by Shun Yu and the others, making it undetectable by the signals of Red Cloud Base. Opening the phone, he sent a text message to Mu Xian. Mu Xian once said that she could help him, but how to help and to what extent depended on his value. Currently, the only ones he could rely on were Mu Xian and her team, as they were the only ones who could bring him a glimmer of hope. Upon receiving the text message, Mu Xian slightly raised the corners of her mouth and typed out a line on her phone. I need you to insert the chip into the main computer in the control room. If it's not the main computer, you can also insert it into any of the subcomputers. As long as we control the entire network of the base and understand its basic structure, we can better assist you. Cui Yuqing furrowed his brows tightly. This matter was far from simple. Not to mention whether he could enter the control room. The entire base was filled with surveillance, making it very difficult to come and go. Moreover, he was unfamiliar with the 8th floor and the entire control room, making it extremely challenging to insert the chip into the main or subcomputers. However, no matter how difficult this task was, he had to give it a try, as it was the only opportunity to save the students. Once the entire network of the base was paralyzed, chaos would ensue, and the surveillance of the whole base would also be rendered useless, allowing him to take advantage of the confusion to escape with the students. Although this was a dangerous endeavor, he decided to attempt it for the sake of the students. All right, I will resolve this matter as soon as possible. I hope you won't go back on your word. Mu Xian saw the message and lightly snorted, "Don't worry, I'm a person of my word. As long as you do your part, I won't go back on my word." She sighed, lay back on the bed, and thought about how to get to the 8th floor. Shin Yinshi had mentioned moving all the ability users from the 3rd floor to the 8th floor, but she hadn't received any transfer orders in the past few days, which made her quite uneasy. The personnel selection for each level of the base was very strict, and there were people monitoring the passageways to the upper levels. For someone like her, even as an ability user, it wouldn't be easy to get up there. No, I can't just sit and wait. It's not a solution to linger like this. It seems I need to find a way to get up there. The next morning at the villa, Mu Xian and her group arrived at the underground 3rd floor. She took out 4 4-seater snowmobiles from her space and assigned them to Qin Rue, Shun Yu, Chao Xuan, and Xiao Qingye to drive. And then they set off together for Yangshui City. Sitting in the passenger seat, Mu Xian looked at her phone's messages, feeling pleased. If Cui Yuqing really succeeded, they could monitor the entire network system, environment, and structure of the Hongyun base, and could steal all their intelligence and connections, understanding their trump cards. As long as they had the initiative, she could take the dominant position. If all went well, they might also learn about the missiles, which would be quite delightful. Seeing Mu Xian's demeanor, Qin Rue felt a bit happy as well. After all, Mu Xian's calmness in this situation indicated that she still had some confidence. From the moment they entered, Mu Xian had a feeling of returning home. The 4 vehicles drove towards the 30 buildings, and Mu Xian glanced at the surrounding buildings. Noticing a complete silence inside, with not a single figure in sight, which surprised her. Could it be that everyone in the community had died? Chapter 204. Meeting Little Li again, after thinking for a moment, she stopped dwelling on it. Anyway, the lives and deaths of these people had nothing to do with her. Even if they had all died, it wouldn't affect her at all. When the group arrived at the foot of the 30 buildings, Mu Xian put the snowmobiles back into her space. Everyone looked at the community, curiously observing. "Sister Mu Xian, is this your home? It's pretty nice." Xiao Yimeng was the first to step into the hallway. Although there was quite a bit of snow in the hallway, the outer walls were very clean. After all, this was a high-end community. It couldn't compare to a villa, but it wasn't bad either. Since the elevator was destroyed, everyone had to climb the stairs. By the time they reached the 30th floor, except for Chao Xuan and Li Weiwei, everyone was out of breath and exhausted. Having not exercised for a long time, their stamina had declined significantly. Mu Xian looked at the door in front of her, wishing she could just walk through the wall. "Hey, Mu Xian, it seems that after we left, quite a few people had ideas about your house." At this moment, Aisha glanced at the scratches on the door and wall with a half-smile. The marks were clearly visible, indicating that those who wanted to enter the house had put in some effort. Mu Xian smiled, opened the door, and walked in. After they left, Mu Xian turned off the air conditioning and power, leaving the room without a trace of warmth. To avoid freezing, she took out a lot of dry firewood from the space and had Shun Yu and Chao Xuan bring it to the fireplace to burn. Then she asked Qin Rue to take the generator to generate electricity, hoping to turn on the air conditioning. After taking off their outerwear, Li Weiwei and Xiao Yimeng started to wander around the house, while Aisha and the others calmly surveyed the place. They had witnessed slaughter and humanity here, which made each of their hearts harden. The space here was not comparable to the villa, so next, the men made do with sleeping in the living room, while the girls slept in other rooms. After Mu Xian made the arrangements, Chao Xuan patted his chest and said, "It's fine, we're real men. It's already great to have a living room to sleep in." "That's right. Thank you, Sister Mu Xian," Xiao Qingye said, scratching his head and smiling slightly. "We're all family. No need to say that. After we've rested enough, let's all get moving and prepare lunch. It's been a few hours since we ate, and I'm really a bit hungry." As Mu Xian finished speaking, Xinyu took the initiative to stand up and looked at the others, asking, "Who will help me?" "I'll do it." Aisha smiled and walked into the kitchen, saying, "You all rest for now. Be patient for a while. We will have the meal ready soon." Upon hearing her words, Li Weiwei also entered the kitchen without hesitation. She had been cooking for herself since she was young and often helped out at the villa, So after coming here, she wasn't used to sitting idle and decided to lend a hand. 2 hours later, a sumptuous lunch was served on the table, and a group of people sat around it. The atmosphere was just as good as it had been at the villa. After she finished speaking, everyone raised their glasses together and drank. The lunch was filled with joy and lasted for a full 2 hours. Afterward, Xuan Yu and the others cleaned up the dishes, while Muxian took Qin Rue and away downstairs. After going down, they planned to check on the situation in a few other buildings. Just about 200 meters out, they saw a figure stumbling toward them. Muxian focused her gaze and discovered that the person was actually Xiao Lizi. She didn't expect that this guy could really survive, feeling somewhat surprised. After seeing his face clearly, Muxian frowned slightly. His face had lost its previous roundness and was severely sunken. If it weren't daytime, she would probably think this was a ghost. Xiao Lizi, I didn't expect you to still be alive, Muxian whispered, and Xiao Lizi shyly touched his nose. Just barely hanging on. The food you left us was consumed quickly, and later, in order to survive, we had no choice but to raid the other buildings for supplies. Building 26 could have grown plants, but we survived by stealing their food. Unfortunately, that food could only be eaten in their building, and once we left, it would turn to ash. Later, a group of people came to the community, claiming they would take everyone away, saying they would provide us with a life where we could eat our fill and stay warm, and everyone in the community followed them. Muxian raised her eyebrows and looked at the nearby buildings, thinking to herself, no wonder the entire community is so desolate. It turns out like this, since they have all left. Why didn't you go with them? Muxian stared at Xiao Lizi with a slight smile, but this smile sent a chill down his spine. In fact, she knew very well the reason he didn't go in. He was just thinking about entering her room. He thought that once everyone left, he could monopolize the room by himself. But little did he know that no matter what he tried, he couldn't open the door. The reason he had survived this long was probably because he kept eating the corpses of the dead. Xiao Lizi dared not look into Muxian's eyes, crossing his hands and stammering, I'm sorry, Annie, I really had my eyes on your room, but I didn't get in, did I? Please, considering I did some work before, don't kill me. As he spoke, he even started to cry and knelt down before Muxian. Muxian didn't intend to hold it against him. She was just teasing him. Seeing him like this, she let him stand up. In the apocalypse, wanting to survive is not wrong. Wasn't she also trying to survive? Anyway, he hadn't entered her home, and she didn't want to fuss too much about it. All right, I want to know how many people are still alive in the entire community? Currently, it's just me along with the people from Building 1, Building 7, and Building 9, which makes 7 people. They didn't leave with that group? Muxian was a bit confused. Since that group of people promised to let them eat their fill, why were they unwilling to go? Could it be that this group was like the people from Honyun Base, also the kind that would eat others without spitting out the bones? Sigh, how we wish to go. But do you know what kind of people they are? I heard it's an organization called the Celestial Church. They have rescued quite a few survivors, and those survivors are indeed living well there. However, we also heard that after entering, many people become dull and foolish. There are also rumors that men and women inside are not allowed to interact. Otherwise, they would be thrown into the furnace to be burned. Chapter 205. The Celestial Church develops abilities. Is that your reason for not going? Muxian tilted her head to look at him. In the apocalypse, isn't filling your stomach the most important thing? As long as we can survive, these things are bearable. The key is that the organization seems a bit like a cult, and all of us believe in Buddhism. It's a faith we've held since childhood. How can we change our beliefs halfway and follow a foreign sect? Hearing this, Muxian couldn't help but laugh. She didn't expect that their refusal was due to such a reason. Grandma, don't doubt it. Although we aren't good people, our faith is very firm. Moreover, after going through so much, we've come to understand that everyone dies eventually. It's just a matter of time. So we might as well go with the flow instead of forcing it. His mindset made Muxian look at him differently. She didn't expect that after such a long time, his attitude could change like this. After thinking for a moment, Muxian took out several large bags of food from her space and handed them to him. Here, this should be enough for you to eat for a month. These were snacks that Muxian and the others were already tired of, including bread, water, various chicken feet, pig trotters, and so on. Little Lizi was so moved to tears upon seeing so much food. Thank you so much, Grandma. I didn't expect you to be so kind. Let your companions come and help you take it upstairs. We have other matters to attend to, so we'll leave first. Since they already knew why there was no one in the community, they were too lazy to walk around in such cold weather. By the way, Grandma, there is something else I want to tell you. The Heavenly God Church is a bit strange. The leader of that group is said to have superpowers and claims to help people develop superpowers. I don't know if it's true or not. I originally didn't believe in superpowers, but I saw them quickly conjure fire with their hands, stop the wind and snow, and even walk through walls. Anyway, this group of people doesn't seem simple. Listening to him, Muxian narrowed her eyes slightly. The idea of helping people develop superpowers was indeed interesting, but she wondered if their so-called help was like the experiments done at Hongyan Base. This era has gradually become different from the previous one, so it wouldn't be surprising to see any abilities emerge. However, their claim of helping others develop superpowers made Muxian a bit uneasy. Even if they weren't conducting human experiments, why would they want to help others? There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, and their motives for helping others probably aren't that simple, so it's better to be cautious. Muxian patted his shoulder. No wonder she was only a little surprised when she took out food from the space just now. It turned out they already knew about the abilities. Thanks. This news is somewhat useful to me. Glad to help, Xiao Lizzie said, scratching his head with a grin. After getting home, Muxian shared the news with the others. Xiao Ziwen was a bit surprised upon hearing it, but the others were not so calm. It's important to know that among all of them, only Muxian, Xiao Ziwen, and Qin Rue possessed abilities. When they fought against the Hongyun base, they could only stay home and watch Muxian and the others go out to fight, feeling very guilty. If this was true, they also wanted the people from the Celestial Church to help them develop their abilities. As long as they had abilities, they could fight alongside Muxian and the others. Noticing their little thoughts, Muxian snorted lightly. Don't get any ideas. We don't know how this is specifically operated, and we can't save you from so many unknown ability users if you get brainwashed by them. Sister Muxian, how about we investigate this Celestial Church thoroughly? Li Weiwei's eyes moved slightly, her heart eager to try. She had seen them use their abilities many times and felt a strong itch, but unfortunately, she didn't have any, which made her very disappointed. We will definitely investigate. After all, knowing more about other forces is beneficial and harmless to us. Just in case we run into them one day, we'll have the ability to respond. But for now, we need to focus our energy on the Hongyun base. The others nodded in agreement after hearing this. Muxian was right. The most important thing at the moment was the situation at the Hongyun base. As for the Celestial Church, they could investigate that after resolving this matter. Their personnel were insufficient and their capabilities limited. Focusing on just one issue left them with little energy for anything else. In the next 2 days, Shen Yinshi did not contact Muxian, nor did Cui Yuqing reach out to her. She looked out the window, stroking her chin, quietly contemplating what to do next. With various superhumans emerging everywhere, what if one day a superhuman broke into her house? They would all face danger. Therefore, choosing a safer place to live was the priority. However, before that, her ideal situation was still a shelter, but for now, there was nothing she could do but wait for news from Cui Yuqing. On Cui Yuqing's side, in order to quickly lead the students to escape, she had already begun a series of plans. First, she aimed to become the strongest among all the superhumans to gain the favor of those in power. In just 2 days, she successfully impressed Lin Xiaowei with her abilities. Shen Yinshi had an intense desire to strengthen the entire base, and upon hearing that Lin performed exceptionally well, especially after awakening his powers, he summoned him. His attention had originally been on how to deal with Muxian and the missile issue, and now that he was still waiting for news regarding the missiles, he finally had some free time. When he saw Cui Yuqing, a look of confusion appeared on his face, and he coldly asked, "I feel like I've seen you somewhere before." For someone in a high position like him, he only remembered those closest to him. Even though Cui Yuqing had met him a few times before, he did not have a deep impression of her. "Report to the Lord. My name is Cui Yuqing, and I am a superhuman who worked with Commander Lin on a mission." "Oh, I see. Several powerful superhumans on the 8th floor have died, but I didn't expect you to still be alive. My subordinates were lucky. During the mission, Commander Lin only assigned us to provide support from the rear and did not engage in close combat with Muxian, so I survived." "Is that so? But your survival is also a matter of luck. I heard you awakened your powers on your own. After saying this, Shen Yinshi brought up Shui Yuqing's abilities. Compared to artificially created superhumans, those who awakened their powers on their own were much stronger, and he valued them more. Shui Yuqing knew this, which was why she sought to attract his attention. Yes, my powers did awaken on their own, but they're still in the development stage and have not been fully realized yet, so I need to continue training. Your talent is indeed wasted on the 3rd floor. Starting today, you'll move to the 8th floor. However, he mainly reminded her that the 8th floor was not the same as the 3rd. If she wanted to stay here and enjoy a better life, she had to prove her worth. If she didn't bring any value to him, she would also be pushed down. In the base, the higher up you went, the heavier the responsibilities and burdens became. She must not let the Lord down regarding his expectations of her. Nowadays, there are not many superhumans who awaken their abilities on their own. There were no more than 8 on the entire 8th floor. So he placed great importance on Shui Yuqing. He thought that by giving her better living conditions, she would be grateful and would do her utmost to provide combat power. Little did he know, that was not the kind of living condition Shui Yuqing wanted. Now that Shui Yuqing had successfully moved to the 8th floor, her next task was to find a way to enter the control room and plug the chip into the computer there. Seeing Shen Yinshi's serious expression, Shui Yuqing did not dare to let him see any signs of her discomfort. After expressing her gratitude, she hurriedly left his office. Once outside, before she could breathe a sigh of relief, a man in uniform approached her, ready to help her familiarize herself with the environment. This was just what Shui Yuqing wanted. Although it was not her first time on the 8th floor, she had never dared to wander around, so she was not familiar with it. Now that someone was there to show her around, she took the opportunity to memorize the locations of every room for her future actions. She followed the man around the entire 8th floor, and as he walked, he introduced her to the various departments. When they reached the information department, he spoke again. Teacher Shui, this is the information department, which is also the control room. The reason we can use the internet in the base is because of the network transmitter inside. Most of the people working here are the best experts in the entire Liang City. With them, we can gather various information. Shui Yuqing's heart stirred. As long as she knew the control room was located here, she wouldn't have to worry about other issues. Glancing around, she noticed there were only 2 special forces guarding the area, but there were 7 or 8 people working inside, so getting in wouldn't be too difficult. However, to better accomplish her task, she still asked, "Aren't you worried about problems with only 2 guards here?" The man, of course, knew what she was implying and smiled. What is there to be afraid of? Just look up. Shui Yuqing looked up and was surprised. This place was filled with cameras, with no blind spots at all. Trying to get in here was as difficult as climbing to the sky. Without someone to guide her in, it would probably be impossible to enter. Not only were there cameras, but there were also people patrolling 24 hours a day, so nothing would go wrong. Moreover, this was the 8th floor. If you weren't someone like you or trusted research scholars by the lords, you wouldn't be able to come up here at all. Kui Yuqing forstasmide. But inwardly she felt troubled. With that being the case, wouldn't it be very difficult for her to enter the control room? Fortunately, she asked otherwise. When she came over later, even if she wasn't caught by the patrolling guards, she would still be seen by the cameras outside. She wasn't afraid of getting into trouble. She was just worried that if she failed to complete her mission, Mu Xian wouldn't save her students, making her sacrifice meaningless. Seeing her deep in thought, the man assumed she was tired and spoke again. Teacher Shui, are you tired? Shui Yuqing came to her senses, smiled and nodded. After walking for so long, she was indeed a bit tired. The man gestured for her to go ahead, and Shui Yuqing walked forward. Soon, the 2 arrived at the dormitory. The man pointed to one of the rooms and said, Teacher Shui, this is your room. Food and daily necessities have already been prepared for you. If you need anything else, you can press the doorbell inside your room, and someone will come to serve you right away. I must say, although the living conditions here aren't as good as before the apocalypse, the service is still quite nice, at least for him. The room was well equipped, much better than when he was on the 3rd floor. The food was finally not just congee with pickles, but millet porridge with stir-fried vegetables. Although it was only 2 small plates, it was still much better than before. After finishing his meal, he began to think about how to enter the control room when a thought suddenly came to mind. He first left his room to go to the dormitory where the information department staff lived inventing a name, and saying he was a friend looking to visit. Since there were only about 20 to 30 people in the information department, and they all worked together, even if they weren't familiar, they had basically seen each other. He took advantage of this point to get close to a member of the information department. Chinping, I'm sorry to have you come with me to find my friend. We used to be together, but then something unexpected happened, and we got separated. I only heard someone say he was in the information department, so I thought I'd come and look for him. Brother Chui, you're too polite. I really haven't heard of the person you mentioned. But since you say he is here, let us go and see. Thank you. Once we find him, I'll treat you to a big meal. A big meal? Ha ha. Brother Chui, look at us. What big meal can we have? It'd be good enough to fill our stomachs. Of course, Chui Yuqing understood. But he still had the can of luncheon meat and some snacks that Mu Xian had given him. These things used to be considered not very good, but in the apocalypse, they became particularly precious. To get into the control room, what was the harm in using these things to build a closer relationship with Chinping? You might not believe it, but I often go out on missions. There are no delicacies, but I do have some meat hidden on me. Hearing this, Chinping's eyes immediately lit up. It had been a long time since he had eaten meat, and who knew what kind of bland life he was living now? If he could help Chui Yuqing find his friend, he could have a good meal, which was a great deal. Chapter 207. Control-based network. With this in mind, he became more diligent, asking everyone if they knew a person named Guo Xiaowei. Unfortunately, he was destined not to find this person, as Guo Xiaowei was someone Chui Yuqing made up. Just when he was feeling a bit frustrated, a man in his 50s walked up to him and said seriously, "Who is looking for my son?" Hearing this, Chinping became excited. He grabbed the man and said with a smile, "Uncle, may I ask where your son is? A friend has been looking for him." Since he couldn't find him, why waste time? He still wanted to build a closer relationship with him. He had already decided that Chinping wouldn't find anyone, but to his surprise, Chinping quickly ran up to him and said he found the person. Damn, the name I made up actually exists. What if the person doesn't recognize me? Wouldn't that expose me? Chui Yuqing thought to himself, and his expression turned a bit ugly. Brother Chui, what's wrong? Oh, it's nothing. You said you found the person. Where is he? Iem misori, brother Chui. Your friend has died on the way to our base from illness. Hearing that the person was dead, Chui Yuqing let out a sigh of relief. But his face showed great sadness. We've known each other for so many years, and I thought I could see him here. I didn't expect. Brother Chui, don't be too sad. In this era, anyone could die. You're right. Thank you, Chinping. You've worked hard helping me look for him. If you don't mind, wait for me here tonight. I said I'd treat you to a big meal, and I want to go back on my word. How can I accept that? I'm troubling you too much. How could that be? I'll just consider it making a friend. Since Brother Chui says so, then I want to be polite. See you tonight. Chui Yuqing nodded and pretended to leave the information department dormitory with a sad look. That night, he arrived as promised and gave Chinping the 2 cans of luncheon meat and 2 packets of instant coffee. Chinping excitedly hugged him. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they separated. Back in his room, he looked at the 3 remaining cans of luncheon meat and 10 packets of instant coffee sighed. He had originally planned to give some to the students and keep a bit for himself. But now he had given away 2 cans and 2 packets to get into the control room, and his heart was bleeding. In the next 2 days, his relationship with Chinping became much closer, as he took out good food for him at every meal. Chinping was certainly very grateful to Chui Yuqing, and even spent the second night sleeping in Chui Yuqing's room. To gain access to the control center, Chui Yuqing specially took out a bottle of certain liquor and got Chinping drunk that night. Afterward, he changed into Chinping's clothes and put on a mask to head directly to the control center. Since some people working inside also wore masks occasionally, no one found it strange that he was wearing one while working. At noon, when everyone went to eat, he took advantage of the absence of people, found the main computer, quickly inserted the chip, and then sent a message to Mu Xian. Mu Xian, I've done what you asked. I hope you can fulfill your promise soon. Mu Xian and the others were having lunch when they heard a phone ringing. She picked it up and took a glance, then suddenly stood up. Is this a success? Mu Xian didn't expect Chui Yuqing to complete the task so quickly. After all, the Hongyun base is not an ordinary place. It has a lot of people coming and going, with so many surveillance cameras and various restrictions, making success difficult. She didn't expect Chui Yuqing to resolve this matter in such a short time. After all, he is her teacher and is indeed clever. Shang Yu, Yiming, Cheng Ye. Get ready and start working. Mu Xian smiled and handed the phone to Shunyu. Shunyu took a glance, laughed, and said, "Let's go to work." The three of them hadn't finished their meal, and they left the dining table with their bowls, moving to the side to open their computers and start typing. The three of them quickly tapped their fingers on the keyboard, a series of codes flashing on the screen, and before long, they stopped on a page. Done. We've already taken control of the network at their base. Mu Xian looked at the three of them in surprise. So soon? That's a must. As long as I have the key to unlock the door, I can solve it in no time, Xiao Yiming said, raising her head, pouting, and looking very confident. Mu Xian gave them a thumbs up. Truly impressive for a hacker group. Their skills are amazing. However, after hacking into their network, will they notice? Mu Xian doesn't understand hacker technology and is somewhat worried. What if they are discovered and the other party takes control of the network? Realizing they are not in the villa, the consequences could be very serious. Don't worry, we have already gained control of their network, which is equivalent to mastering all their movements. All their operations are happening right under our noses, yet they cannot detect our presence. Mu Xian looked at the three of them, feeling a bit uneasy. It was truly terrifying how they could utilize the internet to such an extent. If they were not on her side, she could hardly imagine her situation. See if you can find any information about missiles. If there is, pull it up. I want to take a look. Xiao Yiming's fingers tapped the keyboard again, and soon she found information about the Hanyun base. According to the information, there were no missiles within the base, and they did not have the authority to mobilize missiles. However, it was confirmed that there were conversations between the base and certain individuals, and the location of the other party was surprisingly a military base hundreds of kilometers away in Rongchuan. Mu Xian touched her chin and asked Xiao Yiming to look up information about the military base, only to find out that it was indeed a missile base. Rongchuan Base, one of the 8 major military bases in the central region, has military strength that cannot be underestimated among all military districts, and it wields powerful armed forces. The power of Liangsheng is insignificant in front of them, like a small sorcerer facing a great sorcerer, completely incomparable. Mu Xian felt a chill in her heart. She didn't expect Shen Yinshi really had this kind of connection with the higher-ups, and what he said was actually true. Yiming, check if our villa's coordinates have been sent out. Mu Xian felt a bit anxious. If the coordinates had already reached the other party, their villa would likely be blown to ashes. After the apocalypse, apart from key national departments, no one else could accurately grasp the coordinates. But these military districts could use military satellites for positioning and locking. Xiao Yiming waved her hands, her expression serious as she looked at the screen. A few seconds later, she slapped the table and revealed a smile. Great, they hadn't had time to send the coordinates yet. Chapter 208. Intelligence on Hanyun Base. Mu Xian let out a sigh of relief, which means they still have a way to turn the situation around. At this moment, Xinyu looked at the Xiao siblings with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Perhaps we can play a game. Game? Mu Xian tilted her head to look at him, and then said, What game? Don't they want to use missiles to blow us up? Why not invite the missiles to their base and let them deal with it themselves? Isn't that more interesting? Mu Xian widened her eyes, her heart racing for a few seconds. Can this be done? Will they find out? She had never encountered such a situation and was worried that if discovered, the people from the Hanyun base would become even more frantic. Moreover, the people from the Hanyun base wouldn't be foolish enough to send their coordinates. Is this really okay? Xiao Qingye stroked his chin and said with a smile, Don't worry, while they send their coordinates. We can intercept halfway and change the coordinates to that of the Hanyun base. The key isn't where their sent coordinates are, but where the other party receives the coordinates. This might be difficult for an ordinary person, but for us, it can be done. Haha, if it really works out, that would be awesome. Chao Ziwen, hearing the conversation, couldn't stop smiling, while Mu Xian kept her head down in silence. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Qin Rue walked over to Mu Xian, took her hand, and asked softly. Mu Xian glanced at him and said softly, The location of the Hanyun base is quite deep, and its defenses are very strong. If we use a ground-penetrating missile, it might directly destroy the entire base, but this missile may not completely solve the problem. The entire base is located at least 100 meters underground, and such structures are generally built to withstand various unknown disasters, making them hard to destroy. Although that's the case, it's still good to find them some trouble. Aisha also walked over. When the Hanyun base attacked them, she appeared calm on the surface, but inside, she was actually very anxious. Muxian thought for a moment and looked at Xun Yu and the others. Let's do as you say and let them taste the missiles. Also, help me organize all the information about the base. I want to study it thoroughly. Lying in bed, a plan began to form in Mu Xian's mind. At this moment, she was contemplating whether to take this opportunity to eliminate the Hanyun base. This matter was extremely important and crazy. If the missile really landed on the Hanyun base, then her feud with Shun Yinshi would be irreparable. Shun Yinshi would definitely launch a furious attack against them over this incident, and it would be a fight to the death. Her relationship with Shun Yinshi had already deteriorated, and their hatred for each other was at its peak. Even if she avoided the missile bombardment this time by not changing the coordinates, what about next time? She couldn't possibly evade every time. Moreover, she wanted a comfortable life and didn't want to be on the run. But the fact that she possessed resources had already made the other party envious, and they wouldn't let it go easily. Currently, two paths lay before her. One was to find another refuge like the villa and distance herself from all the troubles here, and the other was to go all out and eliminate the entire Hanyun base. However, both paths were difficult and equally risky. A refuge like the villa was probably one of a kind in the country. After all, not many idiots like Meng Fanchao would spend so much money building such a useless refuge. Even if there were others, they would have likely been occupied by other forces long ago. The remaining option was to directly wipe out the Hanyun base, but her ability had a limited duration. And besides the ability users in the base, there were also many special forces members. With just a few of them, it would be very challenging. They only had one chance. If they couldn't eliminate it in one go, what awaited them would be the endless pursuit by the Hanyun base. Mu Xian sat up, propping her chin with one hand. Suddenly, she remembered something and hurriedly glanced at her space. In her space, there were explosives taken from the group at the Hanyun base. But these explosives were far from enough to destroy the entire base. To completely deal with Shan Yinshi, she needed to find more explosives. The key question was whether it would be successful, which was still uncertain. Mu Xian felt a bit chaotic in her heart. She had always avoided battles she wasn't confident in, but being persistently pursued and attacked wasn't her style either. After much contemplation, she sat up and looked out the window. Forget it. Even if I don't want to cause trouble, Shan Yinshi definitely won't let me go. Since it has come to this point, I can only fight back. Having made up her mind, Mu Xian realized she needed to think carefully about her countermeasures. Time was running out. The best time to attack would be right after the missile strike on the base, when the entire base would be thrown into panic. That would be the perfect opportunity to launch her attack. Once determined, Mu Xian walked out of the room, just as Xiao Yimeng had finished organizing the information on the Hanyun base. Looking at the stack of documents she handed over, Mu Xian took them to her study and began to read quietly. To attack the Hanyun base, she needed to have a certain understanding of the entire base, especially regarding weapons, personnel, and the abilities of the supernatural beings. As long as she mastered this intelligence, her chances of victory would increase. From now on, she would not be the prey, she would be the hunter. Currently, the Hanyun base had a total of 723rd class soldiers, all selected from various industries with combat experience. There were 532nd class soldiers, who were veterans skilled in various weapons and capable of close combat. However, their strength posed little threat to supernatural beings, mainly dealing with ordinary people. Additionally, there was the core force of the base, the Special Operations Team, consisting of 87 members, including 9 supernatural beings and 10 modified supernatural beings, among others. Although the Special Operations Team members did not possess supernatural abilities, they were elite among elites, either special forces or experts in certain specialized units, excelling in specific fields. Mu Xian checked the data on the superpowered individuals. Among these individuals, including Cui Yuqing, 4 were innately awakened, while 5 were awakened later. The rest were artificially created superpowered individuals, whose abilities were implanted from the cells of innate superpowered individuals. Although the cells made them superpowered, the damage caused was irreparable. During the cell implantation process, rejection phenomena occurred, which could be suppressed by medication but could not be completely cured. As a result, Their bodies would occasionally experience various problems, and their lifespans would be significantly shortened. Chapter 209. Deciding to attack the Hongyun base. After reviewing this information, Mu Xian looked over the data on the superpowered individuals again. Lu Xingqi, commander of the Special Operations Department ability, invisibility and enhanced combat abilities. In addition to being able to become invisible, he could also comprehensively enhance his physical attributes. Speed, attack power, and defense were all rated 4 stars. After reading his data, Mu Xian gasped sharply. The combination of invisibility and physical enhancement abilities was indeed terrifying. If such a person were to silently approach her and launch an attack, it would be certain death. If Qin Rui and Chao Ziwen faced him in combat, he could easily kill both of them using his invisibility ability. If I didn't have the ability to pause time, such a formidable unseen opponent would make it impossible for me to proceed with this attack. After all, an invisible and powerful adversary is too frightening. Mu Xian murmured, touching her chest, and coldly said, "This person is the one to watch out for during this attack. Who knows when he might suddenly appear next to them." Fortunately, he couldn't attack from a distance. Otherwise, it would be a big problem. Then, Mu Xian looked at the abilities of the others. Lin Xiaowei, Special Operations Department Captain ability. Fire can extract flames from his body for ranged attacks, with temperatures reaching 600 degrees Celsius, capable of melting the surrounding ice. Speed, 3 stars. Attack power, 4 stars. Defense power, 2 stars. Dumeng, Special Operations Department member ability. Snow and ice can manipulate the ice and snow on the ground for attacks against enemies or to solidify ice for defense. Speed, 3 stars. Attack power, 3 stars. Defense power, 4 stars. He Hui, Special Operations Department member ability. Beast transformation can transform into a tiger-like combat form, enhancing strength. Speed, 4 stars. Attack power, 3 stars. Defense power, 2 stars. Ling Rong, Special Operations Team member ability. Psychic can control enemy behavior through eye contact, making them act according to her will. Speed, 2 stars. Attack power, 3 stars. Defense power, 2 stars. The combat power of the other team members after these special operations members is weaker, with Chao Ziwen and Qin Rui also being formidable. After reading everyone's introductions, Mu Xian felt a bit of a headache. Overall, none of these people were easy to deal with. If her ability weren't so extraordinary, she would have been courting death in the past. Currently, apart from her, only Qin Rui, Chao Ziwen, and Wei were on their side. If she used her abilities when the first few powerful ability users came out, she could easily take them down. Once they were dead, the remaining people would be easier to handle. Of course, if she could recruit Cui Yuqing, it would be even easier. After using her abilities, Wei's role would be to lead them to escape amidst the chaos, so he couldn't use his abilities at the start. In summary, the missile must accurately hit the Hongyun base, causing chaos and effectively paralyzing it temporarily. After that, she would need to bring Cui Yuqing under her command, which would add one more combat force to their numbers. Besides these 2 points, the most important thing was to ensure her own survival in case of failure. That was paramount. Mu Xian had firmly memorized the abilities of everyone in the base. Besides this operation against them, she would be able to handle similar individuals in the future. As for the base's weapons and equipment, Mu Xian wasn't too worried. The base was underground and couldn't use large-scale weapons. The only thing available was firearms. If the power system failed and everything was pitch black, they wouldn't even realize that outsiders had entered, so they wouldn't easily use their guns, especially since they still needed manual labor and wouldn't shoot. Having understood these situations, the remaining task was to find a way to sneak into the base during the chaos, plant explosives, and retreat safely. Mu Xian's head was about to explode. At that moment, Qin Rui came to call her for dinner. Seeing her deep in thought, he gently walked up to her and held her in his arms. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" "I'm thinking about how to sneak into the base amidst the chaos and how to retreat safely." "You?" Qin Rui shook his head. "This is something we can discuss together. After all, there are others involved in this operation, not just you. You need to know that you're not alone. You have me and others. We are a family now, so you don't have to shoulder everything by yourself." Mu Xian was stunned for a few seconds. That's right. She had taken this matter as her own, but it was something that required everyone to unite to accomplish. "Well, let's go out for a meal, and after eating, we could discuss it together." After dinner, Mu Xian called everyone to the living room and shared her plans with them. Once she finished speaking, everyone fell into deep thought, and Mu Xian noticed the worry in their eyes. However, the opinions of others were not important to Mu Xian, as she was not planning to involve them. What she wanted to hear were the opinions of Qin Rue and Chao Ziwen. Mu Xian first looked at Qin Rue and raised an eyebrow, asking, "What do you think?" A serious expression flashed in Qin Rue's eyes as he solemnly replied, "The conflict with Hongyun Base is impossible to resolve. Rather than letting them watch us constantly and launch attacks against us, it's better for us to take the initiative. This is a good opportunity. The missile hitting the base has created an excellent chance for us. If we don't take action this time, there may not be another opportunity. Xian, I'm on your side. If you want to go, I'll accompany you, regardless of life or death." Mu Xian's lips curled up. As for the others, she didn't know what they were thinking, but she was sure that Qin Rue would definitely go with her. "Ziwen, what about you?" Mu Xian turned her head to look at Chao Ziwen. "In our group, besides you two, only Wei and I have combat capability. You decided to go to ensure everyone's future, and as a man, I can't just hide in the back, right? Besides, I've been living off you for so long. I should do something to show my gratitude. Since you've decided to go, I'll go with you. Oh wait, what about you? You've been living off Mu Xian for quite a while too. You're going as well, right?" After saying this, Chao Ziwen looked slyly at Wei, who was trying to sneak away. He grabbed it by the neck and brought it back. Wei looked up at Chao Ziwen and Qin Rue, then glanced at Mu Xian and nodded as if deflated. "Great. Since we VE decided, we'll fight to the end with them." The others, seeing that they all agreed, could only nod in support, silently cheering for them. "Since we're going, we need to come up with a detailed plan. First, let me tell you about the personnel situation at the base." Mu Xian informed the two about the personnel situation she had observed and reiterated their weaponry arrangements. After that, she took them to the computer and had Shun Yu and the Xiao siblings introduce the internal structure and other details. Chapter 210. Mu Xian's true purpose after understanding the internal structure of the Hongyun base. Mu Xian took out her phone and sent a message to Cui Yuqing. Soon after, his call came in. Mu Xian briefly shared her needs and simple plans with him, but she didn't mention anything about the missiles. Cui Yuqing listened to Mu Xian's words in disbelief, his mouth agape in surprise. He thought that Mu Xian would at most come to help them leave, but he didn't expect her to want to take the initiative to attack the base, which made him a bit worried. Mu Xian understood his concerns and said, "Don't worry. We will make all the plans. Even if we can't deal with Shen Yinshi, we can ensure that you and we leave safely." Hearing this, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Mu Xian said this, what did it matter if he became an insider? "All right, if you're ready, please let me know so I can prepare," he said. I will contact you then. Also, you helped a lot by controlling the entire base's network this time. Thank you." After hanging up the phone, Mu Xian asked Xinyu to check which military district and police station were closest to the community. They needed to blow up important facilities at Hongyun Base, so they required sufficient gunpowder and explosives. Therefore, the immediate task was to find gunpowder and explosives. After searching around, they found a military district over 70 kilometers away from Yangshui, and there were several police stations in the city. Mu Xian immediately decided to take Qin Rue and Chao Ziwen out to look for explosives and gunpowder. The group discussed it and set off in the afternoon. They first visited a few police stations and found some firearms and ammunition, but the explosives were scarce. They then headed straight to the military district. After searching around, they finally found a considerable number of grenades and explosives. By the time they returned to the community, it was already dark. The next day, as the group was preparing to go to a few smaller military districts in the city to find supplies, Xinyu suddenly called her. It turned out that Shen Yinshi's side had already confirmed the date and time for the missile launch. Mu Xian glanced at the time. The launch was at 7 o'clock tomorrow evening, which meant they had to go to the vicinity of Hongyun Base by noon tomorrow to stake out. As soon as the missile landed, they had to take immediate action. With this in mind, Mu Xian quickened her pace and left the community with the two others. Although the harvest this time was not large, it was still considerable. These items were enough to blow up the key facilities of Hongyun Base. The next morning, after having breakfast, they tidied up their things and, once everything was ready, drove to Hongyun Base. On the way, Mu Xian called Cui Yuqing. "Teacher Kui, around 6 o'clock this evening, please take your students and find a safe place to hide. There will be changes at the base at that time, and I can't tell you the specifics right now. You just need to find the safest place to stay with your students. When the chaos happens at the base, take advantage of it to bring your students out. We will be outside to assist you. Really? You can come to assist us tonight? That's great. I'll find a way to gather the students together and take them to a safe place to wait for you. However, do you have any plans now? Can you tell me? I might be able to help you. Mu Xian listened to his words, and after thinking for a few seconds, she replied, I will tell you later. For now, just focus on your own tasks. Chui Yuqing was a nice person, often overwhelmed by sympathy. If he found out that they were going to blow up the entire Hunyuan base, he probably wouldn't agree and might even sabotage their plan. So they had to keep him in the dark for now and figure things out later. When they came, Xiao Qingye had calculated the explosion depth of the missile. This type of missile couldn't shake the ground 100 meters below, but it could definitely cause a strong shock. At that time, Xiao Yimeng would be responsible for cutting off their power supply, and Mu Xian and the others would take the opportunity to enter the base, placing all explosives on key facilities before the personnel manually turned the power back on and setting the explosion timer. To ensure their safe evacuation, they set the explosion time to 10 minutes. As long as they got out before that time, they could safely escape. Mu Xian, what do you plan to have Chui Yuqing do? Is he only responsible for keeping the students safe in a secure area? Until now, Mu Xian hadn't told them what Chui Yuqing's responsibilities were, and she was a bit worried that if something went wrong, they would be caught off guard. Mu Xian smiled and looked at him. What he needed to do was to take the lead in guiding the chaos. Leading the chaos? What does that mean? Once chaos erupts in the base, if someone takes the lead, those who have been oppressed for a long time will surge out like a river. And some may even want to imitate Shen Yinshi and seize power. With so many people inside, the chaos caused will be enormous, making it easier for us to act. So that's how it is. Then Chui Yuqing becomes a fuse that can ignite their internal conflicts. Indeed, those entering the base are not only civilians, but also some prominent figures. They're used to being on high, so how could they be willing to be slaves? At that time, they will definitely seize the opportunity to rise up in resistance. Mu Xian said, a hint of confidence rising on her face. This Mu Xian made Qin Rui's feelings surge forth. If it weren't inconvenient right now, he would definitely want to take her completely. That may be true, but would Chui Yuqing and the others still be able to come out? Chao Ziwen scratched his head and asked. Since ancient times, the first to stick their necks out has had to face local forces head-on. For the sake of freedom, sacrifice is inevitable. He should understand this. However, Chui Yuqing's strength is not bad, and protecting a few students should be enough. His opponents are those ordinary soldiers, not the powerful ability users on the 8th floor. Oh, I see. So we just need to set up explosives and retreat quickly, right? Mu Xian didn't speak, but a flash of killing intent crossed her eyes. Setting up explosives and retreating quickly were not her true objectives. Her goal was to kill everyone in the base. If it was just to create chaos in the base, she wouldn't need to come personally. Killing Shen Yinshi was not the fundamental solution to the problem either. With so many people in the base, killing just one of them would only lead to countless others popping up. If she could eliminate these guys all at once, similar incidents would not occur in the future. Qin Rui was somewhat shocked. He knew that Mu Xian was not simple, but seeing the killing intent in her eyes was still hard for him to believe. However, Mu Xian had her reasons for doing this, and since he liked her, he would accompany her to the end in whatever she wanted to do. Chapter 211. The student's dilemma. Chao Ziwen was driving when he suddenly felt a chill. Turning to look at Mu Xian, he found that she was emitting a terrifying aura, and he quickly stopped the car. Mu Xian, you look a bit terrifying. Do you have some kind of plan? Mu Xian glanced at him and then looked at Qin Rui. Qin Rui patted his shoulder and said, drive first. I'll explain it to you slowly. Chao Ziwen blinked and restarted the car, continuing to move forward. When Qin Rui finished explaining Mu Xian's plan to him, he braked again, looking at Mu Xian in shock. His mouth agape for a long time. After a while, he finally reacted, fearfully asking, Mu Xian, is he serious? Yes, this is my real goal. Even if this is difficult to achieve, I still want to try. At the very least, we need to eliminate their high-level personnel. We have so much explosives and bombs. Plus my abilities, it's not impossible. Using explosives and bombs in such a dense space, You should be able to imagine how powerful the destruction would be, right? Once we use the explosives and bombs, their power supply system, water supply system, escape routes, etc. will all be destroyed. Just destroying one of these things would render the entire base inoperable, not to mention we're going to blow up all systems. You all remember the internal structure diagram, right? After speaking, Mu Xian asked again. Almost. Make sure you remember it well. This is the key to whether we can escape smoothly. It concerns our lives. After we go in, we go directly to the 8th floor, place the explosives in each system, and if there's any left, we will place them layer by layer down the shaft. We will act separately and quickly. I will be responsible for the 8th floor. You take care of the lower floors. Remember, just destroy the important systems. We understand. After speaking, Mu Xian took out a tablet and had them review the internal structure once more. Mu Xian's plan shocked Chao Ziwen greatly. After thinking it over, he found it feasible. He let out a long sigh and said seriously, "Damn it. No matter the outcome, I'm definitely going for it." Mu Xian leaned one hand against the car window and smiled slightly. Her ability would play a significant role later. Once the opposing ability users were activated, she would use her powers to eliminate them all. The group drove to a mountain about 500 meters away from the Hongyan base. Since the base personnel occasionally needed to drive out, they had cut down the nearby trees, which conveniently helped Mu Xian and her group. As the time approached, they ate something in the car and then quietly waited for the missile to fall. Inside the base, Cui Yuqing used her authority to bring the remaining 9 students, along with Zhang Ting and Yang Qianqian, to a safe area. Since the death of Zheng Jigang, Zhang Ting had been clinging to others for support. Having reached this point, as long as it ensured her survival and spared her from labor, she was willing to be anyone's woman. Later, she attached herself to the new captain, spending her days serving him in bed and occasionally causing trouble for Yang Qianqian. At first, Yang Qianqian fought back fiercely, but upon discovering the base was conducting human experiments, she stopped interacting with Zhang Ting. Zhang Ting thought Yang Qianqian was afraid of her, not realizing that Yang Qianqian was secretly monitoring the body deliveries and quietly recording the number of deceased. This time, Cui Yuqing called the 2 of them over to take them away. Although Yang Qianqian had become accustomed to seeing dead bodies, she longed to leave. Although the base provided her with food and shelter, the atmosphere was unbearable. If she could leave, she certainly wouldn't refuse. The 2 followed the others to a safe place, at which point everyone began to question Cui Yuqing's intentions. When they learned that Cui Yuqing wanted to take them away that night, tears of excitement streamed down everyone's faces. Yang Qianqian didn't cry. Her face was expressionless, but her heart was filled with joy. Zhang Ting, however, was stunned and couldn't believe it. She bit her lip and coldly asked, "What? You want us to leave with you? Teacher Cui, where do you plan to take us? You were the one who brought us into this hellhole. I've finally established myself here, and now you want to take me away? I want to go. I'm doing just fine here, food, drink, and no work. Why should I leave with you? What can you offer me? To keep me fed and warm? Or to live a comfortable life? If you can't do that, don't drag me down with you." After saying that, Zhang Ting turned to leave. Cui Yuqing bit her lip, unable to say a word. Zhang Ting was right. He had put them in this situation. Although he planned to take them away, what would happen afterward? He only thought about getting them out of this hellhole, but had not considered how they would live afterward. For a moment, he was at a loss. Yang Qianqian saw him bowing his head in silence and grabbed Zhang Ting's hand. "Zhang Ting, anywhere is better than here. You don't know how filthy this shelter is. If you stay here, you will eventually die." Zhang Ting squinted and shook off Yang Qianqian's hand. "Yang Qianqian, don't put on a facade of kindness. I know exactly what kind of person you are. Don't think I don't know what everyone is thinking. It's freezing outside, and there's no food. Even if we leave, we'll die out there sooner or later. I'd rather stay here than freeze or starve to death. Teacher Cui, you're already a member of the Special Forces now. I advise you to settle down. Maybe you can live out the rest of your life here. As for you all, I also advise you not to go out looking for death. I won't tell anyone about your escape plans, but..." After finishing, Zhang Ting coldly glanced at everyone and turned to leave. The others looked hesitant. They knew Zhang Ting was right. They were dead no matter what they chose. How they would die troubled them. Moreover, they were unsure if Cui Yuqing could really take them away. If they got caught, what would they do? Realizing this, fear appeared on everyone's faces. Cui Yuqing sighed, knowing they were influenced by Zhang Ting's words, and spoke firmly, "Students, don't worry. After we leave, no matter how bad the outside environment is, I will do my best to keep you safe. Here, there's only a dead end, but if we leave, we might find a way to survive. I hope you all can follow me, okay?" Chapter 212. Missile launched. The students exchanged glances, mentally preparing for a long time. After a glimmer of determination passed through their eyes, they looked at Chui Yuqing. "Teacher Chui, we will go with you." At that moment, Yang Qianqian also said, "Teacher, I can't stay here for another day. I made up my mind. Wherever you go, I will go." Chui Yuqing felt a surge of emotion. Thankfully, his students had decided to follow him and trusted him as their teacher. "Great, then we will wait here. When the opportunity arises, we will leave immediately." "Teacher, how long do we have to wait?" a student quietly asked. Chui Yuqing glanced at the time. It was 5:40. He looked at his phone and softly said, "Don't worry, it won't be long." As time passed, it was not only Chui Yuqing who felt nervous. Even Mu Xian and her group were a bit anxious. The sky grew darker, and Mu Xian looked toward the entrance and said, "Remember, once we rush in, we must keep a close watch at the entrance. We will act only after Chui Yuqing and the others arrive. I'm worried something might go wrong on their side, so if they don't show up, we will abandon the plan." This was a temporary plan that Mu Xian had come up with while resting in the car. If something happened to Chui Yuqing and his group, it was highly likely they would encounter trouble as well. To ensure their safety, Mu Xian suddenly established this plan. Moreover, during the operation, if we encounter any issues, do not hesitate. Just run away. Nothing is more important than our lives, understood? Mu Xian finished speaking, and both Chao Zuin and Qin Rue nodded, while a Wei barked once. The waiting process was extremely torturous, and it was already 6:30. At this moment, Xiao Qingye called Mu Xian. "Sister Mu Xian, the time and coordinates for the missile launch from the district have been confirmed. We have secretly changed the coordinates and will continue to monitor the enemy's every move." "Great, we are ready here. Contact us anytime if there are any issues." "No problem." After hanging up the phone, Mu Xian took out 3 boxes of pills from her bag. Once taken, these pills could help a person regain energy and stamina in a short time. Although the effect lasted only 5 minutes, if used wisely, it could save a life in a critical moment. The stimulant developed by Aisha currently only extends the effect for 5 minutes. So Mu Xian required them to take it after using their abilities. In the base office, Shen Yinshi had just finished a call with the other side. He was drinking cheap red wine while embracing his secretary, staring intently at the computer, hoping to see the moment the missile was launched through the video. Although he had paid a huge price for this missile mobilization, being able to eliminate Mu Xian, a major headache for him, was worth it. In his view, Mu Xian not only disregarded his authority, but also crossed his bottom line, and it might even affect his rule over the entire Liang city in the future. Therefore, being able to kill her this time was also a significant benefit for him. Thinking of this, a smile could not help but appear on his face. At this moment, he wished he could hear the news of Mu Xian's shelter being destroyed right away. At this time, Lu Xingqi knocked on the office door. Upon hearing the knock, Shen Yinshi asked his secretary to open the door. "Xingqi, come take a look." Lu Xingqi looked at the screen, and his expression changed drastically. "My lord, this is... I have already discussed it with the Rongchuan base. Soon we will see the missile destroying Mu Xian's shelter." Ha ha ha. Moreover, previously Shen Yinshi mentioned that the other side was somewhat dissatisfied with what he had provided, and he thought Shen Yinshi would have to put in more effort. But in just a few days, the matter was already settled. "Congratulations, my lord. This time we can finally eliminate Mu Xian." While shocked, Lu Xingqi did not forget to flatter Shen Yinshi, feeling a bit helpless inside. I want to see how Mu Xian escapes this time. She should be doomed. "My lord, since you can get the leader of the Rongchuan base to help with such a big task, why not leverage his power to bring the entire Liang city under control? With his help, we might get rid of the other forces sooner, right?" Shen Yinshi glanced at him and replied helplessly, "Having him help this time has already cost us a great deal. If we want him to continue helping us, we must show some sincerity. You know, our base is not as well off as it used to be. We can't produce that many resources. It's all my fault for not being able to take down the other forces. If we could take down one of them, our resources would be more abundant. They're not that easy to deal with. Let's consider the other forces after we eliminate Mu Xian." "I understand. Lu Xingqi looked at the computer screen, his eyes flashing with seriousness. If these powerful weapons were in their hands, they would have already become the local emperors of Liang City. Unfortunately, these things were controlled by several major military districts, which are not comparable to their small force. Time passed quickly, and on the computer, the missile was ready for launch. Shen Yinshi was extremely excited and had already asked his secretary to prepare a feast to celebrate. Meanwhile, on Mu Xian's side, she was also waiting for the missile's arrival, her palms sweating, feeling both excited and nervous. In Qingyang community, the Xiao siblings and Shun Yu stared at the screen without blinking, afraid to miss any information, worried that something might go wrong. Soon, the missile was launched, and Shun Yinshi clapped the armrest of his chair, stood up cheering, and even started singing a cheerful song. Lu Xingqi stood beside him, feeling a bit happy as well. Mu Xian and the others killed so many of his subordinates. Now he can finally take revenge on them. Shen Yinshi was still immersed in the joy of missile launch when the phone rang. He leisurely picked up the phone, and before he could speak, he heard the other party hurriedly say, "Lord, it's bad. A missile is flying towards our base, and we have no equipment to intercept it." Chapter 213, Missile Explosion. What did you say? What missile? The radar detected that a missile is flying towards our base from Rongchuan, and it's currently 10 kilometers away from us. 10 kilometers. How is that possible? What does Wei want to do? How could he launch a missile at us? This news undoubtedly threw Shen Yinshi into chaos. He yelled angrily at the person on the phone, his face filled with rage. Just a second ago, he was thinking about celebrating, and in the next second, a missile was heading towards him. He clutched his chest, nearly losing his breath from anger. "You ask me, who do I ask?" Shen Yinshi gasped heavily, slamming everything on the table to the ground. At that moment, he could not calm down at all. Although they were underground, it was a missile. Even if it couldn't destroy the base, it could paralyze it. Everything he had painstakingly built would soon be half destroyed. How could he not be angry? Could it be that they changed their minds and played a trick on you? Lu Xingqi also looked worried, his expression turning quite grim. "Let's talk about that later. Quickly, notify everyone to take shelter on the lower levels, and send someone to suppress the slaves in the lower levels. Absolutely do not let them start a riot. Moreover, if anyone tries to take advantage of the situation, don't hold back, just shoot them dead." "Yes." Lu Xingqi accepted the order and quickly left the office. To save his life, Shen Yinshi also took his beloved secretary and headed to the door. At this moment, a team of people arrived at the entrance, members of the special forces and ability groups, who came to protect Shen Yinshi. Due to the sudden incident, everyone did not notice that Cui Yuqing was not among the crowd, and they stood on either side of Shen Yinshi, escorting him towards the lower levels. Outside, a flash of fire lit up the dark night sky, and soon, the flames fell like shooting stars. With a loud boom, a huge sound came from the mountain, and the mountain was instantly blown apart, rocks rolling down, causing the entire ground to shake. Because the entrance to the base was a slope, the rocks did not block the entrance but rolled down the mountain instead. Sitting in the car, Mu Xian felt her head buzzing. The violent shaking made her feel like they were going to flip over. Chao Ziwen steadied himself, glanced into the distance, and shouted, "It worked." Mu Xian let out a cold laugh and immediately contacted Xiao Yiming. "Yimeng, cut off their power." "Received." Xiao Yiming's fingers flew across the keyboard, quickly hacking into the opponent's network and cutting off the power supply. The entire base was instantly plunged into darkness, and screams erupted immediately. Cui Yuqing looked up in disbelief and whispered, "Classmates, our chance has come. Everyone hold on to each other and follow me out." Taking advantage of the blackout, Cui Yuqing led the students as they groped their way out of the darkness and headed towards the passage. Along the way, everyone was frantically fleeing due to the unexpected chaos, and many soldiers were actively trying to maintain order, but their numbers were ultimately insufficient. Hundreds and thousands of people surged towards the safe zone, turning the entire base into a mess. Shen Yinshi was escorted by the special forces to the director's office on the first floor. Although he was panicked, as a leader, he quickly calmed down. "Notify everyone to have the electrical system personnel hurry to repair the circuit, and send someone to guard the exit to prevent anyone from escaping. The special forces and ability users, keep the entire office secure and don't let any intruders in." "Understood." Sitting on the office chair, his eyes flashed with a fierce glint, and he clenched his fists. Damn it, that bastard will lay dare to set me up. Just wait. After this matter is over, I will definitely find a way to deal with him. The soldiers guarding the exit began to contact the higher-ups due to the turmoil. But with the power cut off, their phones had no signal and they couldn't reach anyone. At that moment, Xuan drove a snowmobile all the way to the foot of the mountain, and the three quickly rushed towards the entrance. Upon seeing the soldiers at the door, Muxian coldly commanded kill. Xuan and Qin Rue immediately launched an attack without mercy. Muxian's eyes were filled with killing intent as she sprayed bullets at the enemy with a gun in her hand. Soon, the people at the entrance were dealt with cleanly. The three of them hid at the door, quietly waiting for Cui Yuqing to bring the students out. In the darkness, Cui Yuqing led the students, following the route from his memory, squeezing through the crowd with great effort. He finally brought them to the second large door. Once they got through this door and ran another 200 meters, they would reach the exit. As he approached the door, he prepared to open the heavy door, but suddenly heard Lin Xiaohui's voice. Everyone, follow my orders, keep an eye on the door, and don't let anyone escape. If someone tries to force their way out, kill them without mercy. This sudden change made Cui Yuqing stop his actions. They had so many people, and it would take time to rush out once the door opened. If Lin Xiaohui's men took action, his students would surely be shot. Teacher Cui, what should we do? We don't want to die. At this moment, a student tightly grabbed his sleeve, a strong desire to survive in their eyes. He closed his eyes, thought for a moment, and said, "Listen, there will be someone outside to assist us. I will hold them off. You take the opportunity to open the door and escape. Remember, you must act quickly." "What about you?" Yang Qianqian sensed his intention. He wanted to use his life to buy them time to escape. Thinking of this, Yang Qianqian felt a bit sad. "Don't worry about me. Just focus on escaping." Everyone fell silent, but their eyes were very determined. Looking at them, Cui Yuqing sighed, then said loudly, "Deputy Lin, I'll take care of this area with the special forces. You can go check other places." The whole first floor was in chaos. The other floors were probably also chaotic, and someone with abilities would need to suppress it. Lin Xiaohui did not expect Cui Yuqing to appear here, but he did not think too much about it. The situation was indeed a bit chaotic, and to ensure that everyone in the base calmed down, he could only nod. "All right, I'll leave this to you. Remember, do not let anyone escape." "Yes." As Lin Xiaohui led a team away, Cui Yuqing let out a sigh of relief. Although there were 6 Special Forces members and several hundred ordinary soldiers left, as long as there were no ability users, she could fight back. At that moment, he gently tugged at Yang Qianqian's clothes. Yang Qianqian understood he wanted her to be ready, so she turned around and reached for the doorknob with the students. Chapter 214. Entering the base, setting up explosives although the entire first floor was still in chaos. Lin Xiaohui's earlier intimidation had indeed had some effect. The crowd was gathered together, screaming but not running around. The special forces and ordinary soldiers were still maintaining order. Since Cui Yuqing was standing at the door, they felt at ease, turning their backs to him, looking at the others. The moment the door was opened, the students rushed out like a flood, and by the time the special forces reacted, Cui Yuqing had already slashed the throats of several of them with a knife in his hand. The special forces members, surprised, also realized that Cui Yuqing had betrayed them, and they grabbed their guns, preparing to fire. At that moment, a special forces member got up from the ground, picked up his gun, and fired several shots, the gunfire echoing through the crowd, causing everyone to panic again and rush toward a safe place. Amid the chaos, the special forces were pushed back by the crowd, buying Cui Yuqing time to exit. He turned around without hesitation and closed the door from the outside, then ran towards his students. "Teacher Cui, what should we do? This door won't open." Yang Qianqian shouted as she saw Cui Yuqing come out. The door outside couldn't be opened without a card, but as a member of the special forces, he naturally had one. He took out the card and inserted it into the card reader beside him. The door opened with a whoosh, and they finally managed to get out. Mu Xian and the others heard the sound of the door opening and aimed their guns at the entrance. When they saw it was Cui Yuqing and his group, they breathed a sigh of relief. "Miss Mu." Seeing him panting, Mu Xian nodded and said, "Tell your students to go downstairs. A way is down there, and will temporarily ensure their safety. As for you, we need you to help us with something." "What is it?" "Come in with us, and then stay by Chao Ziwen's side. We need to do something, and once it's done, you and your students will be completely free. Chui Yuqing didn't understand what Mu Xian wanted to do, but given that they were risking their lives to help him, he wanted to help them in return. Okay, Yang Qianqian, Zhang Yu, take your classmates and find a safe place to hide. I'll come looking for you later. We understand, Teacher Chui. You must be careful. After bidding farewell, Mu Xian noticed Chui Yuqing had an injury on his arm. She frowned, then handed him a bottle of painkillers and a stimulant before leading the way inside. When they reached the second door, Mu Xian, are you ready? MMM. Qin Rue and Chao Ziwen nodded simultaneously, and the group opened the door and quickly slipped inside. It was still chaotic inside, with screams, gunfire, and shouts all around. They ignored it and went straight up to the third floor. On the way up, Mu Xian and the others found a few sets of soldier uniforms to wear before heading to higher levels. The explosion of missiles had caused debris to fall on the path, and many people had been killed by the falling stones. As they moved back and forth, they encountered several soldiers, but because they were also in combat uniforms, the others did not notice them. In this way, they successfully made it to the sixth floor. Upon arriving, Mu Xian looked at Chao Ziwen and said, Ziwen, you and Teacher Chui take action on this floor. Qin Rue and I will go up to the next 2 floors. Okay, be careful. We'll meet up on the next floor. No problem. After saying that, Mu Xian and Qin Rue headed straight up the stairs. Chui Yuqing looked puzzled, but didn't have time to think too much and followed Chao Ziwen away. After reaching the 7th floor, Mu Xian separated from Qin Rue again and went to the 8th floor. At this time, there were still some special forces personnel on the 8th floor, maintaining order and protecting a group of researchers. Besides Xin Yinqi, the lives of these researchers were also very important. Without them, the human experiments could not continue, and Xin Yinqi's plans to create superhumans would be in jeopardy. So they were taken very seriously. To avoid being discovered, she quietly took out a special forces member and stripped off his clothes. After changing into the uniform, she swaggered toward the power room. At this time, there were already people repairing the circuit in the power room, and several special forces personnel were standing outside. Mu Xian narrowed her eyes slightly and walked up to them, saying, The Lord asked me to check on the repair situation. Hearing this, the others had no doubts and let her in. Due to the power outage, the people inside could only rely on flashlights for illumination, and everyone was busy, completely unaware of her presence, which provided her the opportunity to place explosives. She stealthily moved to a concealed spot, took out the explosives from her space, crouched down, and began to set them up. To ensure the complete destruction of the place, she set up 4 explosive packs at once, and, after setting the timer, she exited the electrical room. How's it going inside? Is the repair not done yet? A special forces soldier asked coldly as she came out. Mu Xian shook her head. It should take a little longer. I'll check the situation in other areas. The Lord is very angry. I need to hurry him up. All right, thank you. After Mu Xian left, she went to the hydraulic room and quickly installed the explosives using the previous method, then continued to the next location. 6 minutes later, she arrived at the information center. This time, she directly used her powers to quickly install the explosives and then left the 8th floor. On the 7th floor, Qin Rue was slightly faster than her because there were not many important facilities, so after installing the explosives, he went to the 6th floor. The situation on the 6th floor was also not complicated, but when Chui Yuqing learned that their goal was to blow up the entire shelter, he stopped Chao Ziwen, and the two of them ended up fighting. However, Chao Ziwen was better than him, and since he was already injured, he was quickly knocked down by Chao Ziwen. By the time Qin Rue arrived, Chui Yuqing still wanted to continue watching, but he was firmly restrained by Qin Rue. Chui Yuqing, listen to me. If we don't blow up the entire base, there will be an endless stream of people sent here. Are you going to watch them die? But if the base is blown up, everyone inside will die. That is still much better than having more and more people die in the future. Remember, this is the end of the world. Put away your compassion. If we don't do this, we could be the ones who die. Chui Yuqing was stunned by Qin Rue's shout. He felt very conflicted. There were so many innocent people in the base, and he really couldn't bear to watch them die. But as Qin Rue said, if this shelter still existed, it was very likely that more people would be captured in the future, which was also something he didn't want to see. At that moment, he faced a difficult choice, but after struggling for a moment, he calmed down. I understand. Good, You better not make any extra moves, or I can't guarantee what will happen to your students. Chapter 215, Base Explosion. Qin Rui's words were undoubtedly a threat to Cui Yuqing, and Cui Yuqing knew very well that he couldn't afford to do anything detrimental in his current situation, so he had to obediently follow behind him. Mu Xian paused time and quickly arrived at the 6th floor, noticing the actions of Qin Rui and Cui Yuqing. She raised an eyebrow and quickly went to find Chao Xuan, helping him set up the explosives. Then, she restored time. All right, we have 4 minutes before the explosives detonate. Let's head down a few floors. The others had no time to ask questions and hurriedly followed her down. This time, she used her time-related ability for 3 minutes. So using it again would result in more severe side effects. But with time running out, she had no choice. With just 2 minutes left, she activated her ability again. Fortunately, there weren't many places to blow up on the 5th, 4th, and 3rd floors. By the time she set up the explosives on the 5th floor and went down, Qin Rui was already waiting at the 4th floor staircase. Looking at the 3rd floor, she found that Chao Ziwen had already set up the explosives, and even the 2nd floor was ready thanks to Cui Yuqing. After deactivating her ability, she was already gasping for breath and feeling dizzy. To avoid fainting, she quickly took a stimulant. As soon as it went down, a warm current spread throughout her body, and under the drug's stimulation, her spirits were instantly revived, regaining her strength. By the time she reached the 1st floor, the chaos had mostly been suppressed. Mu Xian squinted her eyes and activated her ability again, placing explosives in various hidden spots on the 1st floor. She set the detonation time for 1 minute to match the explosions on the upper floors, ensuring that the base personnel, especially the high-ranking ones like Shen Yinxi, wouldn't have a chance to escape. After setting everything up, she began searching for the high-ranking personnel in the crowd with her flashlight. Finally, she saw Shen Yinxi, who was deploying and commanding the special operations team in the director's office. She aimed her flashlight at Shen Yinxi and everyone in the room, confirming they would all be incapacitated before leaving. Outside, she quickly dealt with the special operations team members and ordinary soldiers guarding the door. By this time, her ability was about to wear off as she dragged her exhausted body to open the door, leaving a crack and leaning against the wall. Soon, her ability was released, and Qin Rui and the others, knowing time was running out, rushed toward the 1st floor. Suddenly, the lights in the entire base turned on, and those on the 1st floor screamed upon seeing the corpses of the special operations team members. Qin Rui and Chao Ziwen exchanged glances, quickly dragging Cui Yuqing to the door and stepping outside. At that moment, Lu Xingqi and Lin Xiaowei, who had just come down from the 1st floor with several ability users, happened to see this scene and realized outsiders had intruded, prompting them to chase after. With 30 seconds until the explosion, Qin Rui picked up the weak Mu Xian and quickly left the base with Chao Ziwen and Cui Yuqing. Just a few seconds after they exited, the door behind them was pushed open and a gust of wind from a palm strike came toward them. Chao Ziwen sensed the killing intent, released his ability, and extended his hands to block the attack, but he was still forced back a few steps. Lu Xingqi looked at the few people in their team's uniforms and coldly asked, "Who are you? What is your purpose for coming to our base?" It was almost 8 o'clock, and it was still dark outside, but the snow illuminated enough to see each other's faces. However, apart from Chao Ziwen, the others had their backs to them, so they did not recognize them. At that moment, Cui Yuqing quietly glanced at Qin Rui and said, "Mr. Qin, you should take Miss Mu and leave. We will hold them off. I know their strength well. If we stay behind, no one will be able to escape." Mu Xian felt dizzy and in pain, but she heard his words and immediately regretted not carefully locating the several ability users when dealing with the high-ranking officials, which allowed them the chance to chase after her. Just as she was considering taking another stimulant, a series of explosions suddenly erupted from inside. As the explosives within the base began to detonate, the ground shook violently again, and those outside struggled to maintain their balance. Lu Xingqi turned to look inside and saw flames shooting into the sky, with screams echoing continuously. "Boss, it's explosives! Someone has buried explosives in our base." Lin Xiaohui exclaimed in disbelief as he watched the fire. "Quickly arrange for people to rescue the Lord. It's too late. The inside will be blown to ashes." Hearing his words, Lu Xingqi's eyes filled with rage as he turned back to look at Mu Xian and the others, but by then, where were Mu Xian and the others? He saw a military dog carrying several people racing towards the mountain. It was Mu Xian. Those people were Mu Xian and her group. Lin Xiaohui clenched his fists, hatred and killing intent bursting forth in his eyes. The others were also shocked. They didn't expect that they would take advantage of the chaos to attack them, even planting explosives in the base. The Lord probably wouldn't be able to escape anymore. Boss, we can't go in and die, Lin Xiaohui said excitedly yet seriously. Now that Mu Xian and the others have appeared, it's our best chance to directly kill them and avenge the Lord and our fallen brothers. Lu Xingqi glanced at the base, his anger surging, and he knew Lin Xiaohui was right. Without hesitation, he waved his hand, and the people around him rushed down the mountain together. He squinted his eyes and saluted the base before speeding away. Qin Rue, they are coming after us. Chao Ziwen looked at the people behind them, surprised at their speed. Qin Rue glanced at Mu Xian and coldly said, Mu Xian has exhausted too much. With just the three of us, we can't fight them off. We can only keep running. No, if we run, what will happen to my students? At that moment, Cui Yuqing questioned loudly, and after speaking, he ordered Wei to stop. But Wei was not his pet. Its mission was to protect Mu Xian and lead them away from danger, not to care about his students. Seeing Wei not stopping, he stood up and tried to jump down, but was grabbed by Chao Ziwen. Mu Xian really wanted to win over Cui Yuqing. There were too few ability users in their team, and if he joined, it could elevate their overall strength. Chao Ziwen also knew this, so he held on to him tightly, not letting him jump down. Let go, I need to save my students. Enough, can't you see the situation right now? If you jump down like this, don't even think about saving your students. Your life will be lost here. Your students have gone through so much at the base. They will find a way to save themselves at a time like this. We must ensure our own safety first to have a chance to save them. Chapter 216. Surrounded as soon as he finished speaking, a wall of ice suddenly appeared ahead. Wei quickly stopped and turned to look at the opponent. Mu Xian and her lackeys, since you've come, don't think about leaving. You killed so many of us and destroyed the base. Today, you will pay with your lives. Leading the charge was the ice ability user Du Meng. His brother, Du Chunlei, had been one of those who attacked Mu Xian with Lin Xiaohui, only to die at her hands, which fueled his deep hatred for her. Initially, they came without any hope of survival. After all, they had learned about Mu Xian's abilities from others. But now, seeing Mu Xian collapsed in Qin Rue's arms, they realized her energy must have been exhausted, which boosted their confidence. Without Mu Xian, Qin Rue and Chao Ziwen were just small ants to them. No matter how they resisted, it would only be a desperate struggle. Qin Rue, it seems this battle is unavoidable. Get ready, let's begin. I'll help you. At this moment, Cui Yuqing also stood up, facing the opponent. When Lin Xiaohui saw Cui Yuqing, he immediately recalled something and roared, Good Cui Yuqing. No wonder we were defeated by Mu Xian. It turns out you were the mole helping her. You must have a part in this too, right? Since you've chosen to collude with them, today we will eliminate you. This traitor. Everyone, we must kill them here to honor our fallen brothers. After saying that, Lin Xiaohui was the first to unleash flames, attacking in Mu Xian's direction. With a wave of his hands, a fire dragon soared from his palms into the sky, illuminating their surroundings. Qin Rue narrowed his eyes, placed Mu Xian on a way, extended his hand, and an ice dragon erupted from the ground. The collision of ice and fire produced sizzling sounds, and the two dragons intertwined, tearing at each other without letting go. You deal with those three, I'll deal with Mu Xian. Du Meng glanced at Mu Xian lying on a way, spoke coldly, and charged forward. Chao Ziwen rubbed his nose, took a stimulant, stood in front of Wei, and said, If you want to touch Mu Xian, you'll have to go through me first. Suddenly, his muscles bulged, and he became exceptionally strong. As the opponent charged at him, he clenched his fists and struck the ground, causing a crack to form in the once solid snow. Du Meng's expression changed slightly, and he quickly dodged to the side, waving his hands to condense the ice and snow on the ground into huge snowballs, launching them at him. Chao Ziwen watched the snowballs flying towards him, swung one hand up, and with a bang, shattered the snowballs. Just as he broke the snowballs, countless ice spikes, as thick as wrists, hidden inside, shot towards him. Seeing this, He quickly waved his hands to shatter the ice spikes. Damn it, playing dirty, huh? Spit. He spat towards the opponent and then charged at him. Long-range ability users are weak in close combat, so to deal with them, one must get close. Both sides were well aware of this, so when Xiao Ziwang charged forward, Du Ming quickly retreated while launching his abilities to control the ice and snow to attack him. Your opponent is me. Where do you think you're going? Looking at Shui Yuqing, who was once an ally but had now become an enemy, Yi Hui roared and turned to charge at him. After transforming into a beast, his strength and size doubled, making Shui Yuqing look like a small, ordinary dog in front of him. Shui Yuqing's expression was tense. He retreated while searching for an opportunity to strike him down, but he was not given a chance. At this moment, it was as if he were toying with a mouse, his hands continuously attacking Shui Yuqing at dizzying speeds. No, if this continues, I'm definitely going to die. Just as his hand was about to strike him, Shui Yuqing suddenly crouched down and slipped under him, using his knife to slash at his ankle. He struck hard, causing the opponent to fall to the ground while bleeding profusely. Shui Yuqing breathed a sigh of relief, ready to attack again, but Yi Hui turned around, changed direction, and grabbed Shui Yuqing's legs, flinging him away. With a bang, the sound reached Qin Rue and the other's ears, revealing that Shui Yuqing had been thrown against a nearby tree trunk. The ice and snow on the tree fell due to the commotion. Kui Yuqing. Qin Rue narrowed his eyes and shouted. At that moment, his neck was suddenly grabbed by someone, lifting him high. He clutched the opponent's wrist tightly, his eyes filled with terrifying bloodshot veins. Mu Xian's lackey, nothing more. Lu Xingqi sneered, then waved his hand, throwing Qin Rue away. He then slowly walked toward Wei, leaving deep footprints in the ground with every step he took. Wei leaned slightly, baring its teeth, hair bristling, growling lowly, its eyes turning from black to crimson. You're an interesting dog. How about becoming my pet? Wei growled twice, its gaze filled with disdain. Hey, you have spirit. I'm far stronger than anyone here. As long as you follow me, I guarantee you will become even stronger in the future. I could even make you lead a team and transform from a human's pet into a leader commanding humans. Not only that, I will ensure you are well-fed and warm, and even find you a mate. Upon hearing the word mate, Wei's eyes brightened. As a strong adult male dog, it had never mated with any female dogs before the apocalypse, and now it probably couldn't find any. Even if it did find one, with its current condition, it probably couldn't handle it. After thinking about it, the light in its eyes dimmed again. It was fine if the other party wanted to find a mate, but it would not agree to change owners. After all, being such a handsome breed with someone as ugly as Lu Xingqi as its owner would be humiliating, right? No, it would be humiliating for the dog. Thinking of this, its growl grew louder, and its gaze became fiercer. Chapter 217. Conclusion. So it seems you don't want to be my pet anymore? In that case, I can only send you to meet the King of Hell along with Mu Xian. Saying this, he quickly charged at Wei. At that moment, a figure flew towards him, and he reached out, breaking the neck of that figure with one hand. After he was able to break free, he realized that this person was actually Du Ming. Once he saw the other party clearly, his anger surged instantly, and he glared at Xiao Ziwen, who was getting up from the snow. Xiao Ziwen pulled out the ice pick that was stuck in his palm and threw it aside, then took a cloth strip from his bag to wrap his wound. Your strength isn't that great either? You're seeking death. As he finished speaking, he charged towards Xiao Ziwen. Just as he was about to hit Xiao Ziwen, numerous ice picks suddenly erupted from the ground. Not far away, Qin Rue had already stood up, raising one hand upwards. Lu Xingqi halted, his hands slicing through the ice picks like knives, and continued to attack Xiao Ziwen. At this moment, Lin Xiaohui and Yi Hui also rushed towards the spot where Qin Rue was standing. Just then, a pair of weak, boneless hands wrapped around Shui Yuqing from behind. Ling Rong's charming voice rang in his ear. Yuqing Ge, did you forget that I'm also an ability user? Shui Yuqing's body stiffened instantly. He quickly retreated, shaking off Ling Rong. When he turned around, his gaze met her eyes that glowed with a green light. At that moment, a voice suddenly emerged in his mind. Yuqing Ge, go kill him. Ling Rong pointed at Xiao Ziwen not far away, and Shui Yuqing slowly lifted his foot, then charged towards Xiao Ziwen at an increasing speed. Just then, Ling Rong suddenly felt a chill behind her. She looked up, and Ah Wei's massive claw was coming towards her. She quickly performed a backflip to dodge the claw, and after stabilizing her stance, she took out her gun and fired several shots at Ah Wei. At this moment, Ah Wei had placed Mu Xian behind a large tree. Without Mu Xian, it no longer had to worry about its violent movements causing her to fall, so it jumped around with great agility. Damn it, this beast is so fast. After quickly reloading, she attacked again, but still couldn't hit Ah Wei, who instead swept her away with its tail as it leaped behind her. Meanwhile, Chao Ziwen was struggling to deal with Lu Xingqi while loudly calling for Cui Yuqing. The situation on Qin Rui's side was also not optimistic. Fire and ice countered each other, and he couldn't do anything to Lin Xiaowei, who also couldn't do anything to him. With He Hui added to the mix, they were feeling somewhat overwhelmed. After more than 10 minutes of intense battle, both Chao Ziwen and Qin Rui were injured. The two stood back to back, with Ah Wei, whose ears had been pierced by bullets, standing behind them, eyes fierce. Xiao Qin, damn dog, if Mu Xian doesn't wake up soon, we're afraid we might meet our end here. After saying this, he chuckled and continued, well, being able to know you guys and fight alongside you in this life is not a regret. But now it seems there's no hope. Qin Rui smiled slightly and said softly, the fact that we've made it this far shows that our luck is not bad, and our lives are tough. The heavens probably don't want to take us so soon. After Qin Rui finished speaking, Ah Wei let out a whimper and prepared for battle. Oof. Are you leaving behind last words? Too bad. No one can hear them. Once I take care of you, I'll send Mu Xian down too, so you can reunite. Lu Xingqi said coldly as he looked at the two men and the dog, then waved his arm, and the others charged towards them. I say, if you want to move my people, don't you think you should see if I agree? An hour later, Mu Xian had regained consciousness, but unfortunately, her head was splitting with pain, making it impossible for her to fight. Looking at Chao Ziwen, Qin Rui, and Ah Wei, all battered and bruised, she didn't think twice and took another stimulant. The stimulant instantly revitalized her, but unfortunately, she estimated that she would fall into a deep sleep after this. Hearing a familiar voice, Lu Xingqi and the others turned around and were shocked to see Mu Xian slowly walking towards them. Not good, retreat. Lu Xingqi shouted, and the others turned to flee. Now you want to leave? It's too late. Mu Xian's body glowed with a dark light, and time seemed to stop at that moment. She walked towards Cui Yuqing, took the knife from his hand, and approached the others. The sound of knives piercing bodies echoed, as Mu Xian felt it was incredibly pleasant to hear. After stabbing each person countless times, she finally stood in front of Lu Xingqi and severed all the tendons in his hands and feet. At this moment, time resumed, and Lu Xingqi felt a wave of intense pain throughout his body, crying out in agony. As he fell, he saw the blood continuously flowing from his companions, his eyes wide as saucers. Mu Xian, you're truly a devil. You won't have a good death. Even as a ghost, I won't let you go. I'm not afraid of you as a living person. Why would I fear your ghost? I usually don't like to stir up trouble, but you provoke me first, so you must pay the price. Now, with the dead, the grudges are gone. You, rest in peace. Mu Xian raised the dagger in her hand and stabbed towards his chest, and Lu Xingqi's voice abruptly stopped. At that moment, a sudden pull emerged from Lu Xingqi's chest, firmly attaching Mu Xian's hand to it. Following that, a warm flow quickly drilled into the center of Mu Xian's hand. This warm flow, accompanied by a powerful force, brought an incredible pleasure that made her unable to suppress a moan. Before long, Lu Xingqi's body suddenly aged rapidly, a terrifying sight. The pull stopped, and Mu Xian looked at her palm, a bold guess suddenly emerging in her mind. She closed her eyes, feeling the power, and activated her abilities. Sure enough, the muscles and body all over her were rapidly strengthening, and her body instantly vanished from the spot. Not far away, Qin Rui and Chao Ziwen were shocked and were about to rush over to check, but they heard Mu Xian's voice, "Don't worry. I've just gained Lu Xingqi's power and am experimenting." After saying that, she retracted her power and collapsed instantly. Qin Rui rushed to her side and picked her up. She took out 3 snowmobiles from her space and looked up towards the direction of the Hongyan base. This matter is finally over. No one will threaten us anymore. After saying that, she slowly closed her eyes and fainted. Cui Yuqing stood in place, his face somewhat pale, feeling both excited and emotional. He had finally helped his student break free from the control of the base. Away let out a low growl, shrank in size, and jumped into the car to sleep soundly, while Chao Ziwen took the passenger seat of one of the snowmobiles and smiled slightly. It seems my wish might still come true. The first part ends.